Boss, your second uncle has come again with the bank to demand repayment. You should hurry and find a place to hide if you don't. Our automobile factory will be seized. In a parallel world, in Long City of the Dragon Country, within the confines of the Longting Automobile Factory, a tall woman clad in a secretary's uniform rushed frantically towards Su Chen's office, continuously urging him as she ran. Where can we possibly run to? You can escape the monk, but not the temple. Observing Yang Xiaoro, who was drenched in sweat from the exertion, Su Chen could not help but chuckle bitterly. Just yesterday, he had traversed into this world, remarkably akin to Earth, and had officially taken over his family's Longting Automobile Factory, a business teetering on the brink of collapse. The Longting Automobile Factory had been the lifelong endeavor of Su's grandfather, representing the hard work of 3 generations and over 10,000 individuals. In 1998, Su's grandfather had acquired this struggling factory from the state. Due to limited technological capabilities, the factory could only serve as a subcontractor for foreign automobile companies, manufacturing parts for others, which, nonetheless, allowed Longting to survive. In 2008, upon his grandfather's retirement, Su Chen's father, Su Dahai, formally assumed control of Longting. As a highly educated individual returned from overseas, Su Dahai was unwilling to let such a significant factory simply act as a subcontractor. He personally led research and development initiatives, recruiting numerous engineers from foreign automobile firms. However, by that time, international companies had already begun developing electric vehicles. Just as Su Dahai managed to create an independent engine, the nation had already commenced vigorous promotion of the development of new energy electric vehicles. It could be said that Su Dahai had missed the opportune moment entirely. Had he begun a few years earlier, Longting could have become one of the foremost manufacturers in the country. Now, after several years, Longting's business had steadily declined, reverting to the old path of being a subcontractor for foreign companies. This time for electric vehicles. Su Chen's uncle, Su Dajiang, had, after the passing of the grandfather, conspired with outsiders to steal the engine technology and absconded with a third of the factory's skilled workers. This left the factory unable to fulfill orders on time, leading to a penalty of 100 million. Unable to afford the penalty, Su Chen's second uncle had brought bank representatives to evaluate the factory's worth. Despite the factory's deteriorating condition, its vast expanse 2,000 acres could be valued at 300 million. If real estate development were to be pursued on this land, the profits would start at no less than 1 billion. This was precisely why Su Chen's uncle, Su Dajiang, was so adamant about the factory. Where do you think you can run? Xiao Chun, this automobile factory is fraught with peril you cannot navigate alone. Take my advice just this once. The factory is worth 300 million. I will give you an additional 200 million. With this sum, you could enjoy a prosperous life. Couldn't you? Before Yang Xiaoro could respond, Su Chen's second uncle, Su Dajiang, entered Su Chen's office accompanied by a throng of bank employees. Don't worry, uncle. Although the automotive industry is quite intricate, my father is called Dazai, and he knows how to navigate it. Observing his uncle's insincere demeanor, Su Chen couldn't help but smirk. Even if he were to sell the automotive factory, he would not concede anything to Su Dajiang. If it weren't for Su Dajiang's series of manipulations, Su Dahai would not have been driven to hospitalization. Enough of your nonsense. I now present you with 2 choices. Either you buy back my shares, or you sell your shares to me. Make your choice. Su Dahai was now fully confident in his hold over Su Chen. He had spent an entire decade strategizing to seize control of the Longting Automotive Factory. After his relentless maneuvering, the factory was now devoid of sufficient funds to repurchase his shares. Although the elder Su had entrusted the factory to Su Dahai, he had still allocated 30% of the shares to ensure his second son's future. Now, this 30% had become the proverbial last straw for the Longting Automotive Factory. Mr. Su, after our thorough evaluation, the current valuation of the Longting Automotive Factory stands at 400 million. However, should you wish to mortgage it through us, we can only extend a loan of 240 million in cash. In less than 5 minutes, 2 impeccably dressed individuals entered and presented the factory's valuation to Su Chen and Su Dahai. This factory is mine. I am the majority shareholder with 70% ownership. Since your bank can offer me a loan of 60%, I require a loan of 200 million. If I fail to repay your loan, then you can take the factory." With a cheerful demeanor, Su Chan shook hands with the bank representatives and cast a smiling glance at Su Dae. "Mr. Su, we must consider this carefully." Upon hearing that Su Chan intended to mortgage a factory valued at 400 million for merely 200 million, they were immediately exhilarated. The reason they had initially collaborated with Su Dae was that he had mortgaged the factory for 240 million. They were acutely aware of the factory situation. Given Su Dae's capabilities, he would undoubtedly struggle to repay the loan. Ultimately, the Longting Automotive Factory would become a property of their bank. "Uncle, do you see? I can reclaim your shares. Moreover, even without a mortgage, I could simply sell the factory. Farewell." With that, Su Chan pushed the utterly bewildered Su Dae out of the office. "Mr. Su, may our collaboration be fruitful." As Su Chan ushered Su Dae out, the bank staff promptly retrieved a document from their briefcase and handed it to Su Chan. "Xiaoro, please consult with the factory's lawyer if it's suitable. Have them sign it for me." As he spoke, Su Chan handed the contract to Yang Xiaoro, indicating that she should consult a lawyer regarding its contents. Half an hour later, Su Chan presented the mortgage loan contract to the bank's representative. "Presently, I look forward to a fruitful collaboration. Rest assured, Mr. Su, within 2 days, the 200 million funds will be transferred to your company's account." After shaking hands with Su Chan, President Lee departed from the automotive factory with his team. Notification: congratulations. You have acquired the most advanced black technology system. Notification: your company has been identified as Longting Automotive Factory. Notification: congratulations. You have obtained liquid battery technology 1. Description: liquid battery. Function: with the same volume, its energy storage capacity is 10 times that of ordinary batteries. Chapter 2: Nuclear-Powered Automobiles. At this moment, within the confines of his office, Su Chan sat in his chair, gently massaging his temples. Despite having achieved little, he found himself burdened with a substantial amount of debt. Should a single decision falter, he would be left with nothing. To his astonishment, fate had bestowed upon him the legendary system. Indeed, traversers and their golden fingers are a perfect match. "System, what capabilities do you possess?" he mused, gazing at the novice gift pack he had received, which astonishingly contained the technology for liquid batteries, boasting a storage capacity tenfold that of conventional batteries. If this feature were to materialize, the dream of electric vehicles traveling 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers would no longer be fanciful. With this singular technological advancement, Su Chan could instantaneously ascend to the status of the world's richest individual. After all, this innovation could be applied not only to automobiles but to various modes of transportation as well. Note: this system is the most advanced black technology system, currently linked to your Longting Automobile Company. Note: please expedite the development of your company. For each vehicle sold, you will earn points based on user satisfaction. Note: new energy vehicles are categorized into 4 primary types. 1. Battery electric vehicles. 2. Hydrogen fuel vehicles. 3. Solar-powered vehicles. 4. Nuclear fusion vehicles. Good heavens! Upon perusing the system's introduction, Su Chan leapt from his chair in sheer exhilaration. Solar-powered vehicles and nuclear fusion cars. Now, that is the essence of true renewable energy. If he could successfully develop these 2 energy sources, he might as well establish a city on Mars. Indeed, the 3 essential components of a traditional gasoline vehicle are the engine, transmission, and chassis. In contrast, the triumvirate of electric vehicles comprises the battery, motor, and electronic control system. Now that he possessed world-leading battery technology, he was fully capable of manufacturing vehicles independently. As he contemplated the liquid battery technology awarded to him by the system, a broad smile broke across his face. "Boss, what is going on?" On the other side, Yang Xiaoro had just entered the office and was greeted by the sight of Su Chan, grinning like a fool in his chair. "Xiaoro, inform all management to convene in the conference room in half an hour." With the acquisition of the system and liquid battery technology, there was no longer any justification for Su Chan to continue subcontracting for other factories. However, while Longting Automobile possessed the capability to manufacture vehicles, the challenge lay in the marketability of those automobiles. Not to mention foreign competitors like Tesla, domestic brands such as BYD, Great Wall, and Geely also shone brightly as national pride. Their electric vehicles are at the forefront of global innovation, particularly BYD, which has reached the esteemed position of the world's second-largest manufacturer with only Tesla surpassing it. However, there was no need to engage in a head-to-head battle with them. Was there? Instead, they could carve out a unique niche. Inspired by a certain model from his past life, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. All right then, let us head to the meeting. As he spoke, Su Chen rose and made his way toward the conference room. Half an hour later, within the confines of the meeting space, 30 to 40 managers had gathered. Hello, boss. Hello. Upon seeing Su Chen approach, everyone stood up to greet him. After all, this automobile factory had been handed down from Su Chen's grandfather, and many of their fathers, even grandfathers, had worked here. Even now, numerous employees had dedicated 3 to 4 decades of service to Longting Automobile Factory, and they were reluctant to witness its demise. Boss, I heard that our factory is on the brink of closure. Is that true? If it comes to it, we can pool our resources. Perhaps we can save the factory. One suggested. Indeed, boss, please do not sell the factory. This is the result of 3 generations and 30,000 people's hard work. Another chimed in. If necessary, we can forego our salaries this year, as long as we can rescue the factory. As Su Chen took his seat at the head of the table, several elder employees earnestly addressed him. After all, there is an old saying, one does not grieve over selling ancestral lands. Given the current lucrative nature of the real estate sector, the 2,000 acres occupied by Longting Real Estate could yield a profit of at least 1 billion if developed. Rest assured, I will not sell Longting Automobile Factory. I have even reclaimed 30% of the shares from Su Dai. Moreover, I have acquired a remarkable technology. Before we delve into this technology, I must ask everyone to sign a confidentiality agreement. Observing the concern exhibited by so many, Su Chen felt a warmth in his heart. After all, this was his family's legacy. A confidentiality agreement? It seems the boss has indeed obtained something valuable. Someone remarked. Certainly. Our boss is a distinguished graduate from Harvard. Another added. Yes, it was Harvard that invited him to join us. Upon hearing that Su Chen wanted everyone to sign a confidentiality agreement, their eyes lit up. Currently, among the many technologies at Longting Automobile Factory, there were few that warranted such an agreement. Within half an hour, everyone had signed the confidentiality documents. Su Chen took a sip of tea from the table and leisurely began to address the group. During my university years, I invented a liquid battery technology. In terms of equivalent volume, the energy storage capacity of a liquid battery exceeds that of conventional batteries by over tenfold. While it is true that the core components of electric vehicles are batteries, electronic controls, and motors, once we develop the battery, we can utilize Tesla's open source code to create motor technology. As for the motor itself, we can produce it in-house. With a cheerful demeanor, Su Chen introduced the new technology. Although the electronic control system significantly enhances the performance of electric vehicles, he currently lacked any points to his name and could only emphasize the strengths of the battery technology for the time being. Is that true, boss? 10 times? The room buzzed with excitement upon hearing Su Chen announce that the energy storage capacity of the liquid battery surpassed that of other batteries tenfold. Everyone was utterly astonished. After all, if this technology were to be realized, it would not only resurrect Longting Automobile Factory, but also render it a contender for the title of the foremost automobile manufacturer in the country. Of course, can I truly deceive you regarding this matter? Very well, everyone, prepare for some overtime. I would like the members of the technical department to remain behind. I will now elaborate on the technology of liquid batteries. Observing the astonished faces of the crowd, Su Chen could not help but smile. After all, this is an invention that could revolutionize the world. Any automobile factory that acquires such technology could easily ascend to the pinnacle of the global automotive industry. Chapter 3. Are we to create an elderly delight? The primary technologies in electric vehicles are the battery and electronic control systems. Currently, most automobile manufacturers have similar battery technologies, typically offering a range of 500 to 600 kilometers. However, many consumers discover that the actual range is considerably less, particularly in extreme weather conditions. This issue stems from the electronic control technology, which is fundamentally designed to conserve energy. Unfortunately, Su Chen lacks any credits to exchange for advancements in this technology. Boss, are we really going to produce this elderly delight? Who would buy such a thing? Indeed, who would purchase such a vehicle? After examining the battery technology, everyone was astonished by the innovation presented by Su Chen. Yet, upon reviewing the vehicle design schematics he unveiled, they were left somewhat bewildered. Rest assured, there will be buyers. Just focus on production, Su Chen stated confidently. The design he revealed was reminiscent of the immensely popular Mini, specifically the Black Knight model. The vehicle is notably compact, measuring less than 2 meters in length, and is exceptionally lightweight. Aside from the two distinctive headlights, it lacks any remarkable features. Laoli. The primary reason I am urging you to manufacture this car is due to our insufficient electronic control technology. Moreover, the electric vehicle market has been largely dominated by both domestic and international manufacturers. Therefore, we can only pursue niche markets. This time, Suchin did not limit himself to just the mini model. He also included small pickups, compact SUVs, and more. In total, there are 6 different models that would adequately cater to the daily needs of young people and could even serve as an elderly delight. Indeed, we currently lack any experience in automobile manufacturing, so let us proceed with these models first. Upon hearing Suchin's words, both Lao Lu and Lao Li could only nod in agreement. This was an unavoidable situation. Globally, electric vehicle companies regard battery and electronic control technologies as paramount. Everyone keeps their advancements closely guarded, save for Tesla, which has made its initial electronic control technology fully accessible. Any automobile manufacturer can utilize it. Although each vehicle produced incurs a royalty fee of 2,000 yuan for the patent rights. Alright, let us conclude for today. We must expedite the production of these vehicles. The iCity Auto Show is in half a month, and I hope we can have several of each model ready by then. By the way, Xiaoro, please arrange for a booth at the station. This time, we aim to shine at the auto show, with the upcoming exhibition in mind. Suchin felt a sense of urgency to have these vehicles produced. There was no need for mass production. A few units of each model would suffice to pass the wind tunnel drag tests. A wind tunnel is a specialized apparatus designed to simulate aerodynamic resistance. The price of this equipment is quite steep. A slightly larger automotive wind tunnel requires an investment of several tens of millions. The Longting Automobile Factory, owned by Suchin's family, lacks a wind tunnel. No problem, boss. We can produce it within 4 days at most. The team exchanged glances and then bowed their heads to examine the blueprints, providing Suchin with a precise timeline. Although they had never manufactured automobiles before, they had previously engaged in OEM services, and being professionals, creating small vehicles posed no challenge. Alright, Xiaoro, please have the legal department negotiate the copyrights for some anime and game characters. If we can secure the rights, we can print them on the cars, starting with Doraemon. Suchin instructed as the technical team exited the conference room, turning to young Xiaoro. Suchin was acutely aware that the success of those mini-cars in his previous life was largely attributed to collaborations with anime and game characters. For instance, the Doraemon edition had captured the hearts of countless young girls. As he watched young Xiaoro's silhouette, Suchin made his way to his office. It cannot be overstated that with the advent of liquid battery technology, even if Suchin refrained from manufacturing cars, merely producing batteries could render him a billionaire. After all, the technology was a significant asset. Upon receiving Suchin's orders, Lu Lao and Li Lao arrived at the workshop with their team and began modifying the production line. This was made possible by Suchin's father, Su Dehai, who had previously acquired numerous production lines while manufacturing gasoline vehicles. However, due to technological shortcomings and the fierce competition introduced by electric vehicles, Longting Automobile Factory had once again fallen into decline. Yet, the production lines remained, and with minor adjustments, they could be repurposed for new production. Meanwhile, at the iCity Auto Show, the sales personnel from Longting Automobile had arrived, preparing to rent a booth, which caught the event staff off guard. As locals of iCity, everyone knew that the two major automotive factories were struggling. Heifei Automobile was faring slightly better, managing to survive by producing small vans, but Longting had entirely devolved into an OEM for other car manufacturers. What does this mean? Longting Automobile is actually participating in the auto show. Have you begun developing vehicles? The recruitment personnel at the auto show looked somewhat bewildered as they questioned the sales manager of Longting Automobile. Indeed, Manager Wang. This time we at Longting Automobile are bringing a significant surprise. Our technology is poised to revolutionize the entire electric vehicle industry. Wang Chou'er cheerfully briefed Manager Wang on the upcoming vehicle from Longting. Alright, since you are indeed starting vehicle production, I will reserve a booth for you. It's located at D-Zone, number 6, with a rental fee of 500,000 for 3 days. After all, you are part of our local industry in iCity, so we should offer some concessions. Manager Wang smiled, though he did not believe that Longting Automobile possessed any groundbreaking technology. By the way, Xiaoro, how much do we currently have in our account? Turning to Suchin, he suddenly recalled the penalty for breach of contract and the matter of reclaiming Su Dei's shares. The penalty amounted to 100 million, and the repurchase of Su Day's shares would require an additional 120 million. However, the bank could only provide a loan of 200 million. It seemed that he would have to rely on his connections with the old master. Boss, we currently have 30 million in our account, but this month alone, payroll will exceed 10 million, Yang Shiro said to Su-chin, feeling somewhat distressed. After all, if the factory were to close, where else could she find such a good job? Chapter 4. The mini-series makes its debut. This means there are approximately 20 million left. Upon hearing Yang Shiro's words, Su-chun stroked his chin and began to calculate. The bank loan should be approved within a few days. Due to previous circumstances, he needed to pay 100 million in penalty fees and an additional 120 million to Su Day for the repurchase of shares. This implies that the funds available within the factory are barely sufficient. There is even a shortage of capital for automobile production, necessitating the initiation of a pre-sale system. After all, this compact mini-vehicle was a legendary model that sold 30,000 units monthly in Su-chin's previous life. All right, Shiro. Instruct Zhang to sell all the batteries we previously produced at a reduced price. Let us offload as many as we can. The batteries valued at 80 million can afford us a return of 50 million. Currently, the factory is devoid of funds, and Su-chin has transitioned from a wealthy heir to a financially constrained entrepreneur. Each of these mini cars costs no more than 20 to 30,000 to produce. With 50 million, we could manufacture over 10,000 units, and in large-scale production, 20,000 units would pose no challenge. Moreover, the crux lies in the technological innovations Su-chun is spearheading. Should the research on liquid batteries prove successful, the prices of existing batteries will undoubtedly plummet, potentially igniting a technological revolution. Very well, boss. Yang Shiro nodded, her curiosity piqued by Su-chin's earlier mention of liquid battery technology. Su-chin had asserted that the energy storage capacity of these liquid batteries would be tenfold that of conventional batteries. Meanwhile, in the workshop, Old Lu and Old Lee were rallying over 100 skilled technicians to revamp the antiquated production line. They had commenced experimenting with the liquid battery technology. The Longting automobile factory found itself at a critical juncture of survival, with 100 million in penalty fees and 120 million for share repurchase. The question remained whether they could produce automobiles and if the liquid battery could indeed be developed. Testing had confirmed that it could indeed store 10 times the energy of a standard battery. Consequently, the bank would treat Longting factory with utmost favor, hastening to provide loans. Old Lee, I recall you have numerous old friends at Harbin Institute of Technology, don't you? Are any of them supervising doctoral or Master S candidates? Do you think they would be willing to accept an internship opportunity now? After some deliberation, Old Lu gazed at Old Lee with a grin. You old rascal. You're trying to enlist my help. Upon hearing Old Lu's remark, Old Lee couldn't help but burst into laughter. Old Lu, whose full name is Lu Jinghua, was mentored by Su-chin's grandfather to reach his current position. Old Lee, Li Weigua, along with Lu Jinghua, had ventured together into rural areas and returned to join Longting Automobile Factory. At that time, Su-chin's grandfather was already an 8th-level technician at the factory. Thus, both men had remained with Longting Automobile Factory ever since. 5 days later, City, in the Dragon Tread automobile manufacturing plant. A gathering of over 1,000 individuals, led by Su-chun, eagerly awaited the unveiling of the production workshop. As the grand doors swung open, a procession of small cars emerged, the first being a sky blue Mini adorned with a whimsical image of Doraemon, its compact design exuding charm. Wow, such a car exists? It's absolutely adorable, exclaimed one onlooker. Unbelievable. When I first glimpsed Su's design sketches, I thought it was an old man's creation. Another chimed in. Who would have thought that Su could design such an endearing vehicle? With each successive miniature automobile rolling out of the workshop, the crowd of over 1,000 workers erupted with excitement. This was a sight never before witnessed on Blue Star, reminiscent only of similar vehicles from yesteryears. Su, how much for one of these? I desperately want that yellow Garfield, cried an employee. Yes, yes. Su, what is the price? I yearn for a little pickup, echoed another. The enthusiasm was palpable, while many of the men were captivated by the 2 rugged mini SUVs and pickups. Nearly every woman's heart was stolen by the 4 charming minis, particularly the convertible version that enchanted all. Alas, these cars are not yet for sale. We will commence pre-sales at the Ice City Auto Show in 2 days, Su-chin announced. Additionally, we will be holding a press conference. He recalled the excitement on Lu Jinghua and Li Weigua's faces when they had presented the liquid battery to him just days prior. Su-chun felt a sense of security envelop him. He knew that this time he had truly secured a solid footing. Having already expended funds on breach penalties and repurchasing shares, only 40 million remained in the factory's coffers for battery sales. The capitalists were indeed ruthless. It was common knowledge that Su Chen's factory faced imminent closure, burdened by a hefty 100 million in breach fees. The highest offer for the 80 million worth of batteries was a meager 40 million. In his desperation to manufacture cars, Su Chen had no choice but to relinquish the batteries. Excellent news, Su. I'll prepare for the press conference. Our factory is now in a position to secure a substantial loan. If handled adeptly, we might even obtain an interest-free loan, as the government still offers support for new energy initiatives, albeit less than before. With the cars finally produced, Wang Chou'er, the marketing manager, breathed a sigh of relief. She had orchestrated the logistics for the exhibition booth. With only 2 days remaining and the vehicles ready, they were well within time constraints. Su, when shall we hold the press conference? Wang Chou'er inquired, slightly puzzled, as it was uncommon for automobile manufacturers to conduct press conferences during exhibitions. Now, Su Chen has already participated in the exhibition and is also set to host a press conference, which presents a rather conflicting situation. The car show has concluded. With a cheerful smile, Su Chen shared his thoughts with Wang Chou'er. At this moment, Su Chen does not possess substantial financial resources, merely 40 million in cash, which is insufficient for the production of a significant number of vehicles. Furthermore, many of the machines and lathes within the factory require replacement. Therefore, Su Chen must conduct a press conference to promote his battery technology. This strategy may not only secure bank loans but also attract numerous potential partners, enabling Su Chen to reap considerable profits. After all, the electric control technology currently employed by Su Chen is derived from Tesla. If they refuse to grant him authorization, he would be left at a standstill. It would be more advantageous to quickly sell some vehicles to earn credits and develop his own electric control technology. Very well, boss. Chapter 5. The Sales Channels of Longting Automobile Factory Lu Lao. The matter of reporting to the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology is entrusted to you. The rest of you, swiftly produce a batch of vehicles. Following tomorrow's press conference and the day after's auto show, we shall commence the sale of our automobiles. Observing the excitement radiating from his colleagues, Su Chen too felt a surge of joy. Many of these employees had watched him grow. They had remained steadfast even when the factory was on the brink of closure. Furthermore, should our new vehicles sell exceptionally well, everyone's salary will see a 10% increase, and year-end bonuses will be doubled. Now, those who wish to test drive these 6 cars, please line up. After sharing a few cheerful remarks, Su Chen proceeded with Wang Chou'er towards the conference room. Wang Chou'er, please find someone to develop an app for selling cars. In the conference room, Su Chen intended for Wang Chou'er to create an application for online sales. Unfortunately, despite having manufactured a portion of vehicles previously, the outdated technology had resulted in negligible sales, leaving Longting Automobile Factory without its own sales channels, no 4S stores, not even franchises. Currently, most 4S stores in the country primarily sell foreign cars, joint ventures, or domestic electric vehicles. It is entirely unfeasible for Su Chen to insert himself into this market, especially given the time constraints. Additionally, let's reach out to car reviewers on Douyin with substantial followings and invite them for test drives. After contemplating, Su Chen deemed it a splendid idea to have these reviewers come and experience the vehicles. After all, generating buzz online is an indispensable factor for sales. Excellent idea, Mr. Su. Wang Chou'er nodded in agreement before turning to head outside. The auto show is just around the corner, and the media presence on the first day is bound to be overwhelming. Both official media and independent journalists will flock to capture the excitement. Moreover, many photography enthusiasts will attend, drawn by the allure of the attractive car models, often clad in alluring attire, captivating a multitude of admirers. Thus, it is imperative to secure a group of car reviewers. As time flew by, the day of the auto show arrived. Well done, Wang Chou'er. The booth you rented is truly impressive. Early in the morning, Su Chen arrived at the auto show with his team to set up the venue. Indeed, the booth Wang Chou'er secured was nearly in the prime location. The entire Area D was dedicated to new energy vehicles, with booth number 6 positioned centrally. Spanning over 500 square meters, it was easily visible upon entering through the main entrance. Of course, boss, you should remember who I am. Among the 2 automotive companies in iCity, Sci-Fi will not be participating in the auto show, leaving us as the sole representative. The organizers of the event are likely to show us some courtesy. Wang Chou'er explained with a bright smile. Hey, is this the booth of Longting Automobile Factory? Who? Longting Automobile Factory? Isn't that merely an OEM? Have they ventured into manufacturing automobiles? Don't jest. Can Longting truly produce vehicles? 5 years ago, Longting participated in an exhibition and was mercilessly criticized. Goodness, it really is Longting Automobile Factory. The standards for car exhibitions have indeed diminished. Who could argue otherwise? However, what type of vehicle is Longting showcasing? Judging by this chassis, it appears to be a compact car, doesn't it? Surely it's not an outdated model? Regardless of the model, do you really expect Longting to craft anything of quality? You have a point. Even Heifei has fallen to the 3rd tier, let alone Longting. Isn't it said that Longting is on the verge of bankruptcy? How are they still afloat? They must be nearing it. I've heard that Longting's second in command, Sude, has partnered with some Japanese firms to establish a joint venture in the south. Sude? A joint venture? Isn't that akin to being a lackey for the Japanese? At this moment, many people from adjacent booths have gathered around Longting's display. After all, Longting has only participated in 2 exhibitions over the years. The first was 5 years ago when Su Chun's father, Su Dehai, brought his self-developed vehicle to the event. However, due to the electric vehicle trend, it faced harsh criticism. The second time is now. No one has faith in Longting. They have spent far too long as an OEM. Just recently, Su De, in conjunction with other car manufacturers, orchestrated a scheme that led to 1/3 of their workforce being poached, resulting in a failure to fulfill a 100 million yuan order. If it weren't for the respect for Su Leo Yezi, they would have only accepted a 100 million yuan penalty for breach of contract. Otherwise, Su Chen would be truly at his wit's end. Wang Qiuer, have the influencer car reviewers we sought arrived? Checking the time, it is already 8:30. And in half an hour, the car exhibition will commence. The auto show in Ice City spans 3 days. The first day is reserved for media and influencers, while the subsequent 2 days are for genuine car buyers. Boss, I sincerely apologize. I truly could not locate the car reviewers. Nowadays, these reviewers require compensation for their services, and we lack the funds to afford them, hence no one is here to test our vehicles. At this point, Wang Qiuer lowered her head, somewhat embarrassed. With the meteoric rise of short video platforms, many who possess varying degrees of automotive knowledge now produce car-related videos relying on pre-written scripts and well-crafted productions. They adeptly capitalize on trending topics, creating content that resonates with the public. This has led to a surge in their popularity on platforms like Douyin. There are numerous influencers boasting millions of followers. Many manufacturers are now eager to collaborate with these influencers. It must be said that as long as you provide these influencers with financial incentives, you can undoubtedly generate a wave of interest. This has resulted in many car reviewers adopting an air of superiority. If you compensate me, I will ensure a thorough review and engage a professional team to craft an excellent script for you. However, if you do not provide me with a recharge, I could easily transform the dark into light with my words. It is utterly exasperating. Never mind, if no one comes, so be it. I firmly believe that this time, our vehicle will undoubtedly find its buyer. Ruffling Wang Qiuer's hair, Su Chen smiled nonchalantly. Although popularity is indeed significant, it accelerates the sales of Longting automobiles. Nevertheless, even without it, Longting would still manage to sell. After all, Su Chen's battery technology is, without a doubt, the finest in the world. Merely leveraging this singular advantage, Longting automobiles are bound to achieve remarkable sales. Not to mention the astonishing price Su Chen has proposed, which is sure to captivate everyone's attention. Chapter 6. The car models in Ice City are truly stunning. Mr. Su, they're beginning to let people in, Wang Qiuer reminded, glancing at the numerous media personnel entering the venue as the clock struck 9 in the morning. Quick, remove the covers from the cars. As Su Chen raised his head, he spotted a throng of journalists making their way toward him. He promptly signaled to his staff to unveil the 6 vehicles. Wow, the auto show has finally commenced this year. I must say, Ice City certainly boasts an abundance of beautiful women. Indeed, not only are the car models here strikingly attractive, but they also possess remarkably tall figures. That's hardly surprising. Many of Ice City's car models stand over 1.8 meters tall. Goodness. If those long legs were to wrap around one's waist, one might just take flight. Come on, are you here to admire the cars or the models? Both, of course. However, it seems that the major brands attending from Ice City are rather few, and there's not much in terms of sponsorship. Speaking of which, Loading Motors previously sought my assistance for a car review, but since they lacked the funds for sponsorship, I declined their offer. They approached you too? They had asked me as well, but without any financial backing, who would be willing to test their vehicles? Honestly, I must say that Japanese and Korean car manufacturers truly understand the importance of sponsorship. Since there is no sponsorship, let us head over to Longting Motors and take a look. A group of automotive reviewers, equipped with smartphone stands, were engaged in live streaming, accompanied by numerous prominent influencers and their teams. The atmosphere was akin to that of a celebrity event, with each entourage consisting of at least a dozen individuals. Wow, is this the new vehicle from Longting? It looks like an elderly person's car. As they beheld the 6 compact mini cars displayed at Longting's booth, all the reviewers erupted in laughter. With this design, how could you possibly expect any sponsorship? It's truly impossible for us to sing your praises. If we were to say something nice, we wouldn't even recoup our script costs. What nonsense is that? Thus, a large group of streamers burst into laughter upon seeing Suchin's 6 cars. Tell me, has Longting Motors decided to pivot to producing vehicles for the elderly? Indeed. I heard your battery technology is quite impressive. Why not venture into electric vehicles? Electric vehicles? The market for them is nearing saturation. What would they bring to the table? Well, it seems Longting Motors possesses a modicum of self-awareness, realizing they cannot compete head-on and have resorted to catering to an older demographic. You've truly come to the wrong place. The auto show is attended by young people and media professionals, not the elderly. Upon witnessing the 6 mini cars on Suchin's display, the reviewers began to mock him. Dear viewers in the live stream, do you see this? This is Longting's new car. How should I put it? It appears as though the front of a small cargo truck has been repurposed. While I understand that Longting Motors is financially constrained, at the very least, they could hire a designer. With such a model, if it were to sell, I'd wager my 5-speed electric fan. One of the renowned automotive influencers has begun to critique Suchin's vehicle in the live stream. As a social media sensation with millions of followers, bolstered by the traffic from the auto show, the prominent host, Dog Brother, has attracted over 100,000 viewers to his broadcast. It remains uncertain whether these individuals are drawn to the cars or the models. Dog Brother's presence here is primarily due to the neighboring Japanese and Korean car brands that have sponsored the event, eager for him to sing their praises. Moreover, he is not alone. There are at least 20 to 30 influencers with substantial followings, all aiming to generate a surge of traffic and sell more vehicles during the auto show. Brothers, take a look. Is this truly an automobile? You might say it's for the elderly, yet it even features doormen. If this contraption is meant for the youth, it surely questions our intelligence. Just look at this absurdity. A convertible, no less? Goodness, it's such a tiny convertible, and it manages to seat 4. And look, it even comes with a luggage rack. Is this not a blatant mockery? An elderly person camping out of town, perhaps? Many attendees have flocked to the Longting Automotive booth, eagerly capturing moments. Dog Brother has commenced a fervent denouncement of Longting Automotive. As a car reviewer with professional ethics, he feels compelled to withhold praise unless compensated by Longting. Is this what Longting's new model looks like? By the way, Longting is our local brand for my city. Indeed, it has been years since we have seen a Longting vehicle. Back in the 70s and 80s, Longting was a major car manufacturer in the country. Wow, what a charming little doorman car. And there's even a convertible. Let me check the price. If it's reasonable, I might just buy one. Admittedly, this Longting car appears somewhat unattractive, yet upon closer inspection, it possesses a peculiar charm amidst its oddity. Who would drive such an elderly person's vehicle? Surely, no one would actually choose to drive an old man's joyride, right? Did Dog Brother not mention that this car is the front end of a small truck? Who would be inclined to purchase it? It must be said that people today are indeed affluent. Tens of millions to billions online scarcely counts as wealth anymore. The average monthly income online is in the hundreds of thousands, even reaching millions. Suchin once came across a video in a past life asking how long it would take to earn $1 million. Responses varied, some said a month, others a year. Some even cheekily claimed they could earn $1 million in mere seconds. Even Jack Ma could not amass wealth at such a pace. Wow, Dog Brother observes his live stream, where numerous viewers express their fondness for Longting's new vehicle. Suddenly, he pivots, directing his gaze towards Suchin. Hello, how much are you selling your cars for? What kind of performance can you tell me about? Now, the audience in the live stream is eagerly engaging with Longting Automotive, and Dog Brother is undoubtedly intent on uncovering any flaws. Without further ado, both Japanese and Korean automobiles have made significant investments, criticizing competitors who have not as merely part of their strategy. Notably, this individual gained fame by disparaging domestic vehicles. Greetings. Our vehicle model is the Doraemon mini-series, featuring our independently developed liquid battery technology. Our motor boasts a torque of 20 Newton meters, Furthermore, we offer 6 models with 2 distinct range versions, the basic version, providing a range of 1,200 kilometers, and the upgraded version, offering 3,600 kilometers. As for the pricing, our proprietor has expressed a desire to foster friendships, ensuring that young individuals can afford their very first vehicle. Thus, our pricing is Chapter 7, the first car for young people. What? Before Wang Qiuer could complete her introduction of the price, Dog Brother's triangular eyes gleamed with excitement. Goodness, have you even considered what you were saying? You claim to have independently produced liquid batteries. This is something Dog Brother has never even heard of. So far, the commonly used battery types for new energy electric vehicles can be categorized into 3 main types. The most renowned is the NCM ternary lithium battery produced by CATL, followed by the NCA ternary lithium battery from Panasonic, and the lithium iron phosphate battery utilized by BYD. Yet, even the most advanced battery technology from CATL has not achieved a range exceeding 1,000 kilometers. You come in here boasting about a range of 1,200 kilometers or even 3,600 kilometers. With a range of 3,600 kilometers, I could traverse the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Are you not deceiving consumers? Dog Brother's triangular eyes fixed intently on Wang Qiuer. His gaze as if he wished to tear a piece of flesh from her. You truly dare to boast. Look. There are already 500,000 viewers in my live stream. Do you even hear the words coming out of your mouth? A range of 1,200 kilometers and 3,600 kilometers with a motor torque of 2,000 Newton meters? Are you pulling my leg? Do you think Dog Brother knows nothing about cars? The latest model from Tesla only offers a range of 930 kilometers. Yet their motor torque is a staggering 10,000 Newton meters. Explain to me how your inferior motor can boast such a greater range. Are you intoxicated, or am I? Now, in front of 500,000 viewers, please properly introduce this vehicle. Dog Brother was becoming increasingly animated, finally finding a point to critique. If the range weren't exaggerated and the price were a tad lower, it could be acceptable. After all, this small car obviously serves as a means of transportation for housewives to pick up children or buy groceries. As the marketing manager for Longting Automotive, Wang Qiuer was also familiar with Dog Brother. She recognized that he was deliberately seeking trouble, especially since she truly lacked the funds to recharge, right? Hello. Our car is the Doraemon Girl version from the Longting mini-series. Although it is a lower configuration model, the range is at least 1,200 kilometers, which includes traffic jams, air conditioning, and so forth. Additionally, our vehicle is equipped with 2 airbags and features pure leather seating throughout. While it may not be very fast, it can still reach a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. Wang Qiuer briefly introduced the lower configuration model of the mini-series to Dog Brother and his audience. What? Is that true? A range of 1,200 kilometers? Surely that's a lie. Even Tesla hasn't claimed to exceed 1,000. However, the maximum speed of this car is only 80 kilometers, but that should suffice. Of course, who would drive such a car on the highway anyway? Indeed. Within the urban confines, 80 kilometers is more than sufficient. If this vehicle could genuinely boast a range of 3,600 kilometers, I would purchase one immediately. To be candid, the price is the decisive factor. Should it be under 50,000, I would acquire one without hesitation. If it exceeds that, I might as well opt for an older model. Let us be frank, if this vehicle can truly achieve a range of 3,600 kilometers, then Longting Automobile's battery technology must be unrivaled worldwide. The audience in the live stream was left astounded upon hearing Wang Qiuer's introduction. Friends, did you hear that? Isn't Longting Automobile deceiving us? 3,600 kilometers of range. This is pure nonsense. If such technology exists, can they only manage to produce leather seats and 2 airbags? Are they merely trying to profit off us? Furthermore, selling such a vehicle for 50 or 60,000 would undoubtedly be a disservice to consumers. After listening to Wang Qiuer, Dog Brother began to stir trouble upon observing the barrage of comments in the live stream, who said our car is priced at 50 or 60,000. At that moment, Wang Qiuer regarded Dog Brother as if he were an imbecile. 50 or 60,000 is unacceptable. Would that not make us the ultimate victims? Enough. You are truly a disgrace to Ice City and to domestic automobiles. If all domestic car companies were like you, would our automotive industry ever have hope? Dog Brother waved his hand dismissively, interrupting Wang Qiuer's statement, his expression one of sheer contempt. Apologies, sir, but our boss has stated that we aim to foster friendships, ensuring that every young person can afford their first car. Hence, the base model is priced at 28,800 yuan. while the upgraded version is 38,800 yuan. Any additional features will incur further costs. Most importantly, our vehicles come with an 8-year or 200,000 kilometers warranty. Within 8 years or 200,000 kilometers, any malfunction can be rectified free of charge. Silence. After hearing Wang Qiu's words, Dog Brother was left utterly speechless. Not only him, but the viewers in the live stream also fell into a hushed awe. What? How much? Am I hearing things? 28,800? Is this real? 28,800. This is an incredible deal. Should I not buy one? Wow, what a conscientious boss. 28,800 is precisely what I spent on my computer yesterday. Does this mean I wasted my money on a car? Quick. Do we have any friends from my city who can help me buy one? Who knows who the current owner of Longting Automobile is? Goodness, it's so affordable. It truly is the first car for young people. I am already on my way to iCity with my best friend. Observing the frenzied comments in the live stream, Dog Brother fell silent. Is there truly anything wrong with the mini-series of cars? Surely, there are numerous flaws. The coarse interior is hardly acceptable to the average individual. Nowadays, most automobiles boast genuine leather seats, alongside features such as refrigerators and televisions. Yet, when faced with the price, do these shortcomings truly matter? Certainly not. At 28,800, this is a price within everyone's reach. In that moment, everyone was truly captivated. 28,800? Hello. Please bring me one of those convertibles. Yes, I would like one of those Doraemon models. I desire one of the Black Knight versions. I want one too. I desire the upgraded version. This is simply extraordinary. Chapter 8. Longting cars are selling like hotcakes. Is there a significant issue with the Longting mini-series of automobiles? Su Qin can unequivocally assert that there are indeed considerable problems. However, in the face of pricing and range, these issues can be deemed trivial. After all, there is an old saying in manhwa: one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. With such an affordable price and impressive range, what more could one desire? Hey boss, you truly are remarkable, exclaimed a small business owner. Yes, indeed. Today is merely the first day, and if we allow ordinary customers to view the cars tomorrow, our sales figures will undoubtedly soar. Observing the numerous orders flooding in through the app, both Lu and Li were filled with exhilaration. The production cost of each mini-series car is 22,000 yuan, which includes the licensing fee paid to Tesla. If the Tesla patent fees were omitted, an additional 2,000 yuan could be saved. To put it plainly, even after delivering the cars to customers and deducting various miscellaneous expenses, Su Qin can guarantee a profit of 5,500 yuan for each vehicle. This is indeed a remarkable figure. For context, the Harvard H6, a mid-range vehicle starting at 100,000 yuan, yields a profit of less than 6,000 yuan per unit. Boss, it seems our car factory is on the verge of revival, exclaimed Lu, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he reviewed the data on his phone. The revival of the Longting factory was something everyone yearned to witness. 3 generations and over 10,000 individuals' efforts would be in vain if it fell into their hands. Indeed, selling at 28,000 yuan, we still earn over 5,500. Currently, not just in our country, but globally, one cannot find such affordable electric vehicles. Moreover, they are eligible for green plates legally allowed on the road. As Su Qin and his colleagues joyfully discussed the soaring car sales, Wang Qiu found herself nearly pushed off the exhibition stage. While today's attendees were primarily from self-media and the press, not all were affluent individuals. When they learned that this vehicle was priced at 28,800 yuan, the crowd erupted in excitement. What a commendable entrepreneur we have in our country, they exclaimed. Yes, 28,800 yuan, and it even comes with an 8-year or 200,000 kilometer warranty. Who would argue otherwise? It's quite a challenge for such a car to reach 200,000 kilometers, right? Certainly. Just for grocery runs and school drop-offs, what is your child doing? Enrolling in schools in other provinces? I discovered that the current owner of Longting Automobile is Su Qin. He truly is a bold young man. Remarkably, it is even registered with the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, and crucially, it has been approved, allowing us to obtain green plates. Don't rush. My boss wishes to purchase a mini-series Black Warrior before he departs. A throng of people surged towards the exhibition booth with great enthusiasm. What is happening at Longting Automotive? Wait, aren't those influencers we hired to record videos? Indeed, why have they all flocked to Longting Automotive? I must investigate. Can Longting actually produce vehicles? Their battery technology is somewhat commendable, but they lack any competitive edge in other areas. Absolutely, let us also take a look. At that moment, the booth of Suchin was bustling with a crowd. The representatives of other booths could no longer remain seated. Generally, the automobiles showcased at exhibitions can be categorized into three types. The first type comprises concept cars, primarily aimed at promoting the firm's technical prowess. Though these vehicles are rarely mass-produced, they merely serve to exhibit the company's innovative technologies. The second type consists of new vehicles, which are presented at exhibitions to capitalize on the hype and boost sales. Finally, the third type includes older models that are in excess inventory, using car models at the exhibition to offer discounts and quickly recover funds. However, it was evident that none of these scenarios applied to Ling Automotive. In everyone's perception, Ling lacked the capability to create concept cars. As for new vehicles, that was out of the question. The events of 5 years ago were still fresh in the minds of everyone in the automotive industry. Dad, I believe we could become a franchise 4S store for Ling Automotive. Just as everyone rushed towards Ling's booth, a woman, appearing to be in her early 20s, spoke to a middle-aged man in his 40s. Consider this. Now that Ling has begun selling cars and has registered with the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, it confirms that their liquid battery technology is indeed legitimate. The primary reason they are producing these small mini-cars is that Ling is financially constrained. I know that Suchin is my college classmate, and I am aware of how his uncle has schemed against them. The penalties and the buyback of his uncle's shares have depleted the company's cash reserves. They have even borrowed $200 million from the bank. Previously, they sold all their batteries to Hyundai. Thus, this is the opportune moment for us to become their franchise 4S store. With such battery technology, they will inevitably grow stronger. The young woman cheerfully explained to her father. That makes sense. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement upon hearing his daughter's words, as he too held a favorable view of Ling Automotive's future. To speak bluntly, the three most critical components of electric vehicles are the battery, motor, and electronic control systems. Among these, the battery is the most challenging aspect to master. Many new energy vehicle companies possess the capability to manufacture cars, yet they guard their motor and electronic control technologies fiercely, as these are the foundation of their existence. However, when it comes to battery production, the true pioneers, equipped with cutting-edge technology, are undoubtedly the major automotive enterprises. Take BYD, for instance, an automotive company once dismissed by many, which has now ascended to become the world's third-largest car manufacturer, thanks to its innovative blade battery technology. Come, let us go and take a look. Should Ling agree to collaborate with us, we would dedicate a section within our over 100 4S stores nationwide to the sale of Ling automobiles. The middle-aged man is not one to dawdle. Having made the decision to join the Ling 4S dealership, he strides purposefully toward the exhibition stand, accompanied by his company's personnel. Chapter 9. In just a brief moment, over 10,000 vehicles have been sold? Incredible. Boss, in such a short span, we have already sold more than 10,000 mini cars. Many orders came through the live stream of the hosts, and our app now boasts 30 to 40,000 downloads. Meanwhile, in the lounge behind the exhibition area, Suchin was enjoying tea with the esteemed Lu and Lee. Their assistant, Yang Xiao, burst in, her face brimming with excitement. Yang Xiao's connection to Ling Automobile Factory is as strong as anyone else's, as her grandfather worked there. In fact, 80% of the factory's workforce comprises families with 3 generations employed in the industry. What? The 3 gentlemen, who were sipping their tea, stood up abruptly upon hearing Yang Xiao's sales figures. In such a short time, over 10,000 units sold? The sales for the upcoming month will surely skyrocket. Just as they were caught up in the thrill, Lu's expression suddenly shifted. Old fellow, hurry and call your apprentices. Our factory's output is woefully inadequate. At the current production rate, even if the assembly line runs at full capacity, we can only produce 6,000 units in a month, with over 10,000 sold already. We must urgently modify the production line. Upon hearing Lu's urgent words, Lee dashed towards the exit. Those 2 old-timers. Watching them vanish in an instant made Suchin chuckle. Come, let us head to the front and observe the sales situation. Since our cars are selling so well, I must see it for myself. Meanwhile, at the front desk, a young woman, appearing to be in her early 20s, was pushing her way toward the Ling automobile display while clutching her phone. Her name was Lu Yi, a 4th-year intern majoring in automotive engineering at Harbin Institute of Technology. Recently, due to her striking appearance and figure, she had experienced harassment from her supervisor and was compelled to resign, becoming an internet influencer instead. In this era of social media, Lu Yi, leveraging her solid knowledge base, had managed to gather a modest following. She intended to capitalize on the buzz of the auto show to conduct a live stream and create videos, aiming to increase her fan base and, consequently, her earnings. Oops. My apologies. Are you all right? Just as Lu Yi was jostling her way toward the exhibit, she accidentally bumped into Su Chun, who had just emerged from backstage. I'm fine. And you are? Su Chun inquired with curiosity, noting the youthfulness of the girl before him. Today isn't just any ordinary day. Only media personnel are allowed entry. I am a car reviewer, hoping to evaluate Longting's mini cars, but there are so many people that I can hardly squeeze in, Lu Yi replied anxiously. Aware of the growing excitement surrounding Longting Automobile, if she could promptly produce a review video, perhaps Lu Yi could bask in this newfound popularity. Oh, a review host? How many followers do you have? Upon hearing the young lady proclaim herself a reviewer, Su Chin's interest was piqued. After all, men are often captivated by luxury cars and beautiful women. While his mini-series may not be classified as luxury vehicles, Lu Yi certainly embodied beauty. Well, I have 2,000 followers, Lu Yi replied, her gaze lowering in modesty. 2,000 followers? Su Chun was momentarily taken aback. All right, young lady. After today's car exhibition concludes, I would like you to conduct a test drive for me. I am Su Chin, the chairman of Longting Automotive. Su Chin extracted his phone and searched for the young lady's name. The beautiful E.S. Authentic Reviews. To his surprise, the girl seemed rather self-absorbed. What? You are the chairman of Longting Automotive? Lu Yi was left utterly speechless upon hearing Su Chin's declaration. Enough of this crowd. You should head over to Longting's factory now. Call me when you arrive, and I will arrange for someone to provide you with a car for the review. However, you must ensure that the evaluation is genuine and effective. With a cheerful demeanor, Su Chun handed Lu Yi his business card. Although many cars had already been sold that day, who would ever complain about having more sales? Plus, with Lu Yi, a stunning beauty, assisting in the evaluations, Su Chun was more than willing to invest in her rising popularity. After all, it was a mutually beneficial endeavor. Thank you, Chairman Su. I'll head over right away. After receiving Su Chin's business card, Lu Yi dashed away like a spirited monkey, vanishing from his sight. So many people? After Lu Yi departed, Su Chin and Wang Chou finally managed to squeeze their way to the exhibition stand. Surveying the sea of at least 100 hosts and media personnel below, Su Chin felt a surge of joy. Hello, I am the car reviewer Hu Guo. Could you lend me a vehicle for my evaluation? As soon as Su Chin arrived at the stand, a bespectacled bald man approached, inquiring with the sales staff. Chouer, have we recharged for this Hu Guo? Su Chin curiously asked Wang Chou beside him. Earlier, she had mentioned contacting numerous reviewers, but most hinted at requiring a recharge. Much like the previous host who sought to undermine Su Chun without financial support. No recharge. I considered it, but our company's account is completely drained. Wang Chouer explained with a wry smile. If the company had funds available, she would indeed have sought to recharge with those prominent hosts. Yet, a single review video from those leading figures could easily start at 100,000. Recharging with one or two would yield minimal results, and too many would strain the company's finances. Thus, they opted against the expenditure for the evaluations. Greetings, esteemed Tiger. I must consult with our superior. The sales personnel are now paying close attention, having recognized you as the esteemed automotive reviewer, Tiger. After all, you are indeed a prominent internet celebrity, ranking among the very best in the realm of evaluations and live broadcasts. You have even conducted assessments of submarines. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Chun, the chairman of Longting Automobile. Here is my business card. Shortly, I will place a call to the company, and you may simply collect the vehicle directly from our factory. However, it is imperative that the evaluation is conducted through a live broadcast to ensure fairness and impartiality. Su Chin stepped forward, extending his business card to Tiger, and with a warm smile, said, Rest assured, Chairman Su, I have been engaged in automotive reviews for many years, and authenticity is my foremost principle. In that case, Chairman Su, I shall proceed to collect the vehicle now. Chapter 10. Automotive Designer. Wow, is this the Longting Automobile Factory? At this moment, Lu Yi stepped out of the taxi and arrived at the entrance of the Longting Automobile Factory. Gazing at the European-style architecture of the factory, she felt as though she had been transported to another era. Hello, you must be the automotive reviewer Lu Yi. I am Wang Jai, the general manager of the sales department at Longting Automobile. You are here to pick up your car, aren't you? A tall woman, at least 1.8 meters, elegantly dressed in professional attire, approached Lu Yi warmly. This woman was Wang Jiai, the general manager of the marketing department at Ling Automobile. Wang Jiai happened to be a junior from the same university as Su Chen's father, both having been mentored by the same professor. However, there was a significant age difference. In this year, Wang Jiai was nearing 40. Hello, Manager Wang. I am Louis. Chairman Su sent me to conduct a test drive. Upon realizing that such a stunning woman was the general manager of the factory, Louis quickly extended her hand for a handshake. Wow. The Ling Automobile Factory is truly a treasure trove of talent. Indeed, the previous beauty, Wang Chou'er, was already exceptional, but to think there was also Manager Wang. Goodness. Those long legs could take one's breath away. Her captivating face, figure, and poise were simply enchanting. One might wonder why such a beautiful woman was involved in automobile sales. It seemed a waste of her talents. Wow, you're really something. Aren't you on the verge of a breakthrough? You are actually testing Ling automobiles. It appeared that was perhaps the only one currently eligible to evaluate Ling cars. Not quite. There is also brother who, but he hasn't arrived yet. In Louis's live stream room, dozens of fans were engaged in lively conversation. Initially, they had all come to see Louis, whose appearance was undeniably sweet. However, in the presence of Wang Jiai, Louis felt somewhat overshadowed. Especially with Wang Jiai's towering height and long legs that could mesmerize anyone who looked her way. Come with me. Chairman Su has already spoken with me. Which model of car do you prefer? Let us go and select one together. Wang Jiai led Louis toward the warehouse. Sister, could you give me some introductions? Louis had not caught the introductions earlier and merely followed the crowd inside, never expecting to encounter such an opportunity. Haha, come, let me give you a brief overview. I won't go into the lower-end models. Let us discuss the high-end versions. With that, Wang Jiai guided Louis to the area showcasing the premium models. This model is our Ling mini-series, the Black Warrior. The starting price for the entire vehicle is 58,000, and without going into further details, it boasts a range starting at 3,600 kilometers. There exists a convertible version of the mini-series, yet if you seek my assessment, I would not recommend this particular model. This one is our special Dorman edition. All vehicles in this line boast a minimum range of 3,600 kilometers. Wang Jiai briefly introduced these models to Louis. Sister, I shall opt for this Black Knight, she declared. This vehicle's range is exactly 3,600 kilometers. With a top speed of 160. I could drive this car straight to the Fog City, as it conveniently covers 3,000 kilometers. Louis's eyes sparkled with the thought of embarking on a spontaneous journey. Moreover, this Black Knight is equipped with a rack, perfect for placing a tent and allowing her to sleep in the car at night. All right, you may drive it away now. Our vehicles are fully charged. After the handover, Louis set off towards the outdoor shopping center. Family, I have decided to drive this car to the Fog City. The trip is precisely 3,000 kilometers. So I plan to purchase a tent and toiletries. I will be sleeping in the car throughout the journey, broadcasting live to ensure I won't secretly recharge. Surprisingly, the vehicle feels quite pleasant, featuring genuine leather seats. As Louis drove, she engaged with her audience in the live stream. Meanwhile, backstage at the exhibition, Su Chan was attending to clients. Very well, it's settled. Each vehicle will be priced at 26,000. This allows you a profit of 2,000, as we, too, must earn our keep. Mr. Chen, you have been in the 4S dealership business for years and understand that we do not profit significantly from these vehicles. However, one thing I must insist upon is that we shall not deceive consumers. There will be no price hikes. Additionally, we cannot compel anyone to purchase insurance or loans. Mr. Chen, the father of the young girl from earlier, Chen Fukuan, along with his beloved daughter Chen Chanqian, approached Su Chen to discuss the representation of Ling mini cars. No problem. Our 4S dealership has never engaged in exploiting customers. Although our dealership may not be the largest in the country, we operate over 100 locations, covering most major cities. As for the 100 million deposit mentioned by Director Su, we can transfer that amount today. Observing Su Chen's efficient manner, Chen Fukuan readily agreed. Excellent. Then Mr. Chen will become our partner at Ling Automotive. Upon hearing that Chen Fukuan would soon transfer the deposit to his company's account, Su Chen stood and shook his hand. With this 100 million, Su Chen could potentially manufacture several thousand vehicles, significantly alleviating Ling Automotive's current situation. It is worth noting that Ling Automotive currently owes the bank 200 million in loans. Although the repayment period spans 10 years, they must still return over 2 million each month in principal and interest. Suchin was eager to swiftly recoup his financial losses and promptly settled his debts with the bank. Mr. Su, may I inquire if your company is still recruiting automotive designers? After Suchin and Chen Fukuin finalized their collaboration, Chen Qianqian curiously posed the question to Suchin. Oh, Miss Chen, you are also an automotive designer? Upon hearing her inquiry, Suchin instantly grasped her intent. Indeed, Mr. Su, I am an automotive designer. Although I have yet to secure a position, I hope you might consider me for employment. Chen Qianqian gazed at Suchin with a pitiful expression. Not a problem at all. Please report to our automotive factory tomorrow, Miss Chen. Suchin was indeed in desperate need of talented automotive designers. For each one was a rare gem in the industry. Chapter 11. The Frustrated Car Reviewer. Automotive designers represent a highly coveted profession, with only a limited number of such talents residing within the country. The most distinguished automotive designers are predominantly found in major overseas manufacturers. The principal task of an automotive designer is to harness the existing technologies within the factory to conceive an entirely new vehicle, encompassing aspects such as the car's exterior, the technologies employed, and the functionalities it offers. To illustrate, automotive designers can be likened to fashion designers. The reason many international brands ascend to the status of luxury goods, even becoming fashionable items, while numerous domestic factories possess the capacity to manufacture all the world's luxury products yet fail to establish themselves as luxury brands, boils down to the disparity in design expertise. Consequently, when Chen Qianqian mentioned her profession as an automotive designer, Su Chun felt an exhilarating sense of fortune. Thank you, Mr. Su. Upon hearing Su Chen's invitation to commence work the following day, Chen Qianqian was filled with excitement. As Su Chen engaged in conversation with Chen Qianqian and Chen Fukuin, the representatives from other automobile brands at the exhibition began to grow anxious. Initially, they had been skeptical about Longting Automobile's ability to produce vehicles, particularly given the infamous debacle from 5 years prior. Thus, they had not taken Longting seriously, viewing it as a mere jest, much like 5 years ago. However, witnessing the influx of media and automotive reviewers flocking to the Longting booth prompted a palpable shift in their demeanor. It was one thing for those media outlets that had not invested to attend, but the sight of their own paid influencers and reviewers heading over was utterly disconcerting. The first day of the auto show is critical. These media representatives would return and extol the virtues of the brand, with all attention diverted to Longting. The situation felt absurd. Dog brother, look at this. You've taken our Toyota sponsorship money, yet you're not producing any review videos for us. A frustrated sales representative from Toyota, unable to contain his agitation, rushed over to confront Dog Brother, who was enthusiastically filming the Longting Mini with his phone. You're taking our money without delivering results. As soon as the sales representative uttered those words, the previously bustling booth fell into an abrupt silence. Although the practice of sponsorships and reviews had become an unspoken norm, openly addressing it in front of everyone shattered that unwritten rule. What? Dog Brother is merely a sponsored enthusiast? This revelation was startling. I had doubted the rumors of Dog Brother's affinity for Japanese cars. But now disbelief was no longer an option. It was unexpected to discover Dog Brother's true nature. An unfollow was certainly warranted. I assert that there exists neither love without reason nor hatred without cause. It is quite astonishing to discover that the individual known as Dog Brother, who has ardently praised Japanese vehicles while vehemently disparaging domestic ones, is, in fact, a paid shill. This revelation is indeed unexpected. I had long heard rumors that evaluators could be bought, but I never anticipated it to be true. Henceforth, let us turn our attention away from Dog Brother and instead observe Louis and Tiger Brother. Indeed, they have already embarked on a journey in their car. I overheard a Toyota representative mention that Dog Brother is, in fact, a paid promoter. The atmosphere in Dog Brother's live stream exploded in turmoil, initially. Viewers believed he was genuinely evaluating Japanese cars. To their dismay, they have realized he was merely a paid shill, leaving them feeling deceived. This incident has stirred up a hornet's nest as Dog Brother's follower count, once exceeding 15 million, has begun to plummet at an alarming rate. Within a mere 2 minutes, he lost over 2 million fans. The viewers in the live stream swiftly departed, with a charming beauty like Lu E offering reviews of the Longting Mini. Who would continue to watch a 300-pound shill? You scoundrel. In a moment of desperation, as Dog Brother's live stream was abruptly terminated, he felt his blood pressure surge. He reflected on the 5 or 6 years he dedicated to becoming a social media sensation with millions of followers, only to have it all unravel due to a single statement from a Toyota representative. With bloodshot eyes, he glared at the Toyota staff member. Just you wait for my lawsuit. With that, the hefty dog brother suddenly spat blood and subsequently fainted. Meanwhile, Louis, driving her newly acquired Nemi Black Warrior, equipped with a tent and other necessities, was already on her way to the Fog City. Driving my beloved little car, it will never be caught in traffic. I am about to leave the city. Wait, where did all these fans come from? While waiting at a traffic light, Louis glanced at her live stream and was astonished to see her audience, which had only numbered 50 or 60, swell to over 200,000. This revelation filled her with delight. Oh well. I have become a major internet celebrity. Thank you, Dog Brother. Observing her fans discussing Dog Brother, Louis felt compelled to express her gratitude. After all, the market for car reviewers is limited, and with so many prominent streamers vying for attention, it is increasingly challenging for smaller streamers to emerge. Who would have guessed that Dog Brother would bestow such an immense opportunity upon her? Louis was truly both surprised and elated. As she joyfully continued her drive towards the Fog City, on the other side, Tiger Brother's review was refreshingly straightforward and blunt. He arrived at the Heifei automobile factory in a small convertible. Hello, Mr. Wong. I am here to test this convertible. Indeed. Brother Who's evaluation method is simply discharging the battery. After all, such a compact vehicle undoubtedly houses a modest battery. Thus, Brother Who straightforwardly opts for a rather blunt approach, discharging it. He is already well acquainted with the capacities of other electric vehicle batteries. Should the Nemi car surpass the output of other batteries tenfold, it would undoubtedly signify that the Mini convertible's range exceeds that of its competitors by a considerable margin. Come on, Brother Who, everything is prepared for you. We can head directly to the laboratory. President Wong, grinning warmly, shook hands with Brother Who and led him towards the laboratory. As one of the last two remaining automobile manufacturers in Ice City, Heifei Motors currently only enjoys modest sales in the realm of small vans. If loaning motors were to take off, merely engaging in contract manufacturing could yield substantial profits. Chapter 12. The Magnates Gather in Ice City. In the laboratory of Heifei Automotive, a remarkable revelation unfolded as the testing of a miniature vehicle showcased a staggering discharge capacity, tenfold that of its competitors. Not only was Brother Who astonished, but even President Wong found himself unable to restrain his exclamations. This Dragon Rising Automotive clearly possesses formidable technology. Their battery innovations place them at the forefront of global advancements, surpassing even Tesla and BYD. If this trajectory continues, with the development of a superior electronic control system and an enhanced motor system, Dragon Rising Automotive could indeed eclipse Tesla. As Brother Who absorbed the testing data before him, he swallowed hard, astonished that such an impressive battery technology had been integrated into a compact mini vehicle. The most astonishing aspect was its price, starting at a mere 50,000 yuan. In fact, for a barebones model, the cost was only 38,800. My goodness. Chairman Su of Dragon Rising Automotive has truly astonished us. Can you believe that such an extraordinary vehicle is available for just 38,000? It seems Chairman Su genuinely understands our needs. I am overwhelmed with emotion. Is Chairman Su truly this audacious? If any other manufacturer possessed such technology, they would be shouting it from the rooftops. Upstairs, Chairman Su differs from other capitalists. Dragon Rising Automotive represents 3 generations of hard work from over 10,000 employees. Indeed, if it were any other automobile manufacturer, they would be seeking hundreds of millions in funding just to showcase a PPT, let alone to have a technology ready for mass production. I have a question. Can this vehicle, priced at 28,000, truly be profitable? In Brother Who's live streaming room, nearly 1 million fans eagerly watched his assessment. Upon discovering that the Dragon Rising mini vehicle could indeed travel over 3,000 kilometers, excitement erupted among the audience. However, amidst this fervor, President Wong of BYD squinted intently at Brother Who's broadcast. What are your thoughts? After observing Brother Who's testing, President Wong turned to his assistants and inquired, Boss, I believe we should promptly head to Ice City and collaborate with Dragon Rising Automotive to have them manufacture our batteries. We should aim to monopolize the initial production of their batteries. With the right marketing strategy and our own technology, we could craft a line of high-end electric vehicles. One assistant, appearing to be in his 30s, contemplated and boldly expressed his thoughts. Precisely, boss. I support Honda U's proposal. Our most distinguished asset at BYD lies in our blade battery technology. Following our recent investigation, it is apparent that Dragon Rising Automotive employs Tesla's initial electronic control technology. If we can secure an exclusive partnership with Dragon Rising, we can offer them our electronic control and motor technologies. while they provide us with their batteries. Even we could gradually explore their battery technology. Shinju and Hao pondered for a moment and wholeheartedly agreed with Hondayu's perspective. After all, it cannot be denied that Longting Automobile's battery technology is currently at the forefront globally. The ensuing trend will be to see who can establish a partnership with Longting Automobile first. To put it plainly, the disparity between a 200,000 electric vehicle and a 200,000 fuel vehicle remains significant, particularly in terms of range. Despite the current high fuel costs, various factors contribute to this, such as the government's push for electric vehicles and the road maintenance fees borne by fuel vehicle owners. Moreover, purchasing an electric vehicle can exempt one from deed tax and avail state subsidies. However, when the day comes that the number of electric vehicles surpasses that of fuel vehicles, should these incentives be revoked, the competition will inevitably revert to sheer capability. Presently, the many models manufactured by Longting Automobile boast an impressive range of over 3,000 kilometers. Once they develop larger off-road vehicles, merely enlarging the battery could potentially yield electric vehicles with a range of 5,000 to 6,000 kilometers. At that juncture, electric vehicles could entirely supplant fuel vehicles. Schedule a meeting with Director Su of Longting Automobile for me. I must see him before tonight. Listening to his subordinate's analysis, Director Wang found it exceedingly reasonable. BYD's primary advantage lies in their blade batteries. However, with that advantage diminished, a direct collaboration with Su-Chin might be more prudent. After all, there is an old adage in manhwa: it is easy to embellish a flower, but difficult to provide timely assistance. As Director Wang made his way to Ice City, Rindong of Huawei was engrossed in watching GE's liquid battery test video. Let us head to Ice City. Leaders from various companies, such as Xiaomi and Great Wall Motors, were all en route to Ice City. Even Jack Ma and other prominent figures boarded flights to the city. Although their industries may not require such advanced batteries, they are well aware of Su-Chin's Longting Group's pressing financial needs, especially after narrowly avoiding bankruptcy days prior. In the Magic City, within Honda's joint venture factory, Su-Dai watched GE's test video with a look of sheer astonishment. Are you certain this was developed by Longting Automobile? Su-Dai was filled with reluctance. His previous actions were primarily aimed at acquiring Longting Automobile. Although the company's market value is modest, totaling just over 100 million when accounting for all equipment, the land itself holds immense value. After all, it encompasses more than 2,000 acres and a third-ring industrial park. Should it be developed for real estate, profits of at least 1 billion would be expected. Thus, Su-Dai had secretly laid a trap for Su-Chin. To his astonishment, Su-Chin acted with such decisiveness and has now developed world-leading technology. Had he not left Longting with his 30% stake, leveraging this technology alone could easily make him a billionaire in the future. Upon this realization, Su-Dai had delivered a resounding slap to his own face. The common folk are truly joyous today. After establishing a partnership with Qin Fuquan, Su-Chin set off towards his familial abode. In recent days, he had been overwhelmed with work at the factory, neglecting to return home. With the automotive sales figures soaring, he resolved to return home and indulge in some well-deserved rest. "Mom, I'm back. How's Dad?" As he stepped through the door, Su-Chin spotted his mother emerging from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of chicken soup. "Is my son back? Your father has been discharged from the hospital. How's the company faring?" Upon seeing Su-Chin, his mother promptly inquired. After all, Su-Dai had been hospitalized due to the stress stemming from company matters. In Su-Mother's mind, her son, being so young, surely could not reverse the company's fortunes. If all else failed, they might have to venture into real estate to secure some funds and make a swift exit. Chapter 13. Strike First. Haha, Mom, the company has been revitalized. Our Longting Automobile is about to take off. Your son has developed world-leading battery technology. Just today, at the auto show, we sold more than 30,000 units of our mini car. Su-Chin sat on the sofa, beaming with pride as he spoke to his mother. What? It seemed that Su-Chin's voice had reached Su-Dai in the bedroom, who shouted back in astonishment. "Dad, rest assured, the company is completely out of trouble now. Although it is already 11 o'clock, I estimate that all employees will be able to celebrate a prosperous new year this year." Su-Chin cheerfully entered the bedroom, his excitement palpable as he looked at his father lying in bed. "What you just said about the world-leading battery technology, is it true? If so, can we directly manufacture electric vehicles?" Su-Dai sat up, leaning against the headboard, his face filled with anxiety as he gazed at Su-Chin. The thought of manufacturing had become an obsession for Su-Dai. Initially, he had been full of confidence in car production, only to become the laughingstock among his peers. Consequently, The company suffered significant losses, and he nearly drove it to bankruptcy with his reckless decisions. Of course it's true. Once you recover, you can visit the factory and see for yourself. The liquid battery I developed has a storage capacity over 10 times that of conventional batteries. We can absolutely produce electric vehicles with a range of 10,000 kilometers. Suchin briefly explained to his father. That is wonderful, that is wonderful. It seems I really am getting old. The company will be entrusted to you from now on. Upon hearing Suchin mention that Longting Automobile could now produce vehicles with a range of 10,000 kilometers, Su-date couldn't help but shed tears of joy. Father, Longting Automobile will still be under your management. I plan to develop hydrogen-powered vehicles. At this moment, Su-chan was positively brimming with confidence. Although he had already achieved success in electric vehicles, he believed that by following a steady development path, they could become one of the top 3 in the world. However, the hydrogen fuel cell system was something he found particularly enticing. Electric vehicles still require charging, which is an exceedingly time-consuming process. In contrast, hydrogen-powered vehicles only need hydrogen added to their batteries, which can be done even faster than refueling. Moreover, a crucial point to consider is that the batteries in electric vehicles will inevitably become a significant issue in the future. The pollution they generate is far greater than that of gasoline vehicles, a fact that cannot be denied. To begin with, the technology for gasoline vehicles has been honed over a century of continuous exploration, resulting in a steadily decreasing level of air pollution. However, electric vehicles are different. If their batteries are not disposed of properly, toxic substances can seep into the soil. As a nascent industry, electric vehicle technology has not been developed for long, and battery recycling and disposal processes remain inadequate. Hydrogen-powered vehicles, on the other hand, emit only water vapor. Thus, hydrogen-powered vehicles are undoubtedly the future trend. In fact, it is anticipated that solar-powered cars will eventually surpass hydrogen vehicles. As generations shift, it can be said that the next decade will belong to hydrogen-powered automobiles. Hydrogen vehicles? Haven't they already been developed abroad? Upon hearing his son express the intention to manufacture hydrogen vehicles, Su-dahai was taken aback. It has been reported that foreign countries have already developed hydrogen-powered cars, with plans for delivery as early as 2024. However, these hydrogen vehicles possess significant flaws, hindering their current development. I have also observed these foreign hydrogen vehicles, which have their hydrogen storage located at the rear, presenting a considerable danger. In the event of a collision, it could resemble a small explosive device. Thus, hydrogen vehicles are in dire need of reform. In the midst of this discussion, Suchin's phone suddenly rang. Hello, Xiaoro, is there something you need? Upon checking his phone, he realized it was his assistant Yang Xiaoro calling. Boss, Chairman Ren from Huawei, Lei Jun from Xiaomi, the chairman of Great Wall Motors, Wang from BYD, Jack Ma, and several others are currently waiting at the company entrance. They wish to discuss a collaboration on liquid battery technology with you. As soon as Suchin answered, Yang Xiaoro spoke with the rapid-fire urgency of a machine gun. All right. Give me 10 minutes, and I will be there immediately. After hanging up, Suchin stood up. Dad, you heard that. I must return to the company now and won't be back tonight. I will come to see you tomorrow. Mom, I will return tomorrow. After briefly explaining to his parents, Suchin drove off towards the company. At that moment, in the conference room of Longting Motors, a group of prominent figures awaited Suchin's arrival. Their purposes varied. Some were interested in collaborating, others in investing, and some in acquiring battery technology. What no one anticipated was that they would all gather in one place. Thank you for your patience. I am Suchin, chairman of Longting Motors. Within less than 10 minutes, Suchin pushed open the conference room door and entered. Chairman Su, you are indeed impressively youthful. Upon seeing Suchin's youthfulness, Chairman Ren of Huawei couldn't help but smile. Chairman Su, I am here to discuss a potential collaboration with Longting Motors. Observing that no one reacted initially, Chairman Wang of BYD took the lead in speaking. Oh, I wonder what kind of collaboration Chairman Wang has in mind? Upon hearing this, Suchin took a seat. Chairman Su, I have come with sincere intentions. On my way here, I prepared 2 collaboration proposals. The first, we can grant you access to our motor and electronic control technology. But you must exclusively produce batteries for us. As for the second proposal, it entails the establishment of a joint venture to create a new automotive brand, leveraging the strongest technologies from both our companies to capture Tesla's market share. Chairman Wang was forthright, emphasizing that at this moment, time equates to money. Should he delay his response, there is a risk that Chairman Wei from Great Wall Motors might seize the opportunity for collaboration first, leaving him in a position of regret. Chairman Su, let us not rush into an agreement. Great Wall Motors is approaching this with genuine intent. Indeed, witnessing Chairman Wang's candidness, Chairman Wei could no longer remain passive. Although the operational scopes of their two companies differ, acquiring Longting Automotive's liquid battery technology could harmonize their business domains, wouldn't it? This matter hinges on who acts first. It is said that the early bird catches the worm, while the latecomer faces the consequences. Given the circumstances, it is prudent to set aside pretenses. After all, the objective is to profit, not to be overly cautious. Chapter 14. Harvesting Billions in Orders. When discussing the scope of BYD's operations, it primarily revolves around compact sedans. In the realm of the low-end market, BYD's sedan sales can be described as unparalleled, experiencing remarkable growth both domestically and internationally. On the other hand, Great Wall Motors focuses on large SUVs and off-road vehicles, exemplified by their Haval and Tank series. It is evident that the business domains of the two companies differ significantly. Let us set aside automotive matters for now and focus on batteries. Observing the eager anticipation of the two individuals, Su-Chin couldn't help but smile. Mr. Lei, Mr. Rin, our Longting company is also capable of manufacturing mobile phone batteries. We merely need to adjust our production line, though our current output is admittedly limited. As you are aware, our Longting Automotive nearly faced bankruptcy a few days ago. Having just overcome a technological hurdle, we can only produce mini vehicles at this time. Therefore, our most pressing concern is to expedite the delivery of the cars we have already sold. At this moment, Su-Chin held the upper hand with the gathered individuals. Seeing them, the 200 million he owed the bank seemed trivial. In fact, once news of Su-Chin's collaboration spread, the bank's president Zhang was practically eager to extend more loans to him. With liquid battery technology, Longting Automotive stands as one of the companies with the greatest potential for growth in the world. Mr. Su, we all understand that if we cooperate, I will procure no less than 10 billion in liquid batteries for the first batch. Upon hearing Su-Chin's words, the others quickly grasped the underlying message. It was merely a request for a larger sum of money. Everyone was savvy enough to see through the FAOD. Mr. Su, I am equally on board. Once the contract is signed, we at Huawei will also place a direct order for 10 billion. Mr. Rin said with a cheerful demeanor. At this juncture, Huawei was facing its most challenging period. From once achieving annual sales of 250 million units to being ranked 10th in the world this year, the decline was stark. All right. Xiaoro, please have the technical department assess the approximate cost for these mobile phone batteries. Mr. Rin continued, well then, Mr. Rin, Mr. Lei, may our collaboration be fruitful. Upon hearing that one mobile phone company was willing to invest 10 billion in battery purchases, Su-Chin felt no need to maintain any pretense. He rose to shake hands with both gentlemen. Together, the two companies represented a staggering 20 billion. With this funding, not only could they produce batteries and vehicles, but they could also rejuvenate the entire factory. To a successful partnership. With Su-Chin nodding in agreement, both Mr. Lei and Mr. Ren beamed with joy. This year, Xiaomi's smartphone sales had already reached the second position globally. If Xiaomi could integrate Su-Chin's liquid battery technology, extending smartphone battery life to over a week, Mr. Lei could confidently dethrone the iPhone from its pedestal. While Apple phones are undeniably user-friendly, their most significant drawback lies in their rapid battery consumption, which occurs at an alarming pace. Mr. Su, we at BYD are prepared to procure liquid batteries worth 20 billion. Once Su-Chin reached an agreement with the two, Mr. Wang could no longer remain passive. If Su-Chin could collaborate with them, it stands to reason that he could also partner with BYD. Recently, BYD has aspired to penetrate the high-end automobile market. However, their attempt to launch the luxury BYD Yangwang U8, priced at $1 million, was met with scathing criticism from netizens who deemed BYD's efforts misguided. Yet, should BYD incorporate liquid battery technology, enabling the Yangwang U8 to achieve a remarkable range of over 10,000 kilometers, would the $1 million price tag still seem exorbitant? I believe that at that juncture, many would certainly find it irresistible. Mr. Su, Great Wall Motors is also willing to invest 20 billion in liquid batteries. At this moment, Mr. Wei felt somewhat helpless. One party was offering 10 billion, while the other was doubling that amount. Should he join in or refrain? Joining would mean committing substantial cash. Yet abstaining posed the risk of missing out on a potential collaboration with Great Wall Motors, leaving him with no recourse for lament. Certainly, we can forge a partnership. Su-Chin contemplated the business scope of both companies. One focused on mid-range coupes, the other on large SUVs and off-road vehicles. This did not conflict with his future endeavors. After all, armed with cutting-edge technology, creating low-end vehicles would render his journey futile. It appeared that the timing for their discussions was less than ideal. Observing that Su Chun had swiftly amassed 60 billion, Longting Automotive no longer faced financial constraints. Xiao Ma and Jack Ma exchanged wry smiles. They had come to explore possible investments in Longting, but with the company's newfound wealth, financing was unlikely to be accepted. After all, who would willingly allow others to intrude upon a cash cow? If it were a shared platform in the internet realm, they might consider involvement. As such ventures inherently engage in price wars that necessitate significant initial funding. However, Su Chen's enterprise was a tangible automobile manufacturer, as long as cars could be sold. Financial concerns would be alleviated. Xiao Ma, Jack Ma, while collaboration in the automotive sector may no longer be feasible, is there still potential for partnership in other domains? Su Chen's lips curved into a subtle smile as he regarded the two disheartened individuals. What a stroke of fortune this was. Although they lacked connections and expertise in the automotive field, both were undeniably affluent. Oh, I wonder what avenues we might explore for collaboration with Mr. Su. Upon hearing Su Chen's suggestion of potential cooperation in other areas, both Ma brothers displayed keen interest. Haha, you are likely already aware of our battery technology. Currently, we are collaborating with Huawei and Xiaomi. However, electric bicycles, tablets, laptops, and a myriad of other daily necessities relying on batteries undeniably require such energy sources. I believe both Mr. Ma and Mr. Ma must possess a keen interest in ventures pertaining to this domain. Even if their enthusiasm is lacking, the games developed by Mr. Ma could seamlessly integrate our Longting vehicles. With a cheerful demeanor, Su Chen elaborated on the prospective collaborative opportunities to the two gentlemen. His assertion holds merit, after all. It is not merely smartphones that necessitate batteries. Numerous other devices do as well. In this regard, while many lack the channels, the resources of these two enterprises could easily yield substantial profits, whether through shared bicycles or power banks. Chapter 15. Upgrading the Longting Automobile Factory. Mr. Li. These individuals are the technical personnel from Huawei, Xiaomi, Great Wall Motors, and BYD. Shortly, I will have someone escort them to our production line for a brief observation. Then, we shall produce some samples for their testing. After all, this is a colossal business worth 600 billion. Upon concluding negotiations with several esteemed executives, Su Chen stood up to bid farewell to them, retaining only the technical staff. Understood, boss. However, may I have a word? Mr. Lu nodded and discreetly pulled Su Chen aside to inquire. Boss, how do you price your batteries? Mr. Lu, for smartphone batteries. I calculated that our cost is approximately 300 yuan, and I sell them to them for 1,000 yuan each. As for automotive batteries, our mass production costs around 40 to 50,000 yuan. I sell them for 100,000 yuan each. Thus, with this 600 billion order, our profit will exceed 350 billion at the very least. After all, we are currently monopolizing this business. A sly grin adorned Su Chen's face as he shared his negotiated prices with Mr. Lu. Only you could manage this. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Mr. Lu immediately gave him a thumbs up. Meanwhile, in the foggy mountain city, a small mini black warrior was making its way toward the urban area. Oh. In your heart, I soar freely. Radiant starlight, eternally drifting. The path ahead illuminates my heart. The distant frontier beckons me forth. At this moment, Lu Yi was in high spirits. As one of only 2 reviewers testing the Longting mini-series vehicles, she relied on her connections to expedite the battery testing. However, she lacked such influence and could only embark on a journey from Ice City to the foggy mountain city, spanning 3,000 kilometers. Fortunately, after 3 days of travel, Lu Yi was nearing her destination. Throughout these 3 days, her life revolved entirely around the car. Even while sleeping, she positioned her camera toward the charging port, ensuring she did not engage in any deception. Today, after a swift 3,000 kilometers, Lu Yi finally arrived in the foggy mountain city. Brothers, take a look. This is the Black Warrior priced at 38,800. It claims a range of 3,600 kilometers, and indeed, it has delivered. I drove all the way from my city to the foggy mountain city, and I still have 1 charge left. On average, each segment of battery corresponds to a distance of 600 kilometers. Moreover, I primarily drove on highways with the air conditioning running. Therefore, after this evaluation, the Longting Mini Series vehicles demonstrate a valid range of 3,600 kilometers. pointing at the remaining battery charge on the control panel. Louis began her commentary with great satisfaction. Is Longting Automobile truly that impressive? Indeed, a range of 600 kilometers. If it were any other brand, they would charge you a hefty sum, perhaps over $1 million. Remarkably, Longting Automobile is priced at just 38,800. This is bound to sell like hotcakes. Without further ado, I'm placing my order. Who would have thought that one day our domestic cars could possess world-class technology? Longting Automobile is extraordinary, and so is Chairman Su. It is no surprise that our homegrown vehicles boast such remarkable performance for merely 38,800. If only this had happened 2 years earlier. With the national subsidies for new energy, perhaps this car could have been acquired for just over 10,000. Upon hearing Louis' introduction, the live stream audience of 40 to 50,000 erupted in excitement. Among these fans, 50% were followers of the infamous Tafong Dog Brother, while the rest were drawn in by trending topics on Weibo. Miss, what kind of car is this? At the traffic light, just as Louis parked, someone approached her to inquire about the automobile. Sir, this is the newly launched Longting Automobile, the Mini Black Warrior. I drove all the way from my city, boasting a range of over 3,000 kilometers and priced at just 38,800. Louis cheerfully explained the Mini Black Warrior to the gentleman. What? 38,800? A range of 3,000 kilometers? Are you kidding me? The gentleman clearly expressed his disbelief, as it seemed unfathomable that a car with such a long range could be priced so low. It felt almost like receiving free money. Sir, just purchase it through the Longting Automobile app. As Louis meticulously detailed the purchasing process, the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology was in an uproar. Is this real? The energy storage capacity is 10 times that of ordinary batteries? In the capital, the head of the ministry was overwhelmed as he reviewed the reports presented by his subordinates. If this technology is indeed realized, it could elevate our nation's status on the international stage by at least one tier. The primary constraint on our country has always been energy, particularly oil. If this liquid battery technology comes to fruition, we could potentially reduce oil imports by 70%, liberating us from reliance on the dollar. We could even challenge the dominance of the dollar itself. Minister, this technology is indeed a reality, and production has already commenced on a large scale. Here is the testing video from Longting Automobile. Observing the disbelief in his minister's expression, a subordinate promptly presented Louis' testing footage. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Longting Automobile's factory, Suchin was engaged in discussions with a large group of engineers regarding the factory's reform. Chairman Su, I personally believe that our primary focus should be on expanding the factory. We need to purchase extensive production lines and recruit a significant number of workers from various universities. Just moments ago, Manager Wang from the marketing department revealed that within merely 5 days of the auto show, we have successfully sold over 80,000 mini cars. Meanwhile, our factory's maximum daily production capacity is only 2,000 vehicles, which is utterly insufficient to meet the market's soaring demand. In the conference room, Mr. Liu candidly expressed his thoughts, stating that the previous factory setup was inadequate. The reliance on contract battery production for other automobile manufacturers resulted in an overwhelming number of battery production lines, whereas we only possess 2 lines dedicated to car manufacturing. Remnants from the era of Su Dahai. Indeed, we are now in possession of 600 billion in cash. It is imperative that we upgrade the factory, acquire new production lines, and hire additional workers. I entrust these responsibilities to you all. As for me, I shall focus on developing innovative technologies. Chapter 16, Electric Motors and Control Technology. Furthermore, we shall establish a research laboratory within our company. Any engineer who has served in the factory for over 5 years will be eligible to join this esteemed facility. Observing the employees brimming with enthusiasm, Suchin could not help but burst into laughter. Longting Automobile Factory stands apart from other companies, for it embodies a rich corporate culture. This is the culmination of efforts from 3 generations of thousands, a feat unmatched by newly established enterprises. Additionally, every employee's salary shall increase by 30%. Moreover, this year's quarterly and annual bonuses will be doubled. All right, the meeting is adjourned. After the meeting concluded, Suchin promptly departed, retreating to his office to unwind. Suddenly, he heard that exceptionally familiar notification sound. Notification, congratulations. You have achieved a user satisfaction rating of 98. Notification, congratulations. You have achieved a user satisfaction rating of 98. Notification, congratulations. You have achieved a user satisfaction rating of 98. Name, Suchin. Company, Longting Automobile Factory. Technology, Liquid battery technology. Points. 540,000. Over 500,000 points? Let me see what technologies I can purchase next. Gazing at his surplus of 540,000 points, Su-chan understood that this was the result of his vehicles being delivered to customers. Their satisfaction had been converted into points within his system. First-generation control system converts 90 of direct current, saving 20 on energy. Price, 500,000 points. Second-generation control system converts 98 of direct current, saving 40 on energy. Price, 1,000,000 points. Third-generation control system converts 98 of direct current, saving 70. Price, 5,000,000 points. First-generation motor technology, torque of 2,000 Nm. Speed of 500 RPM, 800 horsepower, price, 500,000 points. Second-generation motor technology, torque of 5,000 Nm, speed of 1,000 RPM, 200 horsepower, price, 1,000,000 points. Third-generation motor technology, torque of 10,000 Nm, speed of 2,000 RPM, 2,000 horsepower, price, 5,000 points. First-generation memory metal, hardness comparable to aerospace materials, capable of slowly returning to its original shape, price, 500,000 points. First-generation carbon fiber, hardness comparable to aerospace materials, weighing 1/3 of ordinary steel, price, 500,000 points. Wow, this is indeed an extraordinary technological system. As Su-chan surveyed the offerings within the system, he felt as though he might drool. These control technologies, not to mention the direct current conversion rates, Tesla currently achieves only between 82 to 90. This energy-saving feature could enable Su-chan's vehicles to have a range exceeding 5,000 kilometers. Even those heavy-duty trucks could surpass a range of 10,000 kilometers. The advancements in motor technology are truly remarkable, boasting an impressive 800 horsepower, making it suitable for towing applications. Particularly noteworthy is the third-generation motor technology, capable of reaching an astonishing 2,000 revolutions per second, translating to a staggering 120,000 revolutions per minute, sufficient even for aviation use. This immense power, when combined with electronic control systems, battery innovations, and carbon fiber technology, has the potential to achieve speeds of 700 to 800 kilometers per second. It is nothing short of invincible. At present, I possess a modest 540,000 points. I shall first assess the situation and deliver to those mini users. On average, each mini user can yield over 90 points for me. Therefore, to accumulate 1,500,000 points, I would require less than 20,000 vehicles. It appears that I shall soon be able to manufacture entirely new automobiles. As I ponder this while stroking my chin, I find myself feeling quite pleased. After reveling in this thought for a moment, I rise and make my way toward the cafeteria. Upon my arrival, I am greeted by the sound of several children crying. Following the sound, I discover that numerous female employees have brought their children to work with them. Hello, boss. Come to the front to get your meal. Young Master Su. I've always known you would achieve greatness. Haha, greetings, Mr. Su. A group of individuals, upon seeing me, erupt in excitement. After all, the Dragon Rising Automobile Factory was once barely alive, but since my recent appointment, I have rejuvenated it, even securing a staggering 600 billion in orders. Hello, everyone. Why have you brought your children to work? I inquired curiously of the group of women. Mr. Su, we understand it's not ideal to bring children to work. But there are 6 of us in our family employed here, and we simply have no one to care for the children. One of the women replied. Indeed, Mr. Su. We have no alternative. The factory's performance has been poor, and we all voluntarily agreed to lower our wages. My family of 4 barely manages to earn over 10,000, and we simply cannot afford a nanny. Exactly, Mr. Su. This is a situation beyond our control. A chorus of women explained to me the reasons behind their decision to bring their children. Understood. When we commence work, let us allocate 10 million for the finance department. We shall establish a daycare center within the factory premises, employing teachers and caregivers to look after the children. Any employee of the factory may send their children there, with all expenses covered by us. Having contemplated the matter, I articulated my thoughts to the group. I cannot bear to impose strict measures on these individuals. As one of the women previously mentioned, During the factory's critical times, everyone was willing to accept wage reductions rather than leave. With a family of 4, earning just over $10,000 is a struggle. Even taking a job as a waiter would yield at least $15,000 for a family of that size. With even a modest effort, a family of 4 could potentially earn a monthly salary of $20,000. Oh, thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you. You see, I always said that Mr. Su has shown promise since childhood. You cannot fathom, when Mr. Su was born, it was as if auspicious clouds were heralding his arrival. Spare me the theatrics. Mr. Su is a businessman, not an emperor. Are we to expect fox spirits and cyclopean beings to join the narrative? Nonsense. Why not suggest Mr. Su has vanquished a white serpent while you're at it? Hearing such assurances from Su Qin, everyone was filled with excitement. After all, the factory's provision of financial support for raising children is undoubtedly a source of immense joy. Currently, everyone's salary has increased by 30%. The quarterly and annual bonuses have doubled, solidifying their unwavering loyalty to Longting Automobile Factory. Chapter 17. Talent. Driving a Mini onto National Route 318. My goodness. Longting Automobile is truly remarkable. My friends, take a look at my video. After receiving the Longting Automobile, my friend and I set off from the land of Shu, heading straight for the Tibetan region. Initially, I doubted whether such a compact vehicle could traverse National Route 318. However, to my astonishment, this car has provided me with an immense surprise. While my friends faced various predicaments along the way, running out of fuel and electricity, our car still retained half of its battery power. I ask you, isn't that impressive? At this moment, the online discourse is quite lively. Many who have purchased the Mini have opted to share their review videos. Surprisingly, despite its somewhat rudimentary interior, Longting Automobile's performance is undeniably exceptional. Numerous individuals have taken their loaning vehicles onto National Route 318, embarking on the Sichuan-Tibet line. Remarkably, these petite mini cars have proven their worth, reaching their destination successfully. Haha. Dear friends, I have just obtained my driver's license. With the 10,000 yuan I saved up, and an additional 20,000 yuan from my parents, I purchased a Doraemon car. Just look at this vehicle. It is astonishingly light, making me question whether I have truly just acquired my driver's license, as I am still not proficient in reversing. Yet behold, in a video posted by a young lady, her reversing skills were rather lacking. After 3 or 4 unsuccessful attempts to park, in a moment of desperation, she pushed the car into the designated space. Subsequently, in a state of shock, she tied a rope to the front of the car and effortlessly pulled it away. Onlookers were left utterly bewildered by such an innovative maneuver. Consequently, fellow car enthusiasts who received their vehicles spontaneously began promoting Longting Automobile online, propelling it onto several trending topics on Weibo. This is indeed the Longting Automobile Factory. Isn't it? At this moment, a dozen black Autos came to a gradual stop at the factory's entrance. Soon after, a group of elderly individuals, aged 60 to 70, disembarked from the vehicles. Former leaders, this is the place. Who would have thought that old Su didn't manage to achieve much for the automobile factory, but now his grandson, having been in office for less than 7 days, has developed world-leading technology? Who would argue otherwise? It seems that our I-City is on the brink of producing a unicorn enterprise. Indeed, our I-City has very few private enterprises. Now that we have finally birthed one, we must lend our utmost support. The former leader's sentiment resonates. We should strive to nurture a trillion-dollar enterprise. Haha. If a trillion-dollar enterprise truly emerges, given the scale of Longting Automobile, we could potentially create employment for over 1 million people. These individuals are none other than the leadership of I-City and Heilongjiang Province. It is worth noting that the wealthiest individual in I-City, among private enterprises, possesses a fortune just exceeding 600 billion. At present, Longting Automobile Factory has secured a single order worth 600 billion, and this figure merely represents a few factories. Once we establish the reputation of our batteries, it is not far-fetched to imagine that this could escalate to 6 trillion. 6 trillion would result in tax revenues exceeding 100 billion. Boss, prepare yourself. The leadership teams from I-City and Heilong Province have arrived. At this moment, within Su Qin's office, Yang Xiaoro hurriedly rushed in. Who? Leadership teams? Quickly escort them to the reception room and ensure the tea is ready. As Su Chun was selecting technologies within the system, he heard Yang Xiaoro mention the arrival of the leaders from I-City and Heilong Province, prompting him to swiftly close the system mall and head outside. After all, these individuals are the local dignitaries, and he would inevitably interact with them in the future. Esteemed leaders, welcome to Loading Automobile Factory for your inspection. In less than 2 minutes, Suchin spotted a group of over 10 elderly officials approaching from a distance. Haha, young man, enough of this formality. Let us find a suitable place to converse. We have come bearing favorable policies for you. Whether it is financial support or land allocation, we are here to assist you in overcoming any challenges. Let us strive to establish a trillion-yuan unicorn enterprise in I-City as soon as possible. The old provincial governor chuckled warmly as he shook Suchin's hand. Currently, while there are numerous privately owned trillion-yuan unicorn enterprises in Manhwa, only one, Contemporary Amperex Technology Company, Limited, is genuinely linked to technological advancements. The others are primarily internet companies, which, despite their lofty market values, lack substantial technological substance. Haha, esteemed leaders, please follow me. However, it must be noted that our Loading Automobile Factory indeed faces challenges, and quite a few at that. Let us walk and talk. With a cheerful demeanor, Su Chun guided the group into the reception room. After instructing Yang Xiao to prepare tea, he settled down and began to express his grievances to the leaders. Respected leaders, you may not be aware of the struggles we have faced at Loading Automobile. We have nearly 90 years of history, yet we have been consistently stifled by foreign technological dominance. Just as we began to develop some technology, the emergence of new energy electric vehicles overshadowed our efforts. Currently, we are a team of over 100, having dedicated 8 years of relentless research to develop liquid battery technology. We were on the verge of bankruptcy not long ago. However, while we are now financially stable, we earnestly seek your assistance in networking. Suchin began to narrate the tale of Loading Automobile with a somber tone. Respected leaders, we are in dire need of various raw materials. Furthermore, we intend to expand our factory premises. We hope you might allocate additional land for us. Although we currently possess 2,000 acres, Loading Automobile has significant plans ahead. We will need to procure new production lines and recruit more workers. I intend that in the future, our Loading Automobile will encompass at least 20 luxury car brands, establishing an extensive industrial park spanning 10,000 acres. Upon hearing Su Chin's audacious declaration, the senior leaders erupted in laughter. A 10,000-acre industrial park is no trivial expanse. 1 acre is approximately 666 square meters. Thus, a 10,000-acre park amounts to over 6 million square meters of industrial space. If Suchin can indeed realize this vision, then the dream of employing millions of workers may truly become a reality. The senior leaders were invigorated by Suchin's fervor. The I-City may lack many things, but it is certainly not short on land. With an area exceeding 50,000 square kilometers, I-City is roughly equivalent to half the size of South Korea. If it is merely a 10,000-acre industrial park, even a million-acre park is entirely feasible. Chapter 18. Establishing the Laboratory. Let us embark on this collaboration with great enthusiasm. While we may lack expertise in business affairs, we are certainly willing to assist in other areas where we can lend a hand. After all, it is merely steel, an element we possess in abundance here in our I-City. Our proximity to the vast expanse of Russia facilitates the importation of steel. And even if that avenue fails, we possess the capability to smelt it ourselves. The former leader was invigorated by Suchin's fervor at his advanced age. The prospect of achieving something remarkable would render his tenure in I-City worthwhile. Moreover, the resources that Suchin seeks are not merely handed over without cost. He must invest in land, purchasing it with his own funds, and his current factory is situated beyond the Third Ring Road, well beyond the city limits. As for the 8,000 acres of land, it would primarily entail encroaching upon some arable land owned by farmers. However, with appropriate compensation, housing provisions, and job opportunities, it is reasonable to believe these individuals would be amenable to the arrangement. As for the steel and other materials, their role would be limited to coordination. Just like the automotive production line, if a provincial leader facilitates purchases for other automotive enterprises, would they not comply? Ultimately, it is merely a matter of extending a favor, and such a favor carries significant weight. Very well, esteemed leaders, let us conclude our discussions for this year. When spring arrives next year, we shall commence our endeavors. We will first secure the necessary raw materials and establish the automotive production line. The grand industrial park will have to wait until next year. Currently, it is an opportune moment to acquire land, and this is not the right time to initiate land requisition. After sharing these thoughts with the leaders, Suchin jovially escorted them out. We have struck gold this time. Once the leaders' vehicles faded from view, Suchin embraced Yang Shiro and erupted into joyous laughter. The former leader had just pledged his support, securing Su-Chen a remarkable interest-free loan of 100 billion. This funding is intended to bring the industrial park to fruition. An interest-free loan of 100 billion, repayable over 10 years, is an extraordinary boon that will undoubtedly save Su-Chen a decade's worth of arduous endeavors. Boss, do we truly have an interest-free loan of 100 billion? Yang Sharo inquired, astonished. When we factor in our previous 600 billion, that amounts to a staggering total of 1,600 billion. Our Ling automotive factory has never engaged in such a prosperous venture. Yang Shiro was taken aback. The notion of 1,600 billion was unprecedented for Ling Automotive. Previously, during its most opulent times, the company had only secured 2 to 3 billion in orders, which had excited the employees for an extended period. The revelation of 1,600 billion would surely propel them to new heights. Though the 100 billion is indeed a loan that must be repaid, it is spread over a decade, is it not? All right, Sharo, summon everyone for a meeting. We are about to undertake an ambitious endeavor at Ling Automotive. Su-Chen exclaimed, brimming with excitement and anticipation. Originally possessing world-leading battery technology, the company can now also acquire motor and electronic control technologies. It can be said that Ling Automobile's next vehicle is poised for immediate success. 10 minutes later, the atmosphere in the conference room became remarkably lively. Upon hearing about the provincial government's robust support for their endeavors, everyone erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Having endured difficult times, Ling Automobile now finds itself unexpectedly prosperous, igniting anticipation for its future developments. Indeed, it is widely acknowledged that Ling Automobile has secured a substantial interest-free loan of 100 billion. Furthermore, the provincial government has granted us approval for 8,000 acres of land, which means that come next spring, we will have a sprawling industrial park of 10,000 acres. Therefore, we must seize the moment to recruit talent and accelerate construction. Lu, the matter of high-end talent will be entrusted to you. Head directly to Harbin Institute of Technology and recruit their graduating students and interns. The remaining less critical assembly line positions can be filled locally. Wangjai. The marketing department must expand swiftly. We need our own 4S stores in every major city nationwide. Additionally, we require a significant recruitment of automotive designers, along with efforts to bolster production lines and secure raw materials. Su-Chen succinctly outlined the current tasks at hand for the company. Importantly, our mini cars have sold out completely. During the 7-day auto show, we managed to deplete our existing inventory. Notably, the demand for mini cars among consumers is exceedingly high. Thus, we need to expedite the production line for mini cars, with a minimum target of 10,000 units per day. Reflecting on the current demand for mini cars, Su-Chen recognized its immense potential. As the nation addresses non-compliant electric vehicles, those without electric cars are likely to turn to Ling's offerings. After all, at 28,800 per unit, one can travel over 1,000 kilometers, perfect for errands and school pickups. Understood. As Su-Chen laid out these plans, the team nodded in agreement. By the way, Li, we need to establish a laboratory moving forward. It is essential to ramp up our research and development efforts. Su-Chen's assertion holds true. He senses that the era of new energy vehicles may not endure much longer. Presently, new energy vehicles are proving to be more polluting than their fuel counterparts. Take manhwa as an example, where fuel vehicle owners still constitute 95% of the market. Road maintenance fees and taxes are primarily borne by fuel vehicle owners, while electric vehicles benefit from various governmental subsidies. Once the number of electric vehicles rises and charging station prices increase, the advantages of electric vehicles may fade away. A critical concern lies in the difficulty of recycling and reusing electric vehicle batteries. The first generation of electric vehicles has now reached the point where battery replacements are necessary, and it can be said that the cost of a new battery is nearly equivalent to that of a new car. Thus, Su-Chen is resolute in his belief that electric vehicles are merely a transitional phase. The future of automotive development lies in fuel-powered vehicles or alternative energy sources. Su-Chen's current ambition is to amass 1 billion points to unlock advancements in hydrogen energy technology. Hydrogen energy, indeed, is far more environmentally friendly than electric vehicles. As for solar energy and nuclear fusion, should these be realized, Su-Chen is confident that they could revolutionize the entire automotive industry worldwide. For now, he will focus on the swift delivery of the mini cars. The recent delivery of 20,000 mini vehicles has propelled Su-Chen's points to over 500,000. If he can deliver several tens of thousands more in the coming month, he will possess the technology for new vehicles. Chapter 19. the humanized Longting company. After the meeting concluded, Su-chun drove directly home. For the past couple of days, he felt as though he were living in a dream. Indeed, the predecessors of time travelers had already shared their wisdom. For a lowly individual to stage a comeback, traversing realms was the sole path. Moreover, it required the aid of a golden finger. Su-chun had just activated his golden finger and had already developed such formidable technology. Consider this. CATL is a colossal enterprise with a market value in the trillions, primarily engaged in battery production. The battery technology at Longting Automobile Factory now surpasses theirs significantly. And this is precisely why the provincial government has bestowed so many benefits upon Su-chun. Should Su-chun's Longting Automobile Factory ascend to the status of a trillion-dollar unicorn, it would be a brilliant feather in their cap. Mom, what is this? Upon returning home, Su-chun was taken aback to find his mother packing luggage. Son, your father's health has improved considerably, and we plan to go on a vacation. She beamed. After all these years, your father hasn't he had the chance to truly accompany me due to his dedication to the automobile factory. We intend to embark on a road trip from our city all the way to Hainan. All right, then. Enjoy your travels, but do return promptly. Our factory has secured a 100 billion interest-free loan from the province today, along with 8,000 acres of land. Therefore, you must be back within 3 months to assist me. Su-chun felt a sense of helplessness. Previously, the staff at the factory required minimal oversight. Everyone was wholly dedicated to the factory, vowing to thrive or perish alongside Longting Automobile. Yet, with over 1,000 employees now evidently insufficient, recruitment was necessary. Su-chun even contemplated hiring over 10,000 new workers in one go. These newcomers would handle basic battery tasks and could be trained gradually. Fine. We will return in 3 months. I must say, it's impressive, son. Longting Automobile languished under your grandfather's stewardship and barely survived under mine. Yet, in just a few days under your leadership, it has not only revived but transformed into a trillion-dollar enterprise. Su-dahai expressed with a touch of nostalgia as he gazed at his son. Of course, Dad, you and Mom can travel with peace of mind. By the time you return, you might find I have become a wealthy heir. Su-chun teased his father with a grin. What's this nonsense? His mother, upon hearing her son's just about wealth, playfully swatted the back of his head. Time to eat. Time to eat. Hee. Chuckling. Su-chun scratched his head and took a seat at the dining table, eagerly awaiting the meal. The night passed in silence. The following morning, after bidding farewell to his parents, Su-chun set off towards Longting Automobile Factory. At that moment, the factory was bustling with activity. As if it were the eve of the new year, a procession of heavy trucks awaited at the entrance of the Longting Automobile Factory, all prepared to transport minicars. In recent days, the factory had experienced a remarkable surge in sales of minicars, with figures soaring into the hundreds of thousands. Su-chun estimated that monthly sales could reach an impressive 30 to 40,000 units. With such remarkable sales, Su-chun would be poised to launch a new model. Boss, you've arrived. Our press conference is set for tomorrow. Yang Shiro greeted him, having already tidied the office and brewed a pot of tea. Initially, we expected few attendees for the conference, but the recent media coverage of several executives visiting our factory has generated considerable interest. Tomorrow, we anticipate a large turnout. Upon entering the office, Su-chun instructed Yang Shiro to prepare Wang Jiayi from the marketing department to host the event. Su-chun preferred to focus on his role as a technician, leveraging the system he had developed. After all, if he were to constantly be in the limelight, he would have little time to innovate new technologies. It was far more prudent to enjoy the fruits of his labor. Understood, boss. Yang Shiro nodded and proceeded to organize preparations outside. The entire Longting Automobile Factory buzzed with activity. Meanwhile, Old Liu was en route to Harbin Institute of Technology in his dedicated vehicle. A graduate of the institution himself, he had a deep connection to it. Old Liu, I never imagined our factory could thrive under the stewardship of the young master. I've worked here for 30 years, and when I first joined, it was a state-owned enterprise. My mentor was already a level 8 mechanic then. It's astonishing to see how far we've come. Indeed, the young master is quite capable. I've seen his potential since he was a child, Old Liu replied, stroking his beard and laughing heartily. In another part of the factory, the Human Resources Department was bustling with activity. With only about 14 to 1,500 employees and merely 4 to 5 dozen managers, the HR team, consisting of just a handful of individuals, was overwhelmed. Traditionally, the factory had relied on a generational transfer of employment, but now they faced the monumental task of hiring 10,000 new workers. Despite Su Chan granting positions to existing workers, the influx of new hires kept them exceedingly busy. Hey, Manager Lee, why don't we prioritize hiring some HR personnel first? I graduated from business school, and with our current workload, I'd be better off recruiting on campus, one employee suggested, scratching his head. He recalled that graduates from his alma mater were struggling to find jobs, as many private enterprises had succumbed to the pressures of the past 3 years of pandemic-related challenges. This has resulted in many recent graduates struggling to secure employment. Although the current wages at Ling Automobile Factory are modest, Su Chin has previously raised everyone's salary by 1/3. Each individual's remuneration now hovers around 3,500 yuan. In the future, Su Chin will undoubtedly increase salaries further. Well then, I shall also venture to my alma mater to seek opportunities. Count me in. Oh, we can recruit on Douyin. After all, everyone in I-City is familiar with our Ling Automobile Factory, not to mention the surrounding counties, which boast millions of residents. Recruiting 10,000 individuals would be a straightforward task. Manager Lee slapped his forehead, retrieved his phone, and began to take action. Come, let us seek out General Manager Wang from the marketing department. His physique and charm are sure to captivate those spirited young men. Chapter 20. The Visit of the Provincial Leader. The vast horizons are my beloved. Beneath the undulating mountains, flowers are in full bloom. What kind of rhythm is the most captivating? Within Su Chin's office, having just settled down with a few sips of tea, his phone rang. Upon picking it up, he was surprised to see it was a call from his former superior. Hello, Grandpa Ding. Upon answering the call, Su Chin was immediately filled with curiosity. Haha, young Su. You are indeed fortunate. Previously, you asked me to assist in acquiring some automotive production lines, didn't you? You wouldn't believe it. But I have successfully procured them for you. Due to the recent oil leakage incident with Mercedes, 2 domestic joint ventures are now closing down. They are currently selling their equipment for 2 billion, offering you 10 complete production lines. They can even provide installation and training services on site. His former superior chuckled heartily as he introduced the details to Su Chin. In these past few days, his former superior had been quite elated. Becoming the leader of a province, his connections were undeniably extensive. For someone like Su Chin, such a trivial matter was merely a couple of phone calls away. Thank you, Grandpa Ding. Once the production lines arrive, we will commence production in full swing. Moreover, Grandpa Ding, we have now conquered the electric control system. This technology remains at the forefront globally, surpassing Tesla's control system by 30%. Within 6 months at most, we will develop world-leading motor technology. By then, our Longting Automotive Factory will undoubtedly emerge as a trillion-dollar enterprise. Su Chin spoke with conviction, bolstered by the support of the system. He could confidently assert that once he unveiled the core technologies for the 3 essential components of new energy vehicles, the ascendance of Longting Automotive to a trillion-dollar valuation would be an inevitability. Currently, the top 3 automotive companies, Tesla's strength lies in its electric control and motor technologies, while BYD boasts its blade battery technology. Each of them has surpassed $1 trillion in market valuation. Su Chin now possessed 3 world-leading technologies entirely to himself. It could be said that $1 trillion valuation was merely the beginning. Haha, alright, young Su. The production lines will arrive at your factory by the afternoon the day after tomorrow at the latest. The expenses have already been covered by our official channels. Consider it a gift from us. Well, I must attend a meeting now, so you just enjoy your moment. With that, his former superior hung up the phone. Ha ha ha. In Su Chin's office, as he listened to the busy tone emanating from his phone, he leaped up in excitement. Although the system had production lines available, Su Chin was reluctant to expend his hard-earned points. An entire automated production line costs 1 million points. Furthermore, procuring externally would allow Su Chin to save significantly on taxes, though he was not particularly lacking in funds. Boss, I'm here. Su Chin was exuberantly dancing in excitement when the office door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Chun Qianqian, observing Su Chin's awkward expression, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ah, Qianqian, your timing is impeccable. Our mini car styles are currently too limited, and your arrival is just what we needed. Please, could you add more designs for the mini cars? Upon seeing Chun Qianqian, Su Chin's smile broadened. Certainly, boss. However, are we still hiring automotive designers? I have many classmates working at car manufacturers abroad. If possible, I'd love to bring them back. Chun Qianqian looked at Su Chin with a warm smile, fully aware of the significance of automotive designers. Their family had become closely intertwined with Su Chin's venture. With over 100 4S dealerships nationwide, Converting them to Longting automobiles could yield substantial profits. After partnering with Su Chun, her father, Chen Fuquan, had conducted research and confirmed the authenticity of Su Chen's technology and impressive sales figures. Promptly, he had sent Chen Chanchan to engage with Su Chen. Absolutely. Let us bring on as many people as needed. I will establish a design department, and you shall be the department manager. The number of hires depends on your capabilities. Upon hearing this delightful news, Su Chen readily agreed. Although this world differed significantly from his previous life, where many car models had not yet emerged, relying solely on past designs would eventually lead to depletion. Thus, having automotive designers was a golden opportunity Su Chen did not hesitate to seize. The imagination of youth is boundless. With superior designs paired with Su Chen's core components, the vehicles would undoubtedly sell exceptionally well. Time flew by. And soon it was the next day, the day of Longting Automobile's press conference. At 9 in the morning, Su Chen drove his car towards the exhibition center in the city. Attendees of the Longting launch were predominantly affluent individuals. Even the esteemed Elder Ding was expected to bring guests, which was understandable. In economically prosperous southern provinces, a car manufacturer's press conference might not attract much attention. However, in Ice City, this was a momentous occasion. The emergence of a trillion-dollar unicorn enterprise, especially in the automotive sector, could create numerous job opportunities. Finally, at 9:30, Su Chen arrived at the exhibition hall and found his seat in the front row marked with his name. Those seated in the front row were all prominent figures. Apart from Su Chen as the host, even Lu Lao and Li Lao from Longting had to settle for seats in the third row. Su Xiaoyu, we meet again. Just as Su Chen settled in, he noticed Elder Ren approaching with a cheerful smile. Haha, old Master Ren. I have heard that you have developed an incredibly advanced communication technology capable of reaching speeds of up to 1,000 gigabits per second. When paired with our liquid batteries, I believe that a collaboration between our two companies could undoubtedly surpass the dominance of Apple phones. Su Chen chuckled as he shook hands with old Master Ren. And there was truth in his words. Prior to Su Chen's crossing over, Huawei phones had already showcased remarkably impressive technology, even exceeding the transmission speeds of 5G, which could be deemed extraordinary. If we were to add a liquid battery with a standby time of 7 to 8 days, it seems that Huawei phones would undoubtedly wreak havoc in the market. Chapter 21, the launch event of Longting Automotive. Esteemed leaders and honored guests, we extend a warm welcome to all who have traveled great distances to attend the unveiling of the liquid battery at Longting Automotive. As the time arrived amidst the conversations between Su Chen and the various executives, Wang Jia gracefully made her entrance to host the event. At Longting Automotive, guided by our unwavering commitment, we have surmounted countless challenges to develop a battery technology that is world-leading. As Wang Jia eloquently introduced the product, the audience was captivated by her presence. My goodness, is that not the stunning beauty from Longting South Recruitment Drive? Such an abundance of beauty in Ice City. She must stand at least 6 feet tall, with an alluring figure that could leave anyone spellbound. Those long legs must measure at least 3 feet, and one can only imagine the effect they would have if wrapped around one's waist. Brothers, I'm already making my way to Longting Automotive. With such a mesmerizing beauty on stage, who could possibly resist? Have you heard about the remarkable liquid battery technology being developed? It is simply astounding, offering 10 times the energy storage capacity of conventional batteries. If applied to smartphones, one could enjoy a week's worth of usage without recharging. I bet you weren't aware that Huawei and Xiaomi have already formed partnerships with Longting Automotive, as shared by my uncle Lu, who is the second son-in-law of the company. As Wang Jia spoke confidently on stage, the fans in the live stream erupted with excitement. Mr. Wang, might I inquire if Longting Automotive possesses the capability to produce mobile phone batteries? As Wang Jia concluded her presentation on the liquid battery technology, representatives from various smartphone manufacturers could no longer remain seated. Presently, the chips, screens, and systems of mobile phones are quite similar across the board, leaving only other avenues for differentiation. Huawei excels with its proprietary system and chips, while Xiaomi focuses on cost-effectiveness. As for other brands, it's all about the quality of the camera or audio. Now, whoever secures these batteries will undoubtedly stand out in the market. I'm sorry, but we have already established partnerships with both Huawei and Xiaomi. Moreover, due to our limited production capacity, we will not be able to accept additional orders for at least 6 months, Wang Jia replied with a smile. After more than 2 hours, the launch event finally concluded. Just 2 minutes after the event ended, Longting Automotive's liquid battery technology skyrocketed to the top of Weibo's trending list. Such groundbreaking innovation was destined to create a sensation. Boss, how did I perform this time? Upon returning to the office, Wang Jiayi approached Suchin, her face beaming with pride. You did exceptionally well. From now on, we shall entrust our company's launch events to you. By the way, Jiayi, please coordinate with a gentleman named Shinfukuin. He is currently the sole cooperative 4S dealership for our Ling automobile. Most of our vehicles are entrusted to them for sale. Your task is simply to regulate their operations. Ensure that customers are not taken advantage of. This press conference has undoubtedly spread the reputation of Ling automobile far and wide, even reaching audiences in North America. Boss, have you watched the Ling automobile press conference? At this moment, a manager from Tesla reached out to old Ma, who was vacationing in the Arctic. What press conference? On a luxurious yacht, old Ma was engaged in a candid discussion. As a world-renowned billionaire with 4 wives and 10 children, he had begun to relish life after years of hard work. Boss, they have introduced a technology called liquid batteries, which has already been successfully launched. Their liquid batteries boast a storage capacity tenfold that of other batteries within the same volume. I also examined their vehicles. Even their compact mini cars can achieve a range of 600 kilometers. Our Tesla is now in a precarious position. Concerned, the subordinate began to explain the technological advancements from Suchin's side. What? Wait for me. I am returning immediately. Upon hearing this, old Ma could no longer enjoy his leisure. His own automobile factory was in jeopardy, and he could not afford to be carefree. Meanwhile, at Apple, a large group convened to discuss their primary shortcoming, battery technology. If they could acquire Ling Automobile's liquid battery technology, their sole disadvantage would vanish. At that point, no smartphone in the world would stand a chance against them. We must venture to the Dragon Country to acquire this automobile factory. Only by securing lithium battery technology in our hands can we ensure our safety. Moreover, after acquiring the battery technology, we could also produce new energy electric vehicles. After the meeting, the entire group resolved to head to the Dragon Country to acquire Ling Automobile. Elsewhere, many were also investigating Ling Company. Among them were individuals from battery-related industries, as well as numerous investment firms. They all recognized that, should Suchin's Ling Automobile develop further, a trillion-dollar unicorn enterprise would emerge. Hence, before Suchin could fully mature, they sought to invest early, ensuring they would reap dividends once Ling Automobile went public. Let us go to the Dragon Country. A large group boarded a plane destined for the icy city of the Dragon Country. Back at Ling Automobile, Suchin was contentedly sipping tea. It must be said, this journey through time has been immensely pleasurable. Especially with the system accompanying him, it has been even more delightful. Just a few days after crossing over, he already possessed assets worth hundreds of billions. If I were to allow myself to develop for another 3 to 5 years, I could very well become the world's richest individual. By the way, system, are you not a cutting-edge technology system? If I were to establish additional companies, would I be able to possess advanced technologies from other industries? After sipping a couple of cups of tea, Suchin suddenly recalled what the system had stated upon binding, which was the direct affiliation with Ling Automotive, thus granting access to automotive innovations. Indeed, as long as it is a company under the host's name, one can possess the advanced technologies of that particular industry. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Suchin couldn't help but burst into laughter. If that is the case, to put it bluntly, if Suchin were to purchase an island abroad and establish a weapons company there, he could potentially create a superlative nation. Chapter 22. First, earn 10 billion. Boss, our sales data has just come in. As Suchin finished confirming with the system, Yang Xiaoro entered with documents in hand. How many did we sell? Observing the enthusiastic Yang Xiaoro, Suchin felt a surge of curiosity, for this sales figure represented his system points. Initially, Suchin believed that the points would suffice. After all, as long as his sales were adequate, he would eventually amass enough points to exchange for the next technology. However, the system had previously indicated that this cutting-edge technology was tied to his company. The reason for currently only having automotive technology was that Suchin only owned Ling Automotive. Boss, in just 8 days, we have sold a total of 150,000 mini cars. After yesterday's press conference, our sales instantly doubled. Boss, we earned 500 yuan per car, which means we are looking at a revenue of 5 billion yuan, with a net profit exceeding 800 million. Yang Xiaoro was ecstatic, reveling in the prospect of such rapid profits, a feat few companies worldwide could match. All right, let us expedite the expansion of the automotive production line and establish a factory immediately. By tomorrow evening at the latest, we should have 10 production lines. Additionally, We need to recruit at least 3,000 workers, and we can gradually hire more later. While Suchin was conversing with Yang Xiao, a notification from the system chimed in his ear. Notification: congratulations, you have gained user satisfaction 100. Notification: congratulations, you have gained user satisfaction 96. Notification: congratulations, you have gained user satisfaction 92. Notification: congratulations, you have gained user satisfaction 98. That's nearly 3 million points. It seems that acquiring points is quite feasible. However, what I need to focus on next is producing the most cost-effective cars possible. This is the only way to swiftly accumulate points. Su Chun scratched the back of his head and couldn't help but reflect. It seems this system intends for me to be a conscientious entrepreneur. All right, boss. I will notify the others right away. Currently, Loading Automotive only had 2 production lines, operating around the clock to produce merely 2,000 cars daily. Having delivered just over 20,000 cars, they were still short by at least 100,000 vehicles. With tomorrow's 10 production lines, Su Chun could potentially produce a minimum of 12,000 cars each day. It appears that even this increase in production lines may not suffice. For now, this is the only course of action. Once I accumulate more points, I will exchange for additional production lines. I must ensure that we can produce at least 20,000 cars daily. Su Chun pondered, stroking his chin. Currently, with only the mini car model in production, adjustments to the production lines were unnecessary. However, once this wave of sales passes, it will suffice to retain merely 2 production lines, or perhaps even just 1 in the end. There is ample capacity to manufacture other types of vehicles. With this thought in mind, Su Chun savored a couple of sips of tea, delighting in the prospects. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast studio of Loading Automotive, Wang Jiai was engaging with the personnel department for a live stream. Currently, there were only 3 enchanting women at Loading Automotive, with Wang Jiai being the most captivating. Following her were Yang Xiao and the newly arrived Chen Chanxian. Familiar with Wang Jiai, the personnel department had to rely on her to recruit new talent. Dear friends, come quickly. Our boss has promised that upon successful hiring, the starting salary will be 3,000 yuan, along with corresponding bonuses for each vehicle produced. If you are willing to work night shifts, the pay is double that of daytime hours, and overtime compensation is 3 times the regular wage. Overtime pay is disbursed on the same day, so, dear friends, hurry to join us at Loading Automotive. Wang Jiai, beaming with joy, recited the script prepared by the personnel department. Oh my, sister, you are stunning. I must expose my identity as a night owl for that double salary. What a treat. This company truly has a conscience, 3 times the overtime pay. And it's issued on the same day? It's no wonder this is considered one of the most ethical companies in the country. In our city, it's rare to find such a principled enterprise. I'm ready to resign and return. Beautiful sister. How many people are you planning to hire at Loading Automotive this time? A chorus of eager fans erupted in excitement. We are hiring approximately 10,000 individuals this time. Among them, 2,000 will be through internal recruitment, meaning friends and relatives of current employees. An additional 3,000 will be fresh graduates from universities across the nation. And finally, 5,000 will be recruited from the general public. Wang Jiai cheerfully elaborated. Loading Automotive was experiencing a renaissance, and salaries had increased by 1/3. Even the most ordinary employees now earned over 3,000 yuan a month. With bonuses and commissions factored in, the monthly income could reach a minimum of 15,000 yuan. Wang Jiai had also referred 3 or 4 relatives to the company, including her nephews and nieces. Count me in. Higi, I'm joining too. As Wang said, even a novice can earn over 10,000 a month, right? Earning such a salary right at my doorstep. I'm definitely in. Haha. I'm heading straight north to Ice City. The excitement in the live stream grew palpable as Wang Jiai's words ignited enthusiasm among the viewers. Damn it, report this. Why is Loading Automotive thriving while we're all struggling? These damn fools have truly led me to ruin. I once boasted over 10 million followers. Yet after disparaging Loading Motors, I am now left with fewer than 6 million dead followers, purchased at my own expense. Witnessing Wang Jiai cheerfully recruiting workers while many other reviewers who previously criticized Loading Motors are now nearly grinding their teeth in frustration. It was inevitable. They had all received sponsorship from rival automotive manufacturers. They could only speak ill of Loading Motors, for it would be unwise to disparage their benefactors, wouldn't it? Who could have anticipated that Loading Motors would prove to be so formidable? Furthermore, it has even claimed the title of the first car for young people. leaving them to face the wrath of their fans, teetering on the brink of despair. Chapter 23. The Enthusiastic Sude. Indeed, indeed. As Wang Jiai eloquently engaged her audience in a live broadcast on Douyin, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. It was evident that in today's world, popularity equated to sales. Suddenly, Su Chen recalled the unexpected battlegrounds of domestic products in his previous life. Each one had become a sensation. He could effortlessly replicate that model. After all, with the remarkably low prices of automobiles in his current circumstances, even a modest vehicle would cost at least 20 to 30,000. Thus, the protagonist, without a second thought, placed an order for Mishiwei City. Enjoyment first. Meanwhile, within the Human Resources Department of Longting Automobile Factory, hundreds of individuals were queuing. These were not new recruits, but rather family members of the current employees. Su Chen held a great deal of trust in them, intending to promote many to management positions. After all, their familial dedication spanned 3 generations, and even in the face of bankruptcy, they had reduced their wages to support the engineering team. Now, with the system in place, it could be said that Su Chen's endeavors would all be monopolistic ventures. The amount of money earned was merely a matter of perspective. After all, when one possesses 1 trillion, one can acquire 99% of worldly possessions. However, even with 100 trillion, the breadth of what one could buy remains relatively unchanged. Rumbling. Buzz. Buzz. As Su Chen delighted in Wang Jiai's broadcast, a cacophony of engines roared at the entrance. Peering out the second-floor window, he beheld a long line of trucks. Boss, the automobile production line has arrived. Yang Xiaoro burst through the door, her face alight with excitement. All right, go summon Mr. Liu and Mr. Li. Have them bring the team to install the production line and subsequently ramp up production. Currently, we can only produce 2,000 vehicles a day, which is utterly insufficient. With these 10 production lines, we will be able to manufacture 12,000 vehicles daily. Once the promised 10 additional production lines from the Ministry of Industry arrive, our daily output will soar to 22,000 vehicles. In a month, we could produce 600,000 cars, and by that time, Su Chen's points would undoubtedly explode. Come on, come on. Before Su Chen could finish speaking to Yang Xiaoro, downstairs, Mr. Liu and Mr. Li, accompanied by a throng of individuals, emerged from the research room, all rushing towards the trucks. The workers at the factory had eagerly awaited the arrival of the production lines, for it signified the commencement of their official work. The enthusiasm among the factory workers was exceptionally high. Previously, Su Chen had raised their salaries by 10%, and now, he had further increased it by 1/3. It could be said that each individual was now earning over 10,000 per month. Mr. Liu, Mr. Li. Su Chen descended the stairs to greet the two. Young master, these production lines are remarkable. I just had a look, and they were all procured from the Third Reich. Although they are second-hand, they were scarcely utilized at FAW. And we merely need to adjust a few parameters to ensure they function flawlessly. Within a maximum of 2 days, we could modify all the settings and swiftly commence automobile production. Upon seeing Su Chen approaching, Old Liu cheerfully began to introduce these production lines to him. All right, Old Liu. You all go ahead. Tomorrow, there will be another 10 production lines arriving. Once they come, let's refrain from producing the many. We are set to manufacture entirely new models. Su Chen also smiled and shared his thoughts with Old Liu. With over 20 automobile production lines, if we exert ourselves daily, we could potentially produce a minimum of 600,000 vehicles each month. However, at present, Longting Automotive does not possess such a substantial sales volume. Even the mini cars are projected to sell only 30 to 40,000 units this month at most. 12 production lines are more than sufficient. And Su Chen intends to utilize the remaining lines to manufacture other types of vehicles. Although Su Chen has already established partnerships with Great Wall Motors and BYD, which means he will not produce their vehicle types, there are still plenty of options available from the Japanese. Not to mention, Su Chen's current technology undoubtedly surpasses that of the Japanese manufacturers. Sude had even devised plans with the Japanese concerning Longting's automotive factory. If Su Chen were to spare them, it would be akin to a wasted opportunity for him. Presently, Great Wall Motors has yet to launch the tank series. So Su Chen plans to produce the tank series directly or perhaps manufacture the Havel H9 model. Given that Longting and Great Wall Motors are already collaborating, utilizing their models to produce high-end vehicles poses no issue whatsoever. Understood, young master. This is indeed our task. And Old Li has already recruited quite a few talents from outside. Although we have a considerable number of domestic automotive designers, many have sought opportunities in the Third Reich or in Japan and South Korea due to the previous incompetence of local manufacturers. Over the past few days, I have managed to bring back numerous talented individuals. Hearing Old Lu's words, Old Li stroked his beard and chuckled. All right then, we shall entrust this matter to you. In half a month, we will be ready to develop new models. Waving his hand, Su Chen made his way to his office. Meanwhile, in the bustling city of Shanghai, Su Date observed the sales data of Su Chen's automobiles, nearly shattering his teeth in disbelief. Damn it, when I was at Longting, that wretched factory was on the verge of bankruptcy. I've only been gone for a few days, and they've already made so much money, 15,000 units sold. Over 4 billion in returns. Although I am uncertain of Su Chen's profits, it is evident that there is considerable gain. Furthermore, the government offers subsidies for new energy electric vehicles. While the support is not as substantial as before, each vehicle still receives a 2,000 yuan subsidy. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Observing the myriad praises for Longting Automotive beneath the Weibo posts, Su Dai felt as though his lungs were about to explode. Initially, Su Dai had intended to manipulate the Longting factory, leveraging its automotive license to establish a new joint venture with the Japanese, thus securing a stake exceeding 30%. However, with the factory now gone and his shares vanished, he was left with merely a minuscule portion acquired through the funds Su Chen had previously used to repurchase his shares. Su sang, "What troubles you?" Just as Su Dai was on the verge of losing his temper, a man sporting a small mustache entered through the door. "Commander Kidada, I was contemplating how to ensnare my nephew's automotive enterprise." Chapter 24, The Unleashing of Longting's Second Car Model. What a thrill! Time swiftly passed, and a month had elapsed. Since the last automotive assembly line commenced operations, the mini-series vehicles have experienced an extraordinary surge in sales. In just the first month, over 500,000 units were sold, shattering previous sales records. It is remarkable to note that not a single automotive manufacturer has achieved such a feat in a month, with 99% of them failing to surpass 500,000 units sold. Initially, Su Chen had contemplated producing a tank series of vehicles, but he was astonished by the mini car's remarkable success. Furthermore, apart from the initial 6 models, Chen Qianqian had collaborated with her team to redesign 4 additional mini vehicles during this period, all of which performed admirably in sales. The sale of 500,000 cars directly translated to a cash inflow of 150 billion for Longting Automotive, resulting in a net profit exceeding 20 billion, effectively revitalizing the company. Name, Su Chen. Enterprise, Longting Automotive Factory. Technology, liquid battery technology. Points, 45 million. Hee. It seems that accumulating points is not as arduous as I had presumed. Following the current trajectory, within 2 years at most, I shall be able to acquire the technology for hydrogen energy batteries. Observing that I have already amassed 45 million points, Su Chen could not help but burst into laughter. The system had previously stated that upon reaching 100 million points, the technology for hydrogen-powered vehicles would be unlocked. Yet, even though I have gathered such a substantial amount of points in the first month, it was solely due to the sale of 500,000 cars. While the mini vehicles are not yet saturated, a significant drop in sales is inevitable in the future. This implies that Su Chen must sell another 500,000 vehicles to obtain 100 million points. The remaining 500,000 vehicles may prove challenging to sell in a short span of time. Boss, this is my disciple, Lin Shirin, who previously worked as a car designer at BYD. She has brought back over a dozen automotive designers. Just as Su Chen finished examining the system, Old Li pushed open the office door, accompanied by a woman who appeared to be in her 30s. Haha, Old Li, it's good to see you. You've managed to recruit talent even from Tesla. However, since she is your disciple, let us have them on board right away. Currently, the head of the design department is Chen Qianqian, so you may establish a second department and appoint your disciple as the manager, Su Chen remarked, glancing at the poised woman in her 30s, promptly making arrangements. In Su Chen's vision, there should be at least 6 or 7 automotive design departments under his purview. He intended to delve into every model type, as his technology is unparalleled on a global scale, far beyond the capabilities of other automotive companies. Essentially, each vehicle type necessitates a dedicated design department, as factors like aerodynamics and wiring are all intricately crafted by automotive designers. Haha, thank you, young master. However, my granddaughter specializes in designing high-end vehicles for Tesla. When will our factory also produce high-end automobiles? Upon hearing Su Chen's arrangements, Old Li understood it was a gesture of respect towards him and inquired with a smile. Soon, we now possess the technology and are entirely capable of manufacturing sports cars. So, Lin Shirin, You shall take your team and design several models of sports cars. The prestige must be exquisite. As the saying goes, not necessarily the best, but certainly the most expensive. This year marks the 98th anniversary of Ling Automotive. In a year and a half, we will celebrate our centenary, at which point we can launch a limited edition of supercars. Su-chun had no concerns regarding this. The points accumulated were already sufficient. Thus, he could directly exchange for the most advanced technology available. A supercar with a range exceeding 5,000 kilometers would undoubtedly be remarkable. Moreover, Su-chun had already amassed 45 million points, and in a year and a half, he could easily accrue another 55 million. The task at hand was to penetrate the market. Understood, boss. Lin Shireen responded resolutely as she and Old Lee made their way outside. System. Exchange for the second and third generation technologies. Additionally, acquire memory metals and carbon fiber technology. Oh, and also the first, second, and third generation suspension technologies. This would cost over 26 million points, leaving him with a couple of million for now, which he would reserve for hydrogen energy technology. After bidding farewell to Old Lee and Lin Shireen, Su-chun proceeded to exchange for the technologies his factory required. Up to this point, he had only the initial generation technology, and the electric control and motor technologies were still sourced from other factories, necessitating royalty payments for each vehicle produced. However, that would no longer be the case moving forward. Right, the Tank 300 and its modified versions. After completing the technology exchanges, Su-chun planned to commence production of new vehicles. The factory was currently overstaffed, with 7,000 to 8,000 workers who could not remain idle. Thus, he had no choice but to produce entirely new automobiles. Xiao Ro, in half an hour, have everyone convene in the conference room for a meeting. Su-chun instructed over the phone to Yang Xiaoro. He utilized 500,000 points to exchange for the design blueprints of the Tank 300 and then made his way to the conference room. Half an hour later, in the conference room, after over a month of development, Ling Automotive had expanded its management team to over 300 individuals. Of course, not everyone was present in the meeting room. Only around 100 were there, all of whom were essential technical personnel, including automotive designers. The purpose of gathering you all here is primarily to discuss the production of new automobiles. Our factory has been revitalized, and last month, we achieved a remarkable sales figure of 500,000 vehicles. However, starting from the end of the month, our sales figures have been in a continuous decline, now averaging less than 10,000 units per day. Yet, our factory possesses the capacity to produce over 20,000 vehicles daily. Thus, I propose that we establish an entirely new production line, introducing the Tank series. As he spoke, Su-chun distributed the printed blueprints for the Tank 300 to everyone present. Furthermore, we have already acquired the initial generation of air suspension technology, the first generation of electric motors, advanced electronic control systems, and memory metal technology. I firmly believe that we can fully integrate these innovations into the Tank 300. This initiative will also provide a productive outlet for our surplus workforce. Su-chun has envisioned that with such an array of technologies at our disposal, each model within the Tank series could yield a substantial production of 3 distinct vehicles. This certainly sets the stage for a monopoly. Chapter 25. The Pinnacle of Automotive Technology. If Su-chun were to indulge in a bit of ruthlessness, he could effortlessly produce dozens of series. For instance, the first generation of motors, batteries, electronic control systems, and memory metals would constitute one model of automobile. The second generation would incorporate second-generation batteries alongside the initial motor, electronic control system, and memory metals, thus marking a new automotive lineage with each technological upgrade. However, Su-chun has no intention of pursuing such a fragmented approach. Instead, he aims to create 3 distinct series of vehicles, such as the Tank series, featuring models 300, 600, and 900. This strategy would enable him to monopolize the low, medium, and high-end automotive markets. The same principle applies to other vehicles. Merely having a plethora of models does not guarantee profitability. Therefore, Su-chun plans to fully utilize these technologies, and once he accumulates 100 million points, he will acquire the technology for hydrogen-powered vehicles. At that point, it could be said that electric vehicles would be on the verge of obsolescence. Boss, do we truly possess such technology? Old Lu inquired, holding the blueprints and technical specifications Su-chun had handed him, his gaze fixed upon the explicitly detailed data. The specifications were undeniably impressive. The Tank Series 300 model boasted a length of 4,760 millimeters, a width of 1930 millimeters, and a height of 1903 millimeters, featuring 5 doors and seating for 5 passengers. The battery utilized first-generation liquid battery technology, enabling a remarkable range of 5,000 kilometers. The electronic control system, a pioneer in its field, could convert 90% of direct current, achieving a 20% increase in energy efficiency. The motor, equipped with initial technology, delivered a torque of 2,000 Newton-meters, achieving a rotational speed of 50 revolutions per second, translating to an astonishing 800 horsepower. The materials employed were of first-generation memory metal, reducing the overall weight of the vehicle by 30%. The suspension system was a groundbreaking air suspension, enhancing off-road performance by 30%. Upon examining these technological advancements, not only was old Lou taken aback, but so were all the others present. Indeed, boss, is this technology for real? They exclaimed, particularly astonished by the motor technology, which produced 2,000 Newton-meters of torque at 50 revolutions per second, equating to 3,000 revolutions per minute, coupled with the 800 horsepower. Wouldn't the speed reach an impressive 150 kilometers per hour? Moreover, boss, this electronic control system is extraordinary. Tesla only achieves 82 to 90. They noted, emphasizing the critical advantage of the 20% energy-saving capability. According to the data, with this system in place, the vehicle could achieve a minimum range of 6,000 kilometers. My goodness, boss, where did you procure such remarkable technology? This is the hallmark of a luxury car worth millions. Indeed, indeed. Even Tesla's million-dollar luxury vehicles cannot match our specifications. They marveled. Who could argue otherwise? Boss, this is truly exceptional. After a brief survey of the technologies outlined in the blueprints, everyone was left in awe. After all, such groundbreaking technology was merely in its initial phase. How superior would advanced technology be? The crucial point is that such astonishing innovations would undoubtedly command a price in the million-dollar range. No, we do not need to reach the million-unit sales mark. Let us first assess the costs associated with our production. In my vision, if permitted, our car should commence at a price point of $199,000. Subsequently, we can introduce upgraded models priced above $500,000. As for the Tank 600, it could be sold for over $500,000 but under $1 million. The Tank 9, however, would indeed be a luxury vehicle priced above $1 million. Suchin spoke cheerfully to the crowd, expressing that when it comes to electric vehicles, he does not intend to profit excessively. Opening up the market and providing for our workers is sufficient. Earning slightly less is inconsequential. The primary goal is to establish our brand. Once we acquire hydrogen energy technology, that will be the moment when Longting Automobile truly takes flight. After all, hydrogen energy represents a monopolistic technology for Suchun. Even before others fully grasp hydrogen energy, he would have already launched solar-powered vehicles. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Suchin's remarks, old Lu could not help but burst into laughter. Young master, that is impossible. If you truly sell at such low prices, all manufacturers worldwide will unite to resist you. Given the configuration of our vehicle, it must be priced at least in the million range. This is an unwritten rule among all car manufacturers. Otherwise, do you think cars would be categorized into classes such as B-Class and C-Class? Listening to old Lu, Suchin also chuckled. Rest assured, old Lu, other manufacturers will not dare to oppose us. After all, if we export, the price will certainly be more than double. However, domestically, no one will resist us. Currently, both Great Wall Motors and BYD are our partners. As for other electric vehicle manufacturers, it is not that I look down upon them. They are merely PPT car manufacturers. Furthermore, with our technology revealed, do you believe there would be any distinction between resistance or not? I anticipate that once our new model is launched, North America will attempt to block us. Suchin waved his hand dismissively. He was unconcerned about other car manufacturers. Domestic vehicles were somewhat better due to technological constraints that kept prices from dropping significantly. However, foreign cars were indeed impressive. Take the Mercedes-Benz G-Class as an example. In Europe, it costs merely over 100,000 euros, which is less than 1 million. Yet, domestically, it starts at over 2 million, even approaching 3 million. The key is that one must pay an additional 40 to 50,000 to purchase it. Another example, a Rolls-Royce model, is priced at nearly 10 million in our country, requiring advance payment as well. Not to mention, in its home market, it is sold for merely 330,000 in our neighboring country, Russia. Therefore, the price of our cars is entirely at our discretion. What Suchin aims to do is instigate a major reshuffle in the automotive industry. Those subpar PPT car manufacturers should collapse and cease wasting national resources. As for the remaining foreign automobiles, you either follow suit with price reductions, or you shall find them unsellable. Very well, young master, it is your prerogative to dictate these matters. It would indeed be beneficial to lower the prices of other vehicles. After all, they have profited handsomely within our borders over the years. Moreover, our technology is undeniably advanced. At comparable prices, they possess no competitive edge whatsoever. Mr. Lee stroked his beard, chuckling heartily. He was indifferent to the selling price, for that money would not line his pockets. All right, Lin Shurin and Chin Chan Chan. Shortly you shall take the blueprints and explore the possibility of incorporating additional functionalities into the vehicle. After all, our automobile is electric, and we can certainly develop 2 more impressive versions beyond the basic model. Suchin waved his hand, although he intended to price this vehicle at 199,000. He pondered the possibility of adding 2 extraordinary variants. Chapter 26. The Huawei smartphone launch event. Once the meeting concluded, the attendees departed promptly. Mr. Liu, however, gathered his team to establish new production lines. They needed to set up lines for motors, automobiles, and other products. The automotive design department was tasked with enhancing the existing framework by incorporating additional features. Furthermore, the production facility for memory metal required reconstruction. This back and forth ensured that the factory workers would not be retained due to surplus production. Boss, Mr. Ren from Huawei just called to inform us that their new smartphone has been completed. He invites you to attend the launch event. As Suchin returned to his office, Yang Xiao entered. A launch event from Huawei. Indeed, over the past month, we have delivered nearly 1 million batteries. Upon hearing about Huawei's press conference, Suchin nodded in agreement, preparing to attend. After all, the batteries used by Huawei were the liquid batteries produced by his company, capable of lasting over 10 days. Even with continuous gaming and movie watching, they could sustain up to 7 days of usage. Suchin was determined to show his support. Currently, Huawei stood as the foremost private technology company in the nation. Their annual investment in research and development exceeded hundreds of billions, whereas companies like Tencent and Alibaba allocated far less to R&D. However, in terms of revenue, Huawei did not match their financial performance. When is the launch event? Suchin inquired, furrowing his brow at Yang Xiao. If time was of the essence, they needed to act swiftly. If not, Suchin could complete the production of the new Tank 300 before heading over. 7 days from now, at their headquarters, Yang Xiao replied. Upon hearing this, Suchin turned and made his way to Mr. Liu's office. Mr. Liu, if we put in maximum effort, can we produce a Tank 300 within 3 days? The Huawei team will host their smartphone launch in 7 days. If we can get a Tank 300 ready in 3 days, I could drive it over. We could even live-stream the journey to generate some buzz for the Tank 300. Suchin was adamant about seizing this marketing opportunity, especially since the attendance at Huawei's event would far surpass that of his own launch for Longting Automotive. Huawei had already established itself as a leading technology firm, while Longting was merely a factory producing batteries for foreign automotive companies, making any comparison negligible. Absolutely, if it's just one vehicle. We can have it ready in 2 days, Mr. Liu assured. All right then, you go on with your tasks. I will visit my granddaughter now and ensure we deliver a Tank 300 that meets your expectations in 2 days. Mr. Liu waved to Suchin and turned towards the design office. When did Lin Shurin become your granddaughter? Observing Liu Lao's silhouette, Suchin felt a wave of curiosity. However, after receiving Liu Lao's assurance, Suchin took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Liu Yi. This is Suchin, the chairman of Longting Automobile. In 3 days, I will be testing our new vehicle, driving from iCity all the way to Deep City. I hope you can live stream the entire journey to help promote our new car. Suchin recalled how the previous success of the Mini was largely due to Liu Yi, who boldly drove from iCity to Misty Mountain City, propelling the Mini into the spotlight. At that moment, Liu Yi was maneuvering her Mini along the 318 Sichuan-Tibet Highway. Many Mini owners had previously taken their vehicles onto the Tibetan Plateau, and Liu Yi was eager to give it a try, driving her Black Warrior straight from iCity. Unexpectedly, while chatting with her fans about the scenery, she noticed Suchin's WeChat message. Family, look who just messaged me. Did you see? The chairman of Longting Automobile. He is inviting me to live stream in 3 days to help promote their new model. Haha, family, I have to run. Let me find a place to park, and then I'll catch a flight back to iCity. Upon realizing the message was from Suchin, Liu Yi was instantly exhilarated. Without Suchin, she wouldn't be where she is today. Moreover, the quality of Longting Automobile was indeed exceptional. Thus, she readily agreed, recognizing the substantial benefits this opportunity presented her. What? Did I hear that right? Lonting Automobile is releasing a new vehicle? Incredible! I heard their sales exceeded 50,000 units this month. Haha. Will Chairman Su's new car make new friends? I'm not sure, but knowing his temperament, the new car won't be overpriced. With the performance of this Mini, I dare say that if it were compared to foreign automobile brands, its battery performance would be the talk of the town. Who can argue with that? Ask Chairman Su if we can be friends with the new car. Whenever Lonting Automobile is mentioned, I can't help but laugh. Those so-called PPT cars have seen their stock prices plummet this month. Do they even dare to compare themselves to Lonting? To Chairman Su? Not at all. Lonting Automobile was established in 1925, transitioned to a public-private partnership in 1955, with shareholders voluntarily relinquishing control to donate the factory to the state. By 1985, Lonting Automobile was struggling until Chairman Su's grandfather acquired it. Finally, in 2023, Lonting Automobile was revitalized. Can they even measure up? Indeed, I am part of Lonting Automobile. Our legacy spans 3 generations. The audience in the live stream, upon hearing Lu Yi mention Suchin's message about testing the new car, was filled with anticipation. Everyone was filled with excitement, for Suchin's genuine character shone through. The first car for a young person, priced at 28,008, one must ask. Which manufacturer could achieve such a feat? Even those old street vendors would charge over 20,000 for a unit. All right, I will inquire on your behalf later. For now, I shall find the nearest city. Then, I will board a flight to the ice city. Lu Yi glanced at the comments and readily agreed. Meanwhile, Suchin sent a message to Brother Hu. The last time Suchin sought assistance in promoting his Lonting Automobile, only Brother Hu did not explicitly request a recharge. Yet he aided Suchin by conducting a review. Other automotive reviewers demanded recharges. At that time, Lonting was overwhelmed, with no funds available for such expenses. Wasn't that absurd? Chapter 27. The debut of the new vehicle, a new friendship. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. On this day, early in the morning, Suchin arrived at the factory. Today marked the momentous occasion of the first Tank 300 rolling off the production line. Although it could have been completed yesterday, Lin Shireen had decided to surprise Suchin, insisting that he come this morning to collect the vehicle. Hey, Mr. Su. What brings you here so early? Upon entering the factory, Suchin spotted Lu Yi and Brother Hu waiting for him. Haha, Yi, Brother Hu. What brings you both here at such an hour? Suchin approached them with a cheerful demeanor, shaking their hands. ISNT at an invitation from Mr. Su? I'm eager to try out the new Dragonton automobile. Brother Hu replied with a grin. Rest assured, the new vehicle will not disappoint you. Every aspect of our new model employs cutting-edge technology from around the globe. Moreover, its price is bound to astonish everyone. Just as Suchin was conversing with them, a colossal vehicle gradually approached from the distance. Goodness! Mr. Su, is this the new car from Dragonton? Brother Hu exclaimed, nearly dropping his jaw at the sight of the imposing vehicle. Not only Brother Hu, but even Suchin was taken aback by the sheer size of the car. According to the dimensions provided by Suchin, the vehicle was supposed to measure less than 5 meters in length and about 2 meters in width and height. However, the vehicle before them exceeded at least 6 meters in length, with a width surpassing 2 meters, approximately 2.2 to 3. Its height was also close to 2.5 meters. This was undeniably a road behemoth. The car's headlights exuded an aura of dominance, resembling the fierce gaze of a dragon. The emblem on the vehicle was a striking T, measuring over 20 centimeters, exuding an authoritative presence. Wow, Mr. Su. Is this truly your new vehicle? It looks incredibly formidable. Lu Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the tank, reaching out to caress the automobile. Mr. Su, we worked through the night to prepare this for you. This vehicle is larger than the standard tank, as it is a modified version. Although its performance remains largely unchanged, it boasts numerous additional features. I have prepared all the necessary documentation, so you can drive it directly to Huawei's launch event. Lin Shireen leaped down from the vehicle, smiling as she introduced it to Suchin. Absolutely, this is the ultimate apocalyptic war machine. With a glance at the iron mesh on the windows and the massive cargo rack atop the vehicle, Suchin felt immensely satisfied. Brother Hui, let us start a live broadcast. We 3 shall head to the Huawei launch event in Shenzhen. The journey spans 3,400 kilometers, and we shall navigate it with ease. With that, Suchin took the keys and settled into the driver's seat. Remarkable. As Suchin settled into the vehicle, he was enveloped by an exquisite sense of comfort. One could confidently assert that the seat was remarkably plush. In front of him loomed a vast control panel, measuring no less than half a meter in length, overwhelming his senses. To his astonishment, in the back seat, Louis, who had just embarked on a live stream, was equally mesmerized by the spectacle before her. The rear compartment was adorned with a celestial ceiling and featured a grand sunroof. With only 2 seats that could transform into a bed, the interior was equipped with a refrigerator and a television, offering an abundance of amenities. It could be said that riding in such a vehicle was an unparalleled indulgence. The seats were heated, there were USB charging ports, and the expansive control panel was simply impressive. Mr. Su, you truly have surprised us consumers. Seated in the passenger seat, Brother Who couldn't help but marvel at the vehicle's features, which were not absent in other car manufacturers, but rather reserved for high-end models. Such functionalities typically belong to vehicles priced from $400,000 to $500,000. Virum. Suchin turned the car around and headed directly towards the highway. This journey to Shenzhen included only 4 individuals, and with the 4 of them taking turns driving, the 3,000 kilometers would not feel burdensome. Boss. The production cost of the car is $225,000. The standard model can be acquired for a maximum of $170,000. Yang Shiro whispered in Su Chin's ear as they had just exited the Longding automobile factory. This was to assist Su Chin in establishing a price, especially since dozens of thousands of viewers were watching the live stream. Mr. Su, the fans are eager for you to offer an introduction to this vehicle and its price. I wonder if Mr. Su is willing to make a few more friends today. As the car just hit the highway, Brother Who, after showcasing the car's features to the audience, eagerly turned to Su Chin with questions. Haha, this vehicle is our second model from Longding Automotive, named the Tank 300. We also have the Tank 600 and Tank 900 in the pipeline, but our current technology does not yet permit their production. As for the Tank 300, I want to delve into all its features, but its range can reach an impressive 6,000 kilometers. Moreover, our electric motor and control systems are of the highest global caliber. Detailed specifications will be available on our official website in 2 weeks. Lastly, this vehicle is equipped with our first-generation air suspension system. While you may not feel it on the highway, once we arrive at Huawei's headquarters, you will be able to take this car along the Sichuan-Tibet route, which will undoubtedly astonish you. As for the price, allow me to keep you in suspense. I can only say that it remains at a friendly price. When we launch this vehicle, 80% of foreign automotive brands may very well withdraw from our dragon country. Suchin chuckled heartily as he introduced the car. Indeed, possessing advanced technology allows for a certain audacity. Despite its basic air suspension, the price remains surprisingly reasonable. He also noted that the second-generation air suspension alone commands a hefty price of $500,000. By the time the third-generation air suspension is developed, it may only be suitable for competitive racing, as it is unlikely that the average citizen could afford such a vehicle. Oh my! Su Dong remains as audacious as ever. A car of such caliber, yet he still seeks camaraderie? Behold, this is the true essence of domestic excellence, the pride of our homeland. Haha. This vehicle exudes an impressive aura. I have heard it is a modified version. Indeed, let us wait and see when this marvel will be launched. My goodness. An all-terrain vehicle boasting a 5,000-kilometer range. How astonishing. Chapter 28. The unmatched endurance of the off-road vehicle. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream were astounded by the data shared by Su Chun regarding the Tank 300. Goodness, this is truly groundbreaking. With a range of 5,000 to 6,000 kilometers, it far surpasses traditional gasoline vehicles, which typically manage only 500 to 600 kilometers on a full tank. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the Dragon Nation is not lacking in electricity and can even supply power to many neighboring countries. However, it is indeed deficient in oil. If, in the future, all vehicles in the Dragon Nation could transition to electric, one might say that oil may not hold as much significance. Do you see? Their batteries can evidently sustain a range of 6,000 kilometers. I believe we could procure a batch of this liquid battery technology for use in our aircraft. Meanwhile, in a conference room of an airline, over 100 individuals were engrossed in Su Chin's live stream. I believe this is feasible, Mr. Yang. Previously, when they registered with the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, they claimed that their liquid batteries could store 10 times the energy of conventional batteries within the same volume. If we could produce such electric aircraft, we could reduce our costs by at least 2/3. Indeed, Mr. Yang, I also believe we should initially purchase a small batch of batteries for testing. Yes, Mr. Yang. Our planes must deplete their fuel before each landing, resulting in significant losses. Furthermore, electricity is remarkably inexpensive. Absolutely, Mr. Yang. If we could develop an aircraft with a range of 10,000 kilometers, we could fly directly to the North American continent. A group of people began to deliberate among themselves. While aircraft are indeed fast, they require substantial fuel for every journey. Currently, passenger planes consume 12 tons of fuel per hour, which is an exorbitant expense. For instance, a flight from Ice City to Deep City takes approximately 5 hours, consuming no less than 60 tons of fuel, with additional reserves required. This is to ensure that if the aircraft cannot land at Deep City's airport, it can swiftly divert to another location. Insufficient fuel could lead to peril. However, if the plane lands normally, the fuel tanks must be emptied to prevent potential fires and explosions upon landing. Transitioning from fuel-powered aircraft to electric not only eliminates the need for fuel depletion but also reduces costs by 2/3. Agreed. 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 Mr. Yang. While we have decided to procure the liquid batteries from Ling Automotive, we currently lack all 3 essential components: the electric control system, the motor, and we do not possess any of them. The electric control system can be adapted from the automotive sector, but the motor for electric vehicles does not provide the necessary horsepower. Upon hearing this, the room fell into a profound silence. We can exchange shares for technology, and Ling Automotive now possesses remarkably advanced technology. I firmly believe they are fully capable of developing aircraft technology. Let us adjourn. Let us expedite the release of Ling Automotive. Meanwhile, within a service area on the highway, a party of 4 is taking a brief respite. Having risen at an exceedingly early hour, they forwent breakfast and could only settle for a light snack to sustain one another. Mr. Su, allow me to take a turn. This vehicle exudes an air of dominance. Tiger, while savoring a steamed dumpling, gazes at the Tank 300 parked in the lot, his eyes brimming with admiration. He has truly never encountered a vehicle with a range of 6,000 kilometers before. All right, go ahead and take the wheel, Suchin replied with a grin. However, this is merely the basic version of the Tank 300. There will also be the Tank 600 and Tank 900. The latter models are even more formidable. Suchin cheerfully elaborated, and he was indeed correct. The Tank 600 is considerably larger than the Tank 300, and the Tank 900 surpasses the Tank 600 in size. Importantly, vehicles in this tank series are customizable and can be modified directly at Suchun's automotive factory, making them street legal. Once the Tank 900 is released, I will certainly acquire one. After satisfying their appetites, the group boarded the vehicle, with Suchin taking a seat in the rear. Lu Yi assumed the position of the front passenger. Having already introduced most of the details to the others previously, she moved to the front to begin a live broadcast. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Meanwhile, in the bustling metropolis, Sude was watching Tiger's live stream, as this event had been building anticipation for 3 days. Upon hearing that Suchin's Tank 300 could achieve a range of 6,000 kilometers, he was so enraged that he kicked his desk aside. Why wasn't this developed while I was still involved? Had it been created then, I wouldn't have had to divest my shares. At this moment, Sude was consumed with regret. It is worth noting that he previously held a 30% stake. A company specializing in battery production, CATL, boasts a market valuation in the trillions. Tesla's market cap is $800 billion, with BYD similarly valued at $800 billion. Presently, all 3 of Suchun's technologies are at the forefront of the industry. The minimum valuation should be in the trillions. Had he not undermined Suchun, leading to his own divestment, his 30% stake could have garnered him at least $300 billion in cash. However, now he was left with nothing. His entire fortune was invested, yet he only obtained 1% of the joint venture automotive company's shares. The crucial point is that the joint venture has sold hardly any vehicles, especially with Suchun's Ling Automotive overshadowing them. On the other hand, Suchun reclined within the vehicle, examining the technological advancements within the system: autonomous driving technology, intelligent software, and supercharging technology. The reason Tesla excels is that these technologies are indeed world-leading. If Suchun can successfully redeem this, he can proudly declare that he has surpassed Tesla. Particularly, the supercharging technology is astonishingly impressive. The first-generation supercharging technology allows for a charge of 10 kilowatt-hours per minute, priced at 500,000 points. The second-generation supercharging technology enables a charge of 20 kilowatt-hours per minute, with a cost of 5 million points. The third-generation supercharging technology can charge at a remarkable rate of 30 kilowatt-hours per minute, priced at 50 million points. This is truly extraordinary. Upon witnessing this technology, Suchun nearly leaped from his seat. The Tank 300 has a battery capacity of 600 kilowatt hours, which is tenfold that of a standard battery. This means that the first-generation superfast charging can fully charge the Tank 300 in just 1 hour. With the third-generation technology, it requires only 20 minutes for a complete charge. For ordinary vehicles, the first-generation technology can achieve a full charge in merely 5 to 6 minutes. This heralds a wave of transformation. Chapter 29, the Huawei Smartphone Launch Event. After 3 days, the quartet finally arrived at the headquarters of Huawei Automobile in Shenzhen, driving the Tank 300. Mr. Su, I can't go on any longer. I need to take a break. I'll join Louis in the desert in a couple of days. Upon reaching Shenzhen, brother who could hardly endure any longer. Over the past 2 days, he had been driving for 7 to 8 hours each day. Were it not for the fear of being accused of fatigue driving by netizens, he would undoubtedly have clung to the steering wheel. All right, you all go ahead, Xiaoro, and I will fly back later. However, once you're done, make sure to return this car to Ice City. This is the very first vehicle produced by Longting Automobile in its truest sense. It will be displayed in the Longting Automobile Museum. When the car hits the market, I'll gift each of you one. After speaking, Su Chun waved goodbye to the two, heading towards Huawei's headquarters with Yang Xiaoro. Let us go, we should rest first, and then we'll head straight to Alasan. Watching Su Chin and his companion fade into the distance, brother who turned the car around and drove towards the hotel. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to park. Throughout this journey, everyone has been observing. Look, we still have 52% battery left, which means this vehicle's range genuinely exceeds 6,000 kilometers. Perfect. Once Louis and I finish resting, we'll drive this car directly to Alasan. There, we should be able to test the limits of this vehicle. Now, we need to take a break. With that, brother who closed the live stream and headed towards the hotel with Louis. Haha, Mr. Su, welcome, welcome. Meanwhile, Mr. Rin, upon learning of Su Chin's arrival, hurried out to greet him. After all, Su Chin had become a rising star in Longhua, though his wealth had yet to be realized. Everyone knew that barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would soon be the wealthiest in the nation. His technological prowess was simply astounding, and with the potential of Longting Automobile, a market value exceeding 300 billion would be a matter of just 2 or 3 months. Moreover, Su Chun held a 100% stake in Longting Automobile. Haha, Mr. Ren, why have you come personally? After exchanging pleasantries, Su Chun was ushered into the venue. Inside, the atmosphere was undeniably lively, filled not only with individuals from the smartphone industry, but also from various other sectors. They were well aware that Su Chun would be attending the Huawei launch event this time, the last time he held a conference. Many missed the opportunity to collaborate with him, but this time, they were determined not to let it slip away. Hello everyone, welcome to the Huawei P60 launch event. Less than half an hour later, the Huawei launch commenced. It must be said, this event was brimming with groundbreaking technology, dazzling not only the audience but also capturing Su Chin's attention. After the conclusion of the press conference, everyone proceeded directly to the hotel. Mr. Rin, I wonder if our two companies could collaborate. You provide the smartphones, and we supply the automobiles. Let us unite for a joint sales venture. Once the press conference activities were wrapped up, Su Chin sought out Mr. Rin, who was busy hosting guests. Upon witnessing the Huawei P60, adorned with an array of cutting-edge technologies, particularly their satellite phone, Su Chin pondered the possibility of a partnership. Envisioning the installation of software on Huawei phones that could facilitate the tracking and unlocking of tank vehicles, such a collaboration would undoubtedly be mutually beneficial. Of course, I am curious about how you envision this collaboration, Mr. Rin replied readily upon hearing Su Chin's proposal. Su Chin outlined his thoughts succinctly, which only heightened Mr. Rin's enthusiasm. Indeed, Su, your ideas are splendid. I wholeheartedly agree to this venture. We will provide 100,000 smartphones, selling them to your Longting Automotive at the price of 5,000 yuan each. Mr. Rin decisively finalized the agreement. Mr. Su, I have long admired your reputation. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the chairman of Shanang. You may call me Old Yang, a man in his 50s, sporting a receding hairline. Approached with a glass in hand. Oh, hearing Mr. Yang's words, Su Chin couldn't help but smile. Can you truly make decisions on this matter? Everyone knows that Shanang is a state-owned enterprise. There is no way for me to collaborate with you, but I would be quite willing to sell you some batteries. Moreover, the shares of Shanhang hold little value and could easily entrap me, especially since they incurred losses of 110 billion over 3 years and were delisted. We can certainly make decisions regarding this. This is the outcome following our application to higher authorities. If Mr. Su is willing to collaborate, We can offer you 30% of the shares. Mr. Yang chuckled heartily upon hearing Su Chen's remarks. They had long contemplated reform, yet faced challenges. Currently, Longhua could not compete with the United States in aviation. With Longhua's extensive high-speed rail network, most individuals preferred trains, followed by cars, with air travel being a rarity for at least 1 billion citizens. In contrast, the United States, with its inadequate transportation and rail systems, had no choice but to focus on aviation, where even small counties boasted 4 or 5 airports. Su Chen, initially disinterested in collaboration, laughed upon hearing their willingness to offer him 30% of the shares. Earlier this year, when Air China acquired Shanhang, it only valued the latter at 14 billion yuan. What, then, is 30% of 14 billion? It appears that these individuals have devised quite a clever scheme. Chairman Yang, you exaggerate. It is not that I am unwilling to collaborate with you, but rather that I am utterly ignorant when it comes to aviation. Moreover, our company, Longting, has not ventured into the aerospace industry. Of course, although we have never manufactured an aircraft, if you, Chairman Yang, provide us with the necessary data, we can indeed produce aviation batteries. Su Chen said with a cheerful smile to Chairman Yang. Even General Ren, who was nearby, could not help but chuckle. What a remarkable instance of turning empty hands into a white wolf. A 30% equity stake, amounting to approximately 4 to 500 million, would mean that once Su Chen becomes a shareholder of Shanhang, he can forget about charging for future services. After all, this equity is meant to exchange for Su Chen's expertise. Chapter 30. Su Chen's new job, granting favor. Observing the unyielding Su Chen, Chairman Yang felt a twinge of helplessness. He was acutely aware that the offer he presented was indeed rather meager, yet there was little he could do. After all, this was a state-owned enterprise. The upper echelons had decreed that the maximum stake he could offer Su Chen was a mere 30%. This predicament weighed heavily on him. For once these two technologies emerged, they would undoubtedly revolutionize the entire aviation industry. The projected value was in the trillions, and rightly so, as the future trajectory pointed resolutely towards aviation. While it may seem that the primary modes of transportation in the Dragon Country are currently automobiles and high-speed trains, a glance at the Americans reveals a different story. Once economic growth stagnates, there will be insufficient funds to maintain roads and railways. At that juncture, the aviation sector will need to be robustly developed. Very well, Chairman Su. I shall return to seek further approvals. Chairman Yang conceded, feeling resigned. Converting 4 billion into a technology valued at trillions was akin to a bold gamble. However, this was not solely his decision to make. If the higher-ups do not acquiesce, I wonder if they might consider some concessions. Departing the conference room, Chairman Yang retreated to the restroom to splash some water on his face. He retrieved his phone and dialed his superior. Can you confirm that these two technologies can indeed be developed? Moreover, can they truly disrupt the aviation industry? A deep, authoritative voice resonated from the other end. Indeed, I am confident that these two technologies have the potential to redefine the aviation sector. Chairman Yang nodded emphatically. Very well. I shall proceed to seek approval from the higher-ups. Meanwhile, within the conference room, the attendees, upon noticing Chairman Yang's departure, gravitated towards Su Chen. Previously, they had missed the opportunity to collaborate with him, but this time they were determined to establish a connection. After all, Su Chen's technology was entirely monopolistic. Chairman Su, would it be possible for us to procure a batch of liquid batteries? Another chimed in. Yes, Chairman Su. We manufacture laptops and tablets and are eager to acquire some as well. A throng of individuals surrounded Su Chen, presenting their business cards. Absolutely, there is no issue whatsoever. For those wishing to purchase batteries, please contact our marketing manager, Wang Jiai, directly to place your orders. Su Chen cheerfully accepted the cards and began to introduce himself to the eager crowd. While the primary business of Longting Automotive Factory was automobile manufacturing, the revenue from batteries was equally enticing. Each battery sold would yield a profit margin of at least 2/3, significantly surpassing that of automobiles. However, these batteries were not finished products and could not be directly utilized by consumers, were it not for the lack of incentives. Su Chen might have contemplated focusing solely on battery production. Haha, Chairman Su, next month, Great Wall Motors will also be launching a new vehicle. We hope you will grace us with your presence at our unveiling event. After only a short while, the CEO of Great Wall Motors approached with a beaming smile. In the realm of new energy, Great Wall Motors does not possess significant advantages. Domestically, it can be regarded as one of the foremost developers of independent fuel engines. Yet it still pales in comparison to the top-tier international automotive companies. Unlike BYD, which boasts its own innovative blade battery technology, Great Wall's capabilities are not quite on par. BYD is a formidable contender, second only to Tesla in the new energy sector. With a hearty laugh, Suchin approached and shook hands with President Wang. It is no wonder that many are drawn to such high-end gatherings. A simple evening of drinks and conversation can lead to substantial orders. Mr. Su, we at BYD will also hold a press conference next month, showcasing high-end vehicles worth millions, utilizing your Dragon Power liquid battery. Soon, the CEO of BYD, holding a glass, also made his way over. Wonderful, President Wang, I will certainly be there next month. As he observed the social interactions, Suchin recalled a small aspiration expressed by the former billionaire, Old Wang. I haven't worked in 4 or 5 years, and my subordinates constantly arrange social engagements for me. They want me to show my face. After we meet, business tends to flourish. The only duty of the billionaire Wang seemed to be to engage in socializing and granting favors. Suchin sensed that in just 2 years, his own responsibilities would mirror those of Old Wang, revolving around social engagements and favor-giving. In merely 2 hours, he had secured numerous orders, indicating that he would soon need to expand the factory's capacity. Having spent an entire day at the event, Suchin finally concluded his engagements and followed Yang Xiaoro to the hotel arranged by Huawei. Phew, these social gatherings are truly exhausting. I suppose next time I should bring Sister Jiai along, he remarked, rubbing his temples in discomfort. He had indulged too much in toasting, feeling reluctant to decline. And even after only taking small sips, he had consumed a considerable amount. Boss, I believe you should consider hiring professional managers. They would adeptly manage the company, allowing you to focus solely on the research department. The marketing team, in particular, is of utmost importance. Yang Xiaoro, observing Suchin's distress, offered her counsel. Upon our return, let us engage a headhunting firm to assist us in recruiting talent. I intend to recruit vigorously. Today we secured orders worth hundreds of billions. We should at least begin with a profit of 500 billion. If I must personally oversee every matter, I will surely exhaust myself. Suchin nodded in agreement with Yang Xiaoro's suggestion. She was absolutely right. He held 100% ownership of the company, wielding immense influence within. Employing professional managers to assist in running the company was indeed a prudent decision. Although Dragon Power Automotive would not go public, Suchin planned to independently establish the tank brand and eventually list it separately. As long as Suchin's loading automobile continues to possess world-leading technology, the market value of the tank brand will undoubtedly remain substantial, even with the eventual emergence of hydrogen-fueled and solar-powered vehicles. The current range of tank automobiles will safeguard its market value. However, other automotive companies may find themselves in a precarious position. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. Tomorrow, I shall have personnel recruited for me. Upon returning to the company, we must expedite the establishment of our headquarters. The development of our 8,000 acres of land must commence without delay. Suchin mused that since the tank automobile is to be independent, it is certain that additional automobile brands will emerge subsequently. Consequently, the workforce within the company will continue to expand, rendering our current office space somewhat insufficient. Chapter 31. Establishing Employee Dormitories. Xiaoro, shortly you will initiate an event on Douyin and Weibo, announcing that our Lonting automobile factory is set to commence extensive construction. Although this year may not be feasible due to the impending winter, come spring, once the 8,000 acres of land are ready, we shall embark on grand infrastructure projects. First, we need design firms or developers to create some architectural blueprints for us. The sole requirement is that the buildings must exhibit distinctive characteristics, ideally reflecting our national heritage. Upon returning to the office, Suchin advised Yang Xiaoro. He expressed his discontent with the current architectural designs, which he found monotonous and lacking in uniqueness. Most of them only varied slightly in appearance, devoid of any true character. Notably, in Ice City, home to 47 ethnic groups, it is imperative that we conceive buildings that are distinctive. Aesthetically pleasing architecture will undoubtedly enhance the spirits of those working here. Understood, boss. However, should we not consider constructing some dormitory buildings? Currently, our accommodations consist solely of bungalows, and previously, our employees resided nearby in company-provided housing. With our workforce having expanded significantly, commuting has become quite inconvenient. Yang Xiaoro pondered the situation, noting that employees now traveled from various corners of Ice City. Some even faced commutes exceeding 2 hours each way, amounting to a staggering 4 hours spent in transit. Here is the plan. I will consult with Chen Qianqian and the others to design some buses for us. For now, they will serve as our company shuttles. Next year, we shall establish 2 residential communities within the company premises, capable of accommodating 100,000 individuals. We envision 4-story buildings, each with gardens, ensuring equitable distribution among employees. Every unit will feature 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms across 2 levels. This arrangement will facilitate housing for our long-serving employees, while new hires can use these as dormitories. After a decade of service, these homes will be allocated to them. As for our veteran employees, they will receive their dwellings directly. And the company will fund the demolition of their current bungalows to pave the way for a school in that area. Suchin contemplated the necessity of prioritizing this initiative. With the land already owned, it would significantly reduce costs by 50%. The overall expenditure for construction would amount to less than 4,000 yuan per square meter, an amount Suchin could readily manage, especially since the company is currently reaping profits in the billions. Additionally, there is the 100 billion yuan interest-free loan previously granted by the authorities for a community of 100,000. With each individual allotted 50 square meters of living space, the total expenditure would be under 200 billion yuan, a sum easily covered by battery sales alone. Let us disseminate this information within the company shortly. The base salary for all employees has been directly raised to 6,000 yuan, and the housing benefits will also be distributed accordingly. Suchin gestured to Yang Xiao to proceed with the announcement. This decision was not born out of extravagance or foolishness, but rather a heartfelt gratitude towards the employees. The achievements of Longting Automobile Factory today are a testament to the perseverance of every individual. However, as the owner, Suchin cannot offer them shares. Thus, this method of compensation is the only feasible option. Consider the skilled workers, if they were to seek employment at another automobile factory. Earning 6,000 to 7,000 yuan monthly would be effortless, with many even surpassing 10,000 with ease. Yet, in recent years, due to the continuous decline of Longting Automobile Factory, employees voluntarily reduced their salaries to 2,500 yuan. It is vital to recognize that they are the primary breadwinners for their families. In this day and age, what can one accomplish on a monthly salary of 2,500 yuan? It barely suffices for survival, let alone expenses for children's education, tutoring, or supporting the elderly. This amount is wholly inadequate. Meanwhile, Yang Shiro arrived at the broadcasting room to convey Suchin's message to the announcer. Hello, hello, hello. Attention everyone. Please pause your work. A significant announcement is about to be made. Under Chairman Su's leadership, Longting Automobile has achieved profitability, and thus, Chairman Su is granting everyone a benefit. From this month onward, each individual's salary will be raised to a minimum of 6,000 yuan. Furthermore, next year, the company will establish a community within the factory premises to accommodate 100,000 residents. Every long-standing employee will receive a 200 square meter garden duplex apartment. New employees need not worry. These apartments will be provided as free dormitories. Moreover, after 10 years of service, a reward awaits you. However, while the apartments can be rented out, they cannot be sold. Now, let us express our gratitude for Chairman Su's generosity. As the announcer delivered these impassioned words, astonishment swept through the factory. Is Chairman Su truly this generous? The entire facility erupted in excitement. Is it true that everyone receives a 200 square meter apartment? Our family of 5 works here. Does that mean we are entitled to 5 apartments? We are a family of 3. This could lead us to financial freedom. Loaning truly is a conscientious enterprise. Indeed, we newcomers can only admire from afar. Alas, I've been here for less than 10 days, and I might get assigned a dormitory. Stay grounded. The construction will commence next year. Haha. Our family of 3 works in the factory, and while the apartments cannot be sold, they can be rented out. Given our factory's prime location within the 3rd ring, renting one could start at a minimum of 2,000 yuan. 2,000? Less than 3,000. I find it acceptable to leave it vacant. I haven't heard the broadcaster mention it, but every household has a duplex of 200 square meters. Moreover, it comes with a garden. It would be inappropriate to leave it vacant for less than 3,000. Ha ha ha. With our family owning 5 properties, we could rent out 4 of them, couldn't we? That would yield an additional income of over 10,000 yuan in rent this month. A group of employees began to chatter excitedly among themselves. Particularly those from larger families working in the factory felt invigorated, as if they had been given a shot of adrenaline. This is truly remarkable. Mr. Su is exceptionally impressive. Well done, young Su. This ability to win hearts is far more potent than the vast ocean. At that moment, in the engineer's office, Mr. Liu and Mr. Li were sipping tea. And upon hearing the broadcast, they exchanged knowing smiles. Chapter 32. The envy of netizens greetings, dear friends. I have returned once more to share some exhilarating news regarding the benefits provided by our factory. This evening, following the conclusion of the workday, numerous young individuals within the factory commenced live streaming. Among them was a particularly exuberant female streamer with hundreds of thousands of fans, who animatedly recounted her experiences from the day. Dear friends, it appears that fortune is smiling upon me. From this day forth, please refer to me as the heir of wealth, a paragon of affluence. Today, our esteemed leader of Longting Automotive, Mr. Su Chun, announced that our company has finally turned a profit. Consequently, he has allocated hundreds of billions to establish employee accommodations, a residential community designed to house 100,000 individuals. Most notably, as per Mr. Su's vision, every long-serving employee shall be granted a 200-square-meter duplex residence, complete with a garden. There are 8 members of my family employed at the factory: my grandparents, parents, older brother, and I. Although I have only been with the factory for less than 2 years, I inquired with the Human Resources Department. And due to my family's 3 generations of service to the company, both my brother and I are entitled to a home as well. While these residences cannot be sold externally, we shall occupy 3 of the 8 units and rent out the remaining 5, allowing our family to earn an additional $20,000 in rental income each month. Furthermore, a crucial point to note is that Mr. Su is also investing in the demolition of our current housing. The female streamer, brimming with excitement, shared these remarkable benefits with her audience. Is this for real? Does your factory truly offer such generous benefits? Exclaimed viewers, their envy palpable. I work at Tesla and thought I had it good, but your conditions surpass mine. Even those employed at TSMC were moved to tears of envy. Yao, is your factory still hiring? Oh, how fortunate you are to have Mr. Su as a leader. Indeed, Mr. Su is a genuine entrepreneur, providing young people with their first vehicles, remarkably advanced technology sold at a mere $28,000. Even at that price, the profit margins are slim. Moreover, the formidable Tank 300 is offered at a friendly price as well. Yet, Mr. Su still manages to invest hundreds of billions into employee welfare. One must wonder, has Longting truly amassed hundreds of billions? How is that feasible? With an average vehicle price of $31,000 and current sales of $600,000, the total revenue amounts to only $180 billion. This figure does not even account for raw materials, labor costs, or taxes. Mr. Su is indeed a conscientious entrepreneur. From now on, I shall remain loyal to the Longting brand. The viewers in the live stream erupted with fervent admiration, their envy evident on their faces. What a situation. They toil endlessly, yet cannot afford to buy a home, while Longting simply gifts houses to its employees, 200 square meters each, no less, with 2 stories and gardens. Who can possibly withstand such generosity? Within half an hour, this news had ascended to the trending topics. This matter is not merely the opinion of a single individual, rather, it is the collective sentiment of hundreds of employees from Longting Automobile. Furthermore, the official account of Longting Automobile has publicly announced a recruitment drive for designers, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Alas, I find myself envious to the point of shedding bitter tears. How unfortunate it is that our company demands relentless dedication from us, offering scant remuneration, and to top it all off, we endure the burdensome 996 work schedule. The bitterness of envy and resentment overwhelms me. The astute have already departed for Longting Automobile. Indeed, this time, iCity has truly gained significant advantages. Who can deny it? iCity has undoubtedly reaped great benefits. It is indeed the eldest son of the Republic, with enterprises exhibiting such commendable responsibility. I have perused the records. During the tenure of Chairman Su, housing was allocated to everyone. Even under the leadership of Chairman Su's father, Su Dahai, despite the automotive factory's financial imbalances, housing continued to be distributed. Astonishingly, under Chairman Su's administration, housing allocation persists, with new employees receiving accommodations as well. Alas, I am filled with envy. I have seen the announcement. New employees are granted free lodging upon joining, and after a decade of service, they are entitled to housing. What difference does this make from outright allocation? Chairman Su surpasses even Dong in generosity. My envy is overwhelming. I, too, have resolved to head to iCity. I inquired with a university classmate who works at Longting Automobile. They have a fixed 8-hour workday, complemented by a 2-hour lunch break. If overtime is required, the maximum is 3 additional hours daily, and the overtime pay is triple the regular rate. Indeed, they operate on a 3-shift system, with night shift workers receiving double pay, which amounts to a guaranteed monthly salary of 12,000 yuan. When combined with overtime and commissions, one could nearly earn 20,000 yuan a month. Without further ado, I shall venture northward. How might I ensure that the boss inadvertently witnesses the benefits offered by Longting? On Weibo, millions are leaving comments, fervently promoting the perks of Longting Automobile. At this moment, within the leadership of iCity, the officials have also observed the benefits provided by Longting Automobile, all displaying expressions of relief. Comrades, as the netizens have aptly stated, we in iCity have indeed let a great opportunity slip through our fingers. Many netizens are eager to come to our iCity, thus we must implement changes. First and foremost, we must enhance our tourism sector, immediately. I demand the establishment of dedicated tourist routes. All city management personnel are to be deployed to inspect the market for discrepancies and instances of overcharging. Should we catch any offenders, I will ensure their complete financial ruin. All officials must engage in diligent efforts. The official department's restrooms and parking lots must be cleared to accommodate tourists. Additionally, and most importantly, the morning and evening markets must be managed uniformly by the city management to regulate stall operating hours, ensuring that no one is allowed to harass the vendors. Though I have aged, I am not devoid of internet savvy. The morning and evening markets in our iCity have indeed become popular destinations for numerous online enthusiasts. Director Ding, seated in the prominent position, issued a series of commands to those below him. A resounding acknowledgement ensued, with everyone brimming with enthusiasm. In the past, iCity was quite impoverished and lacked any substantial industries. Most of the economy relied on the state's heavy industries, with taxes collected directly by the government, leaving little for local benefit, which rendered their efforts severely constrained. Furthermore, it is imperative to expedite the attraction of external investments by designating an additional parcel of land near the Longting Automobile Factory. Should I discover anyone slacking in their duties, I must regretfully inform you that I possess the authority to elevate you as easily as I can dismiss you. Chapter 33, The Vision of Longting Automobile. This young man is truly remarkable. This epitomizes the ethos of Longting. At this moment, in Xiong province of southern Longhua, Su Dehai and Li Sumei bask under the sun. Upon witnessing the significant undertakings of Longting Automobile, Su Dehai could not help but nod in satisfaction. Indeed, he is proud of his son, who not only revived a nearly bankrupt automobile factory but also fully embodied the principles of Longting Automobile. This fills him with immense gratification. However, Su Chen's actions have stirred discontent among the owners of other automobile manufacturers and factories. Wasn't it agreed that we would share the spoils? Why are you now providing benefits to these chives? Beyond these companies, numerous design firms and developers are also on the verge of action. Previously, Longting's official account had disseminated news regarding the 8,000 acres of land, the company headquarters, and the residential community for 100,000 people, among other details. Additionally, there is the factory, which undoubtedly represents a project worth hundreds of billions. If this endeavor were entrusted to them, they could expect to earn at least a third of that, translating to profits in the realm of 300 to 400 billion. Thus, they have all commenced their designs, hoping that their blueprints might catch Su Chen's discerning eye. Inside the Longting factory, witnessing the workers buzzing with enthusiasm, Su Chen could not suppress his laughter. Indeed, he had invested his resources wisely, garnering the unwavering loyalty of the workforce. Moreover, the houses and land still belonged to him. He merely intended to provide them as residences. His ambition to construct a community for 100,000 people could very well see at least 30,000 employed at Su Chen's factory in the future. Boss, we have successfully reformed the automobile production line. From now on, we can produce 6,000 Tank 300s each day. As Su Chen stood in his office observing the industrious workers, Lin Shireen knocked on the door before entering. Sister Shireen, since the product is ready, let us commence mass production. It is already December, and by New Year's Day, January 1st, we shall unveil a new launch. Glancing at the calendar, he noted that the new year was fast approaching. It would be perfect to initiate the new release on this significant date. Understood, boss. Additionally, we have 3 modified versions. The first is the one we presented to you, referred to as Doomsday. Furthermore, there are the Cyberpunk version and the Martian City version. All are exceptionally beautiful, particularly the Cyberpunk version, whose pure white body is strikingly attractive. Then there is the matter of pricing. For the standard version, after streamlining production, the cost can be reduced to 160,000. As for the Doomsday version, it will be priced at 190,000. In the realm of Cyberpunk, the price for the standard version stands at an impressive 260,000. As for the Mars City edition, it hovers around 180,000. Lin Shirin, holding the price inquiry, presented it to Su Chen, requesting him to determine the pricing for the vehicles. Let us set the ordinary version at 199,000, a friendly price indeed. As for the apocalyptic variant, it shall be priced at 299,000. We shall limit the production of the Cyberpunk edition to a mere 99 units, offering it as a limited edition for 399,000. The final Mars City edition will also be priced at 299,000, with some additional features included. And do note, the Mars City edition will be limited to 100,000 units, as I have procured 100,000 smartphones from Huawei. Each smartphone will serve as a key for the Mars City vehicle. Su Chen is quite adept at handling such matters, for after all, limited editions exude an air of exclusivity, particularly the Cyberpunk version, which can yield a profit of over 100,000 per unit. Retaining 2 out of 99 would still amount to a profit exceeding 10 million. Thus, it is evident that limited edition items command a higher price. Even the ordinary version can net a profit exceeding 30,000. By the way, let the marketing department initiate a promotional campaign. Su Chen gestured to Lin Shirin, indicating that she could take her leave. Very well, boss. I shall head to the marketing department at once. In the current landscape, many automotive brands are fervently promoting concepts that have yet to enter mass production. However, the tank series from Su Chen's company has already commenced mass production, making the timing for promotion somewhat late. Nevertheless, given the current popularity of Lonting Automotive, the influx of attention is not a concern. Knock, knock, knock. Not long after Lin Shirin's departure, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Enter, Su Chen called out, as Yang Xiaoro entered, accompanied by 5 individuals. Mr. Su, these 5 are the CEOs we have recruited from outside. Each one is a rare talent, Yang Xiaoro announced, handing Su Chen their resumes. Please, have a seat. Allow me a moment to review your resumes. Su Chen gestured for them to sit, instructing Yang Xiaoro to serve tea. Before perusing the documents. Name, Lin Yajuan. Age, 45 years. Former position, head of Mercedes-Benz Asia Pacific. Name, Li Wenlong. Age, 42 years. Former position, head of Mercedes-Benz North China. Lu Longhai, Li Weiguo, Jinfu. Upon reviewing the 5 resumes, Su Chen found it quite intriguing that all 5 had transitioned from Mercedes-Benz. All right, I have reviewed your resumes. Particularly you, Lin Yajuan, who has ascended through the automotive industry since university, from sales to the position of Asia-Pacific head. Therefore, you shall be appointed as the CEO of Lonting Automotive. As for the remaining 4, you are also hired. However, do not rush. Jinfu, you will assume the role of general manager at Mini Automotive. Lu Longhai, you shall take charge of the tank brand. The remaining 2 individuals will assist for now, and when our Lonting Automobile unveils new brands, you will assume responsibility for those as well. Naturally, in addition to a base salary, each of you will receive a 3% share of the profits. After reviewing the resumes of several candidates, Su Chen discerned that each individual was a rare talent, each boasting a minimum of 20 years of experience in the automotive industry. There are absolutely no concerns regarding their ability to manage Lonting Automobile. Excellent, boss. We are all eager to join Lonting Automobile. Upon hearing of their acceptance, the group nodded in excitement. After all, it was evident to anyone with sense that Lonting Automobile was destined to be a formidable leader in the future of the automotive industry. Chapter 34, Recruitment of Professional Managers. What a thrill! As he observed the departing figures, Su Chen could not contain his excitement, letting out a jubilant cheer within the confines of his office. Su Chen, who had never been particularly suited for managing a company, now found himself relieved of burdens with the assistance of these talented individuals. The only authority he retained for himself pertained to the determination of workers' wages, their benefits, the pricing of vehicles, and research and development. He held no fear of mismanagement on their part, for the technology at his disposal was world-class. Moreover, with such competitive pricing, it was almost impossible for the company to incur losses, provided they possessed a modicum of intelligence. In the ensuing fortnight, Su Chen's work unfolded precisely as he envisioned. His primary role became that of hosting meetings and extending courtesies, an unavoidable aspect of his position. After entrusting the company to several professionals, its performance improved significantly. The 5 individuals had successfully recruited over 1,000 talents from outside the organization, and the marketing team alone boasted more than 200 members, a testament to their professionalism in managing the company's official accounts. During this period, Su Chen attended the launch events for Xiaomi S smartphones, Great Wall Motors, and BYD automobiles. He was particularly impressed with BYD's newly released Yangwang U8, which boasted an impressive range of 5,000 kilometers, priced at approximately 1.08 million. Suchin managed to acquire one for himself at no cost. In the blink of an eye, New Year's Day was approaching. This time, the launch event for Ling Motors promised to be a grand affair, with hundreds of media representatives from both domestic and international outlets, and over 100 executives from various companies in attendance. It was noteworthy that only individuals of certain standing were permitted entry. Those lacking the requisite status were denied even a ticket. On New Year's Day, Suchin donned a suit and, under the guidance of Yang Shiro, made his way to the exhibition center. As with the previous event, this launch was also held at the exhibition center. Although Ling Motors occupied an extensive area, it had yet to establish its own venue for press conferences due to previous technological limitations. They would have to wait until later to build anew. Once at the center, the venue was already teeming with attendees. Numerous special police officers were stationed to ensure security, given that the guests were predominantly affluent individuals. The auspicious snow heralding a bountiful year. It seemed that Ling Motors was poised for takeoff in the coming year. Upon alighting from his vehicle, Suchin noticed the gentle descent of large snowflakes from the sky. There is an old saying in the Northeast, a timely snow promises a prosperous year, as this snow can eliminate pests in the soil and, when spring arrives, melt into water to prevent moisture scarcity. Aldrin, what a pleasant surprise. You need not have come, just sending General you would suffice. Just a few steps after exiting his vehicle, Suchin spotted Aldrin approaching with his eldest daughter. Suchin hurried over to greet him. Su Xiaoyu, it seems I have come to witness your accomplishments. You truly embody the essence of an entrepreneur. Mr. Rin chuckled warmly as he shook hands with Suchin. This is my eldest daughter. I shall entrust my legacy to her. I am advancing in years and find myself somewhat weary. The crowd conversed as they made their way inside. At this moment, the exhibition center was abuzz with excitement. Hundreds of media personnel had set up their cameras, eagerly preparing for the event. They were all greatly anticipating this press conference. After all, during the previous test with Brother Hu and Lu Yi, the performance was nothing short of extraordinary. They drove at a staggering speed of 120 miles per hour through the Alashan Desert, flooring the accelerator without hesitation. The vehicle effortlessly traversed any terrain, boasting an impressive suspension system. Such air suspension would cost no less than 400,000 to 500,000 yuan if offered by other automotive manufacturers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the launch event for the Tank 300 under the auspices of Ling Automotive Company. I am Wang Jiai, the marketing manager of Ling Automotive. As the clock struck 10:28, Wang Jiai gracefully made her way to the front, microphone in hand, and began her introduction to the audience. 10:28 holds auspicious significance in Northeast China, symbolizing good fortune, which is why Suchin and his team chose this moment to unveil the new vehicle. Wow, what a stunning sister. Her figure, that commanding presence, I am impressed. Her beauty has truly captured my heart. She is breathtaking. I recall she was recruiting on Douyin not long ago. By the way, how much do you think the Tank 300 will sell for? Given its performance, range, and air suspension, I believe it must start at no less than 500,000. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. After all, no other automotive brands possess such remarkable technology. They are priced in the millions. I reckon it will be 299,000 at most. After all, Director Su is a person of genuine character. Exactly, 299,000 without hesitation. I would purchase it on the spot. Such an impressive vehicle would surely command respect on the road. I am already prepared with my funds. Though it is still morning, over 10 million viewers have already tuned in to the live stream. Most of them are here for the excitement, especially since Suchin had previously mentioned that the price would be quite reasonable. Now, let us return to the main topic. We are launching 4 models of the Tank 300 today. They include a base model, along with the apocalyptic version tested by Brother Hu and E. Additionally, we have a limited edition Mars City version in collaboration with Huawei, with only 100,000 units available. Finally, there is the Cyberpunk edition, limited to just 99 units. Now, let us present the specifications of these vehicles. On stage, after a brief introduction, Wang Jiai dramatically unveiled the 4 vehicles by pulling away the red cloth. Wow. My goodness, could this possibly be the harbinger of a post-apocalyptic vehicle? This cyberpunk rendition is truly magnificent. Goodness, this automobile must exceed 6 meters in length, right? It is absolutely stunning, particularly with its angular front design, which certainly surpasses that of the Mercedes G-Class. I am ready to splurge. I have prepared my funds. A crowd gathered, unable to contain their astonishment upon witnessing the 4 vehicles displayed on stage. The excitement was further amplified by the presence of the Dragon Rising operations team, capturing every angle with their cameras. Now, allow me to present the specifications of these remarkable automobiles. First and foremost, we have our base model, this vehicle. Chapter 35, the Tank Automobile Launch Event. Behold our base model vehicle. Dimensions: length, 4,760 millimeters, width, 1930 millimeters, height, 1903 millimeters, number of doors, 5. Seating capacity, 5. Battery, first-generation liquid battery technology, capable of a range of 5,000 kilometers. Electric control, first-generation electric control system, converting 90% of direct current, achieving a 20% energy saving. Motor, first-generation motor technology, delivering a torque of 2,000 Newton meters, with a rotational speed of 50 revolutions per second, and an impressive 800 horsepower. Materials, first-generation memory metal, reducing the overall weight of the vehicle by 30%. Suspension, first-generation air suspension, enhancing off-road performance by 30%. Furthermore, our cars are equipped with genuine leather seats, and the interior is visible to all. It can be confidently stated that our Tank 300 embodies world-leading technology. Notably, it eclipses luxury vehicles priced below $1 million, and even many exceeding that mark. Naturally, at this juncture, I am sure everyone is eager to learn about the price. Thus, I shall now reveal the price of this vehicle. After Wang Jiai concluded her introduction of the base model, a 6-digit figure appeared on the grand screen on stage. Can anyone guess the approximate cost of our base version? Let me just say, our chairman Su is quite audacious, proclaiming his desire to make friends with everyone. Wang Jiai, with a mischievous grin, inquired of the audience. When she first learned the price of the Tank 300, she was equally astonished, let alone others. Hence, her playful inquiry to the audience. Haha, I believe this car must start at no less than 500,000. Indeed, it should begin at 500,000. With such technology, it undoubtedly surpasses off-road vehicles priced below 1 million. Absolutely, the Toyota Land Cruiser is priced over 500,000, and that requires a premium. Yes, this is far superior to the Land Cruiser, and its design is even more striking. Mr. Wang, I estimate the price of this vehicle to be 399,900, as Chairman Su mentioned wanting to befriend us. Below the stage, the media and other invited automotive reviewers began to shout out their guesses, driven by anticipation for such an extraordinary vehicle. Now, it is time to unveil the price. With a flourish, Wang Jiai slowly revealed the final digit of the 6-digit figure. The audience remained silent upon seeing the large 0. The 5th digit, still a 0. The 4th digit, another 0. The 3rd digit, the number 9. The 2nd digit, the number 9. Look, I said it would be 499,000, and indeed, Chairman Su is true to his word. Haha. Chairman Su truly wishes to make friends with us. Such an impressive off-road vehicle, boasting a range of 5,000 kilometers, is available for only 499,000. This exceeds the capabilities of the Wrangler and similar models. Haha. Indeed, a conscientious entrepreneur. Mr. Su truly cares for us. Who could argue otherwise? Just look. We are about to reveal the 6th digit. The opening bid is 499,000. At this moment, we see Wang Jiai on the verge of unveiling the final digit. The audience beneath the stage is wide-eyed with anticipation, and every viewer in the live stream holds their breath. 1. Wow. The 6th digit, representing the 100,000s place, astonishingly turns out to be 1. Everyone is left in utter disbelief. Furthermore, it is clear to all that this moment signifies a monumental shift in the automotive industry. Such an incredible vehicle, priced at merely 199,000. How could other car manufacturers, lacking the prowess of Su Chen's enterprise, dare to price their vehicles so high? It is simply inconceivable, even if they attempted to. No one would be inclined to make a purchase. Thus, Su Chen has undeniably stirred the hornet's nest. Goodness, Mr. Su, I could sing your praises. May you have many offspring, 10 treasures in one birth. My word, Mr. Su, you shall be my adoptive father. Am I hallucinating? Is it truly 99,000? My goodness. Mr. Su is indeed forging friendships with us. I must say, this price has genuinely astonished me. Can such a remarkable vehicle really be obtained at this cost? Furthermore, can we even turn a profit? Indeed, with Loading Automotive being so exceptional and Mr. Su's temperament so amiable, let us hope they do not face bankruptcy. Who could disagree? Bye. I am heading straight to the dealership. In the live stream, Fans erupt in excitement upon discovering that this vehicle is available for merely $199,000. The sheer shock of such a price overwhelms them. Haha, were you all startled? I was taken aback myself when I first learned of this price. After all, the cost to produce this car alone reaches $16,000, and that does not even account for transportation fees or taxes. Moreover, when considering the expenses for research and development, we incur a loss of $20,000 for every vehicle sold. After selling 50,000 units, we find ourselves breaking even. Only after selling 200,000 can we expect a modest profit. Wang Jiai elaborated by detailing the costs of various components, production expenses, and labor. However, our boss has stated, let us make friends. He firmly believes that we can indeed sell 500,000 units of the Tank 300. He also provided an example to illustrate why foreign cars are priced so exorbitantly in our domestic market. Take the Mercedes-Benz C-Class, for instance. It costs around 400,000 to 500,000 here, while abroad, it is a mere 200,000 to 300,000. It is evident that once it arrives in our country, the price doubles. Thus, our chairman Su articulates that our Longting automobiles do not seek to profit from our compatriots. Rather, if profit is to be made, it should be from foreign markets. The prices of all our vehicles double upon export. After hearing Wang Jiai's remarks, a profound contemplation enveloped the assembly. Indeed, why do foreign automobiles command such exorbitant prices upon entering our domestic market? Let us not attribute this solely to tariffs, for vehicles everywhere are subject to such levies. Moreover, the purchasing power of currency varies significantly. Take the Mercedes-Benz C-Class as an illustration. In the United States, its price hovers around $30,000, whereas in our homeland, it escalates to $400,000 or $500,000. Not only is the price nearly doubled domestically, but it is also worth noting that the Americans earn their profits in dollars. This disparity in pricing becomes evident. Chapter 36. Oh Father, the Dragon Soars. The Dragon Soars automobile is extraordinary. Oh Father, please accept my reverent bow. My goodness. This is undoubtedly a patriotic entrepreneur from the Dragon Nation, truly a friend to us. What a remarkable individual, Chairman Su. His sincerity is admirable. With such performance, priced at $190,000, let it be known that all vehicles under $500,000 will struggle to find buyers. Who can argue otherwise? The likes of Mercedes and BMW simply cannot compete in terms of value for money. Ha ha ha. Oh Father, you are magnificent. Let us take delivery of the vehicle. In the live stream, upon hearing Wang Jiai's words, everyone erupted with excitement. This clearly declares that Dragon Soars automobile is here to profit from foreign customers. After all, no other vehicles in the same price range can compare to Dragon Soars. Bang! What is happening? What is he up to? At this moment, within the headquarters of Mercedes-Benz in the Dragon Nation, the newly appointed Asia-Pacific Regional Director watched Wang Jiai's live stream, furiously kicking his desk. To them, the Dragon Nation was merely a backyard. After all, in the realm of automobiles, the Dragon Nation had been quite lacking. Thus, they had taken the liberty to raise prices. A situation greatly influenced by certain individuals. When Jetta first entered the Dragon Nation, it was originally priced at $60,000. However, certain domestic players hiked the price to $200,000. Mind you, this was in the 1980s. This is bad. The tide is turning. Other automotive executives, upon witnessing the launch of Dragon Soars automobile, were grim expressions, particularly those companies that relied on PowerPoint presentations for their vehicles, whose technology was already subpar. They merely assembled cars by sourcing parts from various manufacturers, lacking any core technology of their own. Moreover, they sold their vehicles at steep prices, often ranging from $300,000 to $400,000. But now, with the emergence of Dragon Soars, they are utterly at a loss. Alright, this is the conscientious entrepreneur of our Dragon Nation. In a certain area of the 49 city, a group of elderly individuals was watching the live stream of Dragon Soars automobile. They were certainly aware of the rise of such an impressive automotive company in the Dragon Nation. When they learned that today was the launch event for Dragon Soars, they settled down to watch. Such a principled enterprise deserves some supportive policies. A few elders firmly decided to take action on this matter. Meanwhile, within the exhibition center in Ice City, despite the heavy snow falling from the sky, everyone's spirits were ablaze with enthusiasm. The integrity of Dragon Soars automobile is truly commendable. Having introduced the basic version of the Tank 300, let us now present the upgraded version of the Tank 300. First, behold this apocalyptic Tank 300. This variant is significantly larger than the standard Tank 300 and is crafted from our unique memory metal, complete with air suspension. The most significant point lies in our Doomsday edition of the Tank 300, which boasts an exceptionally robust defensive capability. As Wang Jiayi began to elaborate on the enhanced version of the Tank 300, all eyes were drawn to this striking Doomsday model. This vehicle is undeniably impressive, particularly with the iron railings above the windows, exuding the essence of a rugged off-road vehicle. Most importantly, this car is equipped with amenities typically reserved for vehicles priced above $400,000, such as heated seats, USB chargers, high-quality audio systems, and a half-meter-long control panel. Come, dear photographer, showcase this to everyone. Following Wang Jiayi's gesture, the photographer directed the camera inside the vehicle. Upon observing the interior decor, especially the starry sky ceiling, everyone unanimously agreed that this car is extraordinarily stylish. The half-meter-long control panel, measuring over 20 centimeters in width, radiates an air of dominance. Crucially, the entire control panel is in Chinese, devoid of any English, allowing for immediate clarity regarding its functions. Now, what is the price of this vehicle? Please direct your attention to the big screen. As Wang Jiayi gradually unveiled the white cloth concealing the price, astonishment rippled through the crowd once more. 299,000. Goodness. Is it truly only 299,000? This is absurdly cheap. I must purchase this. A vehicle with such remarkable endurance is priced at merely 299,000. Brothers, have you observed the rear seats? They are airline-style seats that can fully recline. Just one of these seats costs several thousand. Indeed, this is astonishing. Chairman Su has truly treated us like family. Incredible! Witnessing this price, everyone erupted in excitement. Although this Tank 300 lacks many features compared to the base version, its comfort level has at least improved by 3 tiers, particularly with the reclining rear airline seats. Other brands would charge at least $1 million for such luxury, yet Suchin has astonished us with his generosity. Next, we present our limited edition Cyberpunk version. Firstly, this vehicle boasts a remarkable range exceeding 10,000 kilometers. As Wang Jiayi continued to introduce the Cyberpunk version of the Tank 300, the excitement escalated, especially considering that this model exceeds 6 meters in length and is designed as a 4-seater. Passengers in the rear can completely recline their seats, transforming them into a bed, with the sunroof fully opening, creating an experience akin to a convertible, particularly with its sharply defined body contours. Who could resist such allure? The Cyberpunk edition of the Tank 300 is limited to 99 units, priced at 399,000. Let us be friends. As for the final Martian City edition, this too is a limited release, co-produced with Huawei's P60. Purchase a Mars City Edition Tank 300 and receive a Huawei P60 as a complimentary gift. This Huawei P60 also serves as the key to the vehicle. Naturally, one may also utilize the conventional car key. On stage, Wang Jiayi continuously showcases the Mars City Edition Tank 300. My goodness, my father truly treats me as family. Is this truly a limited edition? If it were to be placed in a certain PPT automotive company, wouldn't it fetch a price in the millions? Indeed, it seems my adoptive father genuinely regards me as a person. Haha, I have successfully placed an order for 5 units of the Cyberpunk Edition Tank 300. I have placed my order as well. This future is undoubtedly promising. Not to mention, the impressive range of 10,000 kilometers is simply irresistible. The astute individuals have already made their purchases, while only the foolish remain here watching the live broadcast. Chapter 37. New Vehicles in High Demand. Boss. We have an overwhelming number of orders. Just after the press conference concluded, Suchin graciously dined with the executives and secured numerous contracts for the company. Upon returning to the office, he realized that the words of the esteemed old Wang had proven accurate at a certain level of success. The primary task revolves around maintaining connections and face. Overwhelming orders? How many could we possibly achieve in such a short time? Suchin felt somewhat indifferent towards Yang Xiaoruo's proclamation of surging orders. If it were about a few tens of thousands of small minicars, such a statement would hold merit. After all, those vehicles are relatively inexpensive. However, the Tank 300, with a starting price of 199,000 yuan, is a different matter. Even with minimal enhancements, the price easily exceeds 200,000 yuan, which is still quite costly. Boss, in less than 30 minutes, all 98 units of our Cyberpunk model were sold out. Moreover, over 50,000 units of the Martian City Edition Tank 300 have also been sold. As for the Doomsday and Standard versions, their sales were relatively modest, totaling less than 10,000 combined. Yang Xiaoruo presented the sales data in detail to Suchin. What? Such substantial figures? Upon hearing the impressive sales numbers, Su-chin sprang to his feet. Based on customer satisfaction metrics, he would need to sell at least 100,000 vehicles to accumulate 1,000,000,000 points. After all, not every customer is entirely satisfied. Su-chun had ingeniously produced the super affordable Mini, selling 50,000 units and planning to sell the remaining within 2 years. He never anticipated that the second model would sell so remarkably well. Fantastic! Truly remarkable! Su-chun exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. The volume of cars sold would significantly accelerate the expansion of his automotive factory. That day alone, nearly 20 billion yuan was returned, and he had yet to exhaust his previous earnings. Indeed, the wealthier one becomes, the more wealth tends to accumulate. Boss. Just as Yang Xiao was elaborating on the sales of the Tank 300, Wang Jia entered, holding her phone. Boss. Many fans have expressed that while our Tank 300 is indeed very affordable, the price remains beyond the reach of many. They are aware of your penchant for making connections. So they would like to know if you could consider producing a specialized off-road vehicle priced around 100,000 yuan. Wang Jia inquired, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. With the boost from the press conference, the official account of Lonting Automotive had amassed over 10 million followers. And even the live stream attracted hundreds of thousands of viewers. 100,000 yuan? Su-chin pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. At that price point, we would undoubtedly have to compromise on performance. Let us not delve into other matters. Presently, Su-chin has produced the Tank 300, with the battery alone costing a staggering 60,000 yuan. The motor, electronic control systems, and various other materials combined to require a hefty capital of 160,000 yuan. Adoptive father, such endurance is unnecessary. A mere 3,000 kilometers would suffice. Indeed, adoptive father, we do not require such robust endurance and functionality. Affordability is paramount. Who could argue otherwise? Although the Dragon Rising Tank 300 is already quite commendable, we simply cannot allocate such a sum. However, if it were around 100,000, we could manage a purchase. Upon seeing Su-chin, the audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. Grant me 7 days. After this time, I shall provide you with an answer. Su-chin contemplated and decisively set a 7-day time frame for accountability. Off-road vehicles priced around 100,000 would likely include the BJ40 and Haval H6. By slightly modifying the exterior of these vehicles with Dragon Rising's technology, it could indeed be feasible to achieve a $10,000 price point. What is sold is merely a question of what is offered. Hence, Su-chin resolved to fulfill the wishes of his fans. Ultimately, what Su-chin sought was not merely profit, but points, user satisfaction. Once he accumulates 100 million points, he would be able to exchange them for hydrogen energy batteries. Marking the moment, he monopolizes hydrogen-powered vehicles. Although hydrogen-powered cars have emerged, their designs are perilously flawed and cannot be made accessible to the masses. Those who can afford them are not deterred by the cost of fuel, while those who cannot find no utility in superior features. Furthermore, upon reaching 1 billion points, Su-chin could also redeem technology for solar electric vehicles. In addition, geothermal energy and nuclear fusion could be harnessed, positioning him for complete domination. Dear friends, our chairman Su has promised everyone, within a maximum of 7 days, you shall witness the unveiling of our new vehicle type from Dragon Rising. Wang Jia, upon hearing Su-chin's promise, smiled brightly and nodded, then took her phone and headed outside. There was no alternative, currently. Wang Jia was the most aesthetically pleasing in the company and had a strong rapport with the audience. Frankly, the LSPs were enamored with her, necessitating her temporary role as the live streamer. Should they produce the BJ40 or the Haval H6? Watching Wang Jia's silhouette, Su-chin tapped on the desk, pondering the next type of vehicle to create. Never mind, let us embrace both. The BJ series has numerous versions and can certainly be developed into a comprehensive series. The same goes for Haval, although in this world, Haval has already been produced by Great Wall Motors. To manufacture Haval series vehicles, authorization from Haval is essential. We shall see if we can secure that authorization. If so, we shall produce them. If not, we shall proceed with the BJ40. After some contemplation, Su-chin ultimately decided to produce both models. The BJ40 may be viewed as a stripped-down version of an off-road vehicle, while the Haval series is exceptionally suited for family use. A family of 4 seated in this vehicle encountered no issues whatsoever. Xiao, please give the CEO of Great Wall a call. I shall personally discuss the Haval series with him, Su-chin remarked, stroking his chin as he spoke to Yang Xiao beside him. It must be noted that Haval sales figures are indeed impressive, with even commendable performance in the Russian market. This success can be attributed to the superior quality of their models. Suchin confidently contemplated equipping such vehicles with 2 batteries, coupled with his electric control system. A remarkable range of 3,000 kilometers could be achieved. As for the motor, Suchin would have to resort to a downgraded version. He had no intention of considering the remaining technologies. After all, with a price tag of 99,000, one cannot expect to acquire a particularly exceptional vehicle. Although Suchin's current focus is on accumulating points, he certainly would not sell at a loss. Chapter 38. Making Friends and Breaking the Ice on New Car Prices. Greetings, Boss Wei. Upon connecting the call, Suchin cheerfully extended his salutations to Boss Wei on the other end of the line. Haha, Director Su. I wonder what brings you to call me? Upon hearing Suchin's jovial laughter, Boss Wei reciprocated with a smile. Previously, they had established a mutually beneficial partnership, with Suchin's company purchasing a substantial number of batteries, resulting in an explosive sales performance for their new Havel H9, thereby yielding significant profits. Thus, Boss Wei couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Suchin's mirthful tone. Well, Boss Wei, as you know, our Longting automobile has recently unveiled a new vehicle. Although the profit margins are already quite slim, the price remains rather steep. Our devoted fans are urging us to produce an off-road vehicle priced around 100,000 yuan. This led me to think of your Havel series. With your Havel H6 model combined with our technology, we could certainly create a formidable vehicle in that price range. Without hesitation, Suchin candidly stated his purpose for the call. Of course, you wish to utilize our model. Perfect timing, Director Su. Could you authorize your electric motor and control technology to us? Upon hearing Suchin's proposition, Boss Wei's eyes sparkled with interest, immediately focusing on Suchin's electric control and motor technologies. It must be said, Boss Wei is indeed a person of remarkable talent. Certainly, Boss Wei. It pertains to our electric motor and control system. In fact, our air suspension technology and memory metal technologies can also be licensed to you. Suchin readily agreed, as these technologies were already patented domestically. If someone wished to utilize his patents, he was more than willing to oblige. After all, within 2 years, he would be able to develop hydrogen-powered vehicles. By that time, while electric vehicles may not be entirely obsolete, they would undoubtedly face severe challenges. It would be wiser to follow the example of the old master, publicly licensing the patents and simply reaping the rewards. All right then, it's settled. You may utilize all models in our Havel series. However, your electric motor, battery, and control technologies must be imparted to us. Of course, not without compensation. For every vehicle sold, a royalty of 20,000 yuan will be due to you. Boss Wei chuckled and finalized the arrangements. Very well, then. Please send someone over to learn. Upon hearing that 3 technologies had been authorized, with each vehicle earning him 20,000 yuan, Suchin couldn't help but beam with satisfaction. Hee, with so many automotive manufacturers in the country, if I grant them all licenses, wouldn't I be soaring to new heights? After hanging up the phone, Suchin burst into hearty laughter. He had already exchanged the first-generation technology and had no qualms about licensing it out. Moreover, when he eventually employed the third-generation technology, he could even publicly disclose the patents for the second generation. The third-generation technology developed by Suchin will not be disclosed to the public. Having concluded the conversation with General Wei, Suchin stood up and, accompanied by Yang Xiao, made his way to the engineer's office. As he entered, he spotted 2 elderly gentlemen, Lu and Li, enjoying their tea. Given their current stature, neither of them needed to work at any automotive factory. Their numerous disciples and intricate relationships rendered them quite influential. Young master, we watched today's live broadcast, one of them remarked with a chuckle. You're absolutely right. We should profit from those foreign folks. Is there something you require our assistance with? The 2 elders, recognizing the purpose of Suchin's visit, were eager to help. Indeed, it's about our fans of Longting Automobile who mentioned in the live chat that our tank series is rather expensive. Consequently, hundreds of thousands of them have requested us to produce around 100,000 vehicles. I just got off the phone with General Wei from Great Wall Motors and secured authorization for their Havel series. This means we can now utilize the Havel design. Furthermore, I've provided them with our technology. For every vehicle they sell, they will pay us a royalty of 20,000 yuan. Suchin took a seat and cheerfully poured himself a cup of tea before explaining the reason for his visit to Lu and Li. This is wonderful news, Lu exclaimed. However, you must be cautious not to divulge all your technology. He nodded at Suchin before making calls to his disciples. Meanwhile, Suchin departed and headed to his office. In a different location, Sude was seething with frustration, nearly choking on his anger. Lately, he had been consumed with regret. Had he not sabotaged Ling Automobile, he would still possess 30% of its shares. Now, he was acutely aware of his impending bankruptcy. Consequently, he sold his shares for 10 million yuan, securing a comfortable living for the latter half of his life. Across the ocean, despite the late hour, a certain building remained brightly lit. "Have you made contact with Ling Automobile?" One person inquired. "I attempted to reach them, but couldn't find their owner." As they put it, "The owner is engrossed in research," came the response. "Currently, the batteries produced by Ling Automobile are severely impacting us. Our iPhones inherently struggle with battery life, while Huawei and Xiaomi have adopted liquid batteries, extending their devices' endurance to over 7 days. Their vehicles even surpass 1,000 kilometers of range. If we don't devise a solution soon, we will undoubtedly face obsolescence. By morning, our stock prices will plummet." In that brightly lit room sat a cadre of North American magnates, all acutely aware of the stakes at play. Since the advent of liquid batteries by Ling Automotive, they have been eager to acquire Su Qin's battery technology. However, to their surprise, Su Qin remained unyielding, and over the course of more than a month, they were unable to locate him. Consequently, their patience has worn thin. Initially, they suppressed news of the liquid battery to prevent those in North America from becoming aware of it. Yet, affluent individuals are not easily deceived. They would never engage in a losing venture. Any slight stir in the stock market prompts them to withdraw their investments immediately. It appears that they must seek out old Deng, urging him to exert pressure on them through chip regulations and customs. After some discussion, the collective resolved to employ the might of the state against Su Qin. Chapter 39. The Ruthlessness of Capitalists. Hello, Chairman of Ling Group. This is Old Ma. At this moment, Su Qin was seated in his office, sipping tea when he received an unexpected international call from none other than the world's wealthiest man, Old Ma. This revelation prompted Su Qin to reflect on the remarkable prowess of individuals with the surname Ma. The wealth amassed by Little Ma, Jack Ma, and Old Ma collectively rivals that of entire nations. Greetings, Old Ma. I hope this call finds you well. I wonder what prompted you to reach out to me. Su Qin held a degree of admiration for Old Ma, recognizing him as a scientific visionary, particularly for his initiative to reduce car prices and increase employee wages in Longwa, which led to a concerted effort against Tesla. Subsequently, Old Ma executed a rather ingenious maneuver. If price reductions were off the table, he opted to distribute bonuses instead. Mr. Su, there is an old saying in Longwa, a wise man does not speak in riddles. We at Tesla are interested in procuring your liquid batteries. However, I must caution you that due to your previous unavailability to North American investors, they have approached congressional representatives and reported your situation to Old Deng. They intend to impose restrictions on you regarding chips and imports and exports. After a moment of contemplation, Old Ma revealed the discussions that had taken place previously. In his view, while Su Qin's technology was impressive, their electric motor and control technology did not significantly surpass Tesla's capabilities. The only area where they lagged was battery technology. Securing liquid batteries would empower Tesla to dominate the European and American markets, with the potential to forfeit the Longwa market without incurring substantial losses, especially given the formidable competition from domestic electric vehicles like BYD, which offered more affordable alternatives. Chip technology restricting us? Old Ma, let us propose a contract. Should you relinquish the Longwa market, I would be willing to sell you our liquid batteries. Upon hearing Old Ma's proposal, Su Qin could not help but chuckle. The notion of self-imposed restrictions was preposterous. Did Old Ma not realize that he possessed a powerful system? Nevertheless, selling batteries to Tesla was not out of the question. After all, this was merely the initial iteration of battery technology. He could easily pivot to hydrogen vehicles in the future. Moreover, the prospect of selling batteries for 100,000 to Tesla made Su Qin feel as though his journey through time had been worthwhile. Very well. In 3 days, I will personally travel to Longwood to finalize our contract. After disconnecting the call, Su Qin accessed his system panel. 5-nanometer chip programming technology, 5 million points. 5-nanometer lithography technology, 50 million points. 3-nanometer chip programming technology, 10 million points. 3-nanometer lithography technology, 100 million points. Nanochip programming technology, 50 million points. Nanolithography technology, 500 million points. Quantum chip programming technology, 500 million points. Quantum lithography technology, 1 billion points. What on earth? The cost of mastering 5-nanometer lithography technology requires a staggering 50 million points. It is no wonder that acquiring points is so effortless. The prices of the treasures within this system marketplace are astonishingly high. Currently, I possess only 30 million points, but I should be able to gather the requisite 50 million in a few days. However, once I command the 5-nanometer lithography technology, I can assertively claim that I will surpass them all. With a sly smile, Su Chun stroked his chin, contemplating the potential of obtaining the 5-nanometer lithography technology. The entire world would be thrown into chaos. With this technology, Su Chun could amass considerable wealth, as it represents a trillion-dollar market. Furthermore, it is critical to note that a lithography machine comprises over 100,000 components. Even the Americans cannot produce it independently. It is a collaboration of developed nations that has led to the creation of the 5-nanometer lithography machine. At that point, Su Chun could easily engage in a price war, driving these lithography companies to collapse. Subsequently, he could launch a 3-nanometer lithography machine. Laughing wickedly at this thought, Su Chin's demeanor turned mischievous. Moreover, it must be noted that his current vehicle employs a 16-nanometer chip. This is more than sufficient for an ordinary car, as domestic production of 16-nanometer chips is already feasible. Let us take it easy for now. After leaving the office, Su Chun drove home. It is worth mentioning that the company no longer requires his presence. Under the management of professional executives, it has begun to thrive without his oversight. Su Chen's current task is simply to return home and await the moment when his points reach 50 million, enabling him to acquire the lithography technology. Xiaoro, establish a lithography company for me. Then, engage headhunting firms to scout talent in the field of lithography, especially those with international work experience. Domestic talents can also be recruited. Since I have resolved to establish a lithography company, it is imperative for Su Chun to seek out skilled professionals in this domain. 5-nanometer lithography chief engineer, 5 million points. 5-nanometer lithography engineer, 1 million points. 5-nanometer lithography technician, 100,000 points. Upon sending a message to Yang Xiaoro, Su Chun opened the system marketplace and began searching for information related to 5-nanometer lithography machines. To his surprise, there were indeed lithography engineers and technicians available. The prices, however, were exorbitantly high, leaving Su Chun astounded. Never mind, let us focus on redeeming the 5-nanometer lithography technology first. Moreover, even if it were to be exchanged, given the current technological capabilities within the country, it would require at least 6 months to a year for production to be realized. There is no rush. Let us first recruit some skilled personnel. Lying in bed, Su Chun decided to rest. Meanwhile, on a certain beach, Su Dahai and Li Sume were wading in the water together. Our son is truly remarkable. Did you see that? In just a few months, he has achieved world-leading technology. If he continues to develop for another 3 to 5 years, he will surely reach the heavens. Su Dahai, glancing at Wang Jiai's animated discussion on his phone, could not help but inquire of Li Sume. Haha, just look at whose son this is. Li Sume beamed with pride as she gazed at Su Dahai. Chapter 40. The sensational loaning automobile. Hey, my friends, are you here to purchase the Tank 300 as well? In the bustling 4S dealership of Chinchanshan in I-City, a throng of eager individuals gathered, all intent on acquiring the Tank 300. They had witnessed the unveiling of Loaning automobile and were captivated not only by its striking aesthetics but also by its formidable performance. Take, for instance, the apocalyptic version of the Tank 300, during a prior test conducted by Hugo and Louis in the Alassane Desert. They had pressed the accelerator to the floor without encountering any issues. That vehicle has since been placed within the confines of the Loaning factory, albeit without an exhibition hall. It now rests in storage awaiting the following year. I initially intended to purchase the cyberpunk version, but these folks acted too swiftly before I could finalize my payment. It was all sold out. Hence, here I am, hastily seeking the Mars City version, remarked a young man towering at least 6 feet tall, a rueful smile adorning his face. I am also here for the Mars City version. The apocalyptic edition is priced at 299,000. However, the apocalyptic version is always available for purchase, whereas the Mars City version is limited to just 100,000 units. Rumor has it that in I-City, there are fewer than 1,000 in stock, and even in the capital, there are barely 10,000. Of those 100,000, 20,000 have already been ordered abroad. At that moment, a man clad in fur approached, murmuring introductions to the young man. How do you know this? Is it truly being exported? The young man asked, taken aback. He recalled Wang Jiai's earlier comment that the export price would be double that of the domestic market. He had assumed that exporting Loaning automobiles would involve considerable complications. How do I know? My wife, my father, my mother all work at the Loaning factory. I had intended to work there as well, but since my wife gave birth, I have had to stay home to care for our child." The two men continued their conversation as they strolled into the 4S dealership. Inside the dealership, it was a veritable sea of humanity, with at least several hundred individuals awaiting their chance to purchase the Tank 300. "Is this for real? You do not charge any fees?" a portly man exclaimed, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Indeed, our Morningstar 4S dealership is the only one in the nation collaborating with Ling Automobile. At Ling's request, we are prohibited from imposing any markup. Should any price increase be desired, it must be mutually agreed upon and signed. Additionally, if we handle insurance and other matters, there will be a fee of 500 yuan, but it is entirely up to you if you choose to manage it yourself. The staff at the 4S dealership was undoubtedly elated. Previously engaged in selling Mercedes and BMWs, they had now transitioned to a partnership with Ling Automobile. In just 1 month, their dealership alone had successfully sold over 3,000 vehicles. She has earned over 60,000 solely from commissions. The key point is that Ling Automobile requires no introduction. Everyone is already well aware of its merits. Indeed, Chairman Su is truly our benefactor. Just look at those Mercedes and BMWs. Even the most popular vehicles incur additional charges. It's true that not long ago, their cars had oil leaks. Moreover, I heard that to activate the heated seating feature, one must purchase a membership. Ah, yes. I've heard about this. My friend had to spend over 1,000 just to acquire it. This is utterly outrageous. I anticipate that in due time, their vehicles will become increasingly advanced. To brake, one must first watch an advertisement. To unlock the steering wheel, one must subscribe to an SVIP membership. Observing the sales attitude at Ling Automobile, all prospective buyers were profoundly moved. Several even recorded videos, as such exemplary service at a 4S store surely deserves commendation. Nowadays, many joint venture 4S stores and those specializing in foreign cars are utterly negligent. Selling second-hand cars as new is one issue. But there are also instances where vehicles have met with accidents before being picked up from the 4S store, without any compensation. There is truly no other company like Ling Automobile, which offers an 8-year or 200,000 kilometers warranty. Hence, customers feel quite reassured driving Ling vehicles. Not only in iCity but throughout the nation, there is currently a fervent rush to purchase Ling automobiles. After all, Ling cars are both high quality and reasonably priced. A 200,000 yuan vehicle outperforms off-road vehicles worth nearly $1 million. The Apocalyptic and Martian City versions even come equipped with their suspension. Simply remarkable. Indeed. Outside, Su Chun, witnessing all this, couldn't help but nod before getting into his own car and heading towards another 4S store. After all, upon hearing Yang Xiao mention another record-breaking sales day, Su Chun intended to observe the service quality of the 4S store and ensure no one was being taken advantage of. Ultimately, Su Chun values customer satisfaction. Should his brand suffer a tarnished reputation, his satisfaction ratings would significantly decline. Meanwhile, within the Ling Automobile factory, Lin Shireen is leading her team in designing a supercar. With the current technology at Ling Automobile, the production of an electric supercar is entirely feasible. The electric supercar could potentially outperform Tesla's acceleration of 0 to 100 kilometers in just 1.9 seconds. Manager Lin, should we take a bold approach? After all, our batteries can sustain a range exceeding 5,000 kilometers. In terms of volume, their energy storage capacity exceeds that of other batteries by more than tenfold. Moreover, supercars utilize carbon fiber, making the vehicle lighter. I believe we should focus on the battery, as no one would drive a supercar continuously for over 5,000 kilometers. In the design department, a large group is currently engaged in a meeting. After completing the tasks related to the Tank 300, they shifted their focus to the design plans for the supercar. After all, Su Chun has tasked them with creating a supercar to commemorate the centennial of Ling Automobile. Indeed, I shall inquire with our esteemed director Su regarding this matter. Upon hearing the remarks from those present, Lin Shireen could not help but nod in agreement. The realm of supercars diverges significantly from that of ordinary vehicles, where a mere semblance in appearance suffices. In contrast, the design of supercars necessitates meticulous consideration of numerous factors, including aerodynamics, aesthetics, and velocity. Therefore, it is imperative for her to ascertain the specific technologies employed by Su Chun in the creation of these supercars, as this knowledge will enable them to devise a design that is both rational and effective. After all, the astonishing speed of supercars demands an impeccable aerodynamic profile. Any oversight in design could adversely affect their velocity and potentially lead to unfortunate incidents. Such designs are not merely arbitrary, they require thoughtful precision. Chapter 41. The competition is fierce. Supercars? Naturally, we must employ our finest technology in their creation. First and foremost, the materials must include advanced carbon fiber, which can reduce the vehicle's weight to one-third that of conventional automobiles. Moreover, our motor boasts a torque of 10,000 Nm, a rotation speed of 200 RPM, and an astounding power output of 2,000 horsepower. This allows for acceleration from 0 to 100 km per hour in merely 1.5 seconds, with a range exceeding 10,000 km. At this moment, within Su Chen's office, he was elucidating the technological aspects required for the supercar to Ling. However, such an extensive range is unnecessary. After all, who would drive a supercar for a continuous journey of 10,000 km? After some contemplation, Su Chen resolved to scale back the range, recognizing that the primary function of a supercar is, indeed, to impress. It is well known that supercars possess an inherent feature. The allure of the passenger seat gradually intensifies. To be candid, prolonged driving in a supercar can be quite uncomfortable. I understand, boss. In no more than 2 months, we shall design the latest model of supercar, Lin Shuren acknowledged, grasping the vehicle's capabilities. Particularly, the impressive rotation speed of 200 RPM translates to 12,000 RPM per minute, combined with the formidable 2,000 horsepower. Surely, this would enable speeds reaching 400 to 500 km per hour? The crucial factor is that the car's weight is merely one-third that of a typical vehicle, resulting in an overall weight that is at most half that of a standard automobile. Consequently, the speed will be significantly enhanced. Thus, meticulous attention must be devoted to the design regarding aerodynamic drag. After bidding farewell to Lin Shuren, Su Chen reclined in his office, indulging in leisure. The factory was now operating smoothly, requiring only that he continuously provide innovative technologies. During this period, Su Chen found himself with a relatively light workload. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Barely 2 minutes had passed since he settled down when Wang Jiai entered once more. Sister Jiai? Is there something else? The vehicle priced around 100,000 is already arranged, and we should be able to produce the first one within a week. Upon noticing Wang Jiai, Su Chen scratched his head and sat up from the sofa. Boss, I did not come to discuss automobiles this time. During our previous meeting, Mr. Liu and Mr. Li mentioned the need to expand the factory. Currently, many of our facilities are outdated. The automobile production line is manageable, albeit we purchase second-hand equipment that can still serve us for some time. However, the battery production line is in dire straits. Those lines are already 2 decades old. The substantial battery orders you secured previously have led to our production lines operating beyond their capacity, putting them at great risk. Wang Jiai succinctly explained her reason for visiting. Understood. After her departure, Su Chen furrowed his brow and retrieved his mobile phone. As the manager of the marketing department, Wang Jiai also bears the responsibility of procurement. However, it seems that she has come to seek my assistance personally, likely indicating that acquiring the battery production line has become unfeasible. Previously, Su Chen successfully secured an order worth 600 billion from the factory, which alone could yield a net profit exceeding 200 billion. Furthermore, he later obtained a 1 trillion interest-free loan, along with additional battery orders amounting to another trillion from other manufacturers. Coupled with the recent influx of payments from automobile sales, it is reasonable to assume that Su Chen's automotive factory account must contain at least over 1 trillion in cash. Name: Su Chen. Company: Loaning Automotive Factory. Technology: Liquid Battery Technology. Points: 35 million. 35 million points? Never mind. It is prudent to exchange for the battery production line first, as it is relatively inexpensive. The 5th-generation lithography technology requires 50 million points, along with an additional 5 million for programming points. Currently, the domestic 16-nanometer chips are sufficient for our use at Longting. Rubbing his chin, Su Chen began to contemplate that, at present, his automotive business has not generated substantial profits. Only the tank series vehicles have managed to yield some returns. The true lucrative ventures lie within the battery sector. Moreover, the demand for battery orders is likely to escalate, especially since Tesla has also placed orders for batteries from Su Chen's enterprise. Let us proceed with this. I shall redeem 20 second-generation battery production lines. Each second-generation line costs 1 million points, and with a firm resolve, Su Chen exchanged for 20 of them. This transaction consumed 20 million points, leaving him with a mere 15 million. Such a sum would require the sale of at least 20,000 vehicles to recoup. Never mind. Let us focus on the batteries first. Generating revenue is paramount. Subsequently, enhancing employee benefits will ensure that when I establish additional companies in the future, I can swiftly penetrate the market. Su-chun is not one to be taken advantage of, merely giving away wealth. His aim is to build a reputable name for himself. After all, the system has made it abundantly clear that as long as the company is his own, he will be eligible for corresponding rewards in cutting-edge technology. Thus, Su-chun's current objective is to leverage electric vehicles to establish a market presence and foster a positive reputation. When the time comes for hydrogen-powered vehicles, solar-powered cars, geothermal vehicles, or even nuclear fusion technology, Su-chun will not hold back. Monopolizing such ventures without reaping at least half the profits would render his journey through time futile. Notification: the 20 battery production lines purchased by the host will be delivered in 2 days. Notification: please note, in everyone's memory, these production lines were acquired at the cost of 200 billion. How splendid. I now have 200 billion left as pocket money. It appears I can truly indulge myself. Upon reading the system's notification, Su-chun couldn't help but smile. Although Ice City lacks a sea, it is graced by the Songhua River. As for the vehicles, Su-chun's own automotive factory can produce them, boasting world-leading technology. However, the yacht and the mansion are still beyond Su-chun's reach. When it comes to spending, one must indulge, for after earning such substantial wealth, failing to spend it would render the effort futile. Alas, how foolish am I? If the system prioritizes user satisfaction, why must I confine myself to the automotive industry? Were I to venture into pharmaceuticals, would that not guarantee a satisfaction rate of 100%? Presently, a single injection for cancer treatment costs 700,000. Yet, if I could reduce that cost and achieve a genuine cure for cancer, would not user satisfaction soar? After all, comparisons between individuals often lead to demise, while comparisons of goods may lead to discards. Chapter 42. The most lucrative business for earning points. Aside from miraculous pharmaceuticals, cosmetics also hold great promise. Nowadays, even a mere 0.6-gram eyebrow pencil can fetch a staggering $79. The items purchased within the system are undeniably cutting-edge technology. The crucial distinction is that cosmetics, unlike automobiles, are consumables. Typically, one must repurchase them every couple of months, whereas a car can last for several years. In the office, Su-chun stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. Presently, the financial resources of Lonting Automobile Factory are remarkably ample. That 100 billion in interest-free loans remains untouched. Furthermore, the batteries purchased by companies such as Huawei have yielded profits exceeding 300 billion. Coupled with Su-chun's attendance at various launch events, he has successfully secured over 1,000 billion in battery orders. Although the total value of these orders is monumental, the cost of raw materials approximates only 300 billion. After deducting labor and other expenses, Su-chun stands to save over 600 billion. Additionally, the automotive sector has also been lucrative. The sales of 600,000 minicars have generated a profit of 30 billion, while 150,000 units of the tank series have brought in 120 billion. After accounting for miscellaneous expenses, Su-chun currently has approximately 150 billion in liquid assets available. The remainder must be retained in the company's accounts for the procurement of raw materials and similar necessities. Moreover, as the year draws to a close, the company must prepare for tax submissions and loan repayments. This year's profits are substantial, with tax obligations alone estimated at around 20 billion. It is evident that Su-chun's enterprise has ascended to a position of great significance in Ice City. Historically, the primary source of revenue for Ice City has been land sales, followed by tourism. However, with the real estate sector in decline and land unable to sell, and tourism suffering due to financial constraints, the emergence of a substantial taxpayer contributing hundreds of billions has significantly alleviated the fiscal pressure on Ice City. Xiaoro. If we are to pursue this venture, we shall do so promptly. Having resolved to enter the cosmetics industry, Su-chun summoned his secretary, Yang Xiaoro, without delay. Boss, I'm here, Yang Xiaoro exclaimed as she hurried into the office upon hearing Su-chun's call. Xiaoro, please prepare the necessary materials to establish a cosmetics company. The focus will be on the research, production, and sales of cosmetics. As of now, there are no prominent domestic cosmetics brands, and the majority of products in use are still from Japan and South Korea. These two nations undeniably excel in the realm of cosmetics, particularly Japan, which is renowned for its mastery of beauty techniques. Understood, boss. But may I ask, Why the sudden interest in the cosmetics industry? Yang Xiao responded, nodding in agreement while expressing her curiosity towards Su Chen. Now that we have acquired substantial wealth, we need not allocate excessive funds for the expansion of our factory in the coming year. Moreover, I have a classmate who has obtained remarkable cosmetic technology from Japan. Hence, I shall invest directly in him, and we will establish a cosmetics company together. I shall appoint you as the chairperson of this company. Su Chen chuckled, gently ruffling Yang Xiao's hair. Currently, Su Chen has already established an industrial park spanning 10,000 acres. Clearly, a single automobile company would not suffice to occupy the entirety of this space. In the future, he intends to diversify and populate the entire industrial park with various enterprises. For instance, he plans to open additional branches of the automobile factory in other cities, as transportation alone would incur significant costs. Really? You must keep your promise, boss. Upon hearing Su Chen's intention to appoint her as chairperson, Yang Xiao leapt up in excitement and dashed outside. Apart from the cosmetics venture, it is also essential to address agricultural production. Watching Yang Xiao's retreating figure, Su Chen stroked his chin and began contemplating further. Some matters are best left unsaid, as voicing them could lead to unwanted consequences. Therefore, establishing a farm akin to those in foreign countries would be prudent. Utilizing advanced technology, he could cultivate superior crops and livestock. Consuming what one personally grows is undoubtedly the healthiest option. In addition to agricultural products, Su Chen also plans to manufacture a variety of other daily necessities, preferably disposable items, as they accumulate points rapidly. Solely relying on automobiles would require years, even decades, to earn points, whereas disposable products, such as cosmetics, could yield points within 2 months. Items that are single-use. Computers? Mobile phones? Tablets? Perhaps not, for now. Focusing on cosmetics is paramount. After the new year, efforts will be made to acquire land in the vicinity, ideally 1 million acres. The going rate for agricultural land here is 66,000 per acre, amounting to just over 600 million. The farmers can continue to cultivate the land, and monthly wages will be provided. I am confident they will be quite willing. This is the course of action. Having concluded his reflections on the upcoming year's endeavors, Su Chen reclined in his office, indulging in relaxation. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao, armed with a plethora of materials, made her way directly to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Hello. I am here to register a company with a capital of 500 million. Upon arriving at the bureau, she promptly stated her purpose. Oh, hello. I am Zhang Fan, here to assist you with the company registration. May I inquire what type of company you wish to establish? The moment Yang Xiao declared her intent to register a company with 500 million in capital, all busy personnel were momentarily taken aback. After all, there are very few companies in I-City valued over 500 million, let alone those with such substantial registered capital. I wish to register a company named Yang Guifei Beauty Company, Limited. As a seasoned professional, Yang Xiao comprehended the significance of a limited liability company. After 2 hours of diligent processing with the staff, she emerged with the registered business license in hand, heading directly towards the company. Meanwhile, within the confines of the company, Su Chen, who was idly passing time, was suddenly alerted by the system's notification. Notification: a new entity, Yang Guifei Beauty Makeup Company, Limited, has been registered under the host's name. Notification: the beauty tech black market has officially commenced. Please proceed to the beauty tech black market to explore available products for purchase. Chapter 43, The Intricate World of Cosmetics. This beauty product is intriguingly categorized into 3 major divisions. Let us first explore the cleansing category. Su Chen gazed at the 3 prominent options displayed on the system panel and promptly clicked on the cleansing category. First generation cleanser, suitable for all skin types, exfoliates. Eliminates blackheads and acne. Price: 1 million points. First generation algae mud, suitable for all skin types. Removes excess oil. Exfoliates. Cleanses impurities. Price: 1 million points. Second generation cleanser, suitable for all skin types. Exfoliates. Eliminates blackheads and acne. Leaves no residue. Price: 10 million points. Second generation algae mud, suitable for all skin types. Removes excess oil. Exfoliates. Cleanses impurities. Leaves no residue. Price: 10 million points. Third generation cleanser, suitable for all skin types. Removes all facial impurities. Leaves no residue. Price: 50 million points. Third generation algae mud, suitable for all skin types. Removes all facial impurities. Leaves no residue. Price: 50 million points. Remarkable. Although there are only cleansers and algae mud in this repertoire, their effectiveness is undeniably impressive. When used in tandem, these products can effectively eliminate nearly all impurities from the face. Now, let us turn our attention to the recovery category. After perusing the cleansing products, Su-chun nodded in satisfaction, subsequently directing his gaze to the recovery section. First generation essence, suitable for all skin types, provides intense hydration and potent whitening. Price, 1 million points. First generation cream, suitable for all skin types, repairs damaged skin, firms and whitens. Price, 1 million points. First generation toner, suitable for all skin types, tightens facial contours, brightens skin tone. Price, 1 million points. First generation mask, suitable for all skin types, hydrates, maintains skin elasticity, absorbs deep-seated impurities. Price, 1 million points. Goodness, this range of cosmetics boasts an astonishing array of functionalities. Who would not be bewildered by such an assortment? Each product offers distinct benefits, leaving Su-chun's mind in a whirl. Indeed, men cannot fathom the struggles women endure in their pursuit of beauty, just as women cannot grasp the complexities faced by those battling monsters like Ultraman. Su-chun mused that if these women were to dedicate the same meticulous effort in selecting and applying cosmetics to their studies, 99% of them could gain admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University. Now, let us examine the maintenance category. Rubbing his somewhat throbbing head, Su-chun took a moment to recuperate before continuing his exploration. First generation lotion, nourishes the skin, hydrates, replenishes moisture. Price, 1 million points. First generation sunscreen, prevents sun damage. Price, 1 million points. First generation hydrating spray, provides hydration, keeps skin plump and moist. Price, 1 million points. First generation body lotion, softens skin, enhances fullness, whitens. Price, 1 million points. The inaugural lip balm, prevents peeling, dryness, sunburn, and maintains smooth, healthy lips. Price, 1 million points. Forget it, let's purchase them all at once. Faced with the overwhelming array of descriptions, Su-chun felt utterly disheartened. Thus, he promptly acquired all 11 types of cosmetics. Indeed, matters requiring expertise are best left to the professionals. It was clear that Su-chun was not cut out for the cosmetics industry. Boss, I'm back. Our Yang Guifei Beauty Company has been officially registered. Are you truly going to make me the chairperson? Just as Su-chun was engulfed in despair, Yang Xiaoro entered with a stack of documents. Ah, yes. Sign the corn contract and take this to establish your factory. The technologies for the 11 types of cosmetics were stored on 11 USB drives. Su-chun entrusted Yang Xiaoro with the technology for the inaugural facial cleanser. This product is universally applicable, suitable for both men and women, and possesses the ability to exfoliate, eliminate blackheads, and combat acne. It can be said to cater to 90% of users. Really? Then I'm off, boss. Coincidentally, I have classmates working in a cosmetics factory. I'll recruit them. After receiving the USB drive, Yang Xiaoro eagerly made her way outside. Back in her office, she began researching the effects of the facial cleanser on her computer. Upon discovering its exfoliating, blackhead-removing, and acne-fighting properties, Yang Xiaoro felt a jolt of excitement. This is undoubtedly a treasure. Many current facial cleansers continually boast about their singular functions. For instance, Product A exfoliates, Product B removes blackheads, and Product C fights acne. They simply refuse to combine these benefits. Furthermore, numerous cosmetics companies rebrand unsold women's products as men's cosmetics. This is a recipe for fortune. I wonder where the boss acquired such remarkable technology. First, I'll check in with my classmates and see if I can lure them over. Perhaps even purchase their production line directly. Yang Xiaoro's classmates are currently engaged in the cosmetics business, but their technology is lacking. Many stores refuse to carry their facial cleanser, leaving them to survive solely through influencer promotions. As Yang Xiaoro departed, Su-chun rose from the sofa. This farce. Let anyone else handle it. I'm done. He donned his down jacket and headed towards the garage. Su-chun intended to discuss land acquisition with his parents. 1 million acres of land could not only be used for growing vegetables and grains, but also for grazing. The terrain surrounding Ice City is quite flat, particularly between Ice City and Oil City, where there exists a vast expanse of abandoned land. This land is perfectly suited for Su-chun's agricultural and pastoral endeavors. After a brief drive of less than 10 minutes, Su-chun arrived home. During this time, his parents had enjoyed their outing and returned from Nanhai, as they would soon resume work after the new year. Son, you're back. Why did you finish work so early today? Upon seeing Suchin enter, his parents inquired with curiosity. Mom and Dad, I have something important to discuss with you. Suchun replied as he hung his down jacket on the coat rack and settled onto the sofa. Currently, our automobile factory's account holds over 100 billion in cash. I intend to allocate 5 billion to establish an agricultural company. Chapter 44, a super order from Tesla. Oh, what inspired the thought of venturing into the agricultural business? However, the cost of engaging in agriculture in iCity is exceedingly high. Here, the price of land alone reaches an astonishing 66,000 per acre. Moreover, labor costs are also quite steep. Rather than pursuing agriculture here, it would be far more prudent to cross the river to the Russian side. The vast plains of Siberia are rich with fertile black soil, and the rental fee is remarkably affordable, only $200 per acre per year. If you secure a long enough lease, the price could even drop to a mere $100 per acre. Upon hearing Su Chin's intention to embark on an agricultural venture, Su Dahai furrowed his brow. The market dynamics differ significantly between domestic and foreign landscapes in our country. Land is state-owned, and one can lease it for a maximum of 99 years, never exceeding 100. Furthermore, agriculture in our homeland is not well developed, resulting in even higher costs. In contrast, Siberia offers a smoother terrain and the opportunity to utilize large agricultural machinery. With just 2 individuals, one could effortlessly cultivate 150 acres of land. Siberia is indeed a viable option. My primary objective for establishing this farm is to supply our factory. By sourcing ingredients directly, we can considerably reduce costs while ensuring the food remains healthy. After all, the journey from Siberia to iCity takes merely a day. We can grow vegetables locally while cultivating staple foods and grazing livestock in Siberia, along with easily preserved crops such as potatoes. Hearing his father's perspective, Suchun reflected and realized the validity of his words. Particularly in recent years, the relationship between Russia and the Dragon Kingdom has grown increasingly close. Were it not for the support of the Dragon Kingdom, Russia would have long since faltered. They have opened the Far East to the Dragon Kingdom, resulting in a significant influx of farmers from northeast China into Russian territory. An individual could earn at least several $100,000 in a year. Very well. After the new year, I shall venture to Russia. Having resolved to pursue agriculture, Suchin needed to expedite preparations. It is already February, and soon the new year will herald the arrival of spring. Although planting in Siberia occurs later, in April, time is of the essence. That evening, after dinner, Suchin fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, bright and early, he made his way to the factory. Upon arrival, he spotted Yang Xiaoro approaching with a bustling crowd of 40 to 50 individuals. Boss. Upon seeing Su Chun, Yang Xiaoro rushed over, her face brimming with excitement. Boss. These are my classmates from 4 Happiness Meatballs. They previously worked in cosmetics. However, lacking core technology, they could not compete with the larger brands. Now, I have successfully recruited both them and their factory. Within 2 days, the production line will be relocated. Yang Xiaoro squinted her eyes, tilting her head to look at Su Chin, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "Come on, praise me." Haha, Xiaoro is indeed remarkable. It seems wise to appoint you as the chairperson of this cosmetics company. By the way, Xiaoro, I have plenty of technology here. Why not start by developing the facial cleanser to test its efficacy? If the results are favorable, let Wang Jiai do a live broadcast to promote it. Suchin smiled as he affectionately ruffled Yang Xiaoro's hair. With Wang Jiai's physique and appearance, she amassed over 10 million followers on Douyin in just a little over a month, instantly becoming a prominent internet celebrity. Coupled with the esteemed reputation of Londing and Yang Xiaoro's fan base, this facial cleanser could achieve remarkable popularity. All right, boss, we shall get to work then. The 500 million you provided is far more than we can spend. Yang Xiaoro felt a surge of excitement within her. Suchin had entrusted her with 500 million in cash to establish the cosmetics company. She had only spent 20 million to acquire her classmates' company, which included production equipment. As for the venue, could they not utilize the factory of Lonting Automobile? After all, Lonting was once among the top 3 manufacturers in the country. Even with over 10,000 workers currently employed, there were still numerous vast warehouses available. All right, you all can handle these matters yourselves. Just remember one thing. Keep the profits reasonable. We aim for sustainable growth. After advising Yang Xiaoro, Suchin made his way to his office. As he entered, the sound of his phone ringing filled the air. Hello, Lao Ma, have you arrived in iCity? Upon glancing at his phone, he realized it was old Ma from Tesla. Chairman Su, the situation is such that I am quite tied up at the moment. We are currently engaged in meetings to devise strategies against you. Therefore, let us finalize the contract over the phone. I require 500,000 liquid batteries. Old Ma's voice resonated through the line. Certainly, but our batteries are rather expensive. Even the ones with a range of 1,000 kilometers cost 40,000. The 3,000 kilometer range ones are priced at 120,000, and the 5,000 kilometer range ones will be 200,000. May I inquire which type of battery you need? Without hesitation, Suchin doubled the prices for the various batteries. After all, this was a sale to foreigners, and one ought to reap the rewards when possible. That price is acceptable. I will take the 5,000 kilometer range battery. After some contemplation, Old Ma decided to proceed with the purchase of the top-tier battery. He had ample funds at his disposal, and there were plenty of wealthy individuals in Europe and America. While Tesla's market remained robust, it would be prudent to invest in the finest quality and expedite production to sell to others. Certainly, we can agree upon a sum of 1 trillion. But I must stipulate that these batteries can only be transported to your Tesla factory in Shanghai. As you are aware, such technology must be kept under wraps. And I find myself in a position where there is little I can do. When Mr. Ma from Tesla reached out to Suchin with the intent of procuring batteries, Suchin had already contacted Mr. Chin for inquiries. The sale is permissible, but solely for the production of vehicles domestically. It is inconceivable to allow them to transport the batteries abroad for manufacturing. Although it is inevitable that this technology will eventually be deciphered, if vehicles are produced within our nation, it follows that the raw materials must also be sourced locally, with taxes duly collected by our government. Moreover, even the labor force will consist of our own citizens. Very well, I shall arrange for the representatives from Tesla in Shanghai to visit Ice City and formalize the contract with you. Chapter 45. Dumplings are better than anything else. After hanging up the phone with Old Ma, Suchin couldn't help but burst into laughter. The profit margins from batteries were already exceedingly high, and by selling them to Tesla at double the price, Suchin's profits could reach a staggering 80%. With an order worth 100 billion, he stood to gain a remarkable 70 billion, truly a lucrative industry. Jia-E, please arrange for the factory workers to work overtime. If we are short on manpower, let's recruit additional workers. Tesla has just placed an order for 100 billion with us. Suchin exclaimed as he entered the office of Wang Jia-E in the marketing department, eager to share the news. It was indeed a cause for celebration. Orders of this magnitude were exceedingly rare, often reserved for transactions between nations rather than private enterprises. Boss, you are incredible. In just half a year since taking over the factory, you have secured over 300 billion in orders for us. However, we are indeed struggling to keep up with production. Our battery production lines are insufficient, with only 60 currently operational. Perhaps we should acquire an additional 20 lines? Wang Jia expressed her astonishment and joy at the recent order. Despite having around 10,000 employees at Ling Automobile, fewer than 5,000 were qualified to produce batteries. The output from these workers was limited, especially as they still had outstanding orders from Huawei, Xiaomi, Great Wall, and BYD to fulfill. Additionally, they needed to ensure the sales of their own vehicles. Thus, both the workforce and production lines were stretched thin. All right. I will procure more battery production lines and continue to hire workers if necessary, Suchin replied, having briefed Wang Jia on the situation. With the new year approaching, the company was not only resurrected but also projected to achieve over 100 billion in profits. Suchin felt compelled to distribute additional benefits to the employees. After all, during the factory's near collapse, 1,500 employees had voluntarily accepted a 50% salary cut. Having toiled for a decade, their wages had been half of what their peers earned. Now that the company was flourishing, Suchin was determined not to shortchange them. However, as Suchin contemplated the New Year's benefits on the other side, Yang Xiaoro was busy organizing the warehouse. Suchin had previously planned to invest 500 billion to establish a new industrial park, but with the harsh winter conditions, construction was impossible until the end of March when spring would arrive. As an infrastructure powerhouse, Longhua, it was anticipated that by the end of this year, the Ling automobile factory would undergo a remarkable transformation. As Suchin was engrossed in devising the employees' New Year benefits, his phone rang once more. Hello, President Wei. What a pleasant surprise to receive your call today. As I glanced at the caller ID, I was surprised to see it was Mr. Wei from Great Wall Motors. Haha. Chairman Su, I have come to deliver an order to you. Upon hearing Suchin's playful banter, Mr. Wei burst into hearty laughter on the other end of the line. You see, Chairman Su, Chairman Lee from Geely Motors has leveraged his connections to reach out to me. He wishes to utilize the electric motors, batteries, and control systems from your Longting Automotive. Since I couldn't get in touch with you, I had no choice but to seek you out myself. Mr. Wei was straightforward, directly stating the purpose of his call. Certainly, Mr. Wei, the price remains unchanged, 20,000 for the batteries, and for the 7 and 10,000 tiers, well, anyone in the country, aside from those PPT car manufacturers, can employ our technology. Su-Chun couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Mr. Wei's revelation. Although Su-Chun found selling batteries to be quite lucrative, the idea of effortlessly earning royalties was undeniably appealing. In 2021, the annual sales of automobiles in our country reached over 25 million units. Clearly, not all of these individuals could purchase Longting vehicles, especially since our current offerings are still quite limited. We don't even have the most sought-after coupe in our lineup. And it is unrealistic for Su-Chun to monopolize all domestic automobile sales. Thus, as long as these companies utilize Longting's technology, Su-Chun could charge a minimum of 40,000 for each vehicle and potentially as much as 120,000. Last year, around 7 million electric vehicles were sold domestically, and it would be impossible for Longting's production lines to churn out that many vehicles. Therefore, granting them patents emerges as the most profitable strategy. To illustrate, take CATL, which has adeptly capitalized on the wave of new energy vehicles. Founded in 2011, within a mere decade, CATL's market capitalization has approached $1 trillion. Haha, my dear brother Su, you are quite open-minded. Here is what we can do. You should post a message along with your contact information on your official accounts. This way, companies interested in collaborating with you will reach out. Mr. Wei suggested a plan for Su-Chun to announce this on Weibo and Douyin. After all, as a company executive, he couldn't possibly act as Su-Chun's messenger indefinitely. All right then, we shall issue an announcement shortly. I must also express my gratitude to you, Brother Wei, for facilitating this order. Su-Chun thanked Mr. Wei warmly. The two exchanged pleasantries before ending the call. Ugh. I still need to visit the marketing department to find Wang Jiai. Being the boss is so demanding. Even after hiring a CEO, I remain swamped with tasks. It seems I must recruit more secretaries after the new year. Su-Chun reflected on his previous experience attending banquets with his grandfather, where some successful individuals had as many as 100 secretaries. Currently, he only had one, who he had sent to a cosmetics factory. Boss, I'm back. Just as he finished pondering, Yang Xiaoro entered through the door. Boss, I've appointed my classmate as the general manager. The matters concerning cosmetics have been entrusted to them, and I have returned to assume the role of your little secretary. Yang Xiaoro approached with a cheerful smile, exuding an air of exceptional amiability. Ah, indeed. Very well, Xiaoro. You may continue in your capacity as my secretary. Now, I have a task for you. Su-Chun relayed to Yang Xiaoro the matters discussed by General Manager Wei, instructing her to convey this information to Wang Jiai. How delightful it is to have a secretary, after all. There is an old adage that aptly states, when there are matters to attend to, the secretary shall handle them, and when there are none, he. Such thoughts are better left unsaid. After all, it is akin to the saying that nothing is more delectable than dumplings. The joy of this is far surpassing the mere act of making dumplings. Some words, once spoken, may easily invite disapproval. Ah, Su-Chun, truly epitomized the model young man. Observing Yang Xiaoro's retreating figure, Su-Chun reclined upon the sofa, lost in contemplation. Chapter 46. The 28th day of the 12th month. Year-end bonuses. As time swiftly passes, we find ourselves on the 28th day of the 12th month. On this day, everyone at Longting Automobile has gathered for work. For it is not merely a holiday but also a day of benevolence, as the company prepares to distribute its annual bonuses. In this period, Longting Automobile has accrued a staggering profit of at least 500 billion, even after dispersing wages and bonuses to its employees. I wonder how generous our esteemed Director Su will be with the bonuses. Last month, I received over 15,000 yuan, along with an additional 5,000 as a red envelope. The same goes for me. I've also heard that we have acquired 8,000 acres of land in the south, and construction of the industrial park is set to commence in 2 months. I have seen the architectural plans, and they are truly magnificent. Indeed, the design is impressive. Director Su is certainly willing to invest. The 2-story structure encompasses 140 square meters, complemented by a 70 square meter garden. It is stunning, and not only the garden, but in winter, we can shield the balcony and enjoy tea indoors. According to whispers, Director Su is allocating a staggering 1 billion yuan for bonuses this time. 1 billion? Our factory employs only about 10,000 people. That would average out to 100,000 per person. At the entrance of Ling Automobile, throngs of employees are entering for work, engaged in lively conversations. Today marks the day we receive our year-end bonuses from Ling Automobile. I have heard that we will be distributing a total of 1 billion yuan in bonuses. Yesterday, Director Su arranged a meeting with President Li of the construction bank. Numerous female streamers, currently broadcasting live, are also making their way toward the factory. Today, Su Chen is poised to present the employees with an extraordinary surprise. It must be noted that the workers have been exceptionally motivated during this period. The delivery volume of batteries has surged dramatically since Su Chen procured those 20 production lines. On average, we are now delivering 1 million mobile phone batteries daily, and even car batteries see a delivery rate of 10,000 units per day. The volume of car deliveries has far exceeded expectations. In just over a month, Su Chen has once again amassed millions of points, indicative of over 10,000 vehicles reaching the hands of customers within this brief span. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At 10 o'clock in the morning, everyone gathered in a vacant warehouse for the annual meeting of Ling Automobile. Unfortunately, no restaurant in Ice City can accommodate 10,000 guests at once, necessitating the use of the factory's warehouse. However, do not underestimate this warehouse. Su Chen has invested significantly to hire several esteemed chefs, just as all the guests settled in. Within mere moments, the warehouse doors were flung open, and armored cash transport vehicles began to roll in one after another. Haha, Director Su, here is the cash you requested. I have gathered it with great effort. The door of the armored vehicle swung open, and President Li was the first to step down. President Li, please take a seat. Su Chen greeted him with a warm handshake, urging him to sit. This President Li was not the same as the one from the beginning. After all, the former had once valued Su Chen's Ling Automobile at 2 billion for collateral. This current President Li, however, had generously extended a zero-interest loan of 100 billion to Su Chen. Consequently, Su Chen had deposited all his funds into their bank. Come, let us unload the money. As the special police officers disembarked from the armored vehicle and opened it, Su Chen instructed his staff to transport the cash to the stage that had been set up behind. The spectacle of the money was intended to create a stunning effect, especially since it would be broadcast live to the fans of Ling Automobile. After all, Su Chen was a conscientious entrepreneur. Wow, I'm incredibly envious. Is this truly the kind of benefit a company with thousands of employees can offer? Someone exclaimed, overwhelmed with jealousy. Why do all the good benefits seem to be at other companies? Our company only gave us some cooking oil for the new year. Cooking oil? Do you know what our boss gave us? He gave us blessings. Laughter erupted, and someone quipped, this is like an old lady snuggling under the covers. It really cracked me up. By the way, could Ling Automobile consider opening a factory in our city? We're struggling here too. Indeed. We wish for Ling Automobile to establish a factory here. With a sigh, one lamented, enough said, it's all tears now. We used to mock the Northeast for being poor, and now here comes Ling Automobile. Viewers, upon witnessing Su Chen supervising the transportation of 10 billion in cash, wish they could leap through the screen to claim the wealth for themselves. As the money was arranged on the stage, not only the online audience but also the employees of Ling Automobile were left in awe. Happy New Year to all, family of Ling Automobile. I am Su Chen, the chairman. With little fanfare, Su Chen took to the stage, as such a public appearance demanded his presence. Wow, Chairman Su is still so dashing. Truly. He speaks directly and generously. We wish we had a boss like him. He is undoubtedly a national entrepreneur. Yes, Chairman Su treats us as friends and workers as family. To hell with it. I'm not working for them anymore. After the new year, I'm going to work at Ling Automobile. Me too. I'm definitely going to work at Ling Automobile. Upon hearing Su Chen's straightforward approach to distributing year-end bonuses, everyone was stunned. Today, I am pleased to announce that each of you will receive a year-end bonus of 10,000 yuan for every year of service at Ling Automobile. Newcomers who have not yet completed a year will all receive a full year's worth of bonuses. The remaining funds will be distributed based on performance, ensuring that nearly everyone will receive a bonus of 20,000 yuan. Among us, the most seasoned worker is Aunt Guilon, who has been with our factory since the tender age of 18. Now, after 40 years of dedicated service, she is on the brink of retirement, thus earning a remarkable bonus of 400,000 yuan for her years of service. As Su Chen's words echoed in the room, everyone was left in utter astonishment. Goodness, this is truly extravagant. A year-end bonus of 400,000? Where will this leave other bosses caught in the embarrassment of comparison? This is akin to a relentless reminder of their own shortcomings. Chapter 47. The origins of Ling automobile in less than 2 hours. A staggering 1 billion in bonuses was distributed. Among the recipients, Nguyen received the largest share. Besides her, elder employees like Lu Lao and Li Lao each garnered over 300,000 in year-end bonuses. However, these seasoned staff members collectively took home less than 200 million, while the remaining sum, exceeding 800 million, was shared among the other employees. Naturally, the veteran workers still received significant amounts, as Suchin, despite distributing the funds, was acutely aware of familial ties and relationships. Now that the year-end bonuses have been dispensed, it was time to serve the dishes. Moreover, I had prepared additional small gifts for everyone, including a 4-part lottery segment. The first segment offered 1,000 Huawei P60 smartphones as third prizes. The second segment awarded 500 vehicles from our automobile factory. The third segment granted 100 individuals 50,000 in cash, while the fourth segment bestowed a single person with 500,000 in cash. With a grand gesture, Suchin incited a frenzy among the crowd. After all, he was not one to be concerned about such financial outlays. His intention was to cultivate corporate culture and enhance the company's reputation, thereby facilitating future endeavors. In the second half of this year, the company achieved a profit exceeding 660 billion. Even after deducting salaries and employee benefits, Suchin's earnings still amounted to 640 billion. This figure even accounted for the year-end bonuses he distributed, prompting Suchin to reflect with a sense of awe. Indeed, high-tech companies are remarkably lucrative, often yielding exorbitant profits. It is no wonder that the average income in America surpasses that of manhwa by more than 4-fold. This is attributed to the abundance of high-tech enterprises they possess. Thank you, boss. I want to bear your offspring. Boss, I love you. Come home tonight. Your sister-in-law is waiting. Oh, boss, you are too kind. You are the best boss I have ever encountered. Boss, you're incredible. Upon hearing the benefits announced by Suchin, everyone was left astounded. Even CEOs like Lu Longhai and Lin Yajuan were left speechless. Is this truly a capitalist? As Suchin's words resonated through the hall, exquisite dishes were brought forth by the service staff. However, witnessing the lavish benefits being granted, the live stream exploded with excitement. Damn it, this is making my teeth itch. Sigh, all the good bosses belong to others. How can we make our boss inadvertently see this live stream? Who knows? I too wish for our boss to witness it. Look at their company, and then at ours. I'm going to leave a real name message on our official website, asking for Ling Automobile to come over. The expressions of those in the live stream were contorted, overwhelmed by the astonishingly generous benefits. It left everyone utterly speechless. After all, as fellow workers, their year-end bonuses amount to little more than mere well-wishes, and the irony lies in the fact that they might even be the ones extending those greetings to their employer. In light of this stark contrast, everyone feels that their own year-end bonuses have lost their allure. Throughout the day, Suchin indulged in considerable amounts of alcohol. With only the duty personnel remaining at the factory, all others were granted leave. On the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, work would officially resume. Just as Suchin succumbed to a deep slumber, Weibo and Douyin erupted with activity. Upon witnessing the striking sight of a cash wall totaling 10 billion, everyone couldn't help but voice their opinions. The subsequent benefits sent shockwaves through the online community. It was evident that there was no comparison between their company and Ling Corporation. Indeed, the finest offerings seemed to belong to others. However, as this matter trended on social media, numerous official websites faced overwhelming traffic. Citizens fervently urged officials to introduce Ling Motors to their cities, particularly in impoverished regions. The reality was that Longwa lacked substantial large-scale factories. And now with the emergence of such an impressive entity as Ling Motors, coupled with its generous welfare policies, everyone yearned for its arrival in their vicinity. Son, rise and have breakfast. The following morning, Suchin was roused by his mother. Mom, I'm up. After dressing, Suchin emerged from his bed. During this time, his parents had been thoroughly enjoying themselves. They had just returned from their outing after witnessing Ling Group's annual meeting. Son, you've done well. Previously, I felt powerless regarding the treatment of those long-serving employees who have persevered for 3 generations to keep this factory afloat. Now that we have the means, your actions are commendable. I wholeheartedly support you. Sudahai had also watched the annual meeting of Ling Motors the previous day. After seeing the multitude of benefits Suchin had distributed, he harbored no negative thoughts, only gratitude. Ling Motors had endured a tumultuous history. Established in 1925 with the assistance of patriotic merchants in Tsarist Russia, the factory symbolized the rise of Longwa. However, it was subsequently occupied by the Japanese in the Manchukuo regime, only to finally return to the embrace of its homeland. In the late 1980s, it narrowly escaped bankruptcy under the leadership of Su Chun's grandfather, who managed to revive it against the odds. Following his grandfather's passing, the position of factory director was handed down to Su Dahai. With a flurry of vigorous actions, he nearly drove Loading Motors to closure. It was only through the employees' voluntary wage reductions that the factory managed to survive. Who would have imagined that within less than 6 months under Su Chin's stewardship, the factory would soar to new heights? It's nothing. This is what I ought to do. Su Chin chuckled, shaking his head. To speak candidly, in that half year, the total wages and bonuses distributed to the workers amounted to just under 60 billion. Meanwhile, Su Chin himself amassed a fortune of 600 billion, making his earnings 30 times that of the 10,000 workers combined. It can be said that monopolies are indeed highly profitable. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, Su Chin and his family tidied up their home before venturing out for a shopping spree. On the eve of the new year, Su Chin made phone calls to extend his New Year greetings to others. The festive atmosphere of the new year has seemingly diminished, reduced to merely gathering for a reunion dinner. As Su Chin was engrossed in playing League of Legends and fervently expressing his thoughts, his mother entered the room, calling him to the dining table. The vast horizons are my love, and beneath the sprawling mountains, flowers are blooming. Just as Su Chin took his seat at the dinner table, his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was an unfamiliar number. Mr. Su, greetings. This is the leader from Hunan Province. Chapter 48, The Baja Off-Road Race. Time swiftly passed, and it was already the 8th day of the new year. On this day, Su Chin arrived early at the factory. Happy New Year, Director Su. Happy New Year, everyone. Haha, I am truly grateful for the year-end bonus you bestowed upon me. Over 400,000. My son is now married. Indeed, Director Su, your generous bonus has allowed me to hold my head high at home. Absolutely, Director Su. The year-end bonus has enabled me to stand tall in my household. Me too. I never realized my wife could be so gentle. Hey, brother, let's talk privately. As Su Chin stepped out of his vehicle, many approached to extend their New Year greetings. Haha, Happy New Year, everyone. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Su Chin finally retreated to his office. Happy New Year, Director Su. In the office, Yang Xiaoro was already waiting. Happy New Year, Xiaoro. By the way, please summon Lu Longhai. Before the new year, the leader of Hunan Province had contacted Su Chin, inviting him to establish a new automobile factory there. Su Chin had agreed. As both Hunan and Heilongjiang provinces are agricultural powerhouses with relatively impoverished economies. Moreover, Hunan only has TSMC as a major factory, which has caused considerable disappointment over the past 3 years. The leader of Hunan personally called Su Chin and allocated 10,000 acres of land for his use, allowing him the freedom to develop the area. The only condition was to recruit 10,000 workers, akin to the headquarters of Longting Automotive. Boss, you called for me. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Longhai entered the office. Manager Lu, we have a task for you. Upon Lu Longhai's arrival, Su Chin wasted no time in expressing his intentions. Manager Lu, the leader of Hunan has personally invited us to establish a factory there, and we have been granted 10,000 acres of land. Therefore, I plan to relocate the Havel and BJ series over there. You and Li Weigua should head there shortly. We will allocate 1 billion for building the factory. 10,000 acres of land, along with various production lines, would suffice with that budget. After all, a factory is not the same as employee dormitories, so such an investment is reasonable. As for the dormitories, they would only be established after at least a year. Once the factory in Hunan begins to generate profit, it is impractical to invest such a sum without any returns simply based on the leader's request. Understood, boss. I will set off immediately. Lu Longhai had no objections to Su Chin's arrangement. After all, this trip would elevate his status significantly. In Hunan, he would be second to none. As Lu Longhai departed, Su Chin found a moment of tranquility. During this period, I have surprisingly accumulated such a substantial amount of points. Bored, Su Chin opened the system panel and discovered he now possessed 35 million points. Only 20 million more points were needed to acquire the 5-nanometer lithography machine. Within a maximum of 2 months, there should be no issues. Boss. Just as Su Chin finished checking the system interface, Yang Xiaoro entered once more. What is it? Shiro? Boss, there is an upcoming Baja 1000 off-road race being held in North America, and they have invited us to participate. The Baja 1000? Upon hearing Yang Xiaoro mention the Baja off-road race, Su Chin's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Baja 1000, also known as the most grueling off-road event on Earth, spans a total length of 1,000 miles, which is slightly over 1,600 kilometers, and competitors must complete it within 34 hours. The most challenging aspect of this race lies in the treacherous terrain. Conventional vehicles cannot navigate it successfully. Moreover, the race stipulates that only one driver may complete the entire course, which includes overcoming obstacles left by fans along the route. These barriers could easily render a vehicle inoperable. Currently, the best record, set by Ford, stands at 22 hours, averaging a speed of just over 70 kilometers per hour due to the extreme difficulty of the course. Absolutely. This is an excellent opportunity for Lonting Automotive to establish its reputation. Since we have received an invitation to compete, Su-Chin would not decline. After all, the automotive companies participating in such a race are all leading names in the global off-road vehicle industry. He never expected that they would extend an invitation to Lonting Automotive. It seemed he would need to craft two exceptional vehicles for this occasion. Su-Chin was unperturbed by the challenges of the race, after all. His third-generation suspension technology was not mere boast. Furthermore, he possessed third-generation carbon fiber technology. It could be said that as long as Su-Chin pressed the accelerator, he needed not concern himself with anything else. With this in mind, Su-Chin made his way to Old Lu's office. Surely, everyone has some awareness of the Baja off-road race. On platforms like Douyin, one might have seen a windowless off-road vehicle traversing the desert, with the driver repeatedly tearing off the film from their helmet. This practice is intended to protect the driver in case the windows shatter, posing a significant risk to their life. However, the glass manufactured in the Dragon Kingdom is entirely fearless. Young master, Happy New Year. Just as Su-Chin entered Old Lu's office, he saw Old Lu and Old Li enjoying tea and playing Go. Old Li, I have a very important matter that requires your assistance. It is this: we have received an invitation to the Baja off-road race in North America. This time, I intend for Lonting Automotive to make a name for itself at the Baja 1000. Therefore, I need both of you to help me craft two specially designed off-road vehicles. The competition is set to take place this September, which is merely 7 months away. Su-Chin candidly expressed his intentions, recognizing that this occasion presents a splendid opportunity for Lonting Automobile to make its mark. However, we lack the requisite expertise. Indeed, young master, our technical capabilities are not sufficiently formidable. In events such as the Baja off-road race, other factors pale in comparison to the paramount importance of the suspension system. Without a robust suspension system, success is unattainable. Moreover, there has never been a precedent for electric vehicles participating in the Baja off-road race. Upon hearing Su-Chin's words, Old Lu could not help but furrow his brow. As a veteran in the automotive industry, he is exceedingly familiar with the Baja off-road race, given that it is a global event of significant stature. Chapter 49. Demolition and Factory Expansion. Haha, Old Li, I possess all the technology right here. Moreover, the reason electric vehicles refrain from participating in the Baja off-road race due to the excessive time consumed in charging? Old Li, we have absolutely no issues completing a range of 1,600 kilometers. Now, allow me to share some data regarding our off-road vehicle. Firstly, the material employed for the entire vehicle is derived from third-generation carbon fiber technology. Automobiles crafted with this technology possess a weight that is merely 1/3 of that of comparable models. Additionally, the durability is remarkably robust. At the very least, small explosives would not cause any damage. The suspension system also utilizes third-generation air suspension, ensuring reliability. As for our motor, we incorporate third-generation motor technology. Up until now, our vehicles have only utilized first-generation motor technology. The third-generation motor technology boasts a torque of 10,000 Newton-meters, a rotation speed of 2,000 revolutions per second, and an astounding 2,000 horsepower. Even in the Baja off-road race, it can reach speeds of 200 kilometers per hour. As for the glass, we can also procure bulletproof glass. Su-Chin spoke with a cheerful demeanor, sharing the specifications of his off-road vehicle. With this creation, Su-Chin could proudly declare himself the best in the world. A vehicle of this caliber could easily command a price in the millions, as it embodies cutting-edge technology. Upon hearing Su-Chin's words, both elders stared at him in utter astonishment. After all, Su-Chin's proclamation indicated that he had indeed mastered this technology. Otherwise, he would not have voiced such claims, would he? Thus, this matter fell into the hands of Old Li and Old Lu. After finishing his remarks, Su-Chin left their office with a smile, leaving the two elders in a state of shock. I must go find my granddaughter. After a moment of astonishment, Old Li rose and headed straight to Lin Shurin's office. Once this automobile is produced, it will undoubtedly trigger a seismic shift in the entire automotive industry. Wealthy individuals crave excitement. Such an exceptional vehicle will undoubtedly have no shortage of buyers. The key is that this remarkable technology, applied to supercars, represents the pinnacle of global advancements. Regardless of the application, these innovations could propel Ling Automotive to the forefront of the automotive industry. Meanwhile, upon returning to his office, Su-Chin received a colossal sum of money. Director Su, have you received our funds? Before Su-Chin could fully grasp the situation, a phone call from Old Ma came through. Earlier in the year, Old Ma had tipped off Su-Chin, establishing a collaboration. However, due to the relentless machinations of foreign competitors against Ling Automotive, they frequently held meetings, leaving Old Ma unable to visit in person. Thus, their partnership was solidified over the phone. Su-Chin agreed to sell Tesla 500,000 batteries at the price of 200,000 each. With tears of joy, Su-Chin has profited an astounding 14 million. Furthermore, these batteries are being delivered directly to the Tesla factory in Shanghai. Haha, they have already arrived, Mr. Ma. Within a maximum of 7 days, 500,000 batteries will be dispatched to the Tesla factory in Shanghai. Su-Chin cheerfully informed this benefactor. I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Su. After hanging up the phone, Su-Chin could not help but chuckle. It appears that collaborating more with foreign companies is indeed beneficial. After all, this is merely the first-generation battery technology, and Su-Chin possesses the second and third-generation technologies as well. Thus, the first-generation battery technology is entirely suitable for international collaboration. Moreover, prior to the partnership, official consent was granted. However, the stipulation is that these batteries may only be utilized at the Tesla factory in Shanghai and cannot be sent abroad for processing at their facilities. This is indeed impressive. Gazing at the astronomical sum in his bank account, Su-Chin burst into laughter. Currently, Dragon Rising Automotive's account boasts a staggering 150 billion in cash. This is still after having previously acquired over 100 billion in raw materials and providing funds to Lu Longhai for factory construction. The vehicles produced from these raw materials will undoubtedly allow Su-Chin to earn more than 20 billion. This 100 billion is my personal fortune. Monopolization is truly a lucrative endeavor. Stroking his chin, Su-Chin could not suppress a gleeful chuckle. As time passed, the days flew by. And soon it was the end of March. The season of blooming flowers had arrived. The 8,000 acres of land previously requisitioned with the assistance of the authorities had now been entirely acquired. How is everything, Xiaoro? On this day, in Su-Chin's office, he was reviewing the construction blueprints for the new factory. Boss, the funds have been disbursed, totaling 12 billion. The 8,000 acres of land have been acquired. However, to fully develop this land, we estimate that at least 500 billion will be required. We have conducted thorough calculations. The construction of employee dormitories alone will require 200 billion. The factory construction will demand an equal amount, while the remaining 100 billion will be allocated for road construction and infrastructure development. Yang Xiaoro presented the previously calculated figures to Su-Chin. By the way, let us proceed with this factory design. It looks incredibly impressive. As he spoke, Su-Chin handed over the design blueprint he had previously selected to Yang Xiaoro. This blueprint, once completed, is bound to astonish everyone. Firstly, the headquarters of Dragon Rising Automotive will be a colossal structure occupying 20,000 square meters, soaring to 250 meters with 88 stories. The entire building can accommodate at least 100,000 individuals working simultaneously. It will even feature gardens, a gym, swimming pools, and more. It is truly an opulent office building. Surrounding this edifice will be 4 additional towers, each standing at a height of 188 meters. The primary purpose of these 4 edifices is to serve as rental spaces for other companies, existing solely as office buildings for lease. Surrounding these 5 structures are 600 employee dormitories, each standing at 108 meters tall. Each building accommodates over 100 households, culminating in more than 60,000 residences, sufficient to house at least 200,000 individuals. Additionally, there are artificial lakes, landscaped gardens, greenery, fitness centers, and a variety of factories, creating an environment reminiscent of living within a botanical garden. Very well, boss. I shall proceed to notify them immediately. However, according to your blueprint, it seems unlikely that we will be ready for occupancy by the end of the year. Chapter 50. The launch of a new automobile, bringing benefits to families. Su-Chin was exceedingly pleased with the architectural blueprints of the Ling Automobile headquarters. The design of the surrounding forest park, which enveloped all the buildings, was particularly commendable. Even the factory premises were intricately connected to the lush environment. The current architectural landscape was far too uniform, lacking any semblance of national characteristics. Thus, the selection of factories and homes embodying ethnic architectural styles was Su Chin's ultimate rationale. On the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, Su Chin found himself with little to do, merely meandering through various departments and familiarizing himself with new faces. Boss. As he entered the marketing department, Wang Jia hurried over, her phone in hand. Wang Jia had ascended to the position of manager of the publicity department, no longer a part of the marketing team. With her striking looks, captivating voice, and commendable figure, she had amassed over 10 million fans, drawing hundreds of thousands to her live broadcasts. While many were drawn by Longting Automobile, her ability to retain their attention was undeniable. Jai, what brings you here? Su Chun greeted her with a hint of exasperation. As she had grown up under the watchful eye of his grandfather, many others in the factory shared a similar background, having been nurtured by the older generation. Mr. Su, our fans are incredibly enthusiastic right now, eager to purchase something from our live broadcasts. However, our cars are in high demand and we currently have nothing to sell in the live stream. Wang Jia explained, a touch of embarrassment in her tone. The fans held a deep affection for Longting Automobile, particularly for Su Chin, who was widely adored. What can we sell? We have nothing available, Su Chin replied. How about this? You could establish a domestic goods marketplace, focusing solely on trustworthy domestic products. We don't need to profit much, as long as it's reliable. We can offer it for sale. After pondering, Su Chun concluded that since the fans were eager to buy and he had nothing to offer, selling reputable domestic products would be a viable solution. Initially, modest profits were acceptable as long as they cultivated a good reputation. This could also pave the way for future sales through the live stream as Su Chin diversified into other industries. All right, I will begin to sift through options. Wang Jia nodded in agreement, relieved to have a direction. Mr. Su, you truly are a conscientious entrepreneur, thinking of domestic products even at this time. She remarked, impressed. Indeed. Without foreign enterprises intervening, our domestic goods shine brightly. Great admiration for Chairman Su. He truly exemplifies the ideals of all entrepreneurs. Those who donate yet fail to provide salaries to their employees should take heed. Enough said. Initially, the boasting seemed commendable, yet ultimately, it culminated in donations to foreigners, dressed up as subsidies for impoverished international students. But if they can afford to study abroad, is there really such a thing as poverty? In both conduct and endeavors, we ought to look to Chairman Su. Although he is youthful, he possesses a profound understanding of our needs. At this moment, the audience in the live stream erupted with enthusiasm upon hearing Su Chen's words. Previously, everyone urged Wang Jia to engage in live stream sales to bolster Longting's reputation. After all, with such remarkable technology, Longting Automobile is offered at an exceptionally reasonable price. Indeed, it is a paragon of integrity. Take the performance of the Tank 300, for instance. Selling it for 500,000 is hardly excessive, and in fact, there would be a rush to purchase it. Yet, in a gesture of camaraderie, Su Chin made it available for under 200,000. Thus, the products of Longting Automobile are undoubtedly trustworthy. Unexpectedly, Su Chin then mentioned earning less profit to promote other domestic brands. This elevated the company's vision significantly. With that, he excused himself. After addressing Wang Jia's matters, Su Chin returned to his office to rest. Time swiftly passed, and before long, it was the 15th day of the first month. On this day, Longting Automobile was bustling with activity, as it marked the official sales launch of the JB series vehicles. Following production efforts over the past year and recent days, there was now a stock of 50,000 units of the JB40 series. Early that morning, Su Chin arrived at the factory. The press conference was rather modest, taking place in the same warehouse as the annual meeting, primarily focused on online sales, what is commonly referred to as live stream shopping. These vehicles were produced specifically for the needs of online consumers. Otherwise, Su Chin would not have ceased production after just 50,000 units. Upon arriving at the warehouse, Su Chin found Wang Jia and her live stream team already setting up. The BJ40 comes in only 3 models, identical in design, with the sole distinction being color. The boss is here, quick, gather around. Upon seeing Su Chin approach, Wang Jia promptly signaled the camera crew to focus on him. How is the preparation going? Today, Su Chin donned a pristine white suit, perfectly complementing the deep green BJ40. Wow, my husband looks incredibly handsome today, exclaimed a voice from above. That's my husband, indeed. Can you all have some decorum? I just dropped him off at the office, and you're already crowding around. Quiet down, quiet down. Let us see what car we have today. Yes, This is a price even lower than what our chairman offered just to make friends. Who could argue with that? Stop the chatter. Let us look at the car. Hee. I have a feeling today's vehicle will surprise us. One cannot deny that Chairman Su is truly genuine. Indeed, the fans' encouragement has led to the creation of vehicles, and remarkably affordable ones at that. Speaking of which, Mr. Su, could you perhaps develop a cure for cancer? If you manage to do so, I shall bestow upon you an everlasting commendation. Just imagine if Mr. Su truly produces an anti-cancer medication. We wouldn't need to rely on your assistance. At this moment, the fans in the live broadcast room were astounded by Su Chin's striking appearance as he approached. After all, he had never adorned himself before. Today, with just a slight effort, he has reached the pinnacle of beauty. Now, dear friends, welcome to the launch event of the Lonting BJ series automobiles. Today's pricing is not just a gesture of friendship, it is a generous offering for our beloved family. Chapter 51. Fans, this is truly a family for us. Previously, I heard Mr. Wong mention that many family members find our Tank 300 series exceedingly expensive. Many cannot afford it, and I must admit this oversight, as our technology has limited us to compressing the cost of the Tank 300 to this extent. However, since our family members have voiced their concerns, today, an all-terrain vehicle priced at $99,000 is here. Su Chun passionately and generously offered benefits to the family during the live broadcast. After all, Su Chin's current objective is not profit, but rather to penetrate the market. Once the market is opened, the public will trust Su Chun when he later promotes hydrogen-powered vehicles and sells other products. Is it really here? Mr. Su is remarkable. Indeed, Mr. Su treats us like friends, stating 99,000 truly means 99,000. It is clear that Mr. Su is the most conscientious entrepreneur. Is it not so? This is certainly far superior to those who merely boast. Haha, it seems that only Mr. Su can provide us with tangible benefits. Indeed, from now on, when purchasing, we will recognize Lonting. Mr. Su, I adore you. I want to bear your children. Mr. Su, hurry, get on the little yellow car. 3, 2, 1. I'll say a number, 99. Upon hearing Su Chin announce the availability of the 99,000 all-terrain vehicle, the audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. After all, who could resist a high-performance, low-cost all-terrain vehicle? Previously, one would need at least 300,000 to 400,000 to even consider purchasing a decent off-road vehicle. In fact, even 300,000 to 400,000 might not guarantee a satisfactory purchase. Moreover, foreigners sell cars that cost 20,000 to 30,000 abroad for 300,000 to 400,000 domestically. Is that reasonable? Let us not discuss the exchange rate. Yes, it is high. But are they earning money from manhwa? Not at all. Take the Mercedes-Benz C-Class, for instance, which is priced at around $30,000 in America. But let us not forget, they are also profiting in dollars. All right, no more suspense. 3 colors. All at 99,000, let us go. Su Chin glanced at the enthusiastic audience in the live stream. He approached the 3 vehicles and dramatically pulled down the red cloth covering them, revealing the 3 models of BJ40 in black, silver, and dark green. Now, let me briefly introduce these 3 vehicles. In essence, there are no significant differences among them, only the color variations. However, these 3 all-terrain vehicles can reach a speed of 150 kilometers per hour. Additionally, they utilize our Lonting battery, motor, and control system, allowing for an astonishing range of 6,000 kilometers. Of course, our 6,000 kilometers is a definitive 6,000, unlike other vehicles that boast 600 kilometers, only to deliver half of that in real-world conditions. However, our BJ series continues to offer an impressive warranty of 8 years or 300,000 kilometers. As for the other features, let our esteemed General Wong elaborate. After Su Chin briefly introduced the vehicle's price and its primary performance attributes, he waved to the audience in the live stream before taking a seat to await further developments. Meanwhile, Wang Jiai commenced a detailed presentation of the specifications to the viewers. It appears that Wang Jiai genuinely possesses the potential to become a prominent influencer. Observing her effortlessly articulate the new vehicle's capabilities and guiding fans inside to admire the interior, Su Chin could not help but nod in approval. Although it is true that the official account of Lonting Automobile has garnered numerous followers primarily due to the brand itself, retaining such a sizable audience in the live stream is a testament to Wang Jiai's own prowess. It seems that the launch of cosmetics should be prioritized. Su Chin mused, contemplating the urgency of bringing the cosmetics to market within 2 months, as the demand for them would surely be substantial. After all, with effective products, his accumulated points would increase significantly. Currently, he is still 20 million points away from acquiring a 5-nanometer lithography machine and the programming technology for 5-nanometer chips. Recently, sales of Longting automobiles have been sluggish. There is only a limited group of individuals capable of purchasing vehicles, and not all of them favor Longting, much like the iPhone. Despite the lack of substantial technological breakthroughs in each iteration, many devoted fans still flock to purchase it. The latest generation, produced by our neighbors, has a staggering 50% failure rate, which has provoked much amusement. "Boss, we have already sold 5,000 units," reported Wang Jia's assistant softly to Su Chen while he was lost in thought about the cosmetics. 5,000 units? Hearing that 5,000 had been sold in such a short time left Su Chen momentarily speechless. While he was aware that internet celebrities could be lucrative, he had not anticipated such profitability, especially for an automobile. Moreover, this was a vehicle priced at 99,000 yuan. If it were a more affordable item, the sales would be astronomical. No wonder some influencers claim that 79 is quite expensive. Observing the fans' purchasing power, it certainly does not seem exorbitant. Dear friends, please remember to consume rationally. Do not make impulsive decisions. He urged the audience. This is a car, not just any other product. Once purchased, it cannot be returned. If you return it, it becomes a second-hand vehicle. Witnessing the surge in automobile purchases, Su Chen hurried to the front of the live stream to counsel the viewers. Haha. Such an affordable SUV, and it looks so stylish. I've been waiting for decades. Place your orders. You must place them decisively. It's only 99,000, just 2 months' salary. 2 months' salary? My monthly salary suffices to acquire it. Goodness, is it true that people online are earning over 100 million? However, I must admit, 99,000 is indeed quite a bargain. Given its performance, I dare say that if foreign enterprises were to enter our domestic market, it would command at least 300,000 to 400,000. Who could argue otherwise? My dear friends, securing this purchase is undoubtedly a gain. After hearing Su Chen's words, the speed at which fans placed their orders accelerated, as if they feared missing out. After all, such an exceptional off-road vehicle, despite its slight shortcomings in power, outshines all other manufacturers in terms of endurance. With a price tag of only 99,000, if not now, then when? By the way, my friends, Longting Automobile has successfully established a partnership in Hunan Province, investing 2 billion to set up a new factory for the Tank 300 and BJ series. Do keep an eye on our subsidiary factory in the future. Su Chen opened his mouth, yet chose to withhold his persuasive remarks, instead promoting his own car factory. Chapter 52. The Responsibility of Longting Automobile. Could it be true? Has Longting Automobile genuinely established a branch in Hunan Province? Remarkably swift action from Hunan. While we are still contemplating how to entice Longting to our area, who wouldn't desire Longting Automobile? With their generous benefits, who could resist such a lure? Indeed, I was envious when I beheld Longting's impressive cash reserves. The sight left me almost grotesque with longing. I've only glimpsed 1 billion in cash in Uncle Shin's films. I fervently hope Longting will also set up a factory here. The people of Sichuan Province express their envy. We too desire such an automobile factory. Who would not? We in the border region have an even greater yearning, especially since our transportation to Europe is remarkably convenient. Yes, indeed, transportation here is effortless. We eagerly await Mr. Su's arrival. Upon hearing that Su Chen announced Longting Automobile has opened a branch in Hunan, everyone was filled with envy. After all, it is hard to find anywhere in the Dragon Nation, let alone the world, that offers such exceptional benefits as Longting. Most notably, even new employees can enjoy such generous perks. Haha, discussions are already underway. However, our current sales at Longting are not particularly high. Moreover, we can only initially establish a battery factory, but many more factories will follow. I have invested a considerable sum to acquire a comprehensive set of cosmetic technology, a feat that took a decade of international research to perfect. The financial investment has been astronomical. It is only due to my connections that I could uncover this opportunity. Well, in no more than 2 months, you will witness our cosmetics debut. Additionally, for friends near Ice City, Longting Automobile will be launching farms and ranches. We encourage those willing to work to enthusiastically apply. I distrust external technologies and harsh practices. So I have commenced development from the seed stage and am now preparing to cultivate test fields. Seeing so many enthusiastic fans inviting him to join in the venture, urging him to establish factories, made Su Chen unable to suppress his laughter. Establishing factories is trivial. As long as he sets up a company within an industry, he will gain access to its cutting-edge technologies. To put it succinctly, if Su Chen were to establish 360 companies, he would eventually dominate all 360 industries. The number of factories could easily sustain 100 million workers. Is Mr. Su truly that formidable? Can such matters be openly discussed? Indeed, Mr. Su, you are quite audacious. Are you not concerned about your reputation? Yet, Mr. Su treats us as friends, after all. Whenever we have requests, he strives to fulfill them. By the way, Mr. Su, how is the cosmetic technology you purchased? If it proves effective, we shall eagerly await its arrival. What a question. Could anything produced by Mr. Su be subpar? I too am looking forward to it. Mr. Su, please bring the cosmetics to our region. We are centrally located and easily accessible. Indeed, this statement holds true. We can go anywhere. However, let us not be so hasty. Chairman Su should directly convene in Shanghai, for our location is conveniently accessible from all directions. Nevertheless, it would be preferable for us to gather in Dalian, as our proximity to Japan and South Korea is unparalleled. Upon hearing Su Chen's intention to establish a cosmetics factory, the million fans in the live stream erupted with enthusiasm. Although the majority present were initially drawn by automobiles or the allure of Wangjai, it is undeniable that most of these individuals were men. After all, it is predominantly men who are captivated by both cars and beautiful women. 80% of men do not usually engage in makeup. Merely washing their faces is considered a significant act of self-care. To everyone's surprise, these men have shown an unexpected interest in Su Chen's cosmetics. Well, since cosmetics have garnered such interest, here is the plan. In a few days, when our cosmetics are ready, I shall first allow everyone to try them out as part of an experiment. If the results prove to be effective, I will proceed to launch them commercially. If they fall short, so be it. After all, we, as citizens of the Dragon Nation, do not deceive one another. Su Chen chuckled. Having meticulously devised this plan long ago, he was confident in the quality of the cosmetics. Products developed by the system are guaranteed to be exceptional. If Su Chen leads by example and showcases the effectiveness of the products, the resultant buzz will undoubtedly be explosive, both in terms of reputation and popularity. I must say, Chairman Su is truly remarkable. A conscientious entrepreneur. 1. 10,086. 232,103. To the individual above, I've noted your ID number. I shall secure a loan of 100,000 to purchase a BJ40. Observing the antics of the viewers in the live stream, Su Chen could not help but chuckle. All right, my friends, I shall take my leave now. I wouldn't want to delay President Wang from acquiring his vehicle. With a light laugh, Su Chen ceded the live stream to Wang Jai and happily made his way outside. It appears that, following these recent events, his reputation remains quite commendable. Upon returning to his office, Su Chen reclined on the sofa, indulging in a moment of leisure. Meanwhile, Su Dahai was leading a meeting. As the former factory director of Ling Automobile, Su Dahai held considerable respect. Although he had not succeeded in advancing the automotive plant, it could only be attributed to the timing and circumstances. It was not a matter of incompetence on his part. Had the engine been developed earlier, perhaps the state could have provided support, granting Ling Automobile some much-needed funding. Unfortunately, by the time the engine was completed, the era of electric vehicles had already dawned. Colleagues, we have worked together for over 20 years. My return this time is primarily for retirement. My responsibilities no longer lie in automobile production, but rather in overseeing the progress of the new factory and the employees' accommodations. My son has invested 500 billion in the construction of the new factory and living quarters. In the future, I too shall reside there. Moreover, I assure everyone that by the time you retire, pensions will still be dispersed in full. Su Dahai is presently engaging in a lively discourse within the conference room. Ling Automobile has consistently upheld a pension system. Although modest, it provides 60% of one's retirement salary. For instance, if your monthly salary at retirement is 10,000 yuan, Ling Automobile will grant you a pension of 6,000 yuan. Coupled with pension insurance, the monthly income is quite substantial. This remains a responsibility of Ling Automobile. Whether it is Su Chen's grandfather or his father, they have steadfastly adhered to this principle. Naturally, this will not change with Su Chen. After all, how much is a pension? Su Chen could effortlessly establish a company that would suffice for the pensions of millions. Chapter 53, New Energy Buses. In the future, when you see me, you must inquire, "Father, where are you going?" I am going to take a bath. At this moment, in Su Chen's office, he reclined on the sofa, indulging in the comedic performances of the renowned duo, Guoyu and Airway. Indeed, their humor was quite delightful. In times of leisure, Suchin often found solace in their banter, allowing it to lull him into sleep. It could be said that these two masters had accompanied Suchin through countless long nights. Now, as mid-March approached, it was imperative to act swiftly. Glancing at the date on his phone, Suchin promptly sent a WeChat message to Yang Xiao. He had previously conceived a plan to establish a small-scale farm near Ice City, not overly large, merely sufficient to meet the daily consumption of the factory staff. Furthermore, he intended to secure a vast expanse of land in Siberia to supply the other factories. After all, there was undeniable peace of mind in consuming produce that one had cultivated oneself. As for other capital ventures, they posed no concern for Suchin, who was self-sufficient in production and sales. Should anyone attempt to tarnish his reputation, he could simply relocate his operations abroad. In matters so trivial, no one dared to offend Suchin, especially now that he had ascended to become one of the foremost capitalists in the country. If any issues arose regarding such minor concerns, the provincial authorities would undoubtedly intervene, given that Suchin had created numerous job opportunities and contributed significantly to tax revenues, far surpassing that of other enterprises. Boss, I have arrived. Hardly had Suchin sent the WeChat message when Yang Xiao entered through the door. Xiao, please inquire with the elderly employees nearing retirement at the factory. Would they be willing to oversee agricultural affairs, provided their wages remain unchanged? They would merely need to keep a watchful eye, as this pertains to our future sustenance. After contemplating, Suchin resolved to delegate this responsibility to the factory's veterans. The younger generation possessed scant agricultural knowledge. While these elderly individuals might not have farmed in decades, the essence of cultivation was ingrained in their very beings. He would also arrange for the leasing of 100,000 acres of fertile land. Of this, 20,000 acres would be allocated for grain production, while the remaining 80,000 acres would be designated for livestock grazing. Ice City differed from other regions, as its frigid climate allowed for only one harvest per year. Planting typically occurred in April, with the harvest in October. On average, 1 acre of grain could sustain 2 individuals. Generally, 5,000 to 6,000 acres would suffice for staple foods, but considering the need for vegetables and other produce, 20,000 acres were deemed necessary. The remaining 80,000 acres would support the rearing of pigs, cattle, and sheep, ensuring that Suchin could eat with confidence. Understood, boss. I shall inquire immediately. With that, Yang Xiao prepared to assess how many elderly individuals would be willing to undertake this task. Ultimately, this initiative is beneficial for everyone within the factory. Recently, a kindergarten has been established on-site, and every family has enrolled their children. For the sake of the children, they are particularly attentive to food safety matters. While Suchin was engrossed in researching agricultural issues, in the warehouse hosting the annual meeting, Wang Jiai was passionately introducing the BJ40 automobile to the attendees. In just a brief moment, Wang Jiai had already sold over 60,000 units. For each vehicle sold, Suchin provided her with a commission of 2,000 yuan. Regardless, this money is allocated either to the 4S dealership or to Wang Jiai, thus granting it to her results in considerable savings. Ladies and gentlemen, there are only 30,000 units remaining in stock. Once these are sold, we will have to wait until the end of the year for the next batch, as our BJ manufacturing facility has relocated to Hunan province. Currently, there is no factory there, and it will take at least 6 months to establish one capable of producing vehicles. Therefore, dear friends, there are temporarily only 100,000 BJ40 units available. Once this opportunity passes, it will be gone. Observing the last 30,000 BJ40s, Wang Jiai energetically urged potential buyers. This is a miraculous achievement. No automobile manufacturer has ever sold 100,000 vehicles in a single day. Should this record be broken, Suchin's commission alone would amount to 200 million yuan. Meanwhile, while Wang Jiai was engaged in automobile sales, Chen Qianqian arrived at Suchin's office. Boss, here are the designs for the buses you requested before the new year. We have successfully developed 2 models. According to our designs, each bus can accommodate 50 passengers. Furthermore, it can reach speeds of 120 kilometers per hour, with a range of 6,000 kilometers. This is more than sufficient for our daily needs, and can even serve as public transport. Chen Qianqian excitedly presented her design achievements to Suchin. Although electric buses currently exist, their operational efficiency is hindered by range limitations. For instance, the public transportation in Ice City primarily completes 2 round trips daily, covering approximately 200 to 300 kilometers. While this distance may seem modest, the constant stopping and starting significantly increases energy consumption, rendering the batteries inadequate for such usage. However, Lonting automobiles are fully capable of meeting these demands. Let me take a look, Suchin remarked as he took the two design sketches offered by Chen Chanqian and examined them closely. The two bus designs displayed minimal differences, yet they vastly outperformed the buses currently in circulation. Firstly, the entire vehicle features a futuristic, sci-fi design, predominantly in black and white hues. The color of the vehicle's front is predominantly white, adorned with a band of black along the bottom. Its two colossal headlights resemble the slitted pupils of a dragon. Inside, it boasts an impressive 50 seats, arranged over 2 levels, exuding an air of grandeur. After a brief contemplation, Suchin ultimately decided to proceed with this model. Moreover, he proposed the addition of another layer atop the vehicle. He suggested slightly widening it, ensuring a minimum width of 3 meters. The uppermost level could be entirely open air. Suchin considered this suggestion carefully, as he intended for this futuristic automobile to serve as a public transport option in Ice City, as well as a sightseeing vehicle. Thus, the inclusion of an open-air layer would be the epitome of perfection, though he deemed 2 levels sufficient rather than 3. Chapter 54. A Call from the Governor. Boss. Is that feasible? During the coldest times in Ice City, temperatures can plummet to minus 30 degrees. Sitting in such conditions, wouldn't one turn into a popsicle? Upon hearing that Suchin intended to design this vehicle as a sightseeing and public transport option, Chen Chanqian felt a bit bewildered. It might be acceptable to deploy such a vehicle in the southern coastal regions, where winters are relatively mild, unlike the northeast, where the cold can indeed be life-threatening. Don't worry, just proceed with the design. I will find a way later, Su Chan said with a cheerful smile, having already devised a plan for this undertaking. The advanced technology system was no trivial matter. Within the system's marketplace, there exists a cutting-edge air conditioning unit capable of creating a warm barrier above the entire vehicle. While the term barrier may not be entirely accurate, it refers to warm air emitted from the front of the vehicle, which flows smoothly over the roof, providing a sense of warmth to those beneath it. Moreover, it is quite affordable, requiring only 1 million points for production. This is why Suchin assured Chen Chanqian to proceed with confidence. Such black technology would surely be a significant highlight. Many friends from the south seldom experience snow. Just imagine visiting Ice City and enjoying the snowy scenery while comfortably seated in a bus. Then, admiring the European-style architecture of Ice City. How delightful that would be. All right, boss. I will have people prepare for production right away. Chen Chanqian, reassured by Suchin's confidence, turned to leave. It seems we need to establish several factories in bulk. Given the current situation, transforming Ice City will be quite challenging. Watching Chen Chanqian's departing figure, Suchin couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, the entire Heilong province possesses unparalleled advantages within Longhua. With abundant resources such as oil, coal, and minerals, it even boasts the Daqing oil field, the third largest in the world. Take Qatar, which has recently gained international attention. Their wealth stems from oil. However, the reserves of the Daqing oil field exceed those of Qatar by more than threefold. In recent years, the outflow of population from Heilong province has been alarmingly high. To alter this circumstance, at least factories capable of sustaining 1 million people are necessary. Only then can the residents of Ice City thrive. Yet, establishing factories for 1 million people is no easy feat. As Suchin pondered, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from the leader of Heilong province, his grandfather Ding. "Hello, Grandpa Ding. What prompted you to call me today?" He answered the phone, smiling as he inquired. "Haha, little Chen, I saw your live stream where you mentioned setting up a cosmetics factory. I am not hastily calling you without reason. It seems that the cosmetics factory lacks significant technological advancement, does it not? Could you explore the possibility of establishing several cosmetics factories within our province?" The esteemed Mr. Ding has been quite forthright on the matter, expressing his intentions directly. Previously, he had sought to invite Suchin to open additional automobile factories in Heilong province. However, Suchin presented a compelling argument that rendered his proposal indefensible. The climate in Heilong province is exceedingly frigid, making it virtually impossible to attract talent. If the Ice City is this cold, one can only imagine the conditions in other regions. Further north, temperatures plummet to minus 40 or 50 degrees. One cannot expect even the hardiest of cattle to survive such extremes. Splendid indeed, Mr. Ding. This time, I hope you can extend a more favorable policy to me. We have produced a dozen varieties of cosmetics, and their efficacy is nothing short of exceptional. Should our cosmetic brand come to fruition, I can assert without hesitation that within 3 years, we could dominate the market and become the most formidable cosmetics company in the world. Just consider the vast global population. Even if a mere 100 million individuals were to use our products, how many workers would we require? At the very least, 2 to 300,000, I presume. Suchin, undeterred, has set his terms, as the land allocations are merely a standard procedure for investment attraction. Huh, you rascal, coming here to bargain with your elder, Mr. Ding. Very well, I shall allocate an additional 20,000 acres of land in the Jiangbei region for you. Moreover, I will secure plots in Daqing City and Qiqihar City, facilitating the swift establishment of your factories. The 3-year tax exemption remains intact, and the local railway will assist with your transportation needs. After some contemplation, Mr. Ding decided to offer the same favorable terms as those extended to Yu Province, recognizing that Suchin is indeed a local of their city. Well then, since you have spoken so, Mr. Ding, I shall undoubtedly establish the factory here. Wherever you suggest, I shall build. Upon hearing the prospect of a 3-year tax exemption and the continued free use of land, Suchin readily acquiesced, confident in the efficacy of his cosmetics. Within 3 years, he could assert with certainty that a billion-dollar empire would be born. You are quite the strategist indeed. Let us wait a moment longer. Within a month, someone will certainly reach out to you. I will have them select the location for you, perfectly timed for the commencement of your factory in April. Should funds prove insufficient, we can still offer you interest-free loans. I shall refrain from further discourse for now and attend to other matters. As the call ended, Suchin could not suppress a smile. Li Dandan, please come to my office shortly. I have matters to discuss with you. At present, Li Dandan serves as the head of Yang Guifei Cosmetics, and they are preparing to establish 4 additional branches. It is essential to communicate with Li Dandan, as she will be responsible for leading the training sessions in due course. Similar to the automobile factory in Hunan Province, although Lu Longhai has already been dispatched there. Once the factory is completed and the equipment is installed, Suchin will need to transfer several engineers and skilled technicians from Lonting Automobile Factory to provide guidance. At the very least, we must wait until the facility is capable of independently producing vehicles before allowing anyone to return. The cosmetics industry follows a similar trajectory. Furthermore, we must also establish a pharmaceutical company. With the multitude of patients worldwide and the inevitability of illness for everyone, this industry undoubtedly presents immense profit potential. Moreover, if we successfully treat their ailments, the satisfaction rate will undoubtedly exceed 95%. For instance, regarding cancer patients, recent years have seen an annual increase of 19.7 million new cases globally. This represents a $1 trillion market. Chapter 55, The Cutting-Edge Technology of Construction Companies. Cosmetics and pharmaceuticals, each representing a $1 trillion market. Moreover, environmental protection and renewable energy are poised to become future $1 trillion markets as well. In the office, Suchin stroked his chin, contemplating the current situation. Though society has begun to recognize the importance of environmental protection, a flawless solution remains elusive. As it stands, merely addressing the issues surrounding plastic bags and plastic waste presents a formidable challenge in terms of recycling and processing, to say nothing of other concerns. Tackling plastic waste alone could forge a $1 trillion industry. The same applies to renewable energy. Currently, the most commonly utilized energy source by humanity is oil. Eventually, there will come a day when oil is depleted, and even if that day is postponed, the drawbacks of oil are substantial. Thus, solar energy, geothermal energy, and controllable nuclear fusion must be prioritized. After a languid day, Suchin returned home in his exclusive tank. Son, have you finished work? Where's your father? Upon seeing her son enter, his mother curiously glanced behind him. Not spotting Su Dahai, she inquired about his whereabouts. I don't know. He is probably still at the company. I had intended for him to continue managing the business so that I could focus on research. However, he has teamed up with some retirees from various factories to venture into construction. In his words, he aims to establish a construction team, which could save at least 10 billion in funds, Suchin explained with a smile, quoting his father. Originally, Su Dahai planned to bid for external contracts. Considering the nature of the real estate market, a 500 billion business could potentially revive a company or, at the very least, provide a sigh of relief for those in the property sector. Nevertheless, Su's father, feeling he had nothing else to occupy his time, decided to take matters into his own hands. It's retirement and entrepreneurship, he would say, yet he is only 46 years old. I'm back. Son, in your name. I've established Lonting Real Estate. It should be finalized by tomorrow. I've gathered many old employees, around 100 of them, as supervisors to oversee the work. Additionally, we plan to recruit over 1,000 people to construct our new factory. However, I still haven't seen your blueprints. Please show them to me tomorrow. Just as Su Chun was thinking of his father, Su Dahai entered through the door. Upon hearing his father's words, Su Chun activated the system and discovered that a real estate company had indeed been established under his name. Furthermore, the system store had been activated. Classic architectural design blueprint. Eye-catching, priced at 100,000 points. Landmark architectural design blueprint. Capable of becoming a city's representative structure, priced at 500,000 points. Legendary architectural design blueprint. Capable of becoming a nation's representative structure, priced at 100,000 points. The classic architecture team, capable of constructing classic edifices. Priced at 1 million points. Landmark architectural blueprints. Enables the creation of iconic structures, priced at 5 million points. Legendary architectural blueprints. Facilitates the construction of legendary buildings. Priced at 10 million points. Typhoon-resistant material production technology. Can withstand typhoons of up to level 12, priced at 500,000 points. Earthquake-resistant material production technology. Can endure earthquakes of up to level 10, priced at 1 million points. Waterproof materials. Cold-resistant materials. Heat-insulating materials. Bulletproof glass. Upon witnessing the groundbreaking technologies in the construction sector, Su Chun sprang to his feet with excitement. This assortment not only included diverse blueprints and various production techniques, but also encompassed an array of architectural teams. Even more astonishing were the advanced materials featured here. These materials could be applied beyond the realm of construction. Haha, Dad, tomorrow I shall present you with a delightful surprise. Initially, Su Chun was thoroughly pleased with the design blueprints provided by the previous design firm. However, with the advent of legendary architecture, it was only natural for him to aspire to such grandeur, given that his points were somewhat limited. Su Chun contemplated establishing a legendary building as the headquarters for Ling Automobile, while erecting a landmark structure in each subsequent city. Undoubtedly, the office building of Ling Automobile would be open for public visitation, significantly enhancing its reputation. All right, I shall await the blueprints you bring me tomorrow. After Mr. Su nodded in agreement, the family of three commenced their meal. By the way, Mom, what are my two uncles up to now? And what about my two cousins? During dinner, Su Chun thought of his two uncles and three cousins. The Su family was in disarray. The three brothers, Su Dahai, had seen better days. Su Daya had betrayed them, leading to a complete severance of ties with Su Chun's family. Su Dajiang, while studying abroad with Su Daya, had married a foreign woman and never returned, leaving his father infuriated and without any shares in the family business. Thus, Su Dajiang was no longer a reliable ally. Now that Su Chun had amassed numerous companies, it was evident that his immediate family could not manage everything alone. Hence, he pondered what his uncles and cousins were currently engaged in. Setting aside other matters, arranging a financial position for them would be feasible. They need not work extensively. Merely overseeing operations would suffice. Don't even get me started. Your uncles are quite obstinate. Over the years, I have extended invitations no less than 10 times. Yet they refuse to come, insisting on farming in the village. As for your three cousins, two are currently in university, while the other is learning car repair. In your eldest uncle's words, if they joined our company, any future issues might strain our relationships, hence their reluctance to come. Su Dahai expressed a sense of helplessness at this juncture, recalling how he had genuinely been overwhelmed managing production, sales, and market strategies all by himself. Thus, I contemplated inviting relatives for assistance, only to discover they were resolutely unwilling to come. No matter. My uncle, after all, is adept at farming. Conveniently, I shall send them to the farm to oversee the operations. We shall not interfere, as long as they dutifully deliver the harvest on time. Su Chun was quite troubled by the lack of help in managing the farm. Presently, Yang Xiaoro is in the factory making inquiries. Those nearing retirement, and even those who have already retired, will all be brought in to manage the farm. After all, the land is tended by local farmers. Their role is merely to oversee operations and liaise with the factory. With Su Chun's advanced technology, there shall be no issues whatsoever. Chapter 56. The Futuristic Headquarters of Ling. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Su Chun briefly refreshed himself before returning to his room. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he reclined on his bed, his mother gently rapped on the door and entered. Mom, what's the matter? Su Chun inquired, intrigued by his mother's unexpected visit. My dear son, you are already 24 this year, she began, her tone light and teasing. Your career is flourishing. Isn't it time for you to consider finding a girlfriend? While I'm still youthful, I could help take care of your children once you have them. She settled into a chair, a warm smile illuminating her face. Recently, she and Sue's father had traveled and observed families enjoying vacations with their children, which sparked a twinge of envy within her, especially when she saw the adorable little ones. Her heart melted. In the past, she had even contemplated having more children, but the one-child policy had thwarted her plans. Although the policy has since relaxed, she felt it would be unfair to Sue Chun, who had single-handedly revived the family business. Mom, there's no rush at all, Sue Chun reassured her. If you truly wish to care for children, why not have another with Dad while you're still young? No, why stop at one? Have 2 or 3. We can certainly manage. Surprised that his mother was broaching the subject of marriage and children for him, Suchin sprang up from his bed. He hastily suggested that she focus on having her own children, as he had no qualms about his own financial security. Presently, he possessed a staggering $2 billion tucked away in a Swiss bank account. Though this wealth was meant to remain discreet, it was securely deposited in Switzerland, where anonymity was guaranteed. When the time comes for his children to study abroad, this fortune would ensure a comfortable life for them. Admittedly, Suchin had not chosen to store his wealth in Switzerland willingly. It was a system protocol that placed his funds there, as the bank offered a level of security that was unmatched. Even if the bank were to seize his funds, the system would retrieve them. Given his ongoing investments in research and various machinery acquisitions. All right, Mom, I want to interfere with your decisions. You handle it as you see fit. Upon hearing her son's suggestion about having children, Li Sume scoffed and departed. While she loved children, she felt her age was a barrier to having more. Watching her leave, Suchin lay back on his bed and opened the data panel to explore the advanced technologies within the system. System, show me classic architecture. He had long been fascinated by these structures. Indeed, remarkable architecture that captivates the eye is a rarity. Observing the myriad of electrostatic structures, Suchin found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The system's prompt indicated that all buildings produced by it are designed based on the existing topography you provide. Therefore, prior to purchasing a structure, one must first upload the requisite data. With a resigned shake of his head, Suchin reclined on his bed to rest, planning to have someone conduct a thorough measurement the following day. Otherwise, he would genuinely lack the design blueprints to present to old Sue. Without further incident, the following morning, after a hearty breakfast, Suchin set out early to the office. Xiaoro, shortly. Please visit my father and have him arrange for a complete survey of our factory's topography. Then, bring me the previous measurement results. Since the system required data, Suchin decided to provide it straightforwardly. Understood, boss. In the office, Yang Xiaoro had deliberately donned professional attire today, accentuating her look with a pair of lettered black stockings. This was something she had learned from her close friend, Li Dandan. Ever since Li Dandan joined the company, the two had been living together, and Yang Xiaoro had absorbed numerous tales of office romances from her. Li Dandan had even advised her on the necessity of wearing stockings, particularly those adorned with letters from renowned brands, as they purportedly enhance one's appeal significantly. By the way, Xiaoro, please check the company's finances later to see how much we have left in the account. Since we've decided to construct a legendary building for our headquarters, we certainly cannot skimp on expenses. The previously budgeted $5 billion was based on designs provided by a design firm, but this new price may not be feasible. After all, Suchin's undertaking this time is a legendary structure. Just think of the costs associated with the world's 8 legendary buildings. Of course, boss. Yang Xiaoro nodded in agreement, pouring Suchin a cup of tea before departing. In less than 20 minutes, Yang Xiaoro returned with the previously measured topographical map. Suchin glanced at it briefly, noting that the terrain was relatively gentle, with only a few small peaks at the outskirts, the tallest of which barely exceeded 100 meters. System, please exchange this topography for a legendary building. Please specify the exact location of the company, the area, and the desired style. Upon reviewing the system's prompt, Suchin pressed his lips together in contemplation. The precise location would be at the very edge of the outermost peak. As for the area, he decided on 5,000 acres. In terms of style, he envisioned a futuristic, sci-fi aesthetic. Suchin contemplated that this legendary edifice would be acquired only once. Moreover, the factory occupies an expanse of 10,000 acres, of which 2,000 acres are designated for the construction of employee dormitories. In fact, should the need arise, these 2,000 acres may prove insufficient, necessitating an expansion. The remaining 3,000 acres will be utilized for the development of various gardens and landscapes, as well as road construction. Consequently, The practical area allocated for the factory can only amount to 5,000 acres. Rather than making modifications later, it would be far more prudent to execute the plan in its entirety from the outset. The blueprints have already been produced. Item: Design blueprint for a legendary futuristic sci-fi building. Appearance: a serpentine 5-clawed golden dragon. Area: 5,500 acres. Interior: 450,000 acres. Construction cost: 350 billion. Construction duration: 9 months. Chapter 57. A project worth 350 billion. Upon gazing at the design blueprint of this legendary edifice, Suchin leapt from the sofa in sheer astonishment. The architectural marvel was simply breathtaking. To put it succinctly, once this 5-clawed golden dragon is constructed, it shall stand as the 10th wonder of the world. The grandeur of this structure is unparalleled. Envisioned as a colossal dragon coiling around the mountains, it stretches an impressive 3,000 meters in length, with a width of approximately 500 meters and a head towering 250 meters high. This magnificent dragon comprises 99 enormous scales, which, in fact, are vast floor-to-ceiling windows. Each of these 99 scales represents a production workshop, exuding an air of opulence. The dragon's 5 claws are substantial parking areas, entirely capable of accommodating the daily needs of Longting Automotive. The office spaces are situated atop the dragon's head, which is divided into 118 levels, each floor commencing at a generous 10,000 square meters. Suchin's office is positioned at the tip of one of the dragon's horns, where 2 expansive office areas provide a panoramic view of the entire ice city, extending far beyond the horizon. Astounding, astounding, astounding. An investment of 350 billion, or rather 530 billion, is indeed justified for such a structure. After poring over the architectural blueprints of the Longting headquarters, Suchin erupted into a hearty laugh directed toward the heavens. Not to mention the sheer exhilaration of working from the dragon's horn, with a commanding view of everything below, ignites a sense of grandiosity and ambition. Moreover, this magnificent dragon is designed as a 6-story building. The first floor accommodates the factory, while the second consists of smaller workshops for light machinery, featuring 99 oversized rooms. The third floor, as indicated in the blueprints, is also designated for factory use, albeit for light industries such as cosmetics and pharmaceuticals. Ascending to the 4th floor, the space transforms into a variety of offices, fitness centers, swimming areas, screening rooms, and lush greenery. The specific purposes of the 5th and 6th floors remain unspecified in the design, but given the vast area, Suchin envisions establishing an expansive shopping mall on the 5th floor. As for the 6th, it may house a hotel or other entertainment facilities. The entirety of the dragon's head provides ample space for office functions. Considering the building's capacity, it can comfortably accommodate up to 100,000 individuals within the factory. Furthermore, with the influx of tourists, Suchin believes that a large shopping center and a grand hotel are absolutely essential. At the dragon's tail lies a vast exhibition platform. In the future, whenever the company hosts technology product launches, this venue will serve as the perfect setting. Son, have you completed the blueprints? Just as Suchin was lost in reverie, contemplating the impact of this legendary structure once completed, his father, Su Dahai, barged in. Father, here it is. This is the design I had commissioned. The blueprint alone required a team of 2,000 individuals and took 3 months to complete, incurring a total expenditure of 50 million. As Suchin spoke, he handed the USB drive containing the design plans for the Longting headquarters to Su Dahai. Hey, are you planning to tile the Great Wall? 50 million for design fees? I've never heard of anyone spending that much on a factory design in all my years, Su Dahai retorted, taking the USB drive with a frown and striding toward the exit. He intended to consult with his old friends on how to establish the factory. After bidding farewell to his father, Suchin settled onto the sofa, deep in thought. The headquarters for Longting Motors had already been established. Yet the employee dormitories were still pending. Initially, Suchin found the green plan-infused 4th-generation buildings quite appealing. However, after witnessing this legendary architectural design, he suddenly felt that those green plant structures paled in comparison. Never mind, let us proceed directly with the 4th-generation buildings. Currently, there remained 5,000 acres of land, of which 2,000 acres could accommodate 4,000 employee dormitories. The remaining 3,000 acres were designated for a park square and a forest park. Additionally, a school was necessary. Once the factory employed 100,000 individuals, there would certainly be at least 10,000 children, warranting the establishment of an educational system from elementary through high school. As for university, they would simply send students to Harbin Institute of Technology. given Longting's reputation. Even Tsinghua and Peking University would come seeking students. Scratching his head, Suchin decisively made his plans. Just as he wrapped up his architectural considerations, Yang Xiaoro entered the room. Boss, I just inquired with the finance department. Currently, our company has 130 billion in funds. Last year, we repaid 1 billion in bank loans and paid a considerable amount in taxes. After purchasing raw materials, we now have only 130 billion available for the factory. She patiently reported the financial situation to Suchin. 130 billion is indeed insufficient. Suchin tapped the desk. If the existing materials were used to construct the Longting headquarters, it would only require a little over 200 billion. However, incorporating the advanced technologies from the system would necessitate a staggering 350 billion. All right, I understand. Suchin nodded, clutching the USB drive as he headed outside. He drove straight to the headquarters of the construction bank in Ice City, realizing that he would need to secure another loan. This was unavoidable. While the high-tech materials were costly, the durability of the constructed headquarters would be unquestionable. Not only would it last for at least a century, but crucially, even in the event of a nuclear attack, the safety of Longting would be assured. For the sake of his own safety, Suchin had no choice but to spend the 35 billion. Hello, President Lee. Yes, it's me. I have come to apply for another loan. On his way, Suchin made a phone call to President Lee and proceeded towards the construction bank. In Ice City, Suchin undoubtedly wielded considerable influence. After all, Longting Automobile was exceptionally prestigious. In less than half an hour, Suchin arrived at the headquarters of the construction bank located in Ice City. President Lee was already waiting at the entrance with his team. Haha, Director Su, welcome. Chapter 58, a loan of 200 billion to establish headquarters. Mr. Su. Is this the new headquarters of your Longting Group? Where on earth did you find such a designer? In the office of the president. Director Lee gazed at the computer screen displaying the new headquarters of Longting Automobile, and he could not help but gasp in astonishment. Over the years, he had never encountered such an impressive structure. Upon examining the architectural plans, he became even more astounded by the list of materials required. Goodness! This building can withstand a typhoon of level 12 and an earthquake of level 10. The key features include waterproofing, thermal insulation, and, astonishingly, the capability to resist nuclear attacks. My word, you have truly taken safety measures to unprecedented heights. Mr. Su, I can authorize a loan of 200 billion for your company. After perusing the astonishing architectural blueprints, Director Lee utilized his highest level of authority. This was the maximum loan he could extend to Suchin. Any additional funds would require approval from higher-ups, and the bank simply did not possess such vast resources at present. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Director Lee. We shall repay this amount within 3 years at the utmost. Suchin was confident that in 3 years, Longting Automobile would achieve a net profit of 200 billion. Previously, he had already earned 200 billion solely from batteries. Moreover, with the release of patents, he had ventured into the cosmetics industry and planned to establish a pharmaceutical company as well. These were undoubtedly lucrative sectors, particularly in the cosmetics industry. Profits could soar to 100% or even 200%. Take Suchin's facial cleanser, for instance. If he were unscrupulous, he could sell it for 99 or even 199 yuan, and there would be a multitude of eager buyers, as it genuinely delivers remarkable results. Its efficacy is so formidable that it surpasses 99% of the facial cleansers available on the market. Not to mention, this is merely the first generation of the product, with subsequent generations yet to come. Following 3 generations, the system upgrades would ensure continued success, effectively monopolizing the market. As for the pharmaceutical industry, without delving into specifics, the special medications for leukemia and cancer, along with other unique remedies, would grant Suchin the power to set prices for anything that does not exist in the world. It is a business characterized by total monopoly. I have faith in Mr. Su. After all, this year, financial institutions have already valued Longting Automobile at 600 billion. Hearing Suchin's words, Director Lee couldn't help but smile. Although Suchin had not sought financing from any financial institutions, they were all keenly observing Longting Automobile's situation. Last year, the company alone generated over 300 billion in revenue. However, since Longting Automobile is not a publicly listed company, it does not disclose its financial reports, leaving them unaware of its research and development expenditures. Thus, all those companies have valued Longting Automobile at 600 billion. If the sales of Longting Automobile remain robust this year, it could directly surpass 1 trillion in market value. I I truly had no idea. All right, President Lee. I shall take my leave now. Longting Automobile is currently in a bustling phase. We must also expand into other ventures. After securing the loan, Su-Chin stood up and shook hands with President Lee, then turned to exit the construction bank. Meanwhile, inside the Longting Automobile factory, Su Dahai was accompanied by a group of individuals examining the blueprints. Upon viewing the design for the new headquarters, they were all astounded. Director Su, is this truly the design from the young master? A large group of people gazed at the resplendent five-clawed golden dragon, particularly struck by its soaring demeanor, which left everyone utterly amazed. By heavens, this is truly worthy of our Longting Automobile, Su Dahai exclaimed, excitedly slapping the table. He had never witnessed such a magnificent structure in all his years. However, can we truly construct this? I see the cost is marked here. The construction alone requires 350 billion. This does not even account for interior decoration and other expenses. I fear the total cost may exceed 400 billion if this building is completed. An elderly gentleman adjusted his glasses and leaned closer to the computer to scrutinize the details. Oldly, what are you seeing? It clearly states here. The construction cost is only 150 billion. The remaining 200 billion includes 500 billion for interior decoration. Moreover, 1 billion is allocated for purchasing factory equipment. And the final 500 billion is set aside for leisure and entertainment facilities. Altogether, it sums up to 350 billion. However, the young master is indeed generous. 500 billion solely for leisure and entertainment equipment. Just look at this list: an infinity pool, central air conditioning, greenery, a cinema, a gym, a shopping mall, a bar, and KTV. Truly, the young master has considered every aspect. There's even a hotel for guests to stay on the 6th floor. A group of elderly men and women gathered together to examine the architectural blueprints. Goodness, how is it still snowing at the end of March? Driving back to the factory, Su-Chan gazed at the large snowflakes drifting from the sky and could not help but exhale deeply. When winter returns next year, Ice City will undoubtedly welcome a multitude of visitors. After parking the car, Su-Chan took out a cigarette and began to smoke inside the vehicle. This year, Longting Automobile should at least earn 500 billion. By next year, it could directly reach 1 trillion. Lying in the car, Su-Chan looked through the sunroof at the falling snow, feeling reflective. As Old Wong would put it, one should first set a modest goal. Let's aim for 100 million. Yet, 100 million holds little significance for Su-Chan. Thus, he shall set a more ambitious target of 500 billion. Indeed, it is essential to establish a hospital within the factory premises. Schools and hospitals are indispensable. Moreover, it is necessary to introduce sightseeing vehicles. Otherwise, there remains a considerable distance of several kilometers from the entrance of the factory to the office area. These are indeed monumental undertakings. Rubbing his temples, Su-Chan finally grasped the meaning of the phrase, with greater power comes greater responsibility. If he were to disregard the well-being of his employees, he would merely be a heartless capitalist, and that would be unacceptable. However, Su-Chan is not that kind of person. Longting Automobile embodies its own core philosophy. To put it plainly, once you attain wealth in the range of hundreds of billions, the distinction between earning 1 trillion and another becomes negligible. In this world, 99% of things are within your purchasing reach. Chapter 59. Establishing a pharmaceutical company. Time has swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months have elapsed. As May arrives, the developments at Longting Automotive have remained relatively unchanged. Su-Chan continues to idly pass the days at the factory, with the only distinction being the commencement of construction at Longting Real Estate. The entire expanse of land, spanning 10,000 acres, is now divided between 2 construction teams. The first team consists of the cutting-edge engineering crew that Su-Chan redeemed within the system, tasked with erecting the new headquarters for Longting Automotive. In just 7 months, Su-Chan and his associates shall take residence there, meaning they will relocate to their new home by the end of this year. The second construction team, led by Su-Chan's father, is focused on establishing a brand new employee dormitory. This dormitory complex comprises 2,000 buildings, segmented into 4 phases. The first phase, currently underway, is situated directly south of the Longting headquarters. In addition to 500 dormitory buildings, it will also feature a plaza, park, and greenery, all of which were meticulously designed by Su-Chan beforehand. With a total of 2,000 dormitory buildings, it can comfortably accommodate over 50 to 60,000 residents. Furthermore, upon the completion of these 4 phases, Su-Chan intends to acquire additional land to expand the complex to 8 dormitories, potentially housing up to 100,000 individuals. He also plans to establish 4 inns or modest hotels in the southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast directions, which could provide some supplementary income through rentals. In addition to these ventures, Suchin's other factories have also begun operations. In Hunan Province, he has developed a landmark building, with the entire factory occupying only 20,000 acres, featuring a landscape design. Although not excessively tall, it houses 99 workshops, with the addition of gardens and greenery. The total construction cost is projected to reach 200 billion. As for the factories in Daqing, Qiqihar, and the northern regions of Bingqing, they have been designed to be visually striking. The combined investment for these 3 factories is merely 50 billion. Considering they are cosmetic factories and do not require the same level of grandeur as the headquarters or branch factories. Knock, knock, knock. Boss. I have successfully registered the pharmaceutical company you instructed me to establish. Additionally, Li Dandan has completed production of all the cosmetics, and we can now relocate the factory elsewhere. Yang Xiao entered the room and promptly informed Suchin of her completed tasks. Good, the cosmetics are finished, then. Please have Wang Qiu come here. And also call Chen Chanshan and Lin Shirin over, bringing several sets of cosmetics, no need for sunscreen. Since production is complete, I plan to commence a live broadcast. These cosmetics encompass a comprehensive range of products capable of transforming an individual's skin. Although Suchin possesses a somewhat handsome appearance, his skin is not particularly remarkable, merely a shade fairer than that of an average individual. After all, Suchin is far from effeminate, preferring not to indulge in cosmetics or skincare routines during his leisure time. Nevertheless, the sales of Longting Automobile have significantly plummeted over the past few months. Moreover, a multitude of fans has been fervently urging us to introduce a sedan series. In the past 2 months, the mini-series has sold a total of 60,000 units, while the Tank 300 series has reached 100,000 units. However, the sales figures are now in decline. As for the BJ series, after selling out the initial 100,000 units, the factory in Hunan has yet to commence construction. Currently, we have recouped 100 billion from the BJ series, with a net profit of 22 billion. The mini-series has generated around 20 billion in revenue, yielding a net profit of 4 billion. The Tank series has brought in 262 billion, with a profit of 106 billion. Altogether, we have recouped 382 billion, with a net profit of 132 billion. Upon hearing Yang Xiao's report, Suchin couldn't help but smile. Earning 132 billion in just 2 months is akin to the speed of printing money. Furthermore, Suchin's cosmetics and pharmaceutical factories have yet to unleash their potential. The cosmetics and pharmaceuticals industries are exceedingly lucrative, far surpassing the automotive sector. All right, Xiao. You may proceed. Bring back a substantial amount of cosmetics, as we are about to commence our live broadcast. Suchin nodded, indicating his understanding of the company's current situation. Name, Suchin. Company, Longting Automobile Factory. Longting Real Estate. Longting Pharmaceuticals. Yang Guifei Cosmetics. Technology, first-generation electric vehicle technology, first-generation cosmetics technology, legendary architecture. Points, 45 million. Only 10 million points remain. Upon noticing his current 5 million points, Suchin broke into a broad smile. Once he accumulates 55 million points, he will be able to exchange for 5-nanometer photolithography technology and 5-nanometer chip programming technology. Presently, the factory utilizes domestically produced 16-nanometer chips. However, as vehicles become increasingly upscale and autonomous driving technology matures, the 16-nanometer technology will inevitably become obsolete. Yet, there is no rush at this stage. Longting Automobile does not require 5-nanometer chips. The 16-nanometer chips are entirely sufficient for the time being, and it would be prudent to prioritize the acquisition of a laboratory and scientists instead. Otherwise, the future may become untenable. Suchin has devoted himself to electric vehicle technology, showcasing an innate talent for its development. As for cosmetics, he can either leverage acquired technologies or utilize his secret laboratory to mask his efforts. However, when anti-cancer agents and leukemia medications emerge in the coming days, lacking a laboratory would become untenable. The Cell Engineering Laboratory, accompanied by 10 professors and 100 doctoral candidates, priced at 10 million points. The Genetic Engineering Laboratory, accompanied by 10 professors and 100 doctoral candidates, priced at 10 million points. The Human Engineering Laboratory, accompanied by 10 professors and 100 doctoral candidates, priced at 10 million points. Note: the technological equipment of the aforementioned laboratories is of the highest global standard, Yet research and development will require the host to expend points accordingly. For instance, if you wish to develop a targeted drug for gastric cancer, you must allocate points to conduct research at the cell engineering laboratory. Similarly, if you desire to delve into genetic engineering, you must proceed to the genetic laboratory. Understanding this, Suchin nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, the 10 million points would procure the equipment and professors, but further investments in technology would be necessary for research endeavors. For example, if one acquires the technology for an anti-cancer drug, the professors at the cell laboratory would then be able to assist in its creation. This 10 million points is not exorbitant, for knowledge is priceless, particularly in the field of medicine. The potential for satisfaction is exceedingly high, and one could easily recuperate hundreds or even thousands of times the initial investment in points. Chapter 60. The Dreadful Black Technology. Silver Superman Genetic Serum. Upon usage, one can acquire the bloodline of a Kryptonian. Price, 1 trillion points. Frost Demon Gene Potion. Upon usage, one can obtain the bloodline of a Frost Demon. Price, 100 billion points. First Generation Divine Body. Upon usage, one gains resistance to nuclear radiation. Price, 100 million points. Second Generation Divine Body. Upon usage, the physical form can traverse star systems. Price, 1 billion points. Third Generation Divine Body. Upon usage, the physical form can cross star domains. Price, 10 billion points. Fourth Generation Divine Body. Upon usage, the physical form can traverse the universe with an endless lifespan. Price, 100 billion points. Captain America Serum. Upon usage, one achieves physical capabilities 4 times that of a normal human. Price, 5 million points. Goodness. After delving into cellular engineering, Suchin ventured into genetic engineering. To his astonishment, the contents within sent chills down his spine. The possibility of acquiring the bloodline of Silver Superman was astonishing, as it could grow limitlessly. After basking in the sun for 2 to 3 decades, one could become invincible across the universe. If he could attain such a bloodline, Suchin could confidently proclaim that he would dominate the cosmos solely based on this lineage. However, upon glancing at the staggering price of 1 trillion points, his lips quivered slightly. While the benefits were undeniable, the cost was exorbitant. After a year of diligent effort, he had barely accumulated less than 100 million points. 1 trillion points. Would he ever be able to gather such a sum in his lifetime? The crux of the matter was that his points were not static. He needed to develop other technologies, which required continuous expenditure of points to procure various items. Cyborg prosthetics. Flesh is frail. Ascend with machinery. Price, 1 billion points. Silicon-based life-form limbs. Flesh is frail. Ascend with machinery. Price, 10 billion points. Super-intelligent entity. Flesh is frail. Ascend with machinery. Price, 100 billion points. Goodness gracious, this truly is a black technology system. Gazing at the technologies available for purchase within the human engineering laboratory, Suchin felt utterly bewildered. He had some understanding of cyberpunk, highly mechanized. However, the silicon-based life form, if he was not mistaken, resembled something akin to Transformers. As for the final super-intelligent entity, according to classifications in other science fiction literature, it appeared to belong to a mechanical race. Retaining only its consciousness, everything else would transform into steel, continuously upgrading with the advancement of materials. Quickly, Suchin shut down the system. This was far too terrifying. It seemed that once the Dragon Rising headquarters was successfully established, he should prioritize the acquisition of the cellular engineering laboratory. At the very least, this endeavor could genuinely benefit humanity. As for the genetic engineering laboratory, perhaps it could be purchased later when he could explore the universe. The final ergonomic laboratory was simply beyond Suchin's current reach, utterly excessive. Let us set aside other matters and focus on the fact that Suchin could effortlessly transform into a majestic silver giant or an ultra-intelligent being, achieving immortality in the process. Moreover, he would undoubtedly traverse the vastness of the universe with ease. Boss, we have arrived. At that moment, while Suchin was still in awe of the groundbreaking technologies surrounding him, several young women entered, each cradling an array of cosmetics. It was only upon hearing their voices that Suchin regained his composure. Yes, it was I who summoned you, he replied, gesturing toward the products. These are cosmetics produced by our factory, and I must say, the results are quite remarkable. Thus, I plan to invite Wang Jiai shortly for a live demonstration, allowing our esteemed fans to witness the exceptional quality of Longting Cosmetics firsthand. This way, they can purchase with confidence, reassured by our example. Wouldn't you agree? As Suchin smiled and explained, he observed the cosmetics being brought forth. However, you need not assist me just yet. I shall manage on my own. Your role is merely to help me apply these cosmetics, for I am utterly unfamiliar with their usage and cannot even discern their functions. Upon hearing Suchin's words, the women became intrigued. After all, cosmetics are a staple for nearly 99% of young women. If the products from their own factory prove to be of outstanding quality, why not use them? Understood, boss. Let us go find Sister Jiai. She is currently live streaming and selling mini products. Wang Chou'er, beaming with excitement, took the lead toward Wang Jiai's location. Wang Jiai's live streaming room, which had once served as a warehouse during the New Year's meeting, had been modestly redecorated to accommodate an array of domestic goods. Within 5 minutes, the group arrived at her live streaming venue. My goodness, Mr. Su. What a surprise. After 2 months, Mr. Su has once again graced the live stream. One viewer exclaimed, I can sense that something significant is about to unfold. Indeed, the last time Mr. Su appeared was during our automotive production phase. Perhaps he brings further benefits this time. Another chimed in. Absolutely. I've heard that Longting Motors is making substantial moves lately. A voice from the crowd added, I'm from my city, and I know that Longting is establishing its headquarters and constructing 2,000 dormitory buildings. How enviable. Haha. I work at Longting Motors, and I'm aware that the 4th generation of housing will feature gardens, and according to our esteemed Mr. Su, they will incorporate groundbreaking technology. Indeed, I am part of the construction team, and our gardens will bloom year-round, with remarkably efficient central air conditioning. Lads, I have joined the Longting Motors factory in Hunan province. According to our General Liu, in 2 years, our factory will also establish employee dormitories. How envious I am. As Suchin stepped into the live streaming room, the audience erupted in excitement. After all, he had only made 4 public appearances in total. The first occasion was in Lu Yi's live stream, where she tested the Mini. The second instance took place in the live streams of Hu Ge and Lu Yi, during which the Tank 300 was put to the test. The third event was the annual meeting, where Suchin generously distributed a staggering 10 billion in bonuses. The final occurrence was during the launch of the BJ series. It can be said that Suchin's every appearance brings considerable surprise. Haha, greetings to everyone. I am here to share some splendid news with you all. Our Yanggu Fei cosmetics have been fully developed. There are numerous varieties, though I am not well versed in them. However, you will soon be able to observe the condition of my skin. I will be using our own cosmetics and conducting a continuous live stream in this warehouse for a fortnight, 24 hours a day. At that time, you can witness the transformation of my skin. With a cheerful wave to the live stream audience, Suchin then articulated the purpose of his visit. Chapter 61, Young Me. The boss seeks collaboration. My goodness, Director Su remains as generous as ever. Truly, he is a paragon of integrity among entrepreneurs. Even before we had the chance to utilize the product, Director Su has taken the initiative to experiment with it himself. It is indeed remarkable. I have heard that Longting Automotive has officially commenced operations and has established several factories. Yes, I am aware that the cosmetics factory here in Daqing has already begun its work. I've also heard that those who have been with the company for over 3 years may even have the opportunity to reside in the dormitories. If only all entrepreneurs were as benevolent as Director Su, we would not find ourselves constantly criticizing them. I must say, Director Su's generosity is commendable. Upon hearing Suchin's remarks, the audience in the live stream, numbering in the tens of thousands, was left astounded. After all, cosmetics, in essence, do not possess a significant level of technological complexity. While it cannot be said that there is none, the reality is that high-quality cosmetics often come with exorbitant price tags. Yet, even those who produce the finest cosmetics have not personally tested them for their fans. It can be said that Suchin has made an unprecedented move. Dear fans and friends, let us now switch to the high-definition camera. We can see quite clearly that Director Su's face still bears some blemishes and roughness. In fact, after spending considerable time in the laboratory for research, his skin appears somewhat oily. Notably, Director Su's complexion is not particularly fair, especially when one examines his pores closely. Wang Jiai instructed the crew to switch to the high-definition camera and to remove any filters, allowing the audience to observe Suchin's face in detail. Goodness. Director Su's complexion is not even as good as mine. Indeed, while Director Su is quite handsome, one must admit that his skin leaves much to be desired. Alas, such a complexion does seem to undermine his striking features. Haha, after all, as an entrepreneur, Director Su is already quite dashing. What need is there for perfect skin? Who could argue otherwise? Even if his skin were less than ideal, Director Su would still attract a wonderful partner. Observing Suchin's skin, The viewers in the live stream grew increasingly curious. Given the condition of Su Chen's skin, it would take at least 2 to 3 months of using the best cosmetics for any noticeable improvement. And previously, Su Chen mentioned that he would only be live streaming for half a month. It remains uncertain what the actual results will be. Alright, now let us commence with the first round of procedures. Director Su, you may simply lie down here. Wang Chou stated, as a bed was brought in from behind, indicating for Su Chen to recline. 2 professional beauticians then stepped forward. Allow me to introduce our very own facial cleanser. It is also known as Yang Guifei Facial Cleanser. Primarily designed for exfoliation, blackhead removal, and acne treatment. As Wang Chou described the product, she began cleansing Su Chen's face. Subsequently, a plethora of cosmetics began to be applied to Su Chen's face, creating a flurry of activity. Dear family, after cleansing with our facial wash, akin to the skin of our esteemed Su Dong, one may then apply our algae mud. The primary function of this algae mud is to eliminate excess oil, exfoliate the epidermis, and remove impurities. Following this, gently pat our essence and lotion onto the face. Finally, conclude the regimen with our facial mask. If conditions permit, one might also consider acquiring a body lotion and a hydrating mist. Of course, for those whose skin is comparable to that of our Su Dong. These 5 products will yield remarkable results. Wang Jiayi provided commentary alongside, while Wang Chou was responsible for retrieving cosmetics, as 2 beauticians attended to Su Chen. In less than half an hour, when the mask was removed, everyone was astonished by Su Chen's skin. Goodness, is this truly the same Su Dong we just saw? I can't be mistaken, and there is no beauty filter applied. Observe the residue on the mask and the mud, witnessing Su Chen's skin visibly brighter than before. The entire audience in the live stream was left in awe. If skin could be ranked, initially, Su Chen's complexion was merely at a 6 or 7. However, after this brief half hour, her skin had undoubtedly ascended to at least a 4. Surely, everyone noticed that the residue on the mask represented the deep-seated impurities from Su Dong's face. The remnants of dead skin and keratin on the mud mask highlighted the efficacy of our products. Over the next fortnight, we will host a continuous live stream, allowing everyone to witness Su Chen's transformation. As this skincare session concluded, the atmosphere in the live stream became electric with excitement. Everyone was astounded by the effectiveness of these cosmetics. Although they had encountered impressive beauty products before, those were beyond the financial reach of the common populace. Otherwise, why would so many female celebrities spend 6 figures monthly on facial treatments? However, given Su Chen's friendly demeanor, there is a possibility that the prices of these cosmetics might plummet. Currently, there exists an inexplicable trust among the populace towards Su Chen and Ling. After all, Su Chen has genuinely reduced car prices. Remarkably, within just half an hour, this incident trended on social media. Is this real? At that moment, within a film crew in Hengdian Film City, Boss Yang glanced at the trending topics on Weibo and promptly opened the live stream of Loading Group. Ever since being ousted by Jiaxing, Boss Yang had re-established his own studio. Yet, nearing 40, despite meticulous care, he could not rival his youthful days. Observing the transformation of Su Chen's skin on the trending topic left Boss Yang deeply intrigued. Is it truly genuine? Watching the replay of the live stream, he was utterly astonished. The efficacy of these cosmetics was indeed authentic. It appears a visit to Longting is in order. Upon contemplating this, Boss Yang promptly dialed his assistant. After all, there was little for her to do within the production team at the moment. The most that could be expected was a return for some reshoots later on. However, such an opportunity is not afforded to everyone. Thus, 2 hours later, Boss Yang boarded a flight bound for the Ice City. Meanwhile, across the seas, numerous automotive giants convened for a meeting. The emergence of Su Chen's Longting automobile had nearly driven them to bankruptcy. From last year to the present, their vehicle sales in the Dragon Country had plummeted by an astounding 87%. And the Dragon Country constituted their largest market. Without it, their shares would plummet by at least 50%. Consequently, they could no longer remain idle. Chapter 62, $9.99, 321, Get in the car. Let us ponder for a moment the strategies we currently possess to counter the might of Longting Automotive. Our Mercedes-Benz brand is on the verge of losing its foothold in the Dragon Kingdom, having sold fewer than 10,000 vehicles this year. The same predicament befalls us at BMW. Our sales have been dismal, despite previous promotional efforts yielding little success. Should we consider further price reductions? Indeed, we must, for we find ourselves devoid of alternatives. However, we must resolutely seal off all markets outside of the Dragon Kingdom. Precisely, we must obstruct Longting Automotive from penetrating other markets. For now, let us manage our pricing in the Dragon Kingdom to stabilize our stock value. Curse be Loaning Automotive, and that wretched Su-chin. After a vehement tirade against Su-chin, the group departed in dejection. For an extended period, they had been scrutinizing Loaning Automotive's electric vehicle technology. Yet, despite a year of research, they had produced nothing of value. Even the vehicles acquired from companies authorized by Loaning proved fruitless. They could not unlock the liquid batteries, which would be rendered useless upon opening. There was no negotiating this, and their attempts to dismantle batteries from numerous phones yielded no better results. This only fueled their exasperation further. However, in the Dragon Kingdom, they lacked the capacity to withstand the onslaught of Loaning Automotive. Even the models they managed to sell were not the sporty coupes that Loaning offered. Meanwhile, on the other side, Boss Yang disembarked from the plane and, accompanied by her assistant, made her way to the Loaning Automotive factory. Greetings, I am Yang-mi. I have come to pay a visit to Chairman Su, as we have a prior appointment. Before her arrival, Yang-mi had generously contributed 500,000 to the Loaning livestream. She viewed the launch of Loating's Yang Guifei Cosmetics as a significant opportunity. Although she had never met Su-chin, she was aware of his penchant for friendship. If she could become the spokesperson for this cosmetic line, it would undoubtedly elevate her popularity to new heights. Despite being a top-tier celebrity for many years, Yang-mi had yet to secure a major endorsement. In less than 20 minutes, she was ushered into the live stream studio. Goodness, who do I see? Is that Boss Yang? Indeed, it was Boss Yang, confirming that the generous supporter during the gala was none other than her. Was she here to collaborate with Chairman Su? It was evident that the impressive efficacy of the cosmetics had piqued her interest. Who could argue otherwise? It seemed likely that Boss Yang would secure the endorsement for Yang Guifei, a serendipitous coincidence given that both her and the product share the surname Yang. Upon her entrance, the multitude of fans in the live stream were taken aback. After all, Boss Yang rarely appeared on live streams. Hello, Chairman Su. I am Yang-mi. As she stepped in, she spotted Su-chin reclining on the sofa, engrossed in a video game. Greetings, Boss Yang. I am already aware of your intentions. However, Boss Yang, if you wish to endorse our Yang Guifei Cosmetics, you must join me for a live broadcast here for half a month. After all, as a spokesperson, you need to experience the functionalities and various attributes of our products. Su-chin smiled and shook hands with Yang-mi, directly addressing the matter at hand. While Yang-mi was sending gifts earlier, Su-chin had already discerned her thoughts. Regarding Yang-mi endorsing Yang Guifei Cosmetics, Su-chin maintained a nonchalant attitude. After all these years, Yang-mi has not accumulated any significant blemishes on her reputation. Absolutely no problem. Upon hearing Su-chin's request, Yang-mi readily agreed, as her purpose for coming was indeed to become the spokesperson for Yang Guifei. Within 20 minutes, Yang-mi and Su-chin found themselves reclining on the sofa, ready to relax. Subsequently, both took out their phones and began streaming the game Honor of Kings to their fans. Time flew by, and in the span of half a month, over 5 million viewers had tuned into the live broadcast, all drawn in by Su-chin and Yang-mi's engagement. Although the duo was continuously playing the game, the camera remained focused on them, allowing everyone to witness their transformation over the weeks. Today it marked the final skincare session for Su-chin and Yang-mi. According to Su-chin's previous statements, the cosmetics would soon be available for purchase following the testing phase. Alright, dear viewers, you can clearly see that both Mr. Su and Boss Yang have remarkably tight skin, significantly lighter than before. Observing Su-chin's complexion, the blemishes, blackheads, and excess oil that were present half a month ago had vanished, and even the pores had noticeably shrunk. Although Boss Yang's skin was already in good condition, the effects were still evident. Wang Jiayi instructed an employee to position the camera to capture close-ups of their faces. Wow, the results are astonishing. Let us get a number going. 9, 9, 3, 2, 1. Let us go? Could it be that Mr. Su has undergone facial reconstruction? Goodness, even I, as a woman, envy this complexion. Indeed, Mr. Su is quite reliable. This skin is truly enviable. I would say Mr. Su's complexion is even superior to Boss Yang's. Isn't that obvious? Boss Yang is nearly 40, while Mr. Su is just 24. Nonetheless, I must say, Mr. Su's skin is truly something to covet. After witnessing the comparison of Su-chin and Yang-mi's skin from half a month ago to now, the fans were left astounded. Is this truly the result of just half a month? Alright, dear viewers, today I have a wave of benefits to share with you. This facial cleanser. The cost of our initial materials alone amounts to 19 yuan and 90 cents. Excluding labor and transportation costs, it would still be at least around 25 yuan. Therefore, What price do you think is appropriate for this remarkably effective facial cleanser? Su Chun, holding a bottle of cleanser with at least 2/3 still remaining, cheerfully inquired of the viewers in the live broadcast room. The factory price is 25 yuan. Given Su Dong's character, I believe it will not exceed 50 yuan. This is comparable to those facial cleansers on the market priced at 200 or 300 yuan. I believe Su Dong will sell it for no more than 100 yuan. Are you all foolish? Su Dong has already disclosed the factory price to you. How could you expect him to make a substantial profit? Thus, I believe 39 yuan and 90 cents is a far better choice than those cosmetics priced at 79 yuan. Chapter 63, Explosive Sales. As promised, it's time to bestow some benefits upon the family. The facial cleanser, originally priced at 25 yuan, is now available for merely 29 yuan and 90 cents. Today, for this paltry sum, you can take this exquisite cleanser home. My profit margins are a mere 4 yuan and 90 cents. With a beaming smile, Su Chun enthusiastically introduced the price of this facial cleanser to the viewers in the live stream. The reason for such a low price is that Su Chun does not intend to profit from cosmetics, but rather to accumulate points, considering these items are consumables. As the saying goes, one fears the comparison of goods. With Su Chun's pricing, it is likely that at least 90% of cosmetic factories will face bankruptcy. Not to mention, once Su Chun begins to customize high-end sports cars, he could potentially earn tens of millions from a single supercar. Moreover, once he develops the lithography machines, if he does not net billions from foreign entities, it would be as if his journey through time was in vain. Boom. Upon hearing Su Chun announce the price of 29 yuan and 90 cents, the crowd erupted in excitement. 29 yuan and 90 cents, such a price. They could scarcely believe that a philanthropist like this existed. Originally priced at 25 yuan, the profit margins are barely 5 yuan. Who could possibly withstand such generosity? Mr. Su, are you truly selling it for 29 yuan and 90 cents? On the other side, Boss Yang was utterly bewildered. Goodness, such a useful cosmetic should, in his estimation, be worth at least several thousand yuan. At the very least, it should exceed 300 yuan, yet here it is, being sold for 29 yuan and 90 cents. Isn't this tantamount to giving it away? As one popular streamer puts it, it's challenging for domestic products. After all these years, have your salaries truly increased? Have you genuinely put in the effort? I cannot speak for other manufacturers, but we at Longting will absolutely not engage in arbitrary price hikes. The current price is indeed 29 yuan and 90 cents, with a planned increase to 39 yuan and 90 cents in 3 years, mainly due to our 3-year tax exemption period. I hope everyone can understand this. Su Chun cleverly leveraged the most trending events to solidify this situation. There are other cosmetics as well, though I am not particularly knowledgeable about them. Therefore, let our general manager Li introduce them to you. For each type of cosmetic, our profit will not exceed 10 yuan. Calculating this, even if 100 million people in the nation use our cosmetics, we could earn 10 billion within 2 months. Of course, this is contingent on everyone using our products. After concluding his speech, Su Chun promptly exited. Once these cosmetics arrive, he anticipated a monumental surge in his points. Especially with summer approaching, sunscreen is an indispensable item for everyone. With 11 types of cosmetics, Su Chun estimated he could amass billions, perhaps even tens of billions, in points. Having points is essential for future endeavors, is it not? Su Chun is particularly covetous of the Kryptonian bloodline. If only he could attain the powers of a Silver Superman. Su Chun could proudly declare, I shall diligently protect my planet. After leaving the live broadcast room, Su Chun made her way towards Boss Yang. Boss Yang, let us discuss the endorsement you are offering us. She stated, this cosmetic product is merely our initial generation. Subsequent versions are forthcoming. Su Chun seated herself opposite Boss Yang, addressing the matter directly. Over the past half-month, they had shared meals and accommodations, all under constant live streaming. Boss Yang bore it all without complaint, prompting Su Chun to reflect on her fortitude. Truly, she was renowned in the entertainment industry for her relentless dedication. It was no wonder that many heroines in the entertainment novels Su Chun had encountered on Tomato Novel Network were modeled after Boss Yang. Mr. Yang, while I find your concession quite astonishing, I must say, given your generous offer, I shall endorse your products free of charge, merely accepting a symbolic fee of 1 yuan. Boss Yang contemplated this and decided to accept the nominal payment for endorsing Yang Guifei Cosmetics. Having experienced the product's effectiveness firsthand, coupled with Su Chun's significantly reduced pricing, it was fair to assert that 90% of consumers would gravitate towards this cosmetic line. Although Boss Yang had been ousted by Jiaxing, she still retained a 15% stake in the company, which guaranteed her a share of the profits each year, with a complimentary endorsement. Every individual utilizing the concealing cosmetics would inevitably come to recognize Boss Yang. Very well, Boss Yang responded with generosity, since you were so magnanimous. Our Longting automobile would also like to enlist your endorsement. She continued, our mini series, tank series, and BJ series are all available for your endorsement. Of course, the endorsement fee will be at the standard rate. Additionally, for our centennial celebration next year, the supercar we designed could also be endorsed by you. In a spirit of reciprocity, Suchin offered all endorsements to Boss Yang. After all, celebrities wield considerable influence, particularly top-tier stars like Boss Yang, who undoubtedly had numerous affluent male admirers. Certainly, however, as for the endorsement fee, let us forego that. I am aware of your automotive technology's remarkable advancement. Even without my endorsement, your products will thrive. Therefore, I shall only require one vehicle from each of your models, Boss Yang expressed, harboring her own intentions. Foregoing the fees would solidify her relationship with Longting and Su Chun, ensuring that the products she endorsed would soon reach global markets. Agreed. But the Tank 300 Cyberpunk Edition is no longer available. It was a limited release and has sold out. However, if you are willing to wait, I can arrange for a specially crafted model, she added. Upon hearing Boss Yang's terms, Su Chun nodded in agreement. The more successful Boss Yang became, the greater the benefits for Su Chun as well. Once both parties reached an agreement, they proceeded to sign the contract directly. The subsequent matters no longer fell under Su Chun's management. After all, he had no expertise in advertising shoots. It is prudent to leave such professional tasks to those well-versed in the field. Boss. In the afternoon, shortly after finishing lunch, Yang Xiaoro rushed over, her face brimming with excitement. Our cosmetics have skyrocketed in sales. Even the body lotion, which was previously our least popular item, has sold over 1 million units. The facial cleanser has surpassed 10 million in sales. Moreover, the pace of sales shows no sign of slowing down. Upon hearing Yang Xiaoro's report, Su Chun, who had been lounging lazily on the sofa, sprang up with a jolt. Goodness, how many points does this amount to? Chapter 64. Other automobiles unite in price reduction. While Su Chun and his associates observed the cosmetic sales on the other side, in Hunan province, the factories producing the Tank 300 series and the BJ series of vehicles were bustling with activity. Lu Longhai and Li Weiguo were working separately, not out of competition, but rather due to the agricultural nature of both Hunan and Heilongjiang provinces. To put it bluntly, while they were termed agricultural provinces, they were also impoverished. Heilongjiang province fared slightly better, boasting an area nearly 3 times that of Hunan, yet its population was scarcely a third of Hunan's. Consequently, the two men chose distinct locations for their factories, encompassing battery plants, steel mills, glass factories, and more. Each of these facilities was poised to generate employment opportunities for approximately 100,000 individuals. It was anticipated that the annual output would reach 1 million vehicles, averaging 10 cars produced per worker. This figure was substantial, especially since Su Chun's automobiles were entirely manufactured in-house. Every component was produced locally, albeit without the presence of research personnel. It was not that Su Chun was reluctant to engage in research and development. Rather, he possessed a cutting-edge technology system that rendered all necessary technologies readily available for purchase, eliminating the need for R&D. When the time came, even if Longting headquarters had a laboratory, it would merely serve as a FAAD. Lu Longhai and Li Weiguo had been in Hunan for over 4 months, overseeing the site selection, factory construction, and now the impending completion of the factories, awaiting only the finishing touches before the production lines could be installed. These tasks could be accomplished within 2 months at most. The orders for the BJ series have already surpassed 1 million vehicles, reported Li Weiguo's secretary during a meeting at the temporary office for the BJ series. This means even if we commence formal production in 2 months, it will take a year to fulfill all orders. Furthermore, it was imperative not to solicit too many additional orders in the interim. The fervor surrounding the BJ series, initially ignited by Su Chun, had reached a fever pitch, with numerous recipients of the vehicles continuously sharing various videos. Testing revealed that the BJ series boasted at least 2/3 of the functionality of the Tank 300, yet its price was merely half that of its counterpart. This disparity attracted even more buyers to the BJ series, as the Tank 300's extended range was not a particularly compelling advantage. After all, no one wished to drive a vehicle for 3,000 kilometers in one go. It was less about capability and more about the toll it would take on the driver. Hence, a 3,000-kilometer range was deemed sufficiently adequate. Understood. Let us prioritize the establishment of the factory, Li Weiguo responded after reviewing the report, nodding nonchalantly. We will then proceed with the mass recruitment of workers, and I will subsequently apply for skilled technicians at Longting headquarters. With the factory still under construction, there was no urgency in the matter. At this moment, Lu Longhai found himself in a similar predicament, albeit with a markedly different approach. He had assembled a substantial team, diligently training them step by step. Moreover, he was actively recruiting talent from outside. After all, other automotive manufacturers would not offer such lucrative salaries. The remuneration at Longting Automobile Factory is renowned nationwide, even surpassing that of Tesla. Consequently, many individuals from Hunan province have made the leap to join. Everything seemed to be progressing in a promising direction. Just as everyone was immersed in their bustling activities, a trending topic suddenly left all in astonishment. BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Audi issued a joint statement declaring that, in appreciation of the unwavering support from Chinese customers over the years, they would reduce the prices of all their vehicle models by 1/3 for a month starting today. This announcement sent shockwaves through the populace. What? A price reduction? However, while you may lower your prices, I shall patiently await Longting's new coupe. Goodness, the pressure must have become unbearable. A friend of mine who operates a dealership mentioned that they had only sold 30 vehicles in the past 6 months, leading to significant financial strain. Is the pressure truly too much? It must be Chairman Su's influence. He does not engage in frivolities. A price decrease? Even with that, I want to buy. I'm just waiting for Longting's new coupe. Your vehicles, even at a reduced price, still range from 300,000 to 400,000. By the time Longting releases a model in that price range, their technology will undoubtedly be at least 2 generations ahead of yours. However, it must be said, as everyone transitions to electric vehicles, what will become of these fuel-powered cars? I warned you to buy Mercedes or BMW instead of electric cars, soon. Electric vehicle prices will rise. Enough of that. Our charging stations here are already insufficient. Let us go ask Chairman Su if there are any charging stations available for our use. After a lively discussion under the trending Weibo post, a large group rushed into Wang Jiai's livestream. They began discussing the matter with her. Upon grasping the situation, Wang Jiai swiftly headed towards Su Chen's office with her phone in hand. Meanwhile, Su Chen, upon seeing the trending topic, couldn't help but chuckle. Well, it seems your cars are simply unsellable. Although foreign entities have united to boycott Longting automobiles, making it impossible for foreigners to purchase vehicles produced by Longting. This is of little concern. Eventually, when Longting unveils a series of groundbreaking technologies, they will be clamoring for Longting automobiles. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Su Chen called out. As his words fell, Wang Jiai gracefully approached, her long legs adorned in lettered black stockings. Boss, fans are inquiring about when you will release the coupe series. Additionally, there are simply too many electric vehicles now, leading to a shortage of charging stations in various cities. The fans would like to know if you have any solutions. Wang Jiai spoke candidly, articulating the inquiries that her fans were eager to pose. We have successfully addressed the issues surrounding charging station technology. Our development is complete. For vehicles like ours, boasting a remarkable range of 5,000 kilometers, testing has confirmed that a full charge can be achieved in merely 1 hour. Other types of vehicles can be fully charged in no more than 5 minutes. Of course, this does not include those utilizing our Longting automotive battery technology. As for our coupe series, we are currently in the design phase and expect to unveil them within 2 months. Su Chen remarked with a wry smile that, as an automotive manufacturer, the pace of innovation is astonishingly rapid. In just 1 year, we have introduced 3 new models. This velocity is indeed unparalleled. Chapter 65. Mother, is that makeup of yours genuine? The vast horizon is my love, and beneath the undulating green mountains, flowers are blooming. As Su Chen returned home, he intended to rest well, having been under the relentless gaze of the live broadcast for an extended period without proper respite. To his surprise, no sooner had he settled into the car than he received a call from the esteemed Mr. Ding. Upon answering, Su Chen immediately began with inquiries. Little Chen. I have matters to discuss with you today, Mr. Ding stated candidly. He had been observing Su Chen's broadcasts, even having his secretary monitor them closely. Witnessing the impressive results of Su Chen's live streams, Mr. Ding felt a renewed hope for Heilongjiang province. Heilongjiang, with its sparse population, had seen over 7 million of its capable young adults migrate in recent years. Alarmingly, last year, the number of newborns registered in the province was merely in the tens of thousands. If this trend continued, It would not be long before Heilongjiang faced a significant population drain. Therefore, to foster development in Heilongjiang, the establishment of large-scale factories was imperative. Though the province did have some large factories, most employed civil servants, making it nearly impossible for ordinary citizens to gain employment. Mr. Ding was astounded upon seeing the sales figures from Su Chen's stream. The total sales of cosmetics had exceeded 10 million. This magnitude necessitated a considerable workforce. Moreover, this was solely from the sales in the Longting Auto live stream, once endorsed by Yang Mi and made available in various shopping centers and cosmetic stores. The sales figures could be expected to multiply at least 100-fold. Given that cosmetics are consumables, Mr. Ding quickly contemplated contacting Su Chen to expedite the expansion of factories. Should this Yang Guifei cosmetic line reach international markets, establishing factories to accommodate a workforce of 1 million would be entirely feasible. The annual output could potentially reach the 100 billion mark. Your cosmetics are currently experiencing remarkable sales. After organizing a meeting, we have decided to establish Yang Guifei cosmetic factories within Longjiang. We plan to build 10 factories, collectively capable of housing a workforce of 1 million. Aside from the Daxing-Anling and Hugang regions, we aim to establish a factory in every other city. We will also grant you a 3-year tax exemption and provide you with 1,000 acres of land in each city. The factories will be constructed by our local authorities. And once completed, you can move in directly. Our only request is that you hire as many workers as you can when you are able. Mr. Ding succinctly conveyed the purpose of his call. Given that Heilongjiang comprises only 12 major cities, he envisioned a factory in each, excluding the 2 with less favorable geographic conditions. This initiative could potentially create at least 100,000 job opportunities in each city. Furthermore, the production of cosmetics demands a substantial amount of raw materials, does it not? This indirectly stimulates numerous job opportunities. However, aside from the cosmetics factory, Grandpa Ding, we also plan to establish several automobile manufacturing plants. Su Chen had contemplated this previously. Yet it will take at least 7 months for the headquarters of Longting Automobile to settle in. Even when the headquarters is operational, Su Chen does not intend to produce a significant number of vehicles here. As the headquarters, it suffices to focus on research and the production of the most advanced automobiles. For vehicles like the Mini, the factories can easily be relocated to other cities to set up branches. Naturally, Su Chen will choose the city that offers the best incentives, as this would save a considerable amount of money. Oh, establishing an automobile factory? I wonder what kind of factory you intend to create. Mr. Ding is also aware that the BJ series and the Tank 300 series factories of Longting Automobile have all moved to the U province. Upon learning this, Mr. Ding expressed some dissatisfaction, feeling that the competition had encroached upon his territory. The sales of our mini-series vehicles have significantly declined. Yet we still manage to sell 60,000 units each month. Once the nation lends its support to facilitate our vehicles' export, the Mini model alone could generate at least 100,000 job opportunities. Su Chen cheerfully shared his thoughts. During a previous live stream, fans encouraged him to produce some sedans. The factory is currently discreetly developing 2 types of vehicles. One is a super off-road vehicle intended for participation in the Baja off-road race in a few days. And the other is a supercar designed to commemorate the centenary of Longting. If sedans are added to the mix, the factory would become overwhelmed. It would be more prudent to relocate the mini-series entirely. Very well. Since you are so generous, I will allocate a plot of land for you in Jiabei. In no more than a month, you will be able to take possession of it. Likewise, we shall construct the factory for you. The location will be arranged around the Yang Guifei Cosmetics facility. After discussing for over half an hour, both parties established a multitude of cooperative agreements. In the future, Su Chen will continuously unveil new technologies, and Mr. Ding will consistently provide Su Chen with the green light. However, Mr. Ding has but one request, to strive for the creation of 3 million job opportunities in Heilong province within 5 years. By that time, the entire province would be revitalized. Su Chen readily agreed, for he possesses a golden touch. Not only could he provide 3 million job opportunities, but even 30 million or 3 billion positions could be within his capability. After all, Su Chen merely needs to register an industry to harness the most advanced technologies. Yet, if Su Chen were to pursue such an endeavor, he would inevitably become the public's adversary. For once he enters any industry, 90% of the companies within that sector would face closure. Thus, Su Chen could only establish his company in the most vulnerable sector of Longhua, where foreign influence was most formidable. Upon returning home, he found his mother gazing intently at him as he opened the door. In an instant, her hand found its way to his face. I thought the effects of your cosmetics were merely an illusion from the live stream. I never imagined they would be this effective. Quickly, bring me some. Make sure to get plenty. With a careful touch, his mother examined Su-chin's smooth complexion, nearly bursting with excitement. Although Li Su-mei, benefiting from a relatively affluent household, occasionally indulged in beauty treatments that kept her appearing youthful, it must be said that a woman in her 40s, no matter how well-groomed, could not rival the skin of her younger days. However, upon witnessing Su-chin's livestream, she immediately recognized that this cosmetic was precisely what she desired. Therefore, once her son returned, she hurried over, requesting some of the cosmetics from him. Chapter 66, Injecting Captain America's Serum. Time swiftly passed, and before one knew it, it was already August. 3 months had elapsed, yet the Lonting automobile factory remained largely unchanged. The sole alteration was that the main structure of the employee dormitory had nearly been completed. However, the interior renovations would require at least another 6 months. Su-chin estimated that moving in by this time next year would be a commendable achievement. As for the headquarters of the Lonting automobile factory, the Dragon-S body and tail were nearing completion. The Dragon's head had already reached a height of 60 meters. According to the construction team, in another half-month, the Dragon-S tail and body would be largely finished. At that point, renovations could commence, although the Dragon's head would still require 3 more months to complete. By the time the renovations were finished, it would be at least the end of this year to move in. One would have to wait until after the Lunar New Year, specifically the 8th day of the New Year. Since the last live broadcast with Youngmi, Su-chin had experienced a blend of joy and suffering over the past 2 months. The pain stemmed from fans incessantly urging him to expedite the release of the Coupe series, as well as the BJ series and Tank series. Yet, the mini-series had yet to be transferred from the Lonting factory, which hindered the plans for the new cars. However, progress was imminent. Just a couple of days ago, Lu Longhai called to inform Su-chin that the factory in Yuzhou had been completed. He invited Su-chin to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony, after which automobile production could officially commence. Su-chin opted not to attend, delegating the task to old Su instead. His justification was that he was engrossed in ongoing research. The truth was, he truly was immersed in scientific endeavors. Since the cosmetics had sold remarkably well, the past 2 months had yielded Su-chin an impressive 150 million points. This was still a result of insufficient production capacity, which had delayed his point accumulation. Otherwise, his points might have already soared towards 500 million. With points in hand, Su-chin remained industrious. After surpassing the 200 million mark, he decided to reward himself by purchasing the technology for Captain America's serum. Today marked the day he would inject the genetic serum into himself. With a sharp prick, Su-chin administered the Captain America serum. He felt as though his entire being was engulfed in flames. An extraordinary surge of warmth emanated from his dantian, coursing through his limbs. His bones felt as if they were being shattered by a hammer, only to be reconstituted and then shattered again. This relentless cycle was inevitable, for the Captain America's serum possessed flaws. Su-chin had no choice but to invest an additional 5 million to enhance the genetic serum. In total, he expended 10 million points to acquire a physique 10 times that of an ordinary human. Even his lifespan was extended to 10 times that of a normal person. This serum effectively slowed the aging process, thus indirectly prolonging his life. Initially, Su-chin had intended to purchase the technology for the first-generation divine body, which required a staggering 1 billion points. However, possessing the remarkable ability to withstand nuclear blasts and radiation, one could become the strongest in the world simply by utilizing Su-chin. Yet, the system reminded Su-chin that there exists a crucial material found solely on the sun. Until he could access the sun, Su-chin would be unable to produce the original divine body. Alas, as the effects of the drug surged, the pain overwhelmed him, causing Su-chin to faint. Unexpectedly, just as he lost consciousness, he was jolted awake again by the pain. Thus, he oscillated between unconsciousness and awakening, feeling utterly numb. The torment was unbearable. Finally, after more than 2 hours, Su-chin stood up, completely naked, having torn his clothes to shreds in response to the agony. Remarkable! Upon assessing his strength, he found he could lift 10 tons, approximately 2.5 times stronger than the Captain America depicted in films. Moreover, he had developed exquisitely sculpted muscles, appearing as though an artist had meticulously painted them, perfectly proportioned. Ha ha ha, it was worth the 10 million points I spent. Gazing at his now flawless physique, Su-chin couldn't help but indulge in vanity. This physical prowess would undoubtedly render him a formidable machine of war on the battlefield. With this newfound strength, the legendary scenes of tearing apart foes in anti-Japanese dramas seemed effortlessly attainable. After relishing in his vanity for a while, Suchin finally donned the clothes he had prepared earlier. Looking in the mirror, he admired his chiseled features, significantly more handsome than before. Coupled with the tailored suit that perfectly accentuated his physique, Suchin felt immense satisfaction. After tidying up a few matters, he retrieved a safe and turned to exit. Within the safe lay 2 vials of Captain America serum, intended for his parents. The realization of the divine body was still many years away. It was better to prioritize extending his parents' lifespans. However, Suchin's father was currently not at home, and he lacked anesthetics. The sensation was excruciating, without general anesthesia. It was intensely bittersweet. He placed the safe into the office's vault and reclined on the sofa to review some documents. These papers detailed the tasks he needed to address in the near future. After a considerable amount of time had passed, the industrial and commercial bank in Daching and Qiqihar had been successfully established. After all, it was merely a cosmetics factory, lacking the high-tech complexities of an automobile factory, thus allowing for quicker establishment. In a few days, production of cosmetics would officially commence. Meanwhile, the mini automobile factory in Jianbei was bustling with activity. According to Big Brother Ding's plans, production of the mini-series vehicles could resume before the end of the year. In addition to these developments, Lin Shurin and others had designed 2 supercars based on the technical materials provided by Suchin. The first model, the Dragon's Child series. The entire vehicle is adorned in a splendid gradient of yellow and red, resembling a mythical dragon in its entirety. Particularly striking are the 2 prominent headlights at the front, designed to mimic the vertical pupils of a dragon. The doors feature an elegant gull-wing design, and the rear spoiler is reminiscent of a dragon's tail, standing tall and exuding an aura of grandeur. The second model, the Azure Dragon series, is enveloped in a deep navy hue, with the headlights once again reflecting the vertical pupil motif, while other aspects of the design bear resemblance to the previous vehicle. The doors have transitioned from gull-wing to butterfly style. The overall silhouette of the car appears notably sleek, yet at the rear, there are 8 jet nozzles, designed to evoke the image of a dragon's tail. Let the production commence. After reviewing the design sketches of both models, Suchin couldn't help but nod in approval, subsequently marking both blueprints with a check. Chapter 67. The entire range of Hongqi H-series automobiles. This vehicle exudes an undeniable aura of power, particularly the second model in the Qinglong series. Let us first produce the initial version, while the latter shall be a limited edition. We shall manufacture 100 units of the first model and merely 10 of the second. Utilizing our most advanced technology, we may not accrue many points, yet we stand to gain substantial financial rewards. On the sofa, Suchin contemplated the reports from recent days, approving the necessary documents before turning his attention to the automobiles. Currently, among the 3 main series of Lonting vehicles, only the Tank 300 employs a small quantity of memory metal. After all, this material is quite precious. Should we use it extensively, selling at such a low price would lead to significant losses if other manufacturers were to repurchase and remelt it. However, we are poised to declassify the initial technology, granting comprehensive authorization to all domestic automotive manufacturers to utilize it, provided we retain the rights to carbon fiber technology. Having resolved to create high-end vehicles, Suchin aims to execute this plan with utmost diligence. Although Lonting has indeed captured a significant portion of the electric vehicle market, over 50% domestically last year, Suchin understands that he cannot remain confined to producing low-end vehicles. A few models may suffice to enhance reputation, while the remainder shall focus on high-end automobiles. After all, the technology at his disposal is world-leading. It is impractical to persist with low-end production alone. Nevertheless, since fans are clamoring for sedans, Suchin intends to develop another sedan model. System. Procure the full payment models of the Hongqi H series for me. This time, Suchin plans to make a grand statement. He will release 9 models at once, especially since there is no existing Hongqi series in this world. Launching all 9 models simultaneously will not only generate significant attention but also encompass luxury cars ranging from tens of thousands to millions. This strategy promises to yield lasting benefits, paving the way for the establishment of a dedicated factory for the Hongqi series in the future. Ultimately, Lonting will evolve into a research and development hub. Not only are the engineers within the system exceptional, but local engineers are also remarkably skilled. Take BYD, for instance, which boasts a research staff exceeding 70,000. This is a testament to its position among the top 3 worldwide. As for Lonting, by maintaining control over core technologies and hiring additional automobile designers and engineers, the creation of new models will proceed seamlessly. Notification: You have expended 4,500,000 points to acquire the 9 models of the Hongqi H series. As the system's voice faded, 9 USB drives materialized upon Su Chen's desk. The Hongqi H series, in Su Chen's past life, had been immensely popular, particularly the distinctive waterfall grille design, which garnered widespread acclaim among car owners. 6 sedan models and 3 mid-to-large SUVs, perfectly segmented into 6 distinct tiers for sale. After downloading these 9 car models onto his computer, Su Chen took a moment to admire their designs before embarking on the task of refinement. Each of the 9 cars bore a unique name, prompting Su Chen to rename them from H1 to H9, reserving the HS series for their upgraded versions. Once he had meticulously modified the names and double-checked for any oversights, Su Chen gathered the 9 USB drives and made his way to the engineer's office. Inside the office, the esteemed Liu and Li continued to sip their tea. Their positions within the factory were akin to steadfast anchors. Despite their age, which would typically warrant retirement, they remained, as most of the factory's workforce comprised their disciples. Su Chen, not particularly in need of their salaries, valued their profound technical expertise. Thus, whenever he developed a new car, he would invariably seek their counsel. "Ah, the young master returns. Have you developed another new vehicle?" they inquired, fully aware that since Su Chen had secluded himself for research, the Longting automobile factory was on the brink of unveiling new models. Previously, during his foray into cosmetics, fans had been clamoring for news about sedans. Su Chen had promised to deliver, and over the past 2 months, he had successfully developed the serum for Captain America. Now, with the blueprints exchanged, he had a legitimate excuse to claim he was engaged in automotive research. "Haha, Luli. Behold my newly developed Hongqi series cars. Please summon Lin Chanqian's team shortly for modifications. We shall convene afterward to discuss the technologies to be utilized in these vehicles." Su Chen continued. Each of these 9 models can be upgraded with additional configurations, ranging from those priced below 100,000 to those above 1 million, encompassing all tiers. As he spoke, he handed over the USB drives, marveling at the convenience of having a system at his disposal. "What? You developed 9 cars during your 2-month seclusion?" Upon hearing Su Chen's revelation, both Liu and Li were left speechless, their astonishment palpable. The efficiency was indeed staggering. Designing a car involves far more than merely sketching its exterior. It necessitates testing aerodynamic drag, continual updates, determining the placement of machinery, selecting materials, and configuring the internal wiring, among other considerations. To put it bluntly, a team of over 100 individuals might take a year to design a flawless vehicle, which is no trivial feat, haha. This design dates back to my university days. This time, I merely streamlined the technology. Before the projector, Su Chen enlarged the design diagrams and began his presentation to Liu and Li. This Hongqi H9 is, at present, the most expensive model we offer at Longting Automobile. I intend to construct the entire body using memory metal produced in our factory. Furthermore, we will incorporate second-generation batteries, motors, and electronic control technology. Moreover, I intend for the interior of this vehicle to be exceptionally luxurious, incorporating features such as a starry sky ceiling and a plethora of opulent elements. The starting price is a staggering 9 million. Previously, the memory metal utilized in the Tank 300 was not applied to the body of the vehicle, but rather to the braking technology. After all, memory metal exists in 2 distinct forms at temperatures above and below 40 degrees. This time, Su Chen plans to integrate memory metal throughout the entire vehicle. Is there yet another innovative technology? Upon hearing Su Chen mention the second-generation technology, both Old Liu and Old Li were left astonished. They never anticipated that the young heir could possess such remarkable capabilities. The first-generation technology has only been on the market for a year, and already, the second-generation technology has emerged. No wonder he has been able to rejuvenate the Longting automobile factory. This illustrates the disparity. Chapter 68, The Luxurious Prestige of the Dragon Kingdom. Half an hour later, in the conference room, Su Chen and his colleagues were gathered for a meeting. Observing the assembly of over 100 individuals, Su Chen couldn't help but reflect on the remarkable growth of Longting Automobile. When he first traversed into this realm, the factory was on the verge of bankruptcy, and there wasn't a single automotive designer in sight. Technically, Chen Xianxian was the inaugural automotive designer at Longting, serving as the general manager of the first design department. Subsequently, Old Li found his apprentice, Lin Shirin, and established the second design department. To his astonishment, merely a year had elapsed, and the first design department of Longting had burgeoned to over 100 personnel. Now that everyone is present, I bestow upon you a task: devise a strategy to elevate the pricing of the Hongqi H series automobiles. The price of the Hongqi H1 must remain below 100,000, while the H9 should exceed 1 million, regardless of the luxury items you incorporate. The H9 must reach a valuation of over 1 million. During the meeting, Su Chun articulated his aspirations, intent on achieving a lasting impact. The Hongqi series, spanning from H1 to H9, from under 100,000 to above 1 million, effectively caters to 80% of car buyers. Unless one has an aversion to the Hongqi models, the allure is nearly irresistible. Moreover, bear in mind that automobiles priced between 200,000 and 300,000 should embody a youthful and flamboyant design. In contrast, vehicles exceeding 500,000 ought to exude stability and opulence. Presently, the average young buyer favors cars priced in the range of 100,000 to 200,000, while affluent older individuals constitute the primary market for luxury vehicles. After all, wealth begets a preference for composure and grandeur. Consider this: would it be fitting for Jack Ma to conduct business while driving a Lamborghini supercar? Boss, I have a question. Qin Shanqian swiftly interjected as Su Chun finished speaking. Since you desire the vehicle's price to surpass 1 million while maintaining a low-key yet luxurious essence, you must disclose the production cost and the desired profit margin. This will afford us the operational flexibility necessary within this pricing spectrum. With a smile, Qin Shanqian expressed her thoughts. Operational flexibility? Upon hearing her inquiry, Su Chun pondered while tapping the table. The authentic initial battery has a factory price of 40,000. When sold externally, it fetches 100,000. As for the mini-series of batteries, they are a stripped-down version, with a factory price of approximately 10,000, enabling a range of only 1,200 kilometers. The mini-series vehicles, being smaller and lighter, naturally allow for extended range. Su Chun estimated that the technology for the second-generation battery would not exceed 100,000. The various components combined will not exceed 600,000 in total. Although memory metal may sound impressive, the production cost per ton does not surpass 400,000 when manufactured in-house. Thus, even if the vehicle is sold for 1 million, there remains a substantial profit of 200,000. Granting each vehicle a budget of 200,000 will elevate the prestige. Adding the sum, the total manufacturing cost of the vehicle reaches 1 million, allowing Su Chun to adjust the price upwards as well. Understood, boss. We shall convene upon our return to deliberate on this matter. Within a month, we can complete the upgraded versions of all vehicle models, replied Qin Shanqian, who nodded and took a seat after receiving Su Chun's definitive answer. Very well, today's meeting concludes here. Upon your return, I expect you to study this thoroughly. Within a month, I want to see all 9 vehicles produced. Dismissed. With that, Su Chun rose and made his way to his office. The others, after securing a USB drive and signing a confidentiality agreement, returned to their respective offices. Chun, since Su has instructed us to enhance the luxury aspect, why not incorporate the 4 great embroidery styles of our dragon country? Shu embroidery, Xiang embroidery, Su embroidery, and Cantonese embroidery, among others. Particularly, Cantonese embroidery is renowned for its gold and silver thread. This approach not only supports intangible cultural heritage but also elevates our prestige, suggested a young assistant in Qin Shanqian's office. Imagine if you were to customize an upgraded H9 model. Upon payment, we could commission a master of Cantonese embroidery to embellish the seats with a touch of gold and silver threads, stitching the vehicle's number and the owner's name. How tasteful that would be. We could even embroider the owner's favorite design. Indeed, this idea is quite splendid. Adding the master's name, date, and other details would make it akin to a limited edition, ensuring it captivates the beholder. And didn't Su mention the budget of 200,000? We could allocate the entire amount towards the embroidery. Qin Shanqian recognized the brilliance of this suggestion. If any vehicle owner wishes to upgrade further, they can simply pay more. Let us go find an embroidery master immediately. It must be hand-stitched, ideally taking 1 to 6 months to complete, to enhance its rarity. Her eyes gleamed as she gazed at her phone, beginning her search. After all, affluent individuals cherish uniqueness, seeking high-end, sophisticated products. Embroidery certainly epitomizes luxury. Chun, if we wish to elevate the standards further, we could opt for Kaisai silk. In ancient times, this was exclusively crafted for the emperor's dragon robes. It is often said that every inch of Ko silk is worth its weight in gold. Should we enlist a master to embroider intricate patterns with this silk, the cost might easily ascend beyond 200,000. The assistant continuously provided Qin Shanqian with suggestions, and the prices kept climbing. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Qin Shanqian realized that this assistant was truly exceptional. What embodies the pinnacle of sophistication and elegance in the world? Undoubtedly, it is the ancient culture of the Dragon Kingdom. Just consider which foreign attire or handbag is not regarded as a luxury. Previously, a well-preserved KO silk fan fetched an astonishing price of 200 million at auction. What does it mean to possess prestige? This is the very essence of prestige. Chapter 69. The exquisite handcrafted Qinglong automobile boss. After a thorough discussion during our design meeting, we have decided to adorn our vehicles with our exclusive emblem. This will be the intricate embroidery of the Dragon Kingdom, and we have incorporated all 4 major styles. After all, for every 500,000 vehicles produced, for our hours. Furthermore, we have made modifications to 2 of the heavy-duty SUVs. Here are our latest design blueprints. Time swiftly passed, and a fortnight later, Qin Shanqian entered with a multitude of design drawings in hand, engaging in discussions with Su Qin regarding the Hongqi series of automobiles. It must be said, their efficiency is indeed commendable. Su Qin examined the blueprints, immediately drawn to the Hongqi H9, a luxury vehicle that marked Longting's first foray into the million-dollar market. This is a matter of utmost significance. Longting's reputation remains stellar, and we must not tarnish it. After all, vehicles priced above 500,000, starting from the Hongqi H5, are indeed luxury cars. A poorly designed luxury car could severely compromise the driving experience. Hongqi H9. Length, 5,137 millimeters. Width, 1904 millimeters. Height, 1,493 millimeters. Wheelbase, 3,060 millimeters. Features, K-size silk seat signature set. Features, heated seats, massage seats. Features, AI intelligent facial recognition. Features, laser ADB headlights. Others, to be detailed. Performance, launch control, top speed of 320 kilometers. Range of 9,600 kilometers. Acceleration from 0 to 102. 2 seconds. This configuration is quite impressive, yet it requires further enhancements. For instance, adding custom national flags on both sides at the front of the vehicle would be fitting. After all, this is genuine craftsmanship, surpassing even traditional fuel vehicles in speed. Upon reviewing the specifications of the Hongqi H9, Su Qin nodded in satisfaction, particularly appreciating the comfort of the seats, the starry sky ceiling, refrigerator, television, and more. Passengers in the back seat can indulge in luxury throughout their journey. Next, he turned his attention to the Hongqi H8, which had also undergone modifications. Originally a 7-seater SUV, it has been transformed into a 4-seater, resembling a luxurious mobile home, save for the intact driver and front passenger seats. The 5 rear seats have been removed, leaving only the 2 seats on the far right, facing each other, what one might call the secretary seats. Additionally, there is a restroom on the left side, making it more than adequate for use as a chauffeur vehicle. Other vehicles have also seen significant alterations, yet their performance remains unchanged. Only the interior has been revamped. All right, let us expedite the production of one Hongqi H9 and one Hongqi H8. After spending over 2 hours reviewing all these modifications, Su Qin finally returned the blueprints to Qin Shanqian. Both vehicles shall bear my name, with the number 001 intricately embroidered in gold thread at the most prominent position on the seats, alongside both my name and that of the master embroiderer. Furthermore, an estimate of the production costs for these 2 vehicles is to be compiled. Upon concluding his instructions, Su Qin gestured to Qin Shanqian, signaling her to attend to her duties. Understood, boss. Qin Shanqian nodded and promptly made her way to the design department. Good news. Excellent news. The Jiangnan Leather Factory, no. Our design proposal has received the approval of Director Su. He has instructed us to expedite the production of 1 vehicle each for the H8 and H9 models. She continued. You all should consult with the production department to commence manufacturing. I will summon the master embroiderer at once. Upon entering the design department, Qin Shanqian excitedly shared the news with her team of over 100 individuals. Many among them had transitioned from other firms drawn by the renown of Longting Automobile, while the rest were talents she had recruited from various automotive manufacturers. Did the boss mention any additional requirements? Queried one designer. Yes, indeed. Did the boss specify any further demands? Echoed another. After announcing the good news, the designers gathered around Qin Shanqian, eager for more details. Oh. The boss did mention that we need to custom make 2 national flags to adorn the sides of the vehicles. We must ensure to order extras, as the law stipulates that national flags must not be desecrated. It's essential to replace them daily. At the very least, Chun Qianqian cheerfully relayed the information regarding the flags. Once the automotive matters were addressed, the team began to delineate their tasks. This time, Chun Qianqian was determined to invest significantly, as the four renowned embroidery styles were becoming increasingly rare. After all, this was a part of the intangible cultural heritage of manhwa, which is to say, it is difficult to master and profit from until one has acquired the skill. The advent of industrial embroidery has only diminished the number of true artisans. Fortunately, Chun Qianqian had done her research online and previously dispatched individuals to seek out these masters. Meanwhile, as Chun Qianqian busied herself, Su Chun was deep in thought. Stroking his chin, Chun Qianqian has indeed inspired me. The Qinglong series of vehicles could exude an air of elegance and sophistication. The seat covers could also feature embroidery. I recall a technique known as Minkan. This craft is on the brink of extinction. I shall utilize this technique for both the car emblem and the steering wheel. What do sports cars require? Primarily, it is speed and prestige. Regarding speed, once Su Chun employs the third-generation motor, the vehicles will be capable of exceeding 600 kilometers per hour. This speed would surpass all supercars globally. Coupled with the third-generation electronic control system and battery technology, one could achieve a thrilling 10 hours of driving with a single press of the accelerator, allowing the driver to truly experience the essence of speed and passion. As for prestige, many foreign automobile manufacturers pride themselves on handcrafted production. Do they lack the capability for industrial manufacturing? Absolutely not. Indeed, they exist, however. The prices of automobiles produced through industrial mass production remain stagnant. Supercars priced over 10 million are entirely handcrafted, a testament to elevating their prestige. The Qinglong series, limited to a mere 9 units worldwide, will see Su Chun retain one for himself, meaning that only 8 can be sold externally. Given that only one additional unit may ever be produced for display in an automotive museum, the exclusivity is palpable. Currently, the most expensive car emblem is the Spirit of Ecstasy from Rolls-Royce, valued at nearly 300,000. If the Qinglong series were to incorporate inlay techniques with a logo crafted from pure gold, adorned with a green gemstone, how would Rolls-Royce respond? In terms of prestige, foreign luxury brands cannot compare with the authentic luxury of manhwa. After all, their development spans only a few decades, whereas manhwa boasts a rich heritage of over 3,000 years. Who can assert that the Qinglong series lacks prestige? Chapter 70. The production of the Hongqi H series vehicles commences. After concluding his research on the Qinglong supercar, Su Chun made his way to the live streaming venue of Wangjiai, clutching the car modeling files just sent by Chun Qianqian. It had been more than 2 months, and it was time to provide an account to the fans, was it not? Upon arriving at Wang Jiai's live streaming location, Su Chun found her engrossed in purchasing cosmetics. In the past 2 months alone, cosmetics sold through Wang Jiai's channel had reached an astounding 300 million units. Aside from her platform, e-commerce avenues had also seen remarkable sales. Su Chun, however, had opted against selling in physical retail spaces due to the exorbitant costs associated with space, labor, and utilities. It was simply untenable to operate without profit. His primary objective in producing cosmetics was to accumulate points for himself. In the automotive sector, Su Chun had already garnered a stellar reputation. Although the automobile business was lucrative, the points earned were rather meager. Everyone, our boss has arrived. Let us extend a warm welcome to him. Wang Jiai, who was busy shopping for cosmetics, immediately stood to greet Su Chun upon his arrival. She understood that his presence would significantly boost her follower count. Each visit from Su Chun typically drew in nearly 10 million new fans. With over 80 million followers now, Wang Jiai had profited immensely from her sales of cars and cosmetics. Haha, Sister Jiai, remember when I tested cosmetics here and the fans fervently requested we launch a sedan? Well, the sedan series has arrived. Su Chun chuckled as he settled into Wang Jiai's seat and connected a USB drive to the computer. Wait, are you serious? The sedan has really been produced? My goodness, Su Dong truly cherishes his fans. I'm genuinely moved, exclaimed one fan. So soon? It seems the R&D team at Lonting is impressive. Come on, isn't that obvious? If Lonting Automotive weren't exceptional, how could their technology be world-leading? Another chimed in. Exactly. But Su Dong is just too fast. Pass it on. Su Dong is incredibly swift. Spread the word. Su Dong in 3 minutes. Is Su Dong experiencing renal issues? 5 seconds, a true man? Initially, the fans in the live stream discussed automotive matters, but as the conversation progressed, it veered into less favorable territory, leaving Su Chun utterly speechless. All right, Alright, let us return to the main topic. My dear fans, weren't you all eager for US to produce sedans? After 2.5 months of diligent effort, Ling Automotive has designed 9 vehicle models. Among these, there are 3 mid to large SUVs, while the remaining 6 comprise the sedan series, including luxury cars valued at over $1 million. We have named this series the Hongqi H series, and there will be more models from the Hongqi line in the future. Now let us take a look at the Hongqi H1. Suchin opened the modeling files for the Hongqi H1, introducing its performance to the fans, while explaining to the fans the technologies utilized in this automobile. It was noted that the advancements are somewhat uniform. Only the red flag H5, priced above $500,000, employs the second-generation technology. The vehicles below the H5, due to their lower cost, still rely on the first-generation technology. Despite the lack of updates in technology, the fans remained thoroughly captivated. When Suchin introduced the models above the H5, the enthusiasm within the live stream escalated tremendously. "Is this truly designed by Ling Automobile?" exclaimed one viewer. "This is astonishing. Not only does the front fascia resemble that of a Rolls-Royce, but the performance seems equally impressive. I wonder if the interior matches the luxury of Rolls-Royce." Indeed. The red flag H8 is my dream car. Imagine traveling in such a vehicle. It would undoubtedly be a delightful experience. No more worries about traffic jams on the highway. Haha, even accommodation cost would be saved. By the time Suchin concluded his introduction of the H8, the fervor among the fans had been completely ignited. The number of viewers in the live stream had surpassed 8 million. Within the span of over 3 hours of Suchin's presentation, the red flag H series vehicle soared to trending status. Many potential buyers flocked to Ling's live stream, as the brand offers unparalleled quality at an affordable price. With an 8-year warranty covering up to 300,000 kilometers, no other car manufacturer can match Ling's exceptional after-sales service. In contrast, an electric vehicle's battery would typically fail well before the 8-year or 300,000 kilometers mark. Currently, no electric vehicle company has a viable method for battery disposal. However, Suchin does. Even after 8 years or 300,000 kilometers, he can repurpose these waste batteries. For instance, the first-generation batteries can be revitalized by simply adding some additional materials to upgrade them into second-generation batteries. Although these are second-hand batteries, they can continue to function effectively for another 8 years. When the time comes for recycling, Suchin can refurbish the batteries and sell them at a reduced price. Alright, everyone, after 3 hours of introduction, we are now ready to unveil the final vehicle, the Post-Apocalyptic Assistance of Ling Automobile. The luxury car priced over $1 million, the red flag H9. As he spoke, Suchin opened the modeling of the H9 on his computer. Wow, is this the data for the H9? This must be a supercar. Unbelievable, is this really a business sedan? With a speed exceeding 300 kilometers per hour? The national flags hanging on both sides of the car are incredibly stylish. The red line on the hood is equally impressive. This car's aesthetics align perfectly with my taste. Upon witnessing the exterior of the red flag H9, the fans in the live stream erupted in excitement. As of now, it is only the leaders of the Dragon Nation who display national flags on their vehicles during parades. Although the law permits this practice, no one else seems to follow suit. Witnessing the 2 national flags elegantly complementing the striking aesthetics of the Hongqi H9, the crowd erupts with exclamations of admiration. Dear friends, this exceptional vehicle will be available in a limited edition of just 999 units. Setting aside discussions of performance, let us first consider the vehicle's remarkable features. The seats are equipped with heating and massage functions. The seat covers are meticulously handcrafted by a renowned master of Hunan embroidery. Additionally, the cover will be adorned with golden thread, intricately stitching the owner's name, the vehicle's identification number, and the name of the embroidery master. Furthermore, we will incorporate advanced laser ADB headlights and AI-powered facial recognition technology. As the old saying goes, when an Audi A8 passes through a rural area at night, the entire village awakens to labor, for the brilliance of its laser ADB headlights is unparalleled. Chapter 71. The Underground Research Laboratory Unknown to All. Furthermore, our Hongqi H9 can achieve a staggering top speed of 320 kilometers per hour. This is comparable to the velocity of an ordinary high-speed train. Lastly, let us discuss the remarkable endurance of this vehicle. As a product of Ling Automobile's second-generation battery technology, the Hongqi H9 boasts an astonishing range starting at 10,000 kilometers. This means that one could embark from home and traverse our nation's G219, G331, and G228 borderlines, requiring a mere 3 recharges at most. Moreover, the car is constructed with a significant amount of memory metals, ensuring the utmost safety for both the driver and passengers. Suchin activated the data, providing his followers with a detailed introduction to the vehicle's performance. However, the presentation was not overly exhaustive, as this was not a formal launch event. It was merely to inform fans that preparations for the production of the Hongqi Coupe series were underway. Goodness, has Longting Automobile truly expanded to such an extent? They have developed a vehicle with a range of 10,000 kilometers? Remarkably, even the most advanced electric vehicle, Tesla, does not achieve a range of 1,000 kilometers. While it is true that only Tesla's Shanghai factory produces this, their batteries are sourced from Longting. Incredible! With a range exceeding 10,000 kilometers. One would hardly need to refuel for highway travel. Originally, brands like Mercedes and BMW had begun to significantly reduce their prices, but with Longting's advancements, their gasoline vehicles are in even greater jeopardy. The solitary disadvantage of electric vehicles has been their inability to perform well on highways, but with a range of 10,000 kilometers, the advantage of gasoline vehicles has been utterly obliterated. Longting's technology is indeed light years ahead. Upon hearing about the 10,000 kilometer range, the fans in the live stream erupted in excitement. The current fuel prices are exorbitantly high, and not only that, they have even started mixing alcohol into the fuel. Conversely, the cost of electricity is significantly lower. Especially in recent years, the nation has been fervently constructing solar panels in the Northwest. One could say that electricity is now abundant domestically, even available for export to Southeast Asian countries. Once electricity prices stabilize, Suchin could seamlessly introduce hydrogen-powered vehicles. Following the popularization of hydrogen energy cars, he might unveil solar-powered vehicles, and later geothermal energy cars and controllable nuclear fusion vehicles. Regardless of the circumstances, the future of the automotive industry is destined to belong to Longting Automobile. Well then, dear friends, that concludes today's introduction. If anyone has a preference for certain models, please feel free to share with me. Once Longting Automobile commences production of the Hongqi vehicles, we shall promptly begin the development of new models. As Suchin observed the live chat filled with praise, he nearly lost himself amidst the adulation. Incredible! Chairman Su is truly remarkable. He understands the needs of the common people. A bow of respect to the esteemed father figure. How splendid! Are we about to develop new models again? Remarkable indeed. As expected of Longting Automobile. By the way, Chairman Su, can outsiders purchase your employee dormitories? Indeed, I have had the pleasure of witnessing your employee dormitories. And I must say, they are simply exquisite. It is not surprising, considering the model I observed 2 stories, 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, 2 living rooms for balconies, and a grand garden. Who could possibly resist such a magnificent abode? I wholeheartedly agree with the price of 21,000 per square meter. Mr. Su, are you offering your houses for sale? Ah, you have truly spoken to my heart. I too desire to acquire a residence from Longting. Mr. Su, could you develop a heavy-duty truck for us? Currently, the electric vehicles from other brands struggle to transport even moderately heavy loads, while fuel vehicles face the issue of fuel theft, rendering their journeys futile. Mr. Su, we truck drivers have it tough, especially with the new Beidou system mandating a 4-hour rest, leaving us utterly fatigued. Indeed, Mr. Su, could you engineer a heavy-duty truck? We do not seek a range exceeding 10,000 kilometers. A range surpassing 1,000 would suffice. Observing the fans in the live stream, all eager for the development of a heavy-duty truck, and encouraged by their words, Suchin fell into a contemplative silence. No problem at all. Is it not merely a heavy-duty truck? My dear friends, within 6 months, you shall behold the heavy-duty truck from Longting Automotive. As for the issue of range, rest assured, products from Longting are undoubtedly of premium quality. Regarding our housing situation, these residences are not for sale. They will be distributed free of charge to our long-serving employees, with the remainder available for rental to those working in our commercial establishments. After succinctly addressing several inquiries, Suchin departed the live stream. My dear friends, we shall reconvene at the next press conference. Exiting Wang Jiai's live stream, Suchin glanced at the sun blazing in the sky before turning toward the construction site. The headquarters of Longting, while resembling a 5-clawed golden dragon poised for flight, conceals beneath its 5 claws a secret passage leading to an underground laboratory. Why did this structure incur an expenditure of 350 billion? It boasts nuclear resistance and earthquake-proof features. The primary reason lies within the underground laboratory. I trust many have seen the film Resident Evil. Longting's underground laboratory is considerably larger than theirs. Master, the underground laboratory has been completed. In no more than half a month, once all experimental equipment has arrived, it shall be operational. As Su Chun arrived at the construction site, a security guard sprinted toward him. This individual is a worker purchased from the system, capable of constructing legendary edifices. Let us proceed to take a look, Su Chun declared, leading the way toward the basement. Longting's underground laboratory comprises 5 facilities. 2 of them are open to the public, dedicated to the study of ordinary reagents and automotive technology. However, access to the 3rd laboratory and beyond is restricted to relevant governmental personnel. Su Chun intends to utilize one of these 2 laboratories for human research and the other for genetic studies. As for the final laboratory, it is accessible solely to Su Chun himself. Now, Su Chun and the security personnel have arrived at the 5th laboratory. This facility, situated 2,000 meters underground, spans an impressive 20,000 square meters. It can be said that this is the very heart of Su Chun's core operations. Gaining access to this place requires not only passing through the scrutiny of the previous 4 layers, but also necessitates the scanning of Su Chun's iris and fingerprints. After a 10-minute descent in the underground elevator, it finally arrived at the subterranean laboratory. Master! 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 As soon as the elevator doors opened, at least 100 individuals clad in white lab coats gathered at the entrance, eagerly awaiting Su Chun. These individuals are the laboratory personnel that Su Chun procured from the system's marketplace. Their mission is to delve into the true essence of human body technology. Chapter 72, The Terrifying Laboratory. Indeed. No one was aware during the construction of this place, was there? Observing the assembly of over 100 individuals awaiting his arrival, Su Chun nodded with satisfaction. It was not merely the presence of these people that pleased him, rather, the remarkable feat of excavating such an expansive underground laboratory in such a short span of time was commendable. Moreover, the fact that the renovations were already completed rendered his expenditure of 15 million points on these 3 grand laboratories worthwhile. Rest assured, boss, no one witnessed our excavation of the basement. We capitalized on the cover of night, commencing the digging only after the above structure was finished. Additionally, our location is exceedingly secure, as the sole access to the subterranean level is through the elevator, which only you possess the authority to operate. We cannot ascend, nor can those above descend. Even in the event of an elevator malfunction, the resources within are sufficient for us to sustain ourselves for half a year. Do not be deceived by the mere 20,000 square meters of space here. This area merely encompasses the periphery. The 3 laboratories are independently situated beyond this expanse. Within our laboratories, we have dedicated farms and pastures, enabling us to be self-sufficient. Upon hearing Su Chun's queries, a young man, appearing to be in his late 20s, approached and provided a detailed explanation. After absorbing the information, Su Chun could not help but marvel. It seemed he had underestimated the system. Initially, he believed the 20,000 square meters constituted the core area, but it turned out to be a mere facade. The system had executed its design exquisitely. Very well. Have all 3 laboratory managers assembled? I shall now delegate some tasks to you. Su Chun scrutinized the assembly around him, noting that the number of individuals matched closely with his purchase. Having acquired the necessary technology, your primary research focus in the Human Engineering Laboratory will be on super-intelligent life forms, with the principal aim of extending lifespan. Su Chun's primary motivation for acquiring expertise in human engineering was precisely to investigate longevity. He himself would never transform into a super-intelligent life form. After all, while becoming a robot might grant immortality, it would strip away the numerous joys of being human. The inability to eat, to drink, or even to respond to the sight of a beautiful woman would render existence devoid of purpose, even if eternal. Thus, Su Chun's primary direction would revolve around the realms of physiology and genetics. Understood, boss. Once we possess the technology, we can expedite our research. However, we will require your support in terms of points, as many materials can only be procured within the system. We cannot acquire them externally. Once we commence our research, complete isolation will be necessary, with the laboratory extending 3,000 meters underground. The leader of the human laboratory articulated his requirements to Su Chun. Certainly, you may proceed with your research directly. Should you require any purchases, simply acquire them within the system. Furthermore, for both of your laboratories, the cell laboratory, your primary endeavor is to conquer a myriad of diseases. Once you have triumphed over all ailments, we shall then delve into further explorations. As for the gene laboratory, your principal objective is to devise methods for integrating various genes into humans. For instance, should I desire an extended lifespan? You would amalgamate the genes of the immortal jellyfish or those from the shores of Antarctica to significantly enhance my longevity. If I wish to augment my strength, you would infuse me with the genes of a stag beetle or an ant. Likewise, the points you require, I can certainly provide. Su-chan regarded the personnel from the other two laboratories and articulated his expectations for their work. Do not be deceived by my current presence on Earth. Within a mere 30 years, I shall undoubtedly transcend this planet. This is, of course, a calculated delay on my part, for I must accumulate sufficient points within these 3 decades. After all, human desires are boundless. Presently, by introducing the initial generation of cosmetic technology, I can amass substantial points. However, a decade or 2 hence, should I present the same primitive cosmetics, they may garner no interest. Understood, boss. Very well, you may disperse. With that, Su-chan ascended in the elevator, returning to a depth of 500 meters. Here, 2 additional laboratories exist, albeit not shrouded in secrecy. My intention for these laboratories is to facilitate the development of simpler innovations. For instance, if the laboratory below were to discover a miraculous cure for cancer, we would meticulously categorize it into targeted treatments for gastric cancer, liver cancer, blood cancer, and so forth. Additionally, these 2 laboratories are open for recruitment. Acquiring a few experts through minimal point expenditure in the system suffices. Upon reviewing this, Su-chan transitioned to another elevator, arriving at the laboratory located 50 meters above ground. These 2 laboratories are entirely accessible to the public, unlike the aforementioned facilities, which require official clearance for entry. Here, access is granted simply with a badge, allowing entry at any time. The research projects in these laboratories are based on automotive technology provided by Su-chan. Future developments will include photolithography projects, which hold no necessity for excessive confidentiality as they already exist in the world. Indeed, these individuals are commendable, truly deserving of the expertise acquired through the system's marketplace. This technology is undeniably remarkable. Exiting the underground laboratory, Su-chan cast a satisfied glance at the nearly constructed headquarters of Longting, nodding in approval. The Longting headquarters, encompassing the 1st and 2nd floors, is dedicated to the innovations developed from the subterranean laboratory. For instance, if the basement were to yield the initial generation of battery technology, the engineers at Longting headquarters would continue their research centered around that foundational technology, whether it pertains to mobile phone batteries or those for laptops and tablets. This is indeed their research and development focus. It seems that the divide between the ordinary and the affluent is merely a journey facilitated by a golden opportunity. Having traversed less than a year since my own transition, I have already amassed a considerable fortune. While on my way back to the office, Su-chan indulged in these delightful thoughts. The vast horizon is my love, and beneath the sprawling mountains, the flowers are in full bloom. Just as Su-chan had not traveled far, a phone call interrupted his reverie. Upon checking the caller ID, he was surprised to see an unfamiliar number. Hello, Chairman Su. I am the head of Dunhuang City. My surname is Wang. Chapter 73, Dunhuang. The 3 major series of automobiles. Greetings, Mr. Wang. I am Su-chan, the chairman of Longting Automobile. Upon hearing that I was speaking with the head of Dunhuang, Su-chan's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Dunhuang is renowned for its rich traditional culture, including the legendary Dunhuang flying apsaras and the exquisite murals of the Mogeo caves. It is a place that countless individuals yearn to visit. Apart from its cultural heritage, Dunhuang boasts breathtaking landscapes and an abundance of fruits. Chairman Su. The purpose of my call is to extend an invitation for Longting Automobile to establish a factory in our region. You cannot fathom the hardships we face here. Situated adjacent to the Taklamakan Desert, our development has been severely hampered. Thus, I earnestly request that you consider relocating the Hongqi Automobile Factory to our area. Dunhuang is strategically located at the junction of Gansu, Qinghai, and Xinjiang provinces, which provides ample opportunities for recruitment. Furthermore, anything other cities can offer, we can match. And anything they cannot provide, we can deliver. Dunhuang may lack in some areas, but we have land in abundance. If you agree to set up a factory here, we would readily allocate 100,000 acres for your construction needs. Mr. Wang began to voice his grievances over the phone, though it was not merely a lament. The geographical position of Dunhuang presents significant challenges. While the scenery is stunning, the climate leaves much to be desired. It is a pleasant place for a short visit, but extended stays are often unbearable for outsiders. With a population of merely tens of thousands, the struggles of our city are evident. Mr. Wang, Relocating the Hongqi factory is not feasible due to the logistical disadvantages of your location. However, I am willing to design a vehicle specifically for Dunhuang. With the factory established in your region, I can initiate the construction of the factory, but I will require an official loan of 100 billion from you. Additionally, I seek a 3-year tax exemption. In return, I can promise to bring a legendary structure to Dunhuang and create 100,000 job opportunities. Upon learning that Mr. Wang was the head of Dunhuang, Su Chen began to contemplate the possibility of creating a vehicle inspired by the city. He even envisioned a logo based on the Dunhuang flying apsaras and murals adorning the car's exterior. This would not only promote the traditional culture of the Dragon Nation but also elevate Dunhuang as a tourist destination. After all, a legendary structure is no trivial matter. There are only 9 such structures worldwide. No problem. Chairman Su, within 3 days, I will ensure the allocation of 100,000 acres of land for you. I am curious, what type of land do you require? Oasis or desert? Mr. Wang had never truly entertained the idea of the Hongqi factory relocating to their region. Given that there are 9 models of Hongqi cars, they could hardly gather enough workers. It was impractical to expect the entire city to relocate to the automobile factory. He merely yearned for a modest factory capable of providing 1,000 or 2,000 job opportunities. To his astonishment, Su Chen agreed to specially craft a vehicle for them. Aptly named Dunhuang. This delighted Wang, who was exhilarated by the prospect of a 3-year tax exemption and a loan of 100 billion, though they lacked the funds. Surely the province possessed ample resources. Given Londing's automobile's current reputation and strength, which province would not desire to have Londing's presence? After hanging up the phone, Su Chen rubbed his temples and proceeded to his office. He possessed a certain familiarity with Dunhuang, having once been captivated by historical novels. Many time travelers in those tales often ventured to conquer this region, which also served as the starting point of the Silk Road. Subsequently, Su Chen took the initiative to research Dunhuang's intangible cultural heritage online, discovering its exquisite wood carvings, ancient musical instruments, and folk paper cuttings. These elements could seamlessly intertwine with the Dunhuang automobile, just as the red flag car's seat covers featured the 4 great embroideries of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dunhuang series could showcase patterns of ancient musical instruments through embroidery. The vehicle's exterior could be adorned with Dunhuang's scenic wood carvings, and for the emblem, one could choose the most exquisite pose of the Dunhuang flying apsaras. System, do you possess the design blueprints of the Dunhuang flying apsaras I described? Su Chen inquired while reclining on the office sofa. Yes. 3 major series of Dunhuang designs await: Dunhuang Desert Solitude, Dunhuang Sunset over the Long River, and Dunhuang Starry Gobi. Upon clicking to purchase, 3 USB drives materialized on Su Chen's desk. He promptly opened his computer to delve into the Desert Solitude series. Well, upon witnessing the design of the Dunhuang Desert Solitude series, Su Chen was instantly astounded by its beauty. In both his past and present lives, he had never encountered such an exquisite form. The vehicle was painted in desert hues, embellished with a sunset, while the upper part of the car showcased a twilight sky filled with white clouds. According to the description, these intricate details were all painstakingly carved by hand. The coupe's silhouette was simply stunning, earning Su Chen's deep admiration. As he opened the second model, he found its design akin to the first, with the only variation being the scenic views depicted on the vehicle. The third model, however, displayed significant changes. It was a large SUV adorned with various breathtaking landscapes, and its roof was a vast expanse of starry sky. Yet, despite their remarkable beauty, legal regulations prohibited such embellishments on vehicles, restricting them to the 7 standard colors. To utilize these scenic paintings, one would need to first apply at the Vehicle Management Office for permission, which would allow for modifications thereafter. However, this posed little concern, as if such designs were not permissible domestically, they could easily be sold abroad along the Silk Road, where modifications were freely allowed and there were no restrictions on the vehicle's lifespan. By the way, system, I also require the design blueprints for the truck series. After reviewing the 3 models of the Dunhuang series vehicles, Su Chen proceeded to acquire 5 designs for trucks. In our country, there exist well-defined regulations regarding trucks. Micro trucks have a payload capacity of less than 1.8 tons, while light trucks can carry between 1.8 and 6 tons. Medium trucks accommodate loads ranging from 6 to 14 tons, and heavy trucks possess a capacity of 4 to 100 tons. As for super heavy trucks, their payloads exceed 100 tons. Su Chen took out a USB drive and examined the designs meticulously. There are only 5 types of trucks among these, with capacities of 6 tons, 14 tons, 32 tons, 64 tons, and 100 tons. These models adequately meet the majority of domestic demands. Trucks exceeding 100 tons are typically reserved for official or large corporate use, with private individuals rarely purchasing such heavy-duty vehicles. With our efficiency, who could possibly refrain from expressing admiration? Chapter 74. The bus has been produced. Now that the automobile has been purchased along with its design blueprint, Suchin's task has come to an end. After tidying up his belongings, he drove homeward. Recently, Yang Xiaoro had accompanied Su's father to the province of Yu, where the opening of 2 automobile factories had created quite a stir, captivating nearly the entire province. Each of these factories, alongside the related industries and a basic engineering department, is capable of providing 100,000 job opportunities. Suchin calculated that even if the automobiles do not sell, these 2 factories could sustain themselves merely by taking on contract work, generating a substantial profit in the process. Suchin is contemplating the establishment of a battery factory. Despite having recently released the first-generation technology for use by all domestic automobile manufacturers, the advent of second-generation technology has prompted him to consider setting up a factory dedicated to its production. This would allow the first-generation technology to be licensed to foreign companies. At that point, Suchin could charge a patent fee of 120,000 for each automobile sold abroad, earning significantly more than the automobile manufacturers themselves. For the domestic market, a patent fee of 60,000 per vehicle would suffice. Upon returning home, Suchin began to relax. His mother, Li Sume, had also accompanied Su to Haidiyu province, enjoying a vacation. At this moment, Yu province was bustling with activity due to the simultaneous opening of the 2 factories, which provided nearly 200,000 job positions, much to the relief of the provincial leaders. The domestic economy had been in decline for the past 3 years due to the pandemic, and although the situation had improved, recovery remained elusive. The rising unemployment rate made the creation of these 200,000 jobs, combined with the competitive wages offered by Longting, a significant boon, capable of supporting 1 million people effortlessly. As time flew by, 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, bringing us to the end of August. The transformations at Longting during these 2 months have been remarkable. First and foremost, the headquarters of Longting Automobile has been completed, and the factory is now undergoing renovations. It has officially commenced external investment solicitation. The 5th and 6th floors of the Longting headquarters are filled with shops, totaling over 2,000 establishments. Numerous prestigious luxury brands have set up shop within the Longting Mall, and several domestic restaurant chains have opened branches here as well. When the Longting headquarters was completed, Suchin arranged for a promotional video to be filmed from a helicopter, showcasing the exterior of the building, even though the interior renovations were still underway. Once released, this promotional video quickly gained popularity, trending on social media and attracting numerous influencers, further elevating the visibility of Longting's headquarters. Additionally, 2 phases of the employee dormitories have been completed, with 2 more phases expected to be finished by the end of November. The workers are currently busy with the renovations of the completed phases. Certainly, the renovations pertain solely to the exterior garden. The internal decor remains the responsibility of the homeowners. Only the staff accommodations are subject to Suchin's oversight for renovations. However, the Longting General Factory currently employs merely 10,000 individuals, a number insufficient to fully occupy the first phase of the facilities, let alone the second. Thus, further recruitment is imperative. According to Suchin's vision, the factory should ultimately accommodate at least 100,000 personnel, with over 70,000 being highly skilled engineers, while the remaining 30,000 must be adept craftsmen. Aside from these considerations, the output from the cosmetics sector remains remarkably stable. Within 2 months, Suchin has amassed over 800 million points, prompting him to reflect on the lucrative nature of such consumables. In contrast, his previous year dedicated to automotive production yielded a mere 50 million points. Yet, in just 4 months of cosmetics production, he has nearly reached 1 billion points. Boss, our bus has been completed. At the moment Suchin was lost in contemplation in his office, Yang Xiaoro entered, pushing the door open. Oh, let us go and take a look. Upon hearing Yang Xiaoro announce the completion of the bus, Suchin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Longting Automotive boasts a vast industrial park of 10,000 acres, with a distance of 4 to 5 kilometers from the factory entrance to the industrial area. Additionally, numerous employees commute daily, which led Suchin to initiate the development of the bus at the end of last year, envisioning it as a means of transportation for the workforce. Less than 5 minutes after following Yang Xiaoro, the two arrived at a bus approximately 8 meters long, parked in the plaza. This vehicle appeared as though it had emerged from a science fiction film. Its upper body was white while the lower part was black, distinguishing it from conventional buses. This particular bus featured 2 levels, with a row of seats atop, allowing passengers to enjoy the scenic views of the iCity. Boss, we have successfully designed this bus. Moreover, after rigorous testing, its performance is nothing short of perfect. The entire vehicle, with 50 passengers on board and all amenities such as music, air conditioning, and heating in operation, can travel 300 kilometers. If the auxiliary functions are not utilized, it can cover 500 kilometers. As Suchin approached, the individual responsible for the bus's design stepped forward. This man, a disciple of Li Lao, has dedicated nearly 20 years to Lonting Automotive. Known for his integrity and meticulous nature, during Su Dehai's automotive production phase, Qin Juanhao served as his right-hand man. Haha, Uncle Qin, since the testing is complete, let us commence mass production. Let's start with 100 units, followed by the production of smaller sightseeing vehicles that can accommodate 8 to 10 passengers. As you know, our park is expanding, and we will require such small sightseeing vehicles for internal transport. There are no stringent requirements, just ensure they are equipped with heating. After listening to Qin Juanhao's introduction, Su Qin nodded in agreement with a smile. However, anyone possessing a bus driver's license, please accompany me for a test drive shortly. First, let us ensure the bus is fully charged. I will proceed to apply for the necessary qualifications and routes. Su Qin is also eager to experience the functionality of this bus. If it proves to be efficient, we can consider increasing production. If not, we shall limit it. It may serve well as a commuter vehicle for workers. Boss, I can drive a bus. Prior to joining our factory, I operated the number 2 bus line. Upon hearing Su Qin's inquiry, the security guard at the entrance rushed over, brandishing his driver's license. All right, then you shall accompany me. It is fortuitous that you are a bus driver and are familiar with the routes. Chapter 75. Su Qin's ambition. Hello, Grandpa Ding. Yes, indeed. I have come to seek your assistance. After resolving the matters concerning the bus, Su Qin picked up the phone to call the esteemed Mr. Ding. In Heilong Province, Mr. Ding is the leading authority, and such trivial matters can be settled with but a word from him. You rascal, I knew it. You only come to me when you need something. However, following our higher-ups' approval, we have allocated an additional 100,000 acres of land around your industrial park. I have seen your live stream. Are you not planning to establish the Hongqi automobile factory? You shall bear the cost yourself. But I will grant you an extra year of tax exemption. At that moment, Mr. Ding, who was in a meeting, signaled for silence upon noticing Su Qin's call and answered it. Haha, Grandpa Ding, that is splendid. But since you are granting me land, might you consider adding another 300,000 acres? Let us reach a total of 500,000 acres, and I shall return to you a colossal industrial park that provides 1 million job opportunities. Initially, Su Qin merely sought a temporary permit and some paperwork to test the bus. He had not anticipated Mr. Ding would allocate more land to him. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. The real estate market in iCity is currently languishing. If homes are unsold, developers will refrain from purchasing land from the government. Consequently, the value of the land diminishes, rendering it more beneficial to allocate suburban plots to Su Qin. This would expedite the expansion of his factory. And as long as jobs are created, the lives of iCity's residents would improve. Moreover, over the past 5 years, the outflow of young and skilled workers from iCity has reached an alarming million. If such a multitude of job opportunities arises, fewer individuals would be inclined to leave their hometowns. I have agreed to this matter. Tomorrow I shall send personnel to survey the land for you. Please wait for an hour. Relevant staff will arrive at your automobile factory to conduct the tests together with you. After exchanging pleasantries, they concluded the call. Comrades, Chairman Su is indeed a commendable ally. 1 million job opportunities, adhering to the wage standards of Lonting Automobile, could sustain at least 5 million people. The key is that it would also enhance consumer spending. Having said this, Mr. Ding refrained from elaborating further, as some matters are better left implied. It is impossible to lay everything out clearly. Understanding must come from one's own insight. Just as Mr. Ding finished speaking, several individuals in the room exhibited expressions of sudden realization. Sister Jai, are you still live streaming? On the other end, after hanging up with Mr. Ding, Su Chun made his way to Wang Jiai's streaming location. Unfortunately, the product range at Lonting Automobile is currently somewhat limited. Once the product offerings expand in the future, he would seek out more streamers. Live streaming for sales has its advantages and disadvantages, and overall, the drawbacks outweigh the benefits. The advantage lies in direct shipping from the factory, eliminating numerous intermediaries, allowing fans to purchase goods at remarkably affordable prices, sometimes less than half of what physical stores charge. Yet, the downsides are more pronounced. Brick-and-mortar stores face closure, and many factories engage in relentless price competition, leading to a gradual decline in product quality. Certain streamers promote products that have not undergone national safety certification. Additionally, some streamers establish their own factories to sell goods, resulting in a significant loss of jobs. While there may not be immediate repercussions, over time, unemployment will rise, and the issues will become apparent. The boss has arrived. Indeed, I am still live streaming. Is it not the case that everyone desires to purchase our cosmetics? Our factory is currently operating at full capacity, with production lines working tirelessly. Yet it is still insufficient to meet the demands of our customers. Wang Jai offered a wry smile as she explained this to Su Chun. The cosmetics from Yang Guifei are not only affordably priced but also remarkably effective, far surpassing similar products. The fans are not gullible. They can discern quality. Dear friends. I actually discussed this matter with the head of our province today. Our factory has become too small, compounded by the construction of employee dormitories and the Longting headquarters. The available land remains at 2,000 acres. Therefore, I lamented to Boss Ding and managed to secure an additional 40,000 acres of land. This means that Longting Real Estate now possesses an industrial park spanning 500,000 acres. This area is a tenth larger than that of the Maldives. Once our factory is established, production of all products will significantly increase. Upon hearing Wang Jai's grievances, Su Chun smiled and shared the news about the land acquisition from Boss Ding. 500,000 acres of land is indeed larger than that of many countries. If used entirely for factories, it could easily accommodate millions of people. Wow, Su Dong is indeed the same Su Dong, always understanding our needs. Sure enough, Su Dong has once again become bold, directly applying for 500,000 acres of land to increase production. Su Dong, may I inquire if your factory is still hiring? I wish to work in Ice City. I want to go too. I heard from my friend in Hunan that working at Longting involves 8-hour shifts, weekends off, triple pay for overtime, and all overtime is completely voluntary. Indeed, such benefits far surpass those at our current factory. Su Dong, I am a senior engineer at Tesla. Would you consider hiring me? Seeing the enthusiasm of the fans in the live stream, Su Chun also chuckled. I anticipate that within 3 years, Longting Automotive Headquarters will employ 1 million people. Furthermore, we are actively recruiting experts and professors in the pharmaceutical, automotive, new energy, and environmental sectors. Once hired, the starting annual salary will be no less than 500,000, and we also provide housing and vehicles. Su Chun seamlessly promoted this in the live stream. The automotive industry is the cornerstone of Longting Automotive. Even at a loss, Su Chun would not abandon it. As for the pharmaceutical, new energy, and environmental sectors, along with the current cosmetics industry, the pharmaceutical and cosmetics sectors are primarily used for generating points. Only with an abundance of points can Su Chun better acquire new technologies. As for the environmental protection and renewable energy sectors, these two industries are specifically designed for profit generation. To illustrate, consider the desert. Should Su Chun's company be able to rehabilitate it, it would undoubtedly lead to an industry valued at no less than $1 trillion. Furthermore, various sectors such as waste management, nuclear wastewater treatment, and air purification are also highly lucrative. Have we not witnessed how Iron Man revived a near-bankrupt arms company through renewable energy? Additionally, with the advancements in renewable energy, Su Chun can now exchange points for hydrogen battery technology. Hydrogen energy is indeed a form of renewable energy, and Su Chun may not even need to purchase the technology outright. Once solar, geothermal, and nuclear fusion technologies emerge, they can be directly utilized within the renewable energy company. Chapter 76. The Era of Space-Age Buses. Greetings, Mr. Su. I have come to deliver some documents to you. This time, I will accompany you throughout the automotive testing process. Su Chun had barely conversed with his fans for half an hour when a middle-aged man in his 40s was escorted in by the factory security. Hello. Please take a moment to rest. Once the bus is fully charged, we shall proceed with the testing. Su Chun promptly stood up to greet the visitor. May I inquire your name? He gestured for Yang Xiao to prepare some tea while he settled in to entertain the gentleman before him. My surname is Liu. You may call me Old Liu. I have heard from the esteemed Ding that your Longting has developed a groundbreaking technology in buses. I am here to see what kind of revolutionary bus it is. Old Liu provided a brief introduction without mentioning his position or full name. Having already seen Su Chun live streaming prior to his arrival, Boss, The fans are eagerly asking what new black technology bus you have developed. Just as Su-chan was about to engage in further dialogue with Old Lu, Wang Jai interjected. The earlier conversation had stirred a flurry of curiosity among the viewers in the live stream, especially considering that anything produced by Longting is synonymous with quality. It was surprising to learn that Su-chan was now manufacturing public buses. Haha, you will soon discover the wonders of this black technology bus. Come. Let us check the time. The charging should be nearly complete. Su-chan tantalizingly led Old Lu and the others outside. Wang Jai quickly grabbed her phone and a few power banks, trailing behind Su-chan, equally intrigued by the innovative bus. Goodness, is this the black technology bus? What a sci-fi marvel. Setting aside the vehicle's performance for now, its design immediately captivated my attention. Truly, it lives up to the reputation of Longting's automotive creations. Remarkably, every model from Longting is aesthetically pleasing. Wait, is this a double-decker bus? Are double-decker buses still in existence? Aren't they exclusive to the Pineapple region? We do have them, but they are quite rare. Fans in the live stream, upon witnessing the bus brimming with futuristic features, were instantly drawn to its appearance. Especially since contemporary buses typically follow monotonous designs lacking in creativity. Let us head to the second floor first. Su-chan led a group of over 10 individuals up the stairs to the upper deck. The first level offered little in terms of visual appeal, resembling a conventional bus. Albeit with fewer standing spaces, it could accommodate at most 20 to 30 standing passengers. Upon reaching the second floor, the spaciousness was a stark contrast to the first. Only a single row of chairs was situated along the left side, and there were merely 8 seats available. A vast expanse to the right remained empty, offering passengers a splendid view of the scenery or an opportunity to capture photographs. Let us depart. Su-chan commanded into the intercom, prompting the driver to ignite the engine and gently steer towards the entrance. Oh, is it raining again? Just as the vehicle reached the entrance, a light drizzle began to fall from the heavens. Although the rain was not heavy, prolonged exposure would surely leave everyone drenched. Activate the second floor heating. Su-chan instructed once more into the intercom. Subsequently, the onlookers could distinctly observe a surge of warm air emanating from the front of the vehicle, forming an invisible canopy above their heads. The group of over a dozen was enveloped in this warm current, causing the raindrops to evaporate before they could touch Su-chan and the others. This remarkable spectacle left everyone utterly astonished. Mr. Su, is this your cutting-edge technology? One inquired, curious about its efficacy in winter. After observing the marvel of warm air for a moment, Old Lu hurried to the front, placing his hand nearest to the warm stream. To his astonishment, the air being expelled was indeed warm. Excitedly, he rushed back to Su-chan, his face trembling with exhilaration. If this works, then this bus could very well be the savior of Ice City. Why has the tourism industry in Ice City struggled to thrive over the years? It is simply because the winters are unbearably frigid. Not only do Southerners find it intolerable, but even the locals flee to warmer climates during winter. What is Ice City renowned for? It is the ice and snow world. In addition to the ice and snow world, there are the world's 4 great music capitals and various European-style architecture, all selling points for Ice City. However, the biting cold deters many potential visitors, with locals opting for the south instead. If this warm air can indeed fend off the bitter cold, passengers could ascend to the second level, relishing the surrounding sights and admiring the European architecture of Ice City. Just imagine tourists seated in the vehicle, capturing photographs with the magnificent Sofia Cathedral amidst the falling snow. How enticing that would be. Haha, Old Lu, rest assured, the warm air at the front is precisely the black technology one mentioned. Our bus was initially intended to be a recreational vehicle named Space Era. However, one day, while returning home from work, I noticed many employees lacking personal vehicles, standing in the freezing cold at the entrance waiting for public transport, sometimes for over an hour. Thus, I decided to transform this Space Era recreational vehicle into a commuter bus. Of course, this warm air can withstand temperatures as low as -50 degrees Celsius. Su-chan explained to Old Lu with a smile, and thus, the orders will surely come pouring in. While this bus may not accrue many points, it is a lucrative venture. Comparable electric buses are priced around 800,000 to 900,000. Selling mine for 1 million is quite reasonable. If sold at that price, I would net a profit of 300,000. After all, the production cost is merely over 300,000, excluding labor and other expenses. A net profit of 300,000 is quite substantial. Excellent. With Su-chan's affirmative response, Old Lu nodded excitedly, and took out his phone as he descended to the lower level. Family, behold the picturesque scenery of our ice city. The views here are indeed quite splendid. Meanwhile, Wang Jiai, holding her phone, was live-streaming to her fans. The recent revelation of the cutting-edge technology had left everyone astounded, resulting in a momentary silence in the chat room. What? Did I hear that correctly? One can stand on the car and view the snow, and it keeps warm? Mr. Su, you truly are remarkable. Chapter 77, The Futuristic Sci-Fi Industrial Park. The security personnel trailing behind Su Chun were utterly astonished upon hearing about such groundbreaking technology. Over the years, they had never encountered such remarkable advancements. Notably, this cutting-edge technology was not limited to public buses. It could also be applied to convertible supercars. After all, isn't the allure of owning a convertible supercar primarily for the sake of prestige? Boss, I have already glimpsed the Dragon Rising bus. Aptly named Space Era, it is equipped with this extraordinary technology. If we procure such buses, the influx of tourists in the winter will undoubtedly reach unprecedented levels. Meanwhile, inside the bus, Old Lu was on the phone with Big Boss Ding, reporting on the bus's features. As the director of the Ice City Tourism Bureau, Old Lu possessed a discerning eye. Originally, he was not meant to handle the paperwork, but having heard numerous employees speak of the formidable presence of the Dragon Rising headquarters, he seized the opportunity to come and take a look. To his surprise, he discovered the innovative bus technology. Let us procure more of these. It's already August, and in just over 2 months, the weather will turn cooler. This is the perfect time to train a group of drivers and tour guides to showcase the cultural essence of our ice city. On the other end of the line, Big Boss Ding nodded in agreement after hearing Old Lu's report. He held immense trust in Dragon Rising, initially assuming that this bus testing would be a straightforward endeavor. Little did he know it would yield such remarkable technology. After hanging up, Old Lu ascended to the roof of the bus, relishing the warm breeze, and adjusted his tie. Approaching Su Chen with a smile. Mr. Su, our Big Boss Ding expressed interest in procuring a batch of these technologically advanced buses to welcome tourists in the winter. We plan to establish a dedicated tourism route in Ice City. Old Lu cheerfully conveyed his intention to purchase the Space Era buses. That sounds promising. But we must postpone this discussion for now. Our factory currently lacks sufficient production capacity. In a month's time, we will be relocating the Dragon Rising factory to our headquarters, significantly enhancing our production capabilities. While the headquarters has been completed, the interior remains unfinished. And the workshops are quite expansive. Each of the 99 workshops spans over 10,000 square meters. This will be adequate for production, especially as Dragon Rising will exclusively manufacture high-end vehicles. Other series, such as the Tank and BJ series, will be produced at our subsidiary factories. Not a problem. As long as we receive 100 units by November, everything will be in order. After concluding the automotive business, a group of individuals perched atop the vehicle began to revel in the picturesque scenery of the Ice City. St. Sophia Cathedral, Haoyu 6th Factory, Ling, the Flood Control Memorial Tower, and many more. After traversing for 7 to 8 hours, the vehicle still retained 2 bars of power, ample energy to travel an additional 300 kilometers. Subsequently, the group dispersed. Su Chen and others returned to their respective offices, where they resumed their industrious tasks. Wang Jiai was busy filming the buses of the space age with her live-streaming team. A 6-month respite was in order. Gazing at the staggering sum of 1 billion points in his system mall, Su Chen chuckled as he rested his head on his hand. This past year had indeed been quite hectic. While profits were plentiful, Lonting's net assets remained in the negative. Over the course of the year, Lonting Automotive secured 500 billion in orders, yet approximately 200 billion was expended on costs. A significant amount had been collected from automotive sales, with the remaining funds transferred to a Swiss bank, 200 billion, designated for purchasing production lines within the system mall. Thus, over the entire year, Lonting Automotive netted around 150 billion. This capital was subsequently utilized by Su Chen to establish a factory, costing around 50 billion. With the addition of bank loans, it would be commendable if Lonting Group could settle its debts within the next 2 years. Furthermore, a battery factory needed to be established. There was an evident shortage of batteries, with many automotive workshops already converted into battery production facilities. However, this posed little concern, as the esteemed Mr. Ding had granted an additional 40,000 acres of land. I can allocate portions for the cosmetics factory, pharmaceutical factory, energy plant, and environmental initiatives, among others. With this thought, Su Chen sent a message to Yang Xiaro, indicating that she should come to him. Boss, I'm here. Within less than 2 minutes, Yang Shiro entered with 2 cups of milk tea, thoughtfully offering one to Su-chin. "Shiro, please assist me in applying for an environmental company and an energy company. Additionally, have the construction team recruit more personnel, as we have numerous factories to establish next year." Su-chin tapped on the table, contemplating that integrating these factories into the Longting Industrial Park would require minimal land. The remaining space could be transformed into residential buildings or even some apartments. 50,000 acres of land was indeed considerable. There would still be enough space allocated for growing vegetables and grains. "Understood, boss. I'll head out right away." With that, Yang Xiao hurriedly dashed out. She was exceedingly familiar with this process. System, is there a design plan for an industrial park capable of accommodating 1 million people, spanning 50,000 acres? Be sure to include Longting's headquarters in the layout. Watching Yang Xiao's departing figure, Su-chin took a sip of his milk tea and reopened the system mall to begin his search. Future Sci-Fi Industrial Park Design, 10 million points. The design blueprint for the Jiangnan Watertown-style industrial park, entailing a substantial investment of 10 million points, presented a limited selection of only 2 schematics for Su-chin to contemplate. After careful consideration, he resolved to procure the futuristic industrial park design. After all, the headquarters of Longting Automobile is characterized by a futuristic aesthetic. Incorporating the Jiangnan Watertown style would appear rather jarring. Upon acquiring the entire futuristic industrial park blueprint, a breathtaking vision materialized in Su-chin's mind. A magnificent 5-clawed golden dragon, the metal-clad white tiger of Gingjin, the resplendent multicolored Qilin, the mystical black tortoise of water, and the fiery vermilion birds soaring through the skies. An awe-inspiring spectacle indeed. Chapter 78. Longting Automotive is set to soar. Goodness, the expenditure of 10 million points feels entirely justified. As Su-chin gazed intently at the Longting Industrial Park in his mind, he was profoundly astonished. Within this futuristic, sci-fi industrial complex, a magnificent vermilion bird, stretching 2 kilometers in length, soared gracefully through the air. Its immense wings enveloped the entire park, exuding an aura of grandeur. Moreover, this vermilion bird served as a colossal aerial garden, supported by its 2 massive claws, along with the passages connecting 4 edifices. These structures were specifically designed to bear weight. However, the entirety of the Longting headquarters had transformed into laboratories and workshops. The laboratories had been relocated onto the back of the vermilion bird. The other 3 buildings included the water turtle, a vast structure floating on water, and the white tiger, nestled within a forest where the trees themselves resembled towering residential buildings. Conversely, the Qilin maintained its surrounding architecture in the style of 4th-generation buildings. It is evident that should this architectural marvel come to fruition, it would far surpass the awe inspired by the 5-clawed golden dragon. Yet, with these new designs emerging, the 5-clawed dragon would need a change in hue, transitioning to a verdant shade, as the golden color would no longer harmonize with the overall aesthetic. Fortunately, since the renovations were not yet complete, there was still ample time to make adjustments. Following the mental blueprint, Su-chin meticulously analyzed the designs. Firstly, the Longting headquarters, where the Azure Dragon resided, was encircled by a multitude of 4th-generation residences, resembling the Azure Dragon frolicking upon a vast prairie. The white tiger, in its design, appeared as a colossal beast howling towards the heavens, standing over 200 meters tall, with its limbs serving both structural and elevator functions. Like the Azure Dragon, it also housed a shopping center and 99 workshops. The Qilin's courtyard was of similar scale, though its executive office was positioned at the horn of the Qilin. As for the Xuanwu, its interior comprised a vast laboratory, still containing 99 sections. The shopping center was situated on the back of the Xuanwu, distinguished by its construction on water. While the Xuanwu lacked residential buildings, it was surrounded by numerous tree-like structures, which served as production workshops rather than homes. Indeed, this is splendid. Once this architectural complex is established, I shall relocate my office to the back of the vermilion bird. Its expanse could accommodate 100,000 square meters. After surveying the architectural ensemble, Su-chin exhaled a deep breath, utterly astounded by the scale of this development. The entire complex could comfortably house 200,000 residents, easily accommodating 1 million individuals, while the office space could facilitate 10,000 workers simultaneously. The factories would be capable of producing for 1 million workers at once. It is clear that Longting Automotive is poised for comprehensive advancement. It seems imperative to devise a strategy for establishing a weapons company. Stroking his chin, Su-chin began to contemplate, recognizing that thus far, Loaning Automotive's technology is significantly ahead of its competitors. Even with the advent of pharmaceuticals, environmental protection, and new energy sources, technology remains over a decade ahead of the world, and one cannot dismiss the possibility of ulterior motives at play. However, establishing an arms company domestically is an arduous endeavor indeed. The most expedient method would be to register overseas, though such ventures are met with substantial restrictions abroad as well. This reality is rather disheartening. It appears that the most viable solution may be to wait until wealth accumulates enough to acquire a small island. Son, I am back. Suchin lay on the sofa, engrossed in weaponry research. His father, Su Dehai, entered with a radiant countenance, having just returned from a trip to Hunan province, which had significantly enhanced his prestige. Previously, those lofty automobile corporations had hardly acknowledged Longting Automotive, as it was merely a battery manufacturing company. The status of a processing factory, particularly one like Longting lacking core technologies, is quite evident. However, this recent trip to Hunan saw many people accompanying him, showering Su Dehai with compliments, which greatly flattered him. Considering their technical prowess is unparalleled, many sought to curry favor with Su Dehai in hopes of acquiring patents from Longting Automotive, which delighted him immensely. Haha, father. I was just about to seek you out. Look, this is the design of the Longting Industrial Park crafted by the design team I hired. After your trip to Hunan, I secured an additional 400,000 acres of land from Boss Ding. I aim to have all these structures completed by the end of next year. Upon seeing his father return, Su Chun rose and handed over a USB drive containing the design plans. Although these remarkable structures could only be constructed by the building teams from the systems marketplace, Su Chen's father's team could still erect residential buildings, albeit at the cost of additional time. Regardless, the Longting headquarters would be established this year, and once Juke is completed next year, relocation would pose no issue. All right. I will take a look at it when I return. By the way, son, the head of Dunhuang called me earlier, saying they would come here next month for an inspection. They have already prepared the land we need, 200,000 acres of oasis and 800,000 acres of bordering desert. All ours. They hope we can complete the factory before the year ends. Receiving the USB drive, Su Dehai was about to head back to his department when he suddenly recalled the call from the Dunhuang executive. He quickly informed Su Chen, who, although the chairman of Loaning Group, did not engage in daily affairs. With a professional manager overseeing operations, Longting was thriving. Thus, Su Chen delegated these matters to his father, further expanding his father's network. All right, I will call them later. Su Chen reflected on how he had purchased the automotive design blueprints from the Dunhuang 3 Series 2 months prior, intending to present them when they arrived next month. The designs of those 3 automobiles are simply irresistible to anyone. You may conduct your own research. I must attend to engineering matters. This concerns the safety of our tens of thousands in Longting. With that, Mr. Su departed from Su Chen's office. It seems we need to recruit more automotive designers. After Mr. Su left, Su Chun languidly reclined on the sofa, beginning to ponder. It cannot be that every time we unveil a new model, I must purchase from the systems marketplace, can it? While this is indeed part of the investment for earning points, it is unnecessary, as design blueprints can be quite expensive. Frankly speaking, money holds no value for Su Chen anymore. Whatever he desires can be procured under the factory's name, allowing for significant tax savings. What Su Chen truly seeks is immortality. Thus, it is imperative to hasten the development of controllable nuclear fusion and subsequently construct a spacecraft to gather the resources needed for the first generation of bodies on the moon. With a first-generation body, living for thousands of years would pose no challenge. Chapter 79, A Dance Troupe? Such a thing exists? Goodness, a dance troupe? The wealthy certainly know how to indulge. Reclining on the sofa, Su Chun took out his phone and began scrolling through short videos. Upon encountering a dance troupe from a certain company, he was momentarily taken aback. Damn it, if his own company was making such profits, why hadn't they established a dance troupe? Detected additional sectors under the host S name: environmental industry, new energy industry. The Black Technology Mall for the environmental and new energy sectors has been activated. Taking a glance, Su Chen hurriedly opened the system mall, discovering indeed the emergence of 2 sectors featuring black technologies: natural environmental protection, Earth biological protection, human survival protection. What does this mean? Seeing 3 options under the environmental industry, Su Chun was astonished. How could there be a human survival protection? Nevertheless, he chose to disregard the human survival protection and opened the natural environmental protection instead. Marine governance, eliminate ocean waste, purify seawater, price, 10 billion points. Desert governance, transform deserts into oases, prevent desertification, price, 1 billion points. Air governance, purify air, remove harmful substances, price, 50 billion points. Plastic governance, purify plastics. Alter plastic structure, price, 1 billion points. Gazing at the densely packed technologies on the system panel, along with the points required for each, Su-chan felt a buzzing in his head. The cheapest technology started at a staggering 1 billion points, while others required trillions just to purchase. He could not help but cover his face. He had thought that his 20 billion points were quite ample, allowing him to relax for a while. Little did he know. Merely 2 technologies brought him back to reality. Forget it. I want to purchase anything for now. I'll wait until I accumulate more points. Let us take a look at the black technologies in the energy sector. Controllable nuclear fusion energy, nearly infinite clean energy, price, 100 billion points. Dyson sphere clean energy. Safe and efficient energy, price, 1 trillion points. White dwarf star nuclear energy, powerful and safe energy, price, 10 trillion points. Black hole energy, endless, efficient, powerful, and safe, price, 100 trillion points. Great, just great. I can't afford a single one of these technologies. Perhaps I should explore hydrogen energy instead. Observing these increasingly outrageous technologies, including black hole energy, Su-chan promptly closed that option and opened the hydrogen energy vehicle section of them all. First-generation hydrogen energy battery. Utilizes electrolysis of water for energy, range of 1,000 kilometers, price, 50 million points. Second-generation hydrogen energy battery. Utilizes hydrogen crystals for energy, range of 10,000 kilometers, price, 500 million points. Third-generation hydrogen energy battery. Utilizes metallic hydrogen for energy, range of 100,000 kilometers, price, 5 billion points. Goodness, this truly is environmentally friendly. Upon observing the utilized energy sources, Su-chan could not help but smile. Is this truly the new energy? Utilizing hydrogen as a source of energy. The only byproduct is oxygen, posing no threat to the environment. Particularly noteworthy are the latter 2 technologies, namely the second and third generations. Hydrogen crystals, a remarkable creation, are produced by compressing water an astonishing 100,000 times, containing vast amounts of energy primarily composed of hydrogen and oxygen. As for the final innovation, metallic hydrogen, if it could indeed be synthesized, would serve as a fuel for automobiles. Since the world's only sample of metallic hydrogen was lost due to operational errors, no other samples have emerged since. To put it plainly, should Su-chan possess the technology to produce metallic hydrogen, even a mere shell company would boast a market value of at least $100 trillion. This metallic hydrogen is regarded by many scientists as a room-temperature superconductor. Even if it were not, its conductivity far surpasses that of any other metal. The advent of metallic hydrogen could precipitate monumental changes worldwide. System. Procure this initial hydrogen energy battery technology. After some contemplation, Su-chan decided to acquire this foundational hydrogen energy battery technology. With this technology, he could enable his laboratory personnel to disassemble it and subsequently apply it across various sectors, including construction, transportation, steelmaking, and iron production. It can be said that Su-chan could entirely repurpose this technology as a new energy solution. For the time being, he decided to reserve other points for future use. After securing the hydrogen energy battery technology, Su-chan rose and exited his office. Meanwhile, on the other side of Blue Star, Lao Deng was analyzing Ling Motors with his team. As the leader of Blue Star, the Americans have long sought to undermine their rivals to ensure compliance from their subordinates. The reason the dollar has ascended to the status of a global currency is largely due to their wealth of high technology. To make a purchase, one must utilize dollars. If not, there are plenty of others willing to buy. However, recent developments have been peculiar, as Longwa has unveiled the Ling Motors, showcasing remarkably advanced automotive technology. Consequently, Lao Deng's team extended an invitation to the Ling Motors for a Baja off-road race. Let us all share our perspectives. This data is current as of the end of July last year. Ling Motors has sold over 100,000 vehicles in less than a year, with nearly 70,000 from the Mini series, over 30,000 from the Tank 300 series, and only 100,000 from the BJ series due to production shortages. We cannot allow the situation to persist. Since the inception of the first new energy vehicle in Longwa in 1995, it was only last year that the total surpassed 10 million. This endeavor took 28 years, however, from last year to this year. Manhwa has already rolled off its 20th million new energy vehicle. If this trajectory continues, Manhwa is poised to capture at least half of the global electric vehicle market. Old Dang gazed at the document in his trembling hands, expending considerable effort to read it aloud. Remarkably, Longting Automobile had achieved a transformation from 0 to 1 million in a mere 8 months. This figure eclipses even that of Tesla, which took a staggering 12 years to reach 1 million. Confronted with such startling data, all the members of Congress fell into silence. While they may be referred to as legislators, it would be more accurate to call them representatives of the financial elite. For a long time, it has been these moguls who have harvested the wealth of the world. However, the tide has now turned. As the new energy vehicles of Dragon Country begin to dominate the global market, naturally, they will not acquiesce to the shift. Perhaps, we should consider unveiling our company's hydrogen-powered vehicles ahead of schedule. If we do so, all the efforts of Dragon Country will be rendered futile. Chapter 80. The Cyclical Industry of Loaning Group. My son, I have reviewed the architectural blueprints you provided, and I also inquired with the construction team regarding this project. They informed me that completing it within this year is virtually impossible. We can only focus on finishing the Qinglong phase first. It will take at least 2 years to complete everything, and the expenditure is expected to reach a staggering 900 billion, coupled with our existing architectural complexes. The total would exceed 1 trillion. Meanwhile, in Su Chen's home, Su's father was discussing the Longting Industrial Park with Su Chen, holding a report generated by the company. There is no rush on this matter. If we cannot complete it this year, waiting 2 years is acceptable. However, we must prioritize the construction of the Xuanwu facility. As it will house a hospital, our factory's workforce is steadily increasing, so we must expedite the hospital's construction. Su Chen had no objections to the delay in completing this architectural complex. After all, constructing just the Qinglong phase requires a year. Even with the construction team acquired from the systems marketplace, if we were to rely on real-world contractors, it would take at least 3 years to commence. All right, I will keep an eye on this. Additionally, son, our school should be renovated by the end of the year. It will be ready for students to attend classes in March next year. After discussing the architectural complex, Su Dahuai shifted the conversation to the school. Su Chun had noticed that many employees were bringing their children to the factory, which was not only unsafe but also detrimental to productivity. Thus, he allocated a piece of land within the factory premises to establish a kindergarten. Su Chun had also contemplated that at this stage, money is essential for him. It would be more beneficial to enhance employee welfare. This way, both existing Longting employees and those from other car manufacturers in society would develop a favorable impression of Longting. When the time comes to attract talent, it will be considerably easier. We cannot continue as we are, relying on the system to purchase every technological advancement. Therefore, Su Chen was determined to improve the welfare of the employees' families. Moreover, this expenditure is cyclical. It is not as though he is simply giving them money. By providing excellent benefits that allow them to work contentedly, they will earn money, and they will inevitably seek to invest in housing, right? Su Chen had already provided them with homes. It would be unreasonable for him to also furnish those homes. Once the houses are decorated, they would need vehicles, wouldn't they? Su Chen could offer them at a discounted rate, but the profits would still revert to him. Beyond vehicles, they have everyday living expenses and shopping needs, correct? Regrettably, the Longting Mall is also under Su Chen's ownership. As for education expenses, he intends to waive tuition fees entirely. However, food costs will still apply, albeit at a minimal charge. With each meal earning him $1, the factory and school combined could yield a minimum profit of several $100,000 a day. Over the course of a year, this could accumulate to billions, which could then be reinvested into employee benefits. Perfect. By the way, mother, what did my uncle and the others say? Today, I conversed with Shiro regarding the farm, situated in the plains at the heart of the oil city. We are set to lease 1 million acres of land. Of this, 500,000 acres will be designated for grazing, while the remaining 500,000 will be allocated for cultivation. I am contemplating enlisting my uncles for assistance. After discussing matters concerning the factory with Lao Su, Su Chen shifted his focus to his mother. It is worth noting that if your uncles decline to come, their implication is that if you truly wish to assist them, you should have your 3 cousins join the factory. They would not require any special treatment. Merely serving as apprentices in the engineering department would suffice for them to gain valuable skills. Your eldest uncle expressed that should they come to work for you, any missteps might jeopardize familial ties. Li Sume explained this with a hint of resignation, which is indeed a common sentiment. Many relatives and friends tend to distance themselves once they ascend to an unattainable pinnacle. Thus, your two uncles do not intend to manage the company alongside Suchin. Do not fret about your uncles, Suchin reassured. What they mention pertains to their capabilities, which are indeed sufficient to match my level. Setting aside other considerations, my two uncles and aunt can certainly assist in managing the farm. They need not exert themselves, simply overseeing the accounts would suffice. As for my two cousins, I do not plan to usher them into the automotive sector. Our automobile factory is not currently in need of personnel, so I intend for my three younger brothers to venture into the renewable energy industry. Suchin held no reservations about his uncle's perspectives. For there is an old adage that states, when one person ascends, all associated rise as well. Suchin has reached such heights, rendering it unnecessary for his two uncles to persist in agricultural labor. To put it plainly, Suchin does not intend to impose any burdens upon them. He merely wishes for them to supervise the company's finances. After all, Loaning Farm directly supplies the factory, eliminating the need for external sales. Every transaction is documented, and Loaning Automotive conducts annual financial reconciliations. With the assistance of his mother, Lisume, there should be no issues. However, there is always the risk of malfeasance at the farm, where a few million could easily go unnoticed. Very well, I shall convey this to your uncles, Lisume acquiesced, nodding in agreement upon seeing Suchin's determination. That evening, after a hearty meal, Suchin retreated to his room to rest. The night passed quietly, and the following morning, he arrived at the company early, for he had many tasks awaiting him. Boss, why are you here so early today? As Suchin entered the office, he spotted young Shiro, who was busy tidying up. It must be said, her physique and those long legs clad in lettered black stockings were indeed a sight to behold. No wonder she found herself in the performing arts. Having earned some money, one must indulge in life's pleasures. Today, there were numerous tasks to attend to. In a moment, you should summon Old Lee from the R&D department, as well as the management personnel from Design Department 1 and 2. I have matters to discuss with them, Suchin said cheerfully to young Shiro. This was something Suchin had contemplated for a considerable time yesterday. Presently, Loaning Automobile boasts a substantial workforce, with skilled technicians numbering over 1,000. However, the engineers, designers, and researchers are alarmingly few, totaling less than 500, which is utterly insufficient to sustain such a vast factory. Suchin intends to recruit additional personnel, as they do not need to develop overly complex technologies. At the very least, they should be capable of upgrading products. For instance, with Suchin's development of the Tank 300 series, it is imperative that the engineers in the factory can advance to the Tank 600 and Tank 900 series. It is not feasible to rely solely on purchasing from the system. If everything were procured from the system, how would he acquire the divine body gene technology? Chapter 81. Hydrogen-powered automobiles from America. Boss, we have arrived. Within less than half an hour, Yang Sharo entered with Lao Li, Chen Chanshan, and Lin Shuring. During this period, the three departments had been exceedingly busy. Firstly, Lao Li was tasked with developing a new bus while also working on an off-road vehicle for Suchin. In addition, preparations were underway for the upcoming supercar, as it marked the centennial celebration of Loaning Automobile. Chen Chanshan was equally occupied, as Suchin had previously entrusted them with the Hongqi series. They were now deliberating on how to incorporate luxurious elements into models starting from the Hongqi H5. As for Lin Shuring, she was wholly devoted to two supercars. Suchin had previously stated that only 100 units of the Dragon Sun would be produced globally, entirely by hand, rendering production lines obsolete to maintain an air of exclusivity. The other model, the Qing Long, would have a limited production of just 9 units, each price starting in the hundreds of millions. Additionally, there was the off-road vehicle for the Baja rally, which kept them exceptionally busy. Please, have a seat. I called you all here to discuss some matters. Upon their arrival, Suchin gestured for the three to take their seats. Our factory's workload has grown significantly, he continued. Therefore, I am considering adding more departments. Your positions and authority will remain unchanged, but you will focus on your areas of expertise. For instance, Lin, your team comprises individuals from prominent foreign automotive manufacturers, possessing both skills and innovative ideas. Henceforth, your design department will be renamed the Loaning Supercar Design Department. This means your task will be to specialize in the design of supercars. Once the three were seated, Suchin cheerfully began to outline his forthcoming reforms. The Research and Development Department was currently understaffed. In Suchin's vision, when Loaning Automobile expands its workforce, They would need to recruit at least 70,000 talented individuals with research capabilities. Only then could the automotive subsidiaries begin to hire a substantial number of skilled technicians. Boss, I understand your intent. However, if you grant me similar authority, I can help you recruit a team of no fewer than 500 people. Lin Shireen was the first to speak up. She had come to Longting Automobile to realize her dreams. While she was not particularly enamored with power, her team consisted of individuals she had brought back from abroad, all drawn to her leadership. Very well, if you can indeed bring back a design team of 500. The position of Deputy General Manager of the Design Department will be yours, Su Chun replied with a smile, admiring Lin Shireen's beauty. Though she may not be as statuesque as Wang Jiai, she stood at a commendable height of 1.70 meters. Absolutely. Lin Shireen nodded, indicating her readiness. Boss, I can also attract a considerable number of individuals back. Most of them are my university classmates from abroad. Moreover, there are quite a few Russians among them, all of whom are adept at designing rugged off-road vehicles. Qin Chanshan, not one to be outdone, has set her sights on her classmates. All right, you can handle this matter. And as for salaries and benefits, feel free to discuss those with them. Our Longting Group's remuneration is generally 30% higher than that of our peers. Additionally, there are project bonuses, quarterly bonuses, semi-annual bonuses, and year-end bonuses. What we lack at Longting Group is certainly not money. As for the rest, Xiaoro, please take note. And then consult a headhunting agency to assist us in recruiting talent. Su Chun grinned widely, beaming at Yang Xiaoro. It can be said that what Longting currently lacks is not financial resources, despite the fact that the group is still in debt to the tune of over 300 billion. However, by the end of this year, all debts will be settled. Other mobile phone manufacturers, automotive companies, and so forth will all undergo updates and transformations. Su Chun even estimates that this year he could receive over 100 billion in royalties alone. Understood, boss. Yang Xiaoro noted down everything Su Chun had just mentioned. But boss, I have nowhere to recruit from. I've been at this factory since I was 3 years old. Lao Li looked at the highly motivated Lin Shireen and Qin Chanshan, feeling quite awkward as he faced Su Chun. These two could indeed scout talent from abroad, perhaps even from classmates. However, Lao Li has never strayed from Longting Automotive since he was 3, from nursery to primary school, to secondary school, and beyond. He has always been within its confines. After graduating, he smoothly entered the factory workforce. While he does have classmates, they are all in their 40s or 50s now. Approaching retirement age, recruiting them would be somewhat unethical. Haha, Uncle Lee, I didn't call you here to recruit. Rather, I am promoting you to Vice President of the R&D department. Once we relocate to the new headquarters, I plan to completely separate the engineering, design, and R&D departments. For instance, in your R&D department, I intend to establish at least 99 divisions. Each division must consist of a team of at least 100 individuals, dedicated to the development of a specific component. You will have full authority to manage these individuals. Observing Lao Li's embarrassed expression, Su Chun couldn't help but burst into laughter. It is worth noting that Su Chun had the closest relationship with Lao Li during his childhood. As Su Dehai's childhood friend, whatever Su Chun desired, he would invariably run to Lao Li, who always ensured that Su Chun would return empty-handed. That's great. That's great. However, boss, I am quite skilled at recruitment as well. You have no idea, in the past, both Lao Su and I unearthed numerous overlooked talents from other factories. Let me tell you, we even managed to recruit engineers from Lamborghini. Lao Wang was a designer there in his youth. As he spoke, Lao Li excitedly rubbed his hands together, recounting his glorious tales from his younger days. Haha. It's all thanks to you, Uncle Lee. As the brief meeting concluded, everyone began to engage in casual conversation. Yang Shiro departed from the office, preparing to head to the recruitment agency to seek out talent. After all, Longting now stands as the pinnacle of technological advancement, capable of attracting even personnel from Tesla. Meanwhile, as Su Chun and others engaged in casual conversation, North America, although cloaked in the veil of night, remained brilliantly illuminated in certain locales. Commence! With a fervent declaration, the roar of an engine echoed forth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Boss, we have succeeded. Witnessing the car come to life, the entire assembly erupted in jubilant cheers. Now, I shall see what you can use to contend with me. Hydrogen-powered vehicles, let us take the lead. Chapter 82. The construction progress of the Longting headquarters. Old dang. Our hydrogen-powered vehicle is ready for launch. As the cheers of the crowd subsided, the leading boss took out his phone and called Old Dang. All right. Let's expedite the release of the hydrogen vehicle. Before that, I will utilize the media to highlight the drawbacks of new energy electric vehicles. On the other end of the line, old Deng was filled with excitement upon hearing that the hydrogen vehicle was ready for release. For many years, American technology has been at the forefront globally. Why the fervent promotion of new energy electric vehicles? It is simply because they lack competitiveness in the realm of fuel vehicles. The domain of fuel vehicles has long been dominated by European nations and Japan. They have only recently begun to aggressively advocate for new energy electric vehicles, only to find themselves shooting themselves in the foot. Manhwa is now overtaking the curve, with major new energy electric vehicles flooding the market. In fact, BYD sales last year surpassed that of Tesla. This year, Ling Motors has emerged. Over the past 6 months, as Great Wall Motors and BYD have been aggressively capturing market share, Tesla's market has dwindled significantly, with other automotive industries in Manhwa also starting to export extensively. Remarkably, Ling Motors has not yet made any significant export announcements, having only shipped 20,000 units to Pakistan. Once Ling Motors begins exporting, they will find themselves at a disadvantage in both pricing and quality battles. Meanwhile, on the other side of Blue Star, in Manhwa, City, Su Chen was leisurely cycling around the factory area. "Good morning, Director Su. Young master, what are you busy with?" "Haha, young master, when will our houses be demolished?" Yes, young master, when will our houses be torn down?" "We don't need money. We just hope to have new houses built on the same spot." "Indeed. Our factory is developing at such a rapid pace. I've earned 150,000 this year. I no longer wish to take advantage of the factory." Su Chen had not ventured far when he was surrounded by a large group of new employees. From their titles, one could easily discern whether they were seasoned workers or newcomers. The seasoned employees referred to Su Chen as young master, having watched him grow up, while the new employees lacked this bond and addressed him as Director Su. "Haha, it won't be long. By the end of this year, when we move into the new dormitories, we will begin the demolition next year. Compensation will be provided. Ling is no longer lacking in funds." Seeing so many familiar faces greeting him, Su Chen paused his bicycle to engage in conversation. "Additionally, next year, we will be establishing a school within our factory. From kindergarten to high school, education will be available right here. Furthermore, we will not charge tuition fees. I've arranged everything. We will only collect a modest meal fee, which will be around 5 yuan per child per day. Between our Ice City and Oil City, I have undertaken the remarkable contract of cultivating 1,000,000 acres of land dedicated solely to providing sustenance for our community." Su Chen believed it prudent to share this news with everyone. Currently, the employees at the Ling automobile factory are invigorated, their spirits soaring due to the timely disbursement of wages and overtime pay. The enthusiasm is palpable, and should these benefits be fully disclosed, their fervor would undoubtedly reach even greater heights. Indeed, as Su Chen's words resonated through the air, a chorus of cheers erupted among the crowd. "Mr. Su, you are truly remarkable. Mr. Su, you are phenomenal. I want to bear your child, too." A pair of blessings. Laughter ensued, and amidst the growing absurdity of their banter, Su Chen promptly interjected, urging them to cease. He then mounted his bicycle and pedaled towards the construction site, the headquarters of Ling Automobile. Previously known as the Five-Clawed Golden Dragon, has transformed into the Azure Dragon. The main structure is now complete, with only the dragon's head remaining to be finished. It is anticipated that within 3 to 4 days, everything will be finalized. The 2 dragon horns have been slightly altered to create a private space for Su Chen, while the enormous dragon eyes have been converted into his exclusive office. Once the Shike is established, this office will become the workspace for the head of Ling Automobile. Upon arriving at the construction site, Su Chen was escorted by security into the building. "What brings you here, my son?" Su Dahai inquired with a warm smile as Su Chen entered the office. "I thought I'd come by since there has been much happening lately. Just to oversee the progress and ensure we can move to the new headquarters before the year ends," Su Chen explained while pouring himself a cup of tea. When Ling Automobile relocates to its new headquarters, it will mark the beginning of a significant recruitment drive for engineers and designers. The establishment comprises 3 stories and nearly 300 factories, in addition to over 1,000 offices situated atop the Dragon's Head, ample space for all personnel. Su Chen intends to leverage their expertise to further advance technology and innovation. Things are progressing swiftly. I visited yesterday, and we're just waiting on the dragon horns. Once they are completed, we can hold the topping off ceremony. I also spoke with their general manager, Mr. Zhang, who assured me that the renovations would be finalized within 3 months. At that point, we will all be able to relocate, Su Dahai added. pouring himself a cup of tea as well. All right, Dad, you carry on with your tasks. I'll take a look around, Suchin replied, rising to head towards the Azure Dragon. The structure itself is impressively vast, its sinuous form stretching an impressive 5,000 meters. Within its walls lie not only offices and research facilities but also hotels, shopping centers, and recreational amenities. Boss, allow me to guide you on a tour. Upon reaching the Azure Dragon, a guide approached Suchin, eager to show him around. How is the renovation progressing? Suchin inquired, his curiosity piqued. Recalling that renovations had commenced while the dragon's body was still under construction, the dragon head is placed at the end, as its height makes it challenging to cover. 1/3 of the renovations have been completed, and it is anticipated that the entire project will be finished in 2 months. Currently, there are a total of 2,000 shops here, of which 1,300 have already been successfully leased. Boss, allow me to show you around. Let us begin on the 4th floor. The first 3 floors are entirely occupied by factories. Thus, the elevator can only reach the 4th floor and does not access the first 3 levels. Additionally, the elevator for employees differs from that designated for the general public. In a short while, Suchin was brought to the 4th floor amidst the bustling crowd before him. Goodness. Chapter 83, Wang Jiai's Visionary Insight. Goodness. So many businesses have already commenced renovations? Upon arriving on the 4th floor, Suchin initially assumed it would be filled solely with construction workers from his side. To his astonishment, the entire 4th floor was bustling with a throng of people, with at least 10,000 engaged in renovations. Indeed, boss. The entire 4th floor has been leased out. 90% is dedicated to retail. The remaining 10% accommodates KTVs, gaming halls, children's amusement parks, and more. The 5th floor predominantly features restaurants and massage parlors, while the 6th floor remains unleased. According to the blueprints, half of the 6th floor has been transformed into a banquet hall, comprising over 1,000 rooms. The remainder has been converted into a gym and other recreational facilities. The leader present provided Suchin with a detailed introduction. All right, we shall retain the hotel on the 6th floor for ourselves. We could implement monthly rental arrangements. As for the other areas, let us consult our employees for their preferences. Once I return, I will initiate a vote to ascertain what our staff favors, and we shall accommodate their wishes. After all, the 6th floor is unlikely to attract tenants, so it is better to keep it for ourselves. With over 1,000 hotel rooms, if we charge a monthly rent, one might expect the cost to be around 1,000 yuan per month. Moreover, residents would enjoy complimentary access to the swimming pool, gym, and other amenities. Even at a 50% occupancy rate, that amounts to 5 million yuan monthly. This revenue is sufficient to cover the mall's maintenance and the leasing efforts for the lower 4th and 5th floors. An annual net profit would start at a staggering 1 billion. Although this sum pales in comparison to construction costs, Suchin does not anticipate significant profits from it. It simply aims to provide a leisure space for the employees. As the group continued to stroll forward, admiring the architectural style, Suchin was genuinely enamored. The building's landscaping achieves an impressive 30% greenery, complete with fountains and rockeries. The 5th floor boasts similar decor, presenting a visually pleasing ambience. However, upon reaching the 6th floor, a noticeable transformation occurred. It must be said, the 6th floor truly deserves its designation as a haven. The construction workers have exerted considerable effort here. The expansive infinity pool stretches over 100 meters, offering breathtaking views from within the water. Splendid. After wandering for 2 to 3 hours, Suchin finally completed his tour of the 6th floor. He then departed, returning to his office. The vast horizon is my love. Beneath the sprawling mountains, flowers bloom. Just as he settled in, his phone rang. What now? Upon glancing at the caller ID, he was surprised to see his mother. Li Sume, I called your uncle and the others, yet they still refuse to come. I tried persuading them for ages, but to no avail. Perhaps we should let this matter rest, his mother expressed with a hint of resignation. His 2 younger brothers adamantly refused to visit Suchin. In their view, familial bonds surpass all else, and they can facilitate their son in acquiring various skills. There is no need for him to ascend to management. It suffices that he earns commensurate with his capabilities. Alas, mother, since my uncles are reluctant to work at the farm, perhaps you could inquire if they would be interested in engaging in business. Our loaning headquarters is nearing completion, and the 5th floor still has numerous vacant commercial spaces. Should both uncles be willing to participate, they could easily earn a substantial income through any venture. If all else fails, they could even co-establish a KTV. Suchin's assertion holds merit. By next year, The Longting Automobile Factory will employ no fewer than 100,000 individuals. Furthermore, Suchin's establishment operates on weekends, granting employees ample leisure time for shopping. Just after work, they can indulge in a visit to the mall. In 2 or 3 years, we could have at least 1 million employees, which, along with their families, would amount to 3 to 4 million people. How could consumption possibly decrease? Opening a couple of moderately sized KTVs would undoubtedly yield significant profits effortlessly. That sounds feasible. I will arrange this directly with your 2 uncles. I'll call your uncle shortly and have your 3 cousins come over. Mother has decisively established the plan, with 2 KTVs in place. Earning 10 million a year would be quite attainable. Even if they do nothing afterward, they could become affluent individuals. Boss. Oh my. Just after Suchin ended the call, he was startled by Yang Xiao's melancholic voice from behind. Xiao, what is it? You gave me quite a fright, Suchin said, wiping the sweat from his forehead and managing a wry smile. Boss, I also want to open a KTV. I adore singing, Yang Xiao said softly. She had long harbored this ambition, but to establish a larger KTV, she would need to rent at least 20 or 30 commercial spaces, which would amount to roughly 10,000 square meters. However, the annual rental for 20 spaces would commence at a minimum of 3 million. She simply did not possess such funds. Go ahead. It's just a KTV. Choose a location, and once you have decided, I will arrange for the renovations. As for the finances, you can repay me once you start earning, Suchin replied. While he was not short on money, he would not simply hand over cash. If they shared a deep familial bond like his uncles, that might be different. All right, thank you, boss. Hearing Suchin's words, Yang Xiao leaped with excitement. Indeed. Her friend had been correct. The allure of her alluring black stockings was most effective. By the way, we have reserved the 6th floor of the new headquarters for ourselves. Please have someone conduct a survey at the factory shortly to ascertain what amenities our workers prefer, such as a gym or a swimming pool. We will gather votes and then proceed. As Suchin observed the elated Yang Xiao, he was reminded of past events. Certainly, my esteemed employer. I shall make my way there promptly. However, I must mention that Sister Jiai has secured 100 prime retail spaces in our vicinity. When I inquired about her intentions, she merely smiled and claimed it to be a secret. Yang Xiao reminisced about Wang Jiai's acquisition of those 100 shops and engaged in gossip with Suchin. Oh, 100 shops? It seems Sister Jiai possesses remarkable audacity. Suchin was astounded to learn that Wang Jiai had indeed rented such an extensive number of establishments. Goodness. It appears that Sister Jiai possesses exceptional foresight. Once the industrial park is fully established, it will stand as the sole shopping center in the area. The Xuanwu district will house hospitals and schools, while Qilin and Baihu will serve as research and development hubs. Only the Qinglong district harbors no particularly confidential projects. Otherwise, Suchin would not be establishing a shopping mall and hotel here, would he? Chapter 84. The Advent of the Ferocious Off-Road Vehicle. Boss, we've developed it. Just moments after bidding farewell to Yang Xiao, Suchin was greeted by an elated old Zhang, accompanied by 2 others, who rushed in with exuberance. The off-road vehicle you commissioned us to create has finally come to fruition. Its performance is nothing short of extraordinary. We conducted tests, and it exhibits no issues whatsoever. Old Zhang was practically dancing with excitement. After all these years, who could possibly craft such an impressive off-road vehicle? It was none other than old Zhang and his team who accomplished this feat, a rarity unheard of among other companies. Oh, it's completed? Take me to see it. Upon hearing that the off-road vehicle was ready, Suchin leapt from his seat, following old Zhang outside. This vehicle was designed to participate in the Baja off-road race and had been in development for quite some time, at least 6 months. Upon receiving the invitation from the Americans, Suchin had initiated its creation. Although Longting Motors previously had no projects related to off-road vehicles, this venture was certainly viable. In less than 2 minutes, Suchin and old Zhang arrived at the laboratory where the off-road vehicle was parked. At that moment, Wang Jiai was present, providing commentary with her live streaming team. Haha, Sister Jiai, you're almost like a journalist. Suchin couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing Wang Jiai live streaming. Ever since she transitioned from the marketing department to the promotional team, no development at Longting Motors could escape her keen eye. After all, Wang Jiai had extensive connections within the company, with various small groups established among colleagues. Haha, boss. It's because I'm thrilled to see that we have such an impressive off-road vehicle. You know, there are currently no automobiles from the Dragon Kingdom participating in the illustrious Baja 1000 off-road race. If we take part, we would be truly unique. Wang Jia beamed with joy. Since Su Chen assumed the role of chairman, the transformation of Longting Motors was palpable. Not to mention, in just 6 months of her live streaming, she had garnered a starting profit of 200 million. This was with her being considerate enough not to exploit her fans. Otherwise, doubling that amount would have been easily achievable. All right, let me see what's in store. I'll go procure the necessary paperwork from the higher-ups. We'll head directly to the desert for testing, Su Chen mused, particularly focused on the Baja 1000. This event was renowned as the most grueling off-road competition on the planet, held on the Baja California peninsula. The terrain included deserts, rocky beaches, dry riverbeds, canyons, and mountains, presenting a plethora of challenges. Drivers must complete 1,600 kilometers without switching drivers, and crucially, there were no restrictions on vehicle performance. Greater power was favored. Additionally, one had to be wary of obstacles set up by enthusiastic fans along the route. One might say that the driver inadvertently met an unfortunate fate. Those who manage to participate and complete the entire journey are indeed true warriors. My dear boss, take a look at our magnificent off-road vehicle. The entire structure stands a towering 2 meters and 65 centimeters in height, spans 2 meters and 20 centimeters in width, and extends to an impressive 6 meters and 50 centimeters in length. Furthermore, this vehicle is crafted according to the standards of a super off-road car, endowing it with formidable power. It can reach speeds of 320 kilometers per hour, with a range exceeding 5,000 kilometers. Pointing at the off-road vehicle before him, old Zhang enthusiastically introduced it to Su Chen. Moreover, the suspension system of this vehicle is exceptional. It can be said that, to date, there is no suspension system in the world that rivals ours. Merely the suspension system alone cost us 800,000. When all is calculated, the total production cost of this vehicle is around 5,500,000. Upon hearing that the vehicle costs a staggering 5,500,000, the fans in the entire live stream were left in awe. Goodness, this colossal off-road vehicle costs 5,500,000? I had not heard of such a price. If sold to the public, it would start at no less than 7 or 8 million. Indeed, however, a product of Longting is guaranteed to be of exquisite quality. Besides, this automobile is certainly beyond our financial reach. Did I not just hear the host mention that this vehicle is headed to America for the Baja 1000 off-road race? I am astounded. It's actually going to partake in such a competition? Let us examine the performance of this vehicle. Did we not hear that it can reach a speed of 320 kilometers per hour? In the live stream, those well-versed in off-road vehicles were utterly astonished. With such remarkable capabilities, and considering the vehicle's considerable weight along with its speed of 320 kilometers per hour, one could surmise that a single tank of fuel would cost no less than 2,000. The critical point is that it cannot travel far. If its performance is indeed as impressive as old Zhang claims, then 5,500,000 is not exorbitant at all. Quite so. I shall take a look. Su Chen opened the car door, extending his long legs to step inside. Wow. The moment he settled into the driver's seat, he was taken aback by the vehicle's interior. Particularly, the view was exceptionally expansive. Su Chen estimated that the seat position must be at least 1 meter and 80 centimeters high. Furthermore, the control panel featured a screen over 1 meter in width, capable of facilitating at least 80% of operations. Glancing at the rear seat, Su Chen was astonished to discover that there was even a restroom. In addition to the restroom, there was a sizable bed, leaving Su Chen utterly bewildered. Old Zhang, why is there a bed and a restroom? Su Chen inquired curiously of old Zhang, who was below the vehicle. Boss, it is as follows. The production cost of this vehicle is exceedingly high. Therefore, those who can afford such a vehicle are affluent individuals. Moreover, given the vehicle's remarkable range, we have equipped it with a bed and a restroom. This way, the owner can rest in the back when fatigued from driving. Moreover, the rear compartment, which is accessible, boasts an impressive 2-meter length, providing ample space for pitching a tent. With a cheerful demeanor, old Zhang enthusiastically introduced the vehicle's features to Su Chen. All right, old Zhang, please gather some supplies, and I shall take it for a test drive. Su Chen resolved to personally trial the vehicle, confident in his physical capabilities. Even in the event of an accident, he believed he could respond adequately. Understood, boss. Old Zhang nodded and proceeded to assemble the necessary provisions. Boss, take me along. I want to broadcast live. Such an intriguing adventure was certainly not to be missed by Wang Jia. Chapter 85. Journey to the Desert for Off-Road Vehicle Testing. Let us embark on this adventure together. Albeit this vehicle accommodates only 2 passengers. While in motion, the rear bed is unsuitable for seating. Upon hearing that Wang Jiayi also wished to join him, Suchen readily consented. Presently, Loading Motors offers a plethora of low-end vehicles, and it is time to venture into the high-end market. The initial production of numerous low-end models was aimed at garnering customer satisfaction. However, with the cosmetics industry now achieving that satisfaction, it is time for the automotive sector to begin reaping profits. Very well, I shall make the necessary preparations. Shortly, we will be ready to depart. Wang Jiayi nodded, for she had never experienced such exhilarating activities. Streamer, please wait. Let Su Dong ponder a solution for the charging stations. Indeed, the issue with the charging stations remains unresolved. Absolutely, with the increasing number of electric vehicles, the availability of charging stations is woefully inadequate. Yes, Streamer. Encourage Su Dong to devise a plan to increase the number of charging stations. Exactly, we need to enhance the technology for charging stations. As Wang Jiayi prepared to leave, the fans in the live stream urged her to consult Su Chen, advocating for the development of charging station technology. Last year, Long was sold over 7 million electric vehicles. However, only a few 100,000 were on the road initially, and with the sudden surge in electric vehicles, the existing charging stations proved insufficient. Furthermore, due to the liquid battery technology developed by Loading Motors, many electric cars now boast impressive ranges, allowing some users to recharge only every 10 days, half a month, or even a month. The time invested in charging has become excessively burdensome. Boss, the fans are inquiring about the charging stations. Let us explore the possibility of establishing them. The number of electric vehicles is truly overwhelming. Upon seeing the fans' messages, Wang Jiayi promptly conveyed their requests to Su Chen. The technology exists, however, we currently lack the funds. Establishing the Loading headquarters will require over 10 trillion in cash. Presently, we owe the bank 3 trillion in loans. Su Chen scratched his head. Acknowledging the existence of charging technology, not just the first generation but also the second and third generations of charging technology, which is merely supplementary. Should he establish a dedicated charging station company, the innovations would multiply. Thus, Su Chen's focus remained steadfast on the automotive and cosmetic sectors. When his 3 laboratories finally produce marketable products, that will be the moment of substantial profit for him. Take, for instance, a cancer treatment drug priced at 100,000. Is that not reasonable? Millions of cancer patients globally are awaiting salvation. In manhwa, an anti-cancer drug costs 100,000, while abroad, it is priced at $100,000. Su Chen is confident that within a year, he could amass trillions in revenue. Indeed, after hearing Su Chen's perspective, Wang Jiayi nodded in agreement, recognizing the excessive debt burden of Loading Motors. Moreover, in the coming year, an industrial park is set to be established. One could assert that the past 3 years have been a mere dalliance for Loading Automobile. However, as these 3 years draw to a close, Loading Automobile is poised for a remarkable ascent. After waiting for over an hour, old Zhang arrived, burdened with a multitude of supplies. Boss, I've prepared a substantial amount of food, canned goods, and 10 boxes of water for you. I've even arranged bedding. These provisions will sustain you for a fortnight in the desert, he stated, while directing others to swiftly load the supplies onto the vehicle. All right, old Zhang. I shall take my leave now. It will take at least 4 to 5 days for my return. Should you need anything, feel free to have Yangshiro call me. Su Chen remarked as he climbed into the all-terrain vehicle. To test its capabilities, one must venture into the desert. Unfortunately, within the borders of Long Country, all roads, save for private ones, impose speed limits, hindering any proper assessment of the vehicle's performance. Speeds of 320 kilometers per hour are no jest. Even most high-speed trains barely reach 300 kilometers per hour. In less than 10 minutes, Wang Jiayi returned, carrying a change of clothes along with a plethora of power banks and snacks. She settled into the passenger seat and waved her hand. Let us go. With a swift press of the accelerator, the all-terrain vehicle erupted with the thunderous roar characteristic of a fuel engine. This was a specific request from Su Chen, as men often relish the exhilarating sound of a revving engine. While cheaper cars lack this feature, it is essential for off-road and sports vehicles. Family, according to the navigation, it's approximately 2,500 kilometers from here to the Alasan Desert. I've activated all the functions in the vehicle. Let us see if our Loading all-terrain vehicle can make it to the desert in one go. Gazing at the live feed on the dashboard, Su Chen cheerfully engaged in conversation with his fans. This colossal all-terrain vehicle truly dominates the roads. Many cars do not even reach a height of 1.80 meters. Consequently, upon witnessing this behemoth on the road, numerous drivers made way. Boss, would you sell me one of these vehicles? It's incredibly comfortable. I feel as if I could lie down in it, especially this seat. So soft, it envelopes me, Wang Jai remarked from the passenger seat, reclining to experience the seat's plushness. Contemplating the vehicle's design and considering purchasing one for herself. This vehicle is officially registered with the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology and is legally street viable. The only drawback is that one must possess a B2 driver's license to operate it. All right, upon my return, I'll arrange for one to be custom-made for you. Just let old Zhang know your preferences, Suchen generously offered, noticing Wang Jiai's fondness for the vehicle. In a gesture of gratitude towards Suchen, Wang Jai, who is in her 30s, had previously attracted considerable attention from numerous automobile manufacturers seeking to recruit her, with some even offering profit-sharing arrangements. However, during the most challenging times for Longting, she chose to remain loyal. Such a favor surely deserves to be reciprocated, does it not? To her astonishment, the vehicle was a convertible. Observing the buttons on the control panel, Wang Jai pressed one without hesitation. Gradually, the rear section of the roof began to retract. Quite splendid. Moving to the back of the car, she stood up, embracing the refreshing breeze with outstretched arms, striking a pose as if to hug the sky. To her surprise, old Zhang had even placed a tent inside the car. Such a spacious interior that one could set up a tent right within the vehicle. Chapter 86, Unmatched Endurance. Here I come, driving straight towards the vast Alleviation desert. Haha, let me see what it's all about. I'm taking my mighty Land Rover. A Land Rover? I'll drive my T-Rex over there for a comparison. All right. So you're all going. I shall head over as well. I may not be remarkable, but I'm already en route to the desert. After all, there are no speed limits in the desert. We can drive freely. Who would disagree? We set off too, hoping to encounter Su Dong and the others. At this moment, fans in the live stream were exhilarated to see Su Chen and his companion truly preparing supplies for their journey to Alleviation. Many off-road enthusiasts could hardly contain their adventurous spirits, setting off in their off-road vehicles toward the Alleviation desert. On the other side, local officials in Alleviation, upon witnessing Su Chen's live broadcast, began their preparations. Who doesn't he know that Su Chen is a fortune bringer now? Before the emergence of Longting Motors, the annual income of the entire He province had been negative. However, with Longting Motors now established, although the debts have yet to be resolved, 30,000 job opportunities have been genuinely created. While not in the automotive sector, the wages at the cosmetics factory are quite substantial. Presently, provinces like Hunan and Dunhuang have all relocated their factories to Longting's automotive facility. They had no advantages in this regard, yet they never anticipated Su Chen would arrive himself. Boss, I believe we should organize an off-road competition. We must leverage this advantage directly, proposed one of the officials. Indeed, boss, not to mention anything else. We have an abundance of deserts. Yes, with over 80,000 kilometers of desert and 500 kilometers easily drawn into circles surpassing 2,000 kilometers. Isn't that far superior to the Baja off-road race? A large group of officials in Alleviation convened a meeting. In this era, often termed the age of traffic. If one can harness the flow, rapid development is inevitable. Su Chen has already fed the traffic directly into their hands. If they fail to seize the opportunity, it would indeed be inexcusable. Let us have the track mapped out immediately, and all specifications should exceed those of the Baja off-road race. Whether others can complete the course is irrelevant. Longting's off-road vehicles will surely finish. Moreover, we should strive to have Su Dong establish the off-road vehicle factory here. This way, we can allow Su Chen to thoroughly test the vehicles. The desert is just lying there unused. The leaders in Alleviation decisively settled the matter. I must say, these leaders truly possess remarkable resolve. Indeed, the leader is correct. Isn't it under your wise leadership that Alleviation is thriving? Absolutely, the leader's vision is beyond our comparison. Upon hearing their leader's sentiments, everyone else reacted accordingly. After all, when it comes to off-road vehicles, the essence lies in their wild spirit. Across the vast expanse of our nation's highways, speed limits prevail. Yet, within the arid desert, such constraints vanish. Here, one may accelerate to their heart's content. Particularly since this locale has been designated as a testing ground for Longting Automotive. Even if one were to soar through the air, no one would intervene. Meanwhile, Su Chen, immersed in pulsating music, navigates this colossal vehicle towards Alleviation. The comfort of this automobile is unparalleled, especially in the lumbar region, offering a fatigue-free experience. After several hours of driving, with dusk approaching, Su Chen remains oblivious to any discomfort in his lower back, silently commending old Zhang and the team. Family. Ahead lies the service area. We shall rest here for the night, he announces, As you can see, we have traversed over 500 kilometers. Yet the battery still holds 85% charge. This implies that only 15% of the battery was consumed for 500 kilometers. Furthermore, I have been playing music and running the air conditioning throughout the journey. A range of 3,000 kilometers is comfortably achievable. As Su-Chin steers the vehicle into the service area and silences the music, he cheerfully addresses his audience in the live stream. Given our current energy consumption, even an additional 1,000 kilometers would only deplete 30% of the charge. Thus, for a total of 1,500 kilometers, the power used would amount to 45%. If we disregard the music and air conditioning, we could potentially reach 4,000 kilometers. Remarkable, indeed. Loading Automotive delivers on its promise of 3,000 kilometers. Isn't this far superior to those manufacturers boasting 800 kilometers yet barely achieving 400? He recalls a previous purchase of an electric vehicle from a certain brand, which claimed a range of 600 kilometers but only managed 200 in the frigid winter of Ice City. Haha, this vehicle is simply too extravagant. Were it priced around 100,000, I would buy it outright. Naturally, who wouldn't desire such a striking machine, especially as an off-road vehicle? The audience in the live stream gasps at the remaining battery percentage displayed on the dashboard. The distinction between off-road vehicles and private cars is significant, as range is influenced by numerous factors, including the vehicle's weight, power, and climatic conditions. Su-Chin's behemoth weighs at least 2 tons, thrice that of an ordinary car, yet boasts an impressive 3,000 kilometers of range, truly a rarity on a global scale. Consider this. Why do many people admire off-road vehicles yet hesitate to purchase them? Take the Ford F-650 Raptor, for instance. At current fuel prices, filling 2 tanks starts at a minimum of 6,000 yuan, allowing for approximately 1,500 kilometers of travel, translating to fuel costs between 3 and 4 yuan per kilometer. Who can afford such expenses? However, electric vehicles present a different proposition, as previously mentioned by Su-Chin. This colossal machine requires merely 300 kilowatt-hours to achieve a full charge. What is the cost of 300 kilowatt-hours? According to the current pricing of charging stations, a kilowatt-hour costs merely 2 yuan. This means that for a mere 600 yuan, one can accomplish what would typically require 6,000 yuan. Notably, the endurance of this vehicle is twice that of a gasoline car. When calculated, the 300 yuan spent on electricity equates to the 6,000 yuan typically spent on fuel. After exchanging pleasantries with his fans, Su-Chin found a suitable spot to park his car. He then closed the tent and set it up on the roof of the vehicle. That night, Wang Jiayi rested on the bed inside the car, while Su-Chin slept in the tent. It was August, and the weather outside was quite pleasant on the vast grassland. Su-Chin could gaze at the stars twinkling in the sky. In the event of any danger, he could easily access the car through the sunroof. Chapter 87, The First Death Off-Road Race in Alleviation. How delightful! Lying in the tent, feeling the gentle breeze, Su-Chin could not help but reflect. It had been years since he last beheld such a beautiful starry sky. The last time he witnessed such splendor was, well, the last time. After indulging in his thoughts for a while, Su-Chin nestled into his sleeping bag to rest. After all, the journey would continue the next day. Just as Su-Chin and his companion drifted into slumber, the outside world was abuzz with excitement. Over the past year, Longting Automobile Factory had emerged as a veritable star enterprise, captivating the attention of countless onlookers. For many men, the allure of a colossal off-road vehicle is simply irresistible. The mere sight of such a machine evokes a profound sense of conquest. Consequently, upon learning that Su-Chin would be testing this off-road vehicle in the Alleviation desert, many enthusiasts could hardly contain their eagerness and set off for the desert without a moment's hesitation. Even the Alleviation authorities found themselves working late into the night, striving to clear suitable testing grounds for everyone. As night fell in silence, the following morning arrived. Su-Chin awoke early, refreshed from a night of blissful slumber. Caressed by the gentle breeze and gazing at the stars, a nostalgic return to his childhood. Good morning, boss. As Su-Chin finished packing and stepped out of the car, Wang Jiayi emerged from the vehicle as well. After activating their live stream, they made their way to the restroom for a quick freshening up. They purchased a light breakfast before getting back into the car, setting off towards Alleviation along the highway. Dear viewers, yesterday we had 85% battery remaining, and it remains at 85% now. We are now heading towards Alleviation, Su-Chin announced, turning on the sound system as they journeyed forward. 2 days later, after hours of driving, a vast expanse of yellow sand finally came into view. Upon seeing this golden sea of sand, Su-Chin realized he was very close to Alleviation. At last, they were approaching their destination. A sense of relief washed over him, despite sharing the driving duties with Wang Jie. Su Chun had been behind the wheel for a longer stretch and felt a tinge of fatigue, not physical, but rather mental exhaustion. Wait, what is that up ahead? To his surprise, as Su Chin's vehicle rolled into a Lashan, he spotted a large crowd holding banners in welcome. He quickly pulled over to the side. What is this about? Su Chin inquired, rolling down the window, puzzled by the gathering. Mr. Su, we are all off-road vehicle owners. We came here after watching your live stream to test the vehicle. We drove through the night to be here, and now over 300 vehicle owners have gathered. You could say we have most of the off-road vehicles available in the world right here, explained a woman in her 30s with an authoritative demeanor as she approached Su Chin. Moreover, there are still numerous members from the off-road clubs who have yet to arrive. It is anticipated that by this time tomorrow, over 1,000 vehicle owners will assemble here. Upon hearing that such a large crowd is expected, Su Chin was taken aback. Goodness, do these people not have jobs? Mr. Su. Before Su Chun could respond, a group of individuals approached, carrying an array of cameras and equipment. Greetings, Mr. Su. We are officials from the Alasan Transportation Bureau, as well as personnel from the television station. We sincerely thank you for choosing our Alasan as the testing ground for off-road vehicles. In preparation, we have cleared a 2,000-kilometer stretch of roadway. Rest assured, we did not alter the terrain, but merely installed signage overnight. The leader, a middle-aged man in his 40s, began discussing the racecourse with Su Chun. Haha. Thank you very much. However, let us hold off for now. I need to charge my vehicle and take a moment to rest. With over 1,000 vehicle owners arriving tomorrow, it would be splendid if we could all gather for the event the day after or the day after that. I will arrange for a helicopter to broadcast the entire occasion live. Su Chun stepped out of the vehicle, shook hands with the middle-aged man, and expressed his thoughts cheerfully. After all, the woman had clearly stated that 90% of the off-road vehicles available worldwide would be present here. It would be the perfect opportunity to compete, especially with a rescue team and helicopter providing satellite coverage throughout the event. The safety of the competition was assured, and triumphing in front of such a crowd would undoubtedly enhance his reputation. Moreover, being young, who does not possess a bit of youthful exuberance? Who does not relish the thrill of racing? Although this event is unofficial, it carries a semblance of formality. All right, our officials will accompany you. We will apply for the helicopter, secure the rescue team, and then arrange for live coverage with CCTV, the middle-aged man mused. Following Su Chin's proposal, it was evident that this could evolve into a significant event. If successfully executed, it could become an annual affair, much to the delight of all involved. The spontaneous turnout of over 1,000 off-road vehicle owners was just the beginning. Anticipating official guidance for next year's event could attract an even larger crowd. Furthermore, these vehicle owners are generally financially well off, making their presence a boon for local businesses. Thank you for your efforts. Su Chin smiled and shook hands with the middle-aged man once more, before being escorted to the hotel. Family, did you hear what our boss and the director of the Transportation Bureau just discussed? In 2 days, an off-road competition will take place here in Alasan. The entire event will be broadcast live on CCTV via helicopter. According to the Transportation Bureau director, the 2,000-kilometer race might take a full day and night to complete. Even our Lonting motors would take at least 8 hours to finish. At this moment, within the hotel, Wang Jie is engaging with her fans in the live broadcast, discussing the upcoming event in 2 days. Can you believe it? Is it true that we have such an impressive event in our country? How awkward. Previously, I watched off-road races abroad, where the vehicles soared ahead while their spirits seemed to follow. Yet, in our domestic off-road races, they even signal with turn indicators. And what's more, they slow down at 40 kilometers per hour. Enough said. The imagery is amusing enough to make me laugh uncontrollably. However, this time is different. This time it takes place in the desert. With Mr. Su present, there is certainly no cause for concern. I hope this event can ignite my fervor. While you all are still talking, I am already en route to Alasan in my Lexus. You all can't compete. I've hired 5 agents while I fly directly to Alasan. Chapter 88, Competitor number 999. As time progressed, an increasing number of off-road vehicles converged at this location. Within just a day, over 2,000 various types of off-road vehicles had gathered. Many individuals went to the official venue to collect their competition tickets. The officials were busy throughout the day, and the entire region of Alxa became aware that a 2,000-kilometer off-road race was to be held. Numerous car owners came to lend a hand along the 2,000-kilometer course. There were a total of 100 rescue and supply points. Due to insufficient distance, each vehicle was required to make 2 trips. Although the routes were different, the variance was minimal. 100 rescue points, along with an additional 100 supply stations, were more than adequate. The Ulaanbaatar Desert does not possess any so-called uninhabited areas, as it is traversed by highways. Taking advantage of the days leading up to the event, the officials set up colorful steel houses at the supply points. "Boss, can you take me along this time?" At that moment, in the hotel, Wang Jiayi blinked her large eyes and looked at Su Qin with a pleading expression. As a girl standing at 1.80 meters, she had no affinity for small cars. Instead, she was enamored with colossal off-road vehicles, and this particular race that Su Qin was participating in perfectly aligned with her adventurous spirit. Therefore, she yearned to experience the exhilarating thrill of racing in the desert legally. "All right, you can sit in the passenger seat." Su Qin, observing Wang Jiayi's pitiable expression, softened and acquiesced. After all, it was merely a highly regulated off-road competition. He reassured himself that his vehicle was undoubtedly safe. Even the windows were bulletproof, and collisions with cacti would pose no issues. Moreover, the tires were specially designed, impervious to nails, and accompanied by 4 spare tires. This was more than sufficient for Su Qin and Wang Jiayi to reach the finish line. Yay! Upon hearing Su Qin's agreement, Wang Jiayi joyfully made a victory gesture. As another day passed, Alxa grew increasingly lively. This event, due to the collaboration between Longting and the Alxa officials, had secured live broadcasting rights from CCTV. Consequently, CCTV broadcasted the event on its official Douyin account, deploying 6 helicopters for live coverage, complete with highly professional commentators. Due to the pre-event hype, millions were already tuning in to witness Longting's performance in the off-road race. After all, products from Longting are synonymous with quality, aren't they? By the way, boss, I have prepared a variety of food. I've also stocked up on drinking water, a first aid kit, and even diapers. Wang Jiayi pointed to the meticulously arranged supplies on the ground, offering Su Qin a sweet smile. "All right, let us rest for now and charge the vehicle." Over the past few days, an ever-increasing number of off-road vehicles had gathered in this place. This competition is organized in a sequential manner, where those who arrive first will commence their journey ahead of others. The competitors will set off at intervals, and the victor will be determined by the total elapsed time rather than a simultaneous start. It is noteworthy that many participants are not here solely for the purpose of competition. Rather, they seek to experience the thrill of racing through the desert. After all, the route spans a mere 500 kilometers, which can be traversed in a matter of hours with a brisk pace. Should one find it unbearable, they may exit the course. However, doing so would forfeit their eligibility to compete. This is an off-road race, characterized by its intricate terrain comprising rivers, deserts, canyons, and gobi landscapes. It is not a challenge for the average individual, especially considering that this is a 2,000-kilometer event. In essence, this race serves as a testing ground for Longting's vehicles. Our team, number 999, is scheduled to depart at 8:39 in the morning the day after tomorrow. The first vehicle will commence its journey at noon tomorrow, with subsequent cars leaving at 1-minute intervals. At midnight, the 601st vehicle will set off, followed by the 961st vehicle at 8 o'clock the following morning. Wang Jiayi, holding the race itinerary, began to explain the course to Su Qin. However, it is anticipated that fewer than 1% of the participants will successfully complete the race. To put it into perspective, out of the 2,000 vehicles entered, merely a handful may finish. The conditions of an off-road race in the desert differ greatly from those of a highway. The speed is significantly reduced. While one might easily reach speeds of 120 to 200 kilometers per hour on highways, in the desert, achieving 50 to 60 kilometers per hour is considered commendable, even among the world's elite off-road vehicles in the Baja races. The average speed hovers around 60 kilometers per hour. Although the terrain here may not be as treacherous as elsewhere, nor are there frequent rewards from fans for participating vehicles, the course is far from comparable to a highway, particularly given its daunting length of 2,000 kilometers. It can be said that many will find it challenging to endure, both physically and mentally. With that said, it is time to rest. Su Qin smiled nonchalantly and returned to his bed to recuperate, for he would soon embark on a 2,000-kilometer journey. Even for Su Qin's colossal off-road vehicle, the drive would exceed 7 hours. The condition of the road will greatly influence whether one can maintain a speed of 300 kilometers per hour, and it might necessitate driving for over 10 continuous hours. Although this event is not a professional race and does not mandate a single driver, Su-chan intends to complete the entire course himself to fully showcase the capabilities of this magnificent vehicle. This will provide him with valuable data for the upcoming Baja race in America. After a night of silence, Su-chan rose early the next morning, well before 7 o'clock. With his entry onto the track scheduled for around 8:40, he decided to take the day to stretch and enjoy the scenery around him. "Boss, you are up so early." "Just now, Minister Zhang called me, suggesting that we visit their industrial park." Upon seeing Su-chan emerge from the room, Wang Jai, who was live streaming, recounted the recent events. "Oh, it seems Minister Zhang wishes for us to establish a factory here." Su-chan immediately grasped Minister Zhang's intentions. But setting up an off-road vehicle manufacturing plant here presents considerable challenges. Firstly, the geographical location is quite inconvenient. Traveling anywhere proves to be rather troublesome. It would be far more advantageous to establish a factory in Heilong province, where we could facilitate the distribution of vehicles to Europe through the routes of the former Russian Empire. Chapter 89. The Desert Greening Project After a Simple Breakfast. Su-chan accompanied Wang Jai towards the Ministry of Transportation. After all, Minister Zhang had personally come to invite Su-chan, and it was only courteous to show him some respect. Upon their arrival, Minister Zhang emerged to greet Su-chan with enthusiasm. "Haha, we are immensely grateful to you, Director Su, for bringing such significant attention to Alleviation. In just these past 2 days, we have generated considerable revenue from our basic necessities." As they met, Minister Zhang warmly grasped Su-chan's hand, beaming with delight. "Haha, this achievement is not solely mine. It is the collective effort of the entire Alleviation administration," Su-chan replied, sharing in the laughter as they proceeded into the ministry. Although the task of attracting investment did not fall under the purview of the Ministry of Transportation, Alleviation's situation was rather unique. Currently, the only official who had engaged with Su-chan was Minister Zhang. Furthermore, it was crucial to note that Su-chan's visit was primarily to assess automotive prospects. Thus, it was not out of place for Minister Zhang to broach the subject of establishing a factory for loaning in the region. "Minister Zhang, I comprehend your intentions for inviting me, but I must express that it is indeed unfeasible. Alleviation is quite remote, and transportation is inconvenient. If we were to construct an automotive factory here, the logistics alone would present a formidable challenge. Moreover, technical personnel are reluctant to relocate here. Our headquarters in Longting has only managed to recruit over 200 automotive designers in a year," Su-chan lamented, articulating the difficulties faced. It was evident that tourism was Alleviation's sole avenue for distinction. Once Su-chan succeeded in developing the desert oasis, establishing a company in the area would become a viable option. After all, the desert was abundant in land, and once greening efforts were realized, it could support livestock farming or even crop cultivation. This remained the only advantage of the desert. Eventually, Su-chan envisioned leveling the desert terrain, emulating foreign ranches, and employing agricultural machinery for extensive cultivation. Director Su, we are well aware of this predicament. However, we find ourselves at an impasse. Despite the vastness of Alleviation League, our population is merely over 20,000, which is exceedingly sparse. If we cannot attract talent, once this current generation of herders ages, Alleviation will be devoid of inhabitants. The youth are migrating southward, and we cannot retain them, Minister Zhang replied with a wry smile, fully aware of their dire situation. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to soliciting investments from the Minister of Transportation. Nevertheless, Minister Zhang, although Longting cannot establish an automotive factory here, can we not explore other avenues for collaboration? Su-chan inquired, recalling his technology for greening the desert upon noticing Minister Zhang's disappointment. Although he had not yet acquired this technology, his points were sufficient. "Oh, I am curious to know how Director Su envisions this collaboration," Minister Zhang responded, intrigued by Su-chan's proposal. Upon hearing that Su-chan had alternative collaboration methods, Minister Zhang's previously dull eyes sparkled with newfound enthusiasm. This collaboration could indeed prove to be a lifeline. Despite the current lack of substantial business at Longting Automobile Factory, the company is poised to become a unicorn enterprise, propelled by its 3 world-leading technologies. In the international arena, unicorn companies are often referred to as conglomerates, which possess the power to influence national policies. Although such scenarios are not prevalent in manhwa, there are still instances where unicorn enterprises receive preferential treatment. Minister Zhang, we at Longting have already ventured into the realms of environmental protection and renewable energy. However, we have chosen to keep this under wraps until we achieve tangible results. Presently, we are exceedingly confident in our ability to green the desert. The seeds we have developed can thrive even in arid conditions, Suchin casually mentioned the initiative to restore the desert landscape, understanding that this technology would eventually come to light. Thus, it was prudent to offer Minister Zhang some hope. As for the reluctance to initiate greening efforts in Dunhuang, it primarily stems from the region's cultural significance. Imposing drastic changes would appear incongruous. If we were to distribute the seeds produced by our advanced systems on a large scale, the deserts of Longwa could transform into rare and valuable ecosystems. Really? Minister Zhang exclaimed, springing to his feet, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at Suchin. Certainly, within 2 years, we will see results. The first batch of collaboration will be with Alasan. I hope Minister Zhang can allocate us more land. After engaging in conversation for over 2 hours and finalizing the preliminary arrangements, Suchin departed from the Transportation Bureau, mindful that he needed to relax before the competition the following day. It was essential to ensure his mental and physical well-being to be in peak form for tomorrow's events. As Suchin strolled leisurely with Wang Jai, the desert buzzed with activity. 3 helicopters hovered above, broadcasting the current race live. Since this was not a professional event, expectations were modest. Through the live stream on CCTV's Douyin, spectators watched in exhilaration as off-road vehicles surged into the sandy expanse, stirring up clouds of dust. Good day, dear viewers. We can now observe that car number 62 has successfully taken the lead. A total of 120 vehicles have already set off, with the 121st vehicle preparing to join the race. So far, the fastest among these 120 vehicles has covered over 100 kilometers. However, ahead lies a riverbed, and it remains to be seen whether these off-roaders can navigate it safely. Let us stay tuned. The CCTV host, while monitoring the race course through the helicopter's lens, provided live commentary to the audience. I can't believe our Longwa has such an exhilarating competition. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, Mr. Su. This competition has ignited a fervor within me. By the way, when does Mr. Su set off? He is number 999, departing at 8:39 tomorrow morning. Such a long wait. Will the vehicles numbered over 3,000 not depart until the day after tomorrow? This is quite prompt. You know, 1 vehicle every minute. Considering this is an impromptu race. Enough of that. I shall take a proper rest. I have already taken 2 days off to witness Mr. Su's exhilarating race from home tomorrow. Haha. I too have taken a 2-day leave to observe Mr. Su's performance. Speaking of which, will Mr. Su's colossal electric vehicle complete the entire journey? Who can say? However, I have immense confidence in Mr. Su and in Longting. Chapter 90. Finally, it's my turn. As time progressed, the number of spectators drawn to this competition steadily increased. After all, such hardcore off-road contests are a rarity in the country. Most events are merely self-entertainment organized by off-road clubs, utilizing foreign imported vehicles. This is not to imply that domestic automobiles lack merit. The primary issue lies in suspension technology, which is predominantly advanced in Europe. Consequently, local automotive manufacturers have yet to produce formidable off-road vehicles capable of competing in such events. Boss, we are about to set off. We need to arrive at the venue by 7 o'clock tomorrow morning to prepare, announced Wang Jai. Later that evening, after a fulfilling meal, Wang Jai, brimming with excitement, visited Su Chin's room. Off-road racing, an exhilarating sport that sends adrenaline soaring, is not solely favored by men. A significant number of women are equally passionate about it, though they seldom have opportunities to express their enthusiasm. By the way, boss, I bought you a pack of cigarettes to keep you alert tomorrow. I'm worried you might cough if you smoke something else, Wang Jai said, pulling a pack from her bag. Goodness. Are you trying to condemn me to lung cancer after just 1 race? Suchin remarked, his face darkening at the sight of the cigarettes. Although he smoked occasionally, he did not have a strong addiction, a habit he picked up during his university days. During long nights of research, sometimes stretching for 3 or 4 days without sleep, cigarettes were his means to maintain focus. Cough, cough. Upon hearing Suchin's complaints, Wang Jai felt a bit embarrassed. All right, boss, I'll take my leave. We need to rise early tomorrow. With that, she swiftly exited, feeling the weight of the awkwardness. Meanwhile, as Suchin and Wang Jai drifted into dreams, the world outside erupted with fervor. Even Suchin's parents had learned of his participation in the off-road race. Old Su, do you think our son can handle it? This is a 2,000-kilometer off-road race. I just watched the live broadcast, and after more than 8 hours, the leading number 66 has barely covered 400 kilometers. At this pace, completing the course will take at least 40 hours, Li Sume expressed her concerns while watching the CCTV live coverage. Don't worry, my dear. Our son is no ordinary person. Moreover, you underestimate our world-class technology. I heard from old Zhang in the engineering department that our off-road vehicle can reach speeds of 320 kilometers per hour. Even the windows and windshields are specially crafted bulletproof glass. With this colossal weight, it could withstand a grenade thrown underneath without issue. In contrast to Li Sumei's worries, old Su remained unfazed, confident in old Zhang's expertise. After years of collaboration, he had faith in their capabilities. Beyond old Su and his wife, others in the automotive industry were equally invested in this off-road event. Particularly regarding Great Wall Motors, they indeed possess a considerable array of off-road vehicles. Furthermore, the rapport between General Wei and Su Chen is quite amicable. One wonders what tricks this young man is up to. Observing the fervently impassioned commentary in the live stream, old Wei chuckled and shook his head. Beyond our borders, numerous international spectators are also keenly following this event. Although not a formal competition, it has nonetheless captivated many. Old Musk from Tesla is also watching the broadcast. One can only imagine what this audacious individual has concocted in terms of off-road vehicles. However, I firmly believe that Su is indeed audacious. Old Musk, with a smile, regaled his assistant with tales of Su Chen. In the Middle East, a realm of oil wealth, as affluent magnates, they are, quite ironically, left with little more than money. The world remains reliant on oil, despite the emergence of new energy electric vehicles. Yet, upon the advent of Lonting Motors, their gaze has shifted towards this new contender. Presently, globally, aside from a select few nations such as Manhwa, Sand Russia, the United States, in the Maple Leaf Country, a range of 3,000 kilometers in range is sufficient for over 95% of vehicle owners to traverse the country. Particularly in the neighboring nations of Manhwa, one could inadvertently cross the border with a simple press of the accelerator. Should Lonting Motors continue on this trajectory, who would still purchase oil? After all, electricity is a renewable resource and significantly more cost-effective than oil. Even the Americans and numerous European automotive manufacturers and leaders are discreetly monitoring this competition. If Lonting's off-road vehicle can indeed complete this 2,000-kilometer rally, then at least 80% of their factories would face closure. They are already suffering substantial losses due to the pricing of Lonting Motors. Should the range of electric vehicles surpass that of fuel-powered cars, they would truly be in peril. Thus, all eyes are fixated on this event. As night fell without incident, the following morning at 6:30, Su Chen arose early from his slumber. There remained 2 hours before his departure. He needed to make additional preparations. Thus, he first approached his colossal vehicle to check, and to his relief, the battery was fully charged and there were no issues. He then retrieved a USB drive from his pocket and plugged it into the interface, checking everything within the vehicle. The restroom and the rear bed were in order, and he had transferred all camping equipment to the hotel for safekeeping, leaving only a first aid kit and supplies he had purchased in the car. Boss, it's time to set off, called Wang Jiai, emerging from the hotel with breakfast around 7 o'clock. After checking the supplies, Su Chen consumed his breakfast while driving towards the venue. Dear audience, the vehicle number 980 has now commenced its journey. In just 20 minutes, Lonting Motors will be setting off. The moment we have all been eagerly anticipating is about to unfold. In the live broadcast studio of CCTV, the commentator observed as Su Chen drove his car into the racing arena. The conversation swiftly shifted to focus on Su. Mr. Su, may we install some cameras inside your vehicle? We also need to set up a few outside, as we will divide the live feed into 4 segments, with 2 dedicated specifically to your car. As Su Chen had just arrived at the venue, several staff members approached to equip his vehicle with cameras. Fortunately, one camera was positioned on the control panel to capture the live feed from Su Chen's perspective, while the other was mounted on the roof, allowing viewers to fully experience the thrill of speed and adrenaline. After less than 10 minutes of activity, Su Chen found himself waiting on the racetrack. The moment everyone has been eagerly anticipating has arrived. Up next is Chairman Su of Lonting Automobile. Let us look forward to his performance. Chapter 91, Nitrogen Acceleration. The Frenzied Off-Roader. Are you buckled in? Atop the colossal off-road vehicle, Su Chen, having secured his seatbelt, turned to Wang Jiai with an inquisitive glance. I'm all set. We can take off now. Wang Jiai affirmed, fastening her seatbelt and gripping the door handle tightly, nodding vigorously at Su Chen. Then let us embark. As Su Chen tapped the console to play music, the wild anthem of the Tesla River resonated within the vehicle. Shortly thereafter, the judge ahead waved the flag, and with a swift motion, Su Chen's behemoth of an automobile surged forward. 50, 100, 150, 200, 250, 300. In less than a minute, Suchin's speed escalated to an astonishing 300 kilometers per hour. In the blink of an eye, his massive vehicle vanished from the starting line. Remarkably, we can observe that Mr. Su's velocity is extraordinarily rapid. The first speedometer indicates that his vehicle has indeed reached 300 kilometers per hour, currently the fastest among all competing automobiles. As Suchin's car disappeared from the public's view, the commentator from CCTV began to excitedly narrate the spectacle. This speed is simply unparalleled. Not only off-road vehicles, but even many supercars struggle to attain such velocity on a professional track, let alone on this treacherous terrain. Wow, is this the Longting automobile? What astonishing speed is this? 300 kilometers per hour, that's akin to the speed of a high-speed train. Goodness, this is quintessential Suchin. An off-road vehicle achieving 300 kilometers per hour. This spectacle ignites my fervor. I feel compelled to unleash a left jab, a right roundhouse kick, and a left front kick in celebration. Is the master upstairs surnamed Ma? Incredible, Mr. Su is truly pushing the limits. Meanwhile, in the live streaming room, viewers, able to witness from 4 distinct perspectives, were keenly aware of Suchin's velocity, particularly from the helicopters soaring above. 2 of them had zeroed in on Suchin as he commenced his journey. Remarkably, even these helicopters struggled to keep pace with Suchin's speed. Knowing that their velocity typically ranges between 250 to 350 kilometers per hour, with most hovering around 320 kilometers. In less than 2 minutes, Suchin overtook contestant number 998. What the? The participant, witnessing Suchin zoom past, was utterly bewildered. Despite having reached a speed of 80 kilometers per hour and having departed a full minute earlier, already 3 kilometers ahead of the starting point, he never anticipated being surpassed so swiftly. Thrilling. At this moment, Wang Jiai, her eyes alight with excitement, shouted as they sped past the swiftly blurring markers. The velocity of the vehicle is, within the confines of the city, practically unattainable. Such speeds are only feasible on the autobahns of Germany. At this moment, the rapid acceleration causes Wang Jiai's adrenaline to surge instantly. With a hum, as Suchin pressed the accelerator to the floor, the car's speed escalated dramatically, and the music within the vehicle grew increasingly electrifying. This is the essence of racing, especially when it's an off-road vehicle. Suchin adeptly steered with one hand while holding a cigarette with the other. Wang Jiai leaned over with a lighter to ignite the cigarette for him. 997. 996. 995. In less than 10 minutes, Suchin surpassed over 20 cars that had set off earlier. This is true racing. Just look at what it means to race. Goodness, the power of this off-road vehicle, Longting, is astonishing. It obliterated a cactus without even swerving. No wonder the vehicle's price tag is 5,500,000. The suspension alone must be worth at least 2 million. I now truly comprehend the sensation of the car soaring ahead while one's spirit lingers behind. By the way, Suchin's driving skills are quite impressive. The fans in the live stream erupted with excitement as they witnessed Suchin overtaking one car after another. They even gasped as he crashed directly into a cactus without a hint of hesitation. It felt reminiscent of a Baja off-road race. Hum. Let us test our hidden features. As the vehicle stabilized at a speed of approximately 320 kilometers per hour, Suchin, grinning, retrieved a red key from his pocket. What could this mean? Wang Jiai looked on in bewilderment. This car possesses hidden features? No way. Click. As Suchin inserted the red key into a different ignition slot and turned it, the entire vehicle underwent a dramatic transformation. The previously smooth roof suddenly lowered significantly. At the rear of the vehicle, 8 jet nozzles appeared on the truck bed, emanating a faint red glow. Look, Suchin's car has changed. Goodness. Is he about to activate nitrous? But wait, isn't this an electric vehicle? Can anyone explain how nitrous is involved here? My goodness, what is that on the car's body? Are those wings? How absurd. Wings. They are designed to reduce drag and enhance grip. Incredible. Suchin knows how to play this game. Such features exist. In the live stream, upon witnessing Suchin transform the car in such a manner, with 8 jet nozzles now adorning the rear, everyone was left in awe. Aren't such features exclusive to fuel-powered vehicles? How can an electric vehicle have them too? The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this automobile is powered by electricity. Is there nitrous to enhance your acceleration? Just as everyone stood in bewilderment. The off-road vehicle, originally capable of a speed of 320 kilometers per hour, suddenly soared into the air. Not even a helicopter could keep pace with the astonishing velocity of this car. 350. 400. 450, 500, 550, 600. In less than 2 minutes, the speed of this off-road vehicle reached an astounding 600 kilometers per hour. Even through the helicopter's camera, all that could be seen was a straight black line racing forward with unbridled ferocity. Haha, what a thrill. It was worth every effort I expended to create this vehicle with third-generation technology. Observing the speedometer reach 600 kilometers per hour, Su Chun erupted into laughter. However, such speed cannot be sustained for long. It consumes an excessive amount of energy. In this mode, the vehicle can only cover approximately 200 kilometers. Should it fail to complete the journey within 4 hours, the car would face the dire predicament of running out of power. Chapter 92, The Madness of the Camel Kingdom Princess. Leading far ahead, dear audience, what do I behold? Astonishingly, I witnessed Mr. Su's automobile leaving the helicopter in its wake. The speed is utterly astounding. Upon observing the acceleration of Su Chen's colossal off-road vehicle, the commentator from CCTV erupted with excitement. Indeed, this velocity is unparalleled. The helicopter trailing behind cannot keep pace, and let us not forget, this is an off-road vehicle, not a supercar. Moreover, this is not a professional racetrack, but a vast desert, rocky terrain, and riverbeds. Now, as for Su Chen, the speed has reached an extreme, rendering the vehicle increasingly difficult to control. Thus, he squints, fixating intently on the road ahead. It could be said that even the smallest black dot in the distance transforms into a massive cactus in the blink of an eye. Bang, bang, bang. As the vehicle accelerates, it soars 6 to 7 meters high over a slope, flying several dozen meters before landing smoothly. Thanks to the third-generation air suspension technology, the entire vehicle touches down with remarkable stability, leaving minimal disturbance within the cabin, astonishing everyone present. Goodness, this suspension technology is truly impressive. My heavens, has it only been half an hour since Mr. Su embarked? He has already surpassed over 500 vehicles ahead. This is hardly a race. It feels akin to a legendary swordsman returning to a novice village. My word, this speed, 729 kilometers per hour. It is astonishingly swift, defying all expectations for an off-road vehicle. I am genuinely in awe with such velocity and suspension technology. Ling is indeed in a league of its own, world-class. As fans in the live stream flooded the chat with excitement, far away in the Middle Eastern Camel Kingdom, wealthy onlookers were captivated by Su Chen's speed. They simply must procure such an extraordinary off-road vehicle. In their desert-dominated kingdom, they possess ample wealth but lack the means to unleash the full potential of ordinary cars in the sandy expanse. Yet, now there exists a vehicle that defies the limitations of the desert. How could they possibly miss out on this opportunity, especially when they can afford a $2 billion golden automobile? Oh, how magnificent this off-road vehicle is. I must travel to the Dragon Kingdom to acquire one. I wonder how much it costs. I should prepare 100 million just in case. Awesome. This off-road vehicle is truly crafted for our desert. A group of wealthy individuals, their heads covered with cloth, cheered and shouted in delight as they watched Su Chen compete. Meanwhile, Su Chen continued to race forward, having reached a turning point in less than an hour. The sign indicating 500 kilometers signifies that he has indeed covered 500 kilometers. 500 kilometers down, and in just one more hour, we shall secure the leading position. Inside the vehicle, Su Chen decelerated, executing a magnificent drift that gracefully transitioned onto another track. Were it not for the peril of flipping the car at such high speeds, he would not have slowed down at all. Boss, this is exhilarating. Boss, hand me a cigarette. Boss, you're incredible. At that moment, Wang Jiai, seated in the passenger seat, finally regained her composure. She swiftly retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and placed it between Su Chen's lips. What embodies speed and passion? This is the essence of speed and passion. This electric motor, this battery technology. Meanwhile, an unnamed official department was keenly observing Su Chen's race. Upon witnessing Su Chen's speed soar to over 700 kilometers per hour, astonishment swept through the crowd. As professionals, they understood the immense RPM required to achieve such velocity. Engines capable of such feats do exist, predominantly utilized in ships and aircraft. However, miniaturizing such technology for automobiles presents a formidable challenge, one that humanity is unlikely to conquer within the next decade. Perhaps we could negotiate with Ling to acquire this technology. If successful, our tanks, armored vehicles, fighter jets, drones, and more would possess unprecedented endurance. Especially our drones. The significance of drones became apparent post-conflict. They are practically game changers, enabling minimal expenditure to dismantle enemy defense systems. They can even masquerade as benign objects while carrying weaponry. Yet, the primary limitation remains their endurance. If we could harness Londing's battery technology, akin to the colossal power Su Chin's vehicle demonstrates, we could extend their operational time to over 12 hours, even while armed. Virum, virum, virum. At that moment, on the racetrack, Su Chin pressed the accelerator to the floor, hurtling towards the starting point. Along the way, rivers, slopes, rocky terrains, and deserts could not impede his speed. The spectators could observe the interior of the vehicle remaining remarkably stable through the cameras, despite the numerous jolts. It was hardly a concern who would drive at 700 kilometers per hour on such roads without a care. Thrilling. Inside the car, Su Chin felt his adrenaline surge wildly. No wonder so many wealthy heirs, fully aware of the dangers of street racing, still indulge in it. The thrill is simply intoxicating. That kid, once I return, I must give him a good thrashing. Back in I-City, at Su Chin's home, his mother, Li Sume, watched as her son's car surpassed even helicopters. Unable to contain herself, she erupted into exclamations of dismay. How dangerous this is. Virum, virum, virum. Su Chin, however, heard none of his mother's admonitions, as he was completely engulfed in exhilaration. As one racing car after another was left far behind, even their taillights becoming mere specks in the distance. Su Chin cranked up the volume of the sound system to its maximum. The windshield wipers began to sway rhythmically, adding to the exhilaration. Thrilling, exhilarating, absolutely delightful. Beside him, Wang Jiayi grasped the handle, feeling as though she was losing control. Originally, the diapers were intended for Su Chin, but to her surprise, she found herself in need of them first. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the desert, the drivers who had set off earlier could only hear the roar of an engine approaching from behind. Soon, a cloud of dust surged toward them. At the forefront of this whirlwind, an off-road vehicle charged forth like a tiger descending from the mountains, surpassing them in the blink of an eye, leaving them utterly bewildered. Chapter 93, The Guinness World Record. Esteemed audience, at the current pace, our chairman Su is set to reach the finish line in merely 20 minutes. This marks the breaking of a world record, as well as the record for the fastest automobile globally. We have invited officials from Guinness to authenticate this remarkable event. After more than 3 hours, as Su Chin surpassed one vehicle after another, he has now overtaken the second-place contender by over 700 kilometers. The off-road vehicles yet to commence have all come to a halt, their owners lining the racecourse, holding banners to welcome Su Chin's arrival. This moment truly brings honor to the people of the Dragon Nation. The fastest car in the world is now the Venom, capable of reaching speeds of 500 kilometers per hour. There exists another vehicle that claims to reach speeds exceeding 3,000 kilometers per hour. However, it remains merely a concept, and even if it were produced, its range would be a concern, likely requiring refueling after a brief acceleration. Aside from these, there is a motorcycle named the Dodge Tomahawk, touted to travel between 600 to 800 kilometers per hour. Such claims are wildly exaggerated, leading many motorcycle enthusiasts to mistakenly believe it to be the fastest motorcycle in existence. In reality, this vehicle is merely a concept car, with only 9 units produced in 4 years, all of which remain prototypes. Subsequent tests on professional tracks by skilled racers revealed a modest top speed of merely 110 kilometers per hour. Now, the fastest automobile in the world has emerged from the Dragon Nation, and it is an off-road vehicle. This undoubtedly strikes a blow to foreign competitors. Remarkably, this vehicle has already covered nearly 2,000 kilometers, unlike those that stall with a mere tap of the accelerator. Even the esteemed CCTV has turned its attention to this monumental event. It is indeed an international news story of great significance. As anticipation fills the air for Su Chin to dash across the finish line, a massive cloud of dust looms on the horizon, heralding the approach of an impressive off-road vehicle. Oh, how magnificent! Su, you are truly extraordinary. Dragon Saring, the world's finest. Su, I wish to bear your children. 6. If I may. As Su Chin's vehicle slows towards the finish line, the throngs waiting there can no longer contain their exhilaration, erupting into cheers. In the blink of an eye, Su Chin's vehicle vanishes from sight, leaving only a swirling cloud of dust in its wake. At the finish line, the colossal off-road vehicle is now visible as a mirrored. Numerous media outlets are preparing their equipment, ready to capture the moment for interviews once Su Chin disembarks. This is first-hand news, the value of which is incalculable. The vast expanse of yellow sand swiftly enveloped the entire finish line. As the dust gradually settled, a colossal off-road vehicle came to a halt before them. Suddenly, the car door swung open, and just as the crowd prepared to conduct interviews, Wang Jia leaped from the vehicle, promptly collapsing onto the sand and beginning to vomit. Initially, she had felt exhilarated, but as Su Chin's driving skills became increasingly adept, with his reflexes sharpening and executing minor drifts, she could no longer contain herself. Grabbing a plastic bag from inside the vehicle, she succumbed to nausea. "Are you all right?" On the other side, Su Chin had jumped out of the car and rushed to Wang Jia's side, helping her up from the ground. "It's nothing serious. Just give it some time. You'll feel better." Wang Jia waved her hand dismissively. "It's just motion sickness. Hurry." Not far away, upon witnessing Wang Jia sprawled in the sand, a group of doctors rushed over with a stretcher. Amidst Su Chin's bewildered expression, they lifted Wang Jia and headed toward the rescue helicopter. "Goodness, is it merely motion sickness? Why such a dramatic response? Mr. Su, how are you feeling now? May we conduct an interview?" After Wang Jia was taken away on a stretcher, a reporter from CCTV approached eagerly. "Of course," Su Chin responded with a smile upon recognizing the CCTV reporter. After all, it was CCTV. He certainly wished to extend his courtesy. "Mr. Su, let us be succinct. Currently, there are over 30 million viewers tuning into this event. We have compiled numerous questions from fans. Would you kindly elaborate on the technology employed in this vehicle, particularly regarding the battery and engine?" The CCTV reporter held up a card, meticulously noting the inquiries posed by fans. "To begin with, this vehicle utilizes our Longting automobile's third-generation technology. Our third-generation liquid battery technology can achieve a range exceeding 10,000 kilometers when applied to standard family cars. Furthermore, our motor technology, also third generation, boasts a torque of 10,000 Newton meters, with a rotation speed of 2,000 revolutions per second, delivering a staggering 2,000 horsepower. One could assert that our motor and battery technology, even when applied to yachts, would enable them to achieve a range of over 10,000 kilometers. Additionally, our suspension system employs third-generation air suspension technology, which alone cost over $2 million. As for the chassis, it is constructed from our second-generation memory metal. Despite the imposing size of this behemoth, it weighs less than two-thirds of comparable models." With a cheerful demeanor, Su Chin proudly promoted his company's technology. After all, it was indeed a matter of great pride, was it not? 2,000 horsepower? 2,000 revolutions per second? Incredible! Is this truly Longting automobile? This technology is undoubtedly world-class. Longting is remarkable. The fans in the live broadcast room erupted with excitement upon hearing Su Chin's introduction. "By the way, Mr. Su, during your participation in the competition, a new type of hydrogen-powered vehicle emerged from America. According to their description, hydrogen energy is even more environmentally friendly than electric cars. Moreover, the refueling process is remarkably swift, requiring only a few seconds to complete. What are your thoughts on this matter, Mr. Su?" After answering the first question, the CCTV reporter posed a second inquiry to Su Chin. "Hydrogen-powered vehicles? We, at Longting Automobile, have those as well. However, the time for us to unveil our hydrogen-powered cars has yet to arrive." Chapter 94. The affluent dog owners gather to purchase automobiles. As the interview concluded, Su Chin drove towards the hotel. However, this particular interview indeed stirred a considerable uproar. Firstly, the technological advancements he discussed were astonishing, particularly the claim of a range reaching an astounding 10,000 kilometers, leaving everyone utterly astounded. Additionally, Su Chin's mention of hydrogen fuel cell technology piqued immense curiosity. One couldn't help but wonder what the esteemed Longting had accomplished over the years. Is this truly the same Longting that was on the brink of bankruptcy last year? Who would have thought they had achieved such remarkable feats, quietly developing hydrogen fuel technology? It felt akin to a fairy tale. Upon returning to the hotel, Su Chin reclined on his bed to rest. Despite having driven for merely 3 hours, the tension had taken a toll on him. Had he not utilized Captain America's serum, he might not have managed to endure the strain. It was no wonder the Baja Rally was dubbed the most grueling off-road competition. It tested not only the vehicles, but also the skill and perseverance of the drivers. The reason Su Chin refrained from pursuing hydrogen fuel vehicles at this moment primarily stemmed from the significant developmental potential still inherent in electric vehicles. Among all vehicles produced by Longting, only the Hongqi model employed second-generation technology. As for third-generation technology, Su Chin had no intention of releasing it, reserving it solely for high-end vehicles in various competitions. It could be said that second-generation vehicles represented the zenith of civilian automotive technology, with the possibility of merely utilizing the batteries for other applications. This time, the reputation of Longting automobiles had been firmly established. Lying in bed, Suchin pondered for a moment before succumbing to a deep slumber. As he drifted off, his earlier statements surged to the top of trending topics on Weibo. Even official channels such as daily newspapers began to share his remarks, accompanied by the phrase "world's #1, far ahead" in bold letters. Meanwhile, in the Middle East, amidst the land of camels, a group of princes exchanged glances, each contemplating the other. Subsequently, they all contacted the Chinese embassy, eager to procure vehicles from the Dragon Country. After all, Suchin's colossal creation resonated perfectly with their desires. Boss, hundreds of individuals from the Camel Country are applying to visit our Dragon Country to purchase automobiles. They claim a company here, Ling, has produced exceptionally impressive vehicles. Should we approve their visas? The embassy staff, upon receiving the calls, were left bewildered. Goodness. When has there ever been an instance of individuals from the Camel Country voluntarily seeking to purchase automobiles from our nation? The fact that they were coming in groups only heightened the astonishment. What kind of vehicle could possess such allure? Approve them. I just spoke with the higher-ups. It's not just the Camel Country. Numerous individuals from various nations wish to acquire vehicles as well, the head of the Camel Country's embassy remarked. Taking a sip of tea with a beaming smile, he was taken aback by the situation, prompting him to promptly call his former superior domestically for clarification. To his astonishment, it turned out that an extraordinary automobile had indeed emerged in the homeland. Moreover, beyond the kingdom of camels, numerous individuals from various nations were also making their way to the Dragon Country. This was particularly true for other nations in the Middle East, as they resided amidst vast deserts. After a night of silence, Suchin arose early the next morning, beset by hunger. He had neglected to eat lunch the previous day and had succumbed to slumber. Roused by his hunger, he stepped outside to find Wang Jia seated in the living room, enjoying breakfast with additional food set aside for herself. "Boss, you are incredibly handsome," she exclaimed. "You might not be aware yet, but I received a call from our esteemed leader. Dong, our superior, mentioned that dozens of countries, with thousands of individuals, are heading to our I-City, eager to place orders for our colossal automobile. By the way, boss, you need to bestow a more appealing name upon this off-road vehicle. There are also pricing matters to consider. Currently, Dong is negotiating with them. I heard that several princes from the Kingdom of Camels are among those arriving." Wang Jia expressed her anticipation regarding the news shared by her former superior. Her curiosity piqued about the affluent individuals from the Kingdom of Camels. After all, there is an old saying that goes, with a piece of cloth atop one's head, "I am the richest in the world." After breakfast, let's take a flight back. Those wishing to conduct interviews can visit I-City. As for the automobile, we can arrange for someone to drive it back or hire a tow truck once we return to the company. Upon hearing that so many foreigners were eager to purchase the colossal vehicle, Suchin's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Dragon Country was currently in dire financial straits, burdened by a foreign debt of 300 billion. If these wealthy individuals sought to acquire such a grand off-road vehicle, the starting price must be 10 million. Any additional features would warrant further costs. After all, the Dragon Country boasts an abundance of intangible cultural heritage, as long as they can afford it. Even a vehicle made entirely of pure gold could be crafted. Once satiated, the two made their way to the Transportation Bureau. Having previously enjoyed a fruitful conversation with Minister Zhang, it was only courteous to bid farewell, especially since Suchin sought future collaboration. During their earlier discussions, they had agreed to preserve the racetrack and cultivate the seeds Suchin provided around it. In no more than a year, they could rehabilitate the desert, transforming it into an oasis. Within a decade, the entire desert could blossom into a vast forest. "Chairman Su, you truly made waves yesterday." Upon stepping out of his vehicle, Minister Zhang, en route to the Transportation Bureau, spotted Suchin's automobile and greeted him with a smile. "Haha, Minister Zhang, I have come to bid you farewell. Our provincial leader has called, informing me that a considerable number of foreigners are arriving to purchase automobiles. At least 1,000 individuals are expected, and I have already made arrangements for these colossal off-road vehicles, priced at 10 million each. Even if only 100 make a purchase, that would still amount to 1 billion. This opportunity is too lucrative to pass up." With a cheerful demeanor, Suchin shook Minister Zhang's hand and conveyed his departure. "Are you leaving so soon?" Minister Zhang was taken aback upon hearing Suchin's intention to depart. "What will become of the desert greening project?" "Rest assured, Minister. Once I depart, you may send someone to Ling to find me after a year. Within that time, we at Ling will have developed seeds capable of combating desertification." Chapter 95, The Canine Tycoon sets his sights on the Dragon Rising headquarters. Thus, we extend a warm welcome to Minister Zhang as he arrives in I-City. After an engaging half-hour discussion with Minister Zhang, during which we finalized the plans for greening the desert, Su Qin and Wang Jiayi made their way towards the airport. As for Su Qin's colossal off-road vehicle, Minister Zhang assured that it would be delivered to Longting Automotive within 3 days. This vehicle holds a unique significance for Longting Automotive, being the very first of its kind produced and destined for the factory's collection. Boss, this time our automobile is truly poised to make its mark on the world. Wang Jiayi exclaimed with palpable excitement after gaining insight into the company's current situation. Meanwhile, affluent individuals adorned with cloth atop their heads were marveling at the Qinglong headquarters. To them, this architectural wonder was nothing short of miraculous. Furthermore, these tycoons were exceptionally wealthy. They had previously engaged a construction team from Longhua, aspiring to create a futuristic city amidst the desert, a city famously envisioned within a single wall. This ambitious project has yet to materialize, but upon witnessing the Qinglong, they were utterly astonished. Mr. Su, may I inquire if this remarkable building was constructed by your team? The accompanying translator politely posed the question to Su Dehai after the prince had finished his introduction. The nation of Camelot was currently in urgent need of transformation. As a nation primarily reliant on oil, they had thrived on oil sales, but with the recent rise of electric vehicles, their oil prices had been steadily declining. Thus, they aimed to reinvent themselves as a haven for the wealthy and a tourist destination. Their desire to construct a futuristic city was primarily to attract affluent visitors from around the globe. Indeed, we constructed it ourselves. The Qinglong is merely the first phase of our development, with many more buildings to follow. We invested a staggering 350 billion in this project alone. Su Dehai proudly elaborated to the translator. After hearing this, the translator hurriedly conveyed the information to the young prince. Oh, 350 billion? That's 50 billion US dollars? The young prince mused, calculating that 50 billion US dollars would be a trivial sum for them. If they could erect such an impressive structure in Camelot, they could easily recoup their investment within a few years. Please ask them if they could assist us in designing something similar. We also require such architecture to enhance our tourist attractions. Currently, the only noteworthy site in Camelot was a single temple, which could attract a modest number of visitors. All other locations fell short, as few wished to venture into the vast desert. After all, deserts abound globally. They are not exclusive to their lands. Chairman Su, our prince wishes to construct similar buildings in Camelot. We wonder if your esteemed company would consider taking on such an order. The translator inquired with utmost courtesy. This matter must await my son's return, as he is the architect behind these designs. This matter is beyond my authority. Su Dehai neither declined nor accepted. If the other party were to construct the Qinglong, it could indeed be accomplished. However, for the creation of other edifices, they lacked both the blueprints and the requisite technology. Su Dehai led the group on a thorough tour of the Longting automobile factory before arriving at the conference room. Meanwhile, upon disembarking from the plane, Su Qin and Wang Jiayi hurriedly boarded the company vehicle sent for their reception. In less than an hour, Su Qin returned to the Longting automobile factory. Upon alighting, he made a beeline for the conference room. With a click, as he pushed open the grand door, Su Qin was greeted by a throng of bearded individuals indulging in a lavish feast. Your Highness, this is the chairman of Longting Automobile, the very driver who recently participated in the off-road race. Noticing Su Qin's return, the translator promptly introduced him to the jubilant young prince. Chairman Su, greetings. I am the young prince of the Camel Kingdom, Ben Alaman. Fictional. I have come with the intention of pursuing a profound collaboration with Longting Automobile. Upon hearing the translator convey Su Qin's arrival, the young prince quickly stood to greet him with a handshake. Greetings, Your Highness. I am Su Qin, the chairman of Longting. I am curious to know what you envision by profound collaboration. Su Qin was indeed intrigued by the young prince's proposition of deep cooperation. Who wouldn't recognize these affluent individuals? Their opulence left a lasting impression on all citizens of Long Nation when they previously procured weapons with such extravagance. Su, is that Qinglong structure one of your own creations? You are aware that we in the Camel Kingdom have long aspired to construct a city of the future. Therefore, I was wondering if we could partner with you in transforming the Camel Kingdom. The young prince was straightforward, articulating his desire for the kingdom's metamorphosis. Certainly, however, such constructions are exceedingly costly. In our Long Nation, they are referred to as legendary edifices. The initial phase of Qinglong alone cost 350 billion, with design expenses exceeding 100 billion. Su Qin smiled, relishing the opportunity to deceive, for why not profit from this venture? Especially considering these wealthy patrons. Truly, this is a construction that would astonish even the Almighty. Sue, if you can assist us in erecting such a legendary structure, we can allocate up to $500 billion. As long as our building can astonish the world, that is all that matters. The young prince revealed his psychological price point. Although the Camel Kingdom's fiscal revenue barely exceeded $100 billion last year, the royal family possesses wealth beyond measure. Purchasing without hesitation. Well, Your Highness, this matter must be deferred for the time being. First, we must dispatch a considerable number of surveying personnel to the construction site for measurements. Subsequently, we will design corresponding structures based on the terrain and topography. Ultimately, it is imperative to produce various advanced materials. For instance, the one utilized in our Azure Dragon is exceptionally unique. It not only withstands the fury of a 12-level hurricane but also endures the tremors of a 10-level earthquake. In certain regions, it is even capable of resisting the onslaught of a nuclear strike. This is precisely why the Azure Dragon has incurred an expenditure of $350 billion. Upon hearing Suchin mention that this structure could indeed withstand a nuclear bomb, the eyes of the little prince sparkled with intrigue. It is essential to acknowledge that their region in the Middle East is far from the tranquility enjoyed by the Dragon Kingdom. There, skirmishes erupt every 3 days, with more significant conflicts every 5 days. This is a primary reason they are willing to invest heavily in weaponry. Chapter 96. The Little Prince of the Camel Kingdom is deceived. Upon hearing the little prince's agreement, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The reason why the Qinglong headquarters of Lonting invested $350 billion was due to the various production lines it housed. Ultimately, $150 billion was salvaged. The little prince, true to his status as a Middle Eastern magnate, raised the ceiling to $500 billion, which amounts to 35 trillion Dragon Kingdom currency. This means Su Chun could potentially earn a minimum of 1 trillion. With this 1 trillion, Su Chun could swiftly advance the development of lithography machines and chip technology, and even allocate funds for other technological innovations. Let us wish for a fruitful collaboration. When the little prince returns to his homeland, we can have specialists measure the topography of the construction site. Within 6 months, Longting will provide you with a design blueprint. Su Chan said with a beaming smile as he shook hands with the little prince. After all, it is a legendary architecture, should the design blueprint be delivered too hastily. The little prince might deem the expenditure unjustifiable. However, if the design process indeed takes 6 months, the little prince will surely find it worthwhile. This reflects a particular psychological phenomenon. Does it truly take 6 months for a design blueprint? The little prince pondered, moved by Su Chen's words. Indeed, Your Highness. Our company boasts the world's most elite designers. In total, we have approximately 630 designers. The buildings we create will undoubtedly transform the Camel Kingdom into a global tourist destination. Su Chen couldn't help but indulge in self-praise. After all, when else could he boast if not now? Subsequently, both parties began to finalize the contract. Meanwhile, Boss Ding stood by, equally exhilarated. A transaction worth $500 billion is no trivial matter. It represents an enormous undertaking. Previously, it was calculated that constructing a complete Great Wall would require a staggering $100 trillion in cash. Thus, $35 trillion is equivalent to 1/3 of a Great Wall. This translates to countless job opportunities. While Su Chen's side enjoys a 3-year tax exemption, the laborers, unfortunately, do not share in this benefit. However, what has been established thus far is merely a verbal agreement. To formalize the contract, the involvement of both nations is essential. Through continuous diplomatic negotiations, the agreement can eventually be solidified. Sue, we have come here to inquire about purchasing your colossal off-road vehicle. Could you please enlighten us on its price? After concluding the discussions regarding the construction, the little prince shifted his focus to automobiles. Your Highness, this vehicle is named the Carmen King series. The starting price for the entire vehicle is $10 million. Each car is handcrafted, a fact that I believe you are well aware of. I shall refrain from further elaboration. But I must emphasize that our battery technology is the finest in the world, significantly ahead of the competition. Such a grand vehicle, with immense horsepower, can also achieve a range exceeding 3,000 kilometers. Furthermore, the seat covers are crafted from shoe embroidery, an intangible cultural heritage that our Dragon Kingdom has preserved for thousands of years. We will embroider the name of the little prince and the car's number on the seats, even showcasing the variations of the embroidery master. The materials employed are golden threads, which the little prince has surely heard of. Previously, a piece of silk tapestry fan sold for $200 million. We, at Longting Automobile, utilized the same technique. Su-Chen commenced enlightening the little prince about the cultural heritage of the Dragon Kingdom, which left the little prince nodding in appreciation. Su, let us order 50 vehicles. The little prince glanced around at his compatriots from the Camel Kingdom and calculated that 50 would be a suitable number for purchase. Very well, but it will require at least a year for us to fulfill this order. The embroidery master needs a minimum of 1 year to craft a seat cover, and this must be done continuously without rest. Su-Chen set the timeline for 1 year, as this is what foreign clients prefer. Although these items could be produced industrially, they favor handcrafted goods, often at prices that soar fivefold or more, under the pretense of being entirely artisanal. Su-Chen had mastered this strategy splendidly. Oh Lord! The culture of the Dragon Kingdom is truly formidable. However, Su, do you have any luxury goods in your kingdom? Upon hearing that a mere seat cover demands a full year, the little prince grew curious about other luxury items from the Dragon Kingdom. Indeed, we do. But our luxury goods are exceptionally costly, which is why they have not made much noise on the global stage. For instance, China represents our unique porcelain. Porcelain befitting the status of the little prince begins at no less than $10 million. Su-Chen cheerfully began to elaborate. After more than an hour of light conversation, once the car order was finalized, the little prince and his entourage were escorted to a hotel designated for foreign dignitaries, allowing Su-Chen to breathe a sigh of relief. Boss, can we entice these affluent clients to visit us more often? The wealthy patrons who came this time are extraordinarily rich. We received hundreds of thousands in tips alone. Just as they had bid farewell to the little prince and his companions, Wang Qiuer approached, exuberantly gesturing towards Su-Chen. All right, if they come again, I might just collapse from exhaustion. Su-Chen lifted the tea that Yang Xiaoro had brought to soothe his throat, casting an annoyed glance at Wang Qiuer. Son, do you think we can truly manage that $500 billion project they mentioned? It was only then that Lao Su realized the magnitude of $500 billion. He had never encountered such wealth in his lifetime. Of course we can handle it. And not only can we manage it, but we can also secure at least 1/3 of the profits, perhaps even half, given that we can produce these items ourselves. Su-Chen chuckled as he adjusted his tie, removing it with a flourish. Moreover, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that this colossal project, valued at $500 billion, necessitates the production efforts of 100,000 individuals solely for the construction materials. The expenditure on these materials alone surpasses $1 trillion. Just imagine the multitude of job opportunities this initiative could generate, although it may not directly benefit Su-Chen in terms of points. An age-old adage rings true: with greater power comes greater responsibility. As old Wang once remarked, those endowed with the means to engage in philanthropy should first enhance the welfare and benefits for the employees of their company. All right, father, I shall take a moment to rest. In 2 hours, please come to my office. Bring mother along as well. I have significant matters to discuss with both of you. With that, Su-Chen turned and headed toward his office. Could it be? Observing Su-Chen's retreating figure, and recalling that he had ventured into the vast desert with Wang Jiayi over the past few days, old Su's gaze flitted between the silhouettes of Su-Chen and Wang Jiayi. My dear wife, it seems we are on the brink of welcoming a grandchild. Chapter 97. Lisume, am I about to embrace a grandchild? Upon returning to the office, Su-Chen reclined on the sofa and began to explore the architectural options available for Camel Country within the system. To his astonishment, there were 2 distinct structures, one named Miracle Oasis, presumably an edifice set amidst the desert, and the other dubbed Seaside Abode, likely associated with the ocean. Regardless of the choice, the construction of either would undoubtedly elevate Camel Country into a globally recognized tourist destination. Presently, Ling Automotive had already attracted a significant influx of tourists from various provinces, and this was merely the initial phase, with other architectural complexes yet to be established. He could only wonder about the progress of his 3 major laboratories. As he lay on the sofa, having reviewed the design blueprints, Su-Chen exhaled a heavy sigh. It had been 3 months since his last visit to the laboratories, and during this period, he was left in the dark regarding the advancements made. The only indication of their activity was the depletion of 200 million of his points. Were it not for the continuous influx of points from the cosmetics business, he would have struggled to sustain such expenditures. Nonetheless, the substantial investment implied that the innovations being developed were bound to be extraordinary. At present, only the human experimentation laboratory had illuminated its lights, signaling that Su-Chen could proceed to inspect its progress. This was also the reason he had summoned his parents. With this in mind, Su-Chen approached the safe, inputting a complex password to retrieve 2 vials of the perfect Captain America serum he had previously stored. Lacking the capability to create divine bodies or grant immortality, he could only utilize this serum to extend his parents' lifespans for the time being. Once the gene laboratory developed a longevity potion, he would be able to administer it to them. Holding the safe, Suchin settled back onto the sofa, awaiting the arrival of his parents. As he waited, news unexpectedly broke out, igniting a frenzy across the entire Weibo platform. Within a mere 20 minutes, the announcement had surged to the top of the trending topics, emblazoned with a striking headline: Suchin, chairman of Ling Automotive, signs a 500 billion contract with the Prince of Camel Country. The moment this news was released, it captured the attention of everyone. After 3 years of wearing masks, the global economy remained in disarray, with only resource-rich nations sustaining their financial stability. A 500 billion contract, how many jobs would this create? And what staggering amounts of tax revenue would it generate? Incredible, indeed. Suchin was truly impressive. No wonder he was the man I admired. His capabilities were remarkable. A 500 billion order? Wouldn't that catapult Suchin to the status of the world's richest individual? One could only speculate about the net profit, as the cost remained unmentioned. What kind of order is this? How could it be worth $500 billion? Haha, I didn't go to the recruitment event for Ling Motors before. But now I have an opportunity. Oh right, I also have a chance to join Ling. What a coincidence. So you all came here for job positions? I am already with Ling. I am too. We have a workforce of 100,000 here, and the benefits are excellent. Isn't that quite a coincidence? We also have 100,000 employees, and our benefits are even better. Below this Weibo post, within just half an hour, the replies have exceeded 1 million. It seems we are going to build a factory in Ice City. Numerous factory owners, upon seeing this news, are planning to establish their operations in Ice City. After all, if this news is indeed true, how wealthy the people of Ice City must be. Ling, this colossal entity, has provided so many job opportunities for Ice City. And now comes the substantial order. It can be said that as long as Ling Motors remains in Ice City, it will undoubtedly evolve into the next super first-tier city. Son. Upon receiving a phone call from Su Dahai, Li Sumei hurriedly rushed over. From Su Dahai's tone, it seemed that Wang Jiai was pregnant with Su Chen's child. Neither Su Dahai nor Li Sumei paid any heed to the age difference between Wang Jiai and Su Chen. After all, at their level, the principle is to marry wisely and take concubines as one pleases. To marry a daughter-in-law, one must at least possess the ability to support the family wealth. Wang Jiai precisely possesses that capability. When are you two getting married? How many months along is she? As soon as Li Sumei entered the house, she rushed to Su Chun, eagerly inquiring, "What? Who is getting married and pregnant?" Su Chun was utterly bewildered by his mother's questions. What does this even mean? Didn't your father say that Jiai is pregnant with your child? Upon seeing the completely baffled expression on Su Chen's face, Li Sumei became perplexed as well. Mom, who told you about this? I am completely unaware. Su Chen was even more confused by his mother's explanation. Goodness, he hadn't even touched Wang Jiai's hand. How could she possibly be pregnant with his child? Although everyone's constitution is different, one cannot conceive from a distance. At the very least, intimacy is required for conception. Seeing Su Chen's genuinely perplexed expression, his mother became even more bewildered. Hi. Frustrated, Li Sumei redirected her ire towards Su Dahai. Wasn't it you who asked me to bring your mother over? You even said there was something urgent to discuss with us. At this moment, Su Dahai was equally confused. Could it be that he had misunderstood? Never mind, follow me. Su Chen, covering his face, led the way towards the human experimentation laboratory. This time, he had called his parents over because he was uncertain about what had been developed in the laboratory. Su Chan intended to take his parents there for a general anesthesia procedure. He also planned to administer the serum of Captain America to them. The memory of that excruciating pain remained etched in his mind. In less than 10 minutes, Su Chen's car halted beneath one of the claws located in the belly of the Qing Long. Follow me. After parking the car, Su Chen led his parents toward the underground laboratory. Following over 2 months of construction, the outermost 2 laboratories had been completed. They sprawled across a vast area, capable of accommodating at least 1,000 individuals for research. Son, what is this place? Upon seeing the basement, old Su was momentarily bewildered. Goodness, I was here during the construction. How did I not notice there was a basement? Chapter 98, Extracting the American Essence. Mom and Dad, please refrain from asking. Even if you do, I shall remain silent. Just follow my lead. Su Chen guided his parents into the basement's first level. Subsequently, he led them to the lowest laboratory via a concealed elevator. Upon entering the expansive 20,000 square meter lab, Sudahai and Li Sumei were filled with curiosity. Sudahai had also contributed to the construction of the Qinglong building, yet he had been oblivious to the existence of this underground facility for nearly a year. Boss. Upon seeing Suchin and his parents arrive, the head of the human experimentation lab emerged to welcome them. Let us proceed. Administer a full anesthesia to my parents. And then inject this serum. As he spoke, Suchin handed the 2 vials of Captain America serum to the supervisor. Mom, Dad, this is a super gene serum I developed. Once administered, your physical capabilities will reach tenfold that of an average person. Your strength, physique, speed, longevity, and the rate of aging will all be 10 times that of ordinary humans. In essence, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you could live for over 500 years. With 5 centuries as a buffer, I can pave the way for your immortality. Observing the astonished expressions of his parents, Suchin chuckled as he provided them with a brief explanation. He then guided them to the testing area. Boom. Standing before the strength testing machine, Suchin delivered a powerful punch. 8,024 kilograms. By heavens! Witnessing their son strike with such force, registering over 8,000 kilograms, Sudahai and Li Sumei were utterly astonished. Goodness gracious! One could say that with such a blow, even an elephant would be felled. Son, is this your research achievement? Sudahai, having seen a fair share of the world, regained his composure after a moment of shock. Indeed, Dad. Mom, you should proceed with the injection now. Once it is completed, you will understand the effects. Suchan patted his parents on the shoulder, encouraging them to take the serum. Very well, we shall go ahead. Nodding, his parents followed the supervisor into the surgical room. Boss, over the past 3 months, we have developed a neural sensing device. Utilizing this technology, we have made significant advancements in prosthetics, eardrums, and ocular enhancements. The prosthetics allow for extraordinary agility, indistinguishable from one's natural limbs. The eardrum implant can restore hearing to over 80% of the hearing-impaired population. The ocular enhancement functions similarly, though users may perceive colors differently than we do. As Suchin's parents entered the laboratory, the staff approached to report on the research accomplishments achieved during the past 3 months. What are the costs involved? Upon hearing the results, Suchin felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, as the primary focus of the human experimentation laboratory revolved around the study of the human body. The initial step into this venture is akin to a cyberpunk world, primarily involving various prosthetics. However, it is important to note that achieving a true cyberpunk aesthetic is currently beyond reach. In this endeavor, the prosthetics encompass 4 essential components: arms, legs, hands, and feet. Notably, the cost of hands and feet is relatively modest, requiring only 5,000 yuan for production. In contrast, the expense for arms and legs escalates to 20,000 yuan. The price for eardrums amounts to 40,000 yuan, while the cost of ocular devices reaches 80,000 yuan. Upon hearing these figures, Suchin fell into deep contemplation. The pricing is not exorbitant, though the costs associated with the ears and eyes are somewhat elevated. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that eyes and ears are fundamentally different from arms and legs. Very well, proceed to produce an initial batch. And I shall seek out volunteers for the experiment to assess their willingness to participate, Suchin declared, tapping the table thoughtfully, pondering the prospect of finding individuals eager to test these innovations. Ultimately, no matter how enticing the proposal may sound, the reality of experimentation speaks volumes. Understood, boss. We will strive to produce 50 pairs of each component in the shortest possible time. The supervisor nodded in affirmation, indicating that there were no issues. As he observed the supervisor's departing figure, Suchin closed his eyes and began exploring hydrogen energy technology. He had not forgotten that during his participation in an off-road race, the Americans had unveiled hydrogen-powered vehicles. However, the cost of those vehicles was quite steep, and they utilized a system that stored hydrogen in the rear, which posed significant safety concerns. In essence, this mechanism bore similarities to the gas-powered taxis that had previously existed in the Dragon Kingdom. Placing the hydrogen storage in the rear of the vehicle rendered it perilously unsafe. To put it bluntly, the potential for hydrogen explosions is substantial. In the event of a rear-end collision, the consequences could be dire. First-generation hydrogen energy control panel, capable of converting 50% of hydrogen energy into power. Price, 20 million points. Second-generation hydrogen energy control panel, capable of converting 70% of hydrogen energy into power. Price, 50 million points. Third-generation hydrogen energy control panel, capable of converting 90% of hydrogen energy into power. Price, 100 million points. first-generation hydrogen-powered vehicle chassis, inclusive of an engine. With a top speed of 240 kilometers per hour. Price, 20 million points. First-generation hydrogen crystal technology contains energy sufficient for a hydrogen-powered vehicle to travel 10,000 kilometers. Price, 50 million points. First-generation metallic hydrogen technology contains energy for 1,000,000 kilometers of travel, priced at 100 million points. Goodness. Upon discovering the myriad functionalities of hydrogen-powered vehicles, Suchin could not contain his laughter. According to the system's classification, hydrogen-powered vehicles fall into three primary categories, which utilize hydrogen batteries, hydrogen crystals, and metallic hydrogen as their energy sources. Furthermore, hydrogen-powered vehicles differ significantly from electric vehicles. The three essential components of a gasoline vehicle are the engine, transmission, and chassis. In contrast, the trifecta for electric vehicles consists of the electronic control system, motor, and battery. The fundamental elements of hydrogen technology comprise the control panel, chassis, and energy source. It appears that the research on the American front has veered off course. How delightful. Since they have already embarked on this venture, Suchin should seize the opportunity to vigorously develop electric vehicles over the next 2 years. Once the Americans begin to bask in their own superiority, Suchin can make a swift counterstrike, catching them off guard and leaving them in disarray. The mere thought of it brings a smile to Suchin's face. The boss, the elder, and the lady have successfully undergone the injection of the super soldier serum and are expected to awaken in approximately 3 hours. Within a mere 20 minutes, the person in charge approached once more to discuss the matter of Suchin's parents receiving the serum. By the way, are you capable of producing this serum? If so, I implore you to engage in large-scale production. More is always better. Chapter 99. In the midst of life, we are not in control. Goji berry steeped in a thermos. Regarding the serum developed for Captain America, Suchin seeks to collaborate with the state. Firstly, his financial resources are rather limited at present. Moreover, his funds serve other purposes. Thus, he can only engage in partnership with the government based on this technology. Ultimately, he intends to provide the serum to the state, requesting additional funding for other research endeavors. Once the serum is developed, it will undoubtedly be unsuitable for ordinary individuals. By the way, please transfer a small portion of the personnel in the laboratory to the second-level lab. I need to have an explanation, after all. This serum cannot simply materialize out of thin air, can it? After contemplating for a while, Suchin addressed the person in charge. He certainly would not permit outsiders into the laboratories below. Understood. Boss, within 2 days, we will have developed 10 vials of serum. At our current pace, we can produce thousands daily thereafter. The person in charge meticulously reviewed the serum's data and reported the quantity they could produce. That is sufficient. Suchin nodded and remained seated, awaiting the outcome. 3 hours later, his parents emerged from the operating room. Son, the efficacy of the serum is astonishing. As Su Dehai stepped out, he demonstrated a series of boxing moves. He was particularly pleased with his newfound physical prowess. After all, in the midst of life, one must resort to goji berries steeped in a thermos. With such enhanced physical capabilities, old Su felt as though he had returned to his prime. Let us go. He led his parents out of the laboratory and proceeded towards his office. Grandpa Ding, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Upon returning to the office, Suchin promptly called Boss Ding. After all, the experiments concerning prosthetics, eardrums, and eyes require governmental approval. Oh, you truly are someone who never calls without reason. Speak. What is it this time? Boss Ding had just finished work and was savoring a drink at home when he received Suchin's call. He remained quite attentive to matters concerning Suchin, especially since Suchin had provided numerous job opportunities and established a star enterprise in Longjiang. Many companies were now considering settling in Ice City. The demand for various raw materials from Suchin's side is substantial. It is impossible for Longting to produce everything independently. This creates developmental space for those companies, which is why they are drawn to Ice City. Here is the situation. Did we not previously establish a pharmaceutical company? Thanks to our researchers' relentless efforts, we have now developed prosthetics. Eardrums and eyes have also been created. And after our preliminary testing, they fully meet standard requirements. Therefore, Longting Pharmaceuticals intends to apply for a batch of volunteers, totaling 200 individuals. I hope the country can grant approval. Suchin briefly articulated his requirements. No problem. This is hardly a significant matter. Let us do this. 1 week from now. Once we have dispatched those foreigners, we shall officially recruit volunteers. Boss Ding initially thought it was a major issue, only to discover it pertained to prosthetics. The experimentation with prosthetics significantly differs from pharmaceutical trials. Firstly, those using prosthetics typically have already suffered disabilities. While prosthetics pose minimal harm to the body, medications are another story. As the saying goes, all medicines are 3 parts poison. Even a slight miscalculation can result in loss of life. Numerous pharmaceutical companies abroad conduct human trials. For instance, our neighboring country sees 400,000 to 500,000 individuals yearly traveling to Europe and America for drug testing. All right, then I'll trouble you, Grandpa Ding. There's another matter. I wonder if you know anyone in the military district, someone with sufficient stature. We have another invention. However, I cannot discuss it over the phone. It must wait until the military personnel arrive for direct testing. Suchin contemplated that in 2 days, 10 vials of serum from the U.S. military would be available. Ultimately, collaboration with the state would be necessary. Even if Suchan were to produce it, he would not dare to sell it privately, as it would ultimately require national oversight. Fine, then a week from now, we shall all gather at your Longting Automotive. Boss Ding nodded, and after hanging up, he resumed sipping his drink. Meanwhile, Su Dahai and Li Sumei returned home after receiving their injections. They feared losing control and revealing their secrets at the factory. Isn't our son studying automotive engineering abroad? How did he end up with this genetic agent? At home, Li Sumei felt the changes in her strength and couldn't help but glance curiously at Su Dahai. How would I know? Perhaps it's something our son unearthed while overseas. Enough of that. We should quickly adapt to our newfound strength. We wouldn't want to draw trouble upon our son. With that, Su Dahai began to acclimate. Meanwhile, within the factory, a group of 7 arrived in 2 vehicles. Halting at the entrance. Goodness. No wonder the eldest sister said Xiao Chun has become successful. Upon disembarking and gazing at the stunning Qinglong, Li Jianjun thought he was imagining things. After rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken, he began to express his astonishment. Dad. My brother mentioned in the WeChat group that we should conduct business here. According to him, this industrial park will eventually attract at least 1 million people. If our family opens a KTV here, I believe we could rake in substantial profits. Li Jianjun's eldest son, Li Ziliang, echoed his sentiments. Unlike the Su family, the Li family has a tradition of generational succession. The Su family also had such a tradition, but it was disrupted when Su Dajiang chose to remain abroad. The lineage has come to a halt with Su Chen. On the other hand, in the old Li family, Su Chen's uncles were all born in the 1980s. Thus, Su Chen's eldest uncle is named Li Jianjun, and the second uncle is Li Jiangguo. Below them is the generation of the character Z. The 3 brothers are named Li Ziliang, Li Ziwei, and Li Zilong. Let us proceed inside and take a look. The 2 uncles and their wives, accompanied by 3 children, made their way along the path leading into the factory. May I ask who you are? They were confronted by a newly hired security guard just a few steps in. Hello. I am your Director Su's uncle, Li Jianjun. We have been invited here by Director Su. Li Jianjun cheerfully offered a cigarette to the guard, thus revealing his purpose. Chapter 100. Uncle and Aunt have arrived. Ah, my dear uncles and aunts, you have finally graced us with your presence. Just as Su Chan was about to tidy up and leave the office, he received a call from the security room informing him that his uncles and aunts had arrived. He hastily drove over in his tank 300. Upon his arrival, there they were, his beloved relatives. Goodness, my dear nephew, you've truly made something of yourself. Look at you, with your magnificent tank 300, exclaimed his uncle, jovially patting Su Chun on the shoulder. Indeed, I had hoped you would come sooner, Su Chun replied. Come. Let me take you to see the KTV venue you will be frequenting. Shaoli, please fetch our space-age bus for us. I want to show my uncles and aunts around our park, Su Chun instructed. He had driven his tank 300, and the distance to Qinglong was still 5 kilometers. Walking there would mean arriving after dark. Understood, boss. Shaoli, the young attendant from the security room who had previously driven Su Chun's bus, dashed toward the warehouse. Let us go. After a brief chat, once the bus arrived, Su Chun led his relatives aboard, and they set off toward the Qinglong building. Is this the vehicle you all have manufactured? His uncle inquired, admiring the fierce 5-clawed golden dragon emblazoned on the side, instantly recognizing it as a Longting automobile. Yes, uncle. First, let me take you to see the shopping mall. Afterward, we can discuss the housing. I have constructed 20,000 units here, and I can allocate a few for you. We can all live together. Su Chun enthusiastically introduced his plans. His uncles and aunts had always treated Su Chun with kindness during his childhood visits, often allowing him to enjoy things their own children could not, an expression of familial affection that transcended material wealth. now that he had the means. It was only natural for him to assist his family. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at Qinglong. Uncle, aunt, according to our design, from the 4th floor onward. Levels 4, 5, and 6 are open for business. Most of the 6th floor comprises public facilities. Our hotel operates independently, featuring over 1,000 rooms. Alongside amenities like a swimming pool, gym, and cinema, all at very affordable rates. The 4th floor is fully leased. And I have reserved 2 excellent spots for you on the 5th floor. As they walked, Suchin elaborated on the developments. After extensive renovations, the 5th floor's common areas had transformed into a verdant oasis, complete with picturesque rockeries and flowing water. What a beautiful place, but how could we possibly manage it? They remarked, awestruck. Suchin's second uncle, gazing at the splendid surroundings, couldn't help but express his sentiments. Rest assured, dear uncle, you need only await the arrival of funds. We are not lacking in clientele. What we require are prime locations. I have reserved 100 shops at both ends of the shopping mall, totaling approximately 20,000 square meters. Moreover, I have already arranged for the renovations, and once the equipment is procured, we shall commence operations by the end of the year. At that point, you can simply hire others to manage the operations. Suchin had long contemplated this, as long as there was space and equipment. Enlisting others to assist with the management would be a straightforward endeavor. Given the prime location, it would not be an exaggeration to anticipate a daily revenue in the hundreds of thousands once the workforce expanded next year. Brother, may I retain a room for myself to sing here? The youngest, Li Zilong, mused, eyeing the mall's ambience and then glancing at the location of their family's KTV. Instantly, the notion of enjoying himself in this new setting blossomed in his mind. You would be fortunate. Once you relocate, I shall send you to learn the necessary skills. Suchin discerned his younger brother's intentions immediately. Was it not merely an excuse to admire the beauty around? How could he dare to sing here? After leisurely strolling for a while and memorizing all the KTV locations, the group of 8 proceeded downstairs. By the way, Aunt, if you wish to engage in a small business, you may select additional shops. These are all part of our family, and we wouldn't charge you anything. Personally, I believe establishing a small restaurant here would be ideal. It does not demand sophisticated skills. A hot pot restaurant would suffice. After all, as the foot traffic increases next year, who could resist hot pot? If you prefer not to open within the mall, you can establish one in the community once the buildings are completed. As the workforce in the industrial park grows, so too will the families of the employees, who represent a significant consumer base. It can be said that the investments made in these communities will enable Suchin to recoup his expenses from the shops below. After exploring the industrial park thoroughly, Suchin and his companions drove home. Since it was a rare occasion for his uncle and aunt to visit, they were certain to indulge in a delightful meal. Mom and Dad, look who has arrived, Suchin exclaimed as soon as he entered the house. Oh, Jinjun and Jangwo, you're here. I had been hoping you would visit. Had you come sooner, your nephew's farm might have already been established. Sudahai welcomed them into the house. While Isume emerged from the back room, her face adorned with a mask. All right, let us prepare dinner. We can converse after we've eaten, Suchin interjected, mindful that his uncle and aunt had spent considerable time traveling. After wandering the factory for over 2 hours, they surely must have been hungry. Yes. Let us cook first. You all chat. I'll head out to buy groceries. Sudahai spoke as he donned his coat and stepped outside. Please, make yourselves at home. This place is just like your own. After inviting everyone to sit on the sofa, Suchun retrieved some beverages from the refrigerator to serve his guests. My dear niece, my nephew has truly made a name for himself, Ziliang remarked, having seen numerous news articles about his cousin online in recent days. The young man has even been dubbed the national husband, and it is said that millions of young ladies wish to marry him. Suchin's aunt playfully teased Li Sume. Indeed, you have no idea, there's a whole crowd of foreigners coming to buy cars. My son is quite the businessman. He sold a car worth 550,000 for a cool million. The best part is that there's a waiting list. And they are even willing to pay extra for certain customizations, all touted as exceedingly high-end. Chapter 101. A group of tycoons come to purchase cars. After ensuring the comfort of his uncles and their families, Suchin finally returned to his own abode to rest. Fortunately, his residence was spacious enough, boasting 5 bedrooms and 3 living areas, which accommodated both of his uncles' families quite comfortably. However, as September was already upon them, they would be moving to the employee dormitory by November at the latest. The renovations there were nearly complete, with approximately 80% finished. Yet, Suchin chose to wait until November for everyone to move in collectively, avoiding any semblance of favoritism. The headquarters of Longting was similarly nearing completion, and it was anticipated that they too would transition in by November. Currently, the production capacity of Longting Automobile had significantly increased, with the president actively securing orders. It must be said, the female president Suchin had recruited was exceptionally capable. Within just 9 months, she had negotiated a staggering total of 1,500 billion in orders for the company. The remaining orders were largely attributed to Suchin's reputation. But it was undeniable that Longting's technological prowess was equally impressive. With a home established and the headquarters operational, Suchin pondered ways to enrich his employees' leisure activities. Lying on his bed, he contemplated the possibilities. Given the monopolistic nature of the business, the rate of profit generation surpassed even the minting of money. Suchin had no desire to exploit his employees or sacrifice their well-being for personal gain. As he often reiterated, his wealth was already substantial, with $200 billion resting in his private account. The company's account also boasted over 300 billion in cash. It is worth noting that Suchin held 100% ownership. There was no one to share his fortune with, and he was not one to squander it thoughtlessly. For Suchin, 100 billion or a trillion was essentially equivalent. His goal was merely to amass a trillion within the next decade. With such resources, he could construct a spacecraft to journey to the moon and gather the essential materials for the primordial divine body. In summary, it was a matter of patience. Football, basketball, singing. Taking out a small notebook, Suchin began to jot down ideas. His workforce, while not overwhelmingly large, comprised around 400,000 to 500,000 individuals, making it feasible to establish several football and basketball teams. After all, these activities would serve as self-entertainment, free from external judgment. These 3 pursuits seemed to be the most effective means of engaging all employees. As for the female employees, Suchin scratched his head, ultimately deciding to proceed with his initial plans. To date, Suchin oversaw a cosmetics factory with a workforce of 100,000 in Oil City, another similar factory with 100,000 in Ice City, and yet another in Coal City, also employing 100,000. Additionally, there were 2 factories near the border, each with a workforce of 50,000. Furthermore, 2 cities housed automobile factories with a total of 200,000 employees. Next in line was the Hongqi brand automobile factory, which would employ at least another 100,000. Coupled with the headquarters and the upcoming Dunhuang automobile factory in a few months. This meant he could indeed form 10 football and basketball teams, a delightful prospect that would keep the teams engaged for quite some time. If victorious, one might indulge in a personal reward, igniting a wave of excitement among the employees. There is no necessity for professional players. The staff can simply engage in some friendly matches themselves. With this thought in mind, Suchin promptly shared this idea in the executive group chat. Basketball, football. Upon reading Suchin's message, the other executives and branch managers were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that Suchin harbored such interests. Indeed, each factory could establish a basketball team and a football squad. There would be no need for professional athletes. It would merely be the employees entertaining themselves. By November, coinciding with the relocation of the Longting headquarters, all teams could come together for a friendly match. Observing the puzzled expressions of his colleagues, Suchin elaborated on the rationale behind his proposal. All right, let us name our team the Longting Oil City team. We shall be the Longting Jiangbei team. And what about us? The Longting Tank team? Forget it. Ponder over a fitting name on your own. Let us avoid anything too peculiar. As he surveyed the comments from his peers, Suchin shook his head in resignation before succumbing to a deep slumber. The following morning, Suchin was abruptly awakened by a phone call from Big Brother Ding. Ding informed him that the group was indulging in a shopping spree in Ice City and wished to return after their purchases. After all, Suchin's Cowman King vehicle had yet to be produced. They could not linger indefinitely and would have to wait for its arrival. Moreover, these affluent patrons expressed a desire to explore other products from Suchin's company, particularly any high-end vehicles. Thus, Suchin was needed to host them. Jiayi. After concluding his call with Big Brother Ding, Suchin reached out to Wang Jiayi. If anyone in the factory possessed extensive knowledge about these vehicles, it was undoubtedly Wang Jiayi. She could recite the specifications of these cars by heart, as her daily live streams consisted of promoting cosmetics alongside automobiles. Not only Wang Jiayi, but Suchin also permitted all Longting employees to live stream after work. They could even showcase the factory's small yellow vehicles, receiving commissions for any sales made. Should they gain popularity as internet celebrities, they would also be allowed to join the publicity department and live stream with Wang Jiayi. Sister Jiayi, are you at the factory now? Today, those affluent Middle Eastern clients wish to see if we have any other luxury cars available. Please prioritize the Qinglong series for them, followed by the Longzi Supercar. Finally, recommend our Hongqi H9, which starts at 300,000. With the Qinglong series priced at 200 million and the Longzi at 50 million. After dialing Wang Jia's number, Su Chun discussed the vehicle sales with her. After all, one must cater to the opulence of these wealthy individuals. Offering them a price too low would be beneath their stature. All right, boss, since you've said it. I know exactly what to do. Rest assured, I will ensure that everything possible is included. Wang Jia, on the other end of the line, felt reassured by Su Chen's words. It is evident that Su Chen aims to take a decisive strike against the affluent. In pursuit of this goal, it is imperative to extol them with extravagant praise, ideally in a manner that is nothing short of breathtaking. Wang Jia is exceptionally well-versed in this aspect. Prior to her foray into live streaming, she meticulously studied the recordings of various internet celebrities' broadcasts. She possesses an intimate familiarity with the art of hyperbole. Very well. As long as you understand how to articulate this effectively. Furthermore, regarding our Dunhuang series, although it has yet to be produced, we can certainly present them with the design and specifications of the vehicles. If they are captivated, we shall have an opulent automobile worth over 1 million. Chapter 102. The wealthy tycoons engage in a frenzied shopping spree. Upon the urgent arrival of Su Chen at the automobile factory, he discovered that the affluent individuals from the Middle East were already convened in the conference room, attentively listening to Wang Jia as she elucidated the various models of Longting automobiles. It is undeniable that these wealthy magnates possessed immense fortunes. Each one was accompanied by 2 or 3 interpreters, along with a considerable entourage of bodyguards, creating an impression that they were not merely there to purchase vehicles, but rather to seize them. At that moment, Wang Jia was operating the projector, presenting the most iconic model of Longting automobiles, namely the Tank 300 model. Finally, you have arrived. By the way, these tycoons are also interested in acquiring your space-age bus. Can your bus withstand sand? Just as Su Chen settled into his seat, the leader from Ice City leaned over and whispered his inquiry. Sand? Su Chen was momentarily taken aback by the question, but soon realized the context. Their city was also a tourist destination, yet unlike Ice City, which experienced snowfall and lower temperatures, Su Chen had developed the heating technology that enabled the creation of such vehicles. However, the principle behind sand resistance was not overly complex. It was quite similar to the current heating technology. By merely increasing the power output slightly, it should suffice. As the grains of sand in the desert were not particularly large, even moderately sized raindrops were larger than the sand particles found in deserts. It should be feasible. Perhaps we can give it a trial. After contemplating, Su Chen refrained from providing a definitive answer, acknowledging that this product required testing. Did it not? If it proved successful, he could sell them a larger quantity, considering their considerable wealth. The leader of Ice City nodded in understanding. The next vehicle we present is undoubtedly a classic masterpiece from Longting Automobile. It incorporates countless advanced technologies and numerous elements from our nation's intangible cultural heritage. Please direct your attention to the large screen. After conversing with the leader of Ice City, Su Chen shifted his focus to the projector. At that moment, Wang Jia was discussing the H9 automobile. This vehicle boasted a majestic exterior, perfectly suited for successful individuals. Particularly striking were the 5-star red flags adorning either side of the car doors, evoking a sense of awe. Our Hongqi H9, utilizing second-generation technology, offers a range of approximately 5,000 to 10,000 kilometers, depending on the optional configurations. Furthermore, our intangible cultural heritage is represented through exquisite embroidery crafted with gold and silver threads, with even the car emblem being produced using inlay techniques. There are even techniques specifically designed for creating dragon robes for emperors. Wang Jia adeptly manipulated the tablet, the projector continuously displaying dynamic visuals. I wish to purchase 100 units to be placed in our embassy for the reception of foreign dignitaries. The young prince, captivated by the imposing appearance of the Hongqi H9, particularly the national flags flanking the doors, envisioned how it would appear adorned with the flag of his own country. Directly expressing his desire to purchase 100 units of the Hongqi H9, he exclaimed that such a number was but a trifling matter for them. After all, they resided in a nation where one could hail a taxi in a supercar. As the morning unfolded, Su Chen, with a beaming smile, escorted a group of affluent Middle Eastern magnates to a restaurant. In just a few hours, Wang Jia had facilitated the sale of over 5 billion in automobiles to them. Notably, the Qinglong series was particularly sought after, with only 9 units in existence, and Suchin wished to retain one for himself, leaving only 8 available for sale. These 8 would be distributed globally, with Suchin proposing 1 for Manhwa, 2 for North America, 2 for Europe, and the remaining 3 for worldwide distribution. To Suchin's astonishment, the princes were utterly captivated by the Qinglong supercars, leading them to bid above the asking price, resulting in the sale of 6 units. Thus, only 2 Qinglong supercars remained available for purchase. The Sons of the Dragon exhibited remarkable generosity, acquiring a third of the remaining inventory. The rest of the automobiles were purchased in bulk, leaving Suchin elated. After all, who wouldn't be thrilled by the prospect of profit? Even a certain teacher, known for his struggles in making money, had never complained about having too much. After satisfying their appetites, Suchin bid farewell to the wealthy patrons. "Wow, boss. These individuals are incredibly wealthy," Wang Jiayi remarked, unable to contain her astonishment until they had departed the Longting automobile factory and boarded their plane. Indeed, they were extraordinarily wealthy. The mere thought of spending 200 million on a supercar did not even cause them to blink. Even I would deliberate for an eternity before making such a purchase. In the car, Suchin also found himself reflecting on the matter. Truly, only names can be mistaken, not titles. The affluent remain affluent. Their level of wealth exceeded even Suchin's wildest imagination. "By the way, Jai, once we return, we must expedite automobile production. Has Longting decided on a location for the factory? Has any city offered us favorable policies?" Suchin pondered that the Hongqi series should commence mass production, lest they fail to satisfy their fans. After a meeting, it was resolved that the headquarters of Longting would be established in Dalian. To begin with, the Hongqi series boasts 9 models, from H1 to H9, catering to the needs of the majority. Establishing the factory in Dalian would allow for direct sales to Japan, South Korea, and the Americas, even facilitating access to the Russian market. Moreover, the southern cities would become more accessible. With a generous allocation of 200,000 acres of land and a 3-year tax exemption, the president decided to locate the Hongqi headquarters there. Wang Jiayi elaborated on the matters pertaining to the new automobile factory. "All right, let it be so. Dalian, with its beautiful coastline, may even allow us to venture into cruise ship production in the future." Suchin held a profound affection for cruise ships. However, such possessions are the exclusive domain of the affluent. In his previous life, Suchin had only glimpsed them through the lens of the internet. Particularly, he was bewildered when observing those tycoons casually spending billions of dollars on luxury yachts. Was there truly such allure in these vessels? Yet, upon gaining a deeper understanding, he discovered that the charm of yachts was indeed profound. No man could resist the desire to own such grand toys. Thus, when the opportunity arose, Suchin aspired to acquire a unique yacht of his own, ideally one produced by his own company, for the profitability of such ventures is undeniable. In addition to yachts and cruise ships, Suchin also planned to venture into the aviation industry. In his eyes, the epitome of true luxury encompassed only 3 categories: supercars, cruise ships, and private jets. Chapter 103, Preparing to Establish an F1 Racing Team. As for other luxuries, Suchin truly does not recognize them. In his view, such items are merely a tax on intelligence. Is purchasing a pair of shoes considered a luxury? Is acquiring a handbag deemed extravagant? What constitutes luxury? It is not simply the exorbitant price, but the realization that upon acquisition, the item serves little purpose. That is what luxury truly embodies. Take the cruise ship, for instance. Even the most modest of them costs hundreds of billions. Yet, one soon discovers that such a vessel can hardly be utilized more than twice a year. Moreover, the annual maintenance and crew expenses alone amount to tens of millions. Private jets follow a similar logic. Who can afford to soar through the skies daily? However, at least the employees of the company may benefit from the use of the private aircraft. As for supercars, they are even more extravagant, only brought forth on grand occasions to flaunt wealth. If someone were to take a supercar onto the highway, Suchin would wholeheartedly commend them. That indeed takes courage. A tier below such luxuries would be 5-star hotels, where a single night's stay could cost tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. Yet, this is not something one frequents. Importantly, if one does not stay, there is no need to spend, is there? Dingling, dingling. Just as Suchin contemplated the idea of building ships and planes, his phone rang. Upon checking, he noticed an unfamiliar number from Dunhuang. "Hello, Mr. Su. This is Liu, the director of our Dunhuang Intangible Cultural Heritage. We had previously arranged for you to visit the Longting headquarters in 3 months to review the design plans." A gentle female voice resonated on the other end. "Yes, that is indeed the case. When will you be coming? Our Lonting Automotive has designed 3 models for Dunhuang, and we have already sold 300 units thus far. Suchin recalled that Wang Jiai had indeed sold 300 units of the Dunhuang series. Initially, he had not anticipated such sales, considering the cars were steeped in distinctly Dragon Country cultural characteristics. Those Westerners, with their duplicitous nature, profess freedom and equality, yet for years, only Hollywood films have served as cultural exports. It is utterly impossible for Dragon Country films to garner awards in Hollywood. Of course, there have been instances where a film depicting the rural struggles during the Dragon Country's Great Famine received some minor awards, achieved through the act of denigrating one's own culture to curry favor with foreign powers. To Suchin's astonishment, these Middle Eastern magnates, upon witnessing the designs of the 3 vehicles, each placed an order for 100 units, declaring their intention to return for bulk purchases once production ramped up next year. Living amidst the desert, they possess a profound understanding of its beauty. In a certain sense, these 3 vehicles could be regarded as an embodiment of their geographical culture. So soon? On the other end of the line, Director Liu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Suchin's announcement of having sold 300 vehicles. Goodness, you are more audacious than those who merely present PowerPoint presentations about car manufacturing. At least they managed to produce a vehicle before enticing people to purchase. You, however, have sold 300 without having manufactured even a single one. I dare say that even the venerable Mr. Jia, from afar in America, would bow down and pay his respects to you. Director Liu, I am uncertain when you might visit us, but we must convene to discuss the automotive factory and related matters in detail. This is not solely a unilateral affair of Lonting. It necessitates the cooperation of the Dunhuang authorities. Nevertheless, I am confident that the designs of these 3 vehicles will be irresistible to them. We can head over tomorrow morning and commence work immediately upon arrival. The Dunhuang officials hold Lonting in high regard, and finding a substantial factory to establish there is no simple task. It would be regrettable if an issue of attitude were to drive Lonting away, leaving them with no recourse to lament their loss. Very well, Director Liu. I shall arrange for someone to meet you at the airport tomorrow. With that, both parties concluded their conversation. By the way, boss, the 100 vehicles of the space era we ordered for iCity have been delivered. However, the wealthy clients from the Middle East have placed an order for 500 more, specifically those designed to withstand sandy conditions. Upon hanging up, Yang Xiao turned to Suchin, discussing the space era vehicles. In fact, several tourist attractions are eager to place orders with us, especially those in regions prone to frequent rainfall. Tourist attractions wish to purchase from us? Suchin was momentarily stunned by the revelation. He quickly deduced that their interest likely stemmed from the upper deck design, which allows for splendid views of the scenery while aboard. All right, if there are buyers, we shall sell and tally the quantities. Then we can ramp up production accordingly. By the way, Xiao, we must expedite the recruitment of race car drivers. In the future, we intend to produce a greater number of concept cars, supercars, and F1 Formula racing vehicles. Surely, I cannot be the one to race personally. This had been a consideration of Suchin's for quite some time. While hydrogen-powered vehicles may not be ready for launch just yet, specialized racing cars for events such as F1 and supercars can indeed be crafted. Many prominent automotive companies have made remarkable advancements in F1 and supercar technologies. A factory that produces F1 technology is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of automotive engineering, as slightly simplifying the technical specifications for F1 vehicles can yield supercars. And further simplification can lead to family cars. It can be stated that F1 racing embodies the most advanced technologies of every automotive manufacturer. To date, no automotive company in Dragon Country has been able to produce an F1 racing car. Even the most formidable enterprises can merely manufacture certain components of F1 vehicles. Thus, it can be asserted that F1 racing is a domain predominantly reserved for Europe and America. This is precisely the foundation upon which their supercars achieve such remarkable sales. A race car driver, you say? Are you considering forming a team, boss? When Suchin spoke of race car drivers, Wang Jiai's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The previously scheduled F1 event in Longwu was regrettably cancelled due to mask mandates, leaving Wang Jiai quite disheartened for an extended period. If their company were to produce F1 cars, Wang Jiai would undoubtedly lend her full support. Indeed, such exhilarating events should not be exclusively hosted by Europe and America, right? Suchin remarked with a smile directed at Wang Jiai. Furthermore, in addition to Formula One racing, there must also be supercar competitions. In the future, Loaning Automotive aims to produce more supercars, concept cars, and F1 vehicles. Even if they alter the regulations to exclude electric vehicles, we can still organize our own races. Chapter 104. Good news from the construction team. Upon returning to the company, Suchin finally felt a sense of relief. It must be said that these affluent individuals from the Middle East are indeed extraordinarily wealthy. Even before the cars have been manufactured, an impressive number have already been sold. Notably, more than a third of the two types of supercars have been purchased outright. Additionally, a colossal order amounting to $500 billion has been placed. With such a sum, it would be remiss not to earn at least $200 billion for these magnates. Reclining on the sofa, Suchun began to contemplate his prospects. He wondered what kind of position these clients would assign him. Should it be by the seaside, he would opt for the coastal residence. Conversely, if it were in the form of a desert landscape, he would acquire the desert oasis instead. Xiaoro, he called out. Please compile the number of space-age buses that need to be delivered. If the quantity is relatively small, we can produce them in our factory. If it's substantial, we may need to establish a separate automobile plant. Even if the production of the space-age buses ceases in the future, we could still utilize that design to create recreational vehicles. At this juncture, the number of affluent individuals is on the rise, leading to an increasing demand for mobile palaces. Due to transportation laws, there are still few large recreational vehicles domestically. However, abroad, these grand vehicles are ubiquitous. Many individuals forego purchasing houses altogether in favor of residing in their RVs. During his studies overseas, Suchun observed numerous people investing millions, even tens of millions of dollars in oversized RVs. Even many Hollywood stars have acquired such mobile abodes as their personal transport. It is evident that the RV market holds significant potential for the future. Understood, boss. I will begin compiling the statistics right away. However, we still have many orders yet to be fulfilled. After a preliminary budget assessment, Yang Xiaoro estimated that they could sell at least several thousand units. She considered the numerous cities and tourist attractions that have ordered space-age vehicles from Longting Automobile Factory. If the results prove favorable, further orders should ensue. With a profit of 300,000 per bus, 1,000 units would yield a monumental order worth billions, sufficient justification to establish a factory of their own. Very well. Please proceed with the statistics. After Yang Xiaoro departed, Suchun reclined on the sofa to rest. In just 1 month, they would be relocating to the Longting headquarters in Qinlong. By then, the lithography machines and chip research department should be operational. During this period, as they had not yet moved to the new office, Suchun had refrained from acquiring the lithography machines and chip technology. The 5-nanometer lithography machines and chip technology would adequately meet Longting Automobile's requirements, and they could even sell chips and lithography machines externally. At that time, the Americans had already developed 3-nanometer chips. However, chips are not comparable to batteries. While one might claim a breakthrough in electric vehicle technology, it is implausible to suggest that one could transition from a 16-nanometer process to a 1-nanometer process instantaneously. There must be a gradual and methodical process in place. The reason Suchun invested in the 5-nanometer lithography machine and chip technology is to facilitate extensive exports. Once the market reaches a near saturation point, Suchun plans to launch the 3-nanometer lithography machine and chips, followed by the introduction of 1-nanometer technology. It's a strategy to reap profits in cycles. With this thought, Suchun couldn't help but chuckle. It must be said, the mischief lies within oneself. After a considerable respite, Suchun finally regained his composure. Son. At that moment, old Su burst through the door, his face alight with excitement as he called out to Suchun. Dad, what delightful news do you bring? Observing the flush of joy on old Su's face, it was evident he had encountered something significant. Suchun couldn't resist teasing him. Haha, indeed. Nothing escapes your keen perception. Is it not our Qilong construction that has astonished everyone? Moreover, we have secured a 500 billion order from the Middle East. Now it can be said that the strength of our construction team is known nationwide. Many have reached out to me, eager for us to assist in establishing factories or corporate headquarters. The offers are exceedingly generous, with the sole request being that their headquarters must be truly unique. Old Su rubbed his hands together, exhilarated by this promising opportunity. Furthermore, the profit margins in construction are indeed substantial. For instance, in a property valued at 1,500,000 is allocated for the land, leaving the developer with a profit margin of approximately 30%. 20% accounts for labor and material costs. However, the buildings established by Suchun's company are of legendary status, At the very least, they are landmark constructions. It can be asserted that other builders enjoy profit margins around 15 to 20%, while Suchin's profits soar between 70 to 90%. This is a venture worth pursuing. Dad, if you wish to take it on, feel free, but you must find the designers yourselves. Let them unleash their imaginative visions. As long as they can conceive it, our construction team can bring it to life. I have unwavering faith in the capabilities of our System S construction team. Moreover, should they falter, the system will intervene. All right, I shall engage in discussions with them. Currently, not only domestic companies but also international ones are reaching out to us. Upon hearing Suchin's affirmative response, old Su left his office with a beaming smile. What a relief. After bidding farewell to old Su, Suchin retrieved his phone to order some milk tea for delivery. The only regret was that the shopping mall within the factory was yet to open. If it were operational, he could drive directly to the mall for purchases. Ding ding ding. Just as Suchin had settled in for a brief respite, his phone chimed again. Mr. Su, your car has arrived at the factory entrance. Minister Zhang. Very well, I shall head over to take a look now. As soon as the call was connected, Suchin glanced at the caller ID and was pleasantly surprised to see it was Minister Zhang from Alasan. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Suchin ended the call and proceeded toward the factory's entrance. He harbored a deep fondness for the Carmen King series, as it represented the only third-generation vehicle produced by Longting Automotive. A true powerhouse in terms of performance, it thoroughly satisfied Suchin's daily needs. Mr. Su, greetings. This is your vehicle, he heard as he approached the entrance, where 4 individuals were standing beside the car, evidently awaiting his arrival. Presumably, these 4 had driven back overnight. Otherwise, their speed would not have been so impressive. Thank you for your hard work. Let us head to the hotel first, where I shall host you for a warm welcome. Chapter 105, Visitors from Dunhuang. The following day, after bidding farewell to the 4 drivers who had journeyed here, Suchin and his companions made their way to the airport, a plan established the previous day. Officials from Dunhuang were scheduled to arrive and review the design schematics of the Dunhuang series of automobiles. Remarkably, despite not having officially commenced production, a considerable number of these vehicles had already been sold. It is believed that the representatives from Dunhuang will undoubtedly find favor with these 3 exquisite models, particularly given their striking aesthetics. By the way, boss, yesterday, General Lin led a team to Southeast Asia. Reports indicate that numerous countries in that region are eager to import our vehicles. In addition to Southeast Asia, several European nations have expressed interest, though they are currently hindered by American restrictions. Moreover, several countries in South America, as well as Russia, are also keen to import our off-road vehicles. In the vehicle, Yang Xiao reported to Suchin about the company's progress. Under Lin Yajwan's leadership, Longting Company is flourishing. Even in Suchin's absence, the company's operations have improved significantly. Yang felt confident in negotiating with potential clients, as there was little to lose. The annual global sales of electric vehicles now exceed a staggering 10 million units. If we could capture merely 1/5 of that market, it would be a monumental achievement. Suchin contemplated the surging global demand for new energy electric vehicles. It is inevitable that many developed nations will transition entirely to electric cars, given that electricity is a renewable resource. While oil can also be replenished, it remains a strategic commodity. Thus, the emphasis should be on utilizing electricity whenever possible, especially in the United States, where energy costs are remarkably low. Many citizens leave their lights on even when stepping outside, and bathroom lights are often left illuminated year-round. Moreover, should General Lin successfully secure business deals, it would effectively broaden our sales channels. Suchin wholeheartedly supported this endeavor, as the ultimate beneficiary of any profits would be himself. Furthermore, boss, there is an interest from Russia in our off-road vehicles. Due to the vast and sparsely populated landscape, refueling can be quite challenging there. Thus, they place great importance on vehicles with a range exceeding 3,000 kilometers. Additionally, with the severe restrictions imposed by the United States and recent geopolitical developments, many automakers have ceased sales to Russia. General Lin believes that this presents an opportune moment to penetrate the Russian market, given its substantial population of over 100 million. According to General Lin, the goal is to sell at least 10 million vehicles in Russia. Yang Xiao conveyed General Lin's aspirations to Suchin. However, achieving such sales figures would be a formidable challenge. Even selling 1 million units would be regarded as a triumph. The market dynamics there are starkly different from ours, where vehicles, some exceeding 20 or even 30 years in age, are still deemed roadworthy. However, if one were to export to the Russian side, it would be prudent to employ the initial air suspension technology. Suchin previously had classmates from Russia, and many envied their lifestyle. Yet, in truth, their way of life bears a striking resemblance to that of China in the 1990s. The common folk possess limited wealth. And given the vast expanse of their territory coupled with a dispersed population, many roads remain unpaved. Most individuals traveling to other cities either take trains or flights. Thus, an off-road vehicle equipped with air suspension would undoubtedly capture the attention of the Russians. After a little over an hour, Suchin's convoy arrived at the airport. They secured a favorable position and patiently awaited inside the vehicles. After all, he was the head of Dunhuang, and it was crucial for Suchin to extend the courtesy due. Consequently, he and his team stood by the exit in anticipation. In less than 20 minutes, Minister Zhang emerged with his entourage. Minister Zhang, welcome. Suchin approached and shook his hand. This way, please. He led them directly to the convoy. It must be noted that Suchin made a considerable show of respect. A total of 10 luxury vehicles had arrived. It is worth mentioning that Minister Zhang was accompanied by only 6 individuals. Mr. Su, ever since you mentioned designing the Dunhuang series of vehicles, we have been eagerly awaiting this moment, remarked the Dunhuang dignitary with a hint of nostalgia. Their region relies heavily on tourism for economic sustenance. Yet with the recent decline in disposable income, fewer visitors venture to their locale. Unlike other cities that can pivot towards industrialization, Dunhuang struggles to transform into an industrial hub. Rest assured, esteemed dignitary, the 3 models of the Dunhuang series designed by Longting will surely meet your expectations. The affluent from the Middle East have already taken notice. As they too contend with desertification, amidst jovial banter, they arrived at the Longting automobile factory within the hour. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a moment to rest. After lunch, I will guide you through the design plans. Upon their arrival at the Longting factory, Suchin noticed that it was already past 10 o'clock, nearing lunchtime. Although the headquarters in Qinglong was still undergoing renovations, the hotel on the 6th floor was nearly complete and boasted excellent soundproofing, allowing for a brief respite without issue. Mr. Su, we hardly have the appetite for a meal right now. We should first examine the blueprints. Minister Zhang interjected, his impatience evident. They had awaited this moment for 2 months. Viewing the automobile design plans was of utmost importance, as it directly impacted Dunhuang's future prospects, a matter of significant political achievement for them. All right, let us proceed to the conference room. Shiro, please fetch General Manager Wang. We would like him to introduce the 3 Dunhuang series automobiles we have designed. Suchin has directly entrusted this matter to Wang Jai, who is far more acquainted with Longting's vehicles than Suchin. After all, she earns her commission primarily through car sales. It is said that at least 1/3 of Longting's cars have been sold through Wang Jiai's live broadcasts. She is undoubtedly well-versed in the vehicle's performance, models, and specifications. Understood, boss. I shall go at once. Yang Shiro nodded and made her way towards the live broadcast studio. Meanwhile, Suchin led a group towards the conference room, preparing to elucidate the details of the 3 Dunhuang series automobiles to everyone. Chapter 106. The Development of Longting Automotive. The proprietor, Mr. Liu from Hunan Province, has journeyed to Russia. He represents both the tank series and the BJ series for business discussions. According to Mr. Liu's report, it seems he was invited by the Russian side. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Wang Jai is meticulously introducing the Dunhuang 3 series of automobiles to several visitors from Dunhuang. Below, Yang Xiaoro is secretly relaying information to Suchin. Furthermore, Mr. Lin has indicated that a design team comprising over 200 individuals will arrive at our Longting company tomorrow. It has been rumored that Audi is in a fit of rage due to the loss of more than 200 designers. Additionally, General Manager Chen Chanqian has managed to recruit a considerable number of talents, approximately around 100. Chen Fukuan, the father of General Manager Chen, wishes to apply for the establishment of additional 4S stores. As Yang Xiaoro conveyed this information, Suchin rubbed his temples. Automotive designers are indeed the principal research personnel within an automobile company. For instance, when Hongqi enlisted the design team from Rolls-Royce, their sales figures soared dramatically. When Audi released a particular engineer, he was swiftly acquired by BYD, resulting in an explosive surge in sales for one of their models. This exemplifies the allure of an automotive designer. Given identical prices, performance, and quality, consumers will undoubtedly gravitate towards the vehicle that boasts superior aesthetics and presence. Surely, no one would willingly become a fool in such a scenario, would they? Very well, let us welcome them aboard and subsequently establish design departments 3 and 4. If we can continue to attract talent, we shall create departments 5 and 6 as well. By the way, Once they arrive tomorrow, instruct the team in Department 3 to redesign a vehicle for me. Let the team in Department 4 take charge of the tank series, specifically the Tank 600 and Tank 900. After pondering for a moment, Suchin realized that Longting Automotive still has numerous models yet to be produced. Aside from the mini-series, the off-road vehicles remain. It has been a challenge to develop a sedan series, which has yet to see production. At the very least, we must wait another 2 months before we can resume manufacturing. Presently, Longting is in dire need of a mid-range automobile priced from 200,000 to 4 or 500,000. After all, both Mercedes and BMW find their best-selling models within this price range. Suchin is not one to indulge them. After all, this is the realm of commercial competition. With victories come defeats. For decades, foreign automotive enterprises have stifled domestic companies, preventing them from rising. Now that Suchin possesses the means, it is only fitting that he ensures they too remain subdued in this arena. Just as Suchin contemplated the production of a new vehicle, a resounding applause and cheers erupted. Upon lifting his gaze, he observed that the projector displayed the images of automobiles presented by Wang Jiai. The leaders from Dunhuang erupted into applause upon witnessing the designs of the 3 vehicles. Mr. Su, before our arrival, we indeed felt a sense of trepidation. We have but this singular opportunity in Dunhuang. I never anticipated the exquisite design of the automobiles crafted by your esteemed company. They are not only aesthetically pleasing but also imbued with the rich cultural essence of Dunhuang's traditional heritage. Mr. Su, our heartfelt gratitude to you. We sincerely hope that you will soon grace Dunhuang with the establishment of a factory. We do not seek excess. A factory employing 10,000 workers would suffice. After Minister Zhang familiarized himself with the 3 series of automobiles from Dunhuang, he approached with fervor, shaking Suchin's hand with enthusiasm. They have truly endured hardship. Despite their tourism industry flourishing, the number of visitors remains limited. Furthermore, aside from sand and traditional culture, they possess few other resources. Minister Zhang, what do you think? These 3 models were conceived after 75 days of dedicated design, specifically for export, as domestic support for such colors is lacking. Seeing Minister Zhang so pleased, Suchin could not help but smile. Satisfaction is key. As long as there is contentment, production can continue. With the vehicles sold internationally, we shall earn points. We are immensely grateful to Mr. Su for his genuine concern for our endeavors. We have resolved to allocate an additional 100,000 acres of land to establish a factory for Longting. At this moment, Minister Zhang was overjoyed, his smile reaching ear to ear. Dunhuang has a modest population. Even with a factory for 10,000, it would be sufficient for the livelihoods of its residents. Haha. Our gratitude goes to Minister Zhang. We will expedite the process of sending personnel to Dunhuang to establish the factory. Additionally, Minister Zhang, there is an important matter I must clarify. Longting is currently researching crops that can be cultivated in desert conditions. Should our research prove successful, I envision our automobile factory as a verdant oasis. If you require assistance, we are willing to help. However, it is my belief that Dunhuang's culture has always been intertwined with the desert. It is impractical to eliminate all desert. Suchin expressed his thoughts with a cheerful demeanor to Minister Zhang. It is noteworthy that the desert area in the Dragon Kingdom spans 700,000 square kilometers. When considering the Gobi Desert, the total reaches an astounding 1,280,000 square kilometers, accounting for 13% of the total land area. If Suchin could transform these deserts into oases, gradually converting them into arable land, the Dragon Kingdom would no longer need to import grain. We wholeheartedly support this initiative. Moreover, if Mr. Su can indeed turn deserts into oases, it would be a monumental blessing. Upon hearing that Suchin could potentially transform the desert into a lush oasis, Minister Zhang's excitement intensified. Why is Dunhuang impoverished? It is primarily due to its location within a vast desert, making access a challenge. Should Suchin succeed in creating oases from the desert, to put it bluntly, the extensive barren land could yield substantial profits merely through grazing. After concluding their discussions, Suchin escorted everyone to the Longting Hotel. Subsequently, he led Yang Shiro towards the office. By the way, Shiro, there is something I neglected to inquire about. How is the production of our trucks progressing? The trucks were a commitment Suchin made in front of the truck enthusiasts. Given the passage of time, there ought to be some developments. Boss, regarding the trucks, we have commenced mass production in no more than 3 days. Once we secure the approval from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, we will be ready for market launch. Sister Jiai is diligently filming videos to test the trucks every day. Moreover, Our trucks are categorized into 4 types, encompassing all sizes from large to small, fully capable of meeting the demands of our truck enthusiasts. Additionally, Chapter 107, the miraculous anti-cancer drug. Moreover, our headquarters is nearing its production capacity. Trucks, buses, and the high-performance supercars you wish to manufacture are in high demand. Thus, the construction of the branch factory must accelerate. After listening to Yang Shiro's report, Suchin could not help but sigh. It is no wonder that many large companies collapse in an instant. Here, he is operating a highly monopolistic high-tech automobile company, and the current expansion has become somewhat overwhelming. Those real estate companies expand recklessly, and it would indeed be strange if they did not encounter calamities. The branch factory must be established, but once it is completed, we shall need to pause. Although our account holds a substantial sum, we still have to repay the bank loans. In 2 years, once we finish constructing the palatial residences for the wealthy in the Middle East, we shall find ourselves financially secure. Su Chun rubbed his temples. The factory account currently holds over 260 billion. However, more than 130 billion of that must be allocated for purchasing raw materials. The remaining 130 billion must cover employee salaries and leave some funds for repaying loans from last year. Ultimately, some of this must also be earmarked for the research and development of new technologies. It is impractical for Su Chun to acquire everything from the system. Establishing such a vast company without any autonomy would render it meaningless. It would be more profitable to collaborate with a contract manufacturer. Very well, boss. Where shall we construct the remaining 2 factories? Currently, Longting's automobile factories include 2 in Hunan Province and 1 in Dalian. Additionally, there is the Longting headquarters, and perhaps in the near future, we may establish another in Dunhuang. Let us assess which location offers the most favorable conditions. Wherever the terms are best, we shall proceed with construction there. All right, let us call it a day. Whoever wishes to stake and do so, I shall not. If there are any issues, approach General Manager Lin, or else consult my father. If anyone inquires, simply state that I am engaged in research and development at the laboratory. By the way, tomorrow we will have volunteers brought by the esteemed Ling. Please have Wang Jiayi entertain them. It would be perfect for her to live stream the entire experimental process. I will send assistance your way. With that, Su Chen stood and made his way towards the Longting headquarters, intending to spend some time in the laboratory. Lately, he felt he had been merely busy without producing new products, and the rate of acquiring points had significantly declined. Continuous research and development of new products was imperative. Oh, the burdens of being a boss. I wish I could avoid this tedious work. Yet, skipping work means no income. It appears I must catch up with the boss soon. But the boss is as dense as a block of wood. Watching Su Chen's retreating figure, Yang Sharo could not help but murmur to herself. And he thinks to find General Manager Lin? He has gone to Southeast Asia for business negotiations. How could he possibly attend to company matters? In the end, it falls upon me, the secretary to the chairman, to manage everything. However, there was no remedy. After all, Su Chun was the owner. Let us do it. Let us do it. Let us do it. At this moment, Su Chun found himself in the underground laboratory, reclining on a bed and indulging in a video game. Since he began working at the company, he had not had the opportunity to truly enjoy gaming, most of the time. He could only manage a few rounds before business matters demanded his attention. Boss, just as Su Chin was immersed in his game, the large door of the laboratory swung open. A woman clad in a white lab coat and sporting gold-rimmed glasses strode out, her long legs commanding attention. Ah, Professor Elizabeth. Have you made a breakthrough? Upon seeing Elizabeth, Su Chin was momentarily taken aback. This woman was from the Cell Laboratory, and given the time that had elapsed, it seemed that the Human Experimentation Laboratory had achieved success. He had not anticipated such swift advancements from the Cell and Gene Laboratories, as they inherently involved monumental undertakings. Indeed. Boss, we have developed an extraordinarily potent special medication that effectively eradicates various cancer cells. We utilized cell editing technology, specifically macrophages. By harnessing the principle that macrophages can consume other cells, once they have ingested the cancer cells, they will perish within 3 hours. As Elizabeth relayed this information, Su Chin was left in a state of disbelief. What did this mean? Had they truly succeeded in developing a cancer remedy? The implications were staggering. Just how much profit could he accrue from this? Wait, Elizabeth, allow me a moment to think. Initially, Su Chin had been able to reconcile the world-leading automotive technology with his own expertise. Prosthetics were within the realm of mechanical engineering, but now, this cell engineering was an entirely different domain. one that bore no relation to mechanical engineering whatsoever. System, can I exchange some resources to establish a company abroad? Suchin pondered the ramifications of creating this company. It could very well pose a risk to him. Affirmative, but the company must be registered under the host's name. Listening to the system's explanation, Suchin felt a twinge of helplessness. System, is there any possibility that I could hold a controlling interest in this company? If he were to claim authorship of this innovation, he would find it difficult to provide a credible explanation. However, if he held a controlling stake, others would perceive him as possessing remarkable foresight, having invested in this company long ago, now reaping the rewards. That will suffice. By the way, Elizabeth, please compile a summary of your research findings and assign a representative with a Dragon Country visage to establish a pharmaceutical company. I shall then take a controlling interest in it. This way, it will be more palatable to the public. Suchin contemplated this approach, recognizing it as a means to obscure his involvement. System, is this feasible? Affirmative. It will require 100,000 points. The pharmaceutical company was founded a decade ago. After several bankruptcies and research, it ultimately persevered through the support of Ling. After a decade of dedicated research, a groundbreaking cancer treatment has finally been developed. Observing the conditions set by the system, Suchin nodded in agreement. Although he had established a pharmaceutical company, he could easily claim it was merely for trademark purposes, wishing to prevent any other company from sharing the name Ling. Thus, he resolved to proceed with this course of action. Upon confirming his decision, Suchin's system points dwindled by 1 million. However, with nearly 30 billion points at his disposal, this was hardly a concern. Moreover, there was still the task of advancing lithography technology. Currently, the chips produced by Ling Automotive were more than sufficient. Unlike smartphones or computers, a 14-nanometer chip sufficed for automobiles. The plan was to establish a laboratory and unveil a 5-nanometer chip in the coming year. Once sufficient funds were amassed, a 3-nanometer chip would be released to attract further investment. Ultimately, a 1-nanometer chip would also be developed, as foreign investments were exceedingly lucrative. Chapter 108. The prosthetic experiment commences. Boss, this is the macrophage. The cells being consumed are cancer cells. The speed at which macrophages engulf cancer cells is astonishing. Regardless of the quantity, they can devour them all within an hour. However, due to our constraints, the lifespan of these macrophages is limited to 3 hours. At this moment, Suchin was in the laboratory, observing through a microscope alongside Elizabeth as they watched the macrophages engulf the cancer cells. It was as though the cancer cells, upon seeing the macrophages, exhibited a fear akin to that of a mouse spotting a cat. Suchin couldn't help but marvel at the brilliance of this cutting-edge technology developed by the system. Who would ever conceive that such a mechanism could be applied to a normal human being? This is what one might call fighting fire with fire. Remarkable. Having witnessed the entire process of cellular consumption, Suchin gave a thumbs up to everyone present. Indeed, you are all true experts. He continued, all right. Please proceed with your research. I shall not disturb you any further. Currently, our company, Ling, has not introduced any new products. In a couple of days, you should hold a press conference. After all, I must admit my ignorance in these matters. Suchin has always believed that specialized tasks should be handled by professionals. Therefore, he refrained from intervening in areas beyond his understanding. Thus, I shall allocate 100 million points for you to acquire whatever you desire. Additionally, I can grant you a brief holiday to relax and explore. Even though these individuals were summoned from the system, they were still flesh and blood beings. While their research was ongoing, there was no issue with their presence in the basement. However, now that the research was complete and fruitful, it seemed unreasonable to confine them further. Rest assured, boss. We will leave at midnight to ensure no one sees us. Moreover, we can directly travel to other countries through the system and return immediately, as we are bound to Ling Company. Elizabeth, hearing of Suchin's willingness to grant them a holiday, approached him with excitement and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek. All right, you all carry on. I shall indulge in some gaming. Just as Suchin prepared to immerse himself in a game, chaos erupted at Ling Group. Today marked the arrival of volunteers recruited from Heilong Province. At this moment, Wang Jai had arrived with a group of individuals equipped with cameras, ready to commence a live broadcast. Where has that Su kid run off to? Ding Daolao, having just alighted from his vehicle, inquired of Wang Jai upon noticing Suchin's absence among the welcoming crowd. Grandpa Ding, our boss has gone into the laboratory. We are uncertain when he will emerge. Jai replied. Yesterday, representatives from Dunhuang visited us and expressed great satisfaction with the Dunhuang 3 Series cars designed by Ling. Consequently, our boss entered the laboratory. Wang Jai smiled and offered a brief explanation to the esteemed Mr. Ding. After all, he was a prominent figure in the province, deserving of proper hospitality. This young man only sought me out when he had something to discuss. I should give him a few kicks when he sees me. By the way, Jai, these 200 individuals are volunteers I have gathered for you. I promised them a settlement fee of 500,000, regardless of whether the experiment succeeds or fails. This sum should not pose a significant issue for your esteemed Longting. 200 people equate to 100 million in funding, which is hardly a concern for Longting. The company currently has no shortage of funds, only a scarcity of volunteers. Without the state's approval, Suchin wouldn't dare proceed recklessly, would he? If this endeavor succeeds, it will be splendid. If it fails, however, we could face severe criticism. Not a problem, Grandpa Ding. Let us head to the hotel now. We have already prepared a medical room there. Wang Jai nodded with a smile and led the group towards the Longting headquarters. Although prosthetics can be installed with relative ease, procedures for eyes and eardrums require surgery. Longting has yet to establish its own hospital, which will not be ready until next year. Thus, they modified some rooms in the hotel and hired several experts to oversee the operations. This was a measure taken to ensure absolute safety. What on earth is Longting up to? Why such a grand setup? I have no idea. Today, Sister Jiai only mentioned there would be a surprise. But I do not know the specifics. So many volunteers? What monumental task are they undertaking? Are they making prosthetics? But wait, there are blind people involved too? Look. Longting has never let us down before. By the way, Sister Jiai, has the truck been registered with the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology? We're eager to make the purchase. Yes. What about the truck? I have been waiting for over a month. The fans in the live stream, having been warmed up previously, now numbered over 5 million. All were curious about what Longting Automotive was up to. After all, whenever Longting orchestrates such a grand event, it invariably leads to significant news. Thus, their curiosity was piqued. Upon arriving at the Longting headquarters, the volunteers were left in awe. The building before them was nothing short of magnificent. They had never witnessed anything like it, not even on television. Is this truly the Longting headquarters? No wonder it is a company at the forefront of global technology. If I could work here, I would gladly earn less. I must find a way to ensure my son secures a position here. Wouldn't one get lost working in such a vast headquarters? Longting is indeed wealthy. Indeed, while Longting possesses wealth, they have never exploited the common people for their money. The manufacturing prices of automobiles are clearly marked, reflecting a meager profit margin. Indeed, it seems they specifically target the affluent. I have heard that the off-road vehicle used in a previous rally cost as much as 5,500,000. Yet it is sold to those wealthy patrons from the Middle East starting at a cool 10 million. After all, it is a beacon of domestic excellence. A group of volunteers trailed behind Wang Jai, their whispers filled with astonished admiration as they beheld the magnificent Qinglong architecture, which was truly awe-inspiring. Everyone follow me. Let us ascend to the 6th floor. For the coming month, it appears we shall all be residing here. Chapter 109. The Terrifying Prosthetics. Next, everyone divided into 2 groups. Those in need of prosthetics should follow me first, while the others must accompany the doctors to the medical room for examinations before proceeding to surgery. After guiding everyone to the 6th floor, Wang Jai began her introduction. First and foremost, I must emphasize that our prosthetics are exceptionally affordable. Yet, they boast remarkable functionality. Utilizing advanced neural connection technology, this allows them to replicate the appearance and even the tactile sensations of natural limbs. Let us now examine our prosthetics. Wang Jai led those in need into the conference room and commenced her presentation. Our prosthetics are replete with features. They not only restore a normal appearance but also include various additional functionalities. For instance, they can charge mobile phones, come equipped with a flashlight, and possess an integrated Bluetooth speaker. Most astonishingly, they incorporate a feature developed by our esteemed director Su after 3,000 experiments, an automatic sensing light. As she spoke, Wang Jai produced a prosthetic thigh for demonstration. Observe, this thigh can be effortlessly installed or detached at any moment, making it incredibly convenient and waterproof. A single night's charge can sustain usage for an entire month. Under the watchful gaze of the audience, Wang Jai activated the speaker, turned on the flashlight, and even charged a mobile phone. She also illuminated the vibrant sensing lights atop the prosthetic. Is this truly a prosthetic? One exclaimed, captivated by its capabilities. I am tempted to try it on myself. Indeed, Longting remains the innovative pioneer we admire. This functionality is comprehensive. Uncertain of its efficacy, Many pondered that if the functionality were comparable to that of natural limbs, hope would be restored. Has Ling ventured into the realm of prosthetics? One mused. I previously suffered a car accident that necessitated the amputation of both legs, leaving me confined to bed. I sincerely hope this prosthetic can assist me. Not only were those present captivated by Wang Jiai's demonstration, but the millions of viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that the surprise Wang Jiai mentioned would involve prosthetics. It is known that our nation harbors millions of individuals with mobility challenges, some from birth, others due to various accidents, such as drug enforcement officers, firefighters, and soldiers. If the prosthetics developed by Ling prove effective, these individuals might reclaim their normal lives. Dr. Wang. Let us conduct some tests. Upon concluding her introduction, Wang Jiai instructed the doctors behind her to commence the installation process. The installation of these devices is remarkably straightforward, particularly for the legs, which can be donned as easily as putting on clothing, with the prosthetics automatically adjusting to the user's physique. It can be said that it is merely controllable, unlike other prosthetics that require the application of talcum powder and so forth. Mother, what a beautiful hand. Among 100 volunteers, a little girl who appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old gazed at the arm being fitted to her by the doctor, her eyes sparkling with delight. This prosthetic was astonishingly pink, not only devoid of any oddity but also exceedingly lovely. Particularly striking were the gemstones adorning the arm and fingers, reminiscent of Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet from the Marvel Universe. Dear child, this has been custom-made for you by Uncle Suchin. I sincerely hope you will cherish it. At some point, Wang Jiai had approached the little girl, observing her as the prosthetic was being attached. She then assisted the child in activating the prosthetic. Prompt: host detected. Xiao AI is binding. Prompt: binding successful, please issue a command, master. Eh? Upon hearing the voice emanating from the arm, the child's attention was instantly captivated. It even has artificial intelligence? Wow, Ling Group is impressive. The crowd marveled, astonished that a prosthetic could possess such innovation. Truly. Ling Group has considered the needs of the common people. Goodness, I feel tempted to acquire a prosthetic myself. This resembles Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet. The beauty of the prosthetic was undeniable, leaving everyone eager to witness its capabilities. Upon hearing the voice from within the prosthetic, everyone was left speechless. Remarkably, the prosthetic was equipped with artificial intelligence. More astonishing was its ability to engage in conversation. Xiao AI, please call my mother's phone. At that moment, Wang Jiai issued a command to Xiao AI. I'm sorry, you are not Xiao AI's master, and you do not have the authority to issue commands. To Wang Jiai's surprise, Xiao AI did not comply with her instruction. Sister, let me try? The little girl exclaimed, her face beaming with excitement as she gazed at her right hand, then proceeded to issue her command. Xiao AI, please call my mother's phone. No sooner had she given the command than her mother's phone began to ring. Hello? Her mother answered the call, and her voice resonated from within the arm. This is another feature of our prosthetic. We utilize Huawei's mobile technology. Not only can it make phone calls, but it also supports payments, real-time location tracking, and, most importantly, a feature that you will need to explore on your own. Wang Jiai concluded her explanation, leaving everyone with a sense of intrigue. Child, why not test the dexterity of your new arm? After detailing the functionalities, Wang Jiai encouraged the little girl to assess the sensitivity of the prosthetic. The child eagerly began to manipulate it, first raising her hand and gently touching her head. Subsequently, she flexed each finger, performing a variety of movements. Others also began to test it, discovering that the sensitivity of this prosthetic limb surpassed their expectations. The key was that it did not require their attention to operate. With merely a thought, the prosthetic could execute the desired movements seamlessly. To everyone's astonishment, a young man who had lost both legs suddenly leaped into the air, achieving a remarkable jump of nearly 1 meter. Astounded by this newfound capability, he took a few steps in place and realized there were no obstacles. Overwhelmed with excitement, he raised his fist and shouted, I can move on my own. I am well. I am truly well. This technology is extraordinary. Friends, let us celebrate this incredible advancement. Chapter 110. Mother, I've appeared on CCTV. As more individuals adapted to the prosthetics from Ling Group, the results left them utterly astonished. The efficacy was simply extraordinary, to the extent that extraordinary felt like an understatement. The prosthetic limbs resembled their biological counterparts to an uncanny degree. Gratitude poured forth for Ling, an overwhelming wave of appreciation. A young child, maneuvering their new hand, discovered that it bore no discernible difference from their original. The sole distinction lay in the fact that one was flesh and blood, while the other was crafted from metal and machinery. The child's mother, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt before Wang Jiai and others, bowing in gratitude. In that moment, the entire hall resonated with voices of thanks. Yet, amidst this atmosphere of mutual appreciation, in the subterranean laboratory of Longting, a professor appearing to be in his 50s was brought forth. He had assumed the role of the legal representative of Longting Pharmaceuticals. Concurrently, a groundbreaking cancer medication would be released under his name. Su Chun, however, was the actual controlling shareholder of the company, holding 90% of its shares. According to the documents generated by the system, this pharmaceutical enterprise had been established for a decade. Over the years, Longting had tightened its belt to invest in it, amassing a staggering total of $2.5 billion. This investment secured their substantial share in the company. Ultimately, in appreciation of Longting Automotive support, the company was renamed Longting Pharmaceuticals. You may take some time to enjoy yourselves. In 3 days, I will arrange for a group of volunteers for the trials, Su Chen declared. In no more than a month, our medication will be ready for market release. After some contemplation, Su Chen resolved to expedite the launch to the following month. Despite the considerable conflicts with his schedule, however, he was determined. Every day that cancer patients could access treatment was a day less of suffering. Absolutely, boss. A chorus of affirmations echoed. Once the matter was settled, Su Chen retreated to the outside, engrossed in gaming. He had no suggestions for the 3 laboratories. They were free to pursue any research they deemed fit. After all, the system was replete with cutting-edge technology. Meanwhile, upstairs, aside from the prosthetic conference room, the other 2 experiments had already commenced. Longting truly was remarkable. Indeed, just look at these prosthetics. They are incredibly convenient. Goodness. The capabilities of these prosthetics make me almost wish to become disabled myself. Indeed, I particularly adore the adaptive lighting feature of the prosthetics, another chimed in. Didn't T. Wang Jai mention that this feature is designed for nighttime visibility to other drivers? After all, even with prosthetics, movement cannot be as effortless as that of a normal person. Longting has truly considered every aspect for the consumer. Speaking of which, when will Longting's trucks and Hongqi vehicles be produced? I have been waiting for 3 months and still have yet to see the Hongqi car. Soon. Production has already commenced in Dalian, and within a week, the first batch will be ready. Indeed, I am currently employed at Longting Automobile Factory. Working at Longting is truly delightful, and exceedingly so. Why? We receive a high-temperature subsidy, and when the weather turns cold, there is a low-temperature subsidy as well. The most crucial point is that although we only receive 12 months' salary in a year, our commissions are substantial. While other automobile companies may offer high salaries, Longting not only provides competitive pay but also generous vacation time. You may not be aware, but our esteemed Director Su has firmly mandated that female workers who become pregnant are entitled to maternity leave starting from the 7th month. And this leave lasts a full year. Remarkably, during this year, they will receive their full base salary, and in the subsequent year, they will still earn 50% of their salary. In the 3rd year, they will receive 30%, and we also have year-end bonuses. Enough said. I'm already shedding tears of envy. As the comments in the live stream became increasingly amusing, many workers at Longting shared the factory's welfare benefits, leaving employees from other factories envious. Particularly, the policy regarding pregnant women, granting a full year of leave starting from the 7th month. Along with the full salary in the 1st year, 50% in the 2nd, and 30% in the 3rd, is astonishing. Based on Longting's salary structure, even in the 3rd year, one could receive around 2,000 yuan monthly. In contrast, many other companies terminate pregnant employees outright or simply disregard them. I saw it. Just as everyone was captivated by the prosthetic limb demonstration, in another medical room, a middle-aged man who had just removed his prosthetic glasses exclaimed excitedly. Although he referred to it as his eyes, it resembled a contact lens merely affixed to his iris. What? Upon hearing this exuberant shout, all the media rushed next door. I also witnessed it. Longting is incredible, and I am grateful to my benefactor, Su Chen. A young man was so excited that he was practically dancing. Hello. May I interview you? As this young man danced with joy, a reporter from CCTV approached, camera in hand. No problem. The young man, brimming with excitement upon hearing the reporter's request, patted his chest and exclaimed, Mom and Dad, I have made it. I'm on CCTV. Before the reporter could ask a question, the lad leaned into the camera and shouted, Ha 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 ha. This young man is truly a talent. Witnessing his antics, everyone burst into laughter. Could you please share the reason behind your blindness? The journalist could not help but be amused by the excitement radiating from the young man. However, as a professional reporter, he proceeded to inquire further. Hello, Bing Bing. I lost my sight 2 years ago due to a fire at home. I rushed back to save my sister. But the flames were too fierce, and I found myself trapped while attempting to rescue her. It was then that smoke rendered me blind. But now, I can see again. The young man was brimming with extraordinary elation. Over the past 2 years, his family had devoted themselves to caring for him. Even his previously inconsiderate sister had taken on a job to earn money, seeking various hospitals and treatment options for him. At times, he contemplated whether it would be better to simply end his life, believing that death would spare his family from further burdens. Yet now, astonishingly, he was able to see once more. Chapter 111. Acquiring Lithography Technology. As one volunteer after another regained normalcy, the atmosphere in the Longting livestream room became electrified. Initially, none had anticipated that Longting Auto had developed such remarkable prosthetic technology. They were unaware of the true purpose behind Longting's recruitment of volunteers. Nor could they fathom the surprise that Wang Jiayi had alluded to. To their astonishment, it was indeed the prosthetic technology. At that moment, everyone was utterly impressed. Realizing the grandeur of Longting Group, contemplating other major corporations, one noted how a certain online enterprise, after achieving substantial growth, had turned its gaze toward the common people's grocery baskets, while various other large firms set their sights on online lending. Few, like Longting, genuinely focused on improving the livelihood of the populace. As the news spread, numerous media outlets began to extol the virtues of Longting Group. Meanwhile, within the underground laboratory, Suchun was engrossed in studying the cutting-edge technology within the system. The Americans had already placed Longting Auto on their blacklist, refusing to supply chips to Suchun. In response, Suchun contemplated a radical approach. Why were the Americans so fiercely suppressing manhwa in the semiconductor industry? It was simply due to the formidable prowess of manhwa. Lithography machines represent the pinnacle of global technological advancement, developed through the collaboration of numerous developed nations and thousands of companies to produce a mere handful of 5-nanometer lithography machines. Yet, within just over 2 decades, manhwa had achieved the production of 14-nanometer lithography machines and even acquired the technology for 5-nanometer chip fabrication and programming. The only missing piece was the 5-nanometer lithography machine itself. Exchange, Lithography Machine Laboratory. Placed within the second-floor laboratory, Suchun resolved to purchase the lithography machine. At that moment, the Americans were preoccupied with hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, allowing them a fleeting moment of triumph. Once Suchun's lithography technology was developed and he possessed 5-nanometer chips, he could innovate remarkably within electric control systems. Despite the current hype surrounding hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, Suchun found that this technology was readily attainable for him. His strategy was to first dominate the electric vehicle market before venturing into hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. It was evident to the astute readers that Suchun's plan was to have Western nations instill the concept of hydrogen fuel cell vehicles into the public consciousness. Once the populace embraced this technology, Suchun would then emerge to seize market opportunities, much like the electric vehicle market, which took nearly 2 decades for the public to accept. While they believed they were racing ahead, they were oblivious to the fact that Suchun was on a high-speed train, ready to close the distance in a mere 10 hours. After acquiring the lithography technology and laboratory, Suchun rose to make his way to the second floor. The second floor was vastly larger than the third, encompassing an impressive 60,000 square meters, divided into numerous laboratories. As Suchun ascended, he was greeted by an enthusiastic figure. "Boss, James reporting for duty." Observing the towering Caucasian man before him, Suchun felt an uncanny impression that this individual was not a scientist, but rather a basketball player. "Hello, James. I wonder how long it will take for you to develop the 5-nanometer chip?" Suchun wasted no time and delved directly into the matter at hand. He intended to commence the development of high-end vehicles once his team was capable of mass-producing 5-nanometer chips. "Boss, it will require at least over a year. Developing the lithography machine alone will take 6 months. The remaining 6 months will be dedicated to rigorous testing and crafting the architecture for the 5-nanometer chip. Currently, the chip architectures and codes in the world are all patented. Thus, we must navigate around these patents and create our own unique chips for Longting." James furrowed his brow, contemplating for a while before articulating a specific timeline to Suchun. "All right, then you should focus on researching the 5-nanometer lithography machine. Once we successfully develop it, we can begin chip production. As for the 5-nanometer chips, Huawei possesses the technology. The only missing piece is the lithography machine. The equipment required to fabricate a chip is extensive, and the most advanced components include EUV light sources, lithography lenses, and control systems. These three elements serve as formidable barriers to 99% of companies and nations aspiring to enter the semiconductor industry. Go ahead. Strive to produce the lithography machine as soon as possible. With a wave of his hand to James, Su-chun made his way upstairs. The lithography machine technology is a national treasure. Should Su-chun's team succeed in its production, substantial rewards would follow. In the past, even a counterfeit chip could yield hundreds of billions in state subsidies. If Su-chun were to develop the 5-nanometer chip, the nation would undoubtedly be generous, potentially approving hundreds of billions in research funding. It is not that the country lacks the desire to advance in high technology. Rather, it is the inadequacy of certain individuals. Each day, experts engage in trivial discussions, neglecting the pursuit of advanced technological development to focus on elementary school textbooks. The nation has consistently been willing to invest in high-tech fields, exemplified by the initial subsidies for new energy vehicles, where each car received at least 20,000 yuan in support. 6 months, you say? During this period, we shall concentrate on producing existing vehicle models. Time flew by, and soon half a month had passed. On this day, Su-chun finally emerged from the basement. Boss, you have finally come out. The race car drivers have been waiting for you for quite some time. As Su-chun adjusted to the sunlight, he encountered Yang Shiro before even reaching the office. Who? Su-chun paused, surprised by her words. Race car drivers? Boss, didn't you mention wanting to find race car drivers? Lin Shurin has successfully found a racer to assist us in participating in the Baja 1000 off-road race. This individual has been waiting at the company for a week now. Additionally, there is a wealthy individual from the Middle East who has also been present for quite some time. Yang Shiro, accompanied by Su-chun, was walking towards the reception room while recounting the events of the past fortnight to Su-chun. It is indeed necessary to take a look. The Baja off-road race is an event that Su-chun would certainly not attend in person. The Americans have already placed Su-chun on their blacklist, and his presence there would undoubtedly lead to his demise. However, the others in the company do not share this concern, as everyone understands that it is futile to threaten capitalists with the average individual's power. In fact, capitalists may even exacerbate the situation. Chapter 112. The Baja Off-Road Race Drivers Report for Duty. Boss, you have finally emerged. Su-chun had just arrived at the reception room with Yang Shiro when he spotted Wang Jiayi attending to 2 race car drivers. As for the wealthy individual from the Middle East, he was currently indulging in a shopping spree in the Ice City. For such affluent individuals, money is merely a numerical figure, an inconsequential matter. There was once a prince who lent Cheng Long over 200 supercars for filming, even if they were wrecked. He could simply provide another. Mr. Su, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Han to you, and I have participated in 3 Baja off-road races with Ford. Unfortunately, I did not achieve remarkable standings, with my best result being a mere 3rd place. A towering man, at least 6 feet 3 inches tall, rose from his seat upon seeing Su-chun, shaking his hand and introducing himself. Mr. Su, I am also a Baja off-road racer for Ford, and my best finish is 4th. Regrettably, our Ford vehicles do not possess the same performance capabilities as other types of off-road cars. James also shared his achievements, albeit with a hint of dissatisfaction. While Ford is currently one of the finest brands participating in the Baja races, not all of their models can compete with those of other manufacturers. Both Han Diyu and James were not particularly valued within Ford, often relegated to driving test or outdated vehicles, which contributed to their lackluster results. James, Han Diyu, greetings. If you persist in participating in the Baja races, driving the Kalman King series of off-road vehicles, you can be certain of securing the championship without a doubt, effortlessly outperforming your competitors. Su-chun expressed unwavering confidence in Longting's Kalman King series vehicles. After all, the Baja race spans only 600 kilometers. If one drives with determination, it could be completed in less than 3 hours. Even under normal driving conditions, it would require merely 6 or 7 hours. Considering the various obstacles and the enthusiastic fans creating additional challenges along the route, it is assured that the Kalman King would reach the finish line within 10 hours. Mr. Su, does this mean we qualify? The 2 men beamed with delight upon hearing Su-chun's words. They had previously watched the video of Su-chun driving the Kalman King in the Alasan off-road race, where its ferocious performance surpassed that of any off-road vehicle in the world. No other vehicle could rival the Kalman King series. Their decision to join Longting as race car drivers was primarily motivated by the allure of Longting automobiles. It is still premature to declare you qualified. How about this? Wang Jiai, please discuss the details with them and offer a salary that is 150 of the industry standard. You should venture to Alashan for some training. Su Chen did not doubt the words of the two individuals. Rather, it was the ferocity of the Carmen King automobile that left him skeptical. No one possessed Su Chen's current reflexes, making it utterly impossible for them to drive 700 kilometers. Even maintaining a speed of 300 kilometers would prove exceedingly challenging without extensive training. Both of them had participated in the Baja 1000 off-road race and were thoroughly familiar with the track. What they required now was to become accustomed to the vehicle. By the way, Sister Jiai, I have a set of blueprints that should expedite the production of another off-road vehicle with performance akin to that of the Carmen King. I shall refer to this new automobile as the Carmen King too. Perfectly, James and Honda can each drive one. Since the Americans have already sent an invitation to Su Chen, he would not indulge them. He would simply go over and crush them, after all. Who cannot put on a show? Understood, boss. Wang Jiai grasped Su Chen's intent and promptly led the two outside. With Lonting's current technology, producing a brand new vehicle would take no more than 3 days. Excellent. By the way, Shiro, please inform my father that we need to construct a racetrack at the edge of our company. The track should at least stretch to 100 kilometers. Not just 1, but 4. After some contemplation, Su Chen offered a few more instructions to Yang Shiro. The racetrack must be established, as Su Chen also intended to establish a supercar club, an F1 racing club, an off-road vehicle club, and finally a track dedicated to vehicle testing. Thus, there would be a total of 4 tracks. F1, after all, is reserved for the world's premier automobile companies. Moreover, F1 cars are traditionally fuel-powered, but Su Chen planned to inquire whether electric F1 cars could participate. If that proved unfeasible, he could always create a fuel-powered F1. After all, with the system at his disposal, he possessed the expertise in fuel vehicle technology. All right, boss. But do we really need to construct a dedicated track for the off-road vehicles? Most off-road racing occurs in deserts, gravel plains, riverbeds, and canyons. Yang Shiro noted Su Chen's words and brought up the matter of off-road vehicles. Yes, but this track must also be built, specifically for off-road racing. Su Chen chuckled as he affectionately tousled Yang Shiro's hair. Subsequently, he departed from the company and drove home. Over the past month and a half, Su Chen had been engrossed in video games in the basement and had yet to see his parents. Thus, he resolved to return home for a visit. Brother, you're back. As soon as Su Chen arrived home, his younger cousin rushed over. Yes, the experiment has concluded, so I can finally relax. What about everyone else? Su Chen glanced around the room, only to find that no one else was present. His 2 uncles, aunt, and the 2 younger cousins, along with his mother, Li Sume, were all absent. It seemed that everyone had gone to the KTV. His father was currently engaged in business discussions. Although the KTV had been renovated by his construction team, the snacks, beverages, and waitstaff still needed to be sourced independently. His uncle had mentioned just yesterday that within a month, they would be able to relocate to the Londing headquarters. Thus, they planned to inaugurate the business directly after a month. Li smiled warmly as she explained the whereabouts of the others to Su Chen. As for the beverages, indeed, you should ensure they prepare an ample supply of fine wines. After all, most of the clientele coming to discuss business with Londing Automotive would be affluent individuals. Chapter 113, Londing Pharmaceuticals valued at $1 trillion. Su Chen's words are indeed true. Londing is currently engaged in a monopolistic enterprise. Even though Su Chen has authorized patents to all domestic automobile brands, they are still required to pay him licensing fees. The patent fees for the batteries alone amount to 60,000. When combined with the 3 main components, each vehicle incurs a cost of 120,000. It can be said that Su Chen, while merely enjoying games and entertainment at the company, receives licensing fees from these domestic car manufacturers that could easily surpass 100 billion annually. It is no wonder that Tesla has developed so rapidly. They grant patent licenses to others, and the fees alone rival the profits from car sales. Well then, when they return, I shall transfer 100 million to each of my 2 uncles. Let us procure a selection of renowned domestic and international wines. Su Chen's assertion is indeed correct. Affluent individuals enjoy indulging in fine beverages. Brother, what can I do? Li Ziwei asked, rubbing his fingers together and gesturing for money. You should earnestly learn from the master. What kind of business do you wish to pursue? 2 KTVs would easily bring in billions for your family each year. With no worries about food and drink, shouldn't you focus on self-improvement? If it truly comes to it, I can send you abroad for further studies. Su Chen chuckled at the lively youth before him. Who would you send abroad? As Su Chen and Li Ziwei engaged in light-hearted conversation, their family entered from outside. Haha. Isn't it my younger brother who insists on opening a store? That's why I suggested sending him abroad for studies. With KTVs, at least he would be free from financial worries. He must enhance himself. Establishing his own brand and earning substantial wealth is the true path. Su Chen laughed as he took his mother's handbag, explaining with a smile. Brother, I was just about to discuss this with you. Didn't you say we should learn? Li Ziliang interjected. I noticed that the experienced embroidery masters at your factory are exceptional. One master, Lu Mei, charges up to $1 million for a set of embroidered chairs. I am considering learning embroidery from Master Lu Mei and eventually launching a luxury brand unique to the Dragon Kingdom. Li Ziliang recalled his observations during his recent visits to the factory. Lu Mei is a master of shoe embroidery, one of the last 3 remaining embroidery masters of our time, with the other 2 also quite advanced in age. All right, this is a viable path. Look at the leader of LV. He became the world's richest man by establishing a luxury brand, amassing wealth in the hundreds of billions. If you could truly create a luxury brand representative of the Dragon Kingdom, it could very well reach a valuation in the hundreds of billions. Su Chen's words rang true. In recent years, many from the post-2000 generation have developed a fondness for ancient Hanfu. If Li Ziliang could indeed establish a luxury brand for this ancient attire, its market value would undoubtedly be significant. All right, I shall give it a try. Li Ziliang understood that Su Chen was supporting him in this endeavor. Thus, a sense of relief washed over them. After all, Su Chen had nothing but wealth at his disposal. While Su Chen and his companions engaged in leisurely conversation, a single Weibo post suddenly ignited the entire internet. Ling Pharmaceutical Company has invented a miraculous drug capable of curing cancer. Is this for real? Does Ling Group possess such capability? Aren't they an automotive company? How did they venture into pharmaceuticals? Wait a moment, it's Ling Holdings we are discussing. Remarkably, Ling has truly fulfilled its responsibility as a domestic brand. Just look, over the past decade, they have continuously invested more than $2 billion in Ling Pharmaceuticals. It is only today that they have successfully developed an anti-cancer drug. Is Ling Group truly this formidable? This sounds like a trillion-dollar enterprise. Upon hearing this news, all the fans erupted with excitement. It is worth noting that American pharmaceutical companies have not even developed anti-cancer drugs yet. Yet they boast a market value of $500 to $600 billion. Now, with Su Chen's anti-cancer miracle drug company, as long as they develop additional medications, a market value exceeding $1 trillion is undoubtedly within reach. Guess how much I've made? Incredible. The stock price of Ling Pharmaceuticals has reached its limit. Just imagine the profits. Ha ha ha. When I saw the news, I purchased 1 million shares. My goodness. Oh, great one. Lead me. With 1 million shares, I estimate that it could appreciate to at least 100 million in a month. I just checked. Ling Pharmaceuticals has 30 million shares circulating in the stock market, with each share priced at $28, now capped, calculating based on a market value of $5 trillion, with an entry price of $28. The appreciation rate has soared to an astonishing 1,785%. Remarkable. It must sustain a limit up for over 100 days. Are there any magnates selling shares of Ling Pharmaceuticals? Many individuals began to contemplate the matter of Ling Pharmaceutical stocks. This company, Ling Pharmaceuticals, was created by the system. It is currently the only publicly listed company of Su Chen. If the market value truly reaches $1 trillion, Su Chen could sell his shares to realize profits. In that case, he could cash out at least $700 billion. After all, Su Chen aims to venture into the cosmos, perhaps in 20 years. This drug may no longer be needed. Furthermore, even if Su Chen sells all his pharmaceutical shares, with his cutting-edge technology, he could simply develop and sell other medications. At this moment, within a certain building in the capital city, the leader could not help but smile upon observing the revitalized stock market. In recent times, the stock market in Longguo had witnessed a relentless decline, a sight too disheartening to behold. The key issue was that investors had lost faith in the market. A significant amount of capital had fled, yet with the soaring success of Ling Pharmaceuticals, funds began to flow back into the stock market. Most stocks related to the pharmaceutical industry had reached their limits. The vast expanse of the horizon is my love. Beneath the sprawling hills, flowers bloom in abundance. Just after finishing dinner, Su Chen was engaged in a lively conversation with his family when he received a call from Elizabeth. My dear boss, our pharmaceutical company has taken off. It is projected that our market value could soar to $1 trillion. Several investment banks are already poised to purchase shares of Ling Pharmaceuticals. On the other end of the line, Elizabeth recounted the recent developments surrounding Ling Pharmaceuticals. How much? $1 trillion? Upon hearing Elizabeth's words, Su-Chin was utterly bewildered. Goodness! His own Ling Motors, painstakingly developed, had only garnered a market value of $500 billion. To think that the newly established Ling Pharmaceuticals was already being valued at $1 trillion by the outside world. What a bewildering turn of events. Chapter 114. Lifting Restrictions. Stock prices soar. Do not sell the shares, let the bullets fly for a while. Only when someone is willing to acquire the shares for $1 trillion can we consider selling 30%. Currently, Ling Pharmaceuticals is predominantly owned by Su-Chin, who holds 70% of the shares, while the remaining 30% belongs to the research and development team. However, this merely signifies a transfer of ownership within Su-Chin's hands. In essence, all shares are ultimately his. The system has facilitated Ling Pharmaceuticals' public listing, with the R&D team possessing 30% of the shares, which translates to 20% of their holdings being released, while Su-Chin contributes 10%. A total of 30% of the shares has been introduced to the stock market due to the previously low stock price. This 30% equates to merely 30 million shares. However, as the market value rises, these 30 million shares will split into 300 million. When Su-Chin speaks of selling 30% of the shares, he is, in truth, contemplating cashing out $300 billion. It is utterly impossible to generate such a sum solely through pharmaceutical sales. Hence, the stock market remains the swifter avenue for liquidity. Eventually, even if he divests 60% of his shares, Su-Chin will still retain 40%, ensuring that he maintains control over Ling Pharmaceuticals. Son, what are you saying? $1 trillion? After Su-Chin ended the call, his mother, puzzled, tugged at him. With a start, Su-Chin finally responded, lifting his mother into his arms and spinning in circles. Haha, we've struck it rich. Our family is truly wealthy now, and it's substantial wealth. Su-Chin reveled in his excitement for a while before bursting into laughter. $300 billion. How long will it take me to spend that? Consider that after a year of diligent effort, he had only managed to amass a modest reserve of $200 billion with the system's assistance. Dad, the pharmaceutical company we invested in has developed an anti-cancer drug. Its market value is now estimated at $1 trillion. Thus, our 70% stake could be sold for $700 billion, coupled with the $500 billion valuation of Ling Automobile Company. It's safe to say that by the end of this year, I shall undeniably become the world's richest individual, with a net worth exceeding that of the second richest by more than sixfold. As Su-Chin joyfully shared this news with his family, at that moment, within the highest echelons of government in Dragon Country, a group was convening in a meeting. Lift the restrictions. I am eager to see just how high Ling Pharmaceuticals can rise. Indeed, I concur that extraordinary measures are warranted. Our stock market is perilously volatile. Yes, by releasing Ling Pharmaceutical stocks and splitting them into 300 million shares, we could see the company's market value surpass $1 trillion in a single day. Indeed, this is the leading stock by market value in our country. Although Matai currently holds the highest valuation, it lacks significant technological substance. In contrast, Ling Pharmaceutical stands apart as the sole high-tech pharmaceutical company publicly listed domestically. Let it be. After all, the efficacy of their medications has been validated. Following a half-hour discussion among the group, CCTV promptly commenced its live broadcast. Professor Sun, do you believe it is beneficial or detrimental for the state to lift the trading limits on Ling Pharmaceutical? At that moment, within the CCTV studio, several professors of finance and economics were being interviewed by a host. I consider this to be a positive development, indeed a momentous one. Professor Sun adjusted his glasses, gazing intently at the host as he began to analyze the pros and cons of this situation. Firstly, since the government has lifted restrictions on Ling Pharmaceutical, it can be confidently asserted that their numerous cancer-targeted medications are legitimate. Furthermore, the special drugs for leukemia and AIDS they have mentioned are likely to be on the verge of market release. Most significantly, given the current slump in the stock market, if Ling Pharmaceutical could emerge as the leading stock in manhwa, it would present a golden opportunity for countless investors. Additionally, if Ling Pharmaceutical stock were to reach a valuation of $1 trillion, it would position the company among the top 5 globally. At that juncture, Manhwa's stock market would become the second largest financial market in the world. As CCTV broadcasted, Professor Sun's insights resonated widely. Countless individuals flocked to the trading platforms, with many elderly citizens rushing into stock trading halls. Financial institutions and investment banks eagerly began acquiring shares of Longting Pharmaceutical. 100 billion, 500 billion, 1 trillion, 5 trillion, 10 trillion. The shares multiplied, transforming 30 million into 300 million, 15 trillion, 20 trillion, 25 trillion, 30 trillion, in less than 8 hours. The market value of Manhwa Pharmaceutical ascended to the pinnacle, surpassing even Matai, which held the second position. The momentum is impressive. It appears we must further accelerate the process and expedite the release of 16 specialized cancer treatments. During last week's experiments, they achieved a remarkable 100% cure rate. Witnessing the rapid ascension of Longting Pharmaceutical's market value, even the leaders could no longer remain complacent. Astonishingly, with the restrictions lifted, the rate of increase was unprecedented. It can be said that it is the fastest-growing company in terms of market capitalization in the world. In the blink of an eye, it has become one of the top 10 pharmaceutical companies globally. Although the growth may have plateaued for now, as long as the state continues to provide support, the stock price is poised for another surge. Boss. Just as dawn broke, Su Chun was roused from his slumber by a call from Elizabeth. What is it? A groggy Su Chun responded. Boss, the market value of Longting Pharmaceutical has reached 3 trillion. Moreover, numerous prominent investment banks and major financial institutions are now acquiring shares with valuations reaching trillions of dollars. Should we consider selling some of our shares at this juncture? Hearing Elizabeth's exuberant exclamations, Su Chun sprang from his bed with a jolt. How much? Is it truly 30 trillion? Goodness, my automobile company, after all this time, with its monopoly and global leadership, has only achieved a valuation of 35 trillion. Suddenly invigorated, Su Chun realized the magnitude of this opportunity. Liquidate. Let me capitalize on this opportunity vigorously. Sell, offer 19% of the shares to the highest bidder. After some contemplation, Su Chun decided to retain 51% of the shares for himself. This way, even if other companies were to acquire all the available shares on the market, he would still maintain control. 19% could easily fetch a staggering $190 billion. With this, not only would Longting Automotive's external debts be entirely settled, but rapid establishment of branch factories nationwide would also be feasible. The market valuation would surely soar. P.S. Dear friends, remember to wear a mask when going out. The third wave is upon us. I've been coughing so much these past few days that it felt like I might cough up a lung. It has been quite uncomfortable. But thankfully today, I feel significantly better and can finally catch up on what I missed over the last couple of days. Chapter 115. A Lavish Feast, Spending 5 million. Indeed, those who engage in highway robbery cannot compete with those who sell medicine. The pharmaceutical trade is undeniably lucrative. After hanging up on Elizabeth, Su Chun retrieved his phone to peruse the stock market. As anticipated, the leading company was Longting Pharmaceuticals. The current price per share stands at 3,500 yuan, with a total of 1 billion shares in circulation. Presently, 300 million shares are available on the market, translating to a staggering market value of 35 trillion yuan for Longting Pharmaceuticals. This valuation is nearly equivalent to that of Longting Automotive. Su Chun, lying on his bed, could not contain his laughter upon witnessing this company's market valuation, even rolling about in delight. In both his past and present lives, he had never encountered such wealth. Although Longting Automotive's market value has reached $500 billion, Su Chun had never seen such a sum in cash, lacking the corresponding sense of magnitude. However, this time, he could genuinely secure $190 billion. Should he obtain this amount, Longting Pharmaceuticals' market value would undoubtedly soar to 80 trillion, establishing it as the foremost stock in the Dragon Kingdom and placing it among the top 5 worldwide. What are you laughing about so foolishly this early in the morning? Outside the door, his mother, Li Sume, entered upon hearing Su Chun's boisterous laughter. We've struck it rich, Mom. We've struck it rich. Longting Pharmaceuticals has now been liberated from governmental restrictions. Its current market value stands at 35 trillion yuan. The pivotal factor is that numerous major consortiums and investment banks are purchasing shares at $1 trillion valuation. Therefore, I plan to sell 19% of the shares externally, directly cashing out $190 billion. As he spoke, a grin spread across his face, nearly reaching the back of his ears. $190 billion. That is equivalent to selling an entire Tesla. The crucial point is that this is all cash. It can be said without hesitation that if he secures this amount, Su Chun would undoubtedly become the richest person in the world. Even those consortiums might not readily produce $190 billion in cash. How much? His mother, Sume was utterly astonished to hear Suchin mention this staggering sum. What an enormous amount! At this moment, Suchin was contemplating how to spend this fortune. Should he buy a mansion? A grand villa or estate worth 10 to 20 billion would be sufficient for residency. Luxury cars? He already possesses those, requiring no external purchases. A private jet? That too wouldn't cost much. A luxurious cruise ship valued at 10 billion? He could certainly afford that. Should he seek out relatives? Goodness. With $190 billion, Suchin could spend an eternity trying to exhaust it. Even if he were to allocate 1 billion to each woman, he would need to find approximately 10,000. Meeting one each day would take him 30 years to accomplish. Do not be foolishly smiling. Hurry and come out for dinner. With this money, you might as well establish a private fund. I am well aware that many foreigners have already set up their funds. Just the other day, that man with the belt, did he not leave a considerable sum in a fund for his son? His son can receive an annual interest of 50 million. I calculated that with our family's wealth, we could garner at least $10 billion in interest each year. The interest from funds is inherently high. Even if Suchin merely deposited this wealth in a bank, numerous individuals would offer him enticing rates. $10 billion in interest is merely at an interest rate of 0.05 if I were to establish a fund. Do we have the capability within our system to procure investment-oriented talents? Hearing his mother's words, Suchin nodded in agreement. Indeed, gathering an additional $200 billion is quite feasible. With such a sum, combined with the talents purchased from the black technology market, even if Suchin were to remain idle at home for 20 years, he could amass trillions in capital. This would enable him to venture to the moon to collect resources and acquire materials for crafting divine genetic entities. Mother, I shall forego dinner. I need to go out and explore. I cannot find tranquility at the moment. I must take a stroll, Suchin declared, donning his attire and making his way outside. What has gotten into this child? Why is he not at home for dinner? Observing Suchin's hurried departure, his aunt inquired with curiosity. Your nephew has struck it rich, $1.9 billion. In the future, the annual interest alone will amount to nearly $1 billion. Even if he does nothing thereafter, in 10 years, the principal will grow to 300 billion. After that, the annual interest will be 150 million. 17 years from now, it will reach 200 million. This means that from this point forward, the descendants of the Su family will never lack for wealth. His mother, Sume, cheerfully shared the news of Suchin's earnings with his aunt. Meanwhile, Suchin, having driven to the most upscale club in Ice City, entered a venue that operates around the clock. As for what transpires within, I shall spare you the details to save bandwidth. Elaborating would require at least tens of thousands of words. However, since everyone is eager to know, I shall recount the events in detail. Upon entering this elite establishment, Suchin sought out 10 young women dressed as characters from anime and ventured into a place known as the Wine Pool and Meat Forest. He remained there for 3 days and nights. Eventually, he emerged from this indulgent escapade, his face marked with traces of lipstick. It must be said, this locale truly serves as a haven for indulgence. In just 3 days, Suchin spent over 5 million. Of course, had he made a reservation in advance, he could have experienced even more delightful surprises, such as twin companions, celebrity encounters, or mother-daughter arrangements. However, Suchin was undeniably overwhelmed with excitement this time, coupled with his exceptional physical constitution, which led him to engage with 10 young women in one go. Bus, bus, bus. He revved up his supercar and set off towards the company, intending to take a well-deserved rest there. After Suchin departed, the 10 young women supported each other as they emerged from the lavish revelry. Truly, the chairman of Longting Automobile possesses formidable prowess. Indeed, I have never encountered such remarkable vigor in all these years. We are 10 in number, and I feel utterly exhausted. Without further ado, I have secured Chairman Su's WeChat contact. He generously transferred 500,000 to each of us, and the expenses at the club have already been settled by him. As for me, I shall remain here, awaiting Chairman Su, ready to devote myself to him alone. The 10 young women, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, made their way out together. Chapter 116. Preparing to purchase an island. Comfortably, back in his office, Suchin reclined on the sofa and stretched lazily. He soon succumbed to a drowsy slumber. Indeed, the wisdom of ancient sages is profoundly reliable. Suchin is quite obedient to such counsel. For instance, as Chancellor Chao taught, married women and young wives are the best. Suchin heeded this advice and sought out 10 young wives. As for married women, he possessed too much integrity to disrupt the lives of those already wed. Furthermore, the ancients advised that a concubine is preferable to a wife. and a courtesan to a concubine. This time, Su Chun indulged himself lavishly, fulfilling that desire. It was evident that the boss had not ventured to commendable places. Just as Su Chun drifted into a deeper sleep, Yang Shiro pushed open the office door. Observing the lipstick marks on Su Chen's face, she muttered a few words before taking a towel to wipe his face. After all, it was unbecoming for the owner of Lonting Automotive to sport such marks. She wondered where the boss had been these past few days. It was clear he had not frequented respectable establishments. As she tended to his face, Yang Shiro murmured, "If you have needs, just come to me. Why seek outside? Those places are fraught with danger. If I cannot satisfy you, there is always Sister Jai. And if she cannot, there is Sister Chioer. There is also General Manager Lin, General Manager Chen, and so many others. Is it us who are unappealing?" As she spoke, she touched her own face. Although Su Chun was deeply asleep, the world outside had erupted in chaos over the past 3 days. Firstly, the affluent Penguin Group unveiled a staggering $50 billion in cash to acquire 5 of Lonting Pharmaceuticals. This announcement catapulted the market value of Lonting Pharmaceuticals to an astounding $70 trillion. Subsequently, Douyin followed suit, spending another $50 billion to purchase 5 of the shares. Additionally, several foreign banks, including the 4 major state-owned banks and the central bank, joined forces to acquire 9 of the shares. This enabled Su Chun to successfully liquidate a staggering $190 billion. Consequently, he ascended to the status of the world's wealthiest individual. Even more crucially, the market value of Lonting Pharmaceuticals soared to $75 trillion. Ha ha ha, I've struck it rich. Brothers, we've struck it rich. Initially, I held $1 million in Lonting Pharmaceutical shares, and within just a week, that million transformed into $25 billion. I have already sold my stocks and cashed out, achieving financial freedom. Ha ha ha, I too have prospered. I previously invested $200 million, and now it has blossomed into $500 million. Brothers, those who have struck it rich should head to Loaning to collect their cars. I, a humble one, earned $25 million in just 4 days. I'm going straight to pick up a Hongqi. I too desire to collect a Hongqi. I have my eyes set on the Hongqi H9. Such a striking car adorned with the national flag. At this moment, Weibo was ablaze with voices of jubilation. Before the emergence of Lonting Pharmaceuticals, there were over 1,000 companies listed on Longwa stock market. However, the adeptness with which these individuals engage in their manipulative schemes is truly remarkable. In just a few short years, the stock market has witnessed a staggering loss of $2 trillion, with each investor suffering an approximate loss of 200,000. This has led to a pervasive loss of confidence among all shareholders, resulting in a significant outflow of capital. Yet, with the emergence of Lonting Pharmaceuticals, $2 trillion in funds have flowed back into the market. Even other companies within the pharmaceutical sector have seen their stock prices soar. It appears we have made the right decision. This move has revitalized the economy entirely. Next, let's inquire if Su Xiaozai is willing to take the Yongguei Fei Cosmetics brand public. At Lonting's headquarters, we will not pressure him if he is reluctant to list. However, we must encourage him to establish more publicly traded companies. The public's trust in Lonting Group is currently remarkable. In that enigmatic place, a group of elderly individuals watched in astonishment as Lonting Pharmaceuticals reached a market valuation of the 5th largest in the world in just 4 days, prompting an uncontrollable burst of laughter. Previously, despite various forms of support and policies, they could not foster a successful technology industry. Yet they inadvertently elevated Matai to become the leading stock in the nation. It is almost laughable. Does Matai even possess any technical merit? Furthermore, how many young people actually consume Matai these days? Most merely indulge in a few beers. It can be said that Matai's decline is merely a matter of time. In this transitional period, Lonting Pharmaceuticals has emerged. Very well, let us send someone to discuss matters with Su Xiaozai. The boss nodded in agreement, instructing someone to head to Lonting to converse with Su Chun regarding the public listing of the Yang Guifei Cosmetics Company. Although Yang Guifei Cosmetics is currently a company that has been established for less than a year, making its public listing against regulations, there is the possibility of a reverse merger. This means that Yang Guifei Cosmetics could acquire a company that is already publicly listed, subsequently renaming it to Yang Guifei Cosmetics, thereby making the listing legitimate and compliant. Time passed, and eventually, Su Chun awoke from his slumber, feeling exceptionally refreshed. "Boss, you're awake." Just as Su Chun stretched, Yang Sharo entered with toiletries in hand. Awake, and I must say, that was truly refreshing. I didn't expect to secure a staggering $190 billion in funding all at once. Oh, Sharo, when you have a moment today, please establish a fund. Only with a fund license can I procure a financial team within the system. While I won't comment on the profit margins, the loyalty of the system's financial team is unwavering. With such a substantial sum, I cannot fully entrust it to external sources, as it could be confiscated. In such a case, reclaiming it would be exceedingly difficult, and I cannot resort to forceful measures. Very well, boss. Hearing Su Chen's intention to establish a fund organization, Yang Xiaoro nodded in agreement. All right, you may attend to your tasks. With a myriad of matters to attend to, Su Chen contemplated that, given his newfound wealth, he could effortlessly acquire a small island in the Pacific. He envisioned establishing the headquarters of his fund management company on this secluded isle, with the foundation generating profits. Su Chen would then have the opportunity to delve into the intricate realm of weaponry on the island. In the grand tapestry of global commerce, two industries reign supreme in terms of profitability: the arms trade and the pharmaceutical sector. Presently, the pharmaceutical enterprise boasts cutting-edge laboratories dedicated to human research, cellular studies, and genetic exploration, positioning Su Chen's company at the forefront of innovation, far surpassing any other in the world. As for the arms trade, he also harbored intentions to make his mark, especially given the ongoing conflicts among numerous nations and the affluent entities in the Middle East. It would be utterly feasible to amass a staggering fortune of $1 trillion annually. Chapter 117. The path to prosperity begins today. However, acquiring an island is a rather cumbersome endeavor. Currently, there are over 100,000 islands available for sale worldwide, encompassing a diverse range from vast uninhabited lands to small, fully developed isles. To date, the finest islands for sale can be categorized into 4 primary regions. For those enamored with tropical paradises, the South Pacific offers enticing options. If one seeks a tranquil retirement, the Caribbean islands provide convenient proximity to the United States for logistical ease. Islands developed for tourism are predominantly located near the Mediterranean and Europe. The final region comprises islands in Northern Europe. However, it is noteworthy that 99% of these islands, despite being nominally for sale, require annual property taxes to be paid to their respective nations. Indeed, property taxes must be settled. Nevertheless, this poses little concern. Once Su Chen develops his weaponry, achieving independence will pose no challenge. With formidable armaments at his disposal, Su Chen harbors doubts that any nation could exert control over him. Among the islands, Su Chen is particularly fond of Greenland, the largest island on the planet, spanning over 2 million square kilometers. Moreover, this island, situated in the Arctic, is exceptionally rich in mineral resources. Regrettably, this island is certainly not for sale. However, this is of little consequence. As long as Su Chen acquires an island and establishes a company, the absence of a license becomes irrelevant. Boss. Just as Su Chen contemplated where to purchase an island, Wang Qiu'er rushed in, clearly bearing significant news. Sister Qiu'er, what brings you here in such a hurry? Su Chen inquired, curiosity piqued by Wang Qiu'er's frantic demeanor. Boss, our factory at Hongqi has commenced automobile production. Additionally, our space aerobuses have begun delivery. I came to ask if we should hold another press conference for Hongqi. Furthermore, we have accumulated a considerable inventory of trucks, Wang Qiu'er reported cheerfully, brandishing a document. The space aerobuses were initially conceived by Su Chen as company shuttles, yet he was pleasantly surprised to discover they featured advanced technology. Coincidentally, they caught the attention of the iCity Tourism Bureau, resulting in a significant procurement of buses from Su Chen. Other cities, having witnessed Su Chen's live broadcasts, also sought to purchase a substantial number. Conversely, the trucks and Hongqi automobiles were strong demands from fans. Boss, someone from the 49 city has arrived. And it's an important leader who wishes to discuss matters with you. Before Su Chen could finalize discussions with Wang Qiu'er, Yang Xiaoro entered the room. Very well, Sister Qiu'er. A press conference is indeed necessary. We should thoroughly explain the performance of Hongqi automobiles to our fans. There are trucks that deserve a thorough discussion, especially once the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology grants approval. We will be able to produce them in large quantities. The trucks from Longting, particularly the long-haul ones, are equipped with private compartments. Inside, there are bunk beds, a restroom, and even a small kitchen, all designed to ensure that drivers can rest adequately during their journeys. As for those who claim that trucks should not have sleeping accommodations, citing safety concerns due to the absence of seatbelts, they are welcome to confront Su Chen directly and see if he dares to respond. Excellent, boss, Wang Qiu'er remarked as she made her way outside. Let us go greet them. After all, we must show respect to the leaders from headquarters. Su Chen should go out to welcome them. It would be quite unbecoming otherwise. Is this truly the headquarters of Longting Automotive? Indeed, this Qinglong building is a marvel of the world. No wonder I have seen so many tourists flocking here online. As Suchin approached the entrance, a dozen Audi cars pulled up at the factory gates. From the central vehicle, several elderly gentlemen emerged, flanked by armed soldiers from the vehicles behind. Ah, Li Lao, welcome. As Suchin reached the entrance, he spotted a large gathering of people and hurried over to shake Li Lao's hand. Aha, my young friend Su, I have come to seek your assistance. Upon seeing Suchin, Li Lao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The stock market has already absorbed nearly 3 trillion yuan due to Lonting Pharmaceuticals. If Suchan could list more companies, it would encourage the transfer of funds into the stock market. Unfortunately, the wealthy tend not to spend domestically, and even when they do, it amounts to little. Yet, these individuals possess substantial capital. Take certain internet companies, for instance. Their annual revenue exceeds 500 billion. Yet their investment in research and development is less than 1/10 of that. It seems that only when they perceive profit will these individuals release their funds. However, the state cannot compel them, so they must negotiate with Suchin to facilitate this extraction of resources. Haha, Li Lao, please come in. Suchin had already contemplated their intentions during the journey. He did not resist this matter. After all, who does not appreciate money? At most, once he reaps the benefits, he could use the funds to establish additional companies. Ultimately, it would be a case of taking from the people and giving back to the people, which is certainly preferable to allowing such wealth to remain in their hands. Suchin guided Li Lao and the others into the conference room and signaled for young Xiao to prepare tea for the guests. My young friend, I have come to inquire if you have any plans to list your companies. Of course, we will not allow Lonting Automotive to go public. However, the BJ series, the Tank series, and the latest Hongqi series you mentioned can indeed be listed. We will make special arrangements for you. After some contemplation, Lao Li decided to allow Suchin to facilitate the listing of these automobile companies. After all, these automotive enterprises under Suchin's purview are globally leading, possessing monopolistic technologies that are truly enviable. Should Suchin proceed with the listing of these companies, it would undoubtedly ignite the entire stock market. At that time, capitalists, internet firms, and investment banks alike would eagerly funnel their money into the market, and the fluctuations of the company's stock prices would rest solely in Suchin's hands. Presently, with the stock market in such a state of malaise, ISNT at those executives who are repurchasing shares. Chapter 118. Indeed, wealth awaits. Is there any issue? Is it not merely a matter of listing the company? Upon reflection, apart from the headquarters, all our subsidiaries under Lonting can indeed be listed. The Tank series of vehicles, the BJ series, the Yongguifei Cosmetics factory, and our soon-to-be launched Hongqi series factories. After a brief contemplation, Suchin realized that all these factories could go public. As long as the company remained under his control, he could still accrue points. Moreover, other automobile manufacturers essentially sell stocks of Lonting's headquarters. After all, the core technologies of these vehicles are rooted in Lonting's main office, with these subsidiaries lacking any research and development capabilities. As for Lonting Real Estate, Suchin was resolutely against the idea of an IPO. Lonting Real Estate was on the verge of embarking on infrastructure projects in the territories of affluent Middle Eastern investors. Perhaps, if he could delight these wealthy patrons, they might engage in trillion-dollar infrastructure ventures. With a 500 billion undertaking, Suchin could potentially earn over 100 billion. Excellent. Let's expedite this matter. Su Xiaoyu, await my return at the company. As Li Lao spoke, he rose and patted Suchin on the shoulder before striding toward the exit. Along the way, he retrieved his phone, seemingly making a call to someone. Quickly, observing Li Lao's departing figure, Suchin hurriedly made his way to the design department. In half an hour, the stocks of Lonting's other vehicles would appear on the market. Clearly, Li Lao was doing Suchin a significant favor. It was evident that once the Lonting subsidiaries went public, their stock prices would surge. With 30 minutes to prepare, Suchin could seize the opportunity to purchase his own shares on the stock market. Once the prices escalated, he could sell them, potentially amassing billions in profit within such a short span. Lin Shirin, Chun Qianqian, everyone, halt your work, Suchin exclaimed, addressing the entire team. Everyone, open your stock market applications. We have 300 people here. I will transfer 500 million to each of your accounts. Once the stocks of Lonting emerge, buy heavily. Upon reaching the design headquarters, Suchin shouted with fervor. This endeavor would undoubtedly lead to his fortune. Hurry, move quickly, he urged, prompting others to facilitate the funding of their stock market accounts. This was an undeniable opportunity for profit. Boss, You need to open an account at the New York Stock Exchange first. We do not have the eligibility to manage accounts here. Lin Shirin, bewildered by Su Chen's excitement, inquired. Oh. Realizing Lin Shirin's words, Su Chen fell silent. Damn. How careless of me. He smacked his palm in realization, recognizing his oversight. Since operations in the stock market have become unfeasible, Su Chen had no choice but to engage in clandestine maneuvers. With a staggering sum of hundreds of billions fleeting before him, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Hello, is this Sequoia Investment Bank? I am Su Chen, the chairman of Ling Automotive. I have a piece of information that could potentially yield you at least 200 billion in profits. Hello, XX Capital? Yes, indeed. I can assure you that you will earn 200 billion. That's correct. I only require 100 billion. Within a mere 20 minutes, Su Chen had contacted the 4 leading investment banks in the country, as well as the 4 major foundations. He was well acquainted with them, having previously declined their investments in Ling Group. However, the circumstances had shifted, and now he could collaborate with them. While he might not directly profit from this venture, he could certainly partner with others. As long as they were willing to invest, Su Chen could extend his funds to them, expecting a 50% share of the profits in return. One must admit, Su Chen's strategy was exceptionally astute. With that, he ended the call and sought out another computer, settling in to await developments. Indeed, within 5 minutes, the stock software displayed several lines of bold text, scrolling across the screen. Congratulations. Ling Automotive has officially entered the New York Stock Exchange. With this announcement, astonishment rippled through the crowd, prompting an immediate rush to purchase stocks. After all, this was Ling. Previously, the fervor surrounding Ling had been unparalleled, with its stock prices soaring to dizzying heights. Now, with additional sectors of Ling going public, the demand was insatiable. What astonished Su Chen most was the Ling Hongqi series of vehicles. In a mere 3 minutes, 300 million shares surged from 1,000 yuan per share to 3,500 yuan. Besides the Hongqi, the stock for Tank 300 also climbed to 800 yuan, while the BJ series soared to 1,500 yuan. The outlook was indeed exceptionally promising. Chapter 119, The Nation Takes Action, acquiring the entire series of Hongqi. Wealth? Observing the frenzied surge in market value, Su Chen excitedly dashed outside. Previously, after the explosive rise in the market value of Ling Pharmaceuticals, he had indulged in a private retreat. Now, with adrenaline coursing through his veins once more, Su Chen hesitated not for a moment. He swiftly sent messages to the 10 lovely ladies from before, hopped into his supercar, and made his way to a lavish feast. Meanwhile, within Ling Automotive, others were left in a state of astonishment, as wide as they beheld the meteoric rise of the stock prices, their motivation to work evaporating. In less than 2 hours, several companies had seen their stocks double. Gasp. This move had rendered the boss fabulously wealthy, rivaling a nation. With Ling Pharmaceuticals boasting a valuation of $1 trillion, Ling Automotive at 500 billion, and the emergence of Hongqi cars valued at 330 billion. Along with 8 billion for the BJ series and 100 billion for the Tank series, the cosmetics line of Yang Guifei had also surged to 500 billion. In total, this amassed nearly $20 trillion. This was akin to matching the wealth of a nation, a group of individuals fixated on the fluctuations of the stocks, many gasping in disbelief. The sum exceeded $20 trillion. While companies with valuations of $20 trillion are not unheard of globally, take Apple, for instance. Valued at 280 billion, one must realize that Apple is not controlled by a single entity. Ling Automotive must be restricted, if not, we will truly find ourselves with no viable future. In North America, amidst familiar architecture, a group of seasoned individuals watched Ling stock ascend, their patience wearing thin. Why has America always been the wealthiest nation in the world? 2 primary reasons stand out. They export high-tech products that require minimal labor yet command exorbitant prices due to their technological complexity, and they possess the renowned Wall Street. In North America, 6 of the top 10 exchanges are on the New York Stock Exchange. This facilitates their ability to reap profits, does it not? The previous stagnation of the Dragon Country stock market was due to a frenzy of interest rate hikes by these individuals, siphoning cash from around the globe to North America. Presently, with technology and funds, Ling Automotive lacks for nothing. The only constraint upon them lies in export limitations. Should the stock market of the Dragon Country flourish, underpinned by several major listed companies like Ling, capital from around the world would inevitably flow into it. This is the scenario they dread most. Old dang. It is already too late for us to limit Ling Automotive's exports. If we restrict them, their miracle drugs will no longer be available to us. Once that occurs, the disgruntled populace will undoubtedly take to the streets in protest. Therefore, I propose that we impose restrictions on the navigation and positioning systems of Lonting motors. While their vehicles are indeed impressive, the limitations of their chip technology cannot be overlooked. Once Tesla employs 3-nanometer chips, Lonting's 16-nanometer chips will pale in comparison. A group of individuals, whose motives are far from pure, have begun to deliberate on this matter. This turn of events has taken them by surprise. Previously, they were aware that the wealth within Manhwa was concentrated in the hands of capitalists, and thus, they sought to tempt these capitalists to immigrate to the beautiful land of America. However, now, with the onset of 2 wars, no one is inclined to venture their way. Additionally, substantial capital is fleeing. Who knows when these aging tyrants might become desperate and confiscate their assets? Unexpectedly, within a vast estate, countless Wall Street capitalists are convening. With the current instability in America, they are strategizing to relocate their wealth, seizing opportunities to purchase as much as possible. At this moment, observing the stock market panel of Manhwa, an elderly gentleman with silvery hair is instructing his traders to acquire shares of Lonting. It is now evident to all that Lonting's stock will not crash unless the company itself engages in self-destructive behavior. With the world's foremost technology in 3 key areas, coupled with Lonting Pharma, the sole company capable of curing previously incurable diseases, it can be confidently asserted that even if Lonting ceases to progress, the stock will maintain its current value. Hence, they are comfortably capitalizing on the opportunity. Time swiftly passes, and 3 days later, Su-Chun emerges from a revelry of excess. Throughout these 3 days, Su-Chun has pondered numerous issues, particularly whether to divest all shares of his subsidiary automotive company. Should he choose to sell these shares, he would possess ample funds to invest in the development of other technologies, especially aerospace technology, which is essential to attain longevity. One must seek materials from the cosmos to create the serum for the Silver Great Super. Furthermore, one must first gather materials from the moon to produce the first-generation divine genetic agent. If he cannot manufacture the serum before his demise, he will have no choice but to inject the first-generation divine body and subsequently upgrade it. Su Xiaoyu, it is Oldly. As Su-Chun settled into his vehicle, he received a call from the esteemed magnate, Oldly. Curious as to the reason for Oldly's call, Su-Chun could not help but smile upon recognizing the benefactor who had significantly increased his net worth with just a few words. Su Xiaoyu, I wonder if you would consider selling your Hongqi series? We will not take advantage of you. Although our Ministry of Industry cannot currently produce $350 billion, we can offer greater subsidies from other sources. This decision came after extensive discussions on their part. To commence, the Hongqi series, prominently adorned with the national flag, particularly the majestic Hongqi H9, boasts an impressive physique, making it exceptionally suitable for receiving foreign dignitaries. Hence, there is contemplation of acquiring the entire Hongqi factory series, placing it under their own stewardship. Moreover, it is noteworthy that with the acquisition of Hongqi, they would gain access to a wealth of technological insights that can be meticulously analyzed and applied across various industries. How intriguing! I wonder what subsidies I might be eligible for, considering the monumental sum of $350 billion. Such an amount is not trifling. Young Su, we can readily present you with $100 billion in liquid assets. In addition to this cash offer, we are prepared to pledge 3 conditions. Of course, you are well aware of what these 3 stipulations entail. Chapter 120, Space Technology. Magnetic Field Engine. Harnessing the magnetic fields between planets to provide energy. Priced at 1 billion credits. Anti-gravity engine. Utilizing planetary gravitational forces for energy. Priced at 10 billion credits. Dyson Sphere Engine. Employing artificial suns for energy. Priced at 50 billion credits. Black Hole Engine. Collecting energy from black holes. Priced at 100 billion credits. Dark Matter Engine. Capturing dark matter from the cosmos for energy. Priced at 1 trillion credits. At this moment, Su-Chun reclined in the 3rd-level laboratory, perusing the advanced technologies within the system. Previously, during discussions with Elderly regarding the sale of the Hongqi series vehicles, Elderly had promised Su-Chun the opportunity to present 3 conditions to the state. However, these conditions had to remain within the bounds of legality. In addition, he had provided Su-Chun with $100 billion to purchase the Hongqi vehicles. Consequently, Su-Chun promptly invested this sum in the stock market, purchasing a substantial amount of shares in Hongqi automobiles. After all, Hongqi vehicles boasted the 3rd-generation technology developed by Su-Chun. While it was merely 3rd-generation battery technology, it was undeniably impressive. Once this news became public, and with Longting Automobile being nationalized, the stock prices would undoubtedly soar. Moreover, Suchin articulated his first condition to the state, the establishment of a space exploration company. The government, upon hearing Suchin's proposal, readily agreed. Given that Long Country had long been at a disadvantage in aerospace, with Western nations collaborating on the development of space stations and other celestial apparatuses, Long Country had been forced to conduct its research in isolation. Despite the presence of Russian engineers at Long Country Space Station, their cooperation was not entirely genuine. It is worth noting that they had faced rejection 3 times when applying to join the American military alliance and 3 times when seeking entry into the European Union. The lack of willingness from others to engage with them brought them to Long Country, which, with its wealth and technology, was in need of a pioneering partner. Thus, both parties began a collaboration that promised mutual benefit. In the future, humanity's trajectory will undoubtedly lead toward the cosmos. Long Country may have missed the age of exploration, but it must firmly secure its position as a leader in the space age. Therefore, the government was highly supportive of Suchin's aspirations to venture into outer space. At this moment, Suchin was engrossed in the examination of the advanced technologies within the system. It is noteworthy that the realm of space technology encompassed millions of advanced innovations, yet the options currently available to Suchin were quite limited. According to the system's classification, Suchin remained at a level 1 civilization, and thus could only access technologies suitable for planetary civilizations. These technologies would enable him to navigate the solar system with ease. Upon reaching level 2, Suchin would be able to operate within the Milky Way galaxy, and at level 3, he could traverse his entire star cluster. Beyond level 4, he would dominate the Virgo supercluster. By the time he reached level 7, Suchin would be able to acquire technology capable of traversing vast expanses of 100 billion light-years. Upon attaining level 8, he would enter the realm of the multiverse. Yet all of this remained a mere fantasy. After conferring with the system, Suchin learned that merely developing technology to navigate the solar system would require over a decade. This endeavor would necessitate that he exchange resources from the system to establish a laboratory, along with enlisting various experts and professors, to traverse the galaxy. Even with Earth's current advancements and Suchin's assistance, would take more than a century. Thus, he found himself compelled to focus on development within Earth for the time being. One certainty, however, was that within 15 years, Suchin would acquire the initial divine body technology. By then, he would be merely 40 years old, while his parents would be around 65, allowing ample time for patience. It seemed prudent to solidify his foundation before venturing into the development of other advanced technologies. Reclining on the sofa, Suchin gazed at the seemingly endless array of cutting-edge technologies within the system, and a bittersweet smile crept upon his face. Given that Hongqi automobiles had already been sold to the state, he needed to prepare for a second vehicle model, the sports car series from Longting Motors. Presently, Longting had ceased production of sports cars following the sale of Hongqi. Although there was the Dunhuang series, it could not be sold domestically and faced numerous restrictions abroad. Boss, I'm back. Just as Suchin pondered the next steps for Longting Motors, Elizabeth and her team abruptly arrived in the laboratory. You're back? How did things go with Longting Pharmaceuticals? With Elizabeth's return, it was evident that the cell laboratory was now unstaffed. They had recruited a multitude of scientists and entrusted them with cell editing technology. Additionally, Professor Li Mingson remained there with 3 doctoral students to assist, returning only once someone had mastered the cell editing techniques. Elizabeth cheerfully updated Suchin on the developments at Longting Pharmaceuticals. Very well, in that case. Continue the research on cellular engineering. Feel free to utilize the points as you see fit. During this period, as the effects of the cosmetics improved, Yongguifei Cosmetics had captured 30% of the domestic market share. Li Dandan and Suchin had assessed that this year they could potentially secure 50% of the market. Moreover, they aimed for export opportunities, particularly to Japan, South Korea, and Southeast Asian countries where the demographics shared similar skin types with the citizens of Long Country. The impact of these cosmetics would be substantial for them. After bidding farewell to Elizabeth and her team, Suchin began to contemplate the next model to produce. The automotive industry in this world mirrored that of his previous life, with only variations in model design. Many vehicles from his past life were also present among the manufacturers here. Thus, he found himself sifting through available models to select one that had yet to be introduced in this realm. Otherwise, Suchin would have to pay the patent fees. It is not worth it for him to incur such costs for a single vehicle model. If necessary, he could always make a purchase within the system. Time slipped away unnoticed as Su Chun meticulously selected his vehicle. In the blink of an eye, November arrived. This month marked a significant occasion for Longting Automotive, as they were set to relocate to their new headquarters for operations. Additionally, it was the day for the allocation of dormitory buildings, a moment everyone had eagerly anticipated for an entire year. At last, November had come. Coincidentally, on this very day, Suchin completed his selection of the vehicle model and emerged from the laboratory. Chapter 121. Astonishing Benefits, Housing Allocation. Boss, you have finally emerged. If you hadn't come out, we would have had to venture in to find you. As soon as Suchin stepped out, Yang Xiao hurried to his office. Her cheeks puffed with indignation. Boss, our Longting headquarters has been completed, and the 800 employee dormitories are also ready. However, it has been 7 days with no further developments, and there are numerous rumors circulating that the benefits we previously promised are merely a facade. Although our employees have not yet made any formal complaints, many are whispering about this matter in private. Upon hearing Yang Xiao's words, Suchin chuckled. Let them discuss. After all, these dormitories are prioritized for the long-standing employees. New hires will only possess the right to reside, not ownership. Even the veteran employees hold only residential rights. The property remains under the ownership of Longting Automotive. This is indeed true. As long as one refrains from selling the property, they may reside there indefinitely. However, should any transactions occur, Suchin would reclaim the property without hesitation. Here is the plan. Please issue a notice from the broadcasting room regarding the 800 employee dormitories, which comprise a total of 55,400 units. However, we have less than 1,500 long-term employees. Since most of our veteran staff are familiar with one another, select a community and have these employees draw lots. Whichever unit they draw will be theirs. The layout remains identical. The remaining units, already furnished, will serve as employee dormitories, allowing each household to apply for one. Currently, Suchun is in a position of significant financial strength, with 55,400 units available, but only about 10,000 employees at Longting. It can be said that each family could potentially have their own unit, leaving over 40,000 units unallocated. With the completion of subsequent phases of construction next year, the total could rise to over 200,000 units, establishing one of the largest communities in the world. Very well, boss, I shall notify them at once. Yang Shero remarked, twisting her waist as she made her way out. Hey, I said, this afternoon at 3 o'clock. All employees who have been with us for over 3 years are to report to the Human Resources Department for the lottery. Our family housing has been established, and after the draw this afternoon, you can begin renovations tomorrow. Those who have been with us for over a year but less than 3 years may apply for personal employee dormitories. Employees can bring their families to reside together, while those who have been with us for less than a year may apply for a furnished unit at a monthly rental of 500 yuan. After 1 year of employment, no further fees will be required. Less than half an hour after Yang Xiao left, Su Chun heard the announcement blaring from the loudspeakers. This is a hallmark of Longting Automotive, a legacy from the 60s and 70s. Even now, Longting retains the position of broadcaster, albeit with meager compensation each month. Su Chun chose to keep it, as it imbues a sense of life and vibrancy. Goodness, are we truly beginning the housing allocation? Those who claim that Longting Auto does not provide housing, come forth and prove your words. I must say, I am truly envious, as in our company. Not only do we lack housing allocations, but even New Year's blessings are merely conveyed through a single text message. Is this for real? I have seen the family housing of Longting during a live broadcast, and new employees are offered a mere 500 a month? So, it implies that just by joining Longting and paying 6,000, one can acquire a home. Truly, Longting is remarkably generous. Of course, Longting is extravagant. Have you not glanced at the Forbes rankings? Indeed, I have, and my father has ascended to the pinnacle with a staggering net worth of $18 trillion, overshadowing ranks 2 through 10. I am currently at the Longting Auto headquarters in Ice City, having just taken a day off, but I must return now for the housing lottery. However, I do not recommend Longting offering such perks, as it may hinder the ambition of employees, primarily. I am not included. Exactly, you are stifling the dreams of the youth, which is detrimental to their aspirations. In Wang Jiai's live stream, over 1 million viewers erupted upon hearing the announcement. Wow, you truly are distributing homes. Leaving aside anything else, the price of a 200 square meter apartment in such a prime location starts at no less than 2 million. Are you really distributing them so freely? Even selling them at half price would be a fortune. Has the boss finally emerged? Certainly, the boss had been conducting experiments in the laboratory, which delayed the housing handover. Now that the handover is complete, it must mean the boss is out. It's wonderful to have a considerate young master who remembers us old employees. Indeed, my grandfather's wisest decision in his lifetime was joining Longting Auto. I share the sentiment. I never imagined I would have both a home and a car. Enough about me. There are 6 of us in my family working at Longting Auto, which translates to 6 homes. Although external sales are prohibited, it is not stated that we cannot rent them out. Clearly, this is a benefit bestowed by Director Su upon us veteran employees. Just think about those shopping malls. With over 2,000 stores, it is improbable that everyone would opt to live outside. Exactly, my family has 4 members employed at Longting Auto as well. Once my son returns from studying abroad, I will have him join, which would mean 5 homes for us. What a coincidence. Our family has a total of 8 members working at the factory. Ligu, may I have a word with you? I heard your son is still single. Is that correct? How about my daughter? She is fair-skinned, beautiful, and has long legs. Aunt Lon, my son is only 8 years old. How could he possibly have a partner? 8. That's not too young. Shouldn't feelings be nurtured from an early age? Perfectly. My daughter is 18 this year. I shall have her drop out of school to care for your son. Come on, this is getting absurd. As the family and dormitory buildings begin to be allocated, the entire Longting Auto factory is ablaze with excitement. Leaving aside other matters, the obstacles young people face when trying to purchase homes and marry are truly significant. If we calculate at a price of 11,000 per square meter, acquiring a 2-bedroom apartment of approximately 50 square meters would require a minimum investment of 500,000, including the costs for renovations, furniture, and appliances. The total would rise to at least 650,000 to 700,000, even if one considers a more modest approach. The starting price for a small, older apartment would still be around 400,000. Assuming an income of 10,000 per month and saving 100,000 annually while avoiding illness, social obligations, and leisure activities, it would take at least 4 years to afford a dilapidated old apartment. This scenario puts one ahead of over 95 of their peers. Now, with the benefits offered by Longting Automotive, young employees within the company have suddenly become highly sought after, particularly those from families with multiple workers. Su-chun has stated that the properties cannot be sold, yet they remain in their possession. Even in the unfortunate event of the elder's passing, the ownership of the property would not change, and renting it out could generate a considerable monthly income. Chapter 122, The Longting Charity Foundation. Aunt Lon, how many houses does your family have? Oh, Aunt Zhang, there are 4 of us in my family, so we have been allocated 4 houses. Alas, there are only 2 of us in my household, which means we can only receive 2 houses. However, my son is currently studying at Harbin Institute of Technology. Once he graduates next year, he will return to work. My son has already come back, and in 4 months, he will be eligible to apply for a dormitory. How fortunate we are to have endured hardships together with Longting. It truly feels like our ancestors are smiling down upon us. Indeed, who could have anticipated that Longting, which had been languishing, would experience such a remarkable transformation within just 1 year of the young master's leadership. It is indeed knowledge that alters one's destiny. Just look at the young master. Returning from overseas studies, he has directly transformed the fate of the entire company. At this moment, over 1,000 veteran employees gathered in the Human Resources Department of Longting. These individuals had come to participate in the lottery for housing allocation. Some families had 6 members, spanning 3 generations working at Longting. Others consisted of 4 family members, representing 2 generations employed at the company. The largest family boasted 8 members working at Longting. A family of 8 could receive 8 houses. The design by Su-chun allows for a single house to accommodate all 8 residents. Even if they prefer not to live together, occupying 2 houses still leaves 6 available. By the following year, when Longting's automotive headquarters boasts 1 million employees, this area will evolve into a densely populated community of at least 3 million residents. At that time, a mere monthly rent of 5,000 yuan for these houses will attract eager tenants. After all, the population is exceedingly vast. 3 million people cannot all be allocated homes. Consequently, businesses will seek to rent these properties. I am utterly envious. Speaking of which, can Longting truly ensure that every individual receives housing? Is that even a question? Chairman Su has made it abundantly clear that even the employee dormitories will ensure 1 room per person. Indeed, did you not hear the announcement earlier? Every employee of Longting can bring their family over. Moreover, they have constructed a school encompassing everything from kindergarten to high school. The most remarkable part is that it is entirely free. Can you believe it? Even the meal expenses are fully covered as they grow their own food. Goodness. How infuriating is that? I have also heard that Longting's school adheres to the highest global standards in education, employing renowned instructors. Thankfully, I am an old employee of Longting. Don't you dare provoke me. Just wait until I come over to give you a piece of my mind. Or I won't be at peace. A multitude of people, witnessing Longting not only distributing houses but also providing free education for their children, found it all too overwhelming. The faculty is comprised of world-class talent, and meals are provided at no cost. Who can endure such a situation? Returning to Suchun, he found himself lost in contemplation as he gazed at the wealth in his hands. Longting Pharmaceuticals had yielded him a staggering profit of $190 billion, while Hongqi Automotive contributed another $100 billion. Coupled with the stocks from Yongguifei Cosmetics, the BJ series of vehicles, and the Tank series, Suchun now possessed a formidable fortune of $410 billion. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Suchun is still amassing wealth, to the extent that he himself may be unaware of how he has spent this substantial sum. With a staggering $410 billion at his disposal, one could, albeit bluntly, suggest that Suchun could finance a war with such an amount. It is noteworthy that the entire fleet of American aircraft carriers, inclusive of various weaponry and munitions, amounts to approximately $40 billion. If Suchun were to allocate this $410 billion towards the production of 10 nuclear-powered carrier groups, the United Nations would undoubtedly have to heed his directives. Nevertheless, with great power comes great responsibility. Thus, it would be prudent to donate a portion of this wealth. I recall that the Han Hong Foundation has excelled in this regard. To illustrate, if we consider the establishment of a Hope School at an estimated cost of $1 million, and if each school accommodates around 100 students, we would require 1,000 such institutions. Assuming a total of 100,000 students, one can calculate the daily cost of providing milk and eggs for breakfast, and meals for lunch and dinner, estimating each meal at $5. For 100,000 students, the cost for one meal would be $500,000, escalating to $1,500,000 for 3 meals a day. Over a month, this amounts to $45 million, and annually, approximately $540 million, rounded off, let us say $600 million. Hence, my sponsorship could feasibly reach a scale of 1 million. Establishing 10,000 Hope Schools would require $100 billion, which implies that an initial fraction of this sum would suffice. However, poverty alleviation is not merely a matter of financial distribution. Fair wages must be ensured. In his office, Suchun scratched his head in contemplation. It must be noted that the current $410 billion, coupled with the $200 billion previously deposited in a Swiss bank, totals $430 billion. Should Suchun manage to procure a little more, he could potentially reach $500 billion. This $500 billion, if entrusted to the management of the system's fund team, could yield an annual interest of $50 billion, translating to approximately 360 to 700 billion renminbi. Such a sum would undeniably be monumental for charitable endeavors. Xiaoro. Upon this realization, Suchun called out to Yang Xiaoro outside. Boss, what is it? Yang Xiaoro, recently having been assigned a house adjacent to Suchun's, was brimming with excitement, contemplating inviting him to dinner that evening and deliberating whether to wear black or white stockings. Lost in her reverie, she was startled by Suchun's voice. Xiaoro, please find a way to contact Teacher Han Hong. We have an abundance of funds at our disposal. I am considering allocating a portion for charitable purposes, as I have heard that Teacher Han excels in this domain. Suchun's intent in reaching out to Teacher Han was not merely to hand over funds, but rather to harness her influence and collaborate with his own foundation. This partnership would entail mutual oversight and periodic personnel changes to ensure that all funds are utilized appropriately. After discussing with Yang Xiaoro, Suchun made his way to Wang Jiai's office, where she had tragically devolved into a mere sales influencer. However, they earned significantly more, and the number of followers in the live stream is substantial. There will always be individuals knowledgeable in this domain, prompting Suchun to consider inquiring within the live stream. Yet, no one was willing to assist. After all, this is a charitable endeavor, and Suchun certainly did not wish for irrelevant individuals to squander his funds on extraneous affairs. Within a mere 5 minutes, Suchun arrived at Wang Jiai's livestream. Boss, what brings you here? Upon seeing Suchun, Wang Jiai's face lit up with surprise as she eagerly inquired. For every time Suchun appeared, it invariably heralded significant developments. Chapter 123. My goodness. Chairman Su is truly wealthy beyond measure. Oh my, Chairman Su has arrived once more. Every time he graces us with his presence, momentous events unfold. What astonishing announcement awaits us this time? Speak up. I'm on the edge of my seat. Ha ha. Chairman Su, do you require a third, fourth, or fifth companion? I possess ample charm, with a statuesque figure and fair complexion. Oh please, does your height surpass that of the host? The host stands at an impressive 182 meters, with legs measuring 114 centimeters. Each visit from Chairman Su heralds significant happenings. We simply await the revelation of this occasion-esque grand affair. At this moment, Wang Jiai's live stream boasts over 50,000 viewers, particularly as she has not introduced any new products lately. Her cosmetics factory has been thoroughly depleted, and production is currently in full swing. Furthermore, recent fluctuations in the stock market have left Wang Jiai disinclined to focus on sales. Greetings, dear fans. I am here today to share the forthcoming endeavors I plan to undertake. As many of you are aware, the listing of my other companies has propelled my net worth to an astronomical $20 trillion. The shares I have listed have yielded over $300 billion in liquid assets. This wealth is currently unnecessary for Longting, and I find myself lacking for nothing in my daily needs. Thus, I have assembled a remarkable team capable of generating wealth through investments. I intend to liquidate $500 billion to establish my own foundation. This foundation is projected to yield annual returns of $300 to $400 billion. During the live stream, Suchin divulged the extent of his riches, a fact that, even if unspoken, could easily be deduced by others. When the Forbes list is released after the new year, it is inevitable that Su Chun will secure the title of the world's wealthiest individual, potentially surpassing the combined fortunes of those ranked from 2nd to 10th. What have I just heard? Chairman Su possesses $500 billion? What? An annual interest of at least $300 billion? That rivals the GDP of a small nation. Could it be that Chairman Su has come today merely to flaunt his wealth? How utterly infuriating. Truly, Chairman Su is extraordinary, just from interest alone. He could elevate someone to the status of the richest in Dragon Country. I cannot believe it. If I recall correctly, Suchin is merely 24 years old this year. A 24-year-old billionaire. How remarkable. Upon reflection, it is staggering to consider that Chairman Su could distribute $2,600 to every individual in the nation and still have a surplus. Upon hearing Suchin's disclosure of his current wealth, everyone fell into stunned silence, as no one had anticipated that he could possess such immense fortune. Now, dear fans, the purpose of my live stream today is to establish a charitable foundation. According to national statistics, there remain 128,000 impoverished villages in our country, with nearly 600 million individuals earning less than $1,000 a month. Thus, I have resolved to establish a charitable foundation, dedicating my entire sum of $500 billion to this noble cause. The annual interest generated will be allocated exclusively for philanthropic endeavors. My vision entails, at the very least, an annual interest of $300 billion, which would facilitate the establishment of 50,000 Hope primary schools in impoverished villages across the nation. The estimated expenditure for this initiative is approximately $50 billion. The remaining funds will be utilized to provide breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the students within our schools, thereby alleviating the financial burdens on their families. Furthermore, families with elderly members aged 60 and above will also be entitled to complimentary meals at our institutions. Calculating the cost per meal at $5, an individual's annual expenditure would amount to over $5,000, or roughly $6,000. Thus, with an annual interest of $300 billion, we could assist no fewer than 50 million individuals. Upon hearing Su Chin's declaration, all present in the live stream were momentarily stunned. Such an extraordinary initiative, although $500 billion has not been donated outright. The entirety of the annual interest is earmarked for charitable contributions. This means that these funds neither belong to the charitable foundation nor to Su Chin. Should Su Chun withdraw this money, the annual interest would be insufficient. What truly astonished everyone was the vastness of Su Chin's vision. Even if he were to assist merely 5 million people, the entire nation would undoubtedly commend him. At that moment, Su Chin resumed speaking. However, he acknowledged that aiding 50 million people may not be feasible. Therefore, I plan to collaborate with teacher Han Hong's foundation, taking gradual steps towards our goal. My proposal is to merge neighboring impoverished villages and towns. For instance, if 10 nearby villages consolidate, all residents would live together. excluding those who seek employment elsewhere. The remaining individuals would focus on raising chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep. Our organization, Ling, would routinely procure these products to ensure the children's nutritional needs are met while allowing families to earn an income. This creates a complete cycle of support. Should there be any surplus, our charitable personnel will coordinate with local representatives to connect with our Ling hosts, who will then assist in agricultural endeavors. With a cheerful demeanor, Suchin elucidated his comprehensive plan to everyone. Ding, ding. Before anyone could fully grasp the situation, Suchin noticed someone had connected with him. Upon answering, he was pleasantly surprised to find it was Teacher Han Hong. This unexpected speed of response left Suchin momentarily speechless. Hello, Teacher Han Hong. I am Suchin. He greeted her formally. Hello, Su Dong. On behalf of all those in need, I would like to express my gratitude. Teacher Han Hong responded as soon as the video call was established. I was just about to reach out to you regarding this matter, Suchin replied. I have observed numerous charitable foundations, and none excel in their endeavors as much as your esteemed foundation, Teacher Han Hong. Hence, I contemplated the possibility of collaborating with you. Suchin, with a cheerful demeanor, articulated his thoughts. Mr. Su, there is no need for you to contribute such a substantial amount of money. Nor is it essential to make such a large donation. From your earlier remarks, I gleaned your intentions, however. I believe we should first identify a poverty-stricken village as a pilot project. It is insufficient to merely provide financial assistance and food. We ought to introduce sustainable industries. The livestock and agricultural initiatives you mentioned earlier are indeed commendable. We must ensure that the funds circulate within the local economy. Teacher Han Hong truly stands at the forefront of philanthropy, instantly proposing an even more effective approach. Chapter 124, The Military-Industrial License. After listening to Teacher Han Hong's words, Suchin fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, charity is not merely about dispensing money. No matter how affluent Suchin may be, he cannot distribute funds freely to everyone. However, once the money is spent, the impoverished counties remain in abject poverty. The destitution of the impoverished counties in Longwood can be attributed to three primary factors. First, the harsh and inhospitable terrain renders transportation exceedingly inconvenient, which is a principal cause of poverty. Second, the scarcity of resources, coupled with a significant outflow of population, makes development exceedingly challenging. Third, cultural factors play a role. Many individuals in certain regions lack legal awareness and act according to their whims, akin to those who brazenly rob along national highways or even expressway routes. Such areas are fraught with lawlessness, dissuading any potential investment. Regarding the first and third issues, Suchin finds himself powerless to render assistance. His capability lies solely in addressing the second issue. It is not that Suchin lacks compassion. The geographical constraints of the first issue are insurmountable unless he possesses the extraordinary ability to move mountains. As for the third issue, it stems purely from self-inflicted circumstances, and no amount of wealth could fill such a void. It is reminiscent of the charitable endeavors of Wang Jianlin, who invested 500 million in establishing a pig farm, with profits entirely inaccessible. What kind of pig farm is that? Currently, the cost of establishing a pig farm stands at approximately 400 yuan per square meter. A pig requires 2 square meters, along with the cost of purchasing piglets, which is around 500 yuan each, even with feed included. The total expenses for each pig amount to about 1,500 yuan. Moreover, considering the context of a poverty-stricken county, it is implausible to assume that they could sustain themselves solely on pig feed after purchasing piglets. Hence, the overall expenditure for raising a pig, from constructing the pigsty to selling it, is approximately 2,800 yuan. Including labor costs, it is conceivable to raise a staggering 160,000 pigs, and in the following year, even over 200,000. The very thought is absurd. Therefore, Suchin resolves to assist those regions with a simple and sincere populace, where severe population loss and a lack of resources prevail. For the first issue, he will at most facilitate their internal circulation. This year, it is too late for any significant changes. Thus, Teacher Han Hong, after I conclude the broadcast, I shall instruct the technical department to develop a software application. This platform will enable individuals nationwide to express the challenges faced in their hometowns. Subsequently, I will dispatch personnel to conduct investigations. And should any locations meet our poverty alleviation criteria, I will establish factories and build hopeful primary schools in those areas. Furthermore, I intend to incorporate an additional feature into this software. For instance, if the Yongguei Fei Cosmetics brand requires advertising, each click will incur a fee of 10 cents. The generated funds will then be converted into rice, vegetables, grains, milk, meat, eggs, and other essentials for donation to the local communities. This initiative will also allow local charitable organizations to upload videos, showcasing the daily meals served in school cafeterias. To speak candidly, Suchin cannot prevent every issue. Yet with this video, he can at least avert 80% of adverse occurrences. Chairman Su, you are indeed a true philanthropist. After hearing Suchin's words, Teacher Han Hong couldn't help but express her admiration. Very well, Teacher Han Hong, for the finer details. I would kindly request you to visit Ice City for an in-depth discussion. No problem, I shall promptly bring my team over. With that, Han Hong energetically hung up the phone. Dear fans, I must take my leave as well. I will first seek individuals to establish the software, which will subsequently be available in the mobile marketplace for everyone to download. This initiative for poverty alleviation is not limited to rural areas. Urban families facing difficulties are also welcome to apply. After saying this, Suchin departed from the live broadcast. Although Suchin left the live stream, Weibo was ablaze with activity. What is this? Chairman Su of Longting Group has actually donated $500 billion? Goodness, what true philanthropy is this? He left nothing for himself? Is he really cashing out his shares? Incredible. Chairman Su is remarkable. From now on, I shall only use Longting products. Other brands are beneath my consideration. Just the other day, my girlfriend was using Longting cosmetics, and I was reluctant. But now not only she but also my numerous relatives must use them. Has Chairman Su lost his mind? To donate such a staggering amount all at once? Truly a beacon of national pride. I was previously pondering what new products Longting Group would develop with such profits, yet here they are, diving straight into philanthropy. But that is not the crux of the matter. Although Chairman Su did not specify a donation amount, he pledged to contribute a minimum of $300 billion in interest each year. Over 10 years, that amounts to $3 trillion, and over a century, $30 trillion. The crucial aspect is that this sum is sustainable. Indeed, as long as the foundation remains intact, even a millennium hence, it will still donate $3 trillion annually. Goodness. Has Chairman Su amassed a wealth of merit? The onlookers on Weibo erupted upon seeing the news of Suchin's donation, for in all these years, no one has ever donated such an immense sum in one go. Even individuals like Gates, who claim to donate, do so under the guise of tax evasion. They place their wealth into charitable foundations, using the annual interest for philanthropy. Yet, that sum constitutes only a fraction. Their descendants can still benefit from the foundation as funds. In the United States, inheritance taxes are exorbitantly high. For instance, Gates' billion-dollar fortune incurs an inheritance tax of $450 billion. This leaves approximately $550 billion, and if his descendants prove unworthy, Gates' grandchildren may only inherit a mere $300 billion within 3 generations. This billion-dollar fortune could dwindle significantly. Thus, they opt to place their wealth into foundations to circumvent hefty inheritance taxes. This method is remarkably prevalent abroad. Should the descendants strive for success, they could amass wealth through the interest provided by the foundation, even if they do not exhibit ambition. Living comfortably on the annual interest of several $billion is entirely feasible. Indeed, our judgment of character has proven astute. Previously, affluent individuals, upon acquiring wealth, would often transfer their assets, and even in the realm of philanthropy, much of it was merely a strategy for tax evasion. However, it is surprising to witness Su Xiaoyou's genuine disposition, as he has placed his funds directly into the foundation, donating an astonishing $300 billion each year. Meanwhile, in the familiar setting, a group of silver-haired elders could not contain their laughter upon hearing the news of Suchin's donations. It seems that Su Xiaoyou's second condition can indeed be met. After all, it is merely a matter of the military-industrial license. As long as the weapons produced are sold with our consent, there will be no issues whatsoever. Chapter 125, Preparing to Deliver a Fatal Blow to Saudi Arabia. This young man possesses considerable talent. Since he aspires to engage in philanthropy, let us provide him with a plot of land for his endeavors. Charity is not a simple pursuit. It entails numerous complexities. However, since he is willing to take on this challenge, we shall support him. We must not allow this young man to feel disheartened. Moreover, the individual below, upon seeing Su Xiaoyu, will undoubtedly temper his demeanor. If he were to provoke Su Xiaoyu to the point of exasperation, and Su Xiaoyu chose to immigrate, I would ensure they face dire consequences. Su Chun is not comparable to other businessmen. Unlike those in the online platform sector whose operations can persist even after their departure, Su Chun possesses intrinsic expertise. Dragon Technology has seen the turnover of 7 to 8 directors over the years, Yet it was only under Su Chen's stewardship that the company truly soared. It is hard to believe that his influence played no role in this transformation. Thus, it is prudent for them to regard Su Chen, a talent of such technical caliber, with due caution. Furthermore, Su Chen's current net worth stands at an astonishing 2 trillion. Should he choose to abscond, the loss to the Dragon Kingdom would far exceed 100 trillion. Additionally, with Su Chen's other ventures providing millions of job opportunities, all boasting salaries surpassing the urban average, the economic ramifications would be monumental. Meanwhile, Su Chen is currently communicating with the system. Having resolved to engage in charitable acts, he has decided to refrain from utilizing the 500 billion USD he has at his disposal, given that he cannot venture into space at present. He aims to amass 1 trillion USD within the next decade. This will afford him ample liquidity to support his aspirations of constructing a spacecraft. Considering Dragon Technology's impressive revenue generation rate, achieving 1 trillion in 10 years is indeed a feasible objective. System, if I were to embark on poverty alleviation, could you design a road system tailored to the local terrain? Yes, it is possible. But road construction is classified as a building project and must adhere to total area specifications alongside other necessary structures. Upon reviewing the system's explanation, Su Chen glanced at his points. Remarkably, he is nearing 5 billion points. Even if he allocates 1 billion points, he could construct 20 legendary buildings. These 20 structures could invigorate 20 impoverished counties, potentially lifting 1 million people out of poverty. Nevertheless, Su Chen must assess the circumstances further. If the local authorities are negligent, he will undoubtedly intervene. Alleviating poverty and building roads are commendable, but local officials must assume their responsibilities. On another front, upon returning to their homeland, the affluent elites of the Middle East convened a meeting with their princes and heirs. The increasing prevalence of electric vehicles has driven down oil prices, and Saudi Arabia, having little else to offer aside from oil, has cultivated an image of opulence to attract tourists. They have devised a plan known as the Vision Plan, aimed at industrial transformation. By the year 2030, which is merely 7 years hence, a comprehensive transformation towards a diversified economic development market is anticipated. A staggering investment of $500 billion is being allocated by Su Chen to reconstruct the homeland, primarily driven by a cohort of affluent Saudi magnates. To put it succinctly, this group of Middle Eastern elites possesses immense wealth. Nations such as Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, Qatar, and Oman are all formidable financial powerhouses. For instance, in Qatar, the average monthly salary for citizens is an astonishing 80,000, and this figure does not even account for the free healthcare, education, and housing provided. Furthermore, when it comes to studying abroad, not only are tuition fees covered, but round-trip airfare is also financed. Among these nations, Saudi Arabia boasts the largest landmass and the highest oil reserves. However, 95% of its territory is desert, resulting in a severe scarcity of fresh water. Should Su Chen's advanced technology succeed in addressing the challenges posed by desertification and freshwater availability, there will be an exuberant response from these affluent nations. With $500 billion, Su Chen intends to generate at least $1 trillion within their borders, considering the extraordinary wealth of these individuals. Ultimately, the plan is to construct 2 iconic cities for them. Saudi Arabia's geographical position is notably strategic, bordered to the south by the Red Sea, which is part of the Suez Canal route. Crucially, the neighboring African nations exhibit minimal military potential for conflict, contrasting with the northwest where Israel's presence necessitates caution. Consequently, Su Chen envisions the establishment of a city in Saudi Arabia, alongside another in the northern region. As for the eastern neighbors, Yemen is in dire poverty, and the Dragon Kingdom's fleet is currently stationed in Oman, thus Su Chen has no intentions of engaging in that vicinity. Meanwhile, as these wealthy Saudis contemplate their transition, Su Chen is in his office deliberating charitable endeavors with Teacher Han Hong. In my vision, Teacher Han, we should initially focus on developing a singular area. This entails addressing infrastructure and industrial chains comprehensively to alleviate any lingering concerns. Given Dragon Rising's current capabilities, we can simultaneously implement poverty alleviation efforts in 10 impoverished counties or 100 impoverished townships. Financial resources are abundant at Dragon Rising, not only through Dragon Rising Pharmaceuticals, but also via our 3 major laboratories, each serving as a lucrative asset. Merely one cellular research facility has elevated Su Chen's net worth to trillions. The advent of the gene laboratory is anticipated to yield returns of 100 trillion or even more. This instills in Suchin a firm belief that dragon rising alone can significantly reduce poverty in the rural areas of the Dragon Kingdom by more than half. This strategy is indeed feasible. Past poverty alleviation efforts that merely focused on constructing a Hope Elementary School have proven ineffective. First and foremost, we must comprehend the origins of impoverished counties. During a live broadcast, Teacher Han Hong shared her accumulated wisdom over the years and began to elucidate the issue to Suchin through a PowerPoint presentation. The genesis of impoverished counties can primarily be attributed to inadequate transportation, which constitutes a substantial 80% of the issue. Furthermore, there exists the issue of geographic disparity. A simple illustration would be that villages situated in arid desert regions are undoubtedly less affluent than their coastal counterparts. Additionally, the phenomenon of population decline is prevalent. Individuals find it increasingly difficult to earn a living in these areas, compelling them to seek employment elsewhere, thereby leaving behind elderly individuals and left behind children. Even if a hopeful primary school is established, students are still burdened with household chores and the necessity of sustenance. Hence, I wholeheartedly agree with Mr. Su's initiative to provide meals for the students. It is indeed a noble and commendable endeavor. At this juncture, Han Hong could not suppress a sigh. Over the years, Han Hong has truly endured considerable frustration, particularly after revealing the purposes of his charitable foundation. Even the procurement of a single bottle of mineral water is scrutinized for its source and origin. He has even confronted other charitable organizations on television, questioning their lack of transparency and accountability. Yet, despite his inquiries, an avalanche of negative speculation ensued, with accusations of him merely seeking publicity. Regardless of the motivations behind his actions, it is evident that he is genuinely making a difference. Chapter 126, Selecting the Most Challenging Counties for Poverty Alleviation. Thus, Teacher Han Hong, you shall personally select 2 of the most impoverished counties in the nation. Do not fear difficulties or lack of resources. We shall create our own resources. Even if the geographical location is unfavorable, we will carve through mountains and split stones. Our Lonting will pave the way of hope. In the past, our ancestors relied on sheer manpower to construct the Great Wall, and in more recent times, they built the Heavenly Road. There is no reason that Lonting cannot accomplish this task. Moreover, should we shy away from difficulties? We, as Lonting, shall not shy away from the simple tasks either. Upon hearing Han Hong's words and gazing at the eyes of lonely elderly individuals and left-behind children depicted in her PowerPoint presentation, Su Chun, filled with fervor, rose to his feet and slammed the documents on the table. He decisively declared that they would first tackle the most daunting challenges. With Lonting's infrastructure capabilities, one could not only carve through mountains and split stones, but could also construct underwater tunnels. Teacher Han Hong, I have but one requirement regarding poverty alleviation. It is said that treacherous waters breed treacherous individuals. Those who complicate matters for us are irresponsible officials. Therefore, we shall bypass them. After all, it is not we who are impoverished. I do not wish to spend money to create trouble for myself, nor do I want to financially support the inept. Furthermore, I have resolved to personally lead a team to assist in poverty alleviation in Fuyuan City, Heilongjiang Province. Fuyuan City is indeed the first place in Longhua to greet the sun. Suchin also made his stance clear, as this was a live broadcast. He believed that his words would undoubtedly trend on social media. Given Suchin's current standing, he was quite familiar with the officials below the provincial level, and he did not hesitate to flatter them. Should they allow Suchin to slip away, they would bear the burden of that responsibility. Much like TSMC, which once boasted that Longhua could not do without them. They looked down upon Longhua while profiting from it. However, their prosperous days are numbered, especially when Suchin's lithography machine is developed. Since Chairman Su has made such a statement, I, Old Han, shall also take a leap of faith and strive once more. Very well, Teacher Han Hong, remember to seek out counties with large populations that are exceptionally impoverished. We should not invest tens or even hundreds of billions into a county with only a few thousand or tens of thousands of inhabitants. This would render our poverty alleviation efforts meaningless. We must initially focus on populous areas and ultimately extend our outreach nationwide. With Lonting as our backing, within a decade, Longhua will no longer have impoverished counties. Suchin's assertion holds truth. The reason developed countries are prosperous is due to their diverse high-tech industries. For Longhua to achieve genuine wealth, it must undergo an adjustment in its industrial structure. In Suchin's view, the adjustment of the industrial structure can be divided into 3 steps. The first step is to develop weaponry, aircraft carriers, fighter jets, and so forth. Once military strength is established, everything else will follow. the question of whether to engage in combat becomes moot. If manhwa were to station hundreds of thousands, even millions, of troops along its borders, regardless of whether it pertains to minor matters or trivial pursuits, whenever a situation arises in the Dragon Country, the two sycophants will invariably come forward to assist. This constitutes the essential first step. The second step involves fostering high-tech industries, with each province expected to cultivate its own unique cultural identity. For ethnic minorities, the challenge of advancing in high technology is formidable due to their limited population. Thus, they must focus on developing aspects related to their own cultural heritage. This is precisely why Su-chun is dedicated to promoting minority cultures within Dragon Country. The luxury goods from European nations are renowned worldwide, yet their histories span merely a few decades. Should the luxury sector in Dragon Country flourish, it would genuinely embody the essence of luxury. The middle class would find it challenging to compete, let alone those at the lower strata who might spend a mere 1,000 or 1,800 on luxury items. Once high technology is established, the populace can migrate en masse to urban areas. Given the substantial population in Dragon Country, it can single-handedly manage the entire industrial chain, unlike foreign entities that require collaborative efforts. As for the third step, it becomes even simpler. Once high technology and weaponry are advanced, Dragon Country will be in a position to extend assistance to other nations, exemplified by the current Belt and Road Initiative. This represents a pivotal opportunity for the ordinary citizens of Dragon Country to achieve prosperity. In those foreign lands, there is no need for intellectual exertion. Merely replicating the ongoing developments in Dragon Country suffices. It is evident that Su Dong is genuinely committed to philanthropy. Indeed, one might wonder if Su Dong speaks merely for show. Consider the goods exported by Longting Company. The least expensive items are often double the price of those in Dragon Country. It must be noted that currently, it seems only Su Dong possesses the confidence to navigate the business landscape of Dragon Country. Alas, it is a complex situation. Our impoverished community struggles to make ends meet. As the locals would say, we are so destitute that we are on the verge of collapse. As soon as Su Dong software is launched, I am determined to showcase it in our hometown, which suffers greatly. Can your hardships compare to ours? Remarkably, all of us from the same village find ourselves trapped in a metaphorical abyss. According to our elders, we are descendants of Li Jianqing, although we have evaded conflict. The current era of peace presents its own transportation challenges, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and the sea on one. It takes over 10 hours by boat to procure goods, and traversing mountain paths requires 3 days and nights. Su Dong truly embodies the entrepreneurial spirit, exemplifying the principle of the affluent uplifting the less fortunate, a notion I have only witnessed in Su Dong. The millions of fans in the live stream, upon hearing Su Chen's resolute statements, could not help but be moved. Su Chen's words were indeed powerful, targeting the most challenging areas for poverty alleviation, confronting the difficult head-on, and avoiding the easy path. Such rhetoric is truly inspiring. After deliberating on the matters at hand, Su Chun and his associates escorted the Han Hong team to the airport. Initially, Su Chun wished to retain them, but regrettably, teacher Han Hong is rather impatient. She was utterly unwilling to stay, in her own words. She preferred to start working a day earlier, thus sparing someone from enduring hunger for an additional day. Su Chun found himself at a loss and could only bid farewell to teacher Han Hong. "Boss, are you truly prepared to allocate $500 billion for charity?" Yang Shiro inquired, somewhat bewildered, as they traveled back. "Of course. Do you think I'm jesting?" Su Chun replied. "In truth, engaging in philanthropy serves not only to alleviate poverty but also benefits myself. Charity, apart from its noble intentions, can empower me to uplift 100,000 individuals to prosperity. The satisfaction of these beneficiaries will undoubtedly reflect positively on the products of Su Chen's company. For instance, establishing Hope primary schools and providing 3 meals a day, would those students not be content? Surely, they would be. Just imagine the points Su Chun could accumulate. It can only be said that this is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Su Chun invests money and gains reputation and points, while impoverished families rise to wealth, yielding tangible advantages for both parties involved. Chapter 127, the development plan for Longting Automobile in the next decade. Upon returning to the office, Yang Xiaoro presented a map of Fuyuan City to Su Chun. What a geographical predicament. No wonder development has been stunted, Su Chun mused, observing how Fuyuan City was encircled by the Russians. Despite the seemingly cordial relations between the Russians and manhwa, it was evident that their alliance was merely a consequence of their failed attempts to integrate with the West. Thus, The prospects for Fuyuan City appeared rather bleak. Why didn't you mention such a significant matter to me? Just as Su Chen was lost in thought over the map, the esteemed Ding entered the room. He wholeheartedly supported Su Chen's philanthropic endeavors, recognizing the company as a shining star of Longjiang, embodying the spirit of responsibility. In Longhua, an intriguing phenomenon persists wherein individuals from various provinces typically refer to their hometowns by city or county name. Contrarily, those from the Northeast invariably declare, "I am from Northeast China." Disputes may arise over the order of Heilongjiang, Jilin, and Liaoning. Yet this is trivial. The three provinces are, without question, the most united in the nation. Rest assured, Grandpa Ding, I have devised a comprehensive plan for the future development of our Northeast, Su Chen assured him. As a native of the region, he was committed to revitalizing it. In truth, this issue had long occupied Su Chen's thoughts. The Northeast possesses unparalleled resources that could facilitate its development. With abundant oil reserves, vast forests, a robust heavy industry, ice-free ports, and ample freshwater resources, the region is endowed with a wealth of assets. The coal mines are an additional boon. Development here is indeed feasible, yet every city has its own distinct mission. The Northeast, however, faces challenges. It is geographically positioned near Japan, South Korea, and Russia, not far from the United States. Moreover, being a hub for heavy industry and military equipment production further complicates economic growth. If everyone shifts to commerce, who will manufacture weapons? This scenario mirrors that of Hunan province, where agricultural focus is paramount for survival. If Hunan were to abandon farming for research, widespread hunger would ensue. Thus, Su Chen remained resolute in his belief that the Northeast has immense potential for development. That's reassuring, Ding responded, sensing the optimism in Su Chen's words. Grandpa Ding, I anticipate establishing 100 factories in the Northeast within 3 years, each employing no less than 100,000 individuals. Consequently, poverty will be eradicated throughout the region. Su Chen's words were not spoken in jest. The automotive factories he has established are already sufficient to provide employment for millions. Beyond the automobile industry, Su Chen also possesses construction companies, and he plans to venture into the realms of semiconductors, aviation, shipping, and even the arms industry. It is evident that these endeavors will require a substantial workforce. Furthermore, Su Chen intends to develop large agricultural and livestock farms in the northeastern provinces, which will necessitate a significant number of workers, potentially millions, merely to meet his demands. Not to mention, a single space exploration project alone would require at least several tens of thousands of personnel. All right, let's proceed. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call me. In the northeastern provinces, my words still carry some weight, he asserted. Hearing of Su Chen's grand ambitions, the esteemed Ding was similarly invigorated. But how many people are there in the northeastern provinces? The entire region boasts a population of fewer than 100 million. Within that number, the aging population is notably high, as the region excelled in implementing family planning policies in the past. Out of this 100 million, the effective workforce may not exceed 50 million. If Su Chen can absorb 10 million employees, bolstered by Longting's remarkable benefits, it would be akin to revitalizing the entire northeastern region. That is feasible, Grandpa Ding, but I must make one thing clear beforehand. Should our local factories face undue difficulties, we will withdraw our investment without hesitation. Such a loss is manageable for Longting, Su Chen remarked, his smile concealing a steely resolve. This statement needed to be made in advance, as an old adage wisely suggests that while the king of hell may be approachable, the little devils are troublesome. Thus, Su Chen believed it prudent to take precautionary measures. Rest assured, should such issues arise, you need not intervene. We shall unite in our response, Ding assured, thumping his chest with conviction. Who would dare offend Longting? Even he would not, considering the proximity of Heilongjiang province to Russia. If Su Chen were pushed too far, he could easily seek refuge in Russia, and regardless of which country he fled to, he would be welcomed as a distinguished guest. That is splendid. The year is drawing to a close. Let us proceed as planned. Come next year, Longting shall embark on a grand undertaking, Su Chen declared, rubbing his hands in anticipation. With access to a high-tech system, he possessed an impressive advantage. It is worth noting that this capability is remarkably formidable. Regardless of the industry Su Chen enters, he can acquire cutting-edge technology pertinent to that field. Thus, he intends to strategically target prominent foreign industries. For instance, the automotive sector abroad is undoubtedly more advanced than his own, so he will delve into automotive production. If the semiconductor industry is thriving, he will engage in that as well. It can be said that he has no intention of overlooking any cutting-edge technology. With such advancements, the Longting Group can truly flourish. Currently, the market value of Longting, including its subsidiaries, stands at a mere $2 trillion, still distant from Apple's valuation. He set a modest goal, to surpass Apple and emerge as the world's largest enterprise. After bidding farewell to Grandpa Ding, Suchin finally felt a sense of relief. He reclined directly in the office and began to rest. Legendary architecture, iconic buildings, classic structures. Those impoverished counties do not require legendary edifices. Granting them a landmark building as the headquarters of Longting would suffice. Much like the Wanda Plaza, the aim is to establish a branch of Longting in every city. And even in every township. This way, there is no need to venture beyond the nation's borders. Longting's market value will undoubtedly surpass $10 trillion. Moreover, being grounded in the real economy and not yet publicly traded, no one can impose sanctions upon us. Suchin chuckled to himself. Meanwhile, as Suchin indulged in leisure, Chairman Ling convened a press conference. This press conference primarily focused on the sale of the space-age buses and Longting trucks. Initially, there was to be a model from Hongqi, but it has since been sold to the government, with the state now overseeing it. It no longer falls under Longting's jurisdiction. Thus, this press conference featured only these two types of vehicles. Chapter 128, The Gene Elixir for Longevity. As Lin Yajuan accompanied Wang Jiai to a press conference, Suchin began to scribble on paper. He intended to document and explore technologies that could revolutionize the world. First and foremost was the energy sector. Currently, humanity relies on three primary energy sources. The first is natural resources, the most prevalent form of energy, a gift from nature. The second is artificial resources, which are the most widely utilized today, harnessing energy from wind, water, fire, and solar power through various generating devices. The third, weather resources, are less exploited, yet humanity is fervently developing this area. If Suchin could indeed achieve breakthroughs in energy, particularly in controlled nuclear fusion, it would instigate monumental changes across the globe. The mere invention of room-temperature superconductors would transform the transportation, communication, and energy sectors dramatically. Next in line is the environmental protection industry. The proliferation of oceanic waste has reached alarming levels. On land, the accumulation of refuse is equally overwhelming. Just a single plastic bag can send shivers down anyone's spine, not to mention natural calamities such as sandstorms, smog, and acid rain. Thus, environmental protection will emerge as a primary developmental focus for all nations on Earth. Following this is artificial intelligence, commonly referred to as AI. From the early days of voice assistants to the current advancements in autonomous driving, AI technology permeates various fields. Quantum computing, the communications sector, deep-sea exploration, space explorations, and even the pharmaceutical industry represent the pivotal directions for global development. Should Suchin monopolize these technologies, at least 30% of the global population would likely find themselves working for him. This assertion is far from exaggerated. The energy sector is already established for environmental protection. The immediate focus is on recycling plastic waste. Future developments will unfold in due course. For now, the priority is to solidify these few industries. Moreover, there is a pressing need to recruit more expert professors. However, domestic experts are not a viable option. Their contributions to research have proven inadequate. Their endeavors are often limited to devising ways for the impoverished to rent out surplus housing or idle vehicles for ride-sharing services. As Suchin pondered over his future developments, he envisioned the simultaneous launch of several major projects next year, with Xuanwu, Qilin, Baihu, and Zhuke reaching completion. These facilities would accommodate 1 million people working simultaneously, with the entire Longting headquarters serving as a research hub. The technologies developed would be implemented in branch factories across other cities. As long as he maintained control over the technology, no one could dictate his path. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Suchin was contemplating his developmental trajectory, a red light on the system interface began to flash uncontrollably. Suchin opened the system panel and was astonished to discover that the door to the gene laboratory had been unlocked. Without a moment's hesitation, he hopped into his car and made his way to the laboratory beneath Longting. In less than 5 minutes, he found himself in the elevator, pondering what groundbreaking discoveries the gene laboratory had made this time. How splendid it would be if they had successfully developed a genetic serum for the legendary Silver Titan. In such a case, Suchin could ensure the protection of his beloved Earth. Upon arriving at the 3rd floor of the laboratory, a group of enthusiastic individuals awaited him with eager anticipation. As soon as he emerged, they rushed forward with excitement. Boss, we have developed a longevity gene serum. Utilizing the genes from Antarctic sponges, we have created a serum that can potentially extend life by 1,500 years. After rigorous testing, it is deemed safe for immediate use. Although we cannot guarantee that it will indeed allow one to live for 1,500 years. However, we observed that a gorilla on the brink of death and a laboratory mouse injected with this serum regained their youthful vitality within 3 days. Their cells revitalized as if they were 18 again. Upon hearing Sophia, the lead researcher, passionately present their groundbreaking creation, Su-Chin shuddered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Truly, this was the work of a cutting-edge laboratory. How astonishingly powerful. A gene serum capable of extending life by 1,500 years would undoubtedly entice the wealthy elite, who would spare no expense to procure it. Many affluent individuals have gone to outrageous lengths to prolong their lives. Kidney transplants, blood transfusions, even head transplants. To name but a few. If Su-Chin's gene serum were to be made available for sale, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among the wealthy. Sophia, I need you to develop a serum that extends life by only 50 years first. Then, I require 2 vials of the 1,500-year serum. However, I will not assist you with this gene serum, nor can you sell it indiscriminately. I will purchase an island in the name of your company, and you will specifically seek out affluent clients to sell the gene serum. The 50-year longevity serum will start at $5 billion, while the 100-year serum will begin at $10 billion. I am confident that these wealthy individuals will not hesitate to invest their fortunes to prolong their lives. As Su-Chin absorbed the news of the 2 gene serums developed by Sophia, his mind began to race with possibilities. The serum must not be sold openly, nor should its existence be disclosed. Otherwise, given the current standing of Longting, he would be unable to safeguard himself. After all, we are talking about a potential lifespan of 1,500 years. Politicians and billionaires would not hesitate to pursue Su-Chin to monopolize this project. They would go to great lengths, even instigating warfare, for the sake of acquiring the production methods, as their own lives were not at stake. Once the war is successfully concluded, they will be granted lifespans exceeding a millennium. Hence, Su-Chin suggested hastily acquiring a small island, discreetly selling it to affluent individuals. This endeavor may only be publicly revealed a decade later, once Su-Chin's power is burgeoned. Furthermore, you should collaborate with Elizabeth to develop a potion that extends life by 10 and 5 years respectively. These elixirs could indeed be sold to the public, albeit not under the auspices of Longting. However, this should not be pursued at present. Once your island is established, I shall inaugurate an arms company there. With the mercenaries from the system, your safety will be assured. Su-Chin's assertion holds true. The most formidable weapons, coupled with genetic potions, will render politicians from various nations hesitant to offend Sophia and her allies. Chapter 129, The Ceremony of Longting's Relocation. Time swiftly passed, and it had been 5 days since Su-Chin last entered the gene laboratory. On this particular morning, Su-Chin rose early from his slumber. Today marked the day of Longting's move to its headquarters, and Chairman Lin had invited several celebrities to lend their star power to the occasion. The factory was to halt operations for the entire day, as the production lines from the old factory were to be dismantled and transported to the new headquarters. Thus, the old factory's mission would reach its conclusion, and come spring, this site would transform into residential land. Son, be sure to drink less when you go out today. His mother was seated on the sofa in the living room, surrounded by a team of makeup artists who were diligently preparing her for the momentous event. Given the significance of the day, she was certainly expected to attend. In fact, even the provincial leadership would be present for the relocation. This was an unavoidable circumstance, as the heavy industry in Heilong province was predominantly state-owned enterprises, not easily accessible, and even upon entry, salaries were not substantial. It was only upon retirement that pensions would see a considerable increase. Su-Chin, however, had established 6 large factories, each employing over 100,000 people in Heilong province. It could be said that the province's GDP had significantly risen due to Su-Chin's influence. While he had been granted tax exemptions, his employees had not enjoyed the same privilege. As their wages increased, so too did their consumption. All right, Mom, I shall head over first. You and Dad can come later, Su-Chin said, as he climbed into his Dragon Sun supercar and sped towards the factory. Wow, is that Sudong's Dragon Sun supercar? What a stunning vehicle. Is that even a question? This car is worth over 100 million, and there are only 9 in the world. The wealthy elites in the Middle East have been clamoring for Sudong to sell them the Dragon Sun, but he only parted with 3. I've heard there are only 2 in the country. Jay Cho has 1, and the principal has reserved the other. Today is indeed the day Longting relocates to its headquarters. As Suchin's supercar roared past, a crowd began to murmur in admiration. They held a profound respect for Longting and for Suchin, especially given the transformative changes that had unfolded in I-City over the past year. Not to mention, the establishment of Longting had spurred the creation of no fewer than 100 factories in the area, all heavy industries that had no fear of a lack of business, as they would trade directly with Longting, effectively becoming its suppliers. Additionally, many internet companies were preparing to rent offices in the region once Longting's industrial park was completed. Numerous luxury brands had already established stores in the vicinity. It must be said, the changes in I-City this year were indeed remarkable. At that moment, within Longting Company, Suchin parked his car and made his way toward the office. The day was filled with various proceedings. First, the leaders would take the stage to deliver speeches, followed by Suchin's own address, and then 2 executives chosen to speak. After the speeches, the celebrities would take the stage to perform, and once their performances concluded, the official relocation would commence. Greetings, esteemed boss. How mischievous you are. I recently visited the new office and discovered that your office harbors 10 concealed passages, each leading to the secretary's office. At the mention of this, Yang Xiaoro's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The designer of this office is indeed a genius. Within Suchin's office wardrobe lies a secret passage leading to 8 rooms, fully stocked with all necessary supplies. Furthermore, there is also a hidden passage in the secretary's office, albeit just one. What? How was I unaware of this? Upon hearing Yang Xiaoro's revelation, Suchin was utterly bewildered, pondering how he could have overlooked such a design. Boss, it is your time to shine. The leadership will return shortly at 9:30, and the ceremony will officially commence at 10:28. We must go out to welcome them. Before Suchin could grasp the specifics of this concealed passage, Wang Jai entered from outside. Today marks a significant occasion for Longting Group. Once everyone relocates to the headquarters, the company will embark on a grand recruitment campaign for experienced automotive designers and engineers. They will even welcome talents from other industries. With 300 workshops, the facility is poised to accommodate a staggering 100,000 users. After all, not every researcher needs to engage in hands-on operations. Once the other 4 legendary buildings are completed next year, they will be able to house 500,000 research personnel, with at least 3,000 laboratories available for their research endeavors. The workshops on the first floor are specifically designated for the production of supercars and new models, as the future headquarters of Longting will serve as a technological research and development hub. Once the technology is developed, factories will be established in other cities. As for I-City, Suchin has already envisioned establishing a high-tech company there, boosting local tax revenues. After all, no one is unwilling to develop their hometown. It merely depends on one's capability. Haha, my friend, you look splendid in your attire today. As Suchin and the talents arrived downstairs, Brother Ding approached with a large entourage. Upon seeing Suchin in a pristine white suit, meticulously groomed, he couldn't help but chuckle, reminiscing about Suchin's childhood. Who would have thought that in just over 20 years, he would benefit from Suchin's success? Back then, he was merely a neighborhood chief in I-City, assigned to Suchin's district while Suchin's grandfather was still the factory director. Their paths frequently crossed. However, Brother Ding was later reassigned and spent nearly 2 decades away, only to return as the leader of Hailing Province. Alas, much has changed since then. Amid laughter and camaraderie, Suchin led everyone toward the 80th floor of the Longting headquarters. This floor spans a vast area of 20,000 square meters, serving as the venue for press conferences. Besides hosting such events, it is also utilized for various recreational activities for the staff, such as basketball, football, and singing competitions, as Suchin had previously mentioned. At that time, everything would be arranged in this area, which spans an impressive 20,000 square meters and accommodates a staggering 30,000 seats. This is more than sufficient for everyone from Longting to be seated. Mr. Ding, this way please. Your seat is right here. Suchin personally guided the esteemed Mr. Ding to the center of the front row. This particular seat held great significance, as the first and second rows were primarily reserved for official personnel. It was not until the third row that the senior executives of Longting could be found. Those seated in the first row were predominantly managers from various departments. Suchin took his place right beside Mr. Ding, for his status had notably transformed, and sitting in the center would not elicit any objections. However, Suchin was reluctant to offend anyone over a mere seat, thus he chose to sit beside the esteemed Mr. Ding. Chapter 130. Dear American friends, our technology is second to none. Greetings, Mr. Su. Allow me to introduce my dear sister, Reba. Following the speeches, the stars took to the stage for their performances. At that moment, Yang Mi brought Reba to Su Chen's side. Yang Mi was still the spokesperson for Su Chen's cosmetics company. As the sales of the cosmetics surged, the benefits for Yang Mi grew exponentially. According to Li Dandan, the cosmetics factory needed to expand further. Even with 500,000 people working, it was still insufficient, especially without exports to Europe and America. It was anticipated that once cosmetics were exported to these regions, at least 2 to 3 million individuals would be required to manage the operations. The effectiveness of the cosmetics was astonishing. Although the profits within the Dragon Nation were modest, the export prices were exceedingly high. Yang Shiro mentioned that the cosmetics factory alone had amassed billions during this period. Hello, Sister Mi and Reba. Come, let's step into my office for a moment. After the relocation ceremony concludes, I shall treat you to dinner. With that, Su Chen led the two ladies toward his office. Su Chen's office was located on the 88th floor of the Dragon Tower. Although it was referred to as the 88th floor, 70 floors would be a more accurate description, as the remaining 18 were underground laboratories. Upon entering his office, Su Chen was utterly astounded by the interior design. The expanse was vast, with the reception area alone covering 5,000 square meters. The ceiling soared to 10 meters high, beneath which a small waterfall cascaded into a miniature water wheel, bordered by a pond of approximately 100 square meters, teeming with koi fish. In the distance, an array of fitness equipment and an infinity pool awaited. Was this a workspace or a haven for leisure? Please, have a seat. After a considerable walk, Su Chen finally arrived at his desk, which was impressively large, stretching over 20 meters in length. The desk was equipped with various functions, including a teapot. Surrounding it were 4 enormous sofas, strategically positioned atop the Dragon Tower. Outside, an expansive terrace flourished with an abundance of flowers and greenery, creating a visually pleasing environment, while the interior also boasted a plethora of plants. Wow, Mr. Su, your office is truly enchanting. From here, one can clearly see a significant portion of Ice City. It must be your entrepreneurial success that has afforded you such luxury. I wonder if you have ever considered entering the entertainment industry? Now that Yang Mi is separated from Jia Hang, she is actively seeking new opportunities. If Su Chen, the god of wealth, were to be introduced into the entertainment industry, Yang Mi would undoubtedly rise to become a formidable figure within it. After all, Su Chen allocates an astonishing 300 billion annually to charitable endeavors. It is a remarkable feat for the entertainment industry to generate a total annual revenue of 300 billion. Currently, there are no plans to enter the entertainment realm. Yet in the future, perhaps an opportunity may arise. Su Chen contemplated this, refraining from making definitive statements. If he were to acquire virtual reality technology, he might indeed step into the entertainment sphere. After all, at that juncture, both film production and screenings could be conducted within the realm of virtual reality, essentially providing them with a platform akin to today's cinemas. Thus, Su Chen chose not to make any absolute declarations. Boss. Just as Su Chen and his companions were engaged in light conversation, Yang Shiro hurriedly burst in from outside. Boss, over in America, a certain umbrella corporation has developed gene therapies capable of extending life by 5 or even 10 years. There are even therapies that can purportedly increase lifespan by 50 or 100 years. The news has already spread throughout our circle, and they held an emergency press conference last night. It is said that the 5-year lifespan extension therapy is priced at $5 billion. The 10-year version at $100 billion, the 50-year extension at $500 billion, and the 100-year extension at $1 trillion. Moreover, each individual may only utilize this lifespan-extending therapy once in their lifetime. Upon witnessing Yang Xiaorou's flustered demeanor, a smile crept onto Su Chen's lips. The reason he dispatched his subordinates to America to announce this therapy was twofold. Firstly, to harvest the wealth of the affluent there. Once they have amassed a considerable fortune, he would employ the next generation of therapies to continue the harvest. With the advanced technology available in his black market technology mall, he could continuously upgrade the offerings. It was hardly a stretch to believe that the wealthy elite in America would not purchase such therapies. Let them produce it, Su Chen chuckled, affectionately ruffling Yang Shiro's hair. As for the second reason, it was to establish the Lonting Gene Research Institute, explicitly dedicated to the study of this longevity therapy, presenting the facade that Su Chen had been motivated by external stimuli. In 3 to 5 years, once Su Chen had successfully developed this therapy, he could reap yet another windfall. Crucially, Su Chen intended to repurchase shares of Lonting Pharmaceuticals. As the longevity therapy continued to gain traction, the shares of Lonting Pharmaceuticals would undoubtedly be impacted. Thus, Suchin planned to act when the stock prices reached their nadir, repurchasing directly and subsequently announcing the availability of a gene therapy that could extend life by 200 years. At that point, the stock of Longting Pharmaceuticals would likely soar. Observing Suchin's calm demeanor, Yang Shiro opened her mouth but ultimately refrained from speaking further. After all, the company belongs to Suchin. If she is not anxious, then there is little use in her feeling so. However, boss, you might want to take a look at this video, Yang Shiro remarked as she handed Suchin a tablet. Upon opening it, Suchin discovered that it was indeed footage from the United States. The old man, after receiving an injection of a serum that purportedly extends one's lifespan by 150 years, reverted to his youthful appearance in less than an hour. Now in his 80s, with an additional 150 years to look forward to, one could say he has only traversed a third of his life, rendering his rejuvenation quite natural. Moreover, beneath the video, Americans were boasting profusely about their supremacy, declaring their technological prowess to be unrivaled. Suchin couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Go ahead and laugh. When the time comes for us to develop our own advancements, you will find yourselves in tears, unable to even express your sorrow. Chapter 131. The boss is wonderful. I adore him. As anticipated by Suchin, the moment the life-extending serum emerged from America, the stocks of Longting Pharmaceuticals, which had been soaring like a rocket, began to stagnate. In fact, they even displayed a downward trend. Should the serum be validated for civilian use, the market value of this pharmaceutical enterprise would skyrocket. After all, Longting Pharmaceuticals specializes in treatments solely accessible to patients, while the life-extending serum is a product that anyone can utilize. Despite its exorbitant price, this world is never short of affluent individuals. Boss, are we to remain idle? Yang Shiro approached, her face etched with anxiety as she inquired of Suchin, especially considering the monetary implications at stake. With Longting Pharmaceutical stock now stagnating and displaying a downward trend, any negative publicity could result in a swift devaluation of their shares. Oh, what shall we do? Nothing at all. When Longting Pharmaceutical stock plummets to its nadir, that will be our opportune moment to invest. Suchin casually remarked, I neglected to mention. The American company that produces the life-extending serum also belongs to me. So, feel free to proceed without hesitation. He affectionately ruffled Yang Shiro's hair, offering a cheerful explanation. Oh. Upon hearing Suchin's words, Yang Shiro felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. Boss, are you serious? That pharmaceutical company is also yours? Goodness. You truly are playing both sides. Nevertheless, reassured by the fact that the company belonged to her boss, she bounded off towards her secretary's office, where she was the sole secretary. However, that secret passage contained 8 rooms, and her current task was to seal off all but her own office, leaving no opportunity for others. Although Suchin had only one secretary at present, as the company expanded, it was inevitable that more secretaries would join. Yang Shiro resolved not only to secure the other secret passages, but also to stock her wardrobe with an array of stockings and other enticing items. Taking heed of her close friend Li Dandan's advice regarding various styles, she aimed to prepare an ample supply, including some particularly delicate lingerie that would be easily torn. After bidding farewell to Yang Shiro, Suchin settled into his office, gazing out at the scenery below. After a while, he ascended the staircase around the corner, leading to the 2 dragon horns of the Qinglong, both of which were his bedrooms. Suchin was currently situated in the right dragon eye, while the left dragon eye belonged to Director Lin Yajuan. Upon ascending to the upper floor, Suchin found himself utterly captivated by the spectacle before him. He had not anticipated that the area within this dragon's lair would be so expansive, approximately 200 square meters, it seemed. The ceiling soared to a height of 10 meters, divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. The premises boasted an impressive array of amenities, including a wine cellar, a gym, a cinema room, a karaoke room, and a steam room, among others. To Suchin's astonishment, he even discovered a study within his bedroom. The decor left him immensely gratified. Indeed, he was quite pleased with the design of both his office and residence. The verdant ceiling plants especially delighted him. As a resident of the Ice City, he was accustomed to seeing greenery for a mere 6 or 7 months each year, with the rest of the time dominated by a barren, icy landscape. Thus, it was no wonder that the inhabitants of the Ice City were particularly fond of plants. Boss. As Suchin descended from the upper floor, Wang Jiayi rushed towards him, her urgency palpable. What is it, Jiayi? Suchin queried, somewhat bewildered by her unusual demeanor, for she was typically a composed individual, rarely exhibiting such fervor. Boss, we have quite a number of visitors outside. There must be at least 10,000 of them, including locals from the ice city and visitors from the south. They are aware that today marks the relocation of our Longting headquarters, and they have all come to witness it. What shall we do? Wang Jai succinctly conveyed the situation. Let them in, but only to the shopping mall. Su Chen replied. Although the secrets of Longting resided in the basement, the first 3 floors also contained valuable assets. Should this technology fall into the hands of others, it would pose a significant loss for Longting. However, with the other legendary structures yet to be established, they had no choice but to operate here for the time being. Once the remaining 4 legendary buildings were constructed, Su Chen could relocate the laboratory, transforming this space into an automobile manufacturing facility. Very well, boss. I shall permit them entry immediately. However, when will our new model sedan make its debut? The fans in the live stream are eagerly inquiring about it. Initially, they were focused on Hongqi automobiles, but now, due to the transition at Longting, we are unable to sell the cars promptly. By the time Longting automobiles are ready for public sale, it may be too late, Wang Jai pondered, recalling the viewers urging Longting to expedite the release of their sports sedan. Fear not, within half a month, our new sedan will be unveiled, and it will undoubtedly exceed everyone's expectations. Su Chen responded confidently, as he was well aware of the intriguing design of the model he had chosen. In his previous life, a factory specialized in manufacturing counterfeit automobiles, not in the sense that the cars were fake, but rather that their designs were imitations, replicating every luxury vehicle in existence. In this lifetime, Su Chen has adeptly navigated this intricate scheme. Initially, the automobiles championed by Su Chen are primarily focused on performance. If the exterior design of the cars is equally captivating, it could potentially lead to the emergence of affordable supercars priced between 100 to 200,000. Su Chen is convinced that these car enthusiasts would undoubtedly be exhilarated. Who among the youth today does not harbor an admiration for supercars? Furthermore, even if one does not possess a fondness for supercars, would that deter them from making a purchase? Experts suggest that those in financial constraints should consider renting out their idle properties and even utilizing their underused vehicles for ride-sharing services. Just imagine, if the less fortunate were to acquire our vehicles, purchasing a fleet of 100 or 80, and subsequently employing them for ride-sharing. Wouldn't that pave the way for their prosperity? With the potential earnings of 300 per vehicle daily, 10 vehicles could yield a remarkable 3,000 a day. As for the source of funds to procure the vehicles, that remains unaddressed by the experts. Chapter 132. Has Wang Jai transitioned to live streaming? Comfortably ensconced in this legendary edifice, Su Chen sat in his office the following day, having bid farewell to all visitors. Sipping tea while gazing at the feathery snowflakes cascading outside, he appreciated the onset of heavy snowfall in November within the ice city. Yet, within his office, verdant grass flourished, and a petite waterfall cascaded into a pool below, the water flowing seamlessly from the uppermost level to the bottom. Although not recycled, this water served the purpose of cleansing the workshop at the lower level. One must concede, wealth indeed has its advantages. After indulging in tea and tending to the fish for a while, Su Chen ambled towards the shopping mall below. Currently, the Longting Mall housed 2,000 merchants, with both of Su Chen's uncles operating KTVs at either end of the corridors, complete with exclusive private rooms. Holding a thermos, he leisurely strolled through the mall. Noting the surprisingly large crowd, not only were there locals from Ice City, but visitors from afar were also exploring the mall. After all, who could resist the allure of such a legendary structure as Longting, an unparalleled marvel in the entire world? To his delight, he discovered a plethora of luxury boutiques within his mall. The presence of high-end stores signified substantial foot traffic, which would greatly benefit other merchants. Previously, many malls had offered these prestigious brands rent-free or at reduced rates to entice them, yet Su Chen had opted to collect full rent. Mr. Su? As tourists recognized him while shopping, they flocked toward him. Over the past year, Ice City had undergone a remarkable transformation, all thanks to Longting. Without Longting, the current changes in Ice City would not have materialized. Although Longting had relocated several factories elsewhere, it had also brought about numerous unseen advantages. Primarily, due to the space-era electric vehicles and the Longting headquarters, many Southerners were eager to witness the snow and admire the European-style architecture. However, Ice City was notoriously frigid. As November commenced, while the southern regions basked in temperatures above 20 degrees, Ice City had already plunged below zero. With the advent of tourist sightseeing vehicles from the space era, even disco buses had emerged. It was not only the Southerners who partook in this experience. Many locals eagerly embraced it as well. particularly the disco buses, which appeared in the streets and alleys after 6 o'clock every evening, drew numerous young people keen to enjoy the scenic beauty of Ice City. "Hello, everyone." Suchin greeted the throng with a warm smile and a nod. "Mr. Su, when can we expect new vehicles from Lungting?" One young admirer inquired eagerly, especially regarding the sedan series. "We have been waiting impatiently for 4 months for Lungting sedans." "Indeed. Indeed, Mr. Su. When will the sedans be launched?" "Indeed. Aside from sedans, there are also motorhomes that ought to be produced. We had previously contemplated a journey to Tibet. How delightful it would be to travel there in a motorhome. My former motorhome, after a full tank of gas, cost me 6,000 yuan. However, if it were an electric vehicle from Lungting, the electricity bill would only amount to 300 yuan. A group of individuals encircled Suchin, articulating their requirements. Within a fortnight, new sedans would emerge. In this time, we would manufacture 10 sedans in one go, ensuring that everyone's needs are met. Furthermore, we are currently developing a technology that we cannot disclose. Once this technology is perfected, our vehicles will undergo an upgrade, making them far more convenient for everyone. Suchin's assertion held merit. Just yesterday, he had instructed Yang Xiao to register an AI company. Suchin intends to create an artificial intelligence akin to Jarvis or Red Queen. With such an AI, the research and development process would be substantially streamlined. He even plans to establish a platform utilizing artificial intelligence, where all loading vehicle owners would register and grant location authorization. For instance, Suchin has registered his authorization on this platform. Should an anomaly occur with the vehicle, a call would be directly placed to the owner. If 3 consecutive calls go unanswered, the system would automatically alert the authorities and dial emergency services based on the vehicle's location. This initiative aims to enhance the safety of vehicle owners. In future vehicle sales, an extreme avoidance system will be integrated, should the driver fail to react in time. But the intelligence system detects imminent danger. It will forcibly execute emergency evasive maneuvers, all of which necessitate the assistance of artificial intelligence. After all, without AI support, such feats would be exceedingly challenging to achieve. "Mr. Su, have you come to shop today?" Upon hearing Suchin's explanation, many fans inquired eagerly. "Indeed. I plan to explore what delightful cuisine we have here. After all, I am now somewhat affluent, and it is only fitting that I elevate my dining experience." Suchin remarked with a smile, genuinely venturing out to discover which establishments offered delectable dishes. In his leisure, he wished to indulge in the local fare. Unlike other affluent individuals who dine on exclusive offerings, Suchin does not require such luxuries. His physical constitution far exceeds that of an average person. And with various advanced technologies at his disposal, he can ensure his safety. "Goodness, Mr. Su, your words leave me at a loss for response. It seems this is my sole opportunity to stand on equal footing with the world's wealthiest," exclaimed one of the fans. "Indeed, I can afford to dine at these restaurants. Come, Mr. Su, allow me to treat you. I know the best places to eat." Yes, we dined at several places yesterday. And one shrimp hot pot was exceptionally good. "Is it the one near the 4th floor?" "Yes, indeed, that's the one." A group of individuals conversed animatedly, swiftly pulling Suchin towards the 4th floor before he could fully comprehend the situation. To his astonishment, upon reaching the 4th floor, he encountered a figure strikingly familiar. "Sister Jai, what brings you here?" Suchin inquired, his expression a mixture of disbelief and exasperation as he observed Wang Jai indulging in her meal with great enthusiasm. "Huh, boss. Haven't I transitioned into a food vlogger?" she replied, her mouth full of shrimp. "I'm here to evaluate which of these establishments truly offers the best fare. This way, our fans visiting from Lungting can avoid any culinary pitfalls during their travels." Wang Jai quickly finished the shrimp in her hand as she elaborated on her intentions to Suchin. Chapter 133, The Topographical Map of Saudi Arabia, Constructing a Seaside Abode. "Boss, is this truly the car we purchased for $50,000? Time has swiftly passed, and it has been a fortnight since Suchin last ventured out for a shopping excursion. In this brief span, Suchin has undeniably experienced a remarkable ascent to affluence. To begin with, the calls he made to those prominent investment banks have yielded substantial profits for them, from which Suchin has quite justifiably garnered half of their earnings. This sum, though not exorbitant, amounts to a staggering $800 billion, highlighting the considerable wealth these individuals have amassed. Suchin has subsequently deposited this $800 billion into his own fund, benefiting from the advanced technological foundation of the system, which guarantees him an annual interest rate of 10%. At this moment, Suchin finds himself in the workshop, inspecting the 10 newly produced automobiles. The previous series of Hongqi cars has been entirely sold to the state, leaving Lonting devoid of a sedan lineup. Consequently, he has turned his attention to researching classic models from his past life, taking half a month to meticulously compile designs for these 10 vehicles. Henceforth, the majority of Lonting's operations will pivot around these automobiles. Currently, the Americans, in collaboration with their allies, are fervently promoting the advantages of hydrogen-powered vehicles. However, Suchin surmises that once they have sufficiently developed the hydrogen market, he will be poised to manufacture hydrogen vehicles himself, thereby capturing a share of the American market. The designs are truly remarkable. They are indeed emblematic of Lamborghini. Gazing at the car before him, Suchin nods in satisfaction. The 10 vehicles he commissioned consist of 7 sporty coupes, while the remaining 3 are SUVs, akin to the Hongqi series. This time, the blueprints utilized are those of Zodi automobiles. Among the 7 coupes, only 4 are traditional sedans, while the remaining 3 are 4-seater sports cars crafted by Suchin. Although these sedans do not qualify as true supercars, their aesthetics bear little distinction. The variance lies primarily in their speed and prestige. Lamborghini, Ferrari, Maserati. These 3 iconic models have been emulated by Suchin, as they do not exist in this world. Frankly, it would be a disservice to utilize these models as supercars. They would be better suited as standard coupes. After all, a supercar is defined by its prestige, ideally resonating with its presence from 2 kilometers away. Suchin's thoughts while driving a supercar align with this sentiment. Nevertheless, Lonting's principal focus currently rests on new energy electric vehicles, rather than gasoline-powered cars. Thus the supercar venture has been set aside. As for the remaining 4 vehicles, Suchin has drawn inspiration from models that do not exist in this realm, employing designs from Volvo, given that this world lacks any semblance of the brand. Indeed, quite impressive. The testing of the automobiles has commenced, and once completed, they will be ready for market release. With a wave to the testing personnel, I directed them to take the sleek coupes for evaluation, while I, accompanied by Yang Xiaoro, approached 3 SUVs. This time, I opted for a 7-seater model, as it is a family-oriented SUV capable of accommodating more passengers. Considering the typical family structure today, which often includes 1 child and the elderly, it amounts to a household of 5. If both sets of grandparents are included, that could extend to 7 individuals. The models I chose were from Haval, the Haval H6, Haval H9, and the Kalman King. Consequently, I had to pay a patent fee to Haval, which is modest, merely 2,000 yuan for each vehicle sold. Nonetheless, it is inconsequential, as these costs will ultimately be passed on to the consumers. Boss. A voice interrupted my thoughts. The topographical maps for the Saudi project have been transmitted. Would you like to take a look? While I examined the cars, Yang Shiro was engrossed in an email from Chairman Lin, detailing the topographical maps for the planned city in Saudi Arabia. All right, we've finished with the cars. Let's return and review them. I nodded in agreement, following her to my office. This time, Saudi Arabia has invested 50 million to construct a grand metropolis. Upon opening my computer, I began to scrutinize the maps they had sent over. To my astonishment, the proposed city is to be established on the Arabian Plateau, specifically in the southern region of Saudi Arabia, near Yemen. This area is devoid of major powers, and further south lies the impoverished nations of Africa. Indeed, it is rare for affluent nations to exist alongside major powers, as exemplified by the United States, surrounded by financially struggling countries. Even the developed nations of South America have been adversely affected by the U.S. influence. While Canada possesses some wealth, it is insignificant in the eyes of America. Despite its vast land, Canada suffers from a sparse population. Similarly, the only developed nation in the Middle East, Israel, finds itself surrounded by economically challenged neighbors. Saudi Arabia shares this fate, with no wealthy nations in its vicinity, save for Qatar and the UAE, whose minuscule sizes make them nearly invisible on the map. This is why Saudi Arabia feels secure in its developmental pursuits. Remarkably, the proposed city spans 120 kilometers in length and 60 kilometers in width, potentially accommodating the entire Saudi population. To put this into perspective, Saudi Arabia's total land area is 2,250,000 square kilometers. And this new city alone will cover 7,200 square kilometers. When combined with their other regions of desert and plateau, it becomes evident that this city could house all inhabitants of the country. Given this, why not consider the concept of a maritime haven? Once the establishment is complete, if there remains an opportunity to extract resources in the vast expanse of Saudi Arabia, then it would be time to create a veritable oasis in the desert. At this thought, Suchin promptly exchanged for the design blueprint of this maritime abode within the system's marketplace. To his astonishment, upon viewing the blueprint, he was utterly taken aback by its contents. Indeed, this maritime dwelling was truly a marvel. It resembled a supercity, stretching 120 kilometers in length and 60 kilometers in width, capable of extending an additional 20 kilometers into the sea. Remarkably, both the seabed and the surface were adorned with structures equipped with the ability to purify seawater into fresh water. What a remarkable technology for desalination. Shouldn't this be sold independently to Saudi Arabia? Chapter 134. The old bounty hunter nearly fell into despair. Indeed, one must seize every opportunity for profit, particularly when dealing with affluent clients. I must confess, my kindness knows no bounds, and it is no wonder that fortune favors me. Upon reviewing the latest architectural blueprints, Suchin could not help but express his admiration. If these plans were to be implemented in the Longting factory, he would unhesitatingly declare that even a modest salary would be acceptable for the privilege of working there. The entirety of the blueprint spans an impressive 120 kilometers in length and 80 kilometers in width. Originally, the data provided from Saudi Arabia indicated a width of 60 kilometers. However, the system's design encompasses an additional 20 kilometers of ocean. The essence of the entire structure lies within this maritime expanse. In the midst of the desert, or one might say, amidst the plateau, the residences are arranged in segments. At the highest elevation, each dwelling is nestled within the mountains, reminiscent of the Hobbit's homes in The Hobbit, which are ingeniously situated within the peaks. This area represents the pinnacle of the city. On the plains below, the desert is adorned with flora that thrives in arid conditions, complemented by oases, fountains, and freshwater lakes. The architectural style of the city is steeped in Arabian aesthetics. However, as one ascends above the sea, the design transforms dramatically. Here, every structure is partially submerged beneath the waves, with the central edifice boasting a depth of 100 meters beneath the surface. Residents will be afforded the opportunity to revel in the underwater vistas. The surface of the sea is crafted from a special material that provides a crystal-clear view of the depths below. In certain areas, openings allow for fishing directly from the comfort of one's abode. Suchin was captivated by this architectural marvel and contemplated establishing an automobile factory once the construction was completed. The owner of the enterprise received a call from a Middle Eastern tycoon, informing him of a staggering budget of $540 billion, an accumulation of their oil revenues over 3 years. They urged us to design with utmost opulence in mind. While Suchin examined the blueprints, Yang Xiao entered, reporting on the Saudi magnates' expectations. It appears their neighbors have sparked a competitive spirit. Hearing the request from the Saudi elite, Suchin couldn't help but chuckle. Among the affluent neighbors, Dubai in the UAE stands as a paragon of extravagance, where even taxis are replaced with luxury sports cars. Qatar follows closely, having gained international fame as a wealthy nation, particularly after hosting the World Cup. In contrast, Saudi Arabia lacks significant tourist attractions, being predominantly desert. Aside from the arid landscapes and plateaus, there are no notable sights to behold. Rest assured, I shall inform them to prepare an additional $540 billion. My designs will undoubtedly meet their expectations. With a smile, Suchin returned to scrutinizing the blueprints, recognizing that each of these legendary structures is destined to leave an indelible mark on history. Much like the Great Wall of the Dragon Kingdom, which has stood as a legendary architectural marvel for millennia. The prospect of Saudi Arabia's offshore abode coming to fruition could indeed stir unease among other nations. Even affluent countries may seek Suchin's expertise in design, subsequently enlisting the assistance of the esteemed Longting construction team. After all, in the realm of Middle Eastern opulence, one prince's grandeur must be matched by another's. The pursuit of prestige cannot be compromised. After an afternoon immersed in architectural blueprints, Suchin finally stepped outside. He now resided in Unit 802, flanked by Yang Xiao, Wang Jai, and Wang Troer. His dwelling had been fully furnished, and his family had moved in just the day prior, with his uncle residing above and 3 cousins below, allowing the family to share their lives harmoniously. At the same time, within a Hongqi automobile gathering, a large group was convening. We have now fully taken over Hongqi, they announced. The next step is to initiate large-scale production. We must adhere strictly to the development roadmap provided by Longting, with 10 distinct models, each with its own positioning and pricing. There is no need for us to alter anything. The marketing is already well underway. Henceforth, let us each fulfill our roles diligently and strive to present a satisfactory report to the nation by year's end. As they deliberated, The collective realization of Hochi's remarkable capabilities dawned upon them. The performance, had it been left to their own design, would have taken them at least a decade, if not two, to achieve. Furthermore, the striking aesthetic of Hochi vehicles, particularly the imposing front of the H9 adorned with national flags, exuded an undeniable charisma that turned heads. Meanwhile, across the ocean in America, the situation had become precarious for the aging Biden administration. Recent days had been tumultuous, as the nation's leader found himself embroiled in conflict with other countries. As the dutiful offspring, one must rally to the call of their father. For to remain idle while their progenitor suffers would be deemed disloyal. Yet, they found themselves overwhelmed, burdened by the aftermath of previous engagements that nearly led to financial ruin. They were unable to meet even the interest on their national debt, resulting in a default. Fortunately, the defaulting nation was but their subordinate, and thus, they felt little obligation to repay their offspring. However, the Dragon Kingdom was not inclined to indulge them. Each time they sought assistance from the Dragon Kingdom, it came at a hefty price. Previously, when they faced maturing debts, they turned to the Dragon Kingdom for support, while the Dragon Kingdom obliged. The South China Sea Islands subsequently fell under its dominion. Should they seek the Dragon Kingdom's aid once more, they would find that its territory had expanded from 960,000 square kilometers to over 1 million. Now, they no longer dare to seek assistance from the Dragon Nation, for each time they do, it seems the entirety of Asia becomes enveloped by its influence. Furthermore, the recent surge of loaning automobile has rendered Tesla's sales rather dismal, resulting in a decrease in tax revenue this year. Even the groundbreaking longevity drug developed in their territory is registered on their own island, leaving the United States with minimal tax returns. Were it not for his use of the longevity serum that rejuvenated him, he might have succumbed to an overwhelming fury. To add to the frustration, California is stirring up demands for independence, and in a rather audacious turn, they are even requesting military presence from the Russians. The Dragon Nation's support in this matter is infuriating. It nearly drives one to the brink of despair. Just as the aging leader contemplated imposing a second lockdown on Longting and placing it on a blacklist, Suchin had already boarded the military vehicle, en route to the clandestine base. Chapter 135, Military Industrial License, directly producing nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. Indeed, this is an opportune moment for my development. Upon leaving the military base, Suchin nearly burst into laughter while holding the military industrial license in his hand. Initially, he had contemplated secretly conducting research on a small island, especially since he had previously arranged for the personnel from the genetic laboratory to purchase a small island in the Pacific Ocean. However, the island, measuring only 16 square kilometers, was barren and devoid of resources. Had it not been for the materials purchased with system points to construct a dwelling and acquire daily necessities, survival on that island would have been impossible. Now that he had obtained the military industrial license, Suchin was eager to explore the possibilities it offered. With the ongoing conflicts involving major powers and the tumultuous situation in the Middle East, it was indeed a prime opportunity for Suchin's ambitions. Upon returning to his office, he closed the door and reclined on the sofa, beginning to explore the advanced technologies within the system. Arms Marketplace, Cosmic Level, Star Domain Level, Galaxy Level, Planetary Level. The Arms Marketplace was straightforward, featuring only 4 categories. Suchin first opened the Cosmic Level Marketplace, eager to witness the might of cosmic weaponry. T1 level, T2 level, T3 level, T4 level, T5 level. To his surprise, this interface presented 5 options. Without hesitation, Suchin delved into the T1 category. Cosmic Rebooter, capable of annihilating an entire universe and birthing a new one. Price, XXX points. Dimensional Weapon, capable of reducing any civilization to a 2-dimensional existence. Price, XXX points. Calamity Weapon, reboots the universe with fire, water, earth, and wind, annihilating the entire cosmos. Price, XXX points. Upon viewing these 3 weapons, Suchin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Possessing any one of these weapons would allow him to ascend as the sovereign of the universe. However, gazing at the multitude of zeros that followed the prices, he surmised that it would take millennia before he could acquire such items. Unfortunately, they were simply beyond his financial reach. Subsequently, Suchin explored the planetary level weapons. Similarly, these were divided into 5 tiers. He opened the T1 level weapons for further inspection. Staff of God, the Damocles sword suspended in the sky. Price, 10 billion points. Calamity Weapon, capable of creating hurricanes, thunderstorms, tsunamis, earthquakes, and other natural disaster weapons. Price, 10 billion points. Sky Mothership, absolute air superiority. Annihilating enemies from the heavens. Price, 10 billion points. Nuclear energy shield, absolute defense, impervious even to nuclear weapons. Price, 10 billion points. Upon reviewing these four formidable weapons, Suchun buried his face in his hands. Alas, he currently possessed merely over 4 billion points. This is unattainable, however. If Suchun could acquire one of these, he would dominate the earth. After perusing the T1 level weapons, Suchun quickly realized that they were beyond his financial reach. Moreover, he would undoubtedly sell any weapon to Demao rather than Airmao. Suchun was hesitant to sell such advanced technology, for Demao possessed extensive research in weaponry. Unable to afford T1, Suchun disregarded T2, and as for T3, it represented the pinnacle of weaponry among the nations. Thus, he chose to bypass this category entirely and opened the T4 section of the marketplace, eager to explore T4 weapons. The plethora of T4 weapons was astonishing. The first on the list sent a shiver down Suchun's spine. Laser tank, capable of annihilating everything within a 1,000-meter range. Price, 1 billion points. Super thermal bomb, capable of incinerating all within a 2,000-meter range. Price, 1 billion points. Sniper cannon, hits any target within 5,000 meters with explosive power equivalent to a C4 bomb. Price, 1 billion points. Mach full throttle fighter, speeds of 15 Mach, capable of carrying 16 nuclear warheads. Price, 1 billion points. Nuclear-powered aircraft carrier group. A single strike can cover 100,000 square meters, leaving no life within the area. Price, 1 billion points. Upon reviewing the T4 weaponry, Suchun felt his earlier analysis was utterly misguided. Thus far, the most advanced weaponry on Earth was equivalent to T4, let alone T3 or T2. After examining these weapons and their point values, Suchun was overwhelmed with excitement. A nuclear-powered aircraft carrier group possesses the capability to obliterate a medium-sized nation. The United States currently operates 11 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, yet only a few are combat-ready. If he were to acquire this technology, leveraging Londing's profitability, he could sustain 100 nuclear-powered aircraft carrier groups annually, as Londing's revenue exceeded $500 billion each year, with the earning potential accelerating over time. At present, Long Nation has only 3 aircraft carriers, all conventionally powered. The 05 aircraft carrier has nuclear capabilities but will not be operational for at least another 2 years. If Suchun's nuclear-powered aircraft carriers were to launch ahead of schedule, it would lead to momentous developments. If Long Nation were to establish 100 nuclear-powered carrier battle groups, the entire world would kneel before Long Nation, addressing it as a grandparent. They wouldn't even be worthy of calling it a father. Suchun's excitement grew with each passing moment. The most hawkish faction in Long Nation is its citizenry. In a social gathering, as long as there are more than 3 individuals present, the consumption of 2 taels of white liquor leads to clear analysis of international affairs. The American carrier battle groups have been obliterated by Dongfeng missiles countless times over the years. Despite the rising prices of various goods, the citizens of Long Nation have expressed their grievances. However, when tobacco prices increase, they remain unfazed. While other nations ponder ways to reduce military expenditures in favor of enhancing the welfare of their citizens in the Dragon Kingdom, any suggestion to curtail military funding for the sake of public well-being would surely incite widespread outrage among the populace. The citizens fervently wish to bolster military budgets, enabling the construction of formidable aircraft carrier battle groups. Given the numerous provinces within the Dragon Kingdom, is it unreasonable to envision each province possessing its own aircraft carrier battle group? Furthermore, during the maintenance and upkeep of these carriers, deploying reserve vessels seems entirely justified. Altogether, this could amount to an impressive total of 68 nuclear-powered aircraft carrier battle groups. Without a moment's hesitation, Suchun proceeded to acquire the technology for this nuclear-powered aircraft carrier battle group. Upon reviewing the information regarding its capabilities, Suchun could not restrain himself and uttered an exclamation of astonishment. The sheer power of this nuclear-powered aircraft carrier battle group is truly staggering. It is no wonder that the system claims it could render the land barren for 100,000 kilometers. Chapter 136, The Laboratory of the Nuclear-Powered Aircraft Carrier Battle Group. The configuration of this nuclear-powered carrier group assigned to Suchun is truly formidable. Just the mere presence of such a fleet in the waters would compel the entire world to activate their micro-radars for detection. It is perplexing how a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier battle group comprises so many components. Suchun, with a hint of confusion, opened the system shop and beheld the following text: Nuclear-powered aircraft carrier group, A single strike can cover an area of 100,000 square meters, leaving no life in its wake. Price: 1 billion points. Description: former T-1 class planetary weapon, priced at 10 billion points, containing various weaponry. This aircraft carrier battle group is a truncated version. Upon reading this, Suchin finally understood the situation. No wonder this nuclear-powered carrier group was sold to him for merely 1 billion points. It was a truncated version. The version he had initially seen represented the pinnacle of the entire battle group, containing numerous technologies that Suchin would need to purchase with points. Essentially, it was as if the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier battle group had been disassembled and sold to him piecemeal. The points required to procure all the weaponry to be produced would be exorbitant. Shaking his head to dispel these chaotic thoughts, Suchin began to meticulously examine the complete specifications of the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier battle group in his mind. Firstly, the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier spans 700 meters in length, 200 meters in width, and stands 30 meters tall. But that is just the beginning. Upon reviewing the equipment aboard the carrier, Suchin felt a shiver run down his spine. To start, there are 4 nuclear-powered submarines, each capable of carrying 6 nuclear torpedoes. Together, they total 24. Each nuclear torpedo possesses a destructive radius of 13 kilometers. These 4 submarines could potentially annihilate a coastal city of an entire nation, as well as obliterate coastal bases. In addition to the 4 nuclear-powered submarines, there are 4 nuclear-powered cruisers, 4 nuclear-powered destroyers, and 8 nuclear-powered frigates. Notably, the 4 nuclear-powered cruisers boast an astonishing speed of 300 kilometers per hour, comparable to that of high-speed trains. Moreover, each cruiser is equipped with detection platforms, with an effective detection range of 10,000 kilometers. They are also armed with a plethora of heavy weaponry, including missiles, thermobaric bombs, and cloud explosive munitions, among others. The destroyers are outfitted with defensive radars, air defense missile systems, underwater sonar detectors, and counterattack weapons. The 8 frigates are exceptionally impressive, each serving distinct functions. 2 of them are designed for air defense, possessing formidable anti-missile capabilities and a wealth of weaponry. Another 2 are optimized for maritime operations, armed with powerful nuclear torpedoes and various underwater armaments. The final 4 include 2 equipped with large-caliber naval guns capable of firing substantial projectiles, while the remaining 2 carry 16 nuclear weapons. The entire aircraft carrier fleet comprises 17 vessels, and the number of aircraft aboard the carrier is beyond count. The patrol aircraft, reconnaissance planes, early warning systems, and fighter jets, among others, can accommodate up to 400 fighter jets. This naval carrier group, if fully operational, would require a minimum of 50,000 personnel to manage it. Such a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier battle group, to put it bluntly, is something that no place in the world would dare to confront. Should conflict arise, the mere presence of 16 nuclear weapons and 24 nuclear torpedoes would be formidable. Furthermore, the fighter jets are equipped with 160 nuclear weapons, representing a true triad of land, sea, and airstrike capabilities. Even the Americans would be alarmed at the sight of such power. Moreover, this is the toned-down version that Suchin is currently considering. The true T-1 class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier battle group would see these weapons doubled. The aircraft could even reach speeds of 10 Mach. Terrifying, simply terrifying. After examining the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier battle group in his mind, Suchin began to estimate the costs. Ultimately, with the assistance of the system, he concluded that should this carrier be fully loaded, the construction alone would necessitate an expenditure of 12 billion USD. The annual maintenance cost would reach 120 billion USD. In other words, Suchin's current Dragon Rising Automotive can only sustain 4 nuclear-powered aircraft carrier battle groups each year. He must first sell affordable weaponry to the outside world. Realizing this, Suchin acknowledged his status as a mere impoverished individual. Perhaps it would be wiser to procure some T-5 weapons and sell them to those in need. However, who in their right mind would construct a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier battle group? Nevertheless, once this nuclear-powered aircraft carrier battle group is established, it would undoubtedly assert the dominance of the Dragon Nation in East Asia. There is an old adage that states, when you possess one aircraft carrier, your neighbors will condemn you, believing you to disrupt the regional balance. When you possess 2, they will hasten to develop their own carriers. Yet, upon acquiring 3, the entire world will vehemently denounce you. If you possess more than 5 carriers, you can navigate the world's oceans at will. Once your fleet exceeds 10 carriers, you become the paternal figure of the world, responsible for maintaining global security. If Su Chun were to truly possess 10 of these nuclear-powered aircraft carrier battle groups, the entire world would be compelled to heed his directives. Enough of this talk. It is time to act swiftly. Presently, Su Chun's 500 billion USD is invested in a fund. This money cannot be withdrawn. It is not that it cannot be extracted, but rather that doing so would mean Su Chun would have to personally cover this year's charitable donations. However, this is not a significant issue, as Su Chun still has 300 billion in his possession. While this amount may not suffice to construct a complete aircraft carrier battle group, it is certainly enough to commence the establishment of a shipyard. After all, the construction of such a battle group will take at least 2 to 3, if not 5 years. The system, procure the laboratory for the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier battle group. Gazing at the astonishingly valuable nuclear-powered aircraft carrier laboratory worth 1 billion. Su Chun did not hesitate. He promptly purchased the laboratory from within the system. After all, he had experienced the laboratory's terrifying capabilities firsthand. Introduction: Laboratory for the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier battle group. Personnel: 108 individuals. Description: This includes experts in aircraft carriers, nuclear energy, weaponry, and more. Construction time: If constructed at a shipyard with a workforce of 10,000, the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier battle group is expected to be completed in 2 years. Upon reviewing the system's description, Su Chun nodded in satisfaction. At the very least, this gave him a sense of direction, did it not? However, his points had dwindled from over 4 billion to merely 2 billion. To accumulate 100 billion points would likely require 2 to 3 years, just in time for the completion of the aircraft carrier. He would transform the fighter jets aboard into 15 mock marvels, so fast that even directors would be unable to keep up. By then, it would echo the words of Mundo from League of Legends. Wherever you wish to go, you shall go. Mundo will see you as a mere bystander. Chapter 137. The Baja 1000 off-road race commences. Time swiftly passes, and before one realizes, it is already mid-November. Today marks a significant occasion for the Ling group, as 2 Kalman Kings have embarked on a journey to North America to participate in the Baja 1000 Off-Road Challenge. The announcement of this event has captured the attention of the entire nation, for it has been a long time since a vehicle from Dragon Nation has competed in this prestigious race. The competition has predominantly been the domain of Ford, with their vehicles claiming victory time and again, and previous records being reduced to within 30 hours. While Su Chun showcased remarkable speed in the last off-road race at Alleviation, he was not faced with the enthusiastic crowd that could create a challenging atmosphere. Therefore, his previous performance cannot be reasonably compared to the rigorous conditions of the Baja race. Is it time for the race to begin today? In his office, Su Chun, seated in his executive chair, activated the projector to view the live broadcast of the Baja race. Since acquiring advanced military technology a few days prior, Su Chun has established a weapons company and has extended generous invitations to several arms experts to assist in the production of a rocket launcher named Seahorse. This Seahorse rocket launcher boasts an impressive range of 500 kilometers, with a lethal radius of approximately 50 meters. Its accuracy is exceptional, with a margin of error of merely 20 meters at full range. The intention behind developing this rocket launcher is to cater to the affluent individuals in the Middle East, especially considering the current actions of certain groups that have incited considerable disdain. Su Chun has calculated the estimated production cost of the rocket launcher to be around $200,000, and he plans to sell it at a modest price of $250,000, foregoing profit. Should there be financial constraints, he is willing to offer interest-free loans, with the expectation that once they have re-established their nation, they will permit Su Chun to conduct business there. He remains unconcerned about the possibility of their reneging on this agreement, confident that by that time, his personal combat capabilities will surpass those of the entire region. To facilitate the production of the Seahorse rocket launcher, Su Chun has redirected 1,000 workers from the Longting factory, allowing for the daily manufacturing of 100 units. Within 2 months, they anticipate producing over 5,000 units. A simultaneous launch of 5,000 would likely obliterate the Jewish state. Yes, boss, indeed today. But there is no need to watch the live broadcast. We can simply check the standings later. This race will last over 20 hours. Upon hearing Su Chun's remarks, Yang Sharo cheerfully began to elaborate. Never mind them. Once the Baja event concludes, let Wang Jia handle the launch of our new vehicle. She can conduct the press conference. I have other matters to attend to for a while. Su Chun is currently in urgent need of points. Therefore, he intends to swiftly enter the laboratory to devise a device capable of purifying the air, alongside cleaning plants that can thrive in deserts. as well as purifying river and sea waters, and even eliminating plastic waste. These aspirations are the quintessence of Su Chen's ambitions. After all, if he succeeds, he could potentially amass an astonishing fortune of over 1 trillion points. With over 1 billion people in the Dragon Kingdom, at least 800 million reside in urban areas. If nearly 400 million of these individuals express satisfaction with Su Chen's products, he could reap an astounding 400 billion points, propelling him toward the pinnacle of planetary achievement. Especially with the Goddess Staff and the aerospace mothership, these weapons may not be intended for combat, yet their possession is imperative. While Su Chen muses over weaponry, in North America, at the Baja off-road race venue, a significant number of attendees have gathered for the Dragon Racing team, including Wang Qiuer and chairwoman Lin Yajuan. This time, over 200 team members have come to North America to witness the Baja off-road race, which is a guaranteed victory. As the two Cowman Kings from Dragon Racing set off in tandem, they swiftly distanced themselves from the other vehicles. Such is the explosive performance of these two cars. It's no wonder that numerous companies are eager for our third-generation batteries. Observing the Cowman Kings leave all other off-road vehicles in their wake, Lin Yajuan nods in satisfaction. Following Su Chen's previous off-road race in Alashan, many domestic manufacturers of mobile phones, computers, and other electronic products have initiated discussions with Dragon Racing, seeking to procure third-generation batteries. Their calculations suggest that integrating this battery into Huawei phones could enable an astonishing month-long standby period. This is truly remarkable. Should Huawei phones achieve a month of standby, Apple devices would face dire consequences, as their Achilles heel lies in battery technology. Indeed, Dragon Racing is formidable. Their technological prowess is light years ahead. It feels almost like bullying the competition. One must acknowledge that Dragon Racing's vehicles are exceptionally robust. Their speed renders other cars akin to mere children in comparison. Undeniably, the velocity is staggering. I speculate that if this motor were to be applied to a supercar, it could potentially reach speeds exceeding 1,000 kilometers per hour. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast studio of CCTV, millions of netizens are tuning in to watch the Baja race. After all, this marks the first time a Chinese automotive manufacturer has participated in such an event. Observing Dragon Racing S2 vehicles compete is as effortless as educating one's children. As for Su Chen, he has now entered the underground laboratory. Currently, 2 out of the 3 levels of the Dragon Racing facility are operational, while the third level remains classified and undisclosed. The second level is diligently working on the development of 5-nanometer lithography technology. The remaining half was also utilized by Su Chen for the development of armaments. Thus, this time, Su Chen could only conduct research on the first tier. What Su Chen yearned to create most was a plastic dissolvant capable of dissolving plastic bags, hard plastics, and all manner of materials without any pollution. Su Chen firmly believed that once he succeeded in crafting this substance, every nation across the globe would procure it from him. At that juncture, to put it bluntly, all countries would find themselves at Su Chen's mercy. He would dictate the price at will, particularly those populous nations burdened with excessive waste. The issue of plastic waste has already led to the formation of garbage patches exceeding 1 million square kilometers in our oceans. Thus, should Su Chen successfully develop this product, he would not only accrue points but also reap substantial financial rewards. Chapter 138, Annual Meeting and Year-End Bonus. While Su Chen was engrossed in the development of a plastic dissolvent, the Middle East was engulfed in fervent conflict. Several Arab nations were relentlessly retaliating against the Jewish state. Surprisingly, dissenting voices also emerged from within the Jewish state itself, voiced by genuine, pure-blooded Jews. These individuals do not engage in production, evade taxes, and refrain from work. Their existence revolves around studying scriptures and procreating. At the inception of the Jewish state, there were merely over 10,000 of such Jews. However, after 70 years, their population has burgeoned to a staggering 120,000, a truly alarming development. Amidst this heated turmoil, several arms dealers arrived in the Arab nations, all dispatched by Su Chen. Following 3 days of negotiations, each HIMARS rocket artillery was sold for $500,000, culminating in a contract to supply 10,000 units within 3 months. This transaction secured a staggering $5 billion, with Su Chen poised to profit a remarkable $3 billion. He could not help but marvel at the American penchant for inciting wars globally. The arms trade proved incredibly lucrative. Should the HIMARS gain recognition on the battleground of the Middle East, other nations would undoubtedly seek to engage with Su Chen for their own procurement. Listening to the reports from his subordinates, Su Chen found himself unable to suppress his laughter. The current production pace was hindered primarily by inexperience. However, as the equipment improved and workers became more adept, they could produce 10,000 units within 2 months. Furthermore, once the Hamars gained fame on the battlefield, the neighboring nations would surely temper their ambitions. After all, Dragon Country was merely over 300 kilometers away, while the Hamars boasts a range of 500 kilometers. Though the manufacturing cost was $200,000 per unit, significantly higher than other rocket artillery, the Hamars was undeniably powerful. Not to mention, the profits generated by Suchin's Longting Group in a single year could fund the production of 250,000 units. Such a quantity would obliterate adversaries in an instant. Enough of this. It was time to act. After indulging in his mirth for a while, Su Chun resumed his research. Now was not the moment to embark on the development of another weapon. The foremost priority was to elevate the Hamars' reputation. Once its potential had been fully exploited, he would consider the creation of the next weapon. Nevertheless, Su Chun remained cognizant of his company's primary focus on automotive production. Thus, he had already conceived ideas for the next vehicle to be launched. In this world, many classic models from his previous life were absent, while others appeared that had never existed before. Therefore, Su Chun contemplated sourcing those timeless classic vehicles from his past to introduce into this world for sale. Aside from Su Chun's side, the design department now boasts a workforce of 2,000 individuals, comprising 10 distinct design teams capable of crafting automobiles independently, without necessitating Su Chun's designs for each project. Consequently, Su Chun contemplated the creation of a classic coupe model, intending to subsequently shift his focus towards supercars, as they promise far greater profitability. A single supercar could yield at least half of Su Chun's profits. As time gradually passed, the year drew to a close. On this particular day, Su Chun emerged from the laboratory early in the morning. It marked the day of the annual meeting for Longting Company, a day dedicated to rewarding all employees. Given the ample space, Su Chun arranged for 3 floors within the company to be cleared for a grand feast. Inviting not only employees but also their families, and even retired staff members were summoned. Longting Company, despite nearing collapse, consistently provided retirement benefits to its former employees. Although now a private entity, the company continues to disburse 60% of pre-retirement salaries to retired employees, with annual increments. Fortunately, the number of retired employees remains manageable. With less than 3,000 still alive, the rest have departed from this world. Boss, you look incredibly dashing in that outfit. At this moment, in Su Chun's office, Yang Xiao and Wang Jia had just finished dressing him up. Upon beholding Su Chun's refined visage, the 2 women's eyes sparkled with admiration. Let us head to the venue. Has our money arrived yet? This year, Longting had garnered an astonishing amount of revenue. Su Chun alone was prepared to allocate several hundred billion for charitable endeavors. It was imperative that the employees were also well compensated, given the abundance of lucrative opportunities available to Su Chun. Presently, there are very few items in the world that he cannot procure. If he were to travel to America, merely relocating the company could compel them to amend laws, potentially elevating him to the presidency, as he could provide millions of jobs. Should he venture to a smaller nation, he could undoubtedly become their local sovereign, with even the common folk bestowing upon him the title of ruler. Upon arrival, a staggering 100 billion in cash awaited distribution, allocated per capita. Each employee would receive an average bonus exceeding 500,000. For each additional year of service, an extra 10,000 would be awarded, with the highest earners capable of receiving up to 1,200,000, one of whom is a retired employee who dedicated 52 years to the company. Wang Jia adjusted Su Chun's tie, and together, the trio proceeded toward the bustling venue, which was alive with excitement. This year, not only have they divided the properties, but their salaries have also become remarkably abundant, with each employee earning nearly 500,000 when combining salary and bonuses. Furthermore, with the addition of dividends, every employee is poised to earn over $1 million. Even those who have just recently secured their positions are entitled to such substantial sums. Su Chun is determined not to spend billions on charitable endeavors while employee wages remain stagnant. It is far more prudent to prioritize enhancing employee salaries. This year, the company's staff are invigorated, as if they have been infused with new energy, eager to perform as if they were twice their number. Such is the power of wealth. Boss, the live broadcast has commenced. We can take the stage now. Upon reaching the floor where the banquet is hosted, Wang Jia signaled for those behind her to activate the cameras and leaned closely to Su Chun, softly reminding him. Chapter 139, An Enviable Array of Benefits. Greetings to all esteemed masters of Longting. I am Su Chun, the chairman of Longting Group. As the camera activated, our live stream commenced to capture the grandeur of Longting's annual gala. Last year's event left everyone in awe, provoking envy that was almost explosive. This year, the Longting Annual Gala is an event not to be missed. Indeed, 2 weeks prior, Wang Jiai had already begun promoting the company's annual celebration. As the live stream initiated, hundreds of thousands flocked to witness the nature of Longting Group's benefits, hoping their own employers might inadvertently catch a glimpse of what we have to offer. This year marks a remarkable leap for Longting Group. Our total revenue for the year reached an astounding $700 billion. Of this sum, automotive sales accounted for $15 billion, while sales of Yongguifei cosmetics reached $320 billion. The revenue from our first-generation batteries soared to $350 billion, and we garnered $220 billion from patents and licenses. Longting Pharmaceuticals contributed an impressive $280 billion. The remaining miscellaneous amounts totaled $1 billion. Holding the report provided by Yang Xiaoro, Su Chun was astounded by the figures before him. Remarkably, even the world's most profitable company, Apple, would hesitate to claim an annual sales figure of $700 billion. Upon hearing Su Chin's announcement of these figures, employees and their families present at the venue, as well as those downstairs, were left in utter disbelief. They were aware of Longting's profitability, but the extent of this success surpassed their wildest expectations. To put it bluntly, many nations have yet to reach a GDP of $700 billion. An annual income of $700 billion places us as the 21st highest on the global GDP rankings, surpassed only by the Netherlands. From this total income, we have contributed $910 billion in automotive manufacturing taxes, $245 billion in corporate value-added taxes, and $105 billion in corporate income taxes. According to the exchange rate, we have dutifully remitted $981 billion this year, second only to Longwa Tobacco. This means our tax contributions are equivalent to funding 3 aircraft carrier battle groups. If any government officials are viewing my live broadcast, I implore you to construct an aircraft carrier battle group for our Heilong province. Next year, we aim to surpass Longwa Tobacco in tax contributions, compelling the state to build an aircraft carrier battle group named after Longting. In doing so, we Longting people can proudly declare our possession of our very own aircraft carrier battle group. At this juncture, Su Chun brimmed with pride, his stature visibly elevated. After all, Longting Group has genuinely contributed the tax equivalent of 3 aircraft carrier battle groups to the nation. Of the remaining $574 billion, we have allocated $150 billion towards research and development efforts. Among the remaining $420 billion, we shall allocate $400 billion for the construction of the headquarters of Longting and residential buildings for the employees' families. Of the final $420 billion, $120 billion will be dedicated to establishing schools within Longting, encompassing all levels from kindergarten to university, with tuition waived for all family members of Longting employees. Students will incur no expenses from kindergarten through university graduation, and even their meals will be provided by Longting. From the remaining $300 billion, we will set aside $100 billion to contract land domestically for the benefit of Longting Group. All employees will be able to enjoy meals without any cost. Furthermore, I assure that every meal will feature a selection of 200 dishes. Family members of employees will be charged merely $2 per meal, while children under 18 and seniors over 60 will dine entirely free of charge. Additionally, retired employees will receive the same privileges. The final $200 billion in cash will be utilized to establish a healthcare assurance system. The earlier $400 billion construction fund includes hospitals. Thus, this $200 billion will specifically cater to providing free medical care for employees and their families. At this juncture, Su Chun paused, observing the astonished employees before resuming his report with a smile. This year, due to the company's public listing, I personally acquired $500 billion in cash. However, I have dedicated this cash to charity, placing it into a charitable fund. The annual interest amounts to approximately $350 billion. $300 billion of this will be utilized for poverty alleviation domestically, ensuring that every household achieves a moderately prosperous living standard. The excess interest will be allocated to securing benefits for Longting employees, including full salary during women's pregnancy, 70% salary in the second year, and 50% salary in the third year. For elderly family members who are immobile, Longting will establish nursing homes, allowing them to reside there during the day and return home after work. The staff at Longting nursing homes will be rotated from within the company, and those who perform well will receive appropriate wage increases. This fund will also cover all expenses for Longting children studying abroad. In the event of a student achieving the top score in the National College Entrance Examination, an on-site cash reward of 5 million will be granted. For provincial top scorers, the reward will be 10 million, and for national top scorers, 50 million will be awarded along with 20 years of work experience. For instance, on the day your child achieves the national top score, Longting Group will directly facilitate your employment procedures, granting you 20 years of work experience. Each year, in addition to the regular salary, bonuses will be awarded based on years of service. If a student pursues a combined master's and doctoral program, upon entering Longting after 10 years, they will be credited with 30 years of work experience. After listening to Su Chen's words, the employees present, as well as those in the live stream, erupted in astonishment. Many even found their breaths quickening. For it seemed that Longting did not engage in any personnel affairs at all. How could it be that the benefits provided by Longting were so exceptional? Medical expenses for family members were covered, education for daughters was free, and even the cost of meals was waived. There was also a retirement home exclusively for Longting employees, with staff rotating to care for internal personnel. It was indeed a remarkable arrangement, as many employees had their own parents residing there, ensuring they were well looked after. The bonuses, along with the maternity benefits, were particularly striking. A woman could stay at home for 3 years after giving birth, calculating based on Longting's current average salary. Each new mother would receive a staggering subsidy of 396,000 during those 3 years. The most astonishing part was that this could be enjoyed without the obligation of attending work. This revelation left everyone filled with overwhelming envy. Chapter 140. Even the expert professors are considering job changes. Goodness, who would want to attend such a dreadful class? I certainly will not. After dedicating 8 years to this company, I was terminated just as I discovered I was pregnant. I have heard that Longting Company is planning to recruit 1 million people this year. I must give it a try. I am utterly envious. How does such a remarkable company even exist? My uncle works at Longting Group, and I heard last year he took home 50,000 after working overtime. With the year-end bonus looking to be at least another 50,000, that's a guaranteed annual income of 1 million. This wretched company has truly worn out my patience. Earning a mere 8,000 a month while working 12-hour shifts, they have the audacity to claim their salaries are 20% higher than industry standards. Oh, if only there were some gentlemen from Longting here. I'm quite well endowed with a 36E bust and long legs. Longting is indeed phenomenal, contributing enough in taxes to fund 3 aircraft carrier battle groups in just 1 year. It's outrageous. A measly 5,000 or 6,000 each month, while they conspire against Tesla. Meanwhile, Longting employees, doing the same work, earn over 20 times what I make. This is simply unjust. I am resigning right now from my position as the chassis workshop director and heading straight to Longting. This is the pride of our nation. These are our true entrepreneurs. From now on, I will only purchase cars from Longting, as they not only help build aircraft carriers for the country but also support women, the elderly, and children. The live stream had descended into complete chaos. After Su Chen uttered these words, he even invested a substantial amount to provide benefits for the employees. Everyone in the live stream could no longer contain their excitement. They rushed to Weibo and unleashed their fury upon those major corporations, especially the car companies that had previously banded together to resist Tesla, now facing a deluge of criticism. Su Chen, however, was unfazed. His factory employed over 500,000 people. Even if they reached 1 million next year, the average annual salary for each employee could exceed 1 million, with various benefits. He projected a revenue of $200 billion. Yet, next year, Su Chen's Longting Group could easily generate over $1 trillion in revenue. After deducting expenses, Su Chen's earnings would surpass the combined incomes of those million employees. This year's funds, amounting to what Su Chen referred to as $15 billion for research and development, were earmarked for constructing aircraft carrier battle groups. He even envisioned building 3 aircraft carrier battle groups, and once they set sail, the world would fall silent in awe of their nuclear-powered might. Now, my esteemed colleagues, all that I have shared is the welfare our group can provide. Next, allow me to discuss the personal benefits I wish to extend to everyone. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, those who had been whispering turned their full attention to him. Upon hearing such remarkable benefits, everyone was deeply moved. Despite the frigid weather, a surge of warmth coursed through their veins, igniting a fervent desire to rush into the workshop and work fervently. However, when they learned that Su Chen intended to offer additional personal benefits, astonishment swept through the crowd. This year, the factory's profits had not seen a single penny taken by Su Chen. Instead, he had either distributed benefits to the employees or reinvested in research. Now, The notion that he would personally provide further benefits was truly heartwarming. Dear colleagues, the upcoming personal benefits I am about to bestow upon you will undoubtedly surpass your wildest expectations. I hereby permit all employees who have been part of the Lonting family for over a year to acquire vehicles at cost price within the factory premises. For instance, if the manufacturing cost of a car is $100,000, you may take it for that exact amount, with labor costs covered by me as the owner. As for distributing cash, I currently possess less wealth than any of you. Not a single cent has been drawn from Lonting. Suchin chuckled as he spoke. Bravo, Mr. Su. I would gladly bear your children. To be born a Lonting employee is to embody the spirit of Lonting. Boss, I adore you. My affection is boundless. You are truly exceptional, boss. Exclaimed the employees, their excitement palpable as they leaped from their seats in response to Suchin's words. They were well aware that this year, their combined salaries and bonuses exceeded at least 800,000, with some fortunate individuals surpassing 1 million. Housing concerns were alleviated, as the company had provided accommodations. And now the prospect of purchasing a car at cost was exhilarating. They knew well that for the tank model priced at 199,000, the production cost was merely 140,000, allowing them to save an impressive 60,000. Mr. Su has genuinely realized the dream of shared prosperity. Indeed, it was hard to believe that the owner had not accrued wealth from the company. Yet, the clarity of the financial data dispelled any doubts. Such an exceptional employer, why have I not encountered someone like him before? One mused. But enough of that. I am en route to Ice City to commence my position at the headquarters. Fear not, for I am part of the Lonting management team. Our esteemed owner has announced that in the coming year, Lonting will be seeking talent from all sectors. The Ice City headquarters will require an investment of trillions of dollars to construct, aiming to recruit millions of skilled workers. Employees from other cities need not panic. Over the next 5 years, we anticipate hiring a cumulative total of 10 million across the 3 northeastern provinces, with various factories established in other cities nationwide. 10 million employees? I need not say more. I am 40 years old and have spent 15 years in the satellite industry. This presents an extraordinary opportunity for me. I am a professor in the field of mechanical engineering at a university, uncertain about the possibility of transitioning to another position. I am also an expert in thyroid treatment, harboring similar aspirations for a career change. At this moment, as Suchin's words resonate once more, the top 10 trending topics on Weibo have been entirely overtaken by news of Lonting. Countless netizens have flocked to the live stream, drawing in talents from various industries. Currently, the workforce at Lonting's headquarters consists of just over 1,000 seasoned employees who have shared both hardships and triumphs with the company, alongside more than 6,000 researchers and over 2,000 skilled workers from the workshops. In Suchin's vision, it is imperative that the employees at Lonting's headquarters earn a substantial income. After all, it is unreasonable to expect Suchin to procure everything through the system. At the very least, the technologies Suchin has developed should enable them to allocate these cutting-edge innovations for application in other fields. Chapter 141. I yearn to embrace my grandson soon. Ah, what a splendid day it is. On the eve of the Lunar New Year, Suchin rose early from his slumber, eager to venture out for shopping and leisure. With the arrival of the first day of the new year, visitors would soon come to pay their respects. After all, Suchin holds the esteemed position of chairman and serves as the cornerstone of the entire Lonting enterprise. The number of guests seeking his company is truly overwhelming. Mother, my younger brother and I are off to buy groceries. After enjoying breakfast, Suchin bid his mother farewell and made his way downstairs. However, his intention was not genuinely to procure foodstuffs. Rather, he had arranged to meet some young ladies for a delightful karaoke session. The 10 attendants who once served Suchin had ceased their regular employment ever since joining him. They would only respond to his invitations via WeChat, a testament to the generous remuneration he provided, an astonishing sum of 500,000 for a single encounter, transforming them into millionaires after just a few visits. Upon descending, Suchin hopped into his car and set off towards the KTV. Meanwhile, in America, Su Dajiang received a heartfelt gift from Su Dahai, prompting an outpouring of tears. Life in America starkly contrasts with that in Longhua. Here, apart from the affluent tycoons, it is exceedingly arduous for capitalists to conduct business, as social strata have become entrenched. The only avenue for prosperity now lies within the realm of the internet, a domain Su Dajiang is unfamiliar with. Consider this. Why do Europe and America boast so many century-old establishments? It is simply because they lack the opportunity to venture into other industries. A chef's son is likely to become a chef, just as a tailor's offspring will follow suit. Without sufficient financial backing, Opening a shop could lead to bankruptcy at the slightest misfortune. Only the wealthiest capitalists and luxury boutiques can sustain such risks. Furthermore, many individuals here have a penchant for gunplay, exhibiting a propensity to act without hesitation when faced with uncertainty. These past years have kept Showdown on edge. Why do so many people favor foreign lands? Primarily, it stems from the wave of immigration in the 1980s. At that time, manhwa's development lagged far behind that of America, and even Japan and South Korea were ahead. Those who emigrated early did so when manhwa had yet to flourish. Thus their perceptions of the nation remain rooted in the 1980s. As foreign nations advanced, comparisons between the present day abroad and 1980s manhwa became glaringly apparent. Moreover, certain directors have taken to crafting films depicting manhwa from the 1950s to the 1980s, submitting them to the Oscars in hopes of accolades. This has further obscured the understanding of manhwa's progress among foreigners. Take, for instance, the recent protests in manhwa. Initially, the world paid them no heed. Yet, during the second wave of protests, manhwa's maritime boundaries inexplicably expanded. After the third, fourth, and fifth protests, the impact on them grew increasingly significant. It seemed as though their hometown was on the verge of being stripped bare. They became acutely aware of every street and the buildings that adorned them. Thus, they could no longer afford to allow protests from the Dragon Kingdom. Alice, let us return home. After shedding tears for quite a while, Showdown gazed at his wife and children, unable to suppress his desire to revisit I-City. Among the gifts from Showdown was a letter. In it, Showdown clearly stated that while he would no longer receive shares from Ling, he could offer him some storefronts to support his family. After all, they were brothers. Weren't they? Then let us go home and take a look. Alice, noticing the redness in Showdown's eyes, couldn't help but nod in agreement. Meanwhile, on Suchen's side, he was in a state of sheer delight. In the largest private room of his second uncle's KTV, Suchen, blindfolded, was surrounded by 10 young ladies. He exuded an air reminiscent of an ancient despot. At that moment, in Showdown's household, Lisume wondered, wasn't he supposed to be out buying groceries? Why hasn't he returned yet? Glancing at the clock, she noted it was already noon, yet there was still no sign of Suchen. Unable to contain her murmurs, she continued, buying groceries? His friend Ling has already mentioned that he went to KTV to sing, and he took 10 girls with him. I've heard there are even some Russians and Koreans in there. What on earth is that boy thinking? She thought of Yang Shiro, who was not only capable in her work but also quite beautiful. If not her, then Wang Jiayi might suffice, even though she is considerably older than our son. I have watched her grow up, after all. It's much better to know someone well. At that moment, Su's father sat on the sofa, reviewing the design blueprints provided by Suchen. He would not be going to Saudi Arabia this time, but he needed to understand the plans to explain them to the workers. After all, what Suchen was undertaking was akin to defecating on the Americans. Once Suchen and his family left the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, they could easily find themselves in peril. After all, one could never predict what the Americans might do. Moreover, the American nuclear-powered aircraft carrier battle groups were stationed nearby. A single misstep could spell disaster for Showdown. Therefore, only the employees of the construction team and the crew that Suchen had hired would be going this time. Men, I know them well. As long as they are breathing and not hanging on a wall, they are bound to be lecherous. Well, I shall no longer concern myself with my son's affairs. I cannot intervene. I will visit Wang Jiayi, Yang Shiro, and also Wang Chou'er, as well as Yang Shiro's friend, Li Dandan. I remember there are quite a few lovely ladies in the design department, such as Lin Shirin, if I recall correctly. I will gather them all and let them interact with our son. If he takes a liking to any of them, I shall directly propose marriage. After all, our son will be 26 after the new year. Even if he becomes the world's richest man, he must still have children. Lisume lamented that this year she would turn 50, yet she had yet to hold her grandchild. Although Suchen had ascended to the status of the world's richest individual, and Lisume had become the center of attention during her square dancing, her peers brought along their grandchildren to join in the revelry, which filled her with envy. Very well, you go ahead. Showdown nodded in agreement with Lisume's sentiments. All right, I shall set off now and pick up some groceries as well. With that, Lisume donned her down jacket and made her way outside. Meanwhile, on Suchen's side, he was thoroughly enjoying himself. Not only was he surrounded by admirers, but there were also individuals offering him massages and pouring him drinks. Some even fed him fruit. Suchen couldn't help but exclaim how wonderful it was to be wealthy. Chapter 142, A Year of Hustle and Bustle. After leaving the KTV, Suchen wiped the traces of lipstick from his face and drove towards the vegetable market. Today is New Year's Eve, and he dared not linger too long, as his family awaited his return to procure ingredients for the festive meal. Where have you been, young man? Didn't you say you were taking your brother to buy groceries? As Su Chun arrived at the market, he spotted his mother emerging on her electric scooter. Upon seeing him, she promptly pinched his ear. I was merely gathering with friends. Besides, I came out to buy groceries, didn't I? With a wry smile. Su Chun attempted to explain, astonished that his mother had come to the market herself. Subsequently, he hopped onto the scooter while his mother drove them home. At this moment, their home was already bustling with guests. Among them were Wang Jiai, Wang Chouer, Yang Sharo, Li Dandan, Lin Shurin, and even Chen Chanqian. They were all invited by Su Chen's father through Wang Jiai. Once the new year arrives, Su Chen will turn 26, an age considered relatively mature. After all, one should at least date someone before contemplating a relationship, right? It's not as if one can just marry upon finding a partner. Moreover, Su Chen's uncle, aunt, and younger siblings were also celebrating the new year here. Given their close proximity, living just upstairs and downstairs, it would not be too late to return after the New Year's Eve dinner. Come on, lend a hand. Su Chen, carrying the items his mother had purchased, opened the door and placed them inside. Upon seeing the group of women in the room, he was momentarily taken aback. How curious it was that they chose to celebrate the new year in his home rather than their own. Boss, Happy New Year. Boss, Happy New Year. As the women spotted Su Chun, they all greeted him with festive wishes. Happy New Year, Happy New Year. Su Chun, while bringing in the groceries, responded with a cheerful Happy New Year. Boss, the basketball team, football team, and singing group you encouraged us to establish are nearly ready. Currently, we have 10 members in both the basketball and football teams. We can start competing soon. If we open a few more branches this year, we could have around 20 teams capable of participating in a small league. Yang Xiaoro, recalling the discussion about the teams from the branch office, turned to Su Chun. All right, let us kick off after May Day. At this, Su Chun couldn't help but chuckle. By the way, Dad, we must expedite the construction of our school. We aim for the students to commence their studies in September. I propose we position the school on Baja. Su Chun had already considered that the focus of their operations would surely shift to Zhuke in the future. With Zhuke, it would be more than sufficient for the 10,000 personnel engaged in research and development. At that time, the Qinglong would completely transform into a shopping mall and a regular workshop. The Xuanwu area would serve as a hospital and a center for medical research. Consequently, the Baihu region would encompass an educational institution ranging from kindergarten to university, capable of accommodating a staggering 100,000 individuals, sufficient for the families of Longting's employees. As for the Qilin, it would also be dedicated to research and development. Altogether, these constructions could easily satisfy the needs of 1 million people. Rest assured, they will be completed before September. Su Fu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, everyone began to prepare lunch. In the evening, they spent time enjoying the New Year's Eve dinner while watching the Spring Festival Gala. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the 15th day of the first lunar month. Over the course of the year, Longting underwent significant transformation. From initially tightening their belts and relying on voluntary salary reductions from employees to sustain themselves, they had now reached a point where employees could earn millions annually. During this period, the world experienced tumultuous changes. The longevity serum sold like hotcakes in America, with wealthy individuals, fearful of death, purchasing doses that promised an extension of life from 50 to 100 years. Even affluent individuals from around the globe flocked to acquire the longevity serum. This nearly made Su Chen laugh himself breathless. In just 2 months, the company generated over $30 trillion in revenue, undeniably making it the most profitable enterprise worldwide. This fortune was all transferred to Su Chen's fund, allowing him to receive an annual interest of $350 billion. Furthermore, this was in US dollars. One cannot help but acknowledge the prowess of the black technology fund produced by the system. This led Su Chen to reflect on the adage that the rich become richer. Setting aside entrepreneurial endeavors for now, Su Chen found himself needing 1,000 or 1,800 secretaries, whose sole task was to analyze emerging industries. Even small companies showing promise were approached for investment. Should they refuse Su Chen's investment, he would promptly invest in establishing another identical company. With these interests, Su Chen could create numerous unicorn enterprises. Boss, why are you grinning like a fool? Yang Sharo entered, carrying a thermos, and caught sight of Su Chen's bemused expression. Haha. I'm simply delighted. Our Longting has finally found its footing. This year will witness the birth of numerous new technologies. Given the time that has passed, the lithography machines should be nearing completion of development. Additionally, the cell laboratories, human experimentation labs, and gene laboratories have all begun developing new technologies. The prosthetics developed by last year's human experimentation lab were essentially given away. Thus, by the year's end, there was little left in the coffers. After all, those who received them were disabled persons, and they certainly had limited means. Even Su Qin, regardless of his lack of decorum, would not profit from the vulnerable. By the way, boss, many cities are eager for us to establish factories there. Just today, we received invitations from over 40 cities. Previously, didn't you mention wanting to set up a factory accommodating millions in Northeast China? Currently, we have only amassed 600,000, leaving a substantial gap of 9,400,000. Numerous cities are eager to engage us in establishing factories. During the annual meeting, Su Qin mentioned that $200 billion would be allocated for the development of Longting. Consequently, the leaders of these cities are well aware that Su Qin possesses considerable financial resources. Even if we were to set up a modest factory in their regions, they would be exceedingly content. After all, the benefits and welfare provided by Longting are truly exceptional. A factory with a workforce of 100,000 can generate a significant profit annually. The most enticing aspect is the housing benefits, with homes and vehicles secured. The remaining funds are bound to be spent. Even if deposited in a bank, those funds can be utilized for investments. This year, let us plan to establish 10 factories. Once we develop new technologies, we shall commence production in these 10 facilities. Chapter 143, The 10 Factories. After Yang Shiro departed, Su Qin began to deliberate. Since the plan is to establish 10 factories this year, it is imperative to present at least 10 products for sale. Su Qin has resolved not to venture into the automotive industry again. After all, electric vehicles, despite their merits, do not offer the same convenience as traditional fuel-powered cars. The market share of new energy electric vehicles remains relatively modest, even though it is widely acknowledged that electric vehicles are cost-effective. The majority of consumers still predominantly purchase fuel-powered vehicles. Moreover, the current affordability of electric vehicles is largely due to road maintenance fees being borne by the owners of fuel-powered cars. Once the proportion of electric vehicles rises, and if road maintenance costs are shouldered solely by fuel vehicle owners, there will inevitably be discontent. As the prevalence of electric vehicles increases, electricity costs will undoubtedly escalate. In many areas, the fees for charging stations have already surged to 2 yuan, which is not insignificant. The crucial point is that, apart from Longting, the range of other electric vehicles remains inconsistent. Numerous individuals have experienced sudden power loss while driving on highways, primarily because they were utilizing Longting batteries. Otherwise, the experience would be even more disheartening. After considerable contemplation, Su Qin finally settled on the 10 factories. He has already acquired the necessary technology for environmental protection. For instance, a plastic dissolvent can serve as the foundation for an entirely new factory. Subsequently, he plans to implement desert greening technology and air purification technology. Su Qin intends to introduce new tree species in the arid regions of manhwa. It is vital to recognize that the nuclear wastewater from Japan not only contaminates the oceans. A staggering 70% of the world's oxygen is produced by marine phytoplankton. Should these organisms be compromised, oxygen levels could plummet drastically in a short period. Thus, it is imperative to expedite the planting of large trees, akin to the Amazon rainforest, to provide oxygen for the globe. Furthermore, Su Qin possesses methods for purifying nuclear radiation. These strategies could assist Longwa in averting the repercussions of Japan's nuclear wastewater. However, this is not a major concern. Japan is allowed to discharge its waste, and the Americans are supportive of this. As long as the wastewater from Japan does not impact Europe and America, Su Qin will continue the discharge. After all, who does not engage in such practices? When Su Qin's discharges begin to affect the world, he will unveil the technology for cleaning nuclear radiation. At that time, the entire globe will find itself at his mercy. Plastic dissolvent, desert greening, air purification, new energy factories, communication and sanitation factories, rocket factories, white production factories, new SUV manufacturing factories, fuel vehicle manufacturing factories. As he surveyed the list of factory ventures he had penned down, Su Qin could not help but nod in approval. With these initiatives, the 10 factories would indeed be sustainable. Beyond these, Su Qin also possesses a factory for a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier battle group. Albeit in collaboration with the military, which limits his complete control over the direction of his research and development. The sale of weapons, as well as the choice of the recipient nation, requires the consent of the state. In addition to the 10 factories currently in operation, Suchin plans to establish additional factories in the coming year. Once the rocket technology reaches maturity, he intends to initiate the establishment of a space station. Nonetheless, it is prudent to focus on the immediate tasks at hand. As the new year approaches, it is essential to recruit new employees. With this thought, Suchin promptly dialed Yang Shiro. Shiro, could you come over for a moment? What is it, boss? Yang Shiro hurriedly approached after hanging up. Recruit specialists based on the names provided here. We require individuals with genuine skills, not mere boastful experts. Furthermore, our automotive design department must submit at least 20 new car designs this year. If they fail to produce and sell the prescribed medications, half of their bonuses will be forfeited. For the past 2 years, Suchin has been acquiring automotive design blueprints from the system. Currently, there are 10 automotive design departments under his purview. Only Lin Shurin's department has delivered designs for the Dragon Sun and the Qinglong supercar, while the others have shown no progress. If there continues to be no activity, Suchin will be compelled to deduct their bonuses. Should the situation persist into the latter half of the year, you will have no choice but to terminate their employment. After all, Suchin is not engaged in charity. There is no need to support a group of individuals who contribute nothing. Though Suchin is financially secure, he is not foolish. As he discussed the plans for the year with Yang Shiro, his phone suddenly rang. To his surprise, it was a call from teacher Han Hong. Hello, Director Su. We have successfully established a school in the area where we are currently providing assistance. The road has been completed, and the factory building has been constructed. We are now awaiting any factories you wish to relocate here. Additionally, we have provided the local farmers with numerous free chickens, which we will repurchase at the end of the year. This initiative will significantly increase the number of people lifted out of poverty. There are even several pig farms in the works. Teacher Han Hong has been exceptionally diligent during this period. Not only has she dedicated her New Year's holiday to working in impoverished mountain villages for over 6 months, but she has also personally conducted assessments and provided loans to farmers eager to establish pig farms. By the end of the year, Han Hong's team will return to repurchase the livestock. This endeavor serves a dual purpose. It not only aids Longting Company in addressing food safety concerns, but also facilitates the prosperity of the impoverished mountain villagers. Rest assured, Teacher Han Hong, I have already identified suitable factory locations. You mentioned that your current site is in a desert region, correct? Our organization, Longting, has successfully developed plants capable of thriving in arid desert environments. Furthermore, we aspire to cultivate large trees in these desolate regions. It is evident that we can accommodate even 1 million individuals within this initiative. However, Suchin recognizes the inherent challenges posed by the desert, primarily due to the scarcity of resources. We are now embarking on the journey of greening the desert and, in due course, will plant substantial trees and grasses. By transforming the desert land into fertile soil, we can alleviate the poverty that plagues these areas. In fact, with the abundance of land relative to the sparse population, every household can engage in livestock farming, rapidly elevating their economic status. Much like in Inner Mongolia, many affluent families there surpass even those in developed cities in terms of wealth. Chapter 144. Desert Afforestation Technology. This year, shall we embark on the journey of desert afforestation? Glancing outside at the heavy snowfall, Suchin rubbed his temples and began to ponder. With March swiftly approaching, planting would commence by the end of the month or the beginning of April. Previously, Suchin had already established a collaboration with the Alasan region. The first batch of afforestation plants would be cultivated there. Deserts are relentless in their expansion. Otherwise, why would combating desertification be such a formidable challenge? The essence of the problem lies in the sand that inundates these regions, devoid of moisture, rendering it nearly impossible for vegetation to anchor itself. Consequently, desertification has become a pressing concern for nations across the globe, particularly in the affluent countries of the Middle East, where the severity of desert conditions is most pronounced. It can be stated without reservation that should they succeed in greening their deserts, the potential for profit through livestock grazing would be substantial. Especially in light of the recent surge in electric vehicles, the price of oil has plummeted. In the future, with the advent of hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, their oil reserves may face imminent obsolescence. It is no wonder that Saudi Arabia is contemplating a transition. Thus, addressing desertification is imperative. Suchin firmly concluded that this undertaking is a colossal endeavor. To effectively manage the desert areas of the Dragon Kingdom alone, a workforce of at least 100,000 would be required. Moreover, this is not a task that can be completed in just a few years. Transforming the sand of the desert into fertile soil is no trivial matter. Furthermore, once successful in greening the desert, there remains the task of transforming the arid landscape. If the Dragon Kingdom triumphs in this venture, Su-chun would be poised to reap the rewards. It is worth noting that there are 12 countries globally that possess deserts. Apart from the Dragon Kingdom, Su-chun could sell desert restoration seeds to these nations. Financial constraints are inconsequential, resources abound. Would they expect him to restore their deserts without compensation? The fees would be based on a per square kilometer rate, with substantial sums expected. Particularly for deserts in the United States, anything less than hundreds of billions of dollars would render Su-chun's journey through time futile. In addition to desert reclamation, there is the matter of plastic dissolving agents, which represent a trillion-dollar market. In recent years, plastic waste has proliferated, particularly in our oceans, to an astonishing extent. Should Loning acquire this plastic dissolving agent, Su-chun could confidently assert that he stands to gain at least $1 trillion. After organizing the tasks for the year, Su-chun reclined on the sofa to rest. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within Longting was bustling with activity. Last year, Longting had contracted a significant expanse of land surrounding Ice City. However, many farmers were still cultivating crops on that land, so Su-chun refrained from displacing them, as those were essential food sources. This year, however, the land was available. To the south of the Longting factory, there lay a total of 100,000 acres, which Su-chun intended to utilize for both cultivation and grazing. Those willing to work in the factory at home are welcome to join. Those who prefer to continue farming may do so, with Su-chun ensuring they receive their salaries each month. There will be personnel from Longting overseeing the operations, rotating to maintain vigilance. After all, the produce is for everyone's consumption, so they will take it seriously. In the office, Su-chun was leisurely browsing online when he stumbled upon this year's newly released rankings of the most influential individuals. Number 1. Su-chun Manhwa. Wealth, $3 trillion. Source, Loning Enterprises. Age, 26. Industry, automotive, energy, pharmaceuticals, cosmetics. Number 2. Old Ma, America. Wealth, $269. $8 billion. Source, Tesla Enterprises. Age, 51. Industry, automotive, energy, transportation, industry, AI robotics, medical, communications, aerospace. Number 3. Bernard. Wealth, $207 billion. Source, LVMH Enterprises. Age, 73. Industry, luxury goods. Upon seeing this information, Su-chun could not help but burst into laughter. Indeed, the disparity between the underprivileged and the affluent was merely a matter of a fortuitous twist of fate. The second and third individuals on the list were ones Su-chun could hardly have surpassed even before his extraordinary journey. In fact, a lifetime of work would scarcely yield a fraction of their wealth. Yet now, their combined fortunes pale in comparison to his own. However, it is somewhat regrettable that Su-chun currently possesses only a little over $200 billion in liquid assets, accrued from prior stock market dealings in exchange for information with other investment firms. The remainder of his wealth is tied up in company accounts, with a significant portion allocated towards a shipyard for the construction of a naval battle group. How exhilarating! With no pressing matters at hand, and having not seen my little sister for 15 days, it is time to pay her a visit. With this thought in mind, Su-chun cheerfully revved up his supercar, heading towards the club he last visited. Meanwhile, the senior executives at the company received Su-chun's latest message, outlining the key objectives for the year. First, the company must introduce 10 new models of electric vehicles this year. This is a non-negotiable requirement. Failure to meet it could result in termination. Such a desirable company is not one they wish to leave, as transitioning to another would likely entail a salary reduction of at least 90%. Last year, numerous departments had already devised plans. However, they had initially prioritized the classic models Su-chun had proposed. The second objective is to vigorously develop the desert greening industry this year. The third focus is on the development of plastic dissolving agents. As for the semiconductor industry, the 5-nanometer lithography machine has yet to be produced, and Su-chun estimates it will be available in the latter half of the year, given the complexity of its technology, which comprises hundreds of thousands of components. A single error necessitates a comprehensive review of the entire assembly. Among the remaining 3 laboratories, only the cellular laboratory is capable of producing some exceptional pharmaceuticals this year. The creations of the Human Experimentation Laboratory and the Genetic Laboratory are far too perilous for Su-chun to even contemplate. Should these innovations be revealed, Su-chun's safety would be jeopardized. They could potentially incite a third world war. Until he possesses the strength to dominate the globe, Suchin would never unveil such technologies. Even the longevity serum is being handled by American employees for sale in the United States, as the Americans still hold significant power, making it improbable for anyone to seize these innovations from them. Moreover, Suchun is reluctant to disclose too many findings from the Human Experimentation Laboratory, as they are currently researching a technology known as Transformers technology, which is exceedingly daunting. Chapter 145, Preparing to Govern the Alasan Desert. Chairman Su. It has been quite some time. A few days later, Su Chun welcomed Minister Zhang, whom he had met previously in Alasan, at the airport. Haha, Minister Zhang. The reason for calling you here this time is that our desert afforestation technology has matured significantly, and it encompasses numerous remarkable advancements. Su Chun shook hands with Minister Zhang, unable to suppress his laughter. It must be said that the system indeed contains a wealth of information regarding desert greening techniques, categorized into 4 major types. The first category involves planting the Sogdian sand willow in the desert to prevent its further spread. While this species effectively combats desertification, its results are rather slow, requiring at least 5 years to manifest. Clearly, Suchin would not opt for this approach. The second category consists of plants with exceptionally deep root systems, which is Suchin's preferred choice. This category boasts hundreds of tree species capable of extending their roots dozens of meters underground. The third category represents the most superior option, yet Suchin is not inclined to reveal it just yet. A gradual approach is essential. This method involves cultivating rice in the desert rice, with promising yields. However, it does not convert the sandy soil into arable land, a matter to be addressed in due course. The final category, on the other hand, can transform desert sand into fertile soil within a decade. Suchin plans to utilize these seeds, in conjunction with the trees, to thoroughly rehabilitate the desert. Subsequently, he will embark on cultivating desert rice, which would be a remarkable achievement. With this strategy, Su Chun envisions transforming the entire desert of Longwa into a lush forest. After all, there are not many inhabitants in the desert at present. Converting it into a forest will also provide timber resources and oxygen for Longwa. Minister Zhang, we at Longting have developed seeds capable of altering the desert. However, this is not a simple endeavor. It will require time to transform all the desert into arable land. Su Chun elaborated on the specifics of desert afforestation during their car ride. That sounds promising. We are here with sincere intent. Our Alasan League will allocate a substantial tract of land for you to cultivate desert plants, regardless of the final outcome. This land will be yours to utilize for 99 years. Minister Zhang's proposal was astute. Although the land would eventually revert to Alasan, they stand to gain significantly. After all, any investment of time and resources would fall upon Longting, bearing no financial burden on them. Should the endeavor prove successful, Longting Group would merely be responsible for harvesting the trees after the 99 years. However, the land cannot be taken away by Longting. It merely requires a span of 99 years to transform the desert into fertile fields. Regardless of how one calculates it, this transaction is undeniably profitable. Upon hearing Minister Zhang's words, Suchin comprehended his intention. Although initially taken aback, he swiftly regained his composure. Suchin had indeed calculated that to properly manage the desert of Alasan, the investment in seeds and labor would exceed 100 billion. Acquiring the right to use the land for 99 years in exchange for 100 billion equates to an annual cost of approximately 100 million. Given that the desert spans 80,000 square kilometers, this area corresponds to 12 million mu of land. This effectively means that the land is leased to Suchin at a rate of less than 9 yuan per mu annually. Suchin remarked that while it may appear that they are making a small profit, he would never incur a loss. Presently, much of Longwa's grain and meat is reliant on imports. Should he succeed in rehabilitating the land within 10 years, he could cultivate pasture and engage in large-scale livestock farming across the 80,000 square kilometers. Suchin possesses advanced technology in both livestock and grain cultivation, which is why he asserted that he could fully recoup the 100 billion investment within 15 years. The remaining 80-plus years could potentially yield nearly 1 trillion in profit. Indeed, this estimate might even be modest. Accompanied by Minister Zhang and others, Suchin led them into the company's laboratory. Minister Zhang, this is the Longting tree developed by our team. It does not belong to any existing variety. He explained that this tree requires cultivation in standard soil, and once it reaches 2 meters in height, it can be transplanted into the desert. At that height, it can develop roots extending 20 meters deep into the ground. With regular watering, when these trees grow to 30 meters, their roots will reach 300 meters below the surface. Importantly, should they be felled, the roots will perish, converting into nutrients that enrich the soil. Suchin gestured towards the rows of Longting trees as he elaborated to Minister Zhang. Moreover, this type of pasture is also a product of our research, specifically designed to thrive in desert conditions. It requires neither soil, but only sunlight and moisture. Planted in the desert, it thrives and spreads extensively, potentially reaching hundreds of meters if left unchecked. Suchin cheerfully shared the recent scientific advancements of his company with Minister Zhang. Excellent. In that case, we can proceed to sign the contract. Given the unwavering confidence of Director Su, we at Alasan shall also demonstrate our commitment. Should the land lease expire after 99 years, Longting shall possess the preferential right of renewal. Minister Zhang, with a cheerful demeanor, shook hands with Su Chun, expressing his sincerity. As for this matter, Su Chun was indifferent. After all, who could say if he would even remain in the Milky Way a century from now? By that time, he might very well ascend to the status of a cosmic sovereign, much like Frisia, who truly cares about events a century hence. A fruitful collaboration. A fruitful collaboration. Though these thoughts lingered in his mind, Suchin nonetheless signed the contract with alacrity. Chapter 146, The Eager Middle Eastern Tycoon Boss. Are we truly going to develop the vast desert? After witnessing Suchin and Minister Zhang sign the contract and bid farewell to Minister Zhang and his associates, Yang Shiro inquired with a face full of bewilderment. After all, the industry Suchin is currently engaged in is exceedingly lucrative. Furthermore, Suchin's primary venture revolves around automobiles. And as of now, Future Automotive has yet to ascend to the position of the world's largest automobile company, despite the fact that Future Automotive boasts the foremost technology globally. The journey to becoming the largest enterprise in the world remains a considerable distance away. To attain the status of the world's leading automobile company, one must not only surpass competitors in terms of market value, but also significantly exceed them in market share. It can be stated that while Suchin's technology and market valuation greatly surpasses peers, his global market share is still below 2%. Currently, there are at least 1.4 billion vehicles worldwide. Even in Longwa, there are over 300 million cars, meaning virtually every household possesses a vehicle. Even second-hand cars count as vehicles. Hence, Suchin's responsibilities are substantial. He must first elevate his automobile company to the rank of the world's largest. Speaking of this, Shiro, we should establish a company dedicated to charging stations. We currently possess fast charging technology, and once we establish the charging station infrastructure, we must swiftly dominate the market. The primary reason for the scarcity of electric vehicles in our country is the insufficient number of charging stations. Once every community and service area is equipped with our charging stations, the number of Longting vehicles should at least double. Additionally, we should consider establishing an automotive insurance company. For Suchun, an automobile insurance company would be akin to a money-making venture. Once Longting vehicle owners secure insurance with us, it will be a cause for celebration. Suchin is well aware of the quality of the vehicles produced by Longting. It can be asserted that unless an accident occurs, it would take at least 8 years or 300,000 kilometers for a Longting vehicle to show significant wear. Remarkably, Longting's insurance covers precisely 8 years or up to 300,000 kilometers. Although new energy vehicles currently do not incur road maintenance fees, the insurance costs are quite steep. Many electric vehicles have annual insurance premiums exceeding 15,000. All right, boss. However, if we establish the charging station company, will it be a nationwide rollout? Yang Shiro asked curiously. Recalling how many netizens had previously urged Longting to develop charging station technology during Wang Jiayi's live broadcast. In the northeastern provinces, there are only a little over 2,000 charging stations. Who can utilize that? At that time, Suchin had promised to create a charging station company. Yet, with so much time having passed, he had yet to take action. Yes, this time we will allocate 100 billion directly from the company to collaborate with the state grid. If the state grid refuses to collaborate with us, it is no matter. We can establish our own power generation company. Although the government prohibits private electricity generation, permitting only the 3 major grids to do so, Suchin is confident that he can secure the necessary approvals, leveraging the personal favors owed to him by the state. After all, the government still owes him 3 favors, and he has only utilized one in securing a firearms license. The remaining 2 favors remain untapped. I understand, boss. I will prepare immediately, Yang Shiro nodded, indicating her comprehension of the task at hand, before departing with the documents. Boss, the representatives from Saudi Arabia have arrived, requesting to review our design blueprints. Barely 10 minutes after Yang Xiaoro had left, Wang Qiuer entered, accompanied by a substantial entourage of Middle Eastern magnates. These wealthy Saudis had waited in vain for a call from Su Chun, and their anxiety was palpable given the uncertain situation in the Middle East, where conflicts were raging fiercely. They feared repercussions, for despite their status as a major power, they were wary of engaging in hostilities with the United States. Consequently, they were eager for Su Chin's team to commence the construction of their city. Once a significant number of individuals from the Dragon Country arrived, they could petition for the deployment of Dragon Country naval vessels to anchor in their ports, thereby ensuring their safety. Thus, they had traveled across great distances to reach the headquarters of Longting. Mr. Su, greetings. It is a pleasure to see you again. The affluent visitors greeted him warmly, presenting an array of gifts. Esteemed princes, I am aware of the purpose of your visit. Under the guidance of our team of 2,000, we have successfully designed your new city, which I believe will be a marvel for Saudi Arabia and the world alike. We have named it Seaside Home. Please, follow me, Su Chin said, retrieving a hard drive from his drawer and leading the way to the conference room. His office lacked a projector, and to provide the Saudi magnates with a vivid depiction of their new city, he would need to project the entire design. This would undoubtedly astonish them, making it easier for Su Chin to secure funding. It was a win-win situation. Qiuer, please prepare some food and drinks. I intend to discuss matters over a meal with these magnates. He patted Wang Qiuer on the shoulder, signaling her to fetch some refreshments from the restaurant. Understood, boss. With a flick of her long hair, Wang Qiuer took the elevator down to the hotel. Come, sit down, esteemed princess. What follows will be a moment of witnessing a miracle, Su Chin proclaimed as he activated the projector and drew the curtains, dimming the room significantly. Subsequently, amidst the curious gazes of a group of affluent individuals from the Middle East, the entire document was unveiled. Before them lay a blueprint imbued with a sense of legend. Just one glance was sufficient to leave these wealthy magnates utterly astonished by this maritime abode. It was inevitable, for Su Chin had employed modeling techniques on this occasion. Although the complete vision remained elusive, the portion presented from the ocean was enough to leave them in awe for an extended period. Goodness! Is this our new city? Is this truly a design conceived by humanity? The ingenuity of the Dragon Kingdom is simply astounding. I am utterly enamored with this city. Chapter 147. Deceiving the Middle Eastern Princes. Ladies and gentlemen, behold this city, which we proudly refer to as our maritime abode. Spanning an impressive length of 120 kilometers and a width of 60 kilometers. This city represents the most stable framework we have meticulously crafted through numerous revisions. Moreover, it extends an additional 20 kilometers over the sea, signifying that 1/6 of this city lies above the Red Sea. The rationale behind this design is that the Red Sea serves as a crucial route for Asia's access to Europe. Once this city is fully realized, countless passing cruise ships will dock here for replenishment, facilitating the entry of your goods into Eurasia and vice versa. With a beaming smile, Su Chin enthusiastically introduced this concept to the affluent Middle Eastern elites. It must be acknowledged that his assertions were indeed accurate, and there exists another significant reason for this venture. The northern regions of Russia are fraught with turmoil, remnants of conflicts that have left them in disarray due to past American bombardments, a situation that has yet to recover after many years. Conversely, to the south lies Africa, where military prowess is not particularly formidable. Thus, Saudi Arabia can easily manage them. Chairman Su, I am now convinced that our investment of $500 billion is indeed worthwhile. If possible, we aspire to construct a city of this nature as well. This is simply astounding, especially the portion that extends over the water, which truly leaves us in awe. Indeed, Chairman Su, this is remarkably impressive. The ingenuity of the Dragon Nation knows no bounds. It is no wonder that it has produced 3 legendary architectural marvels of the world. This is simply unbelievable. The princes, having taken a brief glance at the model of the maritime abode, were left utterly astonished. Nowadays, when one mentions the Middle East, the mind instinctively conjures images of Dubai. It is undeniable that their urban constructions are exceptionally beautiful, exuding an air of opulence. It can be said that most travelers to the Middle East inevitably visit Dubai. Once this maritime abode is established, the eyes of the entire world will converge upon it. Calculating the area, with a length of 120 kilometers and a width of 60 kilometers, the total comes to 7,200 square kilometers. Assuming a density of 10,000 residents per square meter, this city could accommodate a staggering population of 72 million. In contrast, in certain regions of India, There are often at least 90,000 inhabitants per square kilometer. Thus, this city is entirely capable of housing the entire population of Saudi Arabia. Esteemed princes, this city has the capacity to accommodate all your citizens. Should you wish to establish another city of this kind, I suggest you consider creating a desert oasis. To date, our company, Longtung, has developed plants that can thrive in desert conditions. Within 10 years, we can transform the entire desert into fertile black soil. If you invest in this desert oasis, I assure you that in a decade, the land throughout the nation will flourish as black earth. By that time, you shall transform into a formidable nation in agriculture and animal husbandry. Each year, merely through the export of meat and grains, you shall amass a fortune. Su Chen, with a cheerful demeanor, elaborated on the business of desert oases to these affluent individuals. After all, they are indeed wealthy, and they are unlikely to undertake nationwide desert afforestation. Their oil technology can still extract resources for a century. This estimate is based on current extraction techniques. A century hence, advancements in technology may lead to even greater oil reserves. Their primary concern, however, lies in whether the world will still rely on oil as an energy source in 100 years, particularly with the rise of new energy vehicles and hydrogen-powered cars creating considerable uncertainty. They even aspire to complete their transformation before 2032, as their nation's industry is excessively singular. While the royal family is wealthy, the common populace does not possess such affluence. Should the industrial transition succeed, national prosperity would be within reach. Alas, their sparse population complicates matters. Oh, almighty, desert greening technology? And the capability to convert desert into fertile land? We can certainly bear this cost. Indeed, we are fully capable of shouldering this expense. If we manage to green the desert, we could genuinely become an agricultural powerhouse. However, Chairman Su, is it not true that these seeds can only be sown in desert regions? A group of princes exchanged excited glances and eagerly inquired of Su Chen. It is worth noting that 1/3 of their nation's territory is desert. Furthermore, subtracting the mountainous regions, it can be said that less than 1/3 of the land is truly habitable. Otherwise, they would not have been so fervently inclined to invest $1 trillion in constructing a walled city domestically. Now that they have a superior option, it is only natural for them to choose Su Chen's proposal. Certainly, and the time frame will be even shorter. Additionally, there is another matter to consider. After planting these green crops, it will take 3 years before grazing can commence, as only after 3 years can forage be cultivated. Su Chen briefly introduced the desert greening project to the princes. Based on the area of Saudi Arabia, at least 100,000 individuals will be required over 3 years to complete the entire endeavor. Su Chen spoke the truth this time. The area in Saudi Arabia is substantial, equivalent to a quarter of a dragon kingdom. 100,000 individuals will be needed for mountain excavation, road construction, water drilling, and ultimately planting trees in the desert. It can be said that even 100,000 is a conservative estimate, given the harsh environmental conditions of the desert, which significantly impacts the project. All right, there are no issues at all. We hope for a pleasant collaboration. I wonder how long it will take to successfully construct this maritime abode. We are eager to relocate there. Several princes were enraptured by their vivid imaginations, envisioning life within this maritime abode. The undertaking would take no less than 2 years, as it was far from a trivial endeavor. This monumental project would require the relentless dedication of our Dragon Kingdom's people, were it entrusted to individuals from other nations. I surmise it would take at least 5 years to bring to fruition. Su Chen spoke truthfully this time, while a portion of his construction team would accompany the venture. They would not comprise the entirety of the workforce. Su Chen's own projects must continue as well, after all. Thus, most of the personnel dispatched would be technical advisors, leaving the remainder to be fulfilled by the company's employees. This is why Su Chen mentioned a timeline of 2 years. However, esteemed princes, if we were granted 3 years, we would be able to establish a remarkably sophisticated system for converting seawater into fresh water. It is worth noting, though, that this system comes at a considerable cost. Chapter 148, Profitable Ventures in Automotive Charging Technology. Laughter echoed in the air as Su Chen, brimming with excitement, animatedly gestured upon returning to his office after escorting several princes to their hotel for rest. This negotiation had been a masterclass in persuasion, leaving the Middle Eastern princes utterly captivated. They were now at a juncture where no amount of effort could salvage their situation. As a result of this collaboration, Su Chen had successfully secured an astronomical order worth $18 trillion. Converting this into the currency of the Dragon Nation, it approached a staggering 100 trillion. Even the affluent Saudis would require a decade of oil sales to reach such a figure. However, this was of little concern. They could simply procure more oil upon their return, although Su Chun had lured them into committing to an order of $18 trillion. The transformation he promised for their cities would undoubtedly revitalize the entire nation of Saudi Arabia. The country would exude a newfound vitality, and, to put it bluntly, given the vastness of their land, the agricultural products and livestock alone, sold to the Dragon Nation, could yield profits in the hundreds of billions annually. While it was impossible to recoup such a substantial investment all at once through agriculture and livestock, their approach was one of sustainable development, coupled with the burgeoning tourism industry. Once their environment improved, factories from across the globe would flock to them, drawn by their strategically advantageous location, a critical juncture for travel to Africa or Eurasia. Once their fortunes flourished, Su Chun could then supply them with military arms, completing a perfect cycle. However, the task at hand was formidable. 8 years remained to effect a revolutionary change across Saudi Arabia. It was a feat only the people of the Dragon Nation could accomplish. Su Chun, stroking his chin, mused aloud that the reason for demanding the hefty sum of $18 trillion was his commitment to establish no fewer than 1 million freshwater wells within their borders, ensuring that over 90% of the country would undergo greening. Additionally, he pledged to artificially construct 10 rivers, each over 100 meters wide, in 10 massive reservoirs, along with 8 systems capable of converting seawater into freshwater. The scarcity of water had become a pressing concern. If Su Chun fulfilled these ambitious plans, Saudi Arabia would never again face water shortages, and their environment would continue to improve. With 90% of their land potentially transformed, they could become the heart of the Middle East. To achieve this, Su Chun required an extensive timeline of 8 years, dividing the entire project into 4 phases. Each phase would span 2 years, and they readily agreed, recognizing the immense challenge that lay ahead. The first phase would focus on establishing a maritime habitat, which alone would require 2 years. Once the maritime habitat was completed, it would provide them with a place to reside before initiating the second phase of construction, which aimed to green over 90% of Saudi Arabia. This phase is anticipated to require 2 years for completion, while the third phase involves the development of a seawater desalination system. Although this particular endeavor could be accomplished within a month, Su Chun has opted for a 2-year timeline to facilitate the excavation of waterways, reservoirs, and wells throughout Saudi Arabia during this period. By the time the fourth phase commences, a significant portion of Saudi territory will have transformed into fertile land, capable of retaining water within the reservoirs and rivers. After 4 years, even the deserts could be converted into arable land. Admittedly, the quality of the land may not be optimal, but the capacity to store water would remain largely unproblematic. The fourth phase entails addressing any deficiencies and will last for an additional 2 years, culminating in a transformative project across Saudi Arabia. To this end, Su Chun has indicated that he intends to mobilize a workforce of 100,000 individuals. This workforce alone will require 6 years for construction, and the benefits provided by Longting are notoriously meager, leading Su Chun to incur personal losses. He simply could not restrain himself after calculating his potential profits. With an estimated income of $1,800 billion, Su Chun stands to earn at least $800 billion, resulting in a profit margin nearing 50%. However, there is no alternative, as only Su Chun possesses such technology in the world. Not only is Su Chun elated, but the affluent individuals in Saudi Arabia are equally jubilant. Once this project is completed, they will undergo a comprehensive transformation towards a diversified economy, moving away from their singular reliance on oil. He chuckled to himself, envisioning the closer proximity to funding his spacecraft endeavors. While Su Chun was lost in mirth, the design department was engulfed in a fervor. Last year's automobile production relied on blueprints supplied by Su Chun, causing delays in their own designs. However, at present, each department is capable of presenting 2 to 3 automobile design blueprints. Initially, to cater to international markets, the vehicles designed by each department varied significantly. For instance, the Russians favored off-road vehicles, leading to a design style reminiscent of the Tsarist era. Meanwhile, the Americans showed a penchant for various pickup trucks, prompting a dedicated department to create a series of such vehicles. The Japanese and Koreans, who preferred fuel-efficient, lightweight cars, have also developed their own electric models. Just as everyone was celebrating, Wang Jia announced good news in the live stream. Dear friends, our chairman Su has officially issued a directive today. Within 3 months, there will be at least 100 million charging stations nationwide. According to Chairman Su, all communities, highway service areas, and paid parking lots must be equipped with our charging stations. Furthermore, our charging stations will not charge based on electricity consumed, but rather on the duration of use, as our charging technology is categorized into 3 distinct types. The first type of fast charging technology allows a vehicle with a range of approximately 5,000 kilometers to be fully charged in just 5 minutes. This service incurs a one-time fee of 500 yuan, attributed to the highly advanced technology employed. The second type of fast charging technology enables a vehicle with a similar range to be charged in 2 hours, with a one-time fee of 400 yuan. The final option requires 12 hours for a full charge. However, it is considerably more economical, costing around 300 yuan. Overall, this is at least 1/5 cheaper compared to traditional fuel vehicles, which, regardless of their fuel type, would require a minimum of 3,000 yuan for 5,000 kilometers at current fuel prices. Wang Jia, with a cheerful smile, introduced the charging stations and associated costs as described by Su Chun to the audience in the live stream. Upon hearing this news, everyone erupted with excitement. Chapter 149. 100,000 people head to Saudi Arabia. The pricing for this charging station was not established by Su Chun himself. It was determined after the company's representatives had conferred with the leaders of the power grid regarding their collaboration. Each kilowatt-hour is uniformly priced at 8 dimes. For instance, a Longting vehicle with a range of 5,000 kilometers requires 1,000 kilowatt-hours for a full charge. That translates to 800 yuan solely for the power grid share. Thus, if one opts for the standard charging option, the 12-hour charging station essentially means Su Chun is utilizing it for free. Conversely, choosing the 2-hour rapid charging station allows Su Chun to earn 100 yuan. With the 5-minute charging station, he stands to gain 200 yuan. However, one must not forget that Su Chun needs to set up the charging stations in advance. Currently, the costs for manufacturing and installing a single charging station range from 20,000 to 50,000 yuan. Naturally, if installed at one's residence, the expense would only exceed 1,000 yuan. But since Su Chun is implementing this on a grand scale, the minimum cost is 20,000 yuan per station, factoring in expenses for road construction, land acquisition, labor, and so forth. Hence, with 100 billion yuan allocated, he can establish only 5 to 6 million charging stations nationwide. Last year alone, over 10 million new energy vehicles were sold across the country. It can be asserted that 6 million charging stations would be utterly insufficient. Nonetheless, there is little choice. This endeavor is not particularly profitable, and Su Chun can only allocate 100 billion yuan for its construction. Perhaps, as automobile sales increase, he may consider expanding the number of stations. However, with more charging stations available, the sales of loaning vehicles will also rise. It can be said that if there are losses, Su Chun stands to lose relatively little. If we calculate that for each vehicle, Su Chun earns 10 yuan monthly. That amounts to 120 yuan annually. With 10 million vehicles, that totals over 1 billion yuan annually, allowing for profitability within a decade. Is this for real? Previously, it took me 2 days to fully charge at another station, costing as much as 2,000 yuan. Ha, Su is indeed like family to us. Isn't that right? There were inquiries made to the power grid about the 1 yuan per kilowatt hour. Professor Su is certainly not profiting at our expense. Indeed, a 12-hour charge is just that, a 12-hour charge. Charging for 6 hours costs 400 yuan, enabling a journey of over 2,000 kilometers. Now electric vehicles can indeed access the highways. With loaning vehicles capable of charging in 5 minutes, wouldn't other cars be fully charged in the blink of an eye? Absolutely. The number of electric vehicles may soon surpass that of fuel-powered ones. Moreover, loaning vehicle warranties are even more robust than those of fuel vehicles. Enough said. Let's directly purchase Longting's new energy vehicles. No more chatter. I just returned from Tibet and need to rest. I must say, Longting's tank series is exceptional. Driving it to Tibet posed no issues whatsoever. I made 2 round trips without any problems. The situation there is dire. I am driving a Dragon Tongue heavy truck weighing 64 tons, and it can still achieve a range of 3,000 kilometers. It is no wonder that Dragon Tongue is the preferred choice. Previously, I purchased an electric truck, but it was utterly inadequate. What a heap of rubbish they offer. Unworthy of being compared to Su's vehicles. Upon hearing Wang Jia mention that Dragon Tongue plans to install charging stations nationwide, everyone became exhilarated. The primary reason electric vehicles struggle on highways is the fear of running out of power on the road. However, charging stations are now available at service areas. And with Dragon Tongue's impressive range, Even those driving the mini-series can venture onto highways. Even the most economical mini-vehicle boasts a range exceeding 300 kilometers. In our nation, there is a service area approximately every 50 kilometers, ensuring ample opportunities for recharging. While Wang Jiayi was introducing the Dragonton Charging Station initiative. In Su Chen's office, he was discussing a construction project in Saudi Arabia with his father, Su Dahai. Father, I have secured a project in Saudi Arabia valued at $18 trillion. The entire undertaking is expected to take around 8 years, necessitating 100,000 workers. Therefore, we need to initiate mass recruitment in the coming days, with opportunities available nationwide. For those willing to work in Saudi Arabia for 8 years, I guarantee that everyone can earn 5 million. I did a quick calculation. If each person earns 5 million, the labor cost alone will amount to 500 billion. Adding in expenses for meals, transportation, social insurance, and management salaries, the total will be around 1 trillion. This is merely the tip of the iceberg for the contract we've secured. I believe we will quickly recruit 100,000 individuals, especially with such an appealing salary over 8 years. That totals over 600,000 a year, nearly 700,000. A monthly salary exceeding 50,000 is exceedingly rare for ordinary construction workers in our country. While there are some workers earning 10,000 a month, they are exceptionally rare. Many enterprises struggle to earn even that amount in a month. All right, I will find Jai shortly and ask her to help promote this. Recruiting 100,000 people at once is not an easy task. We will need to hire from every province. Su Dahai stroked his chin, contemplating the recruitment process ahead. No need for that. We should focus on recruiting primarily from the 3 northeastern provinces. We now possess the capability. It is imperative to revitalize the economy of the northeastern regions. In just 10 years, with the support of Dragonton Group, the economy of these provinces can surely return to its prosperous state of the 60s and 70s. Su Chen couldn't help but smile at this. It is worth noting that during the 60s and 70s, Ice City was known as the Paris of the East and was the second largest city in Asia. But now it has fallen into disrepair. Therefore, Su Chen feels a profound responsibility and obligation to foster development throughout the northeastern provinces. Although the Northeast is commonly referred to as the 3 eastern provinces, it encompasses a substantial area in eastern Mongolia as well. To foster development, it is essential to advance in conjunction with this region. Only then can we truly revitalize the Northeast. By the way, dear father, we should begin the recruitment process, targeting individuals aged between 35 and 45. This demographic tends to be more grounded, and it would be optimal if they could relocate with their spouses. The children can be enrolled in our Lonting school, which offers 2 months of family leave each year. After all, the legal framework in Saudi Arabia differs significantly from our own. Once the recruitment concludes, we expect the candidates to come to Lonting within 3 days to sign their employment contracts, and they will depart for Saudi Arabia 7 days thereafter. Chapter 150, Millions Enroll. Everyone aspires to go to Saudi Arabia. Following the announcement of recruitment by Lonting Real Estate, the entire internet erupted in excitement. Goodness! Lonting Real Estate is truly embarking on a grand endeavor. 100,000 positions, with 8 years of work. One wonders if they will be dispatched to other nations upon their return? It is evident. Have you not seen that Lonting Group has secured an astonishing contract worth $18 trillion with Saudi magnates? This is an initiative aimed at a comprehensive transformation of Saudi Arabia. Each individual is promised a salary of 5 million, and that is merely the minimum wage. Is this not a direct path to wealth? One cannot deny that Lonting's salaries have never been meager. It is indeed the most conscientious enterprise in the industry. Will they exploit individuals in Saudi Arabia? Such ignorance! Have you not read Lonting's announcement? In the event of unforeseen circumstances preventing one's return, a compensation of 2 million will be awarded to each individual. Regrettably, this recruitment is limited to those aged 35 to 45. I shall promptly enroll, surely. I can secure one of those 100,000 spots. It must be said, Lonting is remarkably impressive, with its monopolistic desert greening technology. Forgive me. I have already completed my registration. Once my medical examination is finalized, I shall commence work. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has declared that this opportunity is open to all. Departure is scheduled in 7 days. Upon seeing this recruitment information, netizens have been stirred with aspirations to journey to Saudi Arabia. After all, earning 5 million within 8 years in our homeland is virtually unattainable. It is not that such earnings do not exist, but for construction workers to secure an annual income of 700,000 is exceedingly challenging. This equates to a monthly salary of 60,000, or a daily wage of 2,000. Such compensation dwarfs that of 99% of the national populace. Many healthy individuals, with families to support, are now eager to work in Saudi Arabia. Though this venture may mean an 8-year separation from parents, spouses, and children, the companionship afforded by wealth holds significance. Idling at home, one finds themselves unable to afford medical care for ailing loved ones. Such companionship lacks substantial value. Thus, many are determined to seek employment in Saudi Arabia. Haha, it seems the primary recruitment is targeting individuals from Northeast China. Goodness, are we to witness the dialect of Northeast China infiltrating the Middle East? Surely. The captivating nature of the Northeast and Sichuan dialects will not lead Saudi Arabia to adopt the former as its official language. I have grasped the essence of this announcement. Indeed, Longting real estate is formidable. Each individual receives a relocation allowance of 2 million before departure. Moreover, they are granted 2 months each year to return home, perfectly coinciding with the Lunar New Year celebrations. The reimbursement of travel expenses adds a touch of humanity to the arrangement. In the event of safety incidents, the compensation of 2 million per individual stands as the highest in the industry. How can we not commend a national enterprise? Currently, which company can rival Longting? One of the most significant points is that couples can go together. I have also seen that the relocation expenses amount to 2 million, and thereafter, a monthly salary of 30,000 will be dispersed. This arrangement even includes accommodation and meals. Where can one contest such an offer? Upon discovering this recruitment announcement, many netizens are eager to venture to Saudi Arabia, particularly those around the age of 45. By the time they return, they would merely be 53, which aligns perfectly with the retirement age. With this 5 million, they could enjoy a comfortable retirement in any city across the nation. Not to mention, if this sum were deposited in a bank, it would accrue interest as well. Based on the current interest rates, a 10-year fixed deposit would yield an interest of 140,000. Averaging out, that would be around 10,000 a month, sufficient for a comfortable retirement. In smaller cities, 5 million could easily purchase 5 or 6 properties, generating a significant rental income, making retirement worries a thing of the past. I propose that the 4 of us embark on this journey together. If we diligently work for 8 years, we could return with 20 million. This sum would allow us to purchase 2 apartments each in Ice City, with the remaining funds available for savings. You are only 20 years old this year. By the time 8 years pass, you will be merely 28, leaving ample time to marry and start a family. Meanwhile, in a rural area beneath Ice City, a man in his 40s is puffing on a cigarette while observing his 3 sons. After some contemplation, he suggests that the entire family of 5 should go. However, his wife would not work, but rather take care of the household. Dad, is that even a question? We are definitely going. They all agree. Yes, yes. The 4 of us will deposit the money in a bank by the Siang River when we return. Dad, I heard from my wealthy classmate that some banks near Siang River are offering interest rates as high as 7.5%. If we invest this 20 million for 10 years at a conservative 5%, we would earn 1 million in interest. That million would suffice for our family's expenses. Indeed, that totals to a monthly income of 100,000, providing over 20,000 for our family, far superior to working for someone else. After some deliberation, they decide that the whole family will go. On another side, another family is engaged in discussion. Daughter, you should stay in the country to continue your studies. The 3 of us will head to Saudi Arabia. You can visit us during your summer break, and we will return to see you during the winter. Our 3-person effort for 8 years could yield 15 million. At this moment, the Northeast is ablaze with excitement. The amount offered is truly overwhelming, making it impossible for anyone to decline. This time, countless individuals are eager to travel to Saudi Arabia to contribute to its development. With a population of less than 100 million in the entire Northeast, removing the elderly, children, and women, it is estimated that only around 30 million capable workers would meet the criteria. Among these 30 million individuals, if we exclude those from state-owned enterprises and certain other organizations, the number of candidates who can genuinely head to Saudi Arabia dwindles to approximately 20 million. However, this is not a significant concern. Once construction commences in Saudi Arabia, it is likely that other nations across the globe will seek Su Chen's assistance in their development endeavors. Countries such as the United States, Australia, and those in South America, as well as even African nations, may reach out. Financial constraints are inconsequential. As long as there are resources available, the prospects remain bright. At this moment, within Loaning Group, Su Chen sat in his office, sipping on milk tea. Boss, over 7 million individuals have already registered. They are all robust laborers. It is certain that we cannot accommodate all of them. Chapter 151. The Emergence of the Lithography Machine. This is of little consequence, for aside from Saudi Arabia, there are undoubtedly other nations eager to seek our assistance in construction. The affluent nations of the Middle East are numerous indeed. Renowned countries such as the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, and Oman are exceptionally wealthy. With a cheerful demeanor, Suchin spoke to Yang Xiao about matters concerning the Middle East. Moreover, their wealth is accompanied by a harsh environment, which allows Suchin to potentially extract trillions from their endeavors. For instance, a single city in Qatar or the UAE would suffice. Having just resolved matters on this front, Suchin noticed the large exclamation mark on the system interface. Xiao, I must step out for a moment. I shall return this evening. If any issues arise, please have Mr. Lin handle them directly. With that, Suchin rose and made his way to the laboratory downstairs. Upon seeing the prominent exclamation mark, he was immediately filled with excitement. The lithography machine laboratory had been activated, heralding a truly monumental market opportunity. Currently, lithography machines are firmly controlled by foreign entities. Although our nation possesses some, the technology has been hindered by external blockades. The apparatus Suchin was developing could directly manufacture 5-nanometer chips. Eventually, production could advance to quantum lithography machines, enabling the creation of quantum chips. When that day arrives, Suchin's success will be assured. Not to mention, the profits from chip manufacturing alone could be astronomical. The global demand for chips is surging, with smartphones, computers, and automobiles being significant consumers. Each year, hundreds of millions of mobile phones and computers are rendered obsolete. It can be said that should Suchin announce the availability of 3-nanometer chips, the world would undoubtedly erupt in response. In less than 10 minutes, Suchin arrived at the laboratory via the elevator. Boss, we have successfully developed the lithography machine, achieving a staggering yield rate of 95%. Each machine can produce 500,000 chips daily. With 20 machines, we could meet global demand, Professor Zhang Guodong, who led the lithography machine project, cheerfully informed Suchin. What is the cost of the lithography machine? Suchin inquired with curiosity after listening to Zhang Guodong's presentation. 600 million dragon coins. If we aim for large-scale production, we would need approximately 550 million. However, I do not recommend mass production, as we must retain control over this technology to ensure profitability. With a production cost of 3,000 yuan per chip, we could sell each for 3,500 yuan, yielding a profit of around 500 yuan per chip. This could result in hundreds of billions in profit over the course of a year. Zhang Guodong and Suchin discussed the chip market, and as Zhang spoke, Su felt a sense of clarity. No, we must not only sell but do so with great fanfare. We will penetrate those countries the Americans have locked out. At $600 million per unit, if we sell 100 units, our profit would exceed 600 billion. Selling 1,000 would yield over 6,000 billion. Once lithography machines flood the market, we shall seamlessly introduce 3-nanometer chips. A wicked smile spread across Suchin's face as he looked at Professor Zhang. We have already developed the technology for quantum lithography machines, capable of producing up to 10 types of chips that are currently leading the world. In that case, we can directly launch 10 versions abroad. It can be said that within the next 20 years, we will monopolize the chip market. If we do not earn money within 20 years, those foreign lithography companies will likely face bankruptcy. At this juncture, Su felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and exhilaration. By the way, how long will it take to produce each lithography machine? The production of one lithography machine takes nearly a year, Zhang replied. If the production efficiency is too low, I do not intend to sell them externally, as the output is far too limited. Boss, our team has already mastered the technology to manufacture lithography machines, and it is remarkably mature. If we wish, we can produce 10 machines every month. Of course, you will need to provide at least 2,000 experts in lithography. We will also need over 10,000 interns to boost the production capacity. That's not an issue. Professor Zhang, let us hold a press conference tomorrow. After the conference, I will offer salaries 3 times the market rate for recruitment. Additionally, we will engage headhunting firms to scout talent from foreign lithography companies. This way, our workforce will continue to grow. Su contemplated and decided to announce the lithography machine initiative the following day. With a mature technology not only to sell lithography machines and chips but also to recruit talent, Su was confident that anyone without a significant flaw in judgment would be drawn to Longting, especially given his salary, which was triple that of other companies. Coupled with Longting's benefits, it would be hard to retain talent elsewhere, unless they held shares in their own companies. Excellent, boss. Our lithography technology has completely circumvented foreign patent barriers, and all components are domestically produced. We need not fear foreign blockades any longer. Moreover, with our lithography manufacturing technology, we can directly procure rare earth resources. If those resources are not exported, foreign companies may find themselves facing dire consequences. Moreover, it is crucial to note that once we gain control over the rare earth resources, foreign companies will find themselves unable to produce chips due to a lack of these essential materials. Currently, our nation possesses a staggering 70% of the world's rare earth resources. Professor Zhang Guodong remarked with a sly smile, and after exchanging knowing glances with his colleague, they proceeded towards the laboratory. As they approached the entrance, Suchen donned a dust-proof suit, for the lithography machines necessitate a sterile production environment. The introduction of bacteria could lead to catastrophic failures in the machinery. Meanwhile, as Su Chun observed the lithography equipment, the official Weibo and Douyin accounts of Lonting were overwhelmed with activity. Countless individuals aspired to join the Lonting group, yet there had been no avenues available. Now, the gates have opened. Chapter 152. Your fans are truly unique. I asked, Sister Jai, what are you up to? After confirming the details for tomorrow's press conference with Professor Zhang Guodong, Su Chun entered Wang Jiai's live streaming room. Upon arriving, he found Wang Jiai fervently promoting cosmetics. Has the boss arrived? Don't you know? This is a highly popular method of selling products these days. It not only moves quickly but also captivates the fans. Wang Jiai said, stopping her work as soon as she noticed Su Chen's presence, smiling as she introduced this innovative selling technique. Come on. Can the fans really see through this? You haven't even introduced the functions of the products you're selling. You didn't mention the manufacturer or any warranty details. Can this be trustworthy? Su Chen was bewildered by Wang Jiai's approach. Is this truly a legitimate selling method? Haha, boss, our products are well known to the fans. After all, I've sold over 100 million units of this cosmetic, boasting a 98% approval rate. The fans are urging me to hurry. It's simply impossible to keep up. Wang Jiai laughed, pulling Su Chen over to sit in her chair. Oh my, Mr. Su is here? Haha, with Mr. Su's arrival, good things are surely in store. Indeed, Mr. Su, Whirlpool, I'm heading to Saudi Arabia. I've heard one can marry 4 wives there. Right, 500,000 makes you wealthy in Saudi. Doesn't it? Absolutely. While Saudi Arabia is indeed affluent, that's primarily the royal family. The average citizen is quite impoverished. Yes. I heard that in Dubai. There's a place specifically for the impoverished. Mr. Su, I want to go to Saudi Arabia and marry 4 wives. Observing the comments from the fans in the live stream, Su Chen quickly grasped why so many individuals were signing up. Unlike the laws in manhwa in Saudi Arabia, it is both reasonable and legal to take 4 wives, provided one has the financial means to support them. It could be said that 80% of those wishing to travel to Saudi Arabia were primarily motivated by the desire to marry multiple wives. Even those already married in their homeland might find that after working for an extended period in Saudi, they could secure residency there. The domestic wives would have little choice in the matter, as 80% of women would likely endure it. Stop. Marrying 4 wives? Why don't you just fly to the moon? I may be wealthy, but I don't have a partner, and you all want to marry 4? Those going to Saudi should bring their wives. Those without can marry 4 local ones. If I hear of anyone abandoning their spouse and children, I'm afraid your salary will be halved. Watching the increasingly outrageous comments in the live chat, Su Chun helplessly addressed everyone. If these folks truly end up with several wives, it would be utter chaos. It is said that the substantial salary offered to Su Chen is a benefit exclusively for citizens of the Dragon Nation, rendering it impossible for foreigners to enjoy such privileges. If there were to be an influx of 100,000 individuals, returning with families totaling 50 to 60,000, it would indeed be remarkable. One could surmise that the Saudis might even harbor thoughts of eliminating Su Chen, considering their population is relatively sparse. With less than 40 million inhabitants, and accounting for the elderly and infants, there may only be around 20 million able-bodied individuals, with unmarried women unlikely to exceed 500,000. If tens of thousands were to be relocated at once, it would constitute a significant diplomatic incident. Upon hearing Su Chen's remarks, the crowd fell silent. By the way, I wish to announce that our Dragon Rising has commenced preparations for both a football and basketball team. All athletes who believe in their prowess in these sports are welcome to register with the Dragon Rising group. We will be establishing training facilities across 34 provinces nationwide, each boasting its own independent football and basketball teams. Competitions will commence every March and continue until the end of the year. Those interested are encouraged to sign up. Su Chen's initiative is not a mere whim. He has meticulously planned this endeavor for quite some time. Furthermore, this is not a large-scale competitive event, but rather an internal contest among the teams of Dragon Rising, entirely governed by the company itself. While it is true that Dragon Rising boasts 68 teams, qualifying it as a grand event, the financial might of the company allows for such extravagance. After all, these competitions are internal affairs. It would be absurd to allow outsiders to oversee them. Besides, even if they were permitted, they would have no authority over the proceedings, as this is not a commercial competition. Additionally, we are seeking to recruit a team of 50,000 individuals tasked with greening the desert in the Northwest. Each member will earn no less than 300,000 a year, with a vacation period of no less than 4 months annually. Suchin articulated the upcoming recruitment initiative. Yet this is necessitated by the exceedingly cold climate of the Northwest, where tree planting becomes unfeasible after November. Thus, the company will observe a break from November until April of the following year, resulting in a 6-month hiatus. During this interval, 2 months will be dedicated to nurturing tree seeds, leaving 4 months of vacation. This translates to 8 months of work annually, earning 300,000 in salary. Wow, Chairman Su is remarkable. Indeed, Chairman Su is indeed impressive. I have signed up, and not just myself. My wife is registered too. To those on the upper floors, are you not aware of the Northwest? It is a land abundant with beauty. If you bring your wife, how will you enjoy the scenery? You are quite right. In that case, I will register alone. This is no mere boss. This is a guardian figure. The fabric of life has drifted aimlessly for half a lifetime, never encountering a wise sovereign. If you do not cast me aside, I would be honored to kneel before you as a foster father. To those above, you might as well give it a rest. I have heard such sentiments even in Hainan. My goodness, your calculations are indeed audacious. Observing the remarks of those within the live stream, Suchin couldn't help but chuckle amidst his tears. By the way, tomorrow at 10 in the morning, there will be a press conference for London Group's lithography machine. Everyone must be punctual in their attendance. Well then, let us conclude here for today. I shall take my leave now. Jiayi, it's your turn. Your fans certainly possess a unique character. With that, Suchin departed, making his way to his office. Chapter 153, The Abnormal Gene Serum. Upon returning to the office, before Suchin could catch his breath, he was greeted by a colossal red exclamation mark appearing once again on the system interface. Upon closer inspection, he realized with astonishment that the gene laboratory had illuminated once more. He could only speculate about the nature of their latest creation. The innovations born from their efforts were undoubtedly formidable. To illustrate, their initial experimental outcome had the capability to extend human life by an astonishing 1,500 years. To put it plainly, should Suchin be granted an additional 1,500 years, he could potentially live for 15,000 years. Given that his aging process was 10 times faster than that of an ordinary person, if he were to exist for 15 millennia, he would surely have ample time to unlock all the wonders within the system. Not to mention, the serum from the silver superhuman, once injected, would render Suchin an immortal entity. Particularly intriguing was a component referred to as the Day of Destruction, which not only promised eternal life, but also the ability to resurrect after death. As long as a single cell of his remained in the cosmos, he could be revived, and the next demise would not replicate the previous method. For instance, should Suchin acquire the gene of the Day of Destruction, even if he were to perish of old age, as long as he was not reduced to mere ash, leaving behind a minuscule amount of cells, his resurrection would ensure he would never age again. Alternatively, if he were to succumb to flames, upon revival, he would possess complete resistance to fire. As he descended in the elevator to the basement, Professor Elizabeth approached him. "Boss, we have developed something extraordinary. Would you care to test our latest creation?" she inquired, as a blue arc of electricity crackled in her hand. Suchin squinted, realizing with disbelief that this was, indeed, lightning. "What is this?" he asked, bewildered. "Boss, after extensive research, we have crafted an apparatus known as a gene editor. With this device, we can forge any gene we desire. For instance, my current ability stems from the gene of an electric eel. Moreover, as my physical prowess increases, so does my capacity to harness electrical power. In addition, I have extracted the defensive attributes of the armadillo, the strength of the rhinoceros beetle, the agility of the cheetah, and the resilience of the water bear. Furthermore, I have also acquired the most extraordinary trait, the self-healing ability of the Red Sea Star." As she spoke, Elizabeth drew a knife and, without hesitation, slashed her own arm. To Suchin's astonishment, her right arm regenerated flawlessly. Had it not been for the severed limb and the blood staining the floor, He might have believed he had merely witnessed an illusion. Boss, the self-healing ability of this red sea star has been restricted by us. If left unrestrained, its self-healing prowess would be extraordinarily formidable. Take my arm as an example. Without limitations, it would transform into an entirely different entity. However, despite the restrictions we have imposed, we have also enhanced the recovery speed. With a cheerful demeanor, Elizabeth began to elucidate her current capabilities to Su Chen. "Let me give it a try," exclaimed Su Chen, following Elizabeth into the laboratory. Thereafter, Su Chen reclined upon the examination table, awaiting the procedure. Elizabeth, armed with an array of genetic serums, first administered the Red Sea Star's genetic serum to Su Chen. Buzz. Upon receiving the injection, Su Chen felt an intense warmth surging through his body, transforming him into a vivid crimson hue, resembling a figure ablaze. Strangely, he experienced no discomfort. Boss. The initial injection of the Red Sea Star serum is intended to enhance your genetic recovery capabilities. This will not only expedite the administration of subsequent serums but also significantly reduce the likelihood of overheating, Elizabeth explained, as she proceeded to inject Su Chen with a multitude of genetic solutions. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Su Chen succumbed to unconsciousness. Once Su Chen had fainted, Elizabeth settled beside him, awaiting the results. She pondered what kind of creature her boss would become. His current physical prowess was already quite remarkable. Should his strength escalate to 850 times, he might be capable of lifting an airplane with bare hands. Moreover, the array of attribute serums administered to him was substantial. Aside from strength and constitution serums, Elizabeth had also injected recovery, fire, lightning, and ice attribute serums. These concoctions represented the pinnacle of the laboratory's offerings. Such knowledge must not be disseminated. If it were to leak, it could potentially ignite a global conflict. Moreover, with Su Chen's fusion of these genetic serums, conventional firearms would no longer pose a threat to him. Even amidst a nuclear explosion, he would likely survive. Thus, the decision regarding these matters ultimately lies with Su Chen. She cannot dictate his fate. Time passed, and as Elizabeth drifted into slumber, she was startled to find Su Chen gazing intently at her, his eyes aglow with a crimson light, emanating heat akin to a character in a heightened state of power. Observing Su Chen's transformation, Elizabeth shed her garments and approached him. Eventually, after an indeterminate span, Su Chen lay on the bed, breathing heavily, astonished by his newfound abilities. Now, he could distinctly perceive the enhancements in his physique and strength. Previously, Su Chen's strength had already reached an astonishing 2,000 kilograms, and now, having multiplied by an incredible 850 times, he has become virtually invincible. It could be said that should Su Chen step into the boxing ring now, a single punch would turn his opponent into a mere puddle of blood. Furthermore, Su Chen possesses the formidable abilities of lightning, ice, and fire. His recovery rate is remarkably swift, as he has just experienced. It is indeed true that Su Chen's lineage is boundless, rendering him extraordinarily powerful. As for these potions, they must be securely sealed for the time being. All of them must be destroyed, along with all related research materials. We must embed this knowledge deep within your mind. It is imperative that this information remains concealed, for if it is exposed, we shall all be in peril. Henceforth, we must diligently strive to venture to other planets, for Earth can no longer be our sanctuary. Chapter 154. The Yearning for Points. This notion is not merely a flight of fancy from Su Chen, for his abilities have indeed reached an extraordinary level. Should others discover the extent of Su Chen's powers, as well as his capability to produce them en masse, he would find himself in grave peril. While Su Chen could withstand a nuclear bomb, thanks to the genes of the tardigrade, he remains deeply concerned for his family and would never forsake them. Hence, his imminent task is to hasten towards other planets. Boss. If we aspire to venture to other celestial bodies, given our current capabilities, our best options are Venus, Mars, and Europa. Venus and Mars are highly suitable for human habitation. Although they are not currently livable, with a bit of transformation, they could be made so. Europa, too, possesses the potential for human habitation. With our present capabilities, we would require a staggering 1 billion points to create planetary organisms, such as divine dragons and kunpangs. Similarly, through our collaborative cell laboratories and human experimentation facilities, we could engineer these life forms to transport us to those 3 planets. However, we still lack the technology for planetary transformation. Dressed and ready, Elizabeth began to elucidate the technologies and points required for the immigration to other planets. It must be said that if all these resources could be procured, They would undoubtedly possess the capability to secure Su-Chin ownership of the 3 additional planets. All right, let us proceed with the transformation, Elizabeth declared. You shall remain by my side as my assistant. Although Su-Chin did not intentionally push her away, he had indeed distanced himself from others, given his current physical prowess. No other woman could satisfy him, thus Elizabeth's presence was essential. Understood, boss. I shall begin destroying the research data, Elizabeth responded, starting off to obliterate the materials and other substances. Meanwhile, Su-Chin gazed at the system panel displaying his 60 billion points and could not suppress a sigh. After such a lengthy period, he had amassed only 60 billion points. The remaining 40 billion seemed an eternity away. It appeared he needed to exert himself more. Perhaps he could consider lowering the prices of the company's products? No, if the prices were reduced, previous purchasers would surely be dissatisfied. Therefore, the next course of action must be to expand the variety of the company's offerings. Rubbing his temples, Su-Chin began to ponder deeply. Drawing from the experiences of Yang Guifei's cosmetics, he recognized that the swiftest route to achieving satisfaction was through the production of consumables. However, public facilities are challenging to gain approval for, much like his own architectural ventures and desert greening technology, which had garnered no satisfaction whatsoever. Thus, he could only focus on the essentials of life, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. After all, these are the fundamental necessities for all. Currently, Su-Chin's primary means of accruing points lies in the cosmetics of Yang Guifei and the pharmaceuticals of Ling. Therefore, it is essential to diversify the range of consumables. Weight loss. Yes, weight loss. The mere thought of it ignited a spark in Su-Chin's eyes. At present, there are at least hundreds of millions of obese individuals across the globe. These individuals have succumbed to obesity for various reasons. In Longwu alone, there exists a staggering population of 300 million who are overweight. Worldwide, this figure escalates to 600 million. Should Su-Chin's weight loss medication prove exceptionally effective, he could confidently assert that nearly 1 billion people would potentially furnish him with over 8 billion points. Such a windfall would enable him to discreetly facilitate Elizabeth and others in the development of space biotechnology, subsequently transforming nearby planets. Determined to act upon Elizabeth's arrival, Su-Chin promptly guided her towards the cellular laboratory. Presently, the laboratory was not in a closed state. Having developed various special medications, it remained open, while research continued. It did not pertain to new technologies, but rather to variations of special medication techniques, thus the laboratory was not completely shuttered. Boss. Upon seeing Su-Chin and Elizabeth approach, the head of the cellular laboratory greeted him warmly. I require a weight loss medication, particularly a highly stable one. Utilize your macrophages to absorb fat. How long will it take for you to produce this? Su-Chin was exceedingly eager for points. Once the weight loss medication hit the market, he would amass an overwhelming quantity of points. Subsequently, when he embarked on developing virtual gaming technology, commonly referred to as the second world, his ability to achieve satisfaction would accelerate significantly. However, these advancements would not be unveiled within the next decade. At the very least, they would await Su-Chin's complete mastery over the 3 habitable planets before any release. By then, with 4 planets as a foundation, humanity's population could feasibly exceed 50 billion. At that juncture, Su-Chin's points would skyrocket. He would not cease his endeavors until he acquired the gene serum of the Silver Super. It will take approximately 15 days. Upon hearing this time frame, Su-Chin nodded in satisfaction. The efficiency was commendable, justifying his substantial investment in their services. All right, expedite the production. With that, Su-Chin and Elizabeth exited the facility. To all personnel, in half an hour, all executives are to convene in the conference room. As the saying goes, 2 heads are better than 1, and Su-Chin intended to summon all company executives to deliberate on the needs of the populace. It was imperative to focus on products that were consumed rapidly and frequently purchased, as this would enable Su-Chin to earn greater rewards, ultimately allowing him to acquire planetary-grade weaponry. In this manner, Su-Chin could fully assert control over his planet. Acknowledged. 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 Upon receiving Su-Chin's message, a multitude of individuals promptly responded. Meanwhile, Su-Chin did not linger for a moment. He proceeded directly to the conference room. Elizabeth, please wait for me in my office, he instructed. Upon my return, we shall deliberate on where to conduct our abilities experiment. With a wave of his hand to Elizabeth, Su-Chin bid her farewell and turned towards the conference room. Understood, boss. Elizabeth nodded and made her way to Su-Chin's office. Chapter 155. 150,000 people head to Saudi Arabia. On this momentous day, both Longting and Saudi Arabia celebrate a significant milestone, as a staggering 150,000 individuals prepare to embark on a journey to assist in the development of Saudi Arabia. The increase of 20,000 participants was a direct result of Saudi Arabia's fervent request for assistance in constructing highways and railways. Once the two cities are completed, it is anticipated that 90% of the nation's population will reside within them. Consequently, only a single railway and a highway will be necessary. Although other cities will emerge, they will not accommodate as many inhabitants, thus eliminating the need for railways in those areas. Highways will suffice instead. Eventually, the entire nation is envisioned to undergo extensive greening, with aspirations to cultivate 150,000 square kilometers of forest across its 2 million square kilometers of land. The remaining territory will be designated for agricultural and pastoral development, as well as orchards, while only a small portion of desert will remain as a nostalgic remnant. The arrangements have been finalized. Early in the day, Elizabeth, standing in for Yang Xiao, arrived at Su Chen's office to provide updates. It must be noted that since Elizabeth's arrival, Yang Xiao has experienced a considerable alleviation of her burdens. Moreover, she now revels in a newfound happiness, as Elizabeth had previously drawn her into the fray when she could no longer manage alone. Additionally, Yang Xiao has officially become Su Chen's exclusive liaison officer. Anyone wishing to contact Su Chen must first pass through her gate, ensuring he is not inundated with calls during his moments of leisure. All right, let's get ready and head out, Su Chen announced, preparing to go to the airport to see off the workers. The logistics of transporting 150,000 individuals necessitated a substantial fleet of aircraft. Thus, the deployment to Saudi Arabia was divided into 10 groups, each comprising 12,000 people, utilizing a total of 200 planes, along with accompanying staff and security personnel. This organized effort would facilitate the travel of all participants to Saudi Arabia within a fortnight. You're quite impressive. Before Su Chen could reach the airport, he encountered Boss Ding, accompanied by a group of individuals and media representatives. Ding approached, beaming with enthusiasm. Why didn't you inform me about such a grand endeavor? You have done exceptionally well. Ding clasped Su Chen's hand, his face alight with excitement. After all, these individuals were venturing abroad to earn money, which would ultimately be spent domestically. Each participant was provided with a relocation fee of 200,000, most of which would transform into homes and vehicles, indirectly enhancing the GDP of Bing City. Since the rise of Longting Automotive, Bing City has ascended to among the top 10 cities in the nation by GDP, and last year, it remarkably advanced to the top 3, significantly elevating the overall GDP of Heilong Province. Such progress is attributable to the remarkably generous benefits offered by Longting. The employees have earned sufficient income, alleviating their worries about housing, with many having purchased vehicles from Longting Automobile Factory. Furthermore, they indulge in extravagant spending, significantly contributing to the GDP of the entire I-City. Particularly this year, the second phase of Longting's construction has commenced, leading to a flourishing development in the steel, cement, and related industries, thereby creating numerous job opportunities. It can be said that Su Chen is on the verge of becoming a national treasure of I-City. He chuckled, stating, "This is no great matter. I can handle it myself. We at Longting have contracted 200 aircraft, expected to transport these 12,000 individuals to Saudi Arabia within half a month. Additionally, many are opting for maritime routes, traveling alongside the company's equipment by ship to Saudi Arabia." Su Chen graciously explained to Boss Ding, "If you need assistance in the future, do let me know. While I may not be able to help with fundamental issues, I can certainly assist with these minor matters." At this moment, Boss Ding was beaming with joy. It is noteworthy that for this journey to Saudi Arabia, Su Chen has allocated 2 million in relocation expenses for each of the 12,000 individuals. This amounts to nearly 250 billion yuan, which will play a significant role in the Northeast region. Firstly, consumption is expected to surge dramatically in a short period. As consumption rises, factories will need to ramp up production, resulting in an increase in employment. It is indeed a win-win situation. Moreover, over the next 3 years, Su Chen plans to recruit tens of millions of employees in the Northeast. Should these individuals receive Longting's benefits, it could potentially sustain the entire population of the 3 northeastern provinces. "Come on, I'll accompany you to see off our heroes," Boss Ding declared, leading the way to the bus. Su Chen followed closely, acknowledging the advantages of having Boss Ding as a supporter. At that moment, the airport was bustling with people. Even with the transportation of 12,000 individuals spread over half a month, thousands would still be departing for Saudi Arabia each day. The atmosphere at the airport was remarkably lively. Hey, buddy, are you also headed to Saudi Arabia? Yes, indeed. My entire family is going. Your whole family? Mine is too. I just got accepted into a university in Saudi Arabia, and I was worried about not being able to visit my parents often. I never expected they would accompany me to Saudi Arabia. That's impressive. I've heard the universities there offer excellent benefits, right? Absolutely. Not only do we receive a monthly stipend, but accommodation and meals are also provided, in independent villas no less. How enviable. So everyone is going to Saudi Arabia together? Yes, we're all going together. That's wonderful. It's good to have each other for support. Of course, fellow compatriots from the Northeast always look out for one another. Haha, rest assured, the boss has already planned for this. Indeed, our journey this time is not solely our own. We are accompanied by over 10,000 active duty soldiers. Armed and prepared. Yes, they are here to safeguard us, as you are well aware of the intensity of the ongoing conflict. A group of individuals gathered at the airport, engaging in casual conversation. It must be said that everyone heading to Saudi Arabia does so with a heart full of anticipation. After all, Suchun has graciously provided each family with a relocation allowance of 200,000. For a family of 4, that amounts to 800,000. And if deposited in a bank, it is expected to yield an additional 200,000 after 8 years. It can be stated that their labor over there will not only be fruitful, but will also allow for spending upon their return. However, it is important to note that their lack of proficiency in Arabic may pose challenges when attempting to purchase goods in that region. Chapter 156. Consolidation of Villages and Towns. This can indeed be considered a commendable deed. After bidding farewell to the workers today, Suchun could not help but express his astonishment at the fact that over 100,000 individuals were set to contribute to the construction in Saudi Arabia. Moreover, this endeavor was not solely about construction. The affluent elites in Saudi Arabia had subtly suggested on multiple occasions the need for protection from the Dragon Kingdom citizens. This sentiment reflects the collective will of their populace. However, the Dragon Kingdom has historically prioritized peace and has refrained from direct intervention in such matters. Now, with tens of thousands of Dragon Kingdom citizens in their nation, it is only justifiable to send personnel to safeguard the Dragon Kingdom's construction workers. You, my friend, have a knack for undertaking unexpectedly remarkable initiatives. Nevertheless, your actions this time have been exceedingly prudent. The situation in the Middle East remains ambiguous. With the opportunity to venture into Saudi Arabia now, we may well have prospects to reach the UAE, Qatar, Oman, and other regions in the future. It can be said that you have provided us with a legitimate pretext. Observing the construction workers boarding the aircraft, Boss Ding could not resist patting Su Chun on the shoulder. The Middle East is undoubtedly one of the most crucial maritime passages across the Eurasian continent. It represents the maritime Silk Road, while the terrestrial Silk Road has yet to be completed due to various setbacks. Once we stabilize the maritime Silk Road, we can find an outlet for our Yunnan province, circumventing the Strait of Malacca entirely. This would enable the Dragon Kingdom to truly dominate the Eurasian continent. Thus, Boss Ding was filled with exhilaration. However, do not let the success inflate your ego. Continue your diligent efforts to expedite the development of the Northeast into a prosperous province. Initially, I intended to announce this matter at your company, but I must head to the capital soon to attend a meeting and report on this development. Therefore, I have chosen to discuss it with you here. Boss Ding gazed at Su Chen with a sense of pride, having watched him grow. In the early days when he was a leader in the district, Su Chen's grandfather was already a close acquaintance. That was back in the 1990s when Lonting was the backbone industry of Ice City. Subsequently, he departed Ice City for a position in the southern cities. Su Chen's grandfather passed away around the year 2000, and from that moment onward, Lonting began to decline. Little did he expect that with Su Chen's assistance, Lonting Group would experience a remarkable revival, catalyzing the economy of Ice City and even the entire Hailing province and northeast region. This brought immense pride to Boss Ding, as such an impressive enterprise emerged under his jurisdiction. Presently, the most formidable private enterprises in the Dragon Kingdom are located in the southeast, where numerous companies boast valuations in the trillions. However, the Northeast lacks such unicorn enterprises with trillion-dollar valuations. Only recently has Lonting emerged in this regard. You, my friend, have been seeking land, correct? After 3 days of meetings within our province, it has been decided to allocate the land stretching from Ice City to Wuchang, covering over 200 kilometers to the south, and the land between Oil City to the north, Altio. A total area of 2 million acres of land has been designated, and our officials shall impose no charges. However, The arrangement for the 20,000 farmers residing within this region requires your careful consideration. After conveying this, Mr. Ding proceeded towards the airport, as he too was to attend a meeting in the capital. Given the significant actions taken by Su Chun, it was certain that the government was aware. After all, Su Chun had profited immensely from this project, and the state would surely benefit in some capacity as well. 20,000 households, 2 million acres? Su Chun found himself perplexed upon hearing these figures, particularly considering the effective implementation of family planning in northeast China. Assuming a family unit of 5, that would amount to merely 100,000 individuals, translating to an allocation of 20 acres per person. This seemed implausible, as the government typically allotted only 3.6 acres of land per individual in Ice City. However, upon further reflection, it was clear that this vast expanse of land encompassed mountains and rivers. And although these two parcels were relatively flat, there remained many public lands. It was improbable that all of it was under the stewardship of farmers. Taking these factors into account, the situation appeared more feasible. Let us return for the meeting. After contemplating Mr. Ding's words for some time, Su Chun, accompanied by Elizabeth and Yang Xiao, boarded the bus heading towards the company. Given that there were 20,000 households, Su Chun could simply employ them for agricultural labor. After a year of adjustments, the land had finally come under Su Chun's ownership. However, now that the land belonged to him, he bore not only the responsibility for the soil, but also for the farmers who toiled upon it. Xiao, please convene a meeting with the village heads from each community on this land. I will brief them on their welfare benefits. Who wouldn't wish to join Longting? Not just these farmers, but even overseas returnees, foreign experts, and professors are eager to be part of Longting. The benefits we offer are truly unparalleled. Su Chun has been hailed by netizens as the most conscientious entrepreneur in the country, and Longting Automobile is celebrated as a beacon of domestic products. After all, the revenue Su Chun generated domestically was minimal, primarily deriving from foreign profits. The general populace holds great admiration for him. Boss, how do you intend to utilize such extensive land? On the bus, Yang Xiao inquired curiously. Did we not previously discuss that all grain seeds and livestock offspring would be supplied by Longting? Each autumn during the harvest, we will directly collect the grain. And for livestock that reach maturity, we will purchase them at market price. Additionally, we shall deliberate on the amalgamation of villages and towns. Longting will finance the consolidation of several neighboring villages into a larger township. Subsequently, we will provide agricultural machinery to these individuals, ensuring all land is leveled. This will enable us to employ large-scale farming equipment for sowing. For those willing to assist us in agriculture and livestock rearing, we will offer monthly wages along with comprehensive social insurance and housing funds. Although this endeavor may lead to considerable expenditure for Su Chun, he is currently in a position where financial constraints hold little significance. The losses incurred will not be substantial. At worst, he may experience a slight reduction in profits. Moreover, should Su Chun eventually succeed in developing a spacecraft that enables colonization within the solar system, those who have faith in him will be among the inaugural space travelers. I understand, boss. However, what would be an appropriate monthly salary for them? If we allocate 1 million acres for grain cultivation, the annual yield would be approximately 800 million pounds, which is just sufficient to sustain 1 million people for a year. If purchased at market price, this 800 million pounds of grain would amount to around 16 billion. Yang Xiao meticulously analyzed the situation for Su Chun. Chapter 157. 3 Compensation Plans for Villagers. Welcome to Longting Group. I am Su Chun, the chairman of the corporation. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. And today, within the conference room of Longting Group, I am meeting with the village chiefs who have come to discuss land issues under the live broadcast of Wang Jiai. To my surprise, over 400 village heads from 2,000 households have arrived, had it not been for the spaciousness of our conference room. Accommodating such a large assembly would have been quite challenging. On average, each village comprises fewer than 50 households. The purpose of this gathering is to discuss this year's agricultural matters. As many of you may know, the vast tract of land stretching from Wuchang to Oil City has been contracted to Longting Group. Our group offers the most favorable benefits, not only in the nation but indeed across the globe. Therefore, I have convened this meeting to present 3 compensation plans from which you may choose. After our discussions, you can deliberate with your fellow villagers regarding which compensation method to adopt. At this juncture, I surveyed the faces of the village chiefs seated before me, yet I discerned no discernible expressions among them. Uncertain of their thoughts, I pressed on. The first plan entails the merging of villages and towns. We propose to select between 1,000 to 2,000 households to form a new township. Each household will be assigned a residence based on an average living space of 60 square meters per person. Loanting Group will establish kindergartens, primary schools, junior high schools, community parks, hospitals, and other facilities for the welfare of the residents within the township. Moreover, those willing to cultivate the land for Loanting Group will receive a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. Additionally, we will set up a large canteen in the township where all individuals under the age of 18 and seniors over 60 can dine free of charge. Our employees will also enjoy complimentary meals, while others will incur a modest fee of 5 yuan per meal. After outlining the first plan, I glanced at the village chiefs once more. Many displayed expressions of satisfaction. After all, as farmers, their livelihood is dependent on the whims of nature. There are times when a year's toil yields an income of less than 36,000 yuan. Even preparing meals at home incurs costs, albeit minimal in rural settings. The prospect of free meals is indeed alluring to all. However, while enthusiasm was palpable, the attendees were eager to hear the subsequent plans. The second proposal does not involve the merging of villages and towns, and we will refrain from constructing schools, hospitals, and canteens. Nevertheless, as compensation, the monthly salary will be increased to 4,000 yuan. Upon hearing the details of the second plan, many furrowed their brows. Although it promised an additional 1,000 yuan per month for each individual, a family of 4 would thus see an annual increase of 40 to 50,000 yuan in wages. However, this plan lacks educational institutions, medical facilities, and a communal dining hall. The annual salary of 48,000 yuan might barely suffice for a child's education and the medical needs of elderly family members. Moreover, in the event of a serious illness or calamity, this amount would be utterly insufficient. The third proposal entails our loaning group directly acquiring the land from all of you. We offer 60,000 yuan per acre as a one-time buyout. If you possess residential land that you wish to sell, Loanting will compensate you with 60,000 yuan, regardless of the property type. This proposal is neither particularly good nor bad. For a family of 5, a minimum of 20 acres would yield approximately 120,000 yuan. Including the residential land, this could amount to around 130,000 yuan, sufficient to purchase a 3-bedroom apartment in Ice City. However, selling the land and residential plot might not guarantee a favorable existence in the city, as farmers typically find themselves relegated to arduous labor or unskilled jobs. It is unrealistic to expect migrant workers to transition into programmers, is it not? Now, these are the 3 proposals. Upon returning home, please discuss them with your fellow villagers. Additionally, this price represents the maximum Loanting is willing to offer. Should any villagers disagree, Loanting will not impose any pressure. Since the year before last, we have been preparing to acquire land in the Siberian region, where the cost is merely 200 yuan per acre, significantly cheaper than in our homeland. After Su Chen finished speaking, he rose and made his way outside. The village leaders, upon hearing Su Chen's words, felt a sudden thrill. His conditions were indeed enticing. The villagers would undoubtedly feel the same. Yet, as an old saying goes, desolate mountains and treacherous waters breed cunning folk. Every locale harbors both virtuous and unscrupulous individuals. Su Chen could not guarantee that every villager would act according to his intentions. After all, another ancient adage states, a greedy heart can swallow an elephant. Many might see the wealth of Loanting Group and think that an extra 10,000 yuan here and there would be acceptable. Your family gets 10,000. His family gets 10,000, and Su Chen would have to part with another 200 million. Although Su Chen's wealth is indeed vast, he is reluctant to be taken advantage of. Everyone, this way, please. After a night's rest at the hotel, the villagers were guided back. Su Chen's decision to establish a hotel on the 6th floor of the Qinglong building proved to be exceptionally wise. Whenever Su Chen desired a meal, a simple phone call ensured he would enjoy delicious food within 20 minutes. Old Yang, which proposal will you choose? On the way to the hotel, the village leaders from the same area gathered to discuss their options. After all, the allure of these proposals was undeniable, was it not? I personally lean towards the first proposal. Our village once boasted over 200 households, with a peak population exceeding 1,000. Now, however, we find ourselves with fewer than 50 households remaining, as the majority have ventured out for work or relocated to urban areas to purchase homes. The few who remain are predominantly elderly, with the youngest among us surpassing the age of 50. Should we opt for the first option, our entire village would not only be blessed with new homes, but also benefit from the establishment of schools and hospitals. Have you not heard Mr. Su mentioned that meals are complimentary for seniors over 60 and for employees. This means our entire village could dine for free. Chapter 158, Cutting-Edge Agricultural Seeds. I have calculated that among these 20,000 households, even if they collectively comprise 100,000 individuals, it would be remarkable if merely half of them could engage in farming. Assuming a workforce of 50,000, we would be dispersing a maximum of 1.8 billion in wages annually. After accounting for various other expenses, our total cost would not exceed 3 billion per year, given the 200,000 acres of land. If we achieve an average yield of 1,500 coins per acre, we would break even. While other enterprises might incur losses, our loaning group faces no such issues. At this moment, in Su Chin's office, he was briefing the newly appointed head of the Longting Agricultural and Pastoral Farm on operational matters. Typically, the annual yield per acre of this land would amount to approximately 2,000 coins. However, it is crucial to note that this figure represents output, not pure profit, as it must also encompass the cost of seeds, fertilizers, and other essential supplies. Regardless, I shall not dwell on it too much. Let us observe how the villagers choose in 3 days. With a wave of his hand, Su Chin signaled the conclusion of the meeting. Once everyone had departed, he turned his attention to the cutting-edge technology system. The reason he felt confident in offering such generous benefits primarily stemmed from the fact that he did not rely on these lands for profit. Unlike agricultural companies or farmers who must earn a living from their land. After all, who would continue farming if they earned nothing after a year of hard work? Su Chin's objective was to ensure that the employees of Longting Automotive could enjoy healthier food, as well as the children in schools, which is why parents are encouraged to participate in school and community canteens. Thus, he was unperturbed by the prospect of incurring losses. Grains, poultry, livestock, freshwater fish, mountain goods, others. To my astonishment, this cutting-edge grain company is categorized into 6 distinct classifications. Su Chin first accessed the grain category and began to examine the contents meticulously. In 1, primitive rice, rich in nutrients, regular consumption can enhance physical strength, adaptable to various soils. Yielding 1,500 to 2,000 kilograms per acre, 1 point per acre. In 2, primitive corn, sweet and delicious, regular consumption can sharpen the senses, adaptable to various soils. Yielding 1,500 to 2,000 kilograms per acre, 1 point per acre. In 3, primitive soybeans, rich in protein, regular consumption can bolster immunity, adaptable to various soils. Yielding 1,500 to 2,000 kilograms per acre, 1 point per acre. In 4, primitive potatoes, rich in starch, regular consumption can enhance immunity, adaptable to various soils. Yielding 8,000 to 10,000 kilograms per acre, 1 point per acre. In 5, primitive green onions, rich in allicin, regular consumption can inhibit bacteria, soften blood vessels, and promote digestion, adaptable to various soils, yielding 12,000 to 15,000 kilograms per acre, 1 point per acre. Upon reviewing the functions and benefits of these grains, Su Chin exclaimed in admiration. If this were to be used continuously over the years, it can be confidently asserted that the employees of Longting Group would seldom fall ill. Even in the rare event of illness, it would be minor and fleeting, for each type of grain and vegetable cultivated enhances various capacities to fend off diseases, as well as providing essential nutrients required by the human body. It can be stated that these provisions are crafted entirely for the purpose of promoting health. A pivotal aspect is that the yield per acre of these crops is exceptionally high. Most importantly, these crops do not necessitate specific land requirements. This bodes well for the forthcoming poverty alleviation efforts, allowing impoverished regions to follow a similar path as the Longting agricultural and pastoral farms. They could focus on breeding and planting the seeds provided by Su Chin. Moreover, a significant point is that consuming this grain would undoubtedly leave everyone immensely satisfied. Once the populace is content, Su Chin's points would surely soar dramatically, as meals are a daily necessity. Unlike automobiles that are replaced once every several years or even decades. Upon this realization, Su Chin felt an exhilarating rush. Had he known about such an incredible avenue for accumulating points, he would not have engaged in such convoluted endeavors, but rather focused on the essentials of life. While Su Chin was engrossed in contemplating these innovative agricultural technologies, many village leaders had already returned to their villages. Upon their return, the village chief convened a meeting for all villagers. Ladies and gentlemen, this time at the Longting Conference, the chairman genuinely has our best interests at heart, and has presented us with 3 proposals. The first is to merge villages into towns, forming a community of over 10,000 households. They will establish schools, canteens, hospitals, and more. If we are willing to continue farming for Lonting Group, we would receive a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, along with completely free services at the canteen, hospital, and school. The second option is to maintain everything as it is, yet we would receive a salary of 4,000 yuan. However, the schools, canteens, and hospitals would be eliminated entirely. The final option would involve relocating us to the city. Upon returning to their villages, the village chiefs began discussing the welfare benefits that Su Chun had mentioned. This is a significant matter, and they needed to secure a decision swiftly. What? Our house, over 200 square meters, is only offered 60,000 yuan? That is unacceptable. Lonting Group is immensely wealthy. Their owner donates billions. Uncle, look at our sizable house. They expect us to move without offering us at least 10 to 18 million? I assure you, that is impossible, absolutely impossible. This scenario was unfolding in one of the villages. Such a situation is untenable. Would we surrender our home without compensation? We shall not agree to the merging of villages and towns without fair remuneration. No, as Mr. Su stated, if we do not wish to merge our village and town, we shall maintain the status quo. If you are still inclined to farm, you would receive a monthly wage of 4,000 yuan. What can 4,000 yuan accomplish? In our family of 6, only 2 can cultivate the land, and an 8,000 yuan income pales in comparison to the meager earnings of the employees at Lonting. Indeed, if we do not relocate, Lonting can forget about acquiring our land. Moreover, unless we are offered a sum exceeding 10 million yuan per household, we have no intention of moving. Furthermore, even if we choose to remain, Lonting Group will likely allow us to continue our farming. Did not the city officials previously mention 2 million acres of land? Without us, do they truly expect those who sit in offices to tend to the fields? Chapter 159. The Lonting Cup Tournament commences. By the way, Xiaro, we shall establish our branches in all 34 provinces across the nation. Each province is to select a city for this purpose, while simultaneously constructing basketball and football fields at home. Subsequently, we will establish 34 basketball and football teams. This year, we can focus on forming these teams, and I permit them to recruit athletes from outside, provided they are not of foreign nationality. This year will serve as a period of acclimatization, and we shall commence competitions next year. At this moment, within Su Chen's office, he shared his thoughts with young Xiaro. Initially, Su Chen intended to dabble modestly, creating merely 20 teams for personal amusement. However, the recent defeat of the national football team, while disappointing, at least showcased a newfound tenacity. Su Chen's previous disdain for the national team stemmed from the notion that the players were akin to white-cut chickens, lacking vigor even in their movements on the field. In such matches, regardless of the outcome, Su Chen found little enjoyment. There was a palpable absence of the fiery spirit characteristic of the Dragon Nation. It was not long ago that the nation could hold its own against the footballing giant Brazil, even outmatching them in physicality on the pitch. Yet, this current generation of footballers has indeed exhibited the fervor of the Dragon Nation, igniting Su Chen's ambition for a grand undertaking. Furthermore, Xiaro, we must enhance our educational institutions by incorporating courses in football, basketball, traditional Chinese medicine, and martial arts. We seek not mere bookworms or rote learners, but rather students who are healthy and brimming with creativity. The plight of Dragon Nation's football lies primarily in the absence of youth training programs. In contrast to foreign lands where football fields are plentiful, in our homeland, one is far more likely to encounter a large pharmacy within a few hundred meters. Even nations such as Japan and South Korea boast hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of registered players, whereas Dragon Nation claims a mere 8,000. Yes, you heard correctly. Despite having over 1 billion citizens, the actual number of registered players stands at only 8,000, and among them, fewer than 1 in 10 are truly capable of playing football. Thus, Su Chen is determined to expedite the development of football and basketball under Yang Xiao's supervision. A crucial point is that Lonting Group's involvement in basketball and football translates into internal competition within the corporation, beyond the reach of other departments. Should the teams excel, Su Chen could even facilitate their participation in matches across Europe and South America. Absolutely, boss. The 20 teams have already begun to take shape, thanks to your generous funding. They have engaged some of the world's most renowned coaches. Even the management, training, and medical teams are of the highest caliber. There are numerous retired football and basketball legends ready to impart their wisdom. If it were not for the owner's insistence on excluding foreign athletes, it is likely that these individuals could have acquired the world's top sports talents. With a cheerful smile, Yang Xiao remarked to Su Chen that the Longting Group had more funds than they knew what to do with. Acquiring a few athletes posed no challenge at all. However, Su Chen's stipulation of utilizing only domestic players remained a firm rule. This had been a pre-established agreement, as it is simply impractical to rely on foreign players to represent long-going competitions. Even if it were feasible, Su Chen would not entertain such a notion. The idea of foreign athletes representing long-win competitions was untenable. Go ahead, let these individuals strive diligently, he encouraged, while elaborating on our events and prize offerings. After hearing Su Chen's words, Yang Xiao promptly made her way to Wang Jiai's live streaming studio. Hey, Xiao, what brings you here at this hour? Wang Jiai, who was currently live streaming, inquired with a hint of surprise upon seeing Yang Xiao's arrival. Although she still held the position of marketing manager at Longting, most of her time was dedicated to live streaming, where she had successfully mentored several melodious female hosts to assist in promoting Longting's merchandise. The live streaming room had become an exceptionally potent revenue-generating avenue, far more economical than the Group's online sales channels. Sister Jai, I came to request your assistance in announcing the matter recently disclosed by the boss, Yang Xiao replied, handing over the meticulously prepared document to Wang Jai. Dear family, our boss has issued new directives. Let us see what they entail. Wang Jai paused her promotional efforts, took the notebook from Yang Xiao, and began to read. Family, our boss states that we are to establish a basketball team and a football team in every province across the nation. Furthermore, we are to possess our own basketball courts and football fields. In addition, we will be equipped with world-class medical, training, and coaching teams. All eligible youths eager to play football can partake in trials in their nearest cities. Moreover, whether it is basketball or football, both will feature the Longting Cup. Let me see, it is clearly stated here. The competition will commence every March, involving 34 teams competing against one another, with each team participating in 33 matches. Ultimately, teams will advance to the Longting Cup based on their accumulated points. The 16 teams entering the Longting Cup will each receive a substantial reward of 100 million. Following this, the top 8 teams will emerge, with the final 4 competing in the championship match. The victorious team will be awarded a staggering 1 billion in prize money. Moreover, all team members must hold Longwen nationality and must join the Longting Group to participate. Moreover, we are earnestly seeking partners from 34 provinces. If you are genuinely interested in joining the Longting Cup, please do not hesitate to contact me directly. We are willing to sell 49% of our shares to you, granting you full operational control over the team. At Longting, we merely provide the funding and supervision. Those who achieve consecutive qualifications for the Longting Cup over 3 years will be rewarded, while those who fail to qualify for 3 consecutive years will have their shares repurchased at the original price. Upon hearing Wang Jiai's words, everyone erupted in excitement. It was evident that Su Chen was truly committed to the realms of football and basketball this time. The pivotal aspect is that neither the football nor the basketball associations possess any authority over this venture. After all, this is not an official tournament, but rather an internal company competition. No matter how powerful their influence, their reach cannot extend into Longting Group. Chapter 160, the QNGL Ing Cup, Su and W Cup, and ZH Chu Cup League. What on earth? Is the Longting Group truly commencing the recruitment of athletes? Indeed, during the live broadcast, I was present at the venue where their marketing department manager conducted recruitment in real time. Yes, their manager stated this before millions of viewers in the live stream. They are not only seeking basketball players, but also football players, accompanied by substantial prize money. The crucial aspect lies in the fact that their team is open for external investment, yet still operates under the auspices of the Longting name. This strategy allows them to circumvent the constraints of association management, enabling them to self-manage their operations. At this moment, Weibo has erupted with excitement. The Dragon Kingdom is not devoid of genuine football aficionados. Talented players have emerged, yet numerous reasons have prevented them from stepping onto the field. Take Uncle Ben Shan, for instance. He once entered the football industry with fervor but left in disgrace, completely unaware of who the club's shareholders were. This situation is exceedingly frustrating. Yet Longting's invitation has piqued the interest of many, especially considering Longting's current stature. Those in various departments dare not interfere, should they push Su Chen too far. He might simply walk away, inciting nationwide disdain. Regardless of where Su Chen goes, any country would strive to protect him, for he is a prodigy among prodigies. It can be said that Su Chen could thrive anywhere. Huh? Why has the Longting Group ventured into football and basketball leagues? Should we give it a try? At this time, Old Wang at the Wanda headquarters, upon seeing the trending topic on Weibo, could not resist inquiring with his secretary. It is worth noting that Old Wang is an ardent football enthusiast, and, more importantly, he possesses a deep understanding of the game. In the past, Wanda football remained unbeaten for 55 matches across 3 seasons, only to succumb to corrupt officiating, leading to their withdrawal from the football arena. This illustrates Old Wang's profound knowledge of the sport. Boss, if we are to enter this field, we must act swiftly. With 34 provinces and 68 teams. Although we may not be well versed in basketball, we can certainly establish a basketball club, even though the Longting Cup prohibits foreign players. We can strategize to bring in some expatriates and facilitate their acquisition of Dragon Kingdom nationality to join Longting legally. Old Wang's secretary elaborated on the potential underhanded dealings. No. It would be better to utilize our own compatriots. Moreover, Longting has assured us they will seek the best teams. Our fellow countrymen can indeed compete and succeed. Go. Arrange for someone to liaise with Longting. We must establish a Dalian team. With a grand gesture, Old Wang decisively finalized matters concerning the team. Is Longting indeed forming a team? How could we possibly be left out? If football is not our forte, surely basketball can be our domain. Another company has set its sights on the Longting Cup event, sending representatives to liaise directly. Furthermore, numerous companies and private individuals nationwide have begun to stir with anticipation. After all, Longting is currently the largest corporation in the world. The crucial factor is that everyone is acutely aware of Su Chen's temperament. He never exploits his own people. However, when it comes to outsiders, he will take full advantage, even uprooting the very roots of their investments. As these parties engage with Longting, both the Basketball Association and the Football Association remain eerily quiet. The leaders exchange glances, each at a loss for words. It seems that Longting Group is beyond their jurisdiction. Not even the provincial heads dare to intervene. The multitude of patents held by Longting is simply too vast, should they incite Su Chen's ire. He could either flee abroad or publicly unveil all their patents. This would enable foreign companies to rise swiftly, overpowering domestic enterprises. Hence, they genuinely fear intervening in Longting's affairs, even when acutely aware that the Longting Cup is aimed squarely at them. Yet, if they ignore it, their leagues will undoubtedly falter. In recent years, due to performance issues, they have struggled to retain teams even in their host cities. Should the Longting Cup truly thrive, they might find themselves devoid of players, teams, and viewership. Companies investing in the Chinese Super League are merely motivated by the prospect of profit. Alas, they resignedly wave their hands, surrendering to fate. Meanwhile, Su Chen is brimming with excitement. Just moments ago, Yang Xiao briefed him on the team developments. 68 teams are evidently insufficient to satisfy the demand. Within just 2 hours, over 200 enterprises and individuals express their desire to collaborate with Longting. It is clear that confidence in Longting remains robust. There are even several affluent Longting enthusiasts eager to contribute financially to jointly establish a team. Thus, let us proceed to establish 204 teams all at once. The pinnacle of these competitions will be the Longting Cup, maintaining the original 64 teams. However, when selecting partner companies, we must first verify their financial capabilities, requiring them to deposit 10 billion in cash into our Longting account. After all, 2 stadiums necessitate substantial funding. Additionally, we shall establish a youth training team specifically tailored for players aged 16 to 20, creating another 64 teams, which will be deemed the 3rd-tier competition. As for the 2nd-tier competition, we shall similarly form 64 teams, ensuring representation from each province. However, what distinguishes them is that they also belong to the Longting Cup participants. Each year, the top 8 will qualify for the official Longting Cup. Conversely, the 8 teams positioned at the bottom will be relegated directly to this league. We could aptly name this league the Qinglong Cup. Furthermore, there could be subsequent tournaments such as the Xuanwu Cup, the Zhuke Cup, and the Qilin Cup, among others. Su Chen gently massaged his temples and, after a brief contemplation, voiced this idea. After all, the existence of such a promotion and relegation mechanism is crucial for the development of the competition. Teams that win matches will fervently bolster their squads to secure next year's accolades. Meanwhile, those facing relegation, or the leaders of lower leagues, will likewise strive to enhance their teams. It can be said that this system benefits everyone involved, apart from the investors. As for the investors, a mere suggestion of projects from Su Chen would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. No one would quibble with Su Chen over such trivial matters. Chapter 161. Longting is poised for a grand endeavor. Indeed, Chairman Wang, these are the exact words of our Chairman Su. Each province may field 6 teams. Precisely. The Premier League is named the Qinglong Cup, the most prestigious accolade that Longting has to offer. In addition to the Qinglong Cup, there exists a secondary league known as the Baihu Cup. Each year, the bottom 8 teams from the Qinglong Cup will automatically descend into the Baihu Cup, while the top 8 teams from the Baihu Cup will ascend to compete in the Qinglong Cup. What remains is the tertiary league, specifically established for nurturing newcomers, which we refer to as the Qilin Cup, symbolizing the potential of youth reminiscent of the mythical Qilin. As for the final tournament, the Zhuke Cup, this is a women's league, and it is imperative that every city boasts at least one women's team. Should Wanda wish to establish more than 2 teams in Liaoning province, it must include at least one women's team. At this moment, on the phone, Yang Sharo is elucidating the league structure to Chairman Wang of Wanda. Chairman Wang nods in agreement, clearly satisfied with the proposed relegation and promotion mechanism. All right, it's merely 2 billion, and I can manage that now. Let's discuss this tomorrow. It's too late today. I'll have Sikong visit Longting. His approval of the relegation system reflects his military background, as he appreciates a straightforward approach. Success or failure is unequivocal. Warm congratulations to Longting Group and Chairman Wang of Wanda for officially establishing Longting Real Estate Company in Dalian, Liaoning Province. Moreover, 3 teams have been formed: Dalian Qinglong Basketball Team, Dalian Qinglong Football Team, and Dalian Zhuke Women's Football Team. Heartfelt congratulations to Longting Group and Uncle Binshan for officially establishing Longting Media Company in Shenyang, Liaoning Province. Additionally, the Shenyang Qinglong Football Team has been established. Congratulations to Longting Group for establishing a whitening company with Yang Guifei Cosmetics in Bingqing. Furthermore, 4 teams have been formed: Bingqing Qinglong Basketball Team, Bingqing Qinglong Football Team, Zhuke Women's Football Team, and Zhuke Women's Basketball Team. Congratulations to Longting Group for establishing the Yucheng Qinglong Football Team and Yucheng Qinglong Basketball Team. Congratulations to Longting Group for establishing the Qishir Baihu Football Team, Qishir Baihu Basketball Team, Qishir Baihu Women's Basketball Team, and Qishir Baihu Women's Football Team. Congratulations to Longting Group for the establishment of Bingqing Qilin Football Team, Bingqing Qilin Basketball Team, Bingqing Qilin Women's Football Team, and Bingqing Qilin Women's Basketball Team. As 2 weeks elapsed, Longting Group dominated the trending topics on Weibo, remaining in the spotlight without respite. After such extensive observation, it became evident to all that Longting Group is genuinely committed to an ambitious undertaking, one that is unstoppable. In the Heilongjiang Province, Hunan Province, Gansu, and Inner Mongolia alone, Longting has established 48 teams. Clearly, Longting is gearing up for a significant campaign, encompassing not only men's teams, but also women's teams. From youth training, through secondary leagues, to the pinnacle of top-tier competitions, there are 18 clubs in total. Although the names of the events prominently feature Longting, it is evident that these teams represent their respective cities. This is common knowledge among all, and it is clear that Su Chun is merely showing respect to the leaders of those associations. Without confronting them directly, Su Chin's stance has been unmistakably conveyed. Ultimately, statistics reveal that a total of 106 enterprises have collaborated with Longting, resulting in the establishment of 408 clubs. Furthermore, the events and schedules have been publicly announced, even including a promotion and relegation system. This news has stirred excitement among all the fans. Indeed, Longting Group has made a significant investment. With a total of 100 billion in funding, this venture is solely intended to establish these 3 leagues. It is astounding to realize that Longting is planning to build 48 sports venues. This is truly a monumental undertaking, and I never anticipated that Chairman Su would take such decisive action. This is the hallmark of a visionary leader, exhibiting no procrastination. Mr. Su is indeed remarkable. 100 billion. Just imagine how many jobs this will generate. If you do the math, within each venue, from management to cleaning staff and cheerleaders, there will be at least 200 personnel. With over 400 venues nationwide, this translates to a minimum of 80,000 job opportunities. Importantly, during the construction of these venues, at least 100,000 workers will be needed. According to the announcement from Longting regarding the events, competitions will officially commence next March. What an intense schedule this is. By the way, what is this Longting Cup all about? Have you not heard? The Longting Cup occurs every 4 years, and the prize money is exceptionally generous. This means that simply playing football could yield substantial earnings. I must encourage my child to play football. It appears that a hornet's nest has truly been stirred. Professor Su is quite the formidable figure. Haha. I am utterly amused. Professor Su has even recruited talent from the NBA's Celtics team. He has also attracted players from the Lakers and Warriors. and even teams from the UEFA Champions League. Haha, look, old Wang is not to be outdone. His son, Wang Xiaozai, has also brought numerous individuals from the NBA. Goodness, it seems everyone is on a talent hunt. As the trending topics flash across Weibo, excitement fills the air. Clearly, this momentum is directed towards establishing a world-class league. Although Su Chun has mandated that no foreign players may be used, with a population of over 1 billion in Longhua, selecting 10,000 elite athletes poses no challenge. This is already a selection of the best among the best. It can be said that this league will gather the top athletes in the country. System. Please exchange for 48 iconic sports venues. Meanwhile, Su Chun is within the system, exploring the options for these landmark sports arenas. As for the architecture of the legendary entity, it is best left unmentioned, for the costs are exorbitantly high. Each structure begins at a staggering $100 billion, and the vastness of the arenas is hardly necessary. With over 600 teams combined, it is virtually assured that competitions will take place daily, providing fans with an abundance of excitement. Moreover, the constant travel of these numerous teams to various cities will undoubtedly stimulate local economies. This is truly a multifaceted benefit, one that cannot be overstated. It is now evident to all that Lonting is poised to make an unprecedented impact. For across the globe, no nation possesses the capacity to field over 600 teams. Not even the sports-centric United States can boast such a multitude. Chapter 162, The Booming Business of Lithography Machines Boss. Our team has already begun preparations. Those foreign individuals have immersed themselves in work since their arrival. They are currently conducting physical assessments on the players who have signed up. In Su Chen's office, Yang Shiro was reporting on her tasks. Although the sports complex has yet to be completed, it is of little consequence. They can temporarily rent other facilities. Once their own venue is finished, they will relocate there. However, the 4 cities chosen by Lonting face considerable disadvantages. To begin with, iCity has benefited from Lonting's presence, attracting a number of affluent individuals who can attend matches in person. In contrast, Inner Mongolia, Gansu, and Hunan Province are unlikely to draw large crowds. In NBA terms, these are considered small markets, while the real major markets in Longhua are found in the 4-9 city in the Jiangsu-Zhejiang-Shanghai region. The wealthier population there ensures a higher turnout for games, which in turn generates sponsorships and ticket revenue. Nevertheless, Su Chun had not anticipated relying on sponsorships. These teams were primarily established to promote his company. Furthermore, sustaining these operations is well within Lonting's current capabilities. All right. Distribute these blueprints and instruct the construction team to expedite the establishment of these sports facilities. I hope we can enter them before the new year, Su Chun remarked, handing a USB drive to Yang Xiaro, signaling her to forward the designs to the builders. Each team and city has been meticulously labeled, so Su Chun was not concerned about potential construction errors, as each venue showcases distinct local characteristics. For instance, iCity's arena is predominantly designed in European architectural style, while Oil City's venue exudes a high-end sophistication. The arena in Qishir reflects the styles of minority cultures, an unmistakable distinction. Understood, boss. Barely had Yang Xiaro exited when Lin Yajun unexpectedly pushed the door open. Mr. Su, I have something important to report. Upon seeing Lin Yajun, Su Chun promptly gestured for her to take a seat. During her years with Lonting Group, Lin Yajun had proven to be diligent and meticulous. Although Lonting operates a monopoly, without Lin Yajun's impeccable management, Su Chun would not have had the luxury of idleness for such an extended period. Boss, it concerns the lithography machines. Many companies are eager to purchase our machines. However, I am uncertain about the pricing for the 5-nanometer lithography machine. What would be an appropriate cost? It is worth noting that currently, only 4 companies worldwide are capable of manufacturing lithography machines, and of those, only 2 can produce 5-nanometer machines, including Lonting. There are merely 5 companies globally with this capability. The unified price stands at a staggering $800 million per unit. If companies from the Dragon Nation purchase our lithography machines, we shall generously offer the foundational chip architecture technology as a complimentary gift. Su Chun contemplated this. Initially, he intended for a more affordable price domestically. However, should the domestic price be lowered, it would inevitably lead to rampant smuggling. There have been instances where common citizens sold inexpensive Dragon Leap products to foreigners along the border. Yet, these transactions were in small quantities, and Su Chun was indifferent, as it allowed the populace to earn a bit of money. The situation with lithography machines is different. Ordinary citizens cannot afford such an extravagant item. Even if they manage to purchase one, they lack the means to smuggle it out. Rather than complicating matters, It would be far more prudent to establish a uniform price from the outset. Furthermore, the lithography machines sold domestically come with a 10-year warranty, whereas those abroad do not. Thus, this shall be our sales strategy. After pouring a cup of tea for Lin Yajwan, Suchin cheerfully articulated his thoughts. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Boss. However, our automotive technology requires an upgrade. The Americans, in collaboration with various European nations, have commenced the sale of hydrogen-powered vehicles. It is said that their sales are exceedingly promising. Within a year, the global populace will likely embrace the concept of hydrogen energy. Lin Yajwan reflected on her recent experiences. These days, she was either managing documents at the company or leading efforts to promote Dragon Leap Group's vehicles abroad. While there remains significant potential in the domestic market, where Dragon Leap Group only commands a mere 2% share, why not also capitalize on international revenue? The foreign market is lucrative, especially if we maintain a technological edge. No worries, we have nearly completed our research on hydrogen vehicle technology, and we are just one opportunity away from offering it internationally. However, at present, it is challenging to determine the superiority of hydrogen vehicles compared to new energy electric vehicles. Su Chun was not exaggerating. Without the backing of the state, Dragon Leap Group faces limitations. Yet, with governmental support, he could establish solar power arrays across the Gobi Desert, harnessing solar energy for electricity generation, which is also remarkably eco-friendly. This dilemma weighs heavily on Su Chun's mind. Once we implement third-generation liquid battery technology, new energy electric vehicles could achieve a range exceeding 10,000 kilometers. In essence, a full charge could facilitate a journey from the south to the north, and that is not to mention the additional capabilities we could offer. Hydrogen vehicles boast a similar range, unless we can unlock geothermal energy vehicles, which would provide an endless supply of power as long as they traverse the land. The timing for such technology is not yet ripe. Su Chun also intends to focus on creating space organisms, preparing Mars, Venus, and Europa to become as habitable for humans as Earth. Moreover, once the space organisms are developed, we can venture into space to seek materials for crafting divine entities and the Silver Serum. The materials currently available for sale within the system are merely those sourced from Earth. However, these terrestrial materials do not suffice for the fabrication of divine bodies or the production of the Silver Super Serum. Very well. I shall proceed to preside over the meeting now, as there are already over 1,000 companies eager to procure our lithography machines. Notably, at least 1/3 of these inquiries come from foreign entities intent on disassembling our technology upon their return. Have we implemented any confidentiality measures for our lithography machines? Lin Yajwan inquired curiously after sipping her tea. Indeed, should even 10% of the exterior be dismantled, the entire lithography machine would experience an internal explosion, obliterating everything within. The outer 10%, however, is something that lithography companies worldwide can easily replicate, Su Chun explained with a smile. Perfect. Chapter 163. The hydrogen-powered vehicle approaches its limit. Something feels amiss. After Lin Yajwan departed, Su Chun found his accumulated points had vanished in an instant. After such a long period of diligent saving, Su Chun had amassed nearly 8 billion points. To his astonishment, they were wiped away in the blink of an eye. Although he was unaware of the exact circumstances, Su Chun understood that it was the underground laboratory personnel who had cleared his points. In truth, the disappearance of his points exhilarated him, while points could be regained. The technology was irreplaceable. He pondered when these individuals would succeed in creating the space organisms. Once developed, they could venture directly into the cosmos. Though Su Chun was uncertain where to procure the materials for manufacturing the Silver Super Serum, he believed that once the space organisms were created, he and his companions would eventually succeed in producing the serum. At that point, Su Chun would truly be invincible in the world. Meanwhile, at the same moment his points were erased, Weibo was abuzz with excitement. Who would have thought that loading charging stations would be so efficient? Indeed. The speed of their charging is remarkably swift. I can't say enough good things. This is a far cry from the fuel vehicle, which consumes 5/6 less. Since I began using Loading's new energy vehicle, my monthly transportation expenses barely exceed 150 yuan. I too can attest to this. A single charge costs 600 yuan, yet it lasts me nearly half a year. Chairman Su is truly the pride of our Dragon Nation. But what's the deal with the hydrogen refueling station beside it? Yes, what does that hydrogen station signify? Has Professor Su developed a hydrogen-powered vehicle? Wait, could it be akin to the hydrogen vehicles in Europe and America? Let me check. Why is the hydrogen so inexpensively priced? Goodness, Chairman Su truly knows how to innovate. At this moment, Weibo was flooded with praise for Longting's charging stations. After all, the low costs were impressive, but the rapid charging speed was the real highlight. Where else could one find such service? In Suchin's office, he was contemplating his next steps. Currently, he possessed only the essential technologies for hydrogen-powered vehicles. All other technologies had vanished. Given that his points had been reset to 0, he decided to commence the establishment of hydrogen-powered vehicles. After a brief estimation, Suchun concluded that for a distance of 10,000 kilometers, a hydrogen vehicle would only require 500 yuan. At this rate, the cost of travel would be significantly reduced. In contrast, a conventional fuel vehicle would incur expenses of at least 5,000 to 6,000 yuan for the same distance. Thus, the travel cost for a hydrogen-powered vehicle would be less than one-tenth that of a fuel vehicle. Should geothermal energy vehicles and controllable nuclear fusion cars come to fruition, the cost of transportation could veritably approach 0. After all, a geothermal energy vehicle maintains a fully charged battery as long as it is in motion, except when traversing bridges or waterways, which would diminish the geothermal energy supply. The controllable nuclear fusion vehicle, however, is entirely impervious to such trivial concerns. A minuscule arc reactor could propel the vehicle for 1,000,000 kilometers. It can be asserted that from the moment of manufacture to the point of decommissioning, this compact reactor suffices. A notification to all. A meeting will commence in the conference room in 10 minutes. All leaders from the design, research and development, testing, and engineering departments are required to be present. This time, Longting Automotive shall undergo a revolutionary transformation. Presently, Longting has limited new technologies to unveil, with only 10 models yet to be launched. Consequently, Suchun has decided to withdraw from hydrogen energy vehicles. Although it may not be the opportune moment for hydrogen energy vehicles to debut, given the extensive promotion from the Americans, Suchun's introduction of this concept is not entirely out of place, as everyone is now familiar with the notion of hydrogen energy vehicles. With his meticulously prepared materials in hand, Suchun proceeded to the conference room, where he found it already filled to capacity with 400 to 500 attendees. Has everyone arrived? He inquired after accepting a cup of tea from Yang Xiao. Boss, everyone is here, she replied. Very well. Everyone must first sign a confidentiality agreement. The technology we are unveiling today at Longting Technology is set to be groundbreaking. Thus, each individual is required to sign the confidentiality contract before we commence the meeting. As Suchun spoke, arrangements were made to distribute the confidentiality agreements to the assembled crowd of over 500. The hydrogen energy vehicle is of paramount importance for the future of automobiles. Once it is produced, the only requirement will be to remanufacture the existing models from Longting. The populace of Longwa has a profound affinity for these models, and their acceptance among the citizens is notably high. After a mere 10 minutes, once all had signed the confidentiality agreement, Suchun activated the projector and began his presentation. The purpose of this meeting is to announce the development of the hydrogen energy vehicle. I have mastered the 3 core technologies essential to its operation. You need only follow the established production protocols. Furthermore, estimations indicate that the operational cost of hydrogen energy vehicles will be merely one-tenth that of traditional fuel vehicles, significantly more economical than electric cars. Importantly, the hydrogen energy battery can be easily disassembled and repurposed, enabling us to achieve truly pollution-free and wholly green transportation. As our hydrogen-powered vehicles emit only fresh water and oxygen, Suchun began to elucidate the topic by opening the relevant materials for the audience present. It is worth noting that none of the individuals who ascended to the executive ranks at Longting are lacking in intelligence. Thus, a mere cursory mention from Suchun was sufficient for them to grasp the immense potential of the hydrogen vehicle market. Currently, the global automotive landscape is predominantly composed of fuel-powered and electric vehicles. However, despite the appealing nomenclature of new energy vehicles, it is essential to recognize that electric vehicles were already experimented with in Europe many years ago, lacking true innovation. In contrast, hydrogen-powered vehicles represent a genuine breakthrough in automotive technology. Chapter 164, Invincible in the Universe. The end of the book. How did the boss come up with such brilliant ideas? Who can say? The boss's imagination truly knows no bounds. Take, for instance, hydrogen-powered vehicles. Who would have thought to utilize hydrogen as a battery? Indeed. And then there are hydrogen crystals and hydrogen metals, concepts that would elude the average mind. Nevertheless, these hydrogen crystals and metals are remarkable. A crystal the size of a fist can propel a car for 100,000 kilometers, while a hydrogen metal the size of a basketball can enable a vehicle to travel 500,000 kilometers. Goodness, Won't that render cars obsolete? With this innovation, our company, Ling, is poised to reap substantial profits. The boss is genuinely impressive. A day later, after Suchin concluded the meeting, everyone left the conference room. Reflecting on the astounding hydrogen-powered vehicle, many were still pondering the implications of this extraordinary technology. The concept of a fist-sized energy source allowing a car to traverse 100,000 kilometers is simply unfathomable. Frankly speaking, just 10 such crystals could render a truck completely defunct. The crux of the matter is that with this technology, the travel costs for all vehicles will plummet, potentially reducing expenses to a mere tenth of what they are now. Gas stations will surely be in disarray, as the previous threat posed by new energy electric vehicles to fuel-powered cars was minimal. Over the past 2 years, Ling Motors has sold nearly 20 million vehicles, yet still only occupies a mere 2% of the automotive market. However, hydrogen-powered vehicles are a different story entirely, as this technology can be applied globally. After all, the only emissions produced are oxygen and fresh water. While these individuals were engrossed in their research on hydrogen energy over in Saudi Arabia, 120,000 people had commenced their labor. The working conditions here are truly excellent. With mountains, seas, and deserts, who could complain? In fact, I'm contemplating staying here for 8 years, perhaps even marrying 4 wives. For wives? You can barely handle one. Just look at you. It's unclear who is lacking vitality, as you seem hesitant to return home to your own wife. A group of workers, captivated by their splendid environment, eagerly shared their good fortune with their families and settled into their work with joy. Meanwhile, Lin Yajwan was leading her team in the sale of lithography machines. While the 5-nanometer lithography machine may not be the pinnacle of current technology, it is indeed the most advanced technology available for purchase. The Americans have been secretive about their lithography machines, leaving others with no recourse but to endure repeated exploitation. Why does lithography technology update every 2 years? Is it not to facilitate continued harvesting? Presently, whether in smartphones, computers, or automotive chips, performance has reached a point of excess. Not only is there an excess, but at least 1/3 of the potential remains untapped. Yet, without updates, how can the products evolve, and how can they generate revenue? Time has passed unnoticed. And in the blink of an eye, it is now November, the end of the year. This morning, Su Chun was awakened early. For today marks the relocation of Ling technology. After a year of relentless investment in construction, the 3 magnificent edifices, Qinglong, Baihu, and Zhike, along with Xuanwu and Qilin, have all been completed. This has transformed the Ling automotive headquarters into the 8th wonder of the world. Its status as a newly established structure devoid of historical significance has prevented it from ranking among the top 3 architectural marvels globally. Over the past year, Ling Automotive has thrived remarkably, especially with the introduction of hydrogen-powered vehicles, catapulting it to the position of the world's largest automotive manufacturer. Its market value has soared beyond $5 trillion and continues to escalate. Had Ling not steadfastly refused to go public, it is likely that its valuation would have doubled by now. Today is indeed bustling, witnessing hundreds of thousands flocking to the Ling headquarters to celebrate the relocation. Suchin could not help but smile. With the passage of time, the headquarters has grown to house over 300,000 technical personnel, and it is anticipated that the number of researchers will exceed 1 million by the end of this year. As the move was underway, an enormous creature, measuring 2,000 meters in height and 10,000 meters in length, activated its cloaking mechanism. It soared from the mountains surrounding the Ling headquarters into the cosmos. This creature, known as Kuenping, was developed by the 3 major laboratories of Ling. Furthermore, they have transferred their laboratories onto the Kuenping itself. Once the technology is perfected, they will utilize the system's capabilities for transmission back to Earth. Their mission is to assist Suchin in sourcing materials for the creation of the divine body and the super silver serum. Their first destination is the moon. Time has slipped away unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye, 8 years have elapsed. Suchin is now 34 years old, having traversed a decade since his arrival in this timeline. Remarkably, his appearance has not changed in the slightest. The workers from Saudi Arabia have not returned, as they have embarked on a new journey. Wealthy nations across the Middle East have enlisted their assistance in construction, allowing them to amass substantial wealth. During these 8 years, Ling has unveiled an abundance of groundbreaking technologies, accumulating a staggering $200 trillion in revenue, which has been converted into various metals. On this day, while Suchin was playing with his children, 2 figures suddenly appeared before him. "Boss, here is the super silver serum you requested. We have discovered another planet suitable for human habitation. I believe we can relocate there without hesitation. On that celestial body, we need no longer conceal our existence. Moreover, with our current technology, it would only take 5 months to reach it from Earth. Elizabeth handed a vial to Su Chun, who proceeded to inject its contents. Elizabeth then spoke of the new planet, suggesting, "Let us migrate." A century later, Su Chun basked in the sun for a full 100 years. Now, Su Chun has become invincible in the cosmos, and the Dragon Nation has transformed into a superpower spanning 3 major star systems. The end.